Feipeng traversed the primordial chaos, becoming the eldest disciple of the Jiezhao, having awakened the divine drama system. With an acute awareness of the fate that awaited the Jiezhao, he adhered to the path of survival, enduring until the moment of deification. When Tongtian was summoned by Hongjun to convene at the Yunxiao palace regarding the deification, he entrusted the Jiezhao to Feipeng as a proxy. Faced with inquiries from his junior disciples, Feipeng directed them to various cinematic works. After indulging in these dramas, the disciples astonishingly grasped the techniques and powers depicted within, their cultivation soaring like a rocket. Upon Tongtian's return from the Zhixiao Palace to the Bo Palace, he was utterly bewildered. On Yunxiao Island, myriad radiant beams illuminated the scene. Yunxiao proclaimed, "With the sun rising in the east, I remain undefeated." Duobao asserted, "I am not targeting anyone, I merely state that all present are worthless." Zhao Gongming declared, "Riding the winds with my sword, I've vanquished demons across the realms. 1,000 cups of wine will not incapacitate me, for I am the wine sword immortal." Tongtian exclaimed, "I have just signed the deification list, and you tell me you have all achieved sanctity?" Chapter 1. The beginning of the eldest disciple, delightful. On Yunxiao Island, enveloped in ethereal mists, one could occasionally hear the cries of celestial cranes and see auspicious beasts ascending, painting a picture of a divine abode. At the foot of the mountain, beside a humble thatched cottage, a young man reclined lazily on a rocking chair, gazing at the sun above with a yawn. "Congratulations, host, on your successful traversal and the awakening of the divine drama system." A resounding voice jolted Feipeng from his slumber, leaving him momentarily dazed in this unfamiliar environment. "Successful traversal? Have I transmigrated into the primordial chaos?" he murmured as the system's commanding voice echoed once more in his mind. "System binding complete, commencing memory inheritance. Please receive, host." Boom! As the system's voice faded, Feipeng felt a tumultuous surge in his mind, a torrent of memories crashing upon him, causing his head to throb painfully. In this world of the primordial chaos, cultivation was possible, and he was none other than the eldest disciple of the Jiezhao, the direct disciple of the Saint Tongtian. However, Feipeng had an aversion to bustling crowds and rarely made an appearance. Since residing in the Bo Palace, he had spent nearly every day in seclusion. Thus, many believed that Duobao was the true eldest disciple, while in reality, the genuine eldest disciple of the Jiezhao was Feipeng. Days prior, Feipeng had entered a meditative state during his retreat, only to have his soul intertwined with that of the transmigrating spirit, which activated the system and granted him its memories. What a coincidence! We both share the name Feipeng. Is this truly the design of fate? Alas, fate's design is paramount. Having traversed into the primordial chaos, he resolved to live cautiously. Feipeng's survival philosophy was to endure until he could attain sainthood. To live for the moment is delightful, to persist in living is even more so. He vowed never to leave the island until he became a saint. Having established a survival strategy, Feipeng grew increasingly intrigued by the new system. Eager to discover the true nature of this so-called system, he extended his consciousness towards the system interface and instantly acquired all the information. The divine drama system? What grandiose claims it made! Saints were the pinnacle of existence in the primordial chaos. Currently, only 7 saints existed within this realm, with a prevailing belief that one could not attain sainthood without the primordial purple chi. Could this system truly facilitate one's ascension to sainthood without the primordial purple chi? The introduction to the system's functionality is remarkably concise. Through watching dramas, one can attain profound insights into everything within them. Techniques, divine powers, and treasures are all possible. Techniques and divine powers will be synchronized with the host and automatically amplified 100-fold. However, treasures can only be obtained by the host. Whenever someone comprehends techniques or divine powers from the drama, the host has a certain probability of acquiring related treasures. The host must concoct a script based on their creative abilities. Upon compiling the script and uploading it to the system's film city, relevant films will be automatically generated. Upon learning this, Feipeng was overjoyed, grinning from ear to ear. If others were to attempt this, they might not fully realize the system's potential. After all, the people in this world, aside from their cultivation, have little understanding of what a script entails. But who is he? A denizen of Blue Star. The film and television industry on Blue Star has reached unprecedented heights. A single film, Demon Lord Neza, effortlessly amassed a staggering 6 billion at the box office. Numerous exceptional films and dramas proliferated during their golden era. As a devoted homebody, Feipeng naturally watched all these remarkable works. Hence, Feipeng possesses unwavering confidence that he can replicate these seismic cinematic masterpieces from his past life on Blue Star within the system. With this, there will be no shortage of works of the system's film city. Next, Tianping accessed the system page and retrieved a notebook designated for script writing from the repository. Only by composing a script in this notebook could he successfully generate the corresponding films in the system's film city. Upon closer inspection, Feipeng noticed that the pages of this notebook shimmered with a faint golden light, suggesting they were of exceptional quality. However, he thought little of it and picked one up to begin writing. What should I write for the first script? Feipeng pondered, biting the tip of his pen as he recalled the films in his mind. Suddenly, an imposing and handsome figure materialized before him. Clad in silver armor, wielding a heavenly sword, with eyebrows like swords and eyes akin to stars, General Feipeng seemed to smile at him. Feipeng murmured, "We share the same name. It must be fate." As the protagonist of the Legend of the Swordsman 3, the foremost expert in the divine realm, let my script commence with you. Having made his decision, Feipeng began to write fervently, embarking on his diligent crafting of the narrative. Chapter 2. Is the Master Brother finally making his appearance? At this very moment, before the resplendent Bo Palace, a middle-aged man clad in a green robe sat cross-legged in the air above the square. This man was none other than the heavenly teacher, who was currently imparting lessons to the disciples of the Jie. The aura of Tao that enveloped him was as profound as the night sky, resembling a giant seated high above the heavens. Ethereal energies swirled around him, and he spoke profound truths, his voice flowing like a melodious stream. It was as if numerous scriptures flowed from his mouth like rivulets, resonating throughout the cosmos and eliciting a response from the very fabric of existence. In that moment, the sound of the great Tao reverberated. Celestial flowers cascaded from above, and golden lotuses erupted from the ground. The spiritual energy of the universe converged upon Golden Ao Island, creating an awe-inspiring spectacle. Meanwhile, the square was filled with over 10,000 disciples of the Jie, each immersed in deep contemplation of the teachings. They were intently absorbing the essence of the heavenly teacher's words, his profound insights, sacred declarations, and esoteric scriptures. Even the ferocious beasts and ethereal creatures surrounding Bo Palace were prostrating themselves, seemingly enlightened by his presence. Occasionally, the sound of disciples breaking through their realms could be heard amidst the atmosphere of enlightenment. In the timeless realm of primordial chaos, 8 centuries have elapsed since the Celestial Master commenced his discourse. The disciples, deeply engrossed in their path to enlightenment, remain oblivious to the cessation of his teachings. Presumably aware of their need for contemplation, the Celestial Master does not hasten his departure. Instead, he assumes a meditative posture above the Golden Tortoise Island, embarking on his own cultivation. As centuries unfold, the disciples of the Jie gradually emerge from their meditative states. Observing that most have awakened, the Celestial Master adopts a solemn demeanor, evidently prepared to make a significant announcement. Millennia ago, the Tao ancestor summoned the 6 great sages to the Purple Cloud Palace for an important discussion. Unfortunately, my prior commitment to instructing you delayed our meeting, but it can no longer be postponed. Thus, I have resolved to journey to the Purple Cloud Palace immediately. During my absence, you must diligently cultivate and adhere to the commands of your elder brother. Congratulations, Senior Brother Duobao. The Master entrusts all affairs of the island to you, a testament to the Master's confidence in you. Indeed. Congratulations, Senior Brother Duobao. A young Taoist seated at the forefront promptly stood to acknowledge the congratulations of his peers. Esteemed fellow disciples, your kindness is overwhelming. My elevation to the position of elder brother is greatly attributed to your support and the Master's grace. Before he could finish, the Celestial Master waved his dust lightly, his expression tranquil as he interjected, "The elder brother I refer to is not you." At this pronouncement, the previously boisterous square fell into a profound silence. Duobao stood awkwardly suspended in the air, his smile frozen in place, abruptly doused by the Master's chilling words. The disciples exchanged bewildered glances, cautiously inquiring, "Master, if Duobao is not the elder brother, then does our Jie have another?" The Celestial Master narrowed his eyes slightly. "Indeed, then why have we never seen him? Now, as the elder brother is to manage us on behalf of the Master, It is only fitting that the master introduces this enigmatic figure to us. The celestial master nodded slightly. It is indeed time for you to meet Feier. Feier. The disciples displayed expressions of astonishment. This was primarily due to the master's overly affectionate reference to the elder brother, coupled with the unmistakable warmth that adorned his countenance upon uttering Feier. It is noteworthy that they had never witnessed the master exhibit such tenderness towards any disciple. Amidst their astonishment, the celestial master utilized a transmission technique to summon Feipeng. Feier, hasten to the Bo Palace. I have an important task to entrust to you. Upon hearing the call, a striking young man lifted his head, his eyes radiating brilliance. He was none other than Feipeng, who had been engrossed in crafting scripts. Having completed Yunxiao 3, he was rewarded with a substantial crystal stone by the system. With a mere touch of finger to the crystal, it would begin to play visual works autonomously, reminiscent of television in his previous life. Such phenomena are not uncommon in the primordial realm. The immortals refer to this as the art of mirroring. However, the primordial realm has never been graced with remarkable tales. The art of mirroring serves merely as a means for the deities to convey visual information amongst themselves. Occasionally, within a limited circle, individuals utilize this technique to briefly document certain scenes. For instance, celestial dances or sacrificial ceremonies. Yet, unlike the previous world, there are no dedicated performers to enact a plethora of captivating stories. To put plainly, the primordial realm does possess audiovisual creations, however. Their level of development remains confined to documentaries. The youth, with eyes radiant like the stars, gazes into the distance, murmuring, "It is my master who called me." Chapter 3. Why do you only possess the cultivation of the Qi refinement stage? It is said that there is an opportunity to behold the visage of the esteemed senior brother, unveiling the enigma surrounding him. The disciples of the were all aflame with excitement, fervently speculating about the remarkable individual who had garnered their master's favor, being chosen as the foremost disciple of the saint. Today stands as a beacon of inclusivity, attracting countless celestial beings, and boasts the largest number of disciples among all sects, thriving with unparalleled vigor. Since the calamity of the witch and the lich, the fortunes of both races have been reclaimed by the heavenly Tao. The contest for fortune between heaven and earth is set to commence anew. This presents an unimaginable opportunity, stirring even the likes of primordial beings such as Yuan Shi, Laozi, Nuwa, and others. Nuwa, having created the human race, has already allocated a portion of fortune to them, while the heavenly court of Haotian, lacking divine authority to govern fortune, has witnessed the complete loss of its residual fortune. Consequently, the major sects eligible to compete for fortune are now limited to the Chan school and the Western Church. The latter two, due to various reasons, appear to pale in comparison to. This has led the disciples of the Bo Palace to grow increasingly arrogant. In their eyes, to become the senior brother, leading the myriad celestial beings of, and being the most cherished disciple of the saint must indicate an extraordinary individual. Otherwise, how could they have received such nurturing and affection from their master? Thus, when the senior brother makes his appearance, there will undoubtedly be celestial phenomena, radiating the essence of the Tao, impervious to all. His gaze will be piercing, sharp as a blade, capable of discerning the hearts of men and understanding the threads of causality. However, when they beheld Feipeng, who approached them with the demeanor of an ordinary mortal, they were left utterly astonished, for they realized that this senior brother was indeed a mere mortal. No, more accurately, he was at the Qi refinement stage. Could it be that the senior brother has not yet arrived, and this is merely a disciple of the senior brother's abode? Upon hearing such inquiries, the astonishment on their faces began to ease slightly. If he were merely an acolyte of low cultivation, it would be somewhat understandable. After all, acolytes are not judged by their innate talent. Perhaps he was simply an orphan picked up by the senior brother from outside the mountain. Nevertheless, serving the senior brother for such a duration without achieving the status of a human immortal seems quite lamentable. Some disciples murmured softly, while others craned their necks to glimpse behind Feipeng, seemingly eager to discern when the senior brother would finally arrive. Ahem. Observing this scene, Feipeng could not help but clear his throat, redirecting the attention of the disciples back to himself. You need not search further. I am your senior brother. What? Upon hearing this proclamation, they erupted in disbelief. Many disciples leaped up in astonishment, expressing their shock. Almost every disciple bore an expression of incredulity, as if struggling to accept the reality. The senior brother of was actually a lowly practitioner of the Qi refinement stage. Who would believe such a thing? At this critical moment, with a sharp glare from the Tongtian cult master, The multitude of disciples fell into an immediate silence, obediently settling down without daring to utter a single sound. With the cult master's presence, Feipeng was finally spared the embarrassment of being unable to take the stage. However, the cult master regarded his disciple with a puzzled expression. Fei, the last time I saw you, you were at the Golden Immortal Realm. How is it that you now possess only the Qi refinement stage? Upon hearing this inquiry, Feipeng's heart sank. What? The previous Feipeng originally held Golden Immortal cultivation? Could it be that my crossing over has caused the former owner's cultivation to vanish? At that moment, Feipeng felt an overwhelming sense of panic. As a modern individual transported to the Primordial World, how could he possibly comprehend such matters? Ever since acquiring the system, he had dedicated himself to scriptwriting, entirely unaware of his own cultivation realm. He believed that with the assistance of such a system, dominating the primordial world and ascending to the pinnacle of life would be a guaranteed outcome. Yet, he had not anticipated that his preoccupation with writing scripts would leave him no time for cultivation, resulting in his current predicament of being merely at the Qi refinement stage. This was a disaster. How could he possibly explain this? If he could not deceive his way through, his identity as a traveler would surely be exposed. Suddenly, the cult master's expression shifted dramatically. Could it be that during your cultivation, you succumbed to demonic deviation, leading to the loss of your powers? As he spoke, the Tongtian cult master extended his divine sense to examine his disciple's body. However, after the inspection, he found no abnormalities whatsoever. Strange. I have thoroughly checked your body and found nothing unusual. You are in excellent health, yet your cultivation is absent. What could be the reason? Cold sweat beaded upon Feipeng's forehead. The powers of a sage were indeed formidable. He could not allow his master to speculate further, lest he draw connections to the matter of crossing over. Acting swiftly, Feipeng bowed deeply to the Tongtian cult master. Master, your foresight is indeed remarkable. I have indeed regressed to the Qi refinement stage due to a moment of demonic deviation during my cultivation. Fortunately, by chance, I discovered a rare innate spiritual herb in the back mountains, which healed my injuries without leaving any lingering issues. I am incompetent, causing you concern. Please, punish me as you see fit. Upon hearing Feipeng's self-explanation, the Tongtian cult master, who held absolute trust in him, harbored no doubts. A knowing expression crossed his face as he stroked his beard, smiling gently as he began to comfort Feipeng in return. Cultivation is inherently a struggle against the heavens, requiring one to endure numerous trials to attain the great Tao. You have merely encountered a slight setback. There is no need to dwell on it. The loss of your golden immortal path is inconsequential. You may start anew. With your innate talent, you are destined to achieve the great Luo fruit position in the future. I shall await you at greater heights. The words of the Tongtian cult master instantly alleviated Feipeng's worries. However, his concern was not for his cultivation level, but rather for the potential exposure of his identity as a traveler. After all, had he not been clever enough to fabricate a lie to navigate through this situation, the outcome could have been dire. Perhaps the celestial master of the heavenly sect might delve into his own soul, and that would truly spell disaster. Chapter 4. Divine Assistance from Duobao. Thank you, Master. Feipeng offered a respectful bow to the Tongtian patriarch, his heart swelling with a flicker of gratitude. Although he understood that the patriarch's affection was directed towards the previous incarnation of Feipeng, he could not ignore the fact that he now inhabited this body. He had inherited all that came with it, and therefore, it was only fitting that he reciprocate in some manner. Otherwise, would he not be deemed ungrateful? Meanwhile, the disciples of the Jie Sect below were struck with astonishment, their hearts brimming with envy and resentment towards Feipeng. A mere cultivator in the Qi refinement stage had already become their senior brother, and now he was to act as the proxy for their revered master. Overseeing the Jie Sect, what virtues or capabilities did this individual possess to garner such esteem from their master? Regardless of their discontent, the Tongtian patriarch gazed upon Feipeng with unwavering affection. My dear Fei, I must depart for a time. During my absence, you shall diligently manage the Jie Sect on my behalf. Upon hearing this, Feipeng's heart raced, and he instinctively averted his gaze. How could this be? He humbly replied. Disciple lacks the requisite skills and virtues. I implore you, Master, to retract your command and select a loyal and capable individual for this monumental task. Despite his serious demeanor, Feipeng secretly reveled in his own thespian prowess. He had no desire to oversee the Jie Sect, burdened as it was with endless troubles and exhausting responsibilities. Moreover, such prominence often invited jealousy, a most thankless endeavor. As a transmigrator, was it not more delightful to bide his time and cultivate in peace? Knowing the trajectory of the Honghuang narrative, He was acutely aware that the impending calamity of the Fengshen was on the horizon. The Patriarch's journey to the Zhixiao Palace was likely to discuss matters concerning the Fengshen list. In the face of such tribulations, why would he entangle himself in consequential affairs? Upon hearing Feipeng's words, the Patriarch's expression darkened instantly. Observing this, Duobao Daoist felt a surge of elation within, though his countenance remained composed. Recognizing his opportunity, Duobao stepped forward, positioning himself beside Feipeng and the Patriarch, and respectfully addressed the latter. "Master, please allow me to speak. Our sect is flourishing and requires a formidable figure capable of commanding the respect of myriad celestial beings to effectively govern our affairs." As he spoke, Duobao discreetly cast a glance at Feipeng, implying his thoughts. This individual must possess profound cultivation and commendable virtues. Otherwise, among the multitude of celestial beings, there are those who are unruly. With the master absent from the island, chaos may ensue. The Tongtian Patriarch, well aware of Duobao's intentions, refrained from discussing any change in personnel. Instead, he smiled slightly and nodded in agreement. "Well said. My disciple Duobao speaks wisely. Fei, did you hear that? This matter cannot be delegated. You must not decline." Duobao, taken aback, initially aimed to seize the opportunity, but found himself inadvertently aiding the opposing side. He hastily interjected, "Master, I did not mean it that way. Who would have thought that with a mere wave of his grand sleeves, the celestial teacher would send the Taoist Duobao flying?" Witnessing the displeasure of his master, Duobao dared not utter another word and retreated into a corner of the square, falling silent. Observing Duobao's fate, Feipeng let out a cold smile within, harboring no sympathy for such a person. "I have no desire to assume the role of the elder brother or to manage that is my own affair. Yet, what does it mean for you to step forward and belittle me? Do you look down upon my cultivation at the qi refining stage?" However, when faced with the celestial teacher, Feipeng's head began to ache anew. He genuinely did not wish to act as a proxy for the sect leader. It appeared that the celestial teacher had discerned Feipeng's thoughts and, with a flick of his dust whisk, struck Feipeng on the head, angrily reprimanding him. "Do not think for a moment that I am unaware of your thoughts, young man. You speak so eloquently, yet in truth, you simply fear the trouble and do not wish to manage affairs. Am I not correct?" Caught off guard by the celestial teacher's revelation of his true thoughts, Feipeng felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. He could only offer a sheepish smile, for it is said that one should not strike a smiling face. Yet, witnessing such brazen trickery only ignited the celestial teacher's desire to discipline him further. "You have mastered this trick to perfection, almost rivaling some ancient beings." Nonetheless, the celestial teacher ultimately could not bring himself to take action. Instead, he compelled Feipeng with a glance, insisting that he must accept this responsibility. Realizing there was no escape, Feipeng could only wear a bitter expression as he turned to address his fellow disciples. "From this day forth, I, Feipeng, acting under the orders of our master, shall oversee thee. All brothers and sisters, you must diligently cultivate and refrain from provoking unnecessary disputes. Otherwise, I shall not hesitate to impose punishment." Tens of thousands of disciples stood densely in the square, bowing in unison towards Feipeng. "We shall follow the elder brother's decree." In that moment, the sound of their voices echoed, creating a magnificent scene. Observing this spectacle, the celestial teacher finally nodded in satisfaction, offering a few more words of instruction before ascending upon a cloud, soaring towards the heavens. Feipeng led his fellow disciples in sending off the celestial teacher's retreating figure. Once the celestial teacher had vanished completely, they turned to face him, all eyes fixed upon him. Just as everyone anticipated that Feipeng would deliver some significant address or take decisive action, he casually waved his hand and uttered a phrase that left them utterly astonished. "There is no need for concern. Go about your business. And remember, do not come seeking me unless necessary." With that, he activated his escape light and dashed back to his cave on the back mountain, leaving the crowd in the square exchanging bewildered glances. They could only conclude that this elder brother was indeed at a loss for precise descriptors. The disciples of Bo Palace could only scatter like birds and beasts. Chapter 5. Why don't we seek out the senior brother? At the rear mountain of Bo Palace, Feipeng gracefully descended onto the ground, riding on a cloud. He gazed upon this ethereal realm, suffused with the essence of Tao, and an inexplicable emotion began to stir within him, causing his eyes to sting as if they were filled with sand. Though the Jie Sect appeared to bask in unparalleled glory as the foremost sect of the Primordial World, Feipeng was acutely aware that his master had ventured to confer with several saints regarding the matter of the God-ordaining list. If fate were to unfold predictably, his master, Tongtian, would likely be ensnared by his two brothers, Yunxiao and Laozi, within the Yunxiao Palace. Once the God-ordaining list was signed, the ensuing calamity would primarily befall the disciples of Jie, and it was conceivable that even he could not evade the grim fate of perishing and being inscribed on that list. Contemplating this, Feipeng clenched his fists tightly. Unbeknownst to him, he had entirely merged with the emotions of this body, resonating profoundly with its sentiments. A sense of urgency flickered in his eyes. He could not bear the thought of Jie's demise, nor could he tolerate the notion of his beloved junior brothers and sisters meeting tragic ends. It was imperative that, before the impending catastrophe struck, he endeavored to fortify their strengths, thus ensuring their survival against the 12 golden immortals of the Jie Sect. However, with the calamity looming, adhering to conventional cultivation methods would render it uncertain when these less experienced juniors could attain the prowess necessary to withstand their formidable adversaries. Therefore, the only recourse lay in utilizing the system that Feipeng had acquired, the Drama to Sainthood system. Even if he could not elevate them all to the status of saints, merely assisting them in becoming Tai golden immortals would significantly enhance their chances of survival during the forthcoming tribulations. Should he manage to nurture a few quasi-saints, even the Dao ancestor Hongjun might need to reconsider the allocation of the God-ordaining list. Feipeng resolved silently to ensure that his junior brothers and sisters would witness his cinematic creations. Yet, they had just concluded their teachings with Tongtian and were in urgent need of time to comprehend and digest the lessons. In the short term, it seemed unlikely that anyone would seek out him, their elder brother, although their master had previously instructed them to approach him with any uncertainties regarding their cultivation. The current disciples of Jie regarded him merely as a figurehead. Given this preconceived notion, it would be quite challenging to encourage them to approach him willingly for guidance. Nevertheless, in the timeless expanse of the primordial realm, it was uncertain when their master would return. The urgency of allowing his junior brothers and sisters to view the films to enhance their cultivation was both pressing and unhurried. For the time being, Feipeng could afford to wait a few days. Thus, he resolved to utilize this interval to craft several screenplays, ensuring that when his juniors eventually sought him out for advice, he would have a plethora of cinematic works ready for their benefit. At this very moment, within a celestial cave on Golden Ao Island, 3 enchanting and graceful fairies were diligently cultivating their Taoist arts. Within the cave, ethereal mist enveloped the surroundings, as 3 vibrant clouds floated above the heads of the celestial maidens, radiating a resplendent light, casting an aura of tranquility throughout the chamber. These 3 enchanting figures, each possessing a distinct temperament, yet sharing an exquisite beauty, were none other than Yunxiao, Yunxiao, and Bixiao. Earlier, they had engaged in profound discourse, gaining substantial insights, which led to subtle signs of impending breakthroughs. The 3 sisters promptly retreated to their sanctuary to cultivate, experiencing rapid enhancements in their cultivation. As their understanding deepened, they were on the verge of transcending their original Xianxian realm, poised to enter the carefree and liberated Jingxian realm of the 3 flowers gathering at the crown. However, at this crucial juncture, the youngest sister Bixiao unexpectedly found her heart of Dao destabilized. The trio, being intrinsically connected and sharing a profound bond, could not stand idly by as their beloved sister faced peril. Thus, Yunxiao and Yunxiao swiftly placed their arms upon Bixiao's shoulders, channeling pure spiritual energy into her, striving to quell the tumultuous energies within her. Yet, at this moment, Yunxiao and Yunxiao had not yet attained the formidable powers they possessed during the divine battle. They were still at a pivotal stage of their own breakthroughs and recklessly attempted to assist Bixiao. Consequently, their minds faltered, and instead of alleviating Bixiao's turmoil, their own spiritual energy began to convulse. Bang, bang, bang. With 3 resounding thuds echoing within their beings, the 3 celestial maidens shuddered, crimson droplets escaping from the corners of their mouths. Sister, Yunxiao and Yunxiao hurriedly grasped Bixiao's arms, inspecting the injuries within her. Bixiao gazed at her sisters, feeling a pang of guilt for their concern over her plight at such a critical moment. If it weren't for me, you 2 would not have faced failure and injury, she lamented. While they struggled to stabilize their own chaotic energies, Yunxiao and Yunxiao forced smiles at Bixiao. Do not fret for us, dear sister, we are unharmed. However, you must be cautious, for this ordeal may have disrupted your cultivation, making it exceedingly difficult to break through to the Jingxian realm again. Their brows furrowed slightly, for cultivating was akin to rowing upstream. One must either advance or regress. If they encountered obstacles along the way that could not be resolved, the consequences could range from stagnation to a regression in their cultivation. Regrettably, given the current state of Bixiao, it was evident that they lacked the means to address her predicament. To complicate matters, their master, Tongtian, was absent from Jinao Island, leaving them at a loss as to where to seek assistance for their sister. Tears welled in Bixiao's beautiful eyes. Must our years of diligent cultivation come to naught? Upon hearing her words of despair, Yunxiao and Qiongxiao sighed in unison. It was not that they wished to overlook the cultivation issues plaguing Bixiao. Rather, it was the stark reality that no one with the requisite abilities could be found on Jinao Island at that moment. As Yunxiao gently caressed Bixiao's flowing hair, she offered words of solace. With our master absent from the island, whom can we consult regarding these cultivation challenges? For the time being, we must devise a means to maintain our standing without faltering, awaiting the return of our master from the Purple Cloud Palace, at which point we shall seek his guidance. With the profound wisdom of our master, a sage, he will undoubtedly assist us in resolving our dilemmas. Tears glimmered in by Zhao's eyes as she pouted her lips and despondently spoke. However, we do not know when our master will return. If he remains absent for an extended period, will we not fall significantly behind our senior brothers and sisters? How will our master perceive us then? Upon hearing Qiongxiao's words, Yunxiao and Qiongxiao fell into a contemplative silence. Were they unaware of what Qiongxiao expressed? Yet, in an effort to shield Bixiao from worry, they deliberately concealed their emotions. To their surprise, despite her tender age, Bixiao was astute and perceptive. Having already contemplated this matter, observing her two elder sisters at a loss, Bixiao finally voiced her inner thoughts aloud. Did not our master instruct us before his departure that if we encountered difficulties in our cultivation, we could seek guidance from the senior brother? The senior brother? Both Yunxiao and Qiongxiao gazed at Bixiao in astonishment. While it was true that Tongtian had uttered those words, hardly any disciple within the sect took them to heart. The eyes of Yunxiao and Qiongxiao widened in disbelief, staring at Bixiao as if they had seen a ghost. Have you lost your senses? You intend to consult a mere novice in Qi refinement on how to transcend to the golden immortal realm? Chapter 6. A chance encounter with Feipeng can alter one's destiny. After a fleeting moment of astonishment, Yunxiao and Qiongxiao regained their composure. Believing that Bixiao was out of options, it was in this state of desperation that they contemplated seeking counsel from their senior brother, who was merely at the Qi refinement stage. Yunxiao and Qiongxiao furrowed their brows. Although the senior brother was favored by their master, having witnessed his true self yesterday, they questioned how someone of such a low cultivation level could possibly guide them in transcending to the golden immortal realm. Their visit might prove futile and potentially embarrass him. If he were to harbor resentment towards them, given his esteemed position in Bio Palace, it would be all too easy for him to target the three sisters. In such a scenario, their days on the island would be far from pleasant. Qiongxiao nodded in agreement, her face clouded with concern as she turned to Bixiao. Sister, you are still quite young and unaware of the treacherous nature of the cultivation world. One must tread carefully, for recklessness can lead to dire consequences. Our senior brother has always been enigmatic, never mingling with the other disciples. I fear his temperament may be solitary, and if we approach him carelessly, we might provoke his ire, with unimaginable repercussions. Taking heed of her sister's counsel, Bixiao blinked her crystalline eyes. But yesterday, I saw a clarity in his gaze, indicating he is not one of malice. I believe, since our master appointed him as the acting head of the sect, he must possess exceptional qualities that we have yet to uncover. Seeking his guidance in our cultivation challenges was our master's final decree. Even if the senior brother disapproves, it would be unjust to hold it against us. We, as his disciples, are merely following our master's instructions. What reason could he have for dissatisfaction? Observing Bixiao's unwavering conviction towards their senior brother, Yunxiao and Qiongxiao could not help but sigh. They understood that if they refused Bixiao's wish to visit the senior brother, her determined spirit would not relent easily. A hint of resigned amusement flickered across Yunxiao's exquisite face. Since you are so resolutely attached to our senior brother, it seems we, the three sisters, must pay him a visit. However, given his current role as the acting head, we must adhere to proper etiquette to avoid inciting his displeasure. Of course, dear sister, rest assured that I shall approach him with utmost respect. I would never underestimate him simply because he is at the Qi refinement stage, Bixiao hastily assured. Fearing her sisters might retract their agreement, Yunxiao gently nodded, her lips parting slightly. Our senior brother surely prefers tranquility over chaos. Upon our arrival, we shall approach him one by one to pay our respects, avoiding a boisterous crowd that might disturb his meditative state. Qiongxiao and Bixiao nodded in acknowledgement, acquiescing to Yunxiao's request. Thus, after deliberation, the three fairies cast a spell and ascended in unison, their luminous forms racing toward the back mountain. In the secluded cave of the back mountain, Feipeng was fervently penning scripts, creating one masterpiece after another with his quill. In recent days, Feipeng found himself in a paradoxical state of mind, yearning for disciples to seek his wisdom, thus granting him the opportunity to showcase his cinematic creations, while simultaneously relishing the tranquility brought by their absence. It was during this leisurely interlude that he prepared to compose yet another script. Suddenly, a gentle knock echoed from the door, accompanied by a melodious voice akin to that of a lark. "Master brother, Yunxiao, Yunxiao, and Bixiao wish to consult you. May we intrude upon your time?" To his astonishment, it was the three celestial maidens. Feipeng was momentarily taken aback. He had never anticipated that the first visitors to seek him out would be Yunxiao, Yunxiao, and Bixiao. The beauty of these three fairies was renowned even amidst the multitude of enchanting beings in the realm of the immortals, their allure rivaling that of the most exquisite. A flicker of delight surged within Feipeng, yet his countenance remained an unwavering facade, as calm as a tranquil pond, concealing the depths of his emotions. His voice, rich and steady, resonated beyond the confines of his abode. "Please, my dear junior sisters, enter." At the threshold, upon hearing Feipeng's invitation, Yunxiao, Yunxiao, and Bixiao collectively exhaled in relief, fearing that their master brother might dismiss them without a word. It appeared that he was not as reclusive as the rumors suggested. His prior seclusion was perhaps merely a testament to his diligent cultivation. With Yunxiao leading the way, Yunxiao and Bixiao followed closely behind, each entering the dwelling in succession. Yunxiao, with her graceful demeanor, donned a flowing azure gown that accentuated her porcelain-like skin and striking figure. Her long legs subtly visible beneath the fabric as she approached Feipeng with elegant steps. In contrast, Yunxiao and Bixiao appeared somewhat more reserved. Yunxiao possessed an ethereal beauty, akin to a freshly bloomed lotus, her every smile and frown evoking the gentle ripples of autumn waters. The youngest, Bixiao, radiated youthful charm with her bright eyes and radiant smile, her hair styled in playful pigtails adorned with butterfly accessories, exuding a lively and enchanting spirit. As they approached the desk, Feipeng was engrossed in writing, not in meditation as they had presumed. Yunxiao's gaze softened, curiosity briefly flitting across her features before she masked it. With a graceful demeanor, she, along with Yunxiao and Bixiao, bowed respectfully, their gestures imbued with deference. "We pay our respects to Master Brother." Upon hearing their voices, Feipeng lifted his head, revealing a handsome visage that captivated Yunxiao's attention. His brows arched like swords, eyes sparkling like stars, and a slightly hooked nose gave him a distinguished air as he smiled gently at Yunxiao. The impression he left upon her was that of a jade-like figure, unparalleled in his charm. Previously, at a distance in the square, she had not fully grasped his allure, but now, in close proximity, she found herself entranced by his striking handsomeness. Chapter 7. The eldest brother and his indulgence in trivial pursuits. Esteemed eldest brother, since listening to Master S teachings, Yunxiao and my two younger sisters have gained considerable insights. We wish to seize this moment of enlightenment to advance our cultivation to the golden, immortal level. However, inexplicably, each time we approach a critical breakthrough, we find ourselves plagued by restlessness, leading to a disruption in our vital energies. With Master absent from Jineo Island, we three sisters find ourselves at a loss, hence our visit to seek your guidance. Upon hearing Yunxiao's account, Feipeng set down his brush. A charming smile graced his handsome visage, evoking a sense of warmth akin to a gentle spring breeze. "This matter is simple. I can readily assist my three sisters in resolving this issue. However, since you seldom visit my abode, and now that you have come, let us not rush to address your cultivation concerns. Instead, allow me to share with you the grand cosmic masterpiece I have recently created." "What, pray tell, is this cosmic masterpiece, of which we have never heard?" Upon initially hearing Feipeng's assurance that the problem could not only be resolved, but was also exceedingly simple, Yunxiao felt a surge of joy. Yet, before her smile could fully blossom, the mention of the cosmic masterpiece left her in a state of bewilderment. The cosmic masterpiece embodies the essence of the universe, capable of bestowing profound joy upon our minds and bodies, as well as illuminating our lives. Feipeng began to weave his persuasive narrative with an eloquence reminiscent of charismatic leaders from a bygone era. Yunxiao furrowed her delicate brows, sensing an underlying discord, though she could not articulate it. Behind her, Yunxiao and Bixiao peered curiously, observing Feipeng's earnest yet seemingly deceptive discourse. The cosmic masterpiece encapsulates the myriad phenomena of heaven and earth. If one possesses sufficient fortune, unimaginable transformations may be gleaned from it. Yunxiao pondered momentarily, her alabaster chin resting lightly against her hand. "Given our current predicament in cultivation, we are bereft of alternative pursuits, and thus, the allure of Feipeng's cosmic masterpiece is indeed tempting. Yet, Should we three sisters immerse ourselves in this spectacle? Will he truly resolve our issues? Feigning profundity, Feipeng leisurely remarked, "Fate and the natural order must not be forced, dear sister." In truth, Feipeng himself felt uncertain. This was his inaugural experience utilizing the system's external enhancements. Who could ascertain its efficacy? Should the three sisters fail to derive any insights from the grand performance, how would he justify it? Thus, he left his words somewhat ambiguous. Preserving an exit strategy. Should they emerge devoid of enlightenment, he could simply attribute it to their lack of affinity. Yunxiao gently nodded, her ruby lips parting as she spoke. Then, esteemed eldest brother, please unveil this cosmic masterpiece for us three sisters to behold. Internally elated, Feipeng had awaited this very moment. He promptly retrieved a crystalline screen towering several meters high and, with a casual gesture, affixed a script to its rear. The surface of the crystal mirror shimmered with an ethereal glow, and soon images and sounds began to emanate from it. Yunxiao, Xiao, and Bixiao gathered around the mirror, their eyes alight with curiosity. However, to speak candidly, they held little hope regarding what their senior brother had just mentioned. After all, the so-called grand opportunity sounded exceedingly nebulous, ultimately rendering it quite unreliable. Nevertheless, in order to persuade their senior brother to assist them with their cultivation challenges, they felt compelled to feign enthusiasm and align with his preferences. Isn't this a form of mirroring technique? Bixiao leaned in with a grin. In truth, Yuanxiao and Chengxiao shared this curiosity as well. Could it be that their senior brother's slow progress in cultivation was due to his obsession with such trivial distractions? Yunxiao and Chengxiao exchanged concerned glances. Their master had high hopes for their senior brother. It was disheartening to find him engrossed in frivolities, neglecting his practice, and remaining at the qi refinement stage. This seemed rather excessive. In that moment, Yunxiao resolved that, despite the risk of offending him, she must offer a word of counsel, for she could no longer allow him to remain so oblivious. As the leader of the myriad immortals, he ought to be diligent and lead their sect toward prosperity. Junior sister dares to implore senior brother to refrain from indulging in these distractions henceforth. Should our master learn of this, he would undoubtedly express his discontent. Fearing that Feipeng might dismiss her advice, she subtly alluded to Tongtian, believing that even Feipeng, no matter how enamored he was with these trifles, should reflect upon his actions. To her surprise, upon hearing Yunxiao's words, Feipeng displayed no sign of remorse. Instead, he gazed at the crystal mirror with palpable excitement. Junior sister, look. The premiere of a top-tier blockbuster is about to commence. Prompted by Feipeng's enthusiasm, the three sisters finally directed their attention to the crystal mirror. Upon their first glance, they found themselves utterly captivated. The mirror not only showcased exquisite visuals, but also accompanied them with music and text. Although this method of presentation bore resemblance to the mirroring technique, the sisters discerned notable differences. The imagery was more refined, the characters more vibrant, and most importantly, the narrative was far more engaging. Feipeng chuckled quietly to himself. The expressions of the three sisters mirrored those of individuals entering a cinema for the first time. Moreover, the mirroring technique of this world was akin to rudimentary documentaries, utterly incomparable to the splendid cinematic works crafted by a master director and actors of his caliber. This time, Feipeng was presenting Xianjian San, a series that had become immensely popular on Blue Water Star, captivating audiences of all ages and propelling a host of stars to fame. Initially, Yunxiao, Chengxiao, and Bixiao had merely intended to take a fleeting glance. Yet, as they continued to watch, they found themselves increasingly engrossed, ultimately unable to extricate themselves from the narrative. In the timeless expanse of the Primordial World, the three fairies required neither sustenance to sustain their bodies nor sleep to regain their strength. Unbeknownst to them, they found themselves captivated from the very first episode to the grand finale. Throughout this journey, the three celestial beings cast aside their ethereal reserve, experiencing a whirlwind of emotions, at times anxious, at times furious, at times joyous, and at times deeply moved, as well as moments of sorrow and shyness. They could not help but marvel at the extraordinary characters within the narrative. The protagonist, Jing Tian, was originally a humble apprentice at the Tang Sect pawnshop in the city of Yuzhou. He led a carefree life filled with laughter, sharing dreams of wealth with his two companions. Their aspirations, though simple, were undeniably commonplace. However, when the Shushan Demon Lock Tower unexpectedly collapsed and the seal was broken, unleashing malevolent beings upon the world, Jing Tian's tranquil existence was irrevocably shattered. The world was in dire need of a savior to rescue humanity from the impending darkness. And even the three realms, Jing Tian emerged as the chosen savior, destined to fulfill this monumental role. Chapter 8. Yunxiao comprehends the techniques of Zixian, the descendant of Nuwa. It turns out that Jing Tian, often scorned as a mere bean sprout, is none other than Feipeng, the foremost master of the divine realm from a millennium ago. His downfall stemmed from a reckless departure from his post while guarding the divine realm, leading to a confrontation with the demon Lord Chonglu. This act allowed the demon realm to exploit the situation and launch an attack, resulting in his punishment and subsequent banishment to the mortal world by the celestial emperor. As time flowed like water, Feipeng underwent numerous reincarnations, ultimately becoming Jing Tian, an apprentice at the Tang sect in Yuzhou and a pawnshop assistant in Xianan. On one hand, he yearned to become a legendary hero of Mount Shu, while on the other, he aspired to be a wealthy magnate with endless riches. Meanwhile, Chonglu harbored an insatiable desire for defeat. A millennium prior, he had fought Feipeng to a standstill, and before a victor could be determined, Feipeng was banished to the mortal realm, leaving Chonglu with an enduring regret. To locate the reincarnated Feipeng and engage in a fair duel, Chonglu devoted 1,000 years searching through the human world, only to discover that the once great master had devolved into a mere petty ruffian. In a fit of rage, Chonglu stormed Mount Shu, shattering the demon-locking tower and retrieving the celestial sword that Feipeng had once wielded, presenting it to Jing Tian in hopes of awakening him to reclaim their rightful confrontation. During this tumultuous period, Jing Tian encountered the Tang sect maiden Xuejian, the disciple Chongqing from Mount Shu, and the Nuwa descendant Zixian, along with his sister Long Kuei, who emerged from the celestial sword. Their quest to recover the 5 spirit pearls and reseal the demon-locking tower thrust them into a journey fraught with challenges, setting the stage for the unfolding saga. Though the tale of the Immortal Sword 3 is indeed captivating, it is the intricate web of love and hate among the characters that lingers in the hearts of Yunxiao, Xiao, and Bai Xiao. The genuine affection shared between Xuejian and Jing Tian, the entangled fates of Chongqing and Zixian, who, despite 3 lifetimes of devotion, find themselves unable to be together for the sake of protecting all living beings. Chonglu's tumultuous and reckless love for Zixian, the steadfast bond of brotherly love between Long Kuei and her brother Long Yang, enduring for a millennium, the loyal sacrifice of the chubby Mao Mao for his leader Jing Tian, and the timeless love that Xiao harbors for her beloved Feipeng, all weave a tapestry of profound emotions that leave the sisters' eyes swollen with tears. Xiong Zhao's exquisite visage, adorned with tears like pear blossoms, reveals a resolute spirit within her beautiful eyes. What does eternal life matter? In this world, one seeks only peace and joy. If one cannot be with the one they cherish, what significance would 1,000 or 10,000 years hold? Listening to Qiong Xiao recite these familiar lines of Zi Xian once more, even Feipeng felt a swell of emotion. In the narrative, Zi Xian, as a descendant of Nuwa, is destined to protect all living beings, a fate that seems noble. Yet, the heavens play a cruel jest, presenting her with a dilemma. Should she choose the one she loves, she cannot safeguard the world. If she opts for the welfare of all, she must forego her beloved. Such is the torment and helplessness of her existence, marking her as a tragic figure. There is no worthiness or unworthiness, only the matter of willingness or unwillingness. At the moment when Xiong Xiao murmured this phrase, a line of text suddenly appeared in her mind. In the primordial chaos, formless and faceless, it circulates without peril, serving as the mother of heaven and earth. Man follows the earth follows heaven follows the Tao, and the Tao follows nature. Subsequently, Xiong Zhao's mind cleared, and a flow of Taoist rhythm circulated within and without her, revealing boundless magical power within her meridians. She began to operate according to the incantation of her cultivation method. Xiong Xiao was immensely astonished. She murmured in disbelief, "I never expected that by watching a play, my senior brother would allow me to glimpse the great Tao. I have inadvertently comprehended the supreme technique of the saint, Nuan Yang Yang, known as Xuanling's 70 transformations." Beside her, Yunxiao and Bai Xiao, witnessing Qiong Zhao's understanding of Nuwa's cultivation method, gazed in astonishment, their eyes nearly bulging with disbelief. It was truly incredible. Had they not seen it with their own eyes, they would never have believed that Qiong Xiao could peer into the techniques of a saint. To note, Nuwa is one of the 6 great saints of the present primordial world, and her cultivation of Xuanling's 70 transformations embodies the supreme path of creation. It contains the way of the 5 spirits, capable of absorbing the immense natural forces of water, fire, thunder, wind, and earth, achieving unity between heaven and man. When the way of the 5 spirits is cultivated to perfection, one can attain the 5-spirit primordial pearl, which allows one to glimpse the secrets of heaven and man as their cultivation deepens. The Saint Nuwa created humanity through the way of the five spirits. As the magical power of the five spirits flowed through Qiong Zhao's meridians, all her hidden injuries healed. The power surged incessantly, rapidly growing stronger. In just a moment, Qiong Xiao felt on the verge of breaking through to the golden, immortal realm. She was immediately filled with excitement, her voice trembling as she exclaimed, I am about to break through to the golden immortal. Upon hearing this, Yunxiao and Bai Xiao were utterly astonished. How could it be that after such a short time, Qiong Xiao was ready to break through? This technique was truly terrifying. Moreover, their senior brother was even more enigmatic. One must understand that the cultivation method practiced by a saint's true self is not easily mastered, even with knowledge of the incantations and heart methods. Yet, Qiong Xiao had successfully cultivated a method on par with the supreme pure immortal arts merely by watching her senior brother's crystal play. The fact that her senior brother could integrate this technique into the art of imagery for others to comprehend was astonishing. It was evident that he had long since mastered Nuan Yangyang Xuanling's 70 transformations. In that instant, the three sisters looked at Feipeng with newfound admiration, a mixture of awe and respect for a powerful figure, as well as deep admiration for their senior brother. Suddenly, Qiong Zhao's delicate form trembled, and 3 golden flowers floated above her head. Silken white Taoist ribbons cascaded down from the 3 golden flowers, enhancing Qiong Zhao's extraordinary aura, resembling the celestial maiden from the 9 heavens. With the gathering of 3 flowers at her crown, all laws returned to their source. Qiong Xiao had indeed broken through to the golden, immortal realm. Upon feeling the abundant magical power within her body, Qiong Xiao was overwhelmed with joy. Could this be the opportunity spoken of by her senior brother? The 3 sisters recalled their previous doubts and misunderstandings towards their senior brother. In retrospect, they felt both shame and regret. It is rather amusing that they once believed that the eldest brother's fascination with mirror techniques was merely a frivolous indulgence. However, it is now apparent that his level of mastery far surpasses theirs by leagues. As for their apparent intention to showcase the drama, it is evidently a deliberate arrangement by the eldest brother, a testament to his thoughtful planning. Qiong Xiao bowed deeply to Feipeng, her face radiating genuine gratitude. She expressed her profound appreciation for the eldest brother's impartation of wisdom, a debt she feels she could never repay, and vowed that should he ever require her assistance, she would willingly face 1,000 deaths. Feipeng, wearing a composed smile, seemed to have anticipated this moment all along. He gently gestured with his palms raised in a supportive manner, saying, "Dear junior sister, you are being too formal. Please rise. As the disciple of our esteemed master, it is my duty to assist you with your cultivation issues. It is a responsibility I gladly embrace." Just as Feipeng reveled in his moment of bravado before his junior sister, he suddenly felt an exhilarating surge from his dantian. A powerful essence of cultivation emerging within him, akin to being propelled upwards as if aboard a rocket. Chapter 9. The ecstasy of breaking through while reclining suddenly. Within Feipeng's body, a resonant roar emanated from his 5 organs, as his flesh and blood radiated a luminous, translucent glow, revealing a skeletal structure that appeared to be forged from gold. Subsequently, Feipeng's powerful physique trembled. Crack! Instantly, a sound reminiscent of shattering porcelain echoed within him, as the invisible shackles that had confined him at the pinnacle of the Qi refinement stage were effortlessly shattered by the overwhelming surge of spiritual power. In his dantian, an ancient foundational essence emerged, cloaked by layers of gray-white celestial mist. In the next moment, Feipeng felt an overwhelming surge of strength coursing through his limbs, as if a single punch could obliterate mountains and a mere palm could shatter colossal boulders. Moreover, his primordial spirit experienced a profound transformation, expanding from the size of chopsticks to that of a ginseng root. Everything within the cave abode materialized vividly in his mind, as if he were gazing at intricate patterns in the palm of his hand. Foundation establishment stage. Astonishingly, he had instantaneously transcended the 10th level of the Qi refinement stage, stepping directly into the coveted foundation establishment stage that all cultivators yearn for. From this day forward, he was no longer regarded as a mere Qi refinement novice, but rather as a genuine and formidable foundation establishment master. It was no wonder Feipeng felt exhilarated. Just a few days prior, he had been an inhabitant of Blue Star, living amidst the towering edifices of a modern metropolis. His daily life consisted of gaming, reading novels, ordering takeout when hungry, and sipping bubble tea when thirsty. Who could have anticipated such a sudden transition? After his arrival in this world, he had been thrust into the role of a proxy sect leader without any forewarning. To be frank, Feipeng had been quite apprehensive. He feared that the truth of his identity as an impostor might be unveiled, and he dreaded the prospect of perishing in this vast and perilous world teeming with deities and celestial beings. Ultimately, his unease stemmed from his struggle to adapt to this new environment and a lack of confidence in his own abilities. After all, he held no concrete understanding of his strength, perpetually convinced that anyone could easily vanquish him. Who could find solace in such a predicament? Yet now, Feipeng could truly feel the tangible power coursing through his entire being. Although the Foundation establishment stage remained an insignificance in the grand scheme of the Primordial World, what did that matter? He need not toil for countless years in cultivation to elevate his realm. He had ascended from the Qi refinement stage to the Foundation establishment stage in mere seconds. This also served as proof that his system was genuinely effective. Henceforth, as long as he continuously encouraged his junior disciples to watch the films and dramas within the system's cinematic realm, he would swiftly enhance his cultivation and seize opportunities to acquire rare techniques and divine abilities. All of this indicated that Feipeng was on the verge of rising to prominence. How could he not be thrilled? At that moment, a notification echoed in Feipeng's mind. Ding! Yunxiao has gained insights through watching your film Sword of Immortality 3, resulting in a breakthrough to the Golden Immortal Realm. The host receives cultivation rewards. Ding! Yunxiao has acquired the cultivation technique of the Nuwa descendant. Zishuan, the mysterious spirit S70 transformations. The host simultaneously comprehends this technique. Boom! In Feipeng's mind, golden characters resembling tadpoles suddenly appeared, exuding an ancient aura as if they had existed for eons. Having simultaneously comprehended this technique, Feipeng was able to grasp their meaning almost instantaneously upon viewing these tadpole-like symbols. Guided by the golden characters within his mind, he silently recited the incantation. In the next moment, he perceived the surrounding entities transforming into the most primordial elements of the 5 phases. These elements existed within the cosmos, perpetually interchanging, thereby forming all that exists in the world. Was this the way of the 5 spirits as taught by Nuwa? Through the way of the 5 spirits, one could attain the understanding of the path of creation. Simultaneously, possessing the means to create also granted the ability to devour all things, reducing them to their most fundamental powers. Feipeng felt as if his body had transformed into an immense black hole, capable of consuming everything to hasten his breakthrough. However, being in his own sanctuary, he clearly would not act upon such impulses. Any consumption would have to wait until he reached the lair of the Jie Sect. As he sensed the devouring power within him, a look of astonishment crossed his face. This Xianling 70 transformations seemed rather overwhelming. As a creator, he also possessed the capacity to annihilate all things. The rumbling within Feipeng's body was equally perceived by the 3 sisters, Yunxiao, Bixiao, and Xiongxiao, who gazed at him with wide eyes, as if staring at a monster. Senior brother Yu. They were utterly astonished. When they had just been born, mere clouds in the sky, it had taken them several years to progress from the Qi refinement stage to the Foundation establishment stage. Yet now, their senior brother had achieved in mere seconds what had taken them years to accomplish. Although the Foundation establishment stage was insignificant in their eyes, the speed at which their senior brother cultivated was unprecedented. Thus, they were left in awe. Noticing their astonished expressions, Feipeng nodded in satisfaction. This was precisely the effect he desired. With these 3 popular goddesses promoting him, he had no doubt that audiences would flock to his performance. Moreover, not only had Xianjian 3 allowed him to successfully break through to the Foundation establishment stage, but it had also granted him comprehension of the saint-level technique, Xianling 70 transformations. If he were to showcase other films and dramas for his junior brothers and sisters, how much further might he gain? Feipeng couldn't help but anticipate the future. Thus, he turned his gaze towards Yunxiao and Bixiao, who had yet to comprehend the technique. Have you 2 sensed anything? Upon seeing the eager gaze of their handsome senior brother, both sisters felt a pang of guilt. Although they were moved to tears, they could not quite reach the profound resonance necessary for understanding, leaving them just shy of realization. With their heads bowed, they felt they had let down their senior brother's earnest intentions. Observing their demeanor, Feipeng understood the situation. He sighed inwardly. It appears that comprehending the arts and divine abilities portrayed in the play is not as effortless as one might presume. It is essential to acknowledge that the talents of Yunxiao and Bixiao are undoubtedly among the most exceptional within the celestial realm. Yet, despite this, it is remarkable that only Xiongxiao has attained any understanding from the narrative of Xianjin 3. This indicates that the criteria for such enlightenment are not rooted in innate talent, but rather in the resonance of one's soul. It can be inferred that Yunxiao and Bixiao have yet to discover characters within the play that resonate with them on a profound level. Understanding this, Feipeng refrained from chastising Yunxiao and Bixiao. Instead, he graciously waved his hand and offered words of comfort. There is no need for you both to feel guilt. I have previously mentioned that acquiring opportunities from the narrative is a matter of allowing fate to unfold naturally, without undue compulsion. Chapter 10. The terrifying master brother. As both junior sisters had arrived, it would be a pity to return empty-handed. Instead, I propose we sit down, and I shall present another performance for your enjoyment. In the exquisite almond-shaped eyes of Yunxiao and Bixiao, tears of gratitude began to well up. Such a precious opportunity. And master brother had graciously chosen to bestow it upon them once more. Moved by this gesture, the two sisters contemplated declining the offer. No. This is too generous. We are already immensely grateful that master brother is willing to share such a rare chance with us sisters. It is our own lack of talent that makes us unworthy to desire more. Besides, our sister Yunxiao has already received her fortune. We have not come in vain. As they spoke, Yunxiao and Bixiao took hold of Yunxiao, intending to bow and take their leave from Feipeng. Yet, how could Feipeng allow them to depart so easily? In his view, they were akin to moving repositories of experience. How could he let such invaluable treasures slip away? Please, wait a moment, junior sisters. Before departing, Master instructed all disciples facing challenges and bottlenecks in their cultivation to seek counsel from me. However, I am well aware that the disciples hold me in low regard, and thus, they would never approach me for guidance willingly. If Master were to return and find that the disciples' progress was stagnant, would he not question me? Now that the junior sisters had come seeking advice, if they were to leave empty-handed, who would dare approach for counsel in the future? How could I face Master's high expectations? Yunxiao, Yunxiao, and Bixiao found themselves at a loss for words in response to Feipeng's reasoning. Seeing Yunxiao and Bixiao wavering, Feipeng pressed on. You need not worry. I have many grand performances to share. As long as it aids your cultivation, I shall not be stingy. Upon hearing this, Yunxiao's expression turned frantic as she hurried to clarify. Master brother, you misunderstand. I did not mean to imply that you are stingy. Then what hesitation remains? Please, do sit down, Feipeng said with a gentle smile, pressing down on the shoulders of Yunxiao and Bixiao. Thank you, master brother. Thank you, master brother. Yunxiao and Bixiao hurriedly expressed their gratitude. Though master brother spoke with an air of nonchalance, and his demeanor was generous, neglecting his kind offer would be a grave mistake. Feipeng's eyes sparkled like stars, filled with wisdom. What performance shall I present to them next? As he pondered, he observed Yunxiao, whose brows were sharp and whose features were meticulously defined, exuding both allure and a commanding presence, reminiscent of a female hero. Yunxiao had always possessed such qualities. As the eldest sister to Yunxiao and Bixiao, she conducted herself with remarkable grace and was notably generous towards her fellow disciples. What set her apart even more was her unwavering loyalty. Had it not been for her desire to avenge her brothers and sisters, she would not have met her tragic fate in the battle of the gods, although ultimately ascending to the ranks of the deities and becoming one of the celestial beings. The heavenly list itself serves as a confining prison, designed to restrain the multitude of gods. Thus, with the exception of death, few are willing to be inscribed upon this list. Contemplating this, Feipeng's eyes suddenly sparkled with inspiration. He envisioned a woman strikingly reminiscent of Yunxiao. This individual not only shared Yunxiao's breathtaking beauty, but also possessed a rare and precious similarity in temperament and disposition. She drank heartily, exuding a carefree elegance while maintaining a composed demeanor in her glances. Seated upon the ground, she dispatched foes with a mere snap of her fingers, remaining unfazed. When she plummeted from a cliff, her smile was enchanting, as if she were an ethereal being. She was none other than the character portrayed by Miss Lin, the indomitable Dongfang Booby. With her long hair cascading gracefully over her shoulders, she embodied both charm and confidence. When her hair was styled into an elaborate crown, she commanded attention with unwavering authority. The resemblance to Yunxiao was uncanny. Feipeng harbored a vague premonition that Yunxiao would undoubtedly grasp the martial arts scriptures that would enable her to dominate the martial world. As for the potency of such skills, Feipeng felt no apprehension. The system had already clarified that the techniques and divine powers comprehended would automatically transform into formidable methods suitable for cultivation in this realm. Thus, the fact that Dongfang Booby was merely a martial artist would not diminish the efficacy of the insights attained in this world. Without further hesitation, Feipeng gently affixed the script of laughing proudly at the east to the back of the crystal mirror. In the next moment, a renowned scene emerged on the surface of the crystal mirror, depicting Dongfang Booby raising a wine jar, reclining in a lake, and drinking with abandon. The gazes of Yunxiao, Yunxiao, and Bixiao were captivated by the imagery on the crystal mirror. Though Dongfang Bubi hailed from a demonic sect and was disparaged as a demoness, she dared to love and hate passionately, exuding a bold spirit. Unlike the hypocritical so-called righteous sects in the martial world, she was spirited and forthright in her actions. With exceptional martial prowess and unparalleled talent, she was invincible across the lands. This extraordinary woman embodied the spirit of a heroine, the might of a sorceress, and the nobility and pride of a queen. Throughout her life, she felt no need to explain her actions to others. She boldly proclaimed, "As the sun rises in the east, I alone shall be undefeated." She galloped through the martial world, singing and drinking, unmatched by any. Her freedom stood in stark contrast to the schemes and machinations prevalent in the martial realm. She never concealed her actions, even if it meant opposing the world. She acted according to her own heart. This drama profoundly resonated with the three sisters, Yunxiao, Qiongxiao, and Bixiao. They were moved by the love between Linghu Chong and Dongfang Bubi, while their disdain for the hypocritical, nefarious figures of the righteous sects ran deep. The ugliness and duplicity of these characters rendered Dongfang Bubi as a solitary blue lotus, rising majestically amid the tumultuous yellow river. Beautiful yet proud, isolated yet formidable. Especially Yunxiao, whose delicate form trembled slightly, betraying her inner turmoil. Life should be lived for oneself. Why concern oneself with the hypocritical and mundane gazes of others? In that fleeting moment, a fierce light suddenly shone from Yunxiao's phoenix-like eyes. As the sun rises in the east, I alone shall be undefeated. At that instant, Yunxiao forged her own path of conviction. Boom. Amidst the astonished gazes of Qiongxiao and Bixiao, Yunxiao's delicate form trembled, enveloped in a swirling mist. Suddenly, 3 golden flowers materialized above her head, their petals exuding an ethereal charm that rendered Yunxiao akin to a celestial empress. "Sister, you have broken through?" Bixiao, her voice quivering and her throat constricting, stammered in disbelief. Immersed in unparalleled joy, Yunxiao, upon hearing her sister's inquiry, placed her hand upon her heart and nodded excitedly. "Indeed, unexpectedly. I have also ascended to the golden immortal realm with the convergence of 3 flowers atop my head." Simultaneously, a resounding roar emanated from within Feipeng, followed by a surge of formidable spiritual power manifesting from thin air. In a moment of astonishment, Feipeng's cultivation level soared rapidly, and after a brief interval, he had transcended the foundation establishment stage, advancing to the golden core realm. A look of elation spread across Feipeng's face. Indeed, as long as someone could comprehend the Tao, he too could elevate his own cultivation without the arduous toil of training. Haha, this is simply exhilarating. Chapter 11. Success without castration. From now on, it is imperative that the disciples of Jinao Island indulge in more theatrical performances. However, the surprises seemed far from over. Yunxiao's gaze became misty, her pupils shimmering with rippling waves of light. Clearly, she was immersed in profound enlightenment, as several lines of text suddenly materialized in her mind. In the boundless void, the heavens and earth discern the pure from the turbid. The essence is the master of fate. The form is the vessel of utility. The cosmos can be reversed. In an instant, Yunxiao's body trembled, and the spiritual energy within her began to circulate autonomously according to the technique. This was, in fact, a martial art known as the Eastern Canon. A torrent of white magical energy surged forth from her body like a floodgates opened. Yunxiao and Bixiao hastily retreated several steps, their faces reflecting astonishment as they murmured in disbelief. This power is astonishingly domineering. Radiant clouds enveloped Yunxiao, her aura reminiscent of celestial bodies, shimmering upon her pristine silk gown. Suddenly, she opened her eyes, and a beam of ethereal light shot forth, streaking across the void like a shooting star. In that moment, Yunxiao felt an overwhelming surge of heroic spirit. Waves of tumult surged within her heart, for she realized that her ascension to the golden immortal realm was not solely attributed to her innate talent, but rather due to her elder brother's ingenious infusion of unparalleled celestial techniques into the performances. Without her elder brother's assistance, she could only imagine how many arduous years it would take for her to reach the golden immortal stage. It is no wonder that her elder brother is so favored by their master. His innate gifts are truly formidable. The very method of integrating supreme celestial arts into the realm of performance is simply astounding and beyond comprehension. Meanwhile, Feipeng's mind was once again interrupted by the system's voice, which resounded unexpectedly. Ding! Yunxiao has broken through to the golden immortal realm by watching the film Laughing Proudly in the East. The host simultaneously gains cultivation. Ding! Yunxiao has comprehended the martial arts manual of Dongfang Bubi, Eastern Canon. The host also comprehends this technique. Upon hearing the system's notification, Feipeng was momentarily taken aback. This technique is notoriously difficult to cultivate. It is said that one must undergo castration to practice it. The thought sent a chill down his spine, causing him to shudder involuntarily. Whoever wishes to practice it, let them do so. I refuse to engage with such a cursed method. I aspire to be a true man. Buzz. Suddenly, a series of golden characters emerged in Feipeng's mind. As he focused inwardly, he saw the first line. To practice this skill, one must first undergo castration. Upon reading this, Feipeng instinctively wanted to abandon the pursuit of cultivation. What an absurd joke. With so many supreme techniques and supernatural abilities available, how could I possibly engage with a method that strips away manhood? Yet, at that moment, a surge of pure internal energy unexpectedly arose from within him, filling his meridians with an incomparably potent force. Realizing this sudden transformation, Feipeng's expression shifted dramatically. The Eastern Canon is revered as the supreme manual in the martial world, closest to myth. Now, the internal energy within it has seamlessly merged with the magical power cultivated in the primordial realm. If I were to transform all my spiritual power into this entirely new form of magic, distinct from ordinary mana, I could effortlessly pluck flowers and leaves, vanquishing foes from 100 paces away. Just as Feipeng was on the verge of dissipating this magical energy, he abruptly halted. A glimmer of wisdom sparkled in his eyes as he murmured softly. According to legend, the final page of the Eastern scripture recorded, one can succeed without self-castration. I shall turn to the last page and investigate. If these 8 words indeed exist, then it would not be amiss to cultivate further. Ultimately, Feipeng was reluctant to relinquish the Eastern scripture. After all, the allure of such formidable and unyielding power was simply too intoxicating and desirable. Without hesitation, the impatient Feipeng quickly located a line of diminutive script at the very bottom of the golden characters in his mind. One can succeed without self-castration. In that instant, Feipeng trembled with excitement, nearly exclaiming aloud, "The ancients did not deceive me. It turns out that the Eastern scripture can indeed be cultivated without self-castration. Why should I not practice? To do so would be to waste an opportunity." The ethereal Feipeng danced exuberantly in his mind, his lips curling into a broad smile. Meanwhile, Yunxiao Xinzi, who understood what had transpired, cast a grateful glance at Feipeng. She slightly bowed and performed a respectful gesture towards him. "Thank you, senior brother, for your guidance. Had it not been for you today, I would never have comprehended such profound principles of the Tao. All of this is due to your merit, which I shall remember deeply. In the future, should there be any way to repay you, I shall not refuse." As Yunxiao bowed, the angle of her posture inadvertently revealed certain delicate curves. Feipeng, gazing down at Yunxiao and her companions, inadvertently caught sight of this moment. In an instant, a surge of energy rushed to his head, causing a warmth in his nose, and he felt blood trickle forth. Seizing the moment before the blood fully flowed from his nostrils, Feipeng promptly turned away, presenting his back to Yunxiao and her sisters. They immediately sensed his puzzlement. "Senior brother, what is the matter? Did our words offend you in some way?" With his back turned to them, Feipeng wore a furrowed brow and a bittersweet smile. "Dear sisters, you have misunderstood. We are of the same sect, akin to family. How could I be angered by your growth and strength? What truly vexes me is your sense of distance. Do you think my assistance is merely for the sake of receiving your gratitude?" Feipeng earnestly spoke these untruths. Yet, Yunxiao and her sisters believed him wholeheartedly. Their faces glistened with tears, like rain-soaked pear blossoms. "You are right, senior brother. While you regard us as sisters, we have only seen you as our master. This is indeed our fault. From now on, you shall be my older brother, Feij." "Ah," Feipeng promptly replied, his voice laced with indescribable joy. A sweet sensation blossomed from deep within his heart. The sensation of exhilaration coursed through Feipeng, as if his very bones were melting away in delight. This was not mere pretense. After all, who could remain indifferent upon suddenly gaining 3 enchanting fairy sisters? Beside him, Xiao and Bai Xiao observed the scene, their beautiful eyes instantly reflecting a flicker of astonishment. Understanding Yunxiao's character, they recognized that she had never displayed such an expression towards any man before. Although Yunxiao was not the archetype of an icy beauty, nor did she shun others from afar, her heart harbored an undeniable pride. To date, apart from her master, Tongtian, no man had ever captured her attention. Such pride was ingrained in her very essence, exceedingly difficult to alter. Chapter 12. The proud Yunxiao conquered yet now, for the sake of her elder brother. Yunxiao has transformed into a docile little sister. If it were not witnessed with their own eyes, Neither Yunxiao nor Bixiao would have believed it. Before them, the pure visage of Yunxiao revealed a surprisingly alluring demeanor. Deep within Feipeng's heart, an uncontrollable thrill surged. His astonishment at Yunxiao's willingness to cast aside her pride and affectionately call him brother was no less than that of Yunxiao and Bixiao. If one were to inquire who understood Yunxiao best in this world, apart from Yunxiao and Bixiao, it would undoubtedly be Feipeng. He had the most profound insight into her pride. During the subsequent Battle of the Gods, the three sisters set up the nine-bend Yellow River formation, trapping all 12 golden immortals within, poised to slay them at any moment. Should the 12 golden immortals perish, the grand plan of deification would be utterly destroyed. Thus, the Grand Master of the Jie Sect, Yuanshi Tianzuan, was compelled to descend to the mortal realm himself. Although Yuanshi Tianzuan is an immortal sage, he could not unravel the nine-bend Yellow River formation laid by the three sisters. Consequently, he began to appeal to them, invoking his status as an elder, requesting the sisters to dismantle the formation and release the 12 golden immortals. At that moment, Yunxiao spoke with fervor and an unwavering stance, showing no regard for Yuanshi Tianzuan's presence. She made it clear that had it not been for the bond of brotherhood shared with their master, Tongtian Jiaozhu, she would have already annihilated the 12 golden immortals. This demonstrates that Yunxiao's pride was such that even the sage was beneath her consideration. Yet, this exceedingly proud woman has now succumbed to Feipeng's charm. A profound sense of fulfillment enveloped him entirely. With an elegant stature, Yunxiao's cheeks flushed a rosy hue as she softly uttered, "Elder brother, or rather, Feige, I have come to realize my mistakes. Please, turn around." In that fleeting moment, Feipeng had already regulated his inner energies, thus no longer fearing any unwelcome emissions. He gracefully turned around, his smile as warm as jade. This smile instantly sent Yunxiao's heart into a flutter, her body softening as she nearly collapsed into Feipeng's embrace. Yunxiao was startled. Why do I find myself increasingly defenseless against Feige? His allure seems to have surged anew. Blushing, she quickly rebuked herself in her thoughts. What am I imagining? Feipeng observed Yunxiao's demeanor with a knowing smile, choosing not to expose her inner turmoil. This is how it should be. Dear sisters, do not stand on ceremony with your elder brother. From now on, when there are no outsiders present, there is no need to call me elder brother. Simply address me as Feige. The three sisters, their faces aglow, lowered their heads in unison, replying, "Yes, Feige." This time, after Yunxiao and Bixiao joined in calling him Feige, they felt no resistance or dissatisfaction. Instead, an extraordinary sensation welled up within them. In their hearts, they recognized that they were distinct from the other junior brothers and sisters on the island. They could call their elder brother Feige. Their bond with him had grown ever closer. As these thoughts crossed their minds, a surge of pride and honor washed over them. Feipeng smiled gently and waved his hand, saying, "This time, only Sister Bixiao has not yet grasped the essence. Since the day is drawing to a close, it would be wise for the three sisters to return and rest early, solidifying the gains from today. Next time, I shall certainly select an excellent play for you to watch, so that Sister Bixiao may soon break through to the golden immortal stage." Bixiao, always lively and energetic, upon hearing this, sprang up joyfully like a soaring monkey, her arms wrapping around Feipeng's neck. "Yay, that's wonderful. Thank you, brother Feipeng." In her excitement, Bixiao impulsively planted a delicate kiss on Feipeng's cheek, akin to a dragonfly skimming the water's surface, before darting away like a startled little rabbit, hiding behind her sister Yunxiao. Her face flushed with shyness and anxiety, as if fearing Feipeng might take offense. Yunxiao and Yunxiao turned pale in response, hurriedly pulling Bixiao down to kneel before Feipeng to apologize. "Brother Feipeng, it is entirely my fault for not supervising my younger sister properly, combined with her youthful ignorance, that she has committed such an indiscreet act. Please, punish me instead. But as we three sisters are always united, I cannot bear to have my sister punished alone. If punishment is to be meted out, please let it be shared with me as well." Feipeng chuckled lightly, graciously waving his hand. "You need not worry, dear sisters. Bixiao's innocence and playfulness are endearing. I could never bring myself to blame or punish her. From now on, within my abode, you need not feel so constrained. Bixiao's true nature brings warmth to this cold cave, which is indeed a great blessing." Seeing Feipeng's lack of anger, Yunxiao and Yunxiao breathed a sigh of relief, their faces brightening with exquisite smiles as they affectionately ruffled Bixiao's hair and playfully pinched her little upturned nose. "You always know how to be mischievous. In the past, it was just your sister Yunxiao and I who indulged you, but now you have another brother Feipeng to cherish you. How fortunate you are." Bixiao's sparkling eyes twinkled as she deftly turned from Yunxiao to stand beside Feipeng. grasping his sleeve. Her eyes crescent-shaped with joy, she exclaimed, "Brother Feipeng, you are so kind to me." Feipeng withdrew his hand only to gently grasp Bixiao's soft fingers, smiling warmly. "If I do not treat you well, who else shall I treat kindly? Promise me, dear Bixiao, that you will come to watch plays with me tomorrow when you have the time." After comprehending the techniques and powers, it is essential to practice diligently, so you will not fall prey to any ill-intentioned individuals. Bixiao's eyes widened in fear at the mention of bad people. Bad people? How terrifying. I do not want to be captured by them. I promise, Brother Feipeng, I will strive to cultivate diligently, and in the future, I shall drive all those bad people away. Feipeng extended his long fingers, gently pinching Bixiao's rosy cheeks. Rest assured, with Brother Feipeng around, I will ensure that no one lays a finger on you. The words spoken by Feipeng resonate with strength and conviction, embodying not only a promise, but also his resolute determination. Possessing knowledge of the primordial historical narrative, he is acutely aware of the tragic fate that befell the three heavens. As previously mentioned, it was solely due to the treacherous machinations of Jiang that Zhao Gongming met his untimely demise. The sisters, Yunxiao, Yunxiao, and Bixiao, despite knowing that descending to the mortal realm would lead to their own peril, nonetheless ventured forth, becoming entangled in the web of human destiny. As peak quasi-saints, they established the Nine, ensnaring the 12 golden immortals and compelling the Saint Yuanshi Tianzuan to personally descend and dismantle their formation. However, upon examining the array, Yuanshi Tianzuan discovered his inability to breach it. Consequently, he, perched upon the moral high ground, delivered a lengthy discourse on the principles of the Tao, hoping to persuade the sisters to disband their formation voluntarily. Failing in his attempts at persuasion, he retreated to Kunlun Mountain, enlisting the assistance of the Saint Laozi. Laozi, being one of the three pure ones, ranks alongside Yuanshi Tianzuan and Tongtian Jiao Master, all esteemed as among the 6 great saints of the primordial era. In order to confront the quasi-saints who were the disciples of Yunxiao, Yunxiao, and Bixiao, both Yuanshi Tianzuan and Laozi, disregarding their noble status and dignity, chose to intervene directly. Ultimately, the 2 great saints united in their efforts, employing exceedingly ruthless means to bring about the demise of the 3 heaven sisters. Chapter 13. Zhao Gongming seeks guidance from his senior brother. The 3 sisters, Yunxiao, Yunxiao, and Bixiao, elegantly bowed and took their leave from Feipeng. Beneath their feet, 3 ethereal rainbows shimmered, enveloped in celestial mist, as they ascended gracefully into the skies beyond their cave abode. Moments later, the sisters located their respective caves on the island and descended towards them. However, not far from the entrance of the Sanshao cave stood a familiar figure, seemingly waiting for an extended period. As the sisters touched down, they approached the figure, only to discover it was their senior brother, Zhao Gongming. Yunxiao, with a charming smile, playfully inquired, "Zhao Shixiang, what brings you to my humble cave today?" As the Sanshao sisters approached, a cunning smile crept onto Zhao Gongming's usually stoic face. Just as he was about to speak, his eyes widened in astonishment, and he exclaimed, "You have actually broken through to the golden immortal stage." At that moment, Yunxiao, with a graceful sway of her slender waist, elegantly approached Zhao Gongming. Her alabaster fingers delicately traced her cheek down to her chin, producing a delightful sound as if she had been electrified. "Brother, how biased of you. Did you only notice that Sister Yunxiao has achieved a breakthrough?" Zhao Gongming turned, stunned, and upon closer inspection, he realized that Yunxiao's aura had also ascended to the golden immortal level. His eyes bulged, and his mouth gaped as if an egg could fit within. Astonishment flooded his gaze, and his voice faltered. "Yunxiao, you too have attained the golden immortal stage." In that instant, the overwhelming presence exuded by Yunxiao and Yunxiao rendered Zhao Gongming's spirit quivering uncontrollably. It became apparent that, should they wish, they could easily prevent him from absorbing the essence of heaven and earth. Zhao Gongming felt as though a colossal mountain pressed upon his shoulders, causing the vital energy within him to stagnate. He struggled to swallow, desperately trying to suppress the shock that clouded his mind. Thus, he managed to maintain a semblance of decorum, avoiding any overt display of discomposure before his junior sisters. Suddenly, the 3 sisters burst into laughter. Zhao Gongming, who typically prided himself on his wisdom and martial prowess, found himself in an unexpectedly awkward situation. The abruptness of Yunxiao and Yunxiao's ascension to the golden immortal realm was astonishing, and their rapid advancement in cultivation was indeed terrifying, leaving even the usually composed Zhao Gongming momentarily flustered. Zhao Gongming first offered a respectful bow to the 3 sisters, then smiled warmly, saying, "Allow me to congratulate you. My dear junior sisters, I have just sensed your auras, Both Yunxiao and Bixiao have already become formidable golden immortals. Although Sister Bixiao has not yet attained the golden immortal realm, her aura is profound and her magical power formidable, evidently marking significant progress in her cultivation. The rapid advancement of the three sisters is indeed astonishing, evoking a sense of envy in me, their elder brother. The trio of Yunxiao, Xiongxiao, and Bixiao smiled radiantly, their faces reflecting delight. "Thank you for your kind words, brother," they replied, "but we cannot take credit for our swift cultivation. Our remarkable progress is entirely due to the guidance of our elder brother. Without his instruction, we would never have been able to break through to the golden immortal stage." "Oh, is he the esteemed elder brother we met a few days ago?" Zhao Gongming inquired, his eyes brightening with intrigue. He had been waiting at the entrance of the cave for the three sisters because he had heard of their recent challenges in cultivation. Yet, it puzzled him that they did not seek counsel from their more experienced seniors, but instead visited the cave of an elder brother who was only at the Qi refinement stage. Driven by curiosity, he wished to see what insights they could gain from their visit. He had not anticipated the elder brother's remarkable abilities. Just a few pointers had enabled Yunxiao and Xiongxiao to ascend to the golden immortal realm. Might he too gain the elder brother's guidance and thus break through his own cultivation bottleneck? Upon hearing Zhao Gongming's query, the three sisters did not hold back. They recounted the events with cheerful candor. Zhao Gongming's astonishment grew with each revelation. He had not realized their elder brother was such an extraordinary figure. It was no wonder that their master held him in such high regard and affection. Indeed, he possessed exceptional talents. According to your account, the elder brother is capable of embedding techniques and mystical abilities within the mirror technique, allowing you to comprehend them in a remarkably short time, rivaling even the celestial arts imparted by your master. Such supernatural methods are truly unprecedented. Could it be that these were secretly taught to him by your master? Upon hearing Zhao Gongming's words, even the three sisters began to harbor doubts. The prowess demonstrated by Feipeng was so extraordinary that they could scarcely conceive anyone other than their omniscient and omnipotent master, the Tongtian Jiaozhu, being capable of such feats. If this were indeed a technique that Feipeng had comprehended on his own, given his cultivation at the Qi refinement stage, which Zhao Gongming was unaware he had surpassed, it was almost unbelievable. However, the sisters were evidently displeased with such insinuations. "Brother Zhao, I urge you to choose your words with care. What do you mean by secretly imparted by our master? Let us not forget that our master is a sage. Should he wish to impart any technique to anyone, none can interfere. Moreover, our elder brother is also a disciple of our master. Whatever knowledge our master chooses to share with him is entirely reasonable." Xiongxiao interjected. A frown etched upon her brow, her tone tinged with dissatisfaction. "Indeed, should our master teach something to our elder brother, must it be reported to you in advance? Or else it is deemed secretive. That implies ulterior motives?" Zhao Gongming's demeanor grew anxious as he hastily sought to clarify. "The three junior sisters have misunderstood. The senior brother harbored no such intentions. It was indeed a slip of the tongue on his part, and he willingly accepts any punishment. However, he implores the three junior sisters to not dwell on his earlier words, nor let the elder brother become aware of them." Witnessing Zhao Gongming humbly acknowledge his mistake, the Sanxiao sisters, who were not petty by nature, naturally chose not to hold a grudge against him. The expressions on Yunxiao's faces softened, and the earlier anger dissipated in an instant. There is no need for the senior brother to feel guilty. It was merely a verbal misstep, and we sisters are not inclined to take offense. We shall not mention it to the elder brother, so please rest assured." Zhao Gongming bowed respectfully, expressing his sincere gratitude. He thanked the three junior sisters for their understanding and humbly made a request, uncertain if they would be willing to assist him in this matter. Chapter 14. How delightful it is. The fairies offered their support to me for free. Yunxiao, Xiongxiao, and Bixiao hurriedly assisted the bowing Zhao Gongming to his feet. "Elder brother, what are you doing?" they inquired. "There is no need for such formalities. If there is something to discuss, please speak candidly. If I can be of assistance, I shall not hesitate." Zhao Gongming's face displayed a hint of embarrassment as he chuckled awkwardly. "This matter is both simple and somewhat embarrassing," he admitted. Yunxiao and Xiongxiao exchanged curious glances, while Bixiao, with her forthright nature, dashed forward. She extended her delicate hand and playfully struck Zhao Gongming's chest. Impatiently, she urged, "What is it? Speak up, elder brother. Why are you being so coy, like a woman?" Zhao Gongming, unperturbed, understood that Bixiao's lively and charming disposition was simply her nature. Encouraged by her enthusiasm, he took a deep breath, finally mustering the courage to articulate his thoughts. "I wish to ask my three younger sisters if I may accompany you when you visit our elder brother tomorrow. I realize this request may be rather presumptuous. but I have been stagnating at the pinnacle of the Xianxian realm for many years, yearning for a breakthrough. At last, I have glimpsed hope in my elder brother. Yet our unfamiliarity makes me hesitant to visit him alone, fearing rejection. I implore you, be compassionate and consider my plight." As he spoke, Zhao Gongming's face fell into his hands, tears welling in his eyes. The three fairies, being inherently tender-hearted, could not bear to witness his sorrowful state. Their initial reluctance to disturb their elder brother wavered in the face of his evident distress. After all, whether there were 3 or 4 of them seeking guidance, it would be advantageous to assist Zhao Gongming. Yunxiao tugged at her elder sister Yunxiao's skirt, while Bixiao's crystalline eyes sparkled with a pleading gaze. Observing the sister's supportive demeanor, as well as Zhao Gongming's genuinely pitiful appearance, Yunxiao sighed deeply. "Very well, you may accompany us tomorrow. However, let us agree beforehand that I will enter our elder brother's abode first to discuss your situation. Only if he permits you to join us in this opportunity shall you be allowed entrance. Otherwise, I ask that you depart to avoid incurring our elder brother's displeasure." Upon hearing Yunxiao's consent, Zhao Gongming's face brightened, and he nodded vigorously. "Rest assured, younger sisters, I will only enter his dwelling if our elder brother grants permission. Otherwise, I would not dare intrude." With Zhao Gongming's promise in mind, Yunxiao's expression softened as she nodded in agreement. Based on her previous interactions, their elder brother was not unreasonable. Thus, the likelihood of success seemed promising, perhaps offering Zhao Gongming the breakthrough he sought. Should he achieve enlightenment, he might finally shatter the shackles that had bound him for years, allowing him to ascend to the golden, immortal realm. In this way, she would have accomplished a good deed and granted Zhao Gongming a favor. "Brother Zhao, as the day draws to a close, you should return for now. Tomorrow morning, you may come here to accompany us in visiting the elder brother's cave dwelling." Zhao Gongming, his lips nearly split with anxiety, hastily bowed his hands in gratitude and took his leave, expressing, "I am deeply grateful to the 3 junior sisters. I shall depart now and assure you I will arrive promptly tomorrow morning." With that, Zhao Gongming summoned a luminous escape and gracefully ascended into the air, soaring towards the distant cave. The 3 sisters, Yunxiao, Qiongxiao, and Bixiao, their forms ethereal, turned to enter the cave. The following morning, Zhao Gongming indeed arrived punctually, respectfully awaiting at the entrance of the 3 heavens cave. As Yunxiao, Qiongxiao, and Bixiao emerged, they noticed Zhao Gongming had been waiting for quite some time and greeted him with smiles. "Brother, you have come quite early." Zhao Gongming quickly returned the gesture. The 3 junior sisters appear to be in splendid spirits today, their beauty surpassing that of the past, leaving me quite astonished. At this, the 3 sisters giggled, their laughter reminiscent of the delicate chirping of birds. Who does not relish praise and admiration? Even these celestial maidens are not immune to such flattery. To their surprise, the usually taciturn Zhao Gongming was able to utter such sweet words, truly broadening their horizons and leaving them quite taken aback. The sisters knew well that Zhao Gongming's compliments were intended to endear himself to them, and as he spoke, a hint of playful mockery danced at the corners of their lips, teasing him. Indeed, upon hearing their words, a deep crimson hue blossomed on Zhao Gongming's dark complexion, and with his tall stature and brows resembling the graceful arcs of a silkworm, he bore an uncanny resemblance to the legendary warrior, Guangong. "Dear sisters, please refrain from jesting about me. I have long admired the elder brother's charisma, and it is truly an honor to visit alongside you today." Yunxiao's charming smile lit up the moment, and she covered her mouth with a delicate hand, stifling her laughter. "Since you are so eager, let us not delay any further. We shall set forth immediately." With a resounding boom, a cloud of mist erupted beneath their feet, for radiant beams lifting them into the skies as they soared away. Throughout their journey, Zhao Gongming and Bixiao were the most exhilarated, each anticipating that under the elder brother's guidance, they might ascend to the coveted golden immortal realm that others admired so enviously. Moments later, they descended before Feipeng's cave dwelling. The 3 sisters, familiar with the path, approached and conveyed their presence to the interior, while Zhao Gongming, adhering to their prior agreement, respectfully awaited nearby. His entrance depended solely on Feipeng's consent. Should the elder brother approve, he would be welcomed in. Otherwise, he would have to return home. "Elder brother, the 3 of us have come to pay our respects. May we request entry?" As Yunxiao's gentle and ethereal voice resonated within the cave, Feipeng, engrossed in fervently penning a script at his table, lifted his gaze. His eyes pierced through the stone barriers, alighting upon the exquisite visages of the 3 heaven sisters. However, at that moment, Feipeng furrowed his brows slightly, having noticed the presence of an unfamiliar figure nearby. A brief sweep of his divine sense revealed that the figure was none other than his junior brother, Zhao Gongming. Contemplating this unexpected appearance, Feipeng pondered why Yunxiao and Yunxiao would bring Zhao Gongming along. Just as he was engulfed in curiosity, Yunxiao's voice resonated from outside the cave. I hope my elder brother can forgive my audacity. Today, I have brought a junior brother named Zhao Gongming, who has devoted many years to our master's teachings. He has been trapped at the pinnacle of the Xian immortal realm, unable to break through. Thus, he seeks your guidance. Might it be convenient for you to allow him entry? With a swift glance, Feipeng's eyes shimmered with understanding. It became clear that Zhao Gongming, having witnessed Yunxiao and Yunxiao ascend to the golden immortal level, was envious and had come to join them. This was not merely a trivial matter for Feipeng. It was, in fact, a fortuitous opportunity. As long as others sought his counsel, his own strength would flourish. He had been troubled about how to encourage his junior brothers and sisters to approach him for advice. Little did he expect that the three celestial maidens would be so considerate, bringing him an opportunity on a silver platter, proactively promoting his expertise. If this trend continued, he was confident that a steady stream of disciples from the would soon come to seek his wisdom. At that moment, it would be the dawn of Feipeng's rise. Chapter 15. By Zhao's comprehension of Ling Er's celestial arts, Feipeng listened intently to the melodious and enchanting voice of Yunxiao, akin to the sweet song of a lark, suppressing the tumultuous joy within his heart. With a serene demeanor and a subtle smile gracing his lips, he welcomed the arrival of Zhao Gongming, his junior brother, urging him to join their gathering. At the entrance of the cave abode, Yunxiao gracefully bowed, expressing her gratitude. Thank you, senior brother. Zhao Gongming promptly approached Yunxiao, reciprocating her respect with a deep bow towards the interior of the cave. Thank you, senior brother. Following this, Yunxiao, Yunxiao, Baishao, and Zhao Gongming gracefully entered the cave. Inside, they beheld a scene enveloped in mist and cloud, bathed in resplendent hues of dawn, a veritable paradise of the celestial realm. At the table sat Feipeng, the esteemed senior brother, whose poise was steadfast. His skin as delicate as that of an infant, and his chiseled features exuded an aura of determination. His eyes sparkled with vitality, reminiscent of a divine being descended from the heavens. As Feipeng raised his gaze, his starry eyes radiated warmth and approachability. I have been entrusted by my master to oversee the teachings of the Jie Sect. It is my duty to guide all disciples in their cultivation. Whether from the inner or outer sect, or even the core disciples, if any of you encounter difficulties, do not hesitate to seek my counsel. I shall bestow upon you the opportunities you seek. However, the fruits of your labor will ultimately depend on your own fortune. Upon hearing Feipeng's words, Yunxiao and Zhao Gongming, along with the others, were overwhelmed with joy and hastily knelt in gratitude. Hearing our senior brother's intention, does it mean that every disciple of Jie may come and partake in this opportunity? Feipeng smiled gently and nodded. Indeed, my master teaches without discrimination, enlightening countless beings so that everyone has a chance to grasp the profound truths of the Tao. It is only fitting that I strive for fairness and ensure that every disciple of Jie has the opportunity to seize their fortune. Zhao Gongming's eyes sparkled with admiration. Senior brother truly embodies the spirit of leadership. With just a few words, he elevates the entire perspective. He stands atop the mountain, surveying all. Naturally, he perceives our every subtlety. What in this world can elude his keen insight? Upon your return, feel free to inform the other disciples that I shall establish a Jie cinema here. Any disciple facing obstacles in their cultivation or struggling to make breakthroughs may come forth to seek my guidance. I will provide individual assistance, helping each disciple attain the path of the Grand Luo Golden Immortal and live freely. Once again, Zhao Gongming and Yunxiao bowed deeply, expressing their admiration. Senior brother's magnanimity and grace are indeed rare throughout history. We are utterly convinced. Henceforth, should you require our service, we shall brave any peril without hesitation. Feipeng nodded, acknowledging their fervor without dwelling too much on their praise. He gestured towards the nearby crystal mirror, observing Zhao Gongming, who possessed a tall and imposing stature. With striking features accentuated by thick brows and bright eyes, Feipeng reflected on Zhao Gongming's origins. Originally a disciple under the Yuan Shi Tianzun, he had descended from the mountain due to discontent with the master entrusting the task of bestowing divinity to Jiangxia, thus harboring jealousy and ultimately aligning himself with the Tongtian sect. He was later sealed by Yuan Shi Tianzun, eternally confined as the watchful eye over the northern sea. Enduring the eternal torment of extreme cold, one remains forever trapped in despair. Zhao Gongming possesses remarkable innate talent. Otherwise, he would not have been accepted as a disciple by the lofty Yuan Shi Tianzun. It is essential to recognize that Yuan Shi Tianzun's selection of disciples is not as indiscriminate as that of Tongtian Jiaozhu, who welcomes all regardless of their qualifications. Yuan Shi Tianzun emphasizes the importance of inherent potential, and only those with exceptional gifts can hope to join his ranks. Furthermore, he harbors a profound disdain for beings that emerge from damp environments, viewing them as base and unworthy creatures. Thus, the fact that Zhao Gongming was taken under his wing attests to his extraordinary talent. However, despite possessing such remarkable abilities, Zhao Gongming finds himself overshadowed by Jiang Zia, who spends his days chopping wood and cooking. A deep sense of resentment brews within Zhao Gongming, as he believes he is capable of shouldering the monumental task of establishing the divine order. Yet, due to prejudice, Yuan Shi Tianzun has denied him the opportunity to showcase his talents. In frustration, he descends the mountain and seeks refuge under Tongtian Jiaozhu. Relying on his innate gifts and skills, Zhao Gongming swiftly rises to the status of a direct disciple of the saint within the Jie Sect. It is noteworthy that a direct disciple under Tongtian Jiaozhu holds a comparable position to the 12 golden immortals of the Chanjiao. Under Yuan Shi Tianzun, achieving such a rank would have been utterly impossible for Zhao Gongming, yet he accomplishes it with ease in Jie. Thanks to Tongtian Jiaozhu's inclusive and equitable approach, which does not regard him as an outsider. Observing the dazed expression on Zhao Gongming's face, Feipeng ponders briefly before retrieving a volume titled Xian Jian Yi and affixing it to the back of the crystal mirror. In the next moment, the figures of Li Xiaoyao and Zhao Linger materialize upon the mirror's surface. Noticing that the senior brother has revealed an opportunity, the experienced Yunxiao, Xiao, and Bixiao promptly settle in with attentive eagerness, their swan-like necks craned forward, eyes fixed on the crystal mirror. Seeing Zhao Gongming still in a stupor, Yunxiao quickly tugs at his sleeve, urging him to join them. The senior brother's extraordinary abilities have hidden opportunities within these cinematic narratives. If we watch attentively and absorb the essence, we may glean unparalleled techniques and powers, breaking free from our constraints and achieving a breakthrough in our current realms. Do take a seat and watch with us. Even though Zhao Gongming had received prior notice, he is still visibly astonished at this moment. Thank you for the reminder. Junior sister, I shall sit down at once. He hastily adjusts his long robe and settles before the crystal mirror, turning his gaze toward the film titled Xian Jian Yi. This production has achieved widespread acclaim across Blue Star and was one of Feipeng's favorite fantasy dramas in his time. The group becomes utterly absorbed, resonating emotionally with the characters, experiencing moments of excitement, joy, anger, and sorrow. The narrative follows a young man named Li Xiaoyao, who, originally a humble innkeeper in a small fishing village, encounters Zhao Linger, a princess of the Nanzhao kingdom, who is hiding on the mystical Xianling Island to escape persecution. Their fates intertwine, leading to their marriage as husband and wife. The malevolent followers of the moon cult invaded the island, forcing Li Xiaoyao and Linger to part ways. Li Xiaoyao, unfortunately, fell victim to the moon cult's forgetfulness goo, causing him to lose all memories of his time spent with Zhao Linger on Xianling Island. Subsequently, through a fortuitous encounter, he received instruction in swordsmanship from the renowned wine sword immortal of Mount Shu, mastering various magical techniques, including those of the god of wine. After enduring countless hardships and navigating numerous twists and turns, Li Xiaoyao and Linger were finally reunited. However, just as he was escorting Linger back to Miaojiang to seek her mother, an unexpected encounter with Lin Yuru, the daughter of the Lin family stronghold, disrupted their journey. Upon seeing Linger, who revealed her serpentine form, Lu Jinyuan, Yueru's cousin, was so overcome with fear that he fainted. Consequently, Linger had no choice but to flee in haste. Fortunately, she later encountered a mountain deity, from whom she learned of her lineage as a descendant of Enhua. Chapter 16. Zhao Gongming transforms into the wine sword immortal after enduring numerous hardships. Li Xiaoyao and his companions finally lifted the calamity of the zombies plaguing the town. Soon after, they arrived in Yangzhou City and took refuge in the same inn. Xiaoyao forged a friendship with Tang Yu and fortuitously encountered Jin Yuan. Following the Lantern Festival, Xiaoyao, Yuru, and Jin Yuan set forth on their journey, while Tang Yu and Anu fell victim to the moon worship sect, buried underground. Zhao Linger was imprisoned within the demon lock tower by the Sword Saint, unable to attain her freedom. In a bid to rescue Linger, the wine sword immortal took Li Xiaoyao and Yuru aboard a flying gourd, venturing to the heavily guarded Mount Shu. Upon entering the demon lock tower, they discovered that the Sword Saint had manipulated Xiaoyao's voice to liberate Jiang Ming's soul. The effects of the forgetting worry goo that Xiaoyao had consumed faded, allowing him to recall cherished moments spent with Ling'er on the immortal Spirit Island. In a tragic turn of fate, Yuru sacrificed herself within the Demon Lock Tower to save both Xiaoyao and Ling'er. To rescue Ling'er, Li Xiaoyao sought out the Nuwa Temple, where the goddess Nuwa sent him back 10 years into the past. Ling'er gave birth to a daughter, and just as Anu and the Wine Sword Immortal were joyously reunited as father and daughter, they fell under the control of the Moon Worship Sect, forcing Tang Yu to sever her own arms. Li Xiaoyao and Tang Yu stormed the Moon Worship Sect. Ling'er persuaded the Witch King to regain his spirit and decree the eradication of the sect. Jin Yuan secretly aided Xiaoyao and, before his demise, revealed the power of a pendant. The Moon Worship Sect leader, yearning to reshape the world, summoned a water beast to unleash a flood. Anu and Tang Yu, with the pendant in hand and sincere wishes, caused the leader's powers to crumble. Ling'er vanquished the water beast but sustained grave injuries, ultimately perishing in Xiaoyao's embrace. Having witnessed the entirety of the Xianjian saga, Yunxiao, Xiongxiao, and Bixiao found themselves immersed in the world of the characters, unable to shake off the profound emotional impact. The poignant tales of joy and sorrow deeply moved them, leaving the three sisters in tears, with Bixiao particularly affected. She wept like a little kitten, her lips quivering as she tugged at her sister's sleeve, exclaiming, "Oh, Brother Xiaoyao and Ling'er are so pitiful." Xiaoyao, a humble innkeeper from a fishing village, was upright and kind-hearted, always willing to lend a hand and dutiful to his family. He faced challenges and dangers with unwavering courage. Yet, in the climactic battle against the Moon Worship Sect, he saw his loved ones and friends depart one by one, leaving only himself and his daughter, Liaru. The poignant question he posed to the Sword Saint remains etched in memory, a source of deep anguish. Do you understand? Zhao Ling'er, too, bore the weight of tragedy. Once a transcendent princess of the southern Shao Kingdom, she was wrongfully accused by the Moon Worship Sect leader at the tender age of 6. For decades, she lived in seclusion on immortal Spirit Island with her grandmother. Not merely human, she was a descendant of Nuwa, destined to fulfill her ancestral mission. Ultimately, she embraced her responsibilities, sacrificing herself to vanquish the sect leader and the water beast. Yet the price she paid meant she could never be with Li Xiaoyao for a lifetime, nor could she nurture her daughter, Liaru. A tremor coursed through Bixiao's delicate form, and a resounding crack echoed within her. A torrent of formidable magical power erupted from her being, as 3 golden flowers blossomed above her head, showering radiant, multicolored mist from their midst. In the depths of Bai Zhao's mind, the golden characters of immortal spirit Haoshan instantly materialized. Her eyes widened in astonishment as she jubilantly exclaimed, "Yea, sister, I have also transcended to the golden immortal realm." In stark contrast to Zhao Ling'er, who was deeply moved, Zhao Gongming was in an unexpectedly splendid state, resonating with another character. When discussing the most legendary figure of the entire narrative, one cannot overlook the master of Li Xiaoyao, the Wine Sword Immortal. The Wine Sword Immortal is an incredibly charismatic individual whose actions are not only graceful but also imbued with profound magical prowess. Yet, in the end, he is ensnared by love, evoking both sympathy and admiration. Upon encountering this character, Zhao Gongming's eyes often shimmered with a glimmer of enlightenment, clearly indicating a deeper understanding. He would occasionally shake his head in contemplation, sometimes bowing his head in thought, murmuring the immortal's classic lines. If the path to enlightenment requires sacrificing all others for oneself, I would rather remain obstinately unaware, riding the sword upon the winds, ridding the world of evil. With wine, I am carefree. Without it, I am unhinged. I shall drink the rivers dry, then swallow the sun and moon. 1,000 cups shall not bring me down, for I am the Wine Sword Immortal. What use is a man's handsomeness if he cannot wield both pen and sword? Do you think that what you see every day can be grasped? Some things will only slip through your fingers, never to be held. The Wine Sword Immortal, a mere mortal, follows a path of cultivation that starkly contrasts with the aspirations of the masses. While the world demands the relinquishment of love and sacrifice of all for personal gain, he champions bold love and wields his sword to uphold justice, bringing light to the world. The cultivators of society stress the need to restrain their desires, forbidding themselves from indulging in wine or lust. In contrast, he advocates for genuine beauty, encouraging spontaneity, revelry, and the enjoyment of nature. It is precisely because he stands in stark opposition to societal norms that, despite his extraordinary talents, he remains unrecognized by the celestial realm and is destined to live without the chance of ascension. Thus, the Wine Sword Immortal carries a lingering sense of discontent within him, and his self-identification as the Wine Sword Immortal embodies this very sentiment. His temperament and his defiance against fate resonate deeply with Zhao Gongming. Is he not similarly afflicted? If not for the unfairness of fate, with the bias of the primordial heavenly venerable weighing down upon him like a mountain, how could Zhao Gongming have descended in shadows, seeking refuge under the banner of the Tongtian sect? Although he is aware that all of this was a grand scheme orchestrated by the primordial heavenly venerable, intended to lure him into the sect and entangle its disciples in the karmic web of the Shang and Zhou dynasties, Zhao Gongming, despite this knowledge, defied the original intentions of the primordial heavenly venerable. Upon joining the Tongtian sect, he grew fond of his fellow disciples, genuinely experiencing the warmth of family. Thus, in the end, he had come to regard himself as one of their own. As a result, the primordial heavenly venerable ultimately denied Shen Gongbao, who had contributed significantly, a worthy position among the deities, instead relegating him to eternally guard the eye of the North Sea, eternally condemned to suffer in the icy torment of an endless cycle, each moment a trial of extreme cold. With a resounding crash, Zhao Gongming's powerful form trembled, and in an instant he opened his tightly shut eyes, from which a beam of white sword light shot forth, piercing the air. In his mind's eye, the golden characters of celestial wind cloud body technique emerged unbidden. A look of joy spread across Zhao Gongming's face, for he had truly comprehended an unparalleled martial art merely by watching a cinematic portrayal. Moreover, he could sense the extraordinary nature of this technique. Winds of formidable energy surged around him, causing the azure robe he wore to ripple and resonate. With each gesture, ethereal clouds swirled about him, capable of both offense and defense, exuding an immense divine power. The spiritual energy within him transformed entirely into celestial spirit essence, circulating around his body. A surge of formidable strength instantaneously shattered the shackles of his cultivation, and 3 golden flowers materialized above his head, from which torrents of Tao principles cascaded down like a waterfall, enveloping Zhao Gongming completely. His expression contorted with exhilaration, his face alight with unrestrained joy. At last, I have transcended to the golden immortal realm. Henceforth, I, Zhao Gongming, shall also revel in the unfettered existence of a golden immortal. Chapter 17, Soaring with the Sword. Brimming with prestige within the expansive cavern, Feipeng, clad in flowing white robes, moved with a serene grace as he observed the simultaneous breakthroughs of Zhao Gongming and Yunxiao. A gentle smile graced his face. However, for reasons unknown, he did not hear the familiar notification sound from the system echoing in his mind. Just as he pondered this perplexity, he caught sight of Yunxiao's crystalline eyes, sparkling with profound joy. Her delicate face flushed, and her long eyelashes fluttered incessantly. I feel. My comprehension has yet to fade. It seems I can grasp even more. Beside her, Zhao Gongming's expression was similarly befuddled, his mustache twitching with excitement. Me too. Upon hearing their declarations, Feipeng instantly comprehended the reason behind the absence of the system's notification in his mind. It dawned on him that their insights had not yet concluded. The system's rewards would only be dispensed once their understanding was fully realized. Observing the duo's determination to continue their enlightenment, Yunxiao and Yunxiao could not help but feel envious. They had only managed to grasp the techniques initially, devoid of any further insights. Yet now, witnessing Zhao Gongming and Yunxiao's fervor, did this mean they were on the verge of discovering divine abilities? Suddenly, a surge of energy erupted from Zhao Gongming's body, prompting him to attempt to harness this newfound force. In an instant, the energy swirled before him, unexpectedly drawing a slender sword from Yunxiao's waist. Hey! The whirlwind carried the delicate sword to Zhao Gongming's feet, causing him to instinctively leap onto it. With his feet planted upon the flying sword, he commenced a clumsy flight through the cavern. What's happening here? Zhao Gongming found himself teetering precariously on the sword, flailing his arms and shouting in a bid for balance. The sight of his comical predicament sent ripples of laughter through the group. Particularly, the youngest among them, Yunxiao, laughed until tears streamed down her cheeks, doubling over in mirth as if she might collapse to the ground. Yunxiao and Yunxiao, though more composed, could not suppress their laughter, which was more unrestrained than usual. As celestial beings, their usual demeanor was the product of rigorous training. They seldom allowed themselves such unrestrained joy. Feipeng, however, laughed without restraint, his laughter only enhancing his charm, rendering him all the more captivating. This inadvertently left Yunxiao and Yunxiao momentarily entranced whenever they stole a glance his way. Master brother, how does he manage to look so delightful while laughing? Truly deserving of our master's utmost favor. After a series of wobbly antics, Zhao Gongming gradually discovered he could control the currents beneath him with ease. At that moment, the words sword techniques of the Fengshen sect materialized in his mind, emblazoned in golden characters. Upon seeing these words and recalling his earlier display, Zhao Gongming instantly understood the magnitude of the divine ability he had just comprehended. The sword techniques of the Fengshen sect. Through the manipulation of airflow, one can control the flying sword, thus achieving the art of sword flight. In the realm of ancient times, the majority of immortals predominantly employed evasion techniques for flight, while a select few celestial maidens utilized rainbow light for their journeys. These two methods, while effective, are characterized by their sluggish pace and significant consumption of magical energy. Most importantly, they lack the elegance and prestige associated with flying on a sword. When Zhao Gongming witnessed the wine-sword immortal in the play, commanding the sword with air and soaring through the skies, he felt an overwhelming sense of envy. Little did he know, a day would come when he too could experience such splendor. With a proud chest and trembling excitement, he declared, "The era of my flamboyance has finally arrived." As this thought crossed his mind, Zhao Gongming nonchalantly tossed his hair, and with his flamboyant sword-flying stance, an aura of elegance and charm emanated from him. Yunxiao and Yunxiao's eyes sparkled with wonder as they beheld Zhao Gongming, who was now showcasing his sword-flying prowess with flamboyant flair. Their minds were momentarily bewildered. They could hardly reconcile this captivating figure with the previously unremarkable Zhao Gongming, who had been known for his dull expression, dark complexion, and ordinary looks. Should Zhao Gongming step out of his cave dwelling and take a leisurely flight around Golden Ao Island with his newfound sword technique and distinctly transformed demeanor, his fellow disciples would undoubtedly mistake him for a twin brother, never suspecting that he was indeed Zhao Gongming himself. Feipeng, clad in white robes, stood with hands clasped behind his back, nodding slightly with an approving glimmer in his eyes. This was the core celestial art of the Fengshen sect. Their sword technique relies on the manipulation of air to wield a high-grade celestial sword, allowing for formidable lethality. With this divine ability alone, ordinary golden immortals would no longer pose a challenge to Zhao Gongming. His face alight with joy, Zhao Gongming quickly knelt before Feipeng in gratitude. "Without your guidance, Master Brother, how could I have comprehended such formidable powers? I owe it all to your benevolence." After expressing his thanks, Zhao Gongming pledged, "Should you ever require my assistance in the future, I shall not hesitate to oblige." Feipeng smiled faintly, flicking his fingers, causing several jars of exquisite wine to soar across the table. The jars, filled with fine spirits, were swiftly launched toward Zhao Gongming, while Feipeng seized one for himself, boldly uncorking it. Such a joyous occasion must be celebrated with fine wine. "Come, let us drink together, alongside our esteemed celestial maidens." Zhao Gongming, equally spirited, received the jar and tilted his head back, drinking heartily while responding with gusto. "How could I refuse such generosity from my master brother? Though my capacity for liquor may be lacking, I shall dedicate myself to this noble endeavor today." With a hearty laugh, 2 more jars of fine wine soared through the air, directed at Yunxiao and Yunxiao. The 2 celestial maidens exchanged knowing smiles, accepting the jars with delight, and soon joined in the merriment, drinking with abandon. After a hearty round of drinking, the 2 fairies, along with Zhao Gongming and Feipeng, simultaneously smashed their wine jars onto the ground, sharing a hearty laugh as their gazes met. Only Bixiao remained absorbed in her comprehension of celestial arts, so Feipeng refrained from urging her to partake in the wine. As the exquisite liquor flowed down his throat, Zhao Gongming was suddenly jolted. A wave of enlightenment surging from his heart to his brow. The dense fog that had clouded his mind was abruptly dispelled. In his consciousness, the words "Wine God Spell" in 3 gleaming golden characters materialized. The essence of the Tao swirled around Zhao Gongming's being, and then he staggered momentarily, resembling a drunken man on the verge of collapsing. Yet, with an elusive grace akin to that of an antelope's horns, he deftly regained his balance. Subsequently, Zhao Gongming remained silent, appearing outwardly intoxicated, while his eyes grew increasingly lucid, until ultimately they shone like 2 golden lanterns, radiating a profound and dazzling light. Chapter 18. Congratulations to the senior brother for acquiring the ancient artifact. Upon observing, Yunxiao and Yunxiao immediately discerned that Zhao Gongming had once again comprehended a new divine ability. Silently, they stepped back a few paces, wishing not to intrude upon Zhao Gongming's moment of enlightenment. Feipeng stood with his hands clasped behind his back, offering a subtle nod. This was the divine wine spell, a power capable of annihilating the heavens and earth. Yet, due to its overwhelming might, it was met with divine jealousy, allowing its wielder only 9 uses throughout their lifetime. One must remember that this divine ability should not be invoked unless absolutely necessary. And it is imperative to never exceed the limit of 9 uses, for to do so would result in a gruesome demise, with blood flowing from all 7 orifices. Even the primordial golden immortal would not escape such fate. Zhao Gongming respectfully clasped his hands in salute towards Feipeng. Thank you, senior brother, for your teachings. I shall engrave them in my heart, and dare not forget. At that moment, a voice echoed within Feipeng's mind, the system announcing, Ding! Zhao Gongming has achieved sudden enlightenment through watching your film, Xianjianyi, and has broken through to the golden, immortal realm. The host simultaneously gains this cultivation. Boom! An immense surge of magical power erupted within Feipeng, filling his limbs and bones with an inexhaustible vitality. At the core of his being, countless streams of spiritual energy converged, compressed by a peculiar force, ultimately forming a vibrant golden elixir. A wave of joy surged through Feipeng. I have leaped from the foundation establishment stage directly to the golden elixir stage. Such an astonishing speed of cultivation is unparalleled. Moreover, he felt no hint of instability, which attested to the solid foundation he had built, ensuring no adverse effects on his future cultivation. Yet, the surprises were far from over. The system's notifications continued to resonate in his mind. Ding! Zhao Gongming has comprehended the sword control technique and the divine wine spell from Xianjianyi. The host synchronously acquires this divine ability. As the system's voice faded, an overwhelming torrent of energy surged through Feipeng's meridians. This flow was more robust and powerful than that which emanated from Zhao Gongming. At that moment, the entire Golden Ao island trembled as if shaken by an earthquake, the ground quaking and mountains collapsing. A massive fissure suddenly split open the ground of Feipeng's cave dwelling. From this rift emerged an extraordinary sword radiating terrifying waves of power, its surface ablaze with countless beams of light. With a resonant hum, a thin glimmer reflected off the mountain wall. Boom! The cave's walls, inscribed with formation runes, were effortlessly sliced apart, as if a dagger had effortlessly cut through tofu. The sudden emergence of this sword sent shockwaves across Golden Ao Island, instilling fear in all deities present. Their faces turned pale, bewildered by the unfolding events. Meanwhile, within the cave, Zhao Gongming, Yunxiao, Yunxiao, and Bixiao were equally astounded, their expressions etched with shock. They could scarcely fathom that their senior brother's execution of the sword control technique was so formidable that it had summoned the ancient divine sword sealed beneath Golden Ao Island. The ancient divine sword stood before Feipeng, its blade intricately engraved with mountains, rivers, insects, fish, birds, and beasts, adorned with patterns of purple gold dragons and crimson phoenixes, emanating an aura of timelessness. Feipeng's eyes sparkled as he extended his broad hand, gently grasping the sword's antiquated hilt. The moment he held it, an overwhelming force surged through the hilt and into his being. In a fleeting reverie, Feipeng found himself transported to a primordial era, where countless formidable beasts of sage caliber surged across the wild expanse, racing toward the boundless horizon. Above, celestial deities roared in fury as ominous signs of cataclysmic collapse unfolded. Fiery meteors streaking across the sky, trailing long tails as they plummeted to the earth. Towering volcanoes erupted with molten lava, while indistinct figures engaged in fierce combat. Their every movement causing the very fabric of heaven and earth to shatter, galaxies dissolving into dust. As the vision dissipated, clarity returned to Feipeng's striking gaze. He scrutinized the ancient sword before him, and finally discerned 3 peculiar ancient characters inscribed upon its blade: Yunxiao, Yunxiao, and Bixiao. Zhao Gongming furrowed his brow, perplexed by these inscriptions, unable to comprehend their meaning. Senior brother, what do these characters signify? He inquired helplessly. With a sudden brilliance in his hawk-like eyes, Feipeng responded, enunciating each word with gravitas: Xianyuan sword. What is the Xianyuan sword? Feipeng shook his head slightly, his expression grave. Truth be told, he too was uncertain of the origins of this so-called Xianyuan sword. He recalled a sword by that name, historically associated with the Yellow Emperor. In the Primordial World, Nuwa created humanity, ushering in the era of the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors, which included the Yellow Emperor and the tales of the Xianyuan sword. At this juncture, although Nuwa had birthed humanity, the War of the Gods had yet to commence, and the calamity of the deification had not yet descended. The Xianyuan sword symbolized the sovereignty of humankind, and Nuwa's brother Fuxi was the first human emperor. In the primordial realm, the status of the inaugural human emperor equated to that of a sage. Over time, although the position of the human emperor remained unchanged, its influence waned. Now, the human emperor was King Zhou of the Shang dynasty. According to historical trajectory, King Zhou would become the last human emperor. Thereafter, humanity would no longer possess an emperor, descending a rank to begin venerating various deities, while the realm of mortals would submit to the jurisdiction of the celestial realm. A flash of enlightenment crossed Feipeng's eyes. He recalled, King Zhou had never possessed the Xianyuan sword. As the emblem of imperial power, where had the ancient divine Xianyuan sword disappeared to? Had it been lost during the course of humanity's development? Or was it possible that the Xianyuan sword of humanity was not this very sword? What connection, if any, existed between the two? Feipeng shook his head, choosing not to dwell on the matter any longer. Although he remained unaware of the connection between the Xianyuan sword sealed beneath the golden tortoise island and the one wielded by the Yellow Emperor among the human race, he could ascertain that the sword in his possession far surpassed that of the Yellow Emperor. After all, while he could not discern the Yellow Emperor's realm, he could deduce from significant events that the Yellow Emperor had certainly not exceeded the level of a sage. In the visions conjured by the sword moments ago, it was evident that the myriad primordial beasts of the sage realm were abundant, yet the indistinct figures above the firmament seemed to have transcended the sage's domain. Within that fragmented and chaotic imagery, the Xianyuan sword swung effortlessly, slaughtering countless beings of the sage realm, their severed heads accumulating like mountains upon the bloodied earth. Feipeng's lips parted slightly as he murmured, "This ancient divine sword, known as the Xianyuan sword, appears to be extraordinarily remarkable." Subsequently, a frown creased his brow. Within his perception, it seemed that the Xianyuan sword was bound by an ancient seal. Given his current capabilities, he feared he could not even unravel a billionth of that seal. Nevertheless, even with its full might suppressed, the Xianyuan sword still instilled a profound sense of dread in Zhao Gongming and the three heavens, causing beads of cold sweat to form on their foreheads, yet they wore expressions of delight as they congratulated Feipeng. "Congratulations, Master Brother, on acquiring the ancient artifact. Congratulations, Master Brother, on acquiring the ancient artifact. Congratulations, Master Brother, on acquiring the ancient artifact." Chapter 19. Something awry. Why is it that all I see are life-preserving divine abilities? The acquisition of such an ancient artifact is indeed an unexpected delight for Feipeng. With a sweeping motion of his hand, Feipeng commanded, "System, initiate scan. Analyze the Xianyuan sword and ascertain its true classification." Ding. The system reported, after detection, it has been determined that the Xianyuan sword currently belongs to the category of innate treasures, albeit in a sealed state. Its full potential cannot yet be unleashed. Furthermore, it has been revealed that the Xianyuan sword is actually a fragment of a chaos treasure, and there are likely 9 additional fragments. Should the host manage to locate these 9 fragments, the treasure can be restored to its original chaos treasure status. Upon hearing this, Feipeng's eyes sparkled with excitement, and a surge of tumultuous emotions surged within him. According to the system, the Xianyuan sword is merely a shard of a chaos treasure. Clearly, in the Primordial World, there must exist 9 other ancient artifacts of equal caliber to the Xianyuan sword. These 9 fragments have transformed into 9 distinct ancient artifacts. If he could gather all 10, they could be fused into one, restoring the chaos treasure. With this thought, Feipeng was instantly filled with exhilaration. A chaos treasure. That is an artifact of the same caliber as the Chaos Green Lotus. It is worth noting that even if the Chaos Green Lotus were to shatter, each fragment could become an innate treasure. However, the fragments of the Chaos Green Lotus, regardless of how many are collected, could never revert to the original Chaos Green Lotus. Yet, the Xianyuan sword in Feipeng's possession was different. The system clearly stated that by assembling the 10 ancient artifacts, a chaos treasure could be reformed. Feipeng could not help but feel a sense of anticipation. He was eager to discover what this so-called chaos treasure truly resembled and what immense power it could wield. Taking a deep breath to quell his exhilaration, he waved his hand and stored the Xianyuan sword within his spatial artifact. Beside him, Zhao Gongming and the 3 sisters of the sky exchanged glances, their eyes shimmering with curiosity about the true nature of the Xianyuan sword. However, upon noticing that Feipeng had already secured the sword, they wisely refrained from further inquiries. At that moment, the voice of the system echoed in Feipeng's mind once more. Ding. Detection complete. Zhao Gongming, through viewing your film sword and fairy, has comprehended the technique of the Wine Sword Immortal, Xianfeng Yuntai technique. The host concurrently acquires this technique. As the system's announcement concluded, Feipeng felt an overwhelming surge of celestial energy coursing through his veins, mingling with the innate gale, swelling powerfully within his meridians. His internal mana seemed capable of conjuring boundless, formidable currents, and a look of joy spread across Feipeng's face. The Xianfeng Yuntai technique and the sword control technique were truly a match made in heaven. It was no wonder the wine sword immortal possessed such formidable strength. Even many heavenly deities were no match for him. If the wine goddess incantation were invoked, the wine sword immortal's prowess would be unmatched in the celestial realm, sweeping all before him. While Feipeng reveled in his newfound fortune, on the other side, Bishao appeared to be reaching a pivotal moment in her comprehension. Upon the form of Bishao, the Taoist essence flowed, shimmering in resplendent hues, enveloped by auspicious clouds. Above these clouds, the four celestial beasts, the true dragon, vermilion bird, white tiger, and black tortoise, manifested their ethereal forms, reverently encircling Bishao. Suddenly, a resounding boom echoed as Bishao's delicate figure trembled slightly. In the blink of an eye, she vanished. The onlookers swiftly turned to search, only to discover multiple apparitions of Bishao scattered throughout the cave, all mere phantoms. With a swift motion, Bishao returned to her original position. Yunxiao, Qiongxiao, and Zhao Gongming wore expressions of astonishment. In that fleeting moment, they had been unable to accurately discern Bishao location. What extraordinary magic is this? How can your movements be so ethereal? I can scarcely perceive your trajectory. Qiongxiao exclaimed in wonder. Bishao squinted her eyes into crescent shapes, responding with a cheerful smile. I am not entirely certain myself. I only know that this divine art is called Phantom Method in the Void. Once invoked, one transcends the three realms and escapes the confines of the five elements, rendering oneself undetectable to any pursuer. Henceforth, I can traverse the heavens and the earth at will. Yunxiao furrowed his brow, realizing this ability seemed tailored for evasion. While it was indeed a fortunate discovery for Bishao to grasp such a power, the fact that it pertained to self-preservation left him at a loss for words. In a flash, Bishao's form dissipated, reappearing before a stone sculpture. She uttered an incantation, and an icy blue chill enveloped her palm, transforming the statue into a crystal-clear ice sculpture in an instant. Heavens! This is Sister Zhao Linger's ice heart technique. I've learned it too, Bishao exclaimed. Brother Feipeng, you are truly remarkable. How do you possess such diverse knowledge, and even conceal these techniques within films, allowing me to comprehend them merely by watching? Hearing Bishao's praise, Zhao Gongming, Yunxiao, and others nodded in agreement, clearly acknowledging her sentiment. They were left wondering how their senior brother had acquired such extensive knowledge of celestial arts and mastered them to such profound levels. Compared to his talents, they felt as if they were mere toddlers. At this point, Yunxiao's expression shifted in contemplation. Yet another life-preserving technique. He mused. The ice heart technique, as its name suggests, could freeze adversaries, thereby slowing them down or trapping them. However, its lethality seemed virtually non-existent. If one were to freeze pursuing foes with the ice heart technique before employing the phantom method to escape, would that not be a perfect combination? With this thought, Yunxiao's brow creased slightly. It seems my sister's understanding may be somewhat misguided. Our master once imparted that in the pursuit of cultivation, a steadfast heart is paramount. As cultivators, we ought to brave the tempest and strive to ascend the pinnacle of the Tao. How can one merely seek to learn techniques of self-preservation? That appears rather too cautious. Nevertheless, he was relieved that Bishao journey of comprehension did not seem to have reached its conclusion. The previous two techniques, though focused on survival, might merely be a matter of fortuitous circumstances. As the saying goes, things seldom happen more than 3 times. Next, surely Bishao will grasp some formidable techniques for vanquishing her foes, won't she? Yunxiao's gaze remained intently fixed on Bishao in the arena. Bishao's cherubic face was flushed with excitement, her large eyes sparkling with enthusiasm, completely undeterred by the fact that the techniques she had comprehended were solely for self-preservation. A hum resonated as a verdant glow flickered around Bishao's form, life force swirling and enveloping her. In an instant, the vitality within her surged rapidly. Should she sustain any injuries at this moment, the nurturing essence of this life force would swiftly facilitate her recovery. How splendid! It is indeed the Qi healing technique. With this, I shall never fear injury again, Bishao exclaimed in exhilaration. Observing this, both Yunxiao and Qiongxiao's expressions darkened considerably. Their foreheads were etched with lines of dismay as they stared at their sister, their eyes reflecting a grave seriousness. Sister, why have you only comprehended techniques for self-preservation? Have you never considered the art of defeating your enemies? Chapter 20. Sister's anger with a heart full of joy. Bishao unexpectedly encountered the displeased expressions of her 2 elder sisters. Her smile instantly froze, and even her neck retracted in response. Bishao's face was etched with grievance. Her small hands, each extending a finger to touch against one another, while her pristine teeth gently grazed her lower lip. She lowered her head slightly, resembling a child who had erred. In the Tale of Sword and Fairy, Zhao Linger, possessing a kind heart, mastered spells primarily focused on preservation and healing. Conversely, Bai Xiao, though kind-hearted, harbored a greater desire for self-preservation, adhering to what could be termed a path of prudence. She believed in steady growth, a calculated approach to confronting foes. If she chose to act, it would be with devastating finality, ensuring no future repercussions. From Bai Xiao's perspective, Zhao Linger's early performance was commendable, despite her formidable magical prowess. Strangely, Zhao appeared as the weakest among the trio, overshadowed even by Li Xiaoyao and Lin Yueru. It was crucial to remember that Zhao Linger was a descendant of Nuwa, making her the strongest in their group. In truth, Bai Xiao's comprehension of techniques and divine powers suited her well, as her personality diverged significantly from her sisters, Yunxiao and Qiongxiao. Yunxiao embodied the spirit of a heroine, brave, passionate, and willing to take charge. Consequently, she grasped the Eastern scriptures of the undefeated Dongfang Bubi. Bai Xiao, in contrast, was vivacious and endearingly timid, often preferring to hide behind her sisters, waving her delicate arms in encouragement. When faced with peril, she would not hesitate to flee, acutely aware that any delay might burden her sisters. Thus, when Bai Xiao attained Zhao Linger's divine powers, her heart swelled with genuine joy, yet she did not anticipate the displeasure it would evoke in her sisters. Yunxiao and Qiongxiao's dissatisfaction stemmed from their concern for their younger sibling. In their eyes, the pursuit of greatness necessitated unwavering determination and resilience, qualities they felt were lacking in Bai Xiao. Her inclination towards a path of caution, even in the spells she had acquired, raised their alarm. As an elder sister, Yunxiao felt an obligation to guide Bai Xiao away from this mindset of merely surviving. In stark contrast to Yunxiao and Qiongxiao's worries, Feipeng relished the situation. Why? Because he was unburdened by the world's values. To him, the spells centered on preservation were exceedingly precious. After all, in the realm of games, skills for survival and healing were among the most sought after. It was akin to a real-life rendition of Kai Wenji. Feipeng nearly grinned from ear to ear. Moreover, any divine power that Bai Xiao could comprehend, he could also grasp, and he could unleash even greater potency. As anticipated, the next moment, the voice of the system resonated within his mind. Ding! It detected that Bai Xiao, by watching your film Xian Jianyi, had comprehended Zhao Linger's technique, Xian Ling Hao Jiu, and the host simultaneously grasped this skill. Ding! It detected that Bai Xiao, through viewing your film Xian Jianyi, had acquired the divine ability Huan Fa Ling Kong of Zhao Linger, a descendant of Nuwa, and the host concurrently comprehended this technique. Ding! It detected that Bai Xiao, by watching your film Xian Jianyi, had understood the mystical art being Xian Ju of Zhao Ling, and the host simultaneously grasped this skill. Ding! It detected that Bai Xiao aimed to learn the Qi Liao Shu of the Nuwa descendant through your film Xian Jianyi, and the host simultaneously comprehended this technique. With a thunderous sound, a rich green light surged around Feipeng. He felt a powerful life force within him and could not resist the urge to test the efficacy of the Qi Liao Shu. Thus, he retrieved the ancient artifact, the Xianyuan sword, from his spatial tool. Although the Xianyuan sword was sealed, its material was extraordinarily exceptional, rendering it still remarkably sharp. Grasping the Xianyuan sword, Feipeng plunged it into his own arm. The ancient artifact's sharpness was such that, in an instant, blood gushed from his arm. Yunxiao, Qiongxiao, Bai Xiao, and Zhao Gongming were taken aback, their expressions changing drastically as they all turned their anxious gazes towards Feipeng. Brother Feipeng, why would you harm yourself? Fei Ge, why would you use yourself as a test subject? Big brother, if you truly wish to verify the effect of this divine ability, then stab that sword into me. Feipeng waved his hand dismissively. It's of no consequence. Look, the wound is healing rapidly. As Feipeng spoke, they shifted their attention to the injury. To their astonishment, the wound inflicted by the ancient Xianyuan sword, enveloped in the vibrant green light, healed instantaneously, leaving no scar behind. Witnessing this spectacle, expressions of shock adorned their faces. Even as disciples of a saint, well-versed in various matters, they had never encountered a healing technique so extraordinary. Noticing their astonishment, Feipeng smiled and elucidated. Zhao Linger is a descendant of the Saint Nuwa. How could the life-preserving techniques left for her progeny be inferior? Upon hearing Feipeng's explanation, they suddenly understood, their admiration for him deepening. Indeed, he is the most favored disciple of our master. Has Big Brother truly reached such unfathomable depths? He has even grasped the essence of such formidable, transformative abilities. However, recalling that Bai Xiao had only comprehended life-preserving techniques, Yunxiao and Qiongxiao remained troubled, on the verge of speaking. Yet, Feipeng interrupted them with a wave of his hand. I know what you wish to convey. You believe that practitioners should forge ahead bravely, daring to cut through thorns and brambles, possessing great tenacity and ambition. However, I hold a somewhat different perspective. In the eyes of the elder brother, the world is fraught with peril. A celestial being as delightful as Bai Xiao, if she were to navigate such dangers, would inevitably face the risk of downfall. It would be wiser to embrace the path of prudence and steady progress. For it is perhaps through this cautious approach that one may journey further along the road to immortality. With the support and encouragement from Feipeng, the furrowed brows of Yunxiao and Xiao finally relaxed. After all, if even the unfathomable elder brother has spoken thus, what more could they say? Perhaps, indeed, the younger sister is better suited for a path of stability. Ultimately, their only desire is for Bai Xiao's well-being. Zhao Gongming also chimed in, reassuring the two junior sisters that there is no need for worry, since Bai Xiao has been able to comprehend the divine abilities of Zhao Linger, a descendant of Nuwa. She undoubtedly possesses her own blessings. Zhao Linger's powers are far from ordinary and may very well prove invaluable in the future. Yunxiao and Xiao nodded slightly, returning a gesture of gratitude to Zhao Gongming. They expressed their appreciation for the elder brother's kind words, hoping that their younger sister would retain some ambition as well. Chapter 21. The Fairy Bride. It seems rather delightful to witness the two elder sisters, under Feipeng's guidance, finally reach a moment of clarity and cease their self-reproach. Bai Xiao, filled with joy, leapt up 3 feet high, clinging to Feipeng's neck like a koala, wrapping her arms around him and pressing her small face against his, planting a sweet kiss on his cheek. Feipeng Gidge treats me the best. When I grow up, I must marry Feipeng Gidge as my husband. Upon hearing this, Yunxiao and Xiao's expressions darkened instantaneously. What nonsense was this little girl uttering? Was there no decorum left? Yet, Feipeng felt an inner delight. In his previous life, he was merely a reclusive man unable to attract a partner, dreaming of saving enough for a bride price to carry on his family line. To think that in this life, he not only became an immortal but also had a fairy sister by his side. If he could truly marry Bai Xiao, it would not be a bad fate at all. While Feipeng was lost in this pleasant reverie, suddenly, a voice from the system echoed in his mind. Ding! Detecting that Bai Xiao's Dao heart is steadfast and her realm has stabilized. As Bai Xiao has advanced to the golden immortal stage by watching your film Xianjiani, the host simultaneously gains cultivation. With a loud thud, a muffled sound emanated from the dantian in Feipeng's abdomen. A golden dan, previously the size of a longan, suddenly expanded to the size of a lychee, spinning vigorously. Feipeng's face radiated with ecstatic joy. He had unexpectedly progressed from the early stage to the mid-stage of the golden dan. This rapid ascent was exhilarating. Sensing the change in Feipeng's cultivation, Yunxiao, Xiao, Bai Xiao, and Zhao Gongming all wore expressions of astonishment. When their master departed, the senior brother was still at the qi refinement stage. In just a day or two, his cultivation had soared to the mid-stage of the golden dan. Such a terrifying rate of advancement. Zhao Gongming's face displayed awe. Truly, the senior brother is a rare prodigy in cultivation. When I transitioned from the qi refinement stage to the mid-stage of the golden immortal, it took me over 1,000 years. Yet, the senior brother accomplished this feat in merely 2 days, which is nothing short of astonishing and commands profound respect. Feipeng displayed a gentle smile, slightly cupping his hands in acknowledgement. It is not as exaggerated as Zhao Shidi claims. I was already a golden immortal cultivator. I merely encountered issues in my practice, which led me to fall back to the qi refinement stage. Now, I am merely restoring my realm, so it appears my speed has accelerated. Once my cultivation returns to the golden immortal level, my progress will normalize. Zhao Gongming bowed his hands to Feipeng, his expression sincere. Previously, I had heard that the senior brother lost his cultivation due to a misstep, and I was quite worried. Now, seeing that not only has the senior brother not been affected by past setbacks, but his cultivation has also not stagnated, this is indeed a blessing for our Jiejiao. The 3 sisters, Yunxiao, Xiao, and Bai Xiao, stifled their laughter nearby. What a remarkable talent the senior brother is. How could a mere misstep ever hinder his path forward? It was merely Zhao Shixiang's overthinking. Zhao Gongming repeatedly covered his face with his sleeve, chuckling in response. Indeed. What my junior sisters say is true. It is certainly my fault. I offer my sincerest apologies to the elder brother. Feipeng, embodying magnanimity, waved his hand dismissively. Showing no concern, he reached out and gently tousled Bixiao's lustrous dark hair, feeling an even greater fondness for her. Unexpectedly, his few words of encouragement for Bixiao quelled the anger of Yunxiao and Xiao, allowing Bixiao's resolve to stabilize. With her heart set firmly, Her recently attained golden immortal realm became secure. Consequently, the system acknowledged Bixiao's breakthrough, leading to Feipeng's own surge in cultivation, which propelled him smoothly into the mid-stage of the golden core realm. Feipeng was overwhelmed with joy, particularly as he observed the gains of the three sisters and Zhao Gongming. With renewed confidence, he noted that the previously stagnated three sisters and Zhao Gongming had all ascended to the golden immortal realm. If they were to venture outside, they would undoubtedly serve as living advertisements. How could the other junior disciples resist clamoring to seek his guidance? He envisioned showcasing them the plethora of exceptional films, confident that each would resonate with some, allowing them to glean insights into various techniques and divine powers. The sect of the intercepting teachings boasted over 10,000 immortals. Thus, the prospect of acquiring an array of techniques and powers, alongside a monumental rise in cultivation, was tantalizing. Goodness, might I ascend to sainthood directly? The mere notion thrilled him. His master had just signed the divine list at the Yunxiao palace. Upon returning, he would find his foremost disciple had attained sainthood. Would that render the divine list valid? After all, the divine list required consensus among all saints to take effect, implying that Feipeng could cast a vote as well. While his influence paled in comparison to that of Laozi and Yuanshi, who could also rally support from the Western two saints, Nuwa remained perpetually neutral. Yet, who could say that other saints might not emerge from the intercepting teachings? With the system at hand, Feipeng felt it entirely plausible that several saints could arise within the sect in the future. The thought of a grand breakthrough among the myriad of immortals in the intercepting teachings stirred a surge of excitement within him. He resolved to gently remind the three sisters and Zhao Gongming to avoid returning home with the notion that they should shun their fellow junior disciples from seeking his counsel. Yunxiao, after you and your sisters return, have you considered taking a stroll around the island? Feipeng's sudden inquiry caught Yunxiao off guard. However, her surprise was fleeting, quickly replaced by composure as she replied. This time, having broken through to the golden immortal realm and comprehended divine powers and techniques under the elder brother's guidance, I naturally intend to solidify my progress. My sisters and I generally prefer tranquility, hence we seldom wander about the island. Feipeng couldn't help but smirk inwardly. Hee. I knew it all along. It was fortunate that I inquired, otherwise my efforts would have been in vain. Feipeng forcibly donned a smile reminiscent of a professional. Sister Yunxiao, if you find yourself with nothing to do, it would be wise to wander around Jinao Island a bit more. After all, as celestial beings, we ought to live freely and indulge in leisure. Taking time to relax is also beneficial for the skin. Upon hearing this, Yunxiao's heart stirred, and a blush adorned her cheeks, presenting the image of a bashful young girl in the throes of budding affection. Big brother, he is actually concerned about me. Moreover, he is encouraging me to take some time to unwind. Chapter 22. If you benefit, you must advertise for me. Do you understand? Yunxiao lowered his head, emitting a sound as faint as that of a mosquito. Does the senior brother prefer women with fair skin? Feipeng chuckled softly. Naturally, it is said that a fair complexion conceals a multitude of flaws, and women with beautiful skin possess numerous advantages. As a man with a normal perspective, I naturally lean towards those with tender, radiant skin. Yunxiao promptly nodded, blushing. In that case, when my two sisters and I have leisure time, we shall certainly take more strolls on Golden Aoj Island, always maintaining our delicate and fair skin. Feipeng's face brightened, having successfully won over the three sisters. He turned to Zhao Gongming. Zhao junior brother, you two should wander about the island more often in your free time. Zhao Gongming was momentarily taken aback. Wait, do I also need to take a stroll to maintain good skin? Feipeng chuckled awkwardly. Not at all. I merely noticed that you seem a bit reserved and seldom engage with the other brothers. Such introversion is not conducive for cultivating the Wine Sword Immortals techniques. You need to make some adjustments to better your practice. Upon hearing Feipeng's explanation, Zhao Gongming's expression shifted to one of enlightenment. He felt a wave of shame wash over him. So he had misunderstood senior brother. Just moments ago, he thought that senior brother had a preference for fair and beautiful men. In truth, he was concerned about Zhao's cultivation, worried that his introspective mindset might hinder his understanding of the techniques. Zhao Gongming felt a lump in his throat. Senior brother is truly a good person. Not only has he bestowed opportunities upon me, but he has also helped me break through my limitations. His care for me is nothing short of meticulous. Your thoughtful consideration fills me with deep remorse. I have misunderstood you far too much. Previously, he had always believed that senior brother was elusive, spending all his time hidden away in his cave to cultivate. Perhaps he lacked capability or had not reached a sufficient level, feeling embarrassed to face others. Or maybe he was simply reclusive, looking down upon his fellow disciples, thus avoiding interaction. Contemplating this, Zhao Gongming's unease grew, and in a moment of determination, he knelt down to apologize. He wished to seek forgiveness from senior brother, acknowledging his past misunderstandings and the negative remarks he had spread among their peers regarding him. Reflecting upon it now, he felt overwhelming shame and guilt towards senior brother, pleading for punishment, lest his conscience remain troubled. Witnessing this scene, Yunxiao, Qiongxiao, and Bixiao furrowed their brows, their beautiful eyes filled with discontent towards Zhao Gongming. They were completely unaware of his past disparagement of senior brother. Had they known, they would never have brought Zhao Gongming along. Zhao senior brother, I never imagined you to be such a person. Had we known earlier, we should not have brought you here. Our esteemed senior brother possesses a vast heart and noble character, yet you speak ill of him behind his back, maligning him without restraint. In comparison to his lofty principles, do you not feel utterly ashamed? Zhao Gongming knelt on the ground, his face etched with profound guilt and self-reproach. With a resounding slap, he struck his own face, leaving a vivid crimson imprint, a testament to the severity of his self-inflicted punishment. Feipeng gasped in shock. This fellow truly was harsh on himself. Just as Zhao Gongming prepared to continue this self-flagellation, Feipeng gently raised his arm to interject. No man is infallible. Who among us is without fault? Acknowledging one's mistakes and striving to amend them is the greatest virtue. Since you, Brother Zhao, have recognized your error, it is time for deep reflection to ensure such missteps are not repeated. Devote yourself to your cultivation and the study of the Tao. One day, you shall ascend to the great path and become a liberating sage. Upon hearing Feipeng's words, admiration shone in the eyes of the Sanchao sisters. Truly, our senior brother is worthy of his title. Such wisdom he imparts, and it resonates with undeniable truth. They cast a fierce glare at the kneeling Zhao Gongming. Hurry and express your gratitude to our senior brother. Were it not for his magnanimity, you would surely be facing dire consequences. As for us three sisters, we would not have spared you. Zhao Gongming bowed profusely, responding earnestly, Yes, yes. Thank you for your forgiveness, esteemed senior brother. I, Zhao Gongming, shall rectify my ways and strive to be a better person. I also extend my gratitude to the three esteemed sisters for their mercy. From this day forth, I shall follow our senior brother closely and dare not harbor any disloyal thoughts. Qiongxiao let out a cold huff. At least you possess some wit. Should you ever show even a hint of disrespect towards our senior brother again, I shall be the first to hold you accountable. All right. There is no need for further anger, dear sisters. I trust in Brother Zhao's words and believe he will not repeat such errors in the future. Upon your return, please take time to walk about the island. If you encounter fellow disciples facing cultivation obstacles, guide them to my cave. It would be a great help to me. After all, our master had entrusted me with overseeing the cultivation of the other immortals before his departure. Thus, it is my duty to prioritize their training. This time, Zhao Gongming and the Sanchao sisters collectively bowed to Feipeng. Rest assured, esteemed senior brother, we shall convey your intentions to all disciples of the Jie Sect upon our return. Yunxiao, with her radiant eyes aglow with wisdom, inquired of Feipeng, Might you clarify how many disciples may visit for guidance at one time? I fear that too many might disturb your tranquil cultivation. Upon hearing Yunxiao's considerate query, Feipeng couldn't help but twitch his lips, his eyes quivering slightly. Disturb? Nonsense. I long for them all to come and seek my counsel. And meditation? What do I have to meditate upon? My cultivation has flourished solely due to your guidance. I merely wish to bask in my success. However, such sentiments cannot be directly conveyed to Yunxiao. Thus, Feipeng once again donned a gentle, jade-like smile. Dear Sister Yunxiao, there is no need for concern on this matter. I relish the vibrancy of life and cherish the company of my many junior brothers and sisters on the island. Therefore, you need not worry that they will disturb me. Please ensure they come to seek me. I guarantee their cultivation will soar, and they shall uncover numerous opportunities. I trust you have already experienced this firsthand, correct? The four nodded eagerly. Yes, we understand. Upon our return, we shall certainly convey the elder brother's intentions. Seeing that the four finally grasped his earnest intentions, Feipeng nodded in satisfaction. Yet, beneath their outward agreement, they remained filled with confusion, while others hoarded opportunities. Their elder brother seemed almost eager to bestow his own. In comparison to their elder brother's realm, they realized how limited their own perspectives truly were. Zhao Gongming pondered privately. No wonder the elder brother is so esteemed by our master. It appears that in both talent and virtue, he indeed surpasses me greatly. By the way, in a few days, we will host the once-a-century duel competition of our sect. In years past, it was presided over by Brother Duobao. He would assess the progress of many disciples and arrange for mutual sparring to test their skills. Now that our elder brother has emerged from seclusion and is acting as the sect leader, It is only fitting that he presides over this year's duel competition. Upon hearing Yunxiao's words, Feipeng's usually calm demeanor suddenly transformed into one of panic. This duel competition. Can I possibly avoid it? Observing Feipeng's reaction, the three sisters and Zhao Gongming displayed expressions of astonishment, while other disciples eagerly anticipated participation in such a rare event. Their elder brother seemed to recoil from it, as if it were a venomous serpent, leaving them at a loss for words. Yunxiao contemplated for a moment, choosing her words with care before gently stating, I understand that elder brother has always been indifferent to fame and fortune, disinterested in the hollow accolades that come with standing before the myriad immortals. In previous times, if elder brother wished to abstain, no one could have objected. However, this time, with our master away from the island, and with you as the acting leader, you cannot evade your responsibility. Hearing this, Feipeng realized that there was no escaping this obligation. Thus, he reluctantly acquiesced. Very well, I shall attend punctually. However, presiding over the event is truly not my forte, so I kindly ask Sister Yunxiao to assist me during the proceedings. Otherwise, I fear I shall be utterly overwhelmed. Upon witnessing the frightened demeanor of Feipeng, Yunxiao raised her pristine white arm to cover her lips, and a melodious laughter akin to silver bells immediately erupted. Since the esteemed senior brother, the acting master, has issued such a decree, would this humble girl dare to disobey? I, disciple Yunxiao, shall comply with your command. Chapter 23. A worrisome future for the sect in the blink of an eye. Several days had passed since that momentous day. After gaining profound insights, Yunxiao, Xiongxiao, Bixiao, and Zhao Gongming returned to their respective abodes to devote themselves to cultivation, eagerly awaiting the arrival of the martial arts competition, while harboring hopes that their senior brother would preside over the event. Today marked the day of the competition. The square had already gathered a multitude of disciples from the sect, who, in clusters, animatedly discussed various topics as they awaited the commencement of the event. The martial arts competition was a grand occasion for our sect, with many disciples yearning to shine and capture the attention of their master, thereby soaring to great heights. In previous years, the competition was invariably presided over by the esteemed senior brother, Duobao. However, this year, an unexpected contender, the enigmatic senior brother Feipeng, had emerged and was temporarily assuming the position of sect leader. This led many to ponder who would ultimately preside over the martial arts competition this year, Duobao or Feipeng. Expressions of intrigue and amusement flickered across the faces of many. Duobao had always regarded himself as the foremost disciple of the sect. Had it not been for the sudden emergence of Feipeng, he would have undoubtedly been seen as the rightful senior brother. Moreover, during the last gathering, when Tongtian had thrust Feipeng into the limelight, Duobao had attempted to seize the opportunity to claim the role of acting sect leader for himself. Although he failed, the incident left a deep impression on the disciples of the sect. Amidst hushed giggles and whispered conversations, opinions diverged. One disciple, an ardent supporter of Duobao, proclaimed his unwavering loyalty, asserting, just think about it. The senior brother, who rarely steps beyond the threshold of his cave, last appeared as merely a chi refining stage novice. I cannot fathom why master dotes on him so dearly. In contrast, Duobao was not only striking in appearance, but had also recently emerged from seclusion, ascending to the realm of golden immortals. What could that seemingly ineffectual senior brother possibly offer in competition against Duobao? The bold statements of this staunch Duobao supporter caused a ripple of silence among the disciples. Though many harbored doubts about the senior brother, it did not imply animosity towards Feipeng. After all, it was Duobao who sought to claim the presiding position of the competition, not them. Why involve themselves in such a conflict? Nevertheless, where there are people, there exists rivalry, and even the hallowed grounds of the immortals are no exception. Observably, Feipeng seemed unlikely to rival Duobao on the surface. In the Primordial World, strength reigns supreme. Thus, a considerable number of disciples have begun to advocate for Duobao. In past martial arts tournaments, it was Duobao who presided over the proceedings. With his extensive experience in hosting such events, he is undoubtedly the most suitable candidate for this tournament. Another figure, possessing a sharp face and a small tuft of goat-like beard, is in fact a goat that has achieved enlightenment and is fortunate enough to have been guided by the Master of Heaven, leading him to pursue cultivation on Golden Ao Island. This elder brother's reasoning is sound. The tournament is designed to assess the disciples' levels of cultivation, and consequently, the outcomes will inevitably reveal both strengths and weaknesses. How can the Grand Master, who is merely at the chi refining stage, impartially determine the prowess of his fellow disciples during the contest? This presents a significant challenge for him. Should he find himself incapable of accurately assessing the merits of the disciples due to his own limitations, wouldn't that defeat the very purpose of the tournament? What significance would this martial arts competition hold then? At this moment, Feipeng leisurely emerged from his cave dwelling, clad in a flowing white robe. He walked with grace and composure, exuding an elegant demeanor and striking good looks. He resembled a dashing young gentleman or a prince on a white steed, embodying both charm and nobility, captivating all who beheld him. Now a master of the Golden Core realm, he could easily overhear the discussions among the disciples. Their conversations revolved around the martial arts tournament scheduled for today. At this juncture, the Jie Sect is thriving, regarded as the foremost power in the Primordial World, attracting countless celestial beings. Naturally, many disciples of the Jie Sect are eager to seize this opportunity to showcase their prowess. Thus, subtle rivalries are bound to arise as they vie for superiority. The Master of Heaven has always maintained a lenient approach towards competitive spirits among the disciples. After all, mutual competition can indeed foster their cultivation. The doctrine of the Jie Sect is to seize a thread of life from the heavens. Therefore, the Master of Heaven accepts disciples indiscriminately, regardless of their innate talents or backgrounds, making him truly welcoming to all. In contrast, other major sects, such as the Chan sect led by his brother, the Primordial Lord, placed significant emphasis on talent and lineage. Thus, while the Jie Sect attracts a multitude of celestial beings and boasts a vast number of disciples, when comparing quality, it falls short of rivaling other prestigious sections. Consequently, since they cannot compete on the basis of innate gifts, they must compensate through diligence and determination. This is why the Master of Heaven encourages a healthy competition among the disciples during the martial arts tournament. However, as Feipeng listened to these discussions, he felt no inclination to participate. He had no desire to engage in this trivial contest. With the time spent on such matters, he could instead write 2 scripts. After all, he is the protagonist with a system to aid him. How could he possibly compete for hollow titles with a crowd of ordinary characters? For Feipeng, as long as he diligently writes scripts and ensures that people enjoy watching them, he is destined to reach the pinnacle of success. And the prospect of becoming an immortal sage is far from mere fantasy. Within Feipeng's heart, a profound concern for the Tongtian enveloped him at this moment. His brow furrowed slightly, a veil of contemplation shrouding his visage. The master, Tongtian, had ventured to the Yunxiao palace, undoubtedly to negotiate the matter of the Fengshen list. If predictions hold true, Laozi and Yuanshi would conspire together to undermine Tongtian. Originally, Daozu Hongjun had summoned all the saints, intending to allocate the positions of rightful deities on the Fengshen list fairly among them. However, to everyone's astonishment, Yuanshi, Tianzuan, and Laozi wailed in lament, feigning a pitiful demeanor, and, in collusion with the 2 saints of the West, exerted pressure solely upon Tongtian, coaxing him into signing the Fengshen list through deceit and persuasion. At that moment, Tongtian remained blissfully unaware that he had unwittingly fallen into a grand conspiracy. Once the Fengshen list was signed, it would come into immediate effect. At that juncture, disciples of the Jie Sect would find themselves listed one by one. The once resplendent Jie Sect would soon be reduced to mere ruins. Of the over 10,000 disciples, only a scant few would survive, and they would be compelled to seek refuge in the Buddhist faith. Otherwise, they would meet a disastrous fate. Chapter 24. Who dares to disrespect the senior brother? Upon contemplating this, a trace of worry flickered in Feipeng's eyes, and an overwhelming sense of urgency surged within him. The Fengshen list was an agreement established by the saints, dictated by heavenly will, and thus immutable. All I can do is strive to enhance my strength so that I may protect the Jie during the forthcoming calamity. Indeed, the capabilities of my junior brothers and sisters also require elevation. Should their prowess surpass that of the 12 golden immortals of the Chanjiao, it will be the Chanjiao's disciples who perish on the battlefield, not ours. Even if the primordial supreme being and Laozi become utterly shameless, could they possibly allow the living disciples of Jie to ascend the Fengshen list? A cold smile played upon Feipeng's lips. With the assistance of the system, I need not worry about the prosperity of Jie. Soon, every member of Jie will be a sage. I wonder what face they will have to let our disciples suffer calamity. The surrounding disciples of Jie were oblivious to Feipeng's true concerns for their future. As they observed Feipeng approaching, his brow furrowed. They erupted into laughter, treating the scene as entertainment. Look at our senior brother. He seems quite fearful. He must be intimidated by senior brother Duobao. One jested. Indeed, if I were him, I would withdraw from the competition early to avoid becoming a cripple. Though it would be humiliating, it would certainly be better than being beaten into a state of disability by senior brother Duobao. Ha. As Feipeng listened to their idle chatter, he gazed ahead. On Golden Ao Island, the celestial mountains soared into the clouds, rivers flowed without end, and the mist of immortality enveloped the land, while vibrant clouds painted the sky. The ethereal energies in the air shimmered with a faint glow. As the disciples breathed in, these vital energies infiltrated their bodies, gradually improving their physical conditions. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Sounds of breaking air echoed from the sky. On this day, disciples who had been secluded in various caves across Golden Ao Island gathered en masse. Some unleashed beams of escape light, while others tamed mountain spirits as their steeds. Though, as immortals, they rarely required mounts for travel. Possessing a majestic steed certainly added to one's stature compared to flying alone. At that moment, a large group of Jie disciples respectfully surrounded a young man in black robes as he descended from the heavens. The young man reclined on a throne drawn by 9 Qilin beasts, looking down haughtily at Feipeng below. Upon seeing this black-robed figure, the disciples of Jie erupted into loud exclamations. "Look, it is indeed Senior Brother Duobao arriving," they exclaimed. "Hurry, let us go greet him." I can sense the vast aura emanating from Senior Brother Duobao. He must have reached the golden immortal realm. Upon hearing this speculation from one disciple, the surrounding crowd gasped in awe, their eyes widening in shock. Indeed, Senior Brother Duobao is truly a prodigy. No wonder he has become the personal disciple of our master. And now he is the first among us to break through to the golden immortal realm. The disciples engaged in animated discussions, seemingly unaware that Yunxiao, Yunxiao, Bixiao, and Zhao Gongming had already ascended to the golden immortal realm. The 9-headed Qilin beasts descended to the ground, and from the thrones behind them emerged a young man clad in black robes. This was the renowned Duobao Taoist, known for his multitude of magical treasures. Duobao had long attracted the admiration of numerous disciples eager to curry favor. A throng of Jie disciples hurried forward to pay their respects. "Brother Duobao, we have awaited your presence for quite some time. We are all eager for the upcoming battle of wits. Please, do preside over it and commence without delay." Duobao Taoist slightly raised his chin, a glimmer of mockery dancing in his elongated phoenix eyes. Feigning humility, he turned with a dismissive smirk towards Feipeng, who exuded an air of eccentricity. How could that be? In past battle conferences, it was solely because our esteemed senior brother was preoccupied with worldly matters that I had the opportunity to preside. Now that our senior brother Feipeng has finally graced us with his presence, it is only fitting that I relinquish the role of host to him. The surrounding disciples, perceiving Duobao's demeanor, quickly caught on and joined in the raucous cheer. "Brother Duobao, you are mistaken. You have hosted the battle conference multiple times, each time with fairness and impartiality. Therefore, you remain our hero in our hearts. Brother Duobao has made significant contributions to our Jie. His hard work is truly commendable. Surely, our senior brother would not be so petty as to contest the role of host with Brother Duobao." Feipeng, lifting his gaze slightly, observed these individuals performing their self-scripted theatrics, each one seemingly fearful of losing the coveted position of host, and couldn't help but chuckle. Dressed in flowing white robes, he stood with an elegant demeanor, instantly overshadowing Duobao Taoist's presence. With a dismissive scoff, Feipeng remarked, "Are you suggesting that if I do not concede the role of host to Brother Duobao, I am narrow-minded and unworthy of responsibility?" A voice from the crowd piped up with a shrill tone. "Senior brother, do not misinterpret our words. We never claimed such a thing. After all, as the acting head of the sect, how could you contest with a disciple for glory? If word of that got out, it would surely be a source of ridicule for our sect." Feipeng adjusted his robes and smiled nonchalantly. "You are correct. I am the acting head of the sect. And according to our regulations, the host of the battle conference must be the highest-ranking individual among us. Though I have no particular interest in this position, my role as acting head carries an undeniable responsibility that cannot be shirked. Do you intend to disregard the sect's rules?" The group of disciples fell silent, their faces flushed with embarrassment as they retreated. Witnessing this scene, Duobao Taoist, who had previously been the center of attention, suddenly found his expression darkening. With a glimmer of envy and anger flickering in the depths of his eyes, he was about to stride forward, intending to impart a lesson to Feipeng in his capacity as a senior brother, when suddenly a commanding and resounding female voice resonated from the heavens above. "Well said. My brother Fei truly exudes magnificence." The crowd, taken aback, gazed upward to behold the breathtaking figure of Yunxiao, adorned in flowing red silk. Her long hair cascading like a waterfall, radiating an unrestrained and noble spirit. Whoosh, whoosh. 2 more piercing sounds cut through the air. From all directions, several powerful voices echoed. "The senior brother serves as the acting head of the sect. Who among you dares to be disrespectful? Go to the mountain gate and receive 100 lashes as punishment. Otherwise, you shall be expelled from the sect of the intercepting teachings. no longer recognized as our disciple. Yunxiao and Bixiao, their garments billowing, descended upon vibrant clouds, enveloped in a halo of radiant light, arriving in unison. Upon sensing the unique aura of golden immortal cultivators emanating from the three, the disciples displayed expressions of astonishment. When did the three sisters become so formidable? Just a few days ago, were they not still at the level of the profound immortal? In a mere span of days, they had gathered their three flowers and attained the golden immortal realm. Such prodigious talent was indeed terrifying. Chapter 25. Zhao Gongming's initial display of brilliance, ecstasy unleashed. In the realm of golden immortals, the Taoist Duobao, though distinguished, appeared somewhat eclipsed by the three enchanting celestial maidens of unparalleled beauty. Just as the disciples marveled at the rapid cultivation of the Sanshao, a strikingly dashing figure descended from the heavens. This man, Zhao Gongming, stood upon a flying sword, a wine gourd in hand, indulging in the nectar of the divine as he gazed skyward. A resounding clang of sword echoed through the air, accompanied by a sweeping gale of white sword energy. Zhao Gongming, whether by design or happenstance, soared directly above Taoist Duobao's head before gracefully descending before him. In stark contrast to his usual demeanor, Zhao Gongming's eyes blazed with intensity as he surveyed his surroundings. I shall see who among us, apart from the eldest brother, dares to preside over the duel today. At that moment, a breathtaking sword light erupted, cleaving through the air like a flash of lightning, landing mere inches from the head of the nine-headed Qilin that served Taoist Duobao, carving a deep chasm into the earth. The Qilin, startled, bolted in all directions, bellowing in panic. Meanwhile, Taoist Duobao stood rigid, his countenance flushed as if scorched by flames, his brow dark as if stained by soot, his expression ominously grim. A voice, tinged with rage, emerged from Taoist Duobao's throat, strained and raspy. What audacity, Zhao Gongming! You dare to be so insolent merely because you have fortuitously ascended to the golden immortal realm? As he spoke, his left hand formed a spell, summoning a series of serrated flying wheels that buzzed ominously, spinning at high speed and hurtling toward the vital points of Zhao Gongming's form. At this juncture, several formidable figures descended from the skies, predominantly disciples of the Tongtian Patriarch, the Golden Spirit Holy Mother, the Wudong Holy Mother, and the Turtle Spirit Holy Mother. Their gazes were fixated on the unfolding scene, eager to ascertain whether Taoist Duobao or the rising star Zhao Gongming would emerge victorious. The serrated flying wheels were all high-grade postnatal spiritual treasures. Taoist Duobao, not only adept in the path of cultivation, but also a master of artifact forging, was renowned for his formidable array of powerful treasures. Upon witnessing these flying wheels, the crowd erupted in gasps of astonishment. Heavens! Such high-grade postnatal treasures! Taoist Duobao's forging skills have indeed ascended to new heights. As the murmurs of admiration filled the air, a subtle smile graced Taoist Duobao's lips, a glimmer of satisfaction in his eyes. Having previously crafted low-grade postnatal treasures, his recent ascension to the golden immortal realm had allowed him to elevate his forging prowess significantly, enabling him to create high-grade postnatal treasures. In contrast, Zhao Gongming's flying sword was merely a low-grade postnatal treasure. Although both were within the golden immortal realm, the disparity in their treasures was vast. The onlookers sighed collectively, lamenting, alas, Zhao Gongming seems quite misguided. Taoist Duobao has long been at the pinnacle of the profound immortal realm and has now ascended to the golden immortal stage, armed with an arsenal of formidable treasures. Even a typical mid-stage golden immortal would find it challenging to contend with Taoist Duobao. In the present moment, brother Zhao Gongming has only just transcended into the golden immortal realm, his magical artifacts still at a disadvantage. How can he possibly achieve victory? The 5 serrated flying wheels sliced through the air, aimed directly at Zhao Gongming's neck and limbs. The moment the Duobao Taoist made his move, he exhibited no mercy. Should Zhao Gongming fail to counter, he would undoubtedly suffer severed limbs and a loss of life. Yet, to the astonishment of those gathered, Zhao Gongming displayed neither panic nor fear on his countenance. Rather, he appeared almost exhilarated. With a light chuckle, he refrained from immediately blocking the serrated wheels, and in this critical moment, he even took the time to raise a flask to his lips and drink. The liquid cascaded down from the gourd, dripping onto his resolute face and trailing down to his chin. Ah, what splendid wine! Truly remarkable. Witnessing Zhao Gongming's nonchalant demeanor ignited a fierce rage within the Duobao Taoist. As a direct disciple of the revered Saint Tongtian, he held one of the highest standings among the disciples, second only to Master Feipeng before him. His cultivation prowess was among the pinnacle of immortals, and he had always been revered, never having experienced the sting of disdain. With this thought, the Duobao Taoist formed a hand seal. Streams of profound light erupted from his palm, imbuing the 5 serrated wheels with enhanced power. Consequently, their speed surged dramatically. Even if the Duobao Taoist were to withdraw his magical energy at this point, he could not hope to control the rapidly advancing wheels. The expressions of the surrounding disciples shifted instantaneously. Was it possible that brother Zhao Gongming, having just broken through to the golden immortal realm, was about to be slain for his disrespect towards brother Duobao? The rules of the duel strictly prohibited lethal force against fellow disciples. Yet this situation clearly stemmed from Zhao Gongming's provocation. Should the outcome prove fatal, it might be reported to the master, leaving the matter unresolved. This was precisely why the Duobao Taoist dared to strike without mercy. In an instant, the 5 serrated wheels were a mere half-inch from Zhao Gongming's body. All eyes widened, fixed on him, eager to witness his response. Perhaps the next moment would unveil a gruesome scene. Zhao Gongming appeared composed, his movements reminiscent of one intoxicated, swaying with an elusive grace. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The 5 serrated wheels skimmed perilously close to Zhao Gongming's form. Crack, crack, crack. The ground was deeply gouged by the serrated wheels, causing cracks to form and producing a sound akin to shattering ceramics. The surrounding disciples erupted in gasps of astonishment. The bluestone pavement of Golden Ao Island had been inscribed with countless formations. In a typical skirmish, it would be impossible to damage the ground to such a degree, let alone cause such extensive destruction. This underscored the tremendous power behind the Duobao Taoist's prior attack. After evading the Duobao Taoist's onslaught, Zhao Gongming tilted his head with a charming smile, gently brushing his thumb across his nose. I have afforded you your chance to strike. Now, it is my turn. In the next moment, the disciples were astonished to witness a surge of ethereal mist emanating from within Zhao Gongming. The sword at his feet suddenly emitted a resonant tremor. With an air of grace, Zhao Gongming executed a flawless backflip in midair, the sword landing precisely beneath him. Steadily positioned upon the blade, he commanded the sword, now under the influence of the celestial mist, to propel him like a shooting star towards Duobao Daoren. Meanwhile, amidst the lofty expanse, the realms of Yunxiao, Xiongxiao, and Bixiao revealed glimmers of delight in their eyes. Zhao Gongming had already invoked the Shushan sword technique, and it was certain that he would soon unleash the God of Wine spell. This spell possessed tremendous power, yet whether it could vanquish Duobao Daoren would depend on Zhao Gongming's prowess. Observing Zhao Gongming approaching on his flying sword, his form as swift as a swallow, Duobao Daoren's phoenix-like eyes widened in astonishment. How could his speed be so extraordinary? Chapter 26. I truly do not wish to become a host of celestial officials. It is no wonder that the Taoist of treasures displayed an expression of astonishment. In the mainstream of the Honghuang world, these deities all employed escape techniques to fly. While such techniques appeared to allow one to ride the clouds and mist, they were, in truth, far less agile than the speed exhibited by Zhao Gongming. Consequently, their slow modes of flight were ill-suited for combat. However, the body technique Zhao Gongming exhibited at that moment was entirely different. Mastering the art of controlling a sword with one's chi, he stood upon a flying sword, effortlessly maneuvering in the air. Engaging in battle in this manner undoubtedly afforded him a significant advantage. Jealousy flickered in the Taoist of treasure's eyes. He was acutely aware that the lineage of Bo Palace lacked such remarkable abilities. Where had Zhao Gongming acquired such extraordinary fortune? As the thoughts swirled in the Taoist's mind, the onlookers scarcely perceived a series of afterimages before Zhao Gongming had already flown before him. Divine Wine Incantation. Suddenly, an immense surge of magical power erupted from Zhao Gongming's form, causing his upper robe to shatter instantaneously. Bang! The fragments of his robe flew in all directions, prompting those nearby to hastily evade. The remnants of a golden immortal's attire still possessed formidable lethality. Should they fail to dodge in time, their lives could be in grave peril. In that moment, Zhao Gongming's gaze sharpened, akin to that of a hawk. The liquor he had consumed transformed into golden incantations. Materializing upon his skin, a powerful force coursed through Zhao Gongming's limbs and veins, invigorating his entire being. Ah! Zhao Gongming bellowed, his hair standing on end as invisible sound waves radiated from his mouth, akin to an unseen tidal wave that obliterated everything in its path. The gathered immortals hastily summoned their powers to shield their bodies, barely managing to withstand the reverberations of Zhao Gongming's roar. Even so, many disciples of lower cultivation levels were injured internally by the sonic waves. They wiped the blood from their lips with their sleeves, their expressions filled with horror as they gazed upon the scene. Zhao Gongming's roar was merely an emotional release. His true lethal strike was yet to commence. The golden incantations that danced upon his skin converged before him, forming a luminous sphere of incantation. Strings of golden incantations intertwined like delicate iron chains, creating a sight both peculiar and exquisite. Zhao Gongming smirked. This is the divine wine incantation taught to me by my elder brother. If you can endure this technique, I shall refrain from interfering with your desire to host the dual conference. The Taoist of Treasure's countenance darkened, and fury radiated from his eyes. How could he fail to comprehend the implication behind Zhao Gongming's words, that he would be utterly incapable of withstanding this attack? Could he endure such provocation? Thus, the Taoist of Treasures extended his arms, and numerous magical artifacts soared forth from his voluminous sleeves. Not only were there swords, spears, and axes, but also hammers and spiked clubs. Each artifact emanated the aura of high-grade, postnatal spiritual treasures. When combined, their power became truly boundless. This scene instantly left the spectators, including the Holy Mother of Golden Spirit, pale with shock. They had not anticipated that Duobao Taoist harbored such a formidable trump card. To simultaneously activate numerous superior postnatal spiritual treasures would annihilate even a peak golden immortal in an instant, leaving Zhao Gongming no chance to contend with him. As they stood there, momentarily stunned, Zhao Gongming's divine golden ball of the wine spell collided thunderously with the torrent of Duobao Taoist treasures. Boom! An explosion erupted between them. The mana surged like a miniature tornado, spiraling outward in all directions, reducing the ground beneath them to a chaotic wreckage. The disciples quickly lifted their gazes towards the fray, eager to discern the outcome of this clash. To gain clarity, Yunxiao gently waved her hand, and a gentle breeze swept through, dissipating all the turbulent energy and revealing the figures of Duobao Taoist and Zhao Gongming facing each other. Between them, Zhao Gongming's golden spell ball was gradually fading, and in an instant, it resembled weathered rock, transforming into golden dust that scattered across the earth. Witnessing this, expressions of regret appeared on everyone's faces. Could it be that senior brother Zhao Gongming had lost? However, the Sanshao sisters continued to beam with confidence, seemingly unperturbed by the prospect of Zhao Gongming's defeat. It was the triumphant smiles of the Sanshao sisters that caused the Holy Mother of Golden Spirit and the others to furrow their brows, sensing that something was amiss. Their doubts were swiftly dispelled when, in the next moment, the dozens of treasures hovering before Duobao Taoist began to emit cracking sounds. Crack, crack, crack. In mere moments, all the superior postnatal spiritual treasures became riddled with fissures, crumbling into a heap of worthless scrap metal. Simultaneously, the backlash from activating so many treasures struck Duobao Taoist. He coughed up a mouthful of blood, his once mighty form now resembling a kite severed from its string, soaring backwards several thousand zhong until he skidded along the ground, leaving a long trench before finally coming to a halt. At this moment, Duobao Taoist's complexion was as pale as paper, and his aura had waned to the utmost degree. He attempted to struggle and utter a few words, but suddenly darkness enveloped him, a profound sense of weakness and drowsiness inundating his mind. Thus, the former foremost expert of Golden Ao Island, Duobao Taoist, tilted his neck, closed his eyes, and fainted completely. The once boisterous square fell into an eerie silence. Everyone stared wide-eyed, their faces etched with disbelief. Duobao Taoist had actually been defeated. Hiss, hiss, hiss. All eyes turned towards Zhao Gongming, filled with both reverence and fear. What extraordinary fortune had Zhao Gongming encountered? How could he elevate his strength to such terrifying heights in just a few short days? With a single move, he had nearly vanquished the formidable Duobao Taoist. Terrifying, truly horrifying, just as the crowd remained engulfed in their astonishment. Suddenly, a derisive laugh escaped from Yunxiao. Was it truly worthy of such astonishment to deal with such a mediocre opponent? My two sisters and I, even with one hand tied behind our backs, could effortlessly vanquish him. Silence, shock, dismay. All present widened their eyes, horrified, as they stared at the three celestial maidens, Yunxiao, Xiongxiao, and Bixiao. At this moment, they were all utterly taken aback by Bixiao's words. Not just Zhao Gongming, but any one of the three could easily defeat the formidable Duobao Shixiang with merely one hand? As the disciples felt their minds reeling in disbelief, a figure clad in white, Feipeng, stepped forth with an unhurried gait. Enough. This matter is a misunderstanding. Let it rest. No one is to cause a disturbance before the dual conference. In Feipeng's striking gaze, an air of authority emanated, silencing the disciples of the Jie Sect, rendering them too intimidated to make a sound. Feipeng slowly surveyed the assembly before speaking indifferently. Otherwise, as the acting master, I must take on the responsibility of discipline. After uttering these words, he stood with his hands clasped behind him, gazing into the distance. In just a few sentences, he commanded the respect of all the celestial beings, their demeanor reflecting the utmost reverence, akin to that shown to the heavenly master. Seeing the moment was ripe, Yunxiao gracefully approached Feipeng, her movements elegant and poised. She first performed a respectful bow, then slowly knelt before him, beseeching, "I implore you, Xixiao, to preside over the dual conference." Observing Yunxiao's actions, Xiao and Bixiao promptly knelt behind her. Xiao implored, "I beseech you, Xixiao, to preside over the dual conference." Bixiao echoed, "I implore you, Xixiao, to preside over the dual conference." The other disciples, witnessing this, hastily knelt as well, collectively calling out to Feipeng, "We implore you, Xixiao, to preside over the dual conference. We implore you, Xixiao, to preside over the dual conference." In an instant, on Jinao Island, a myriad of radiant colors filled the air, the atmosphere resonating with a formidable presence, presenting an extraordinarily grand spectacle. Yet, as Feipeng gazed at the sea of kneeling disciples before him, he was taken aback. "Alas, what are you all doing? I truly have no desire to take on the role of this so-called presiding celestial official." Chapter 27. Duobao has succumbed to slumber. This burden must fall upon me alone. At that moment, Yunxiao stealthily lifted her gaze and observed the expression on Feipeng's face. Instantly, she fathomed the true thoughts brewing within him. With a gentle nudge of her elbow against his side, she leaned closer, whispering softly into his ear, "Only you and senior brother Duobao are fit to preside over this gathering. Now that Duobao lies incapacitated, if you do not step forth to shoulder this responsibility, I fear the myriad immortals of the Jie Sect will not acquiesce. With our master absent from the island, should any turmoil arise, it will inevitably fall upon you, the acting leader, to resolve the ensuing chaos. Would you prefer minor troubles or significant ones?" Upon hearing Yunxiao's words, Feipeng's countenance faltered. This. He could only emit a resigned sigh. "Very well, I shall preside over this contest of magic on behalf of my fellow senior brother. However, Yunxiao, you must assist me. Otherwise, I truly do not know where to begin." Yunxiao glanced at Feipeng, recognizing his lack of aptitude for such matters. With a blush gracing her cheeks, she nodded in agreement. "Very well, I shall serve as your aide, ensuring the smooth conduct of this contest." Although Feipeng harbored great reluctance towards hosting the magical duel, having promised Yunxiao, he would not retract his words. His expression gradually transformed into one of solemnity as he lifted his head. He surveyed the assembly of prostrated immortals from the Jie Sect before him. With a voice rich in magnetism and authority, he proclaimed, "The master, Tongtian Jiaozhu, has departed for Xixiao Palace to convene. Before his departure, he entrusted the Jie Sect to me in the presence of all the immortals. Today marks the centennial contest of magic for our Jie Sect, and I am honored by your trust in electing me as the presiding official. Though I have hesitated time and again, the sincerity of your request is difficult to refuse. Thus, I must reluctantly accept this duty, being fully aware of my limited virtues and fearing I may not fulfill the role with fairness and justice. To facilitate the smooth progression of this contest, I hereby recommend Fairy Yunxiao as my assistant. What say you, esteemed colleagues?" Upon hearing Feipeng designate Yunxiao as his assistant for the contest, the pupils of the Golden Spirit Mother, the Turtle Spirit Mother, and many other disciples of the Jie Sect darkened with inscrutable intent. However, since the choice came from the appointed acting leader, they refrained from objection. At that moment, the assembly lowered their heads even further, collectively bowing in respect to Feipeng. Responding in unison, "We respectfully inform you, senior brother, that we harbor no dissent. We shall abide by your decree." Observing the myriad immortals of the Jie Sect submit to his authority, Feipeng nodded with calm assurance. "Thus, I now declare the contest of magic for the Jie Sect officially commenced." As Feipeng finally announced the formal commencement of the contest, an uproar of cheers erupted from all the Jie Sect disciples, akin to a cataclysmic wave crashing upon the shore. Numerous disciples unleashed their mystical powers, releasing a dazzling array of colorful sparks that, in an instant, transformed the usually serene abode of the celestial beings into a vibrant celebration reminiscent of a grand fireworks display. Yunxiao gracefully approached Feipeng, first bowing respectfully before speaking in a gentle tone. "Master brother, might I invite you to ascend to the high platform of the Wanjian Square? From there, you shall have a panoramic view of the entire square, allowing you to observe each arena clearly." Feipeng nodded, stepping out with an air of elegance. With each stride he took, his figure soared into the air, and with every delicate touch of his toes upon the void, invisible ripples radiated outward. This seemingly unremarkable display was, in truth, extraordinary. Only the most exceptional disciples of the celestial teacher could perceive the subtle resonance of profound Taoist rhythms emanating with each step Feipeng took, harmonizing with the grand formation of the entire Jie island. Upon recognizing this subtle shift, waves of astonishment surged within their hearts, their eyes reflecting sheer disbelief. Given Master Brother's revealed cultivation, he was merely at the golden core stage. Yet he commanded the flow of Taoist essence and exerted control over the vast Jie island formation. It was crucial to note that even they, at the pinnacle of the profound immortal realm, could not achieve such mastery. Truly, Master Brother is enigmatic. Unaware of the thoughts swirling in the minds of the disciples of the Feipeng, accompanied by Yunxiao, stepped into the void and swiftly landed upon the high platform of the Wanjian Square. As he surveyed the surroundings, he found the view indeed expansive, granting him a comprehensive perspective of every corner of the square. A smile of satisfaction graced his features. Presiding over this location would undoubtedly simplify matters for him. A person who preferred to avoid complications. Yunxiao, radiating warmth, noticed Feipeng lost in thought and gently shook her head, offering a considerate reminder. Master Brother, as our has a multitude of disciples, it would be prudent to establish a sequence for the dueling matches to maintain order and coherence. I kindly request that you announce that the competitions should commence with the third-generation disciples, gradually progressing to those of higher seniority and greater strength. In this manner, the dueling conference shall undoubtedly culminate in success under your guidance. Upon hearing Yunxiao's suggestion, Feipeng's eyes sparkled with realization. What an excellent idea. My dear junior sister Yunxiao, your intelligence and thoughtfulness are truly commendable. He cleared his throat, and the previously raucous gathering of disciples fell into a hushed silence. All eyes turned expectantly towards Feipeng. I hereby declare that the sequence of the dueling matches shall commence with the third-generation disciples, followed by a gradual progression to those of higher seniority and greater prowess. Now, I invite the third-generation disciples to nominate their representatives to ascend the arena, and according to tradition, the victors shall be awarded their due rewards. The failures signify a lack of diligence in one's cultivation, and it is hoped that in the future, one will devote themselves to further practice to regain their lost honor in the next competition of magical prowess. After Feipeng concluded his speech, all the disciples of the Jie Sect widened their eyes in astonishment, gazing at him in disbelief. They had not anticipated that the eldest brother would possess such a formidable presence. His words were delivered with such clarity and logic that they surpassed even those of the esteemed Duobao. The eloquence of the eldest brother was truly remarkable. Were I to stand upon the stage, I would surely be overwhelmed by the multitude and stutter in nervousness. It was astonishing that the eldest brother, who usually remained secluded in meditation, could effortlessly preside over such a grand occasion. Truly an impressive feat. Laughter erupted among the onlookers. The eldest brother's extraordinary talents are beyond comparison with the likes of you. While they were engrossed in discussion, numerous disciples had already ascended the platform to engage in contests and exchanges. Most were purely engaged in magical combat, though a few disciples did employ magical artifacts, which did not contravene the rules of the competition. After all, in the Primordial World, magical artifacts are among the most crucial aids. Chapter 28. The Challenge of the Holy Mother of Gold Spirit to the Celestial Maiden Yunxiao. Moreover, the adept manipulation of magical artifacts is indeed a form of cultivation skill. In the throes of genuine combat, the assistance of such artifacts cannot be overlooked. However, in order to better gauge each other's levels and strengths, these disciples would strive to refrain from utilizing their magical tools. Subsequently, the third-generation disciples took turns to showcase their abilities, with an array of spells and divine powers clashing upon the stage. In that moment, the island of Jie was a spectacle of extraordinary phenomena, as one law after another manifested in the void, resonating with the rhythm of Tao. As time passed, although these disciples engaged in combat for an extended period, a distinction in skill inevitably emerged. After 3 days, the disciples of lower cultivation levels from the Jie Sect had already been eliminated, leaving only the formidable inner disciples and true disciples. At this juncture, the martial arts competition reached a crescendo, with the atmosphere reaching its zenith. The contests on the platform became increasingly exhilarating. Suddenly, a graceful maiden emerged from the throng, causing a stir throughout the square. Feipeng and Yunxiao exchanged knowing smiles, recognizing that it was Yunxiao's turn to take the stage. With the cultivation level of a golden immortal, Yunxiao ranked prominently among the myriad of immortals within the Jie Sect. Hence, Feipeng and Yunxiao felt no apprehension regarding her contest, unless unforeseen circumstances arose. Yunxiao was certain to secure a position within the top 10 of this martial arts competition. Yunxiao's visage was as beautiful as a celestial being, with skin as pure as snow, lightly dusted with a delicate frost, exuding an air of sanctity and nobility. She donned a flowing azure gown that trailed behind her, adorned at the neckline with embroidered white cranes and auspicious clouds, further embellished with lustrous pearls that shimmered like glazed glass. Her high-heeled shoes, reminiscent of jade, accentuated her long, elegant legs. As Yunxiao gracefully twirled on the stage, her expression remained serene as she addressed the audience below. I am Yunxiao, an inner disciple of the Jie Sect, currently at the initial stage of the golden immortal level. I wonder if any esteemed brothers or sisters would be willing to impart their teachings. Upon witnessing Yunxiao's exquisite form and her self-declared initial golden immortal cultivation, a collective gasp of astonishment arose from the crowd below. Indeed, the celestial maiden Yunxiao possessed remarkable talent, as she had surpassed several true disciples, advancing to the golden immortal stage as an outer disciple. This demonstrated her unwavering resolve and marked her as a fairy of great ambition and tenacity. Yunxiao gazed upon her sister on the stage, her stunning features betraying a hint of delight. Yunxiao, a powerful practitioner at the golden immortal level, belonged to the upper echelon of strength within the Jie Sect. I surmised that no foolhardy challengers would dare to face her in this initial contest. I predict that Sister Yunxiao will advance effortlessly. Feipeng observed the scene below, his handsome countenance adorned with a subtle smile. Yet he could not help but shake his head in mild disagreement. That may not necessarily be the case. He had already detected the dissatisfied expressions of the Holy Mother of Gold Spirit and others, their discontent concealed, yet revealing glimpses of unusual glances deep within their eyes. Nonetheless, none of this could escape Feipeng's keen perception. Indeed, just as Feipeng shook his head, a sound sliced through the air. A graceful woman clad in a form-fitting golden qipao elegantly executed a somersault, landing with poise atop the arena. The Golden Spirit Holy Mother fixed her gaze upon the Yunxiao fairy and offered a slight bow. The essence of the duel was to engage in a spirited exchange, testing each other's cultivation. If no one challenged her junior sister to a few rounds, would she not find the experience rather dull? Thus, with audacity, the Golden Spirit dared to accompany Yunxiao in a friendly contest, hoping for her esteemed guidance. As she spoke, a hint of provocation danced across her features. Yunxiao turned slightly towards the Golden Spirit Holy Mother, her demeanor betraying no sign of anger. Her countenance was cold and noble, resembling a majestic iceberg. Since she had begun to cultivate the techniques of the descendant of Enwa, Zishuan, Yunxiao's temperament had transformed from gentle and considerate to increasingly aloof and regal. This intangible shift had, in turn, enhanced her allure. With her profile turned, she looked down upon the Golden Spirit Holy Mother, her beautiful eyes reflecting a serene icy blue. Her lips parted slightly, and a voice as pure as pearls cascading onto jade resonated forth. Is your cultivation merely at the pinnacle of the profound immortal realm? Should you forcefully challenge me, it would be futile. The implication was clear, subtly suggesting the Golden Spirit Holy Mother reconsider her challenge and concede. Yet, since the Golden Spirit was unwilling to yield and had bravely ascended the stage, she would not be dissuaded by a single remark from Yunxiao. With a hearty laugh directed towards the heavens, the Golden Spirit Holy Mother declared, "Rank does not dictate everything. I am a direct disciple of the Master Tongtian, with a solid foundation and formidable magical prowess. My abilities far surpass those of a mere golden immortal who seeks quick success through reckless means. I shall make my move. Junior sister, you must be cautious. Should a golden immortal be bested by a mere peak profound immortal like me, it would indeed be a great embarrassment." As she spoke, a chilling smile graced the lips of the Golden Spirit Holy Mother. She planted her foot firmly on the ground, propelling herself forward like a swift arrow aimed at Yunxiao. Simultaneously, shadows flickered in her hands as she deftly executed 9 incantations. Suddenly, 9 radiant attacks burst forth from behind her, each emanating a potent wave of magical energy. The onlookers gasped in disbelief. My heavens! The 9 attacks from Sister Golden Spirit have reached the level of golden immortals. How is this possible? No wonder she has such confidence to challenge the Yunxiao fairy on the arena. It appears that while she may only be at the pinnacle of the profound immortal realm, her true strength has already attained the golden immortal level. It seems Sister Golden Spirit is not unable to break through to the golden immortal realm. Rather, she is refining herself to achieve perfection in her Tao. Observing the subtle traces of Tao rhythm emanating from Sister Golden Spirit, it became evident that she was truly extraordinary. Do you truly believe that Sister Yunxiao is simple? Observing the aura of cultivation emanating from junior sister Yunxiao, it is evident that it resonates with the same level as the supreme clarity celestial method imparted by our esteemed master. One cannot help but wonder where Yunxiao has discovered such fortuitous opportunities. The surrounding crowd expressed their admiration, reflecting on the recent string of fortunate disciples. First, it was brother Zhao Gongming, who encountered a mysterious chance, not only breaking through to the golden immortal realm, but also mastering formidable techniques and divine abilities. Now, junior sister Yunxiao has similarly unearthed her own destiny. Could it be that the master has clandestinely arranged numerous opportunities on Golden Ao Island? Yet, they remain unaware of this possibility, still believing that the fortunes found by Zhao Gongming and Yunxiao were meticulously orchestrated in advance by the heavenly teacher. After all, techniques and divine powers that can rival the supreme clarity celestial method are not as commonplace as cabbages. How could one simply stumble upon them? It is only our revered master, a sage of unparalleled cultivation, who has painstakingly concealed these opportunities on the island, providing a plausible explanation for their extraordinary discoveries. Chapter 29. The Unattainable One. As a disciple of the revered Tongtian sect, the formidable prowess of the Golden Spirit Saintess is indisputable. At this moment, she bends forward, arms outstretched like a great rock preparing for flight. Suddenly, 9 dazzling beams of energy surge forth from behind her, each radiating with distinct hues of magical power, enveloping a unique treasure within. It is through these treasures that the Golden Spirit Saintess's attacks ascend to the level of a golden immortal. The 9 multicolored beams of light converge towards Yunxiao. Her expression remains serene, her eyes resembling autumn waters, as she lifts her gaze slightly, instantly discerning the treasures hurtling towards her with clarity. Among the 9 beams are the Dragon Tiger Rui, the 4 Symbols Pagoda, the 7 Fragrance Chariot, the Flying Golden Sword, the Golden Funnel, the Jade Pipa, the Fan Mountain Seal, the White Lotus Lamp, and the Emerald Bracelet. Each treasure emanates the potent aura of a golden immortal, a force that ordinary golden immortal cultivators would not dare to withstand. Yet, Yunxiao, positioned sideways to the Golden Spirit Saintess, appears devoid of any desire to even turn and face her. Dressed in a floor-length gown, the translucent veil accentuates her long, fair legs. Her skin, pure as snow, is enveloped in ethereal mist, exuding an otherworldly charm that renders her akin to a rare Tianshan snow lotus. She bears a countenance of icy nobility, reminiscent of a glacier. Her cheeks adorned with a delicate frost, embodying the essence of a celestial being, aloof and enigmatic, untouched by the mundane world. In an instant, the Golden Spirit Saintess's 9 attacks are upon her, the treasures poised to crash down from above with overwhelming force. Yunxiao, with a languid gaze, raises her striking ice blue eyes ever so slightly. This subtle motion, akin to the arrival of twilight over the misty mountains, captivates all, stunning them into silence. The myriad of celestial beings from the are entranced, gazing at Yunxiao, transformed in her ethereal beauty. They have never perceived her in such a resplendent light. Her beauty is regal, so exquisite that it invokes reverence. In stark contrast, the Golden Spirit Saintess, positioned before her, appears almost as a mere servant girl. Although she possesses her own allure, it pales in comparison to the enchanting presence of Yunxiao. The Golden Spirit Saintess furrows her brows, jealousy igniting within her eyes. Humph! Once I shatter your pride with my power, you shall revert to the timid little junior sister who knows only to submit. At this moment, Yunxiao finally makes her move. Her delicate form quivers slightly as she lazily raises an arm, gesturing lightly towards the descending treasures. In an instant, a tremor resonates from her ice-blue fingertips, accompanied by a sound akin to divine music. An enchanting light of icy blue unfolds in the air, sketching patterns of snowflakes, rippling outward like undulating waves. When the outermost circle of icy blue ripples meets the 9 treasures launched by the Golden Spirit Saintess, a radiant brilliance erupts from that gossamer touch, illuminating the surroundings with a dazzling icy glow. A surge of profound mystical energy enveloped the 9 artifacts in an instant. Previously exuding formidable waves of power akin to that of golden immortals, the artifacts now trembled collectively, their radiant auras flickering as if they might extinguish at any moment. The magical force surrounding them swayed like a candle flame in the wind, even disrupting the connection with the Golden Spirit Matriarch. At that moment, the delicate ice-blue ripple emanating from Yunxiao's fingertip expanded throughout the void. This ice-blue energy flowed like ink diffusing in a porcelain vessel, gradually encroaching upon the 9 artifacts. With a soft pop, The protective barrier around the artifacts shattered in less than a second, akin to a fragile bubble bursting. Soon after, the artifacts faded into darkness, plummeting towards the ground. How could this be possible? The Golden Spirit Matriarch's eyes widened in disbelief as her countenance shifted dramatically, revealing her distress. With a gentle gesture, Yunxiao severed her connection to the artifacts, causing the spells to dissipate and the artifacts to descend from the heights of the sky to the earth below. What did this signify? It indicated that Yunxiao's mastery of the Tao effortlessly eclipsed her own. The emergence of the 9 artifacts represented the pinnacle of the Golden Spirit Matriarch's capabilities, and now they had been effortlessly dismantled by Yunxiao. How could one so proud accept such a defeat? A resonant sound reverberated through the void, and another circle of ice-blue ripples surged towards the Golden Spirit Matriarch. Unbeknownst to Yunxiao, this was indeed the Golden Spirit Matriarch's ultimate technique. Thus, in Yunxiao's mind, the battle was far from over, and she had no intention of withdrawing. Yet the Golden Spirit Matriarch was gripped by terror, her eyes nearly bulging from their sockets. If she could barely withstand one ripple, how could she endure another? As she sensed the overwhelming power within the ripples, her complexion shifted from pale to dark, then back to pale again. She raised her gaze to the sky, locking eyes with Yunxiao and confirming the truth. She was facing an adversary beyond her means. Acknowledging Yunxiao's formidable prowess, she resolved to retreat. However, it was too late. The ice-blue magical ripple struck her chest with astonishing speed. Boom! With no time to contemplate, the Golden Spirit Matriarch hastily conjured a crystalline barrier to defend herself. Yet, in an instant, Yunxiao's ripple shattered it to pieces. The force propelled her through the air, tracing an elegant parabola above the arena, her eyes bulging and blood erupting from her form. Bang! With a resounding thud, the Golden Spirit Matriarch crashed heavily onto the ground of the heavily warded Zhao Island, her vision exploding with stars, her mind in disarray. A persistent ringing echoing in her ears. Lying there in utter defeat, her magical aura had diminished to its nadir. All her power had been effortlessly dispelled by Yunxiao, leaving her devoid of any combat strength. Had it not been for Yunxiao's restraint at the critical moment, she might have been severely injured. At that moment, the Golden Spirit Matriarch's gaze was vacant, her expression fraught with disbelief. Did I truly lose? Once, she had stood as a revered disciple of the highest order. Yet, Yunxiao was merely an unremarkable outer disciple. By nature, Yunxiao was gentle and mild-mannered, always embodying a demeanor of forbearance and non-contention. However, the Yunxiao standing before her now bore little resemblance to her former self. The present Yunxiao emanated an aura reminiscent of the revered Golden Spirit Mother, resembling a celestial maiden untouched by the dust of the mortal realm, exuding an ethereal grace and nobility. No longer concerned with the vanquished Spirit Mother, Yunxiao lightly brushed her sleeves and, with a poised step upon the golden lotus, descended elegantly to the ground. Throughout this process, the myriad celestial beings of Zhao remained enveloped in silence, their gazes fixated solely upon the silhouette of the celestial maiden, Yunxiao. Only when she gracefully alighted on the elevated platform of the square, joining Yunxiao and Bai Xiao, did they awaken from their astonishment. Astonishment erupted among the celestial beings of Zhao. Chapter 30 Brother Feipeng. Behold these grapes, so dark and purple. Am I perhaps hallucinating? Junior sister Yunxiao has actually triumphed over senior sister Jinling? Not merely triumphed, but achieved a resounding victory. Look, junior sister Yunxiao appears utterly nonchalant, as if she exerted no effort at all in effortlessly defeating senior sister Jinling. Did any of you notice? The technique employed by junior sister Yunxiao seems entirely unlike the Shangqing immortal method taught by our master. Indeed, had you not mentioned it, I might have overlooked it. The aura of the technique emanating from junior sister Yunxiao is remarkably unfamiliar. It is certainly not from our sect. Where could she have possibly acquired such an extraordinary opportunity? The disciples of Bo Palace, both astonished by Yunxiao's recent display and curious in their discourse, found themselves in disbelief. The outcome of this battle shattered the preconceived notions held by the myriad immortals of the Jie Sect regarding Yunxiao, leaving them in wonder. Previously, the Holy Mother Jinling was known within the Jie Sect as one who relished engaging in bouts with others. Her position as a direct disciple of the celestial leader attested to her unparalleled talent, and thus, most challenges concluded with her victory. Yet this time, Yunxiao achieved a victory that was as swift as a gust of wind. This caught everyone off guard. They had anticipated that the Holy Mother Jinling would, as before, secure an easy win. Little did they expect that the victor would be the once inconspicuous Yunxiao among the Jie Sect's myriad immortals. Even the recently awakened Taoist Duobao wore a look of astonishment. He was well aware of the might of the Holy Mother Jinling, possessing formidable powers and wielding 9 immensely powerful treasures. Even now, having ascended to the golden immortal realm, he found little hope of besting the Holy Mother in combat. In that moment, a flicker of relief crossed Duobao's face. It seemed that in comparison to the Holy Mother Jinling, his defeat to Zhao Gongming was inconsequential. Such is human nature. When faced with personal misfortune, one often finds solace in the plight of others. Meanwhile, upon the elevated platform of the square, Feipeng reclined comfortably in a long rattan chair, akin to lying on a bed, while the chair's curved legs swayed gently upon the stone floor. The stunningly beautiful Yunxiao, the ethereally graceful Xiao, and the bright-eyed and radiant Bai Xiao were all by his side. The lively and adorable Bai Xiao held a cluster of violet-hued grapes, feeding them one by one into Feipeng's mouth. At this moment, witnessing her sister's magnificent triumph over the Holy Mother Jinling, Bai Xiao promptly turned, plucking a grape as a reward for her sister. Sister, you are truly exceptional. Magnificently done. Here, let me grant you this grape, Bai Xiao exclaimed, bouncing with delight as she circled around Xiao, her delicate hand playfully lifting the hem of Xiao's skirt. Then, she offered a grape, resembling a purple diamond, to Xiao's lips. Upon witnessing the scene, Xiao's expression immediately shifted, and she hastily pulled down her skirt to once again conceal her fair, elongated legs. Oh dear. Sister, what are you doing? Xiao glared at Bai Xiao with a mix of caution and irritation, her voice laced with captivating charm. However, Bai Xiao merely stifled a giggle, responding playfully, what else could I be doing? I'm feeding you grapes. If I don't lift the skirt, what if the juice spills and stains it? Xiao quickly cast a glance towards Feipeng, a flush of crimson blooming on her cheeks. Sister, have you forgotten? This isn't our cave. Brother Fei is still here. If he were to see something inappropriate, wouldn't that be quite disrespectful? At her words, Feipeng, who had been reclining on a rattan chair, suddenly sputtered out a mouthful of grape wine. Uffed. Yunxiao swiftly grabbed a pristine silk handkerchief to wipe the wine stains from his chest, her face marked by panic, her autumn-like eyes brimming with concern. Brother Fei, what happened? Are you spitting blood? Is your previous injury still not healed? Flustered by her worry, Yunxiao recalled that when Feipeng first made his entrance, he had mentioned suffering from a Dao injury, which had caused him to fall from the golden immortal realm to the Qi refinement stage. Yet the celestial master still entrusted him with the position of acting master. Feipeng extended his broad palm, firmly grasping Yunxiao's delicate fingers. His voice, rich and magnetic, flowed gently like a breeze. It's nothing serious. This isn't blood, it's red wine. Suddenly being seized by Feipeng's hand, had it been any other man, Yunxiao would have slapped him away, sending the presumptuous rogue flying. However, if this individual happened to be her long-admired senior brother, she could only feel a sense of romance wash over her, a blush blooming on her porcelain cheeks. Her youthful heart raced like a startled deer, pounding wildly. Caught off guard, the inexperienced Yunxiao stood frozen, uncertain of how to proceed. Fortunately, at that moment, Bai Xiao bounded over like a little white rabbit. Brother Fei, sister. She actually scolded me. You must take my side. Bai Xiao nestled against Feipeng, pouting adorably as if she had suffered a tremendous grievance. Referring to Xiao, who had just reprimanded her, Feipeng glanced at the composed Xiao and then at the clingy Bai Xiao, feeling an overwhelming sense of exasperation. Ah, this. Resigned, he gently ruffled Bai Xiao's hair. Your sister merely wishes to maintain the dignity of a celestial maiden. That hardly counts as scolding, does it? Our dear Bai Xiao, being magnanimous and wise, should not hold it against her, should you? Bai Xiao promptly leaped from Feipeng's embrace, hands on her hips, her little mouth pouting defiantly. Since Brother Fei has interceded for her, as a well-mannered and exceptionally beautiful genius, I shall graciously forgive her. With the defeat of the Golden Spirit Holy Mother, her good sister, the Turtle Spirit Holy Mother, suddenly harbored numerous grievances. At this moment, the Sacred Mother of Tortoise Spirit handed a small green vial to the Sacred Mother of Golden Spirit. Her crimson lips parted slightly, and a voice as melodious as a celestial maiden's echoed forth. Sister, take this elixir granted by our master. Once you consume it, you will be completely healed in no time. It is lamentable that the celestial maiden of Xiao has dealt such a heavy blow to you. This matter cannot simply be overlooked. Wait and see. I shall seek retribution on your behalf. Upon hearing this, the Sacred Mother of Golden Spirit's expression changed dramatically, and she hastily grasped the arm of the Sacred Mother of Tortoise Spirit, pulling her back. Sister, you must not. The Celestial Maiden of Xiao is now a practitioner of the Golden Immortal Realm. I just engaged with her, and she did not exert her full strength. Our powers are comparable. How could we hope to defeat her with a reckless challenge? However, the Sacred Mother of Tortoise Spirit remained unfazed, a confident smile gracing her features as she explained to the Sacred Mother of Golden Spirit. Sister, do not panic. Who says I intend to challenge the Celestial Maiden of Yunxiao? The Sacred Mother of Golden Spirit's face was now etched with confusion. Then what do you mean by this? The Sacred Mother of Tortoise Spirit let out a cold laugh. Consider the three celestial sisters of your. They were merely ordinary beings. Now, the Celestial Maiden of Yunxiao's significant rise in strength is merely a stroke of fortune, a fortuitous encounter. Yet, such opportunities are not as common as cabbage and cannot be easily shared. Her fortune does not imply that her sisters, Yunxiao and Baixiao, share the same luck. I refuse to believe that all three of them could possess such remarkable fortune. Upon hearing the Sacred Mother of Tortoise Spirit's reasoning, the Sacred Mother of Golden Spirit felt less anxious. Realizing that her sister did not intend to confront Yunxiao, she let out a sigh of relief. What you say makes sense. Such opportunities are indeed not easily obtained. With your strength, defeating the Celestial Maidens of Yunxiao and Baixiao would surely be a trivial task. However, having just faced defeat, if you were to challenge them, others might accuse us of narrow-mindedness and of bullying the weak. To her surprise, the Sacred Mother of Tortoise Spirit's brows furrowed, and she became enraged. Humph. She did not consider such things when she struck at you. Today, I shall teach them a lesson, no matter what. Chapter 31. To speak frankly. All the Celestials of the are envious. The Holy Mother of Tortoise Spirit donned a delicate suit of black battle armor, adorned with a snow-white pearl the size of an egg atop her head, radiating a luminous white glow that accentuated her skin, rendering it as pure as pristine snow. Yet, at this moment, her expression was one of discontent. In her eyes, the dignity of a direct disciple of a saint was not to be trifled with. Moreover, she had shared a sisterly bond with the Holy Mother of Golden Spirit since childhood. Witnessing her defeat at the hands of Yunxiao and suffering injury was something she could not let pass unchallenged. With each deliberate step, the Holy Mother of Tortoise Spirit emerged, her stature towering above the average disciples of the. Her bold approach towards the arena naturally drew the attention of numerous disciples. Look, isn't that Sister Tortoise Spirit? Indeed, it is her. Given her temperament, she is surely seeking to restore Golden Spirit's honor. As she advanced, the crowd's focus intensified, and she could feel an increasing number of gazes converging upon her. Upon reaching the center of the stage, she lifted her pristine chin, casting a defiant glare towards the high platform where Yunxiao stood. With a symbolic clasp of her hands, her voice, as melodious as that of a celestial maiden, resounded from the Bayou Palace. Direct disciple of the master of the celestial teachings, I, the Holy Mother of Tortoise Spirit, humbly request guidance from the celestial maiden Yunxiao. A wave of excitement surged through the disciples, their eyes wide with disbelief. The Holy Mother of Tortoise Spirit was daring to challenge the celestial maiden Yunxiao. Was the situation truly this intense? On the elevated platform, upon hearing the challenge from the Holy Mother of Tortoise Spirit, a flicker of surprise passed over the graceful visage of Yunxiao. This Holy Mother of Tortoise Spirit appeared to possess considerable skill. After all, her sister, the celestial maiden Yunxiao, had just effortlessly vanquished the Holy Mother of Golden Spirit. Now, the Holy Mother of Tortoise Spirit was impatiently confronting her, evidently intent on avenging Golden Spirit. To challenge her now either indicated disbelief in Yunxiao's ascension to the Golden Immortal Realm or a confidence that, at the pinnacle of the mysterious immortal level, she could defeat a formidable opponent of the Golden Immortal Realm. Noticing the provocation in the Holy Mother of Tortoise Spirit's gaze, Baixiao immediately waved her delicate fists, indignantly exclaiming towards Yunxiao, Sister, how dare she show us such a defiant look? It is utterly despicable. Typically, she is quite fierce. Today, with this opportunity, you must teach her a good lesson. Yunxiao chuckled softly, her laughter ringing like silver bells. Teach her a lesson? She is a direct disciple, her strength unfathomable. At this moment, she is likely here to teach me a lesson instead, as I may seem to her merely a trivial figure to bully at will. Bai Zhao's eyes narrowed into crescent shapes, her mouth stretching into a broad grin. Hee. Underestimating my sister will surely lead to great misfortune for her. This will be quite the spectacle. Subsequently, Yunxiao, with a playful expression, turned to Feipeng. What do you think, Brother Fei? Who stands a better chance in this contest? Feipeng reclined comfortably in his chair, leisurely shifting his position as he accepted the grapes Baixiao offered, responding with a tranquil smile. The Sacred Mother of Turtle Spirit is a direct disciple of the Master. Do not be deceived by her current status as merely a peak Xianxian. She is not to be trifled with by ordinary golden immortals. Moreover, she possesses a treasured artifact, the Sun and Moon Pearl, which, when wielded to its fullest potential, rivals a congenital supreme treasure. Should she rely on this artifact in battle, even a peak golden immortal may find themselves at a disadvantage against her. Yunxiao gently lifted her hand, cradling her snow-white chin with a charming smile. So, does Feige believe that his junior sister cannot compete with the sacred mother of turtle spirit? A chill ran down Feipeng's spine, a wave of coldness swiftly enveloping his back. It is often said that a woman's heart is as elusive as a needle in the ocean. Indeed, the thoughts of this woman are difficult to fathom. Yunxiao's words are like a trap, and if some straightforward men were to respond, they would likely find themselves unwittingly ensnared. However, Feipeng is no ordinary person. He has long since detected the lurking danger. Additionally, in his past life, he was a figure of royal stature in the sea. How could Yunxiao's mere cultivation hope to rival his? With a graceful smile playing at the corners of his lips, Feipeng shook his head, feigning profundity. Not at all. Quite the opposite. I believe that the sacred mother of turtle spirit is certainly no match for my junior sister. Oh, I would be eager to hear my elder brother's insights. Upon hearing Feipeng's reply, a barely perceptible glimmer of delight crossed Yunxiao's face. Noticing this, Feipeng understood that he had navigated through the most perilous moment. However, the subsequent response remained crucial. A careless slip could lead to accusations of insincerity. With an air of calm confidence, Feipeng's gaze deepened, as if he were contemplating a vast sea of stars, witnessing the ebb and flow of flowers blooming and wilting. As he pondered, he held a pristine white paper fan in his right hand, gently tapping it against his elongated left palm. This scene, reminiscent of a jade-like figure among mortals, left Yunxiao entranced. Elder brother, you are truly so handsome and cool. Two rosy blushes appeared on Yunxiao's exquisite face, and her sudden shyness captivated all the disciples of the below the high platform. Look, the fairy Yunxiao is so beautiful. I envy the elder brother so much. Just one Yunxiao fairy is already so stunning, while the elder brother is surrounded by the three Xiaos, with Bixiao even feeding him grapes. Is this the treatment reserved for the elder brother? To be fair, from this perspective, the elder brother and the three Xiaos seem quite well matched. The elder brother is strikingly handsome, and standing alongside the three fairies, they embody a perfect harmony of talent and beauty. Alas, I must admit, seeing the elder brother entranced in such tender company makes me feel a twinge of jealousy. Me too, count me in. On the high platform, a smile like a spring breeze spread across Feipeng's face, exuding an air of confidence as he addressed Yunxiao's inquiry. Although the sacred mother of turtle spirit is indeed formidable, with ordinary golden immortals unable to contend with her, Yunxiao, it is clear, is far from being an ordinary golden immortal. The wisdom she has gleaned from the unparalleled Eastern scripture makes her powers boundless and formidable. The Eastern scripture cultivated by Sister Yunxiao possesses the remarkable ability to amalgamate the inner strength of martial arts experts with the magical prowess of cultivators. Thus, when their mystical arts encounter those of Sister Yunxiao, it is akin to the remnants of snow meeting the blazing sun or ice confronting boiling oil. How could there be any possibility of defeat? Upon hearing Feipeng's lofty appraisal of Sister Yunxiao's techniques, the three Xiao sisters could not help but smile. In their eyes, Feipeng is an unfathomable elder brother, and his words undoubtedly carry immense persuasive power. If the elder brother asserts that I can triumph, then triumph I shall. A resolute light flickered in Yunxiao's enchanting eyes. At that moment, an impatient voice from the audience, that of the turtle spirit saintess, pierced through the air, questioning why Sister Yunxiao was taking so long. Could it be that she was gripped by trepidation and hesitated to engage in battle? Chapter 32. The dawn rises in the east, and I remain unconquered. If that is the case, perhaps it would be wise to return home early. To spare oneself the embarrassment here, wouldn't you agree? The corners of the turtle spirit Saint Mother's lips curled into a teasing smile. In her eyes, Yunxiao must be fearful of confronting her, thus deliberately avoiding battle. Yet, the more she thought this way, the stronger her resolve to seek justice for the golden spirit Saint Mother became. Upon hearing these words, Yunxiao's beautiful eyes widened, and with a determined stomp of her feet, she leaped down from the high platform with a resounding thud. Her feet struck the arena, causing the turtle spirit Saint Mother's body to sway uncontrollably. Turning to face the turtle spirit Saint Mother, she looked down from her elevated position, exuding an air of unassailable dominance. Her haughty countenance revealed boundless authority. In the next moment, countless rays of rainbow light erupted from Yunxiao's form, a tremendous aura surging forth, piercing through the thick clouds above, creating a vast rift in the sky. With a dramatic flourish of her sleeves, her commanding voice resonated like the thunder of the heavens. ringing in the turtle spirit Saint Mother's ears and causing her head to buzz. Fear? What a jest! The dawn rises in the east, and I remain unconquered. How lonely is invincibility! I have no other pursuits. In heaven and on earth, all I seek is a defeat. With that, Yunxiao fixed her piercing gaze upon the turtle spirit Saint Mother. Faced with such a terrifying stare, the turtle spirit Saint Mother could scarcely meet her eyes. However, the celestial maiden advanced, flowers blooming in the void, golden lotuses springing forth with every elegant step as she approached the turtle spirit Saint Mother. The turtle spirit Saint Mother was forced to retreat step by step, each backward movement leaving a deep imprint on the hard arena floor. Yunxiao locked eyes with the turtle spirit Saint Mother, enunciating each word with precision. Can you agree to my request? The turtle spirit Saint Mother's face was etched with dread, and at that moment, confronted by Yunxiao's overwhelming presence, she yearned to scream, I cannot do it. I cannot do it. Ha ha ha. Suddenly, Yunxiao's momentum coalesced, and a powerful energy formula burst forth from her sleeve. Bang, bang, bang. Before the energy formula could reach the turtle spirit Saint Mother, the air around them erupted in explosive force. The turtle spirit Saint Mother's expression shifted dramatically. She had not anticipated that Yunxiao's attack would be so much more brutal compared to Qiongxiao's methods. In her moment of panic, she swiftly summoned the Sun and Moon Pearl. A massive surge of black and white energy enveloped the pearl, emanating an incredibly radiant glow. As Yunxiao's energy formula struck the Sun and Moon Pearl, the resplendent aura surrounding it suddenly dimmed. With a crack, a fissure appeared. Heartbroken, the turtle spirit Saint Mother hastily withdrew the Sun and Moon Pearl, switching to close combat. The turtle spirit Saint Mother's agility was remarkable. Her arms waved, creating numerous afterimages before her. Yunxiao smirked coldly, her body slightly rotating as she executed a flurry of steps, delivering a powerful palm strike toward the turtle spirit Saint Mother's left shoulder. With a resounding thud, the sacred mother of tortoise spirit spat out a mouthful of blood. Staggering backward, ignoring her internal injuries, her eyes widened in disbelief as she gazed at Yunxiao. Where did you learn such a divine technique? Suddenly, a powerful aura erupted from her body, drawing perilously close to the realm of the golden immortal. The intricacies of the Eastern scriptures elude the comprehension of ordinary individuals, who could study a lifetime without grasping even a fragment of its essence. Yet, in Yunxiao's hands, it flourished magnificently. Waves of ethereal white energy manifested upon Yunxiao's form, each strand surpassing the power of the sacred mother of tortoise spirit. While her expression remained impassive, a tempest of exhilaration surged within her, enveloping her in a euphoric glow. To her astonishment, the day had arrived when she could rival the sacred mother of tortoise spirit. The Eastern scriptures primarily focus on inner strength. Thus Yunxiao infused this immense power into her magical energy. Instantly, it felt as though a dam had burst within her, an unceasing torrent of energy flowing forth like a deluge. Each surge of power was overwhelmingly formidable. Every fist, palm, finger, and point was imbued with an extraordinary strength that left the opponent reeling in confusion. Boom! Yunxiao unleashed a palm strike toward the sacred mother of tortoise spirit, who slightly turned her body, presenting her back to Yunxiao. The back of the sacred mother, once a 1,000-year-old tortoise transformed, possessed the highest defensive capacity. Though now enlightened by the saint of the celestial teachings and training on Golden Ao Island, she had never relinquished the protective shell upon her back. Her strength had significantly advanced, rendering her less reliant on her former identity. With a commanding shout, the sacred mother formed a series of intricate hand seals, summoning dark clouds overhead. A thunderbolt as thick as a pillar was drawn down, aimed directly at Yunxiao. A flicker of surprise crossed Yunxiao's eyes. The lightning summoning technique. This formidable divine skill was renowned within the sect and ranked among the most powerful techniques in the realm of the golden immortal. Under normal circumstances, had Yunxiao not experienced a fortuitous encounter at Feipeng, leading to a breakthrough in her strength and mastery of the supreme Eastern scriptures, she might have struggled to withstand the sacred mother's lightning strike. As the massive bolt descended from the heavens, Yunxiao did not brace herself against it. Instead, she flowed gracefully like a swan, evading the strike. However, before she could make another move, the sacred mother chanted another incantation, and once again, a thick bolt of lightning descended from above. A peculiar light flickered in the sacred mother's eyes. Having gained the upper hand, she was determined not to afford Yunxiao a moment to recover. Yunxiao furrowed her brow, the rumbling divine thunder above casting her expression into an icy glare. Impudent! Have I granted you permission to emerge? Without my consent, you ought to retreat obediently. As he spoke, Yunxiao unexpectedly relinquished his frenzied assault on the turtle spirit matriarch before him. With a graceful extension of his pristine leg, he stepped into the void, ascending step by step towards the thunderclouds high above the 9 heavens. The disciples of the Jie Sect, witnessing this spectacle, were utterly stunned, their eyes wide with disbelief as they beheld the scene unfold. Madness. Sister Yunxiao was boldly ascending towards the celestial dome. Was he truly intending to confront the heavenly tribulation alone? Even in ancient texts, such individuals are exceedingly rare, akin to the phoenix's feather or the cheetah's hoof. Nearly impossible to find. Has Sister Yunxiao truly reached such a terrifying pinnacle? Chapter 33. The trust of the senior brother is my source of strength above the soaring expanse of Gold Ao Island. Thick thunderclouds churned restlessly, akin to the tumultuous waves of the ocean. Amidst them, arcs of purple lightning flickered, emanating terrifying ripples that spread throughout the atmosphere. The formidable prowess of the turtle spirit Holy Mother's divine technique elicited a palpable shift in the expressions of the assembled disciples of the what was merely a contest amongst peers transformed into a perilous confrontation. As the turtle spirit sister's ferocity in her application of such a powerful divine art could easily tip the scales toward life and death, the celestial maiden Yunxiao had only just ascended to the golden immortal realm. How could she possibly withstand a technique as fearsome as the thunder summoning, which bore the weight of heavenly tribulation? In an instant, concern enveloped the disciples as they worried for Yunxiao. For the turtle spirit Holy Mother's thunder summoning was notoriously formidable, prompting a collective anxiety among them. The thunder summoning was one of the supreme techniques passed down from the Bio Palace of the celestial master Tongtian. Its cultivation requirements were exceedingly rigorous, demanding at least the attainment of the 3 flowers gathering at the apex of the golden immortal stage for any possibility of success. Moreover, the conditions for mastering the technique were notoriously harsh, with the difficulty of achieving its perfected state likened to traversing through the gates of hell. Legends spoke of the technique, once perfected, invoking heavenly tribulations to summon the might of nature itself, obliterating enemies with a tempest of lightning. As the disciples gazed on, their eyes widened in disbelief. Could it be that the turtle spirit sister had already cultivated the thunder summoning to its utmost pinnacle? Many among them bore expressions of shock, mixed with dawning realization. It became clear why the turtle spirit Holy Mother would challenge Yunxiao, even knowing her status as a golden immortal. If the thunder summoning were perfected, what fear would there be even for a peak golden immortal? Under the power of heavenly tribulation, even the mightiest of Duobao golden immortal leaders would tremble in dread. Yunxiao, merely a fledgling in the golden immortal realm, now faced a grave peril. The disciples of the murmured amongst themselves, their concern for Yunxiao palpable. The vast sea of lightning enveloping the skies was a terror beyond comprehension. It appeared insurmountable by any human effort. Each bolt of lightning was as thick as a colossal serpent, with some even resembling mountains, starkly contrasting with Yunxiao's slender form. Beneath the rolling thunderclouds, the celestial maiden Yunxiao ascended step by step towards the heavens. With an air of tranquility, she exhibited no hint of panic. Her stunning eyes reflected the purple-golden lightning as it erupted across the azure sky. The brilliance of the lightning bathed her visage in a radiant hue, enhancing her enigmatic and aloof demeanor. Her gaze was imbued with determination and confidence. Firmly anchored in her heart was an unwavering belief in her victory. This indomitable spirit instilled in Yunxiao an awe-inspiring aura. Do not question why. Simply know that the senior brother had proclaimed she would prevail. That was all. With her senior brother's faith behind her, she would dare to traverse any treacherous path ahead. Gradually, the garments adorning Yunxiao's form began to flutter as if stirred by an unseen wind. Powerful and unparalleled forces surged forth from her being like tumultuous waves. The sky, once shrouded in dense clouds, has now revealed a vast expanse of clear air. The celestial maiden stands beneath the heavens, halting her advance. For ahead lies an endless sea of thunder and lightning. Within this tempestuous realm, vibrant bolts of 5-colored lightning flicker, some accompanied by wisps of chaotic energy that send shivers through the soul merely by gazing upon them. Upon the arena, the tortoise spirit matriarch stands, a playful smirk gracing her enchanting features. You didn't expect this, did you? I have indeed cultivated the supreme mastery of the thunder summoning technique. The celestial maiden, her garments flowing elegantly, raises a pristine arm to caress her chin, her breathtaking eyes glinting with depth and brilliance. The force behind your strike exceeds the bounds of mere sparring. The tortoise spirit matriarch remarks coldly, a hint of amusement curling at the corners of her mouth. Dear sister, do not cast aspersions upon me. This thunder summoning technique was imparted by our master, And there were no stipulations against its use in the arena, were there? Hasn't it been employed by other disciples in past competitions? How can that not be considered sparring? The celestial maiden replies with a slight nod, her crimson lips parting gracefully. Such words from you, sister, only reveal your concern for me. Surely, to master the pinnacle of this technique, you have endured considerable trials. The tortoise spirit matriarch responds, her eyes reflecting a flicker of nostalgia as she delicately strokes her alabaster chin. Indeed, I recall the days when, in pursuit of mastering this technique to the point of summoning heavenly tribulations, I would venture alone into the heart of thunderclouds on stormy days, enduring the lash of lightning, drawing its essence into my being, thus comprehending the true nature of thunder. Were it not for my innate tortoise spirit armor, with defenses rivaling the finest innate treasures, I would have perished long ago. As she speaks, a glimmer of realization lights up the tortoise spirit matriarch's eyes, and she impatiently gazes at the celestial maiden. Enough of this chatter, let us settle this matter swiftly. If you possess greater powers, feel free to unleash them. I shall have no objections. Her chin tilted in pride. She gazes at the celestial maiden with a teasing glint in her eyes. In her estimation, the celestial maiden could never summon a power to rival the supreme mastery of the thunder summoning technique. It was akin to a wealthy tycoon flaunting his riches before a poor rural youth. Can you don more expensive shoes than mine? If so, I wouldn't mind if you stepped on my shoes, humph. The tortoise spirit matriarch anticipated that the celestial maiden would be incensed by her taunt. However, much to her surprise, the celestial maiden remained composed, her expression devoid of anger. Instead, she turned her eyes, softly murmuring, "Hearing you say that brings me peace of mind." Witnessing the celestial maiden's serene confidence, the tortoise spirit matriarch felt a sudden jolt of unease. What is there to be at ease about? If you are at ease, then I am far from it. Nevertheless, the celestial maiden chose not to engage further in idle conversation. Before me stands the ethereal celestial maiden, her exquisite figure poised gracefully, adorned in a vibrant crimson robe that dances in the air, epitomizing otherworldly elegance. She is as transcendent and unearthly as the Moon Palace's fairy, her pearly teeth gleaming with a luminous whiteness, and her lips a vivid blush reminiscent of blooming peach blossoms. Her eyes, as clear and enchanting as the purest waters, captivate all who gaze upon them. Yet, in an instant, the demeanor of the celestial maiden transforms dramatically. Her lustrous tresses rise as if animated by an unseen force, reminiscent of a sovereign goddess reclaiming her essence. Her once dark pupils shift into a resplendent hue of purple and gold. A grand and resonant voice then reverberates across the heavens and the earth. We, the youth of this world, are the ones who shape the winds and clouds. As we step into the realm of the rivers and lakes, time hastens our journey. In the midst of imperial ambitions and grand aspirations, we find ourselves immersed in the intoxicating experience of life. Chapter 34. Is the celestial maiden confessing to the senior brother? In an instant, the incantation of the Eastern scripture began to resonate within Yunxiao's heart. A tremendous force, a fusion of internal energy and celestial essence, erupted from her being like a volcanic explosion. The celestial maiden slightly turned her face, her gaze traversing countless mountains and rivers, landing upon the handsome visage of Feipeng. The world may deem me unparalleled in elegance, yet all I desire is to be your one and only. In that fleeting moment, it was as though the celestial maiden had grasped the profound truths of the universe, the essence of the Tao, unfurling from her exquisite form like an ink-wash painting. The heavens seemed to fall silent, as if even the thunderous roars were momentarily hushed, with the erratic silver serpents of lightning retreating in the face of an insurmountable force. The multitude of immortals from the Jie Sect gazed upon this scene with a momentary daze upon their faces. Was the celestial maiden reciting a spell? Or was she confessing her feelings to the senior brother? With their discerning eyes, the immortals could surely perceive that what she uttered was indeed the incantation for her celestial powers. Yet, the gaze she directed at her senior brother, filled with tender emotion, was strikingly genuine. Could this be a veiled confession? This unexpected display of affection fell upon the onlookers like a sudden downpour, leaving them to ponder the feelings of those among them who were still single. They shot piercing glances at Feipeng on the high platform. Just moments ago, they had revered the celestial maiden as a goddess, only to witness her express her affection for another man. Who could bear such a blow? As for Feipeng, his previously indifferent demeanor shifted to one of bewilderment. What on earth is Yunxiao up to? He understood that her seemingly ambiguous words were merely classic lines from the Invincible Dongfang, the very incantation of the Eastern scripture. To unleash this celestial power, she indeed required the corresponding incantation to maximize its potency. Thus, he must not overinterpret her words. Otherwise, it would lead to a most embarrassing misunderstanding. As this realization struck him, Feipeng shook his head to clear his thoughts. Observing that his momentary distraction had swiftly given way to clarity, Yunxiao couldn't help but marvel. The senior brother was indeed unlike ordinary men. He could withstand her allure. In that moment, Feipeng's unintentional reaction elevated Yunxiao's impression of him to new heights. Yunxiao turned her gaze, and before her, the thunder pool of the turtle spirit mother was brewing its mightiest strike. Countless thunder dragons roared and writhed, devouring one another, growing ever larger as they approached their climax, their power radiating an aura of terror. The turtle spirit mother stood upon the arena, hands on her hips, her face etched with disdain. I knew they would resort to tricks. Within the tempestuous realm of the thunder tribulation, the dragons of lightning devour one another, leaving only a singular dragon, which shall embody the entirety of the cataclysmic power. When the moment arrives, it will unleash a decisive strike, one that even the most formidable adversaries shall succumb to. Although it is certain that the protective array of Yunxiao Island will eventually be invoked, providing you with a safeguard against death, injury is an unavoidable fate. To preserve the bond of camaraderie, I earnestly advise you to surrender while there is still time. The celestial maiden's eyes shimmered with a playful glint, her exquisitely beautiful visage adorned with a hint of mockery. She offered no response, merely gazing silently at the turtle spirit matron. Faced with such an uncharacteristic reaction from the celestial maiden, beads of cold sweat trickled down the turtle spirit matron's brow, and her complexion gradually turned pale. Despite her outward calm, anxiety had long since gripped her heart. The celestial maiden was unlike her usual self today, leaving her with an inexplicable sense of uncertainty and a foreboding feeling. Thus, she spoke at length, hoping to coax the celestial maiden into conceding defeat and bringing this contest to a swift conclusion. Yet, the celestial maiden was clearly not so easily swayed. Her eyes remained clear, devoid of any signs of confusion. After a few moments of intense scrutiny, the celestial maiden gracefully lifted her swan-like neck, her gaze fixed upon the vast thunder tribulation. At that moment, within the thunder tribulation, a resonant roar shook the heavens, manifesting as palpable sound waves that spread outward like a whirlwind. The heavy thunderclouds could not withstand such force, shattering into fragments and quickly dissipating. A colossal dragon, obscuring the entire sky, slowly raised its immense head, its emotionless eyes radiating a chilling intensity. As that soulless gaze fell upon her, an involuntary shiver coursed through the celestial maiden's heart. But who was the celestial maiden? How could she be afraid? In an instant, a spark of brilliance coalesced in her eyes. With her robes billowing and hair flowing, she faced the towering dragon of lightning and gradually raised a hand. The dragon, seemingly provoked, could hardly fathom that a living being dared to challenge it. It embodied the essence of the thunder tribulation. Who among mortals would not tremble in its presence? Yet here stood a woman, audacious enough to issue a challenge. This could not be tolerated. The dragon of lightning possessed no sense of pity. Enraged, it roared defiantly, prepared to annihilate all. With a thunderous bellow, the massive dragon erupted in a brilliant blaze of light, claws outstretched, charging ferociously towards the celestial maiden. The hand she raised, initially unremarkable, began to emanate an aura of boundless principles as her gaze grew solemn. In an instant, her palm became enshrouded in infinite pathways, intricate patterns materializing in a mesmerizing dance, as if 3,000 worlds were unfolding and dissolving upon it. Buzz! On the palm of Yunxiao, a tempestuous surge of magical power suddenly manifested, a force more tyrannical than any previously witnessed by the myriad immortals of the sharp ethereal energies swirled around that pristine hand, resonating through the void and momentarily suppressing the thunderous roar of the lightning dragon. Boom! The colossal head of the lightning dragon collided fiercely with Yunxiao's palm. In that fleeting moment, the final words she had held within her lips were forcefully expelled. As the sun rises in the east, I remain undefeated. With a single strike, Yunxiao shattered the dragon's head, the momentum of her blow unyielding as the massive form of the lightning dragon crashed against her palm in relentless succession. Bang! 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 The immense body of the dragon fractured inch by inch. A gasp of horror swept through the observing myriad immortals of their scalps tingling in shock as chaos erupted around them. Chapter 35. The proud tortoise spirit mother concedes as Yunxiao effortlessly vanquished the tortoise spirit mother. The myriad of celestial beings from the Jie Sect erupted in exuberance. My heavens, am I truly not mistaken? The celestial maiden Yunxiao has indeed triumphed over sister tortoise spirit. What arcane power did Yunxiao wield to shatter even the highest essence of the thunder summoning art? The Thunder Calamity Pool. Could this be the true extent of Yunxiao's prowess? The aura emanating from Yunxiao's technique feels so unfamiliar. It is undoubtedly not a method of our own sect. The celestial beings of Jie Sect were left in a state of astonishment, each more incredulous than the last. Before this moment, none had anticipated that the eventual victor would be the maiden Yunxiao. After all, the thunder summoning art is a pinnacle technique that even our revered master, Tongtian Patriarch, takes immense pride in. The tortoise spirit mother, with her unparalleled shell defense, had plunged into the sea of thunder for tempering and enlightenment, thereby grasping a portion of the ultimate essence of the thunder summoning art at this level. Though it may not be the zenith version of the art, it was undeniably a terrifyingly formidable move at the golden immortal tier. Yet, even so, she succumbed to the hands of Yunxiao, who had merely unleashed a single palm strike. How utterly astounding. Below, the tortoise spirit mother, suffering from the backlash of her own divine power, spat forth a mouthful of blood, a pristine hand pressed against her chest. Her countenance paling instantaneously. With a tone of resignation, she uttered, "I concede. The profundity of Yunxiao's methods truly overwhelms me, and I accept my defeat wholeheartedly." Observing the tortoise spirit mother, who appeared utterly exhausted, Yunxiao extended her hands towards her from afar, channeling a vast surge of celestial energy. This ethereal essence flowed into the tortoise spirit mother, nurturing her wounds and facilitating their rapid recovery. Her voice, cool and serene, descended like a gentle snowfall from the palace of a celestial ice maiden. "Sister tortoise spirit, your exceptional abilities are commendable. It is an honor for me to engage in discourse and spar with you. This contest has greatly enriched my understanding, and I extend my heartfelt gratitude to you." The celestial beings of Jie Sect gazed in astonishment as the once proud tortoise spirit mother voluntarily conceded to Yunxiao. Their eyes widened in disbelief, each face reflecting utter incredulity. The tortoise spirit mother has conceded. After such a lengthy period of cultivation on the island, this marks the first instance I have witnessed her yielding to another. Throughout this duel, Yunxiao and Yunxiao have undeniably captured the spotlight. It is truly astonishing how swiftly their powers have progressed. As the tortoise spirit mother departed the arena in a state of dejection, Yunxiao stepped gracefully into the void, making her way toward the elevated platform, ultimately landing beside Feipeng, a radiant presence amidst the scenery. Reclining in a vine-covered chair, Feipeng caught the grapes handed to him by Bixiao. He turned to Yunxiao with a gentle smile, his expression as brilliant as the stars. "Congratulations, junior sister. You have emerged victorious in this contest." Yunxiao covered her mouth, stifling a soft laugh, a profound sense of joy illuminating her features. "I owe my gratitude to senior brother. Without your impartation of celestial arts, how could I have triumphed over the haughty golden spirit mother? All of this is the merit of the eldest senior brother." Yunxiao remembers it deeply and will never forget. Beneath the high platform, the Holy Mother of Golden Spirit stood beside the Holy Mother of Tortoise Spirit. The expressions on their faces were marred by despondency, no longer exuding the confidence they once possessed. Both had suffered defeats at the hands of Yunxiao and Yunxiao, losing face before the myriad immortals of the. And when the Tongtian returned to learn that his direct disciples had been bested by outer disciples, he might also be filled with disappointment. They embraced tightly, tears streaming down their pristine faces like pearls strung on a broken thread. At that moment, a somewhat sharp voice suddenly pierced the air beside them. "Why are you two crying? Look at you, such a disgrace to us true disciples." The rapid growth and strength of the three Shaos clearly indicated that they had encountered some grand opportunity. The aura they emanated was evidently not derived from our teachings. If you two had similar opportunities, your power would naturally surpass that of Yunxiao and Yunxiao. What is there to be sorrowful about over merely two contests? The Holy Mother of Golden Spirit and the Holy Mother of Tortoise Spirit looked up to find their elder sister, the Holy Mother of Wudong. They immediately ceased their tears and spoke with a voice like a rain-soaked pear blossom. But such opportunities belong to those who are destined for them. If we cannot obtain them, it is beyond our control. The fact that junior sister Yunxiao and junior sister Yunxiao were able to seize their chances indicates their profound fortunes. They are individuals blessed with destiny. They triumphed through strength, and though we feel disheartened, we have no words to contest that. Unexpectedly, a cold smile appeared on the icy countenance of the Holy Mother of Wudong. This contest of magical combat has always been a stage for us true disciples. When did it come to be that a few outer disciples could steal the limelight? The opportunities seized by Yunxiao and Yunxiao have undoubtedly increased their strength. Yet, such opportunities are exceedingly rare. Typically, It is remarkable for even one person to achieve them. Now, with two of the three sisters having gained such fortunes, it is a rare occurrence indeed, one that may not happen again for centuries. I refuse to believe that the youngest, Yunxiao, could also attain her opportunity. Upon hearing the words of the Holy Mother of Wudong, the faces of the Holy Mother of Tortoise Spirit and the Holy Mother of Golden Spirit changed dramatically. The Holy Mother of Tortoise Spirit hastily grasped the arm of the Holy Mother of Wudong, her face filled with panic. "Sister, you must not. I thought the same before." Which led me to challenge the fairy Yunxiao, only to be defeated by her. "You must not follow in my footsteps." The Holy Mother of Wudong lifted her eyes with displeasure. "I have closely observed your battles. It is clear that your defeat stemmed from underestimating your opponents." Upon hearing this, the two of them displayed expressions of astonishment. "What do you mean by that, sister?" The Holy Mother of Wudong's lips parted slightly, and her haughty voice rang out. "Xiao and Yunxiao are at the golden immortal level. Although you two possess remarkable strength, you are merely at the peak of the profound immortal realm, which places you at a distinct disadvantage in terms of cultivation level. Although both of you possess extraordinary abilities and magical artifacts that enable you to contend with an ordinary golden immortal, how could the likes of Xiao and Yunxiao, who have been bestowed with unique fortunes, be categorized as mere golden immortals? Ultimately, this outcome is a result of your underestimation. Otherwise, Xiao and Yunxiao would not have achieved such an effortless victory. The faces of the Holy Mother of Golden Spirits and the Holy Mother of Tortoise Spirits revealed expressions of sudden enlightenment. "So it is. We are grateful for your guidance, sister. Otherwise, we would still be in the dark." Furthermore, through meticulous observation, I have discerned that the techniques employed by Xiao subtly emanate the essences of the five elements: metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. This indicates that the cultivation method of Xiao is intrinsically linked to the way of the five elements. Conversely, my sister attacked him with her 9 magical artifacts, each representing a distinct element, which were ultimately countered by Xiao's mastery of the interrelations of the 5 elements, leading to my sister's defeat. Chapter 36. The Unmatched Holy Mother challenges the Celestial Lady of Bixiao. In the depths of the Unmatched Holy Mother's eyes glimmered a spark of wisdom as she calmly analyzed the situation for her 2 sisters. The Wudong Holy Mother cleared her throat and said, "As for the Celestial Lady of Yunxiao, her martial arts, though extraordinarily formidable, are imbued with an essence of extreme yin. In contrast, the thunder summoning technique practiced by my junior sister embodies the essence of utmost yang. The conflict of yin and yang dictates that my sister, being of a lesser realm than Yunxiao, will inevitably find herself at a disadvantage, and her potential defeat should come as no surprise." As they listened to the Unmatched Holy Mother's astute analysis, the eyes of the Golden Spirit Holy Mother and the Turtle Spirit Holy Mother sparkled with increasing clarity. Sister's reasoning seems profoundly insightful. How could I have overlooked this earlier? Thankfully, sister has brought it to my attention. Otherwise, my resolve might have been shattered. Had Feipeng and the 3 Xiaos been present, they would undoubtedly have been astonished by the Unmatched Holy Mother's words. Although she could not elucidate the nuances of the techniques practiced by Xiao and Yunxiao with absolute precision, her deductions were remarkably close to the truth. Just from a single encounter before her, she was able to infer the foundational characteristics of their martial arts. Such formidable insight is indeed impressive. It is no wonder that the Unmatched Holy Mother is a direct disciple of the esteemed saint of the Heavenly Teacher. Nonetheless, did sister truly possess the confidence to triumph over the Celestial Lady of Bixiao? The expressions of the Golden Spirit Holy Mother and the Turtle Spirit Holy Mother were tinged with concern. Today, they had already faced a series of setbacks, and they wished to avoid witnessing their eldest sister, the Unmatched Holy Mother, suffer a defeat against the 3 Xiaos, thus enduring a third blow. The Unmatched Holy Mother, however, exuded confidence as she elegantly brushed her hair and smiled at her 2 sisters. "What you may not realize, dear sisters, is that I stand on the brink of a breakthrough. Should I so choose, I could effortlessly ascend into the realm of the Golden Immortal, where the 3 flowers converge at the crown. In such a state, what could a mere Celestial Lady of Bixiao possibly instill in me?" Upon hearing the Unmatched Holy Mother's declaration, the Golden Spirit Holy Mother and the Turtle Spirit Holy Mother were left astounded, their eyes nearly bulging in disbelief. They swallowed hard before tremblingly inquiring, "Sister, are you truly on the verge of becoming a Golden Immortal?" Their shock was entirely warranted. Only those who have traversed such a path can fathom the immense difficulty of breaking into the realm of the Golden Immortal, where the 3 flowers gather at the crown. In the current epoch of the Primordial Realm, a practitioner of the Golden Immortal level is undoubtedly considered a formidable master. Prior to this, The intercepting teaching had already established itself as a formidable force, renowned for attracting countless celestial beings, and was regarded as the most prosperous power in the present-day primordial world. Not only did it dominate the revered training grounds of Golden Ao Island, but it also boasted the direct teachings of the saint of the heavenly teacher. Yet even so, before the heavenly teacher ventured to the Purple Cloud Palace, only one, Master Feipeng, had attained the golden immortal realm. And he had subsequently fallen into a state of decline due to a misstep in his cultivation, regressing to the Qi refinement stage. Had he not been fortunate, he might have perished. Afterward, only the Duobao Daoist managed to fortuitously break through to the golden immortal realm. Although later on, Zhao Gongming, Yunxiao, and Yunxiao stumbled upon an extraordinary fortune and, by mere coincidence, ascended to the realm of golden immortals, such occurrences remain exceptional. In general, the path to achieving the golden immortal status through diligent and systematic cultivation is fraught with difficulties akin to winning a lottery in later generations. Even the most esteemed disciples of the sage, such as the Holy Mother of Golden Spirit and the Holy Mother of Turtle Spirit, despite their relentless and rigorous training over the years, have only reached the pinnacle of the profound immortal stage. It is not that they lack the desire to ascend to the golden immortal realm. Rather, the challenges to reach that stage are insurmountably daunting. Even the sage's direct disciples must resort to alternative methods to attain the combat prowess of a golden immortal, rather than advancing through the conventional path of breakthrough. This illustrates the formidable nature of the struggle to enter the realm of golden immortals. In this moment, however, the Holy Mother of Non-Being proclaimed that she was ready to break through to that very realm at any time. Such a declaration could not help but astonish them. With a cold smile, the Holy Mother of Non-Being confidently reassured the Holy Mothers of Golden Spirit and Turtle Spirit, saying, "Do not worry, my dear sisters. The celestial maiden of azure clouds, despite her own fortuitous ascent to the golden immortal realm, cannot instill fear in me, the Holy Mother of Non-Being." Her tone was imbued with formidable confidence, as she firmly believed that defeating the celestial maiden would be a trivial matter given her capabilities. This belief stemmed from her status as a direct disciple under the esteemed teachings of the sage, whose innate talent could be described as prodigious. Over the years, the arcane secrets of the Bo Palace have been mastered by the Holy Mother of Non-Being. As long as their realms are comparable, she possesses absolute confidence in her invincibility among peers. As for the celestial maiden of azure clouds, she is merely an outer disciple, a mere child in her presence. Nothing more. Rest assured, my two dear sisters, I shall teach that celestial maiden a lesson and avenge you both. The unity of the three heavens signifies that defeating the celestial maiden of azure clouds would equivalently serve as retribution for the Holy Mothers of Golden Spirit and Turtle Spirit. This time, the Holy Mothers of Golden Spirit and Turtle Spirit finally ceased their opposition to the Holy Mother of Non-Being. Adorned in gleaming golden silk armor that shimmered under the sun, the Holy Mother of Non-Being stepped forth, her armor producing a crisp sound that captured the attention of all. With her head held high and an air of pride, she addressed the celestial maiden of azure clouds on the high platform, slightly bowing and articulating, "I, the direct disciple of the Sage of Heaven, the Holy Mother of Non-Being, have come to seek guidance from my esteemed sister, the celestial maiden of azure clouds. I humbly request your instruction." At that moment, a wave of astonishment rippled through the ranks of the disciples of the heavenly teaching. Has she lost her mind? The three heaven sisters have evidently acquired some extraordinary opportunity, which explains their rapid growth in power. How could the Holy Mother of Non-Being dare to issue a challenge? Indeed, from previous encounters, it is evident that both the celestial maiden of Yunxiao and the celestial maiden of Qiongxiao are formidable beings of the golden immortal realm. Although the celestial maiden of Bixiao is the youngest among them, she possesses a significant likelihood of having ascended to the golden immortal level. In light of this, despite the undaunted Holy Mother being a direct disciple of her esteemed master, with her undeniable formidable prowess, the prospect of her defeating Bixiao, who stands at the pinnacle of the golden immortal realm, appears rather bleak. It is likely that she may meet with a fate akin to that of the Golden Spirit Holy Mother and the Turtle Spirit Holy Mother, suffering a grave defeat that leaves her dignity in tatters. Upon hearing this analysis from one of the disciples, those present nodded in agreement. Indeed, while realm may not encompass all, it remains a crucial criterion for measuring strength. Talented individuals who can challenge beyond their rank are not non-existent. However, the probability of such occurrences is exceedingly low. Moreover, the three sisters of the Shaos are evidently not ordinary beings, and the principle of challenging beyond one's rank does not seem to apply to them. It is essential to recognize that they, too, possessed the ability to challenge beyond their ranks as prodigies. Chapter 37. One is a warrior, while you are merely an auxiliary. Upon hearing the challenge from the Divine Mother Wudong, Bixiao craned her neck, her sparkling eyes wide with curiosity as she gazed down from the high platform. The attention of the myriad immortals from the Jie Sect was entirely fixed on the Divine Mother Wudong. In that moment, she became the sole focus on Golden Ao Island. It was then that a powerful surge of magical energy erupted from her delicate form, shaking her body. Even the golden silk armor she wore shattered under the immense force. Petal by petal, golden blossoms began to manifest in the void above her head. Moments later, 3 golden flowers unfurled gracefully overhead. Radiant golden light flowed across the petals, and wisps of ethereal mist cascaded down, accentuating the Divine Mother Wudong's sacred and untouchable presence. Gulp, gulp. The Divine Sister Wudong has actually broken through to the golden immortal realm. The myriad immortals of the Jie Sect erupted in fervor once more. The golden immortal Divine Mother stands against the seemingly golden immortal Bixiao. A splendid spectacle was about to unfold. Who would prevail, who would falter, was truly uncertain. Standing on the arena, the Divine Mother Wudong pointed at Bixiao on the high platform and proclaimed loudly, "Come down and face me." Such cowardice. And you still dare to call yourself Bixiao? Perhaps you should be renamed Cowardly Bixiao. At her taunt, the Jie Sect's myriad immortals burst into laughter. Bixiao, blushing amidst their merriment, waved her delicate fists and shouted, "How dare that madwoman humiliate me in public? I must descend and turn her into pulp." Yunxiao and Yunxiao, upon hearing this, darkened their expressions and sternly rebuked, "Little sister, do not act recklessly. I will not allow you to fight in this battle." Bixiao furrowed her brows. Her face contorted in distress as she protested, "Why? Why not?" Yunxiao, hands on her hips, assumed a serious demeanor, stating, "Why? She has already reached the golden immortal realm. It is far too dangerous for you to engage her." Tears shimmered in Bixiao's crystalline eyes, her lips pouting in a look of grievance. But I am also a golden immortal. Why can't I fight her?" At that moment, even Yunxiao placed her hands on her hips, standing before Bixiao. "Why? How can you even ask? The abilities you comprehend are merely defensive spells. Pray tell, what skills have you truly mastered? Instantaneous movement? Ice slow? Healing techniques? One strike from the Divine Mother Wudong would obliterate you without question." Bixiao lowered her head, stifling her grievances with no outlet for release, and rushed into Feipeng's embrace, weeping, "Brother Feipeng, they are bullying me. Why is it that they can go forth to battle, yet I cannot? Clearly, I too am a golden immortal. I have comprehended the divine arts." Feipeng gazed at this scene, his expression laden with helplessness. He was at a loss for words. Could you possibly compare yourself to them? Your 2 sisters are, after all, sorceresses. What about you? At best, you could be considered a mere support, while the unyielding Holy Mother is undoubtedly a warrior, possessing both resilience and offensive capabilities. What do you, a fragile support, truly have? Do not be misled by the myriad of celestial beings from the who currently support you. Their allegiance is a mere reflection of the exemplary figures of Yunxiao and Yunxiao. They mistakenly believe that you and the unyielding Holy Mother are evenly matched. However, once they realize that you can only conjure defensive spells, their support will undoubtedly shift in favor of the unyielding Holy Mother. Yet, gazing down at the weeping and tearful Bixiao in his arms, he found it impossible to voice such thoughts. Alas, his head throbbed. Bixiao, nestled in Feipeng's embrace, seemed blissfully unaware of the gravity of the situation. "Woo-woo, Brother Feipeng, you must help me," she implored. "Ah, how am I to assist?" Feipeng found himself overwhelmed. Witnessing Bixiao unabashedly cling to him for comfort, Yunxiao and Yunxiao exchanged glances. Their foreheads creased with frustration. "I told you not to descend, and that stands." Bixiao's delicate hands clutched his neck tightly, resembling a koala clinging to a tree. Below, the unyielding Holy Mother continued her brazen taunts. "Ha! The tortoise fairy dares not show her face." With a resounding crash, Yunxiao shattered a wine glass, her face dark with fury. This unyielding sister was insufferably arrogant, provoking her sister in such a manner. This was intolerable. "No, I shall take my sister's place in the fight." "You mustn't," Yunxiao interjected, grasping Yunxiao's arm as she attempted to step forward. "This unyielding Holy Mother is not to be trifled with. It is far too perilous for you to engage her directly. Allow me to confront her instead." Yunxiao's expression hardened, and she forcefully pushed Yunxiao's hand away. "How can that be? I am the elder sister. I cannot hide behind my younger sibling when danger looms." At that moment, Bixiao suddenly called out to them, her voice ringing clear. "You both must cease your quarrel. She has challenged me, and if you descend, She may not even accept your challenge. Feipeng affectionately ruffled Bixiao's hair, then turned to Yunxiao and Yunxiao. Bixiao is correct. According to the rules of the duel, the unyielding Holy Mother has the right to choose her opponent. Since she has explicitly named Bixiao, she will not entertain either of your challenges. Upon hearing the host's words, Yunxiao and Yunxiao finally ceased their dispute, though concern still clouded their faces. What do you suggest we do, Master Brother? They inquired, seeking his guidance. Bixiao, with her tear-streaked eyes wide with desperation, looked up at Feipeng with an expression of utter vulnerability and pleading. The moment Feipeng caught sight of Bixiao's sorrowful visage, his heart sank, and he felt an overwhelming surge of compassion. Ah, what a remarkable feat to master the art of evoking sympathy at such a tender age. For someone like Feipeng, an epitome of the reclusive otaku, this is nothing short of a fatal blow. Alas, it is simply impossible to refuse such an appeal. In his heart, Feipeng sighed deeply. Yet in reality, he had already surrendered to Bixiao. He withdrew his paper fan, gently tapping it against his palm, and upon his resolute and handsome visage, a contemplative expression emerged. Bixiao had painstakingly ascended to the golden immortal realm. If he were to shy away from battle now, it would undoubtedly cast a shadow upon her path, destabilizing her Dao heart and making future breakthroughs exceedingly difficult. With a decisive clap of his fan, a glimmer of determination sparkled in his eyes. Therefore, I firmly believe that this battle should be resolved by Sister Bixiao herself. Yunxiao and Yunxiao were taken aback, exclaiming in protest. However, Feipeng raised his fan to create a barrier between them, signaling for silence. I understand your concerns, so allow me to elucidate my reasoning. Chapter 38. Who can resist the heart-wrenching charm of a lowly sister? I did not merely suggest letting Bixiao descend in silence. I intended to extend my assistance to her. To confront the mother of no regrets, it was imperative to uncover her vulnerabilities and deliver a decisive strike unexpectedly. Vulnerabilities? Did the senior brother truly possess knowledge of the mother of no regrets' weaknesses? Yunxiao and Yunxiao were instantly struck with astonishment. They harbored skepticism towards Feipeng's assertions. From the mother of no regrets' past actions, she had never revealed any discernible weaknesses, making the quest to find them exceedingly arduous. Yet, Feipeng simply smiled with a hint of confidence. Every individual harbors weaknesses, and the mother of no regrets is certainly no exception. She is one of the most illustrious disciples among the myriad celestial beings of the. During the Battle of the Celestials, wherein this forces faced near annihilation, only one individual emerged unscathed and managed to retreat with poise under the watchful eyes of other deities. That individual is the mother of no regrets. Why did the decisive Yuan Shi Tianzun and the hypocritical Dao de Tianzun refrain from delivering fatal blows against her? It is solely due to the extraordinary lineage that the mother of no regrets possesses, a heritage that instills fear even among the saints. The two saints of the West dare not engage in acts of extermination against her. What precisely is the origin of the mother of no regrets? In the present age of, no one knows, and had it not been for Feipeng's extraordinary circumstances, this knowledge would remain obscured. It turns out that the mother of no regrets is the first white ape birth during the primordial separation of chaos, known as the urine. It was from this very ape that Nuwa fashioned the human race. Therefore, from this perspective, the mother of no regrets holds immense merit towards humanity. Simultaneously, Nuwa owes her a monumental favor, a debt that must eventually be repaid. Should one dare to slay the mother of no regrets, they would incur the wrath and exclusion of humanity's fortune. When the heavens and earth were delineated, and Tongtian established to attain enlightenment, he welcomed disciples with open arms. The mother of no regrets ascended the mountain to seek apprenticeship. However, Tongtian, with a single glance, discerned her origin, lineage, and the immense merit she embodied. At this juncture, even the sage, Tongtian, hesitated to accept her as a disciple. Yet, the mother of no regrets persisted in her entreaties, her sincerity touching the heart of Tongtian. The doctrine established by Tongtian was one of inclusivity, offering opportunities to all who sought the path of enlightenment. To refuse the mother of no regrets would contradict this principle. After weighing his options, Tongtian ultimately accepted her as his direct disciple. Nevertheless, even Tongtian felt a sense of incongruity in assuming the role of her master, thus bestowing upon her the title of Mother of No Regrets. This is how her esteemed title came into being. During the era of the investiture of the gods, humanity reigned supreme in the cosmos. It was during this time that the saints maneuvered behind the scenes, vying for the fortune of the human race. From this standpoint, even Yuan Shi Tianzun and his peers dared not eliminate the mother of no regrets. There remains one additional critical reason. In the past, Nuwa owed a favor to the mother of no regrets. Nuo, being a sage, had previously promised not to interfere in the conflict between the Shang and Zhou dynasties during the deliberation of the investiture of the gods. However, should the mother of no regrets be slain, it would undoubtedly provoke Nuo's wrath. It is precisely for these two reasons that several sages were so averse to the notion of killing the mother of no regrets. Ultimately, they watched helplessly as she left the array of 10,000 immortals with composure. Now that the origins of the mother of no regrets are known, discovering her vulnerabilities becomes a relatively simple task. A smile crept onto Feipeng's lips. Since the mother of no regrets is akin to a white ape, it follows that all monkeys possess a common weakness, an insatiable thirst for alcohol. Throughout history, both ancient and Western records document how clever monkeys are captured through the allure of fine wine, leading them to intoxication before successfully ensnaring them. This weakness has been concluded through meticulous observation over time, whether in the dragon kingdom of the previous world or among the indigenous tribes of Southeast Asia. Similar methods have been employed to trap monkeys. In the Tang dynasty, a scholar named Li Zhao recorded in his work, Supplement to National History, not only the affinity of monkeys for alcohol, but also their remarkable ability to brew it. They would conceal various mushrooms and wild fruits within hollow tree trunks, fermenting them into exquisite wines for their enjoyment. Hence, Feipeng now firmly believes that the mother of no regrets Achilles' heel must be a fine wine she cannot resist. A plan suddenly took shape in Feipeng's mind. With a confident smile, he beckoned to Bixiao. As she leaned closer, he whispered the entire strategy into her ear. You will do this and that. Do you understand? Bixiao's crystalline eyes sparkled with excitement as she nodded vigorously. Her cheeks flushed not with anger as before, but with exhilaration. Observing her sister's astonishing transformation, Yunxiao and Yunxiao were left utterly bewildered. They couldn't help but inquire of Bixiao, Sister, what did the senior brother just tell you? Do you truly believe you can triumph over the mother of no regrets? Yunxiao and Bixiao remained skeptical, turning their gaze toward Feipeng. He looked into their eyes, nodded serenely, and smiled. Rest assured, this is merely a friendly contest. The mother of no regrets would not dare to strike lethally. Your concern stems solely from fear of Bixiao being hurt. With Feipeng's words exposing their inner thoughts, Yunxiao and Yunxiao nodded awkwardly. Feipeng continued. I have fully shared the strategy with Sister Bixiao. As long as she follows my plan, the chances of victory are exceedingly high, so you need not worry. Yet, Yunxiao furrowed her brows in thought, still harboring doubts, and softly asked, even if Sister Bixiao knows the mother of no regrets weakness and finds an opportunity during the battle, how can she defeat the mother when she lacks any offensive capability? Upon hearing this, Feipeng smiled confidently. Suddenly, a sharp buzz resonated as a gleaming bronze sword shot forth from his sleeve. Upon sighting the weapon, Yunxiao, Yunxiao, and Bixiao widened their eyes in astonishment. Could it be that this was the ancient divine sword their elder brother had acquired that day? Feipeng nodded lightly. Indeed, though this sword lay in a dormant state, it remained extraordinarily sharp, possessing formidable lethality. I have lent this sword to Sister Bixiao, instructing her to conceal it on her person, for at a crucial moment, I shall guide her in using this sword to subdue the saintess of nothingness. Little Bixiao immediately leaped with excitement, exclaiming, Hooray! Long live Brother Feipeng. Hee. Chapter 39. Monkey Wine. After lending the ancient divine sword, Xianyuan's sword, to the fairy of Bixiao, Feipeng rose from his rattan chair and leaped off the high platform, swiftly soaring toward Bio Palace. Due to the angle, the myriad celestial beings of the and the mother of Wudong on the arena were oblivious to Feipeng and his companions' movements and sounds. Brother Feipeng, where are you going? The fairy of Bixiao called out to him over the railing of the high platform, her back turned to the celestial beings. As Feipeng slipped into Bio Palace, a voice echoed back, you will know soon. Feipeng's entrance into Bio Palace was, of course, to stealthily procure the coveted monkey wine, a treasured collection of the Heavenly Teacher. If the Heavenly Teacher were still on Golden Arowana Island, it would be impossible for Feipeng to steal the monkey wine. However, with his master absent from the island, the opportunity arose. His master had always had a great fondness for wine, and despite attaining the status of a sage, his passion for it remained undiminished. The monkey wine he cherished was considered a rare delicacy in the world. It was said to be brewed from 8 superior innate spiritual herbs, complemented by 18 celestial treasures, sealed within the trunk of a divine tree, and underwent a meticulous brewing process lasting 81 cycles. Each small jar was of immense value, comparable to that of a supreme innate spiritual treasure. Throughout his many years on Golden Arowana Island, the Heavenly Teacher had managed to produce fewer than 6 jars of monkey wine. He rarely indulged in it himself, reserving it for gatherings with old friends or during joyful occasions. However, As time passed, the precious wine dwindled. Currently, only one jar of monkey wine remained in the treasury of Bo Palace, cherished by the heavenly teacher and seldom revealed. Were it not for the deep affection the heavenly teacher held for Feipeng, he would not have shared the secret of the last jar. When Feipeng previously ascended to the golden immortal stage, the heavenly teacher had presented him with 3 cups of monkey wine to perfect his Tao foundation. Thus, Feipeng became aware of the existence of the last jar. Unlike his former self, the current Feipeng was resolute in his intent. He pushed open a heavy stone door, a passageway accessible only to the head of the. With the heavenly teacher absent from Golden Arowana Island, Feipeng, as the acting head of Bo Palace, possessed the authority to unlock this door. As the stone door creaked open, Feipeng strode inside with purpose. What greeted him first were 2 rows of weapon racks, adorned with a plethora of blades, spears, swords, halberds, staffs, whips, axes, and hammers, every conceivable armament. Each artifact radiated the aura of a supreme, innate spiritual treasure. Disregarding the treasures, Feipeng pressed onward into the depths of the palace. As he continued, the weapon racks transitioned into bookshelves lining the path, which displayed a meticulous array of jade and bamboo scrolls. A brief glance revealed titles such as Pure Yang Breathing Technique, Transformation of All Spirits, Heavenly Law of Earthly Phenomena, Summoning Thunder Technique, Vajrabadi, Zhuxian Sword Art, Zhuxian Array Diagram Copybook, Qingping Sword Technique, Pure Yang Celestial Arts. Feipeng couldn't help but click his tongue softly. His master's collection was indeed vast. However, as his master was an immortal sage among the heavens, such a collection was hardly surprising. It was evident that Feipeng's aspirations lay beyond these magical techniques, prompting him to continue on his way. After traversing a distance, the bookshelves transformed into bronze alchemical furnaces, each adorned with a row of petite shelves, meticulously arranged with small jade vials. Feipeng casually picked up one vial, focusing his gaze upon it. A small red paper tag was affixed to the vial, boldly inscribed with the characters for the 9-turn immortal pill in an elegant script. Could it truly be the 9-turn immortal pill? Feipeng was slightly taken aback. He had not anticipated that this renowned elixir from the primordial era would be treated as mere trinkets by his master. Perhaps once one attained the level of a sage, such items were regarded with indifference. It was likely that, in his master's eyes, these were nothing more than external aids for cultivating disciples. Shaking his head slightly, Feipeng poured the contents of the jade vial into his palm. Without counting, he estimated there to be 5 or 6 pills, and with a swift motion, he clapped his hand to his mouth and swallowed them whole, reminiscent of chewing beans. As he continued walking, he puffed out his cheeks in contemplation. The flavor was quite pleasant. He resolved to indulge in a few more upon his return. Thus, Feipeng continued on his path, and before long, he arrived at the deepest part of the chamber. Before him stood a rustic 8 immortals table, upon which rested a golden treasure chest, modest in size yet adorned with a myriad of colorful gemstones. At its center lay a golden lock. Feipeng felt for the key at his waist, a gift from the celestial master upon departing the island. Inserting the key into the lock, he gently turned it, and with a satisfying click, the golden lock sprang open. Taking a couple of steps back, Feipeng, ever steady, decided to employ his magical power to open the chest. With a resounding clang, the golden chest swung open. Approaching it, he peered inside and beheld a black wine jar, the sole occupant of the chest. His eyes sparkled with delight as a broad smile spread across his face. Finally, it is you. How fortunate I am to have found you. With you in my possession, I cannot fathom how that unyielding saintess could escape unscathed. In that moment, Feipeng wore a mischievous grin. With the desired object in hand, he lingered no longer. He took a single stride forward, his form vanishing like a phantom. In the next instant, clutching the wine jar, Feipeng reappeared atop the high platform. Upon seeing him again, the 3 Xiao sisters were filled with joy, particularly by Xiao, who rushed towards him. Feipeng quickly grasped the wine jar tightly, fearful it might slip from his grasp and shatter upon impact with the ground. Brother Feipeng, what is it that you hold in your hands? Bixiao discovered the object in Feipeng's hands, tilting her head in curiosity as she inquired. Upon realizing that Bixiao had finally noticed, Feipeng smiled smugly while patting the wine jar. This is the monkey wine I pilfered from my master's treasury. With it, you need not fear the formidable Wudong saintess. At these words, Yunxiao, Chongxiao, and Bixiao's eyes sparkled with intrigue. Could it truly possess such miraculous properties? Feipeng gently extended the wine jar towards Bixiao. Do you still doubt your elder brother? Just wait and see. Bixiao, do you remember the strategy one taught you? Bixiao eagerly nodded her head. Yes. I understand my brother Feipeng's intention now. Rest assured, I will act according to the plan. Feipeng nodded in agreement. Thus, the defeat of the Wudong Saintess is assured. Chapter 40. To my astonishment, I have succeeded. Feipeng took 2 steps forward, arriving at the edge of the high platform. Gazing down upon the myriad celestial beings of the and the sacred figure of the Wudong Holy Mother on the arena below. With an imposing presence, Feipeng stood, hands clasped behind his back, his handsome features accentuated by his arched brows and eyes that sparkled like stars, deep and profound, as if they contained the collapse and rebirth of 3,000 worlds. Bixia Fairy, you may proceed. The enchanting Bixia Fairy, with her bright eyes and flawless teeth, gracefully approached the edge of the platform. She curtsied elegantly to Feipeng, her movements reminiscent of a celestial being descending to the mortal realm. With a flourish of her long sleeves, she floated down from the high platform and landed deftly on the arena. The Wudong Holy Mother, hands on her hips and eyes narrowed with disdain, pointed at the Bixia Fairy and laughed boisterously. After evading for so long, have you finally mustered the courage to show yourself, you turtle? As her mocking laughter echoed, Feipeng, standing atop the platform, shot her a chilling glare. Junior Sister Wudong, since Bixia has accepted the challenge, should you utter another insolent remark, I shall revoke your eligibility to compete. Upon hearing Feipeng's authoritative voice, even the audacious Wudong Holy Mother recoiled, hastily silencing herself. Though she dared to ridicule the Sanshao, it was only because they were mere outer disciples, inferior in both cultivation and status to him, a true disciple. However, Feipeng was different. As the acting headmaster, if he were to be displeased, expelling her from Jinao Island would be well within his power. Thus, even with 1,000 times the audacity, she would not dare to offend Feipeng. Ha ha ha. Since the esteemed headmaster has spoken, I shall naturally show respect. As long as Bixia does not shy away from the battle, I will refrain from mocking her further. Bixiao's face flushed with indignation as she puffed her cheeks and retorted, rest assured, I would not have descended if I intended to flee. Whatever skills you possess, senior sister, feel free to unleash them. I, Bixia, shall face them all. Upon hearing this, the Wudong Holy Mother raised a hand to cover her mouth, laughing in a manner that was both enchanting and chaotic. Her long eyelashes fluttered, radiating a bewitching charm that seeped toward Bixiao's very essence. Sister, do be careful. I am about to make my move. Silently, before Bixia could comprehend the situation, she found herself ensnared. Her expression grew vacant, her eyes filled with confusion, reminiscent of one who had lost their memory. Humph! The Wudong Holy Mother sneered coldly, her feet pounding the ground with force. With her voluptuous figure, she shot forward like a swift arrow toward Bixia. Taiji long-arm fist. An array of fist shadows descended upon Bixia, yet she remained dazed, her gaze devoid of focus, as the multitude of fists tore through her in an instant. Witnessing this scene, the celestial beings of the erupted in uproar. Wow! Bixia Fairy. Many individuals even contemplated rushing forth to rescue Bixia, only to discover that it was too late. Their eyes widened in shock, disbelief etched across their faces. How could the celestial Bixia be vanquished by the Holy Mother Wudong in a single blow? A multitude fell into a stupor, murmuring to themselves. The blow was indeed devastating, for Bixia was regarded as a goddess by many within the ranks of the Jie Sect. But wait, look! After the illusion of Bixia was torn apart by the myriad of punches from the Holy Mother Wudong, no blood or flesh splattered. Could it be? That was merely a remnant shadow of Bixia. In truth, she had not perished. She had skillfully employed an exquisite evasive technique to elude the Holy Mother's Taiji long-arm fist. Indeed, as they lifted their gazes to the arena once more, a graceful figure materialized on the opposite side, none other than Bixia herself. She gently covered her crimson lips with her hand, emitting a melodious laughter directed at the Holy Mother Wudong. Apologies, your movements were simply too sluggish. The Holy Mother Wudong, having missed her strike, wore a countenance as dark as stormy waters. A sharp glint emanated from her phoenix-like eyes as she fixed her gaze on Bixia, inquiring, You have indeed seized an opportunity. The technique you just employed is quite unfamiliar. It is certainly not a skill of my Jie Sect. Bixia squinted her eyes into crescent shapes, a radiant smile gracing her face as she replied, Who decrees that only the skills of the Jie Sect may be utilized? As long as I find joy in my practice, does it truly concern you? The Holy Mother Wudong was momentarily taken aback by Baixiao's audacity. She had never anticipated that Bixia would dare to confront her so boldly. While Yunxiao and Xiao might harbor anger, they would never respond in such a manner. But Bixia was different. Should anyone provoke her, she would retaliate without mercy. Humph! Do not mistake courtesy for weakness. My 2 elder sisters may treat you with respect, but I am not so inclined. Bixia tilted her head slightly, her expression brimming with arrogance, inciting the Holy Mother Wudong's fury. With a firm stomp of her left foot upon the ground, the Holy Mother Wudong exclaimed, "Very well. Next, I shall ensure you comprehend the price of your insolence. I hope that as you experience pain, regret does not find you." Boom. A terrifying wave of energy erupted from the Holy Mother Wudong, centered around her figure, instantly unleashing chaos upon the arena. The stone slabs, inscribed with countless runes, were violently lifted, shattering into pieces mid-air, leaving an awe-inspiring spectacle in their wake. Bai Xiao, witnessing the sudden upheaval of the stone slabs before her, felt her complexion shift dramatically. She swiftly leaped into the air, her form soaring upward. Yet, amidst the explosion of debris, numerous fragments still hurtled toward her delicate frame. Whoosh, whoosh. The suddenness of it all, coupled with the overwhelming speed of the debris, left Bai Xiao no time to evade. In an instant, she was struck by several shards, leaving her with painful lacerations. In that moment of shock, she sensed an immense wave of impending danger approaching. Without a moment's hesitation, he swiftly employed his agility to evade the attack, simultaneously forming a mystical gesture with his hands to cast the freezing spell. Just as Bai Xiao had paused, the Holy Mother of No Constraints suddenly materialized, poised with her hand raised for an impending strike. At that moment, the freezing spell took effect upon her. In an instant, the Holy Mother transformed into a chilling ice statue, yet beneath the enveloping frost, her eyes flickered with intensity, and a surge of formidable spiritual power erupted forth. Crack, crack. The thick layer of ice encasing her shattered like fragile porcelain. Do you think such trivial tricks can impede me? Flames of fury blazed upon the Holy Mother's visage. Bai Xiao's repeated attempts at evasion and delay filled her with profound annoyance. Thus, the Holy Mother was resolute in her desire to swiftly conclude the battle. Chapter 41. If you wish to drink my monkey wine, then bring it forth. The power of the unparalleled Holy Mother grew increasingly formidable, her every gesture showcasing the immense strength of a golden, immortal cultivator. Seizing the moment when the unparalleled Holy Mother was momentarily frozen, the fairy Bixiao chanted an incantation, enveloped in a vibrant green radiance brimming with life force. The wound that had been inflicted upon her swiftly ceased to bleed, flesh mending and regenerating at an astonishing rate. In mere moments, the injury was healed completely, leaving no trace behind. Witnessing this spectacle, a shadow of gloom flickered in the depths of the unparalleled Holy Mother's eyes. Healing magic. To think you possess such a rare auxiliary spell. Subsequently, a surge of potent magic emanated from the unparalleled Holy Mother as she charged forward with renewed ferocity. Meanwhile, Bixiao employed freezing spells to delay her onslaught, while deftly evading her strikes. The combination of these two techniques, while unable to mount a counterattack against the unparalleled Holy Mother, effectively allowed her to evade the majority of her assaults. Even when occasionally struck by the residual forces of the Holy Mother's spells, Bixiao could swiftly recuperate with her healing magic. This was the first lesson imparted by Feipeng to the fairy Bixiao, the art of delay. When one cannot prevail, one must simply prolong the confrontation. With her array of life-preserving techniques, Bixiao was ideally equipped for the task of buying time. Meanwhile, the unparalleled Holy Mother grew increasingly irate and agitated, pursuing Bixiao around the arena in a relentless frenzy. The stage was alive with the fleeting shadows of both combatants. How long do you intend to hide? The unparalleled Holy Mother bellowed at one of Bixiao's phantoms. Yet, Bixiao, adhering to Feipeng's counsel, offered no reply. Instead, she deftly maneuvered her hands, swiftly forming a spell. A flash of icy blue light illuminated the scene as the unparalleled Holy Mother was transformed once more into a statue of ice. Forced to shatter the ice encasing her with sheer magical force, the unparalleled Holy Mother found herself trembling with rage. Slowly, she raised her face, her expression a mask of fury, the fire of her wrath nearly tangible. A hoarse voice escaped through her clenched teeth. I have had enough. Since you refuse to concede gracefully, I shall resort to my ultimate powers to subdue you. Do not blame me for the consequences. In the next moment, an overwhelming malevolence erupted from the unparalleled Holy Mother's being, the temperature around her escalating dramatically. Her once pristine skin began to flush a deep crimson as her cheeks swelled. Reaching a critical threshold, she opened her mouth, unleashing a torrent of profound and terrifying ninefold true fire directed at Bixiao. As Bixiao beheld the terrifying force of the ninefold true fire surging towards her, she braced herself for the impending onslaught. As the chilling fear gripped Bixiao, her face turned pale. In a moment of peril, the strategy imparted by Feipeng flashed through her mind. With a swift motion, Her petite hands formed seals, unleashing an overwhelming surge of azure light from her arms. Concurrently, Yunxiao frantically sought to escape through the air. Suddenly, as if by mischance, a dark wine jar tumbled out from her sleeve. "Oh no, my wine!" Yunxiao exclaimed, a pained expression crossing her features. Yet she paid no heed to the fallen jar as the ominous Jume, true fire, loomed dangerously close. Without a moment's delay, Yunxiao retreated rapidly, enveloped in a dense cocoon of azure light. In the next instant, a resounding thud echoed as she executed her freezing technique, encasing herself completely in ice. Yunxiao transformed into a massive ice sphere, crashing down heavily onto the arena. Upon witnessing the sight of Yunxiao encased in ice, the Holy Mother of No Constraints paused in surprise. What was this peculiar act? Unable to defeat her, she had taken refuge within an ice sphere? The Holy Mother couldn't help but chuckle. "Oh, little girl, you've truly boxed yourself in. Had you employed another strategy, perhaps I would have found it challenging to contend with you. Yet, you foolishly chose to counter my Jume true fire with your freezing technique. Little do you know, fire vanquishes ice. It is evident that you were not paying attention during your master's teachings, leading you to commit such an absurd blunder." The Holy Mother, commanding the Jume true fire, transformed it into a vividly animated fire lotus, which gracefully descended beneath the ice sphere, beginning to scorch it. The ice sphere swiftly began to melt, rivulets of icy water cascading down its surface. As Yunxiao's protective sphere diminished rapidly, the Holy Mother felt a sense of complete assurance, a triumphant smile gracing her lips. "What do you think?" The Holy Mother of Golden Spirit fell to Yunxiao. The Holy Mother of Tortoise Spirit was outmatched by Yunxiao. Only I, the Holy Mother of No Constraints, effortlessly deal with Yunxiao. Now, let us see how the three Xiao sisters maintain their pride before me. Turning her gaze towards her fellow disciples outside the arena, the unmistakable satisfaction on her face was evident. "Now you shall understand who reigns as the eldest among the myriad of celestial beings." She laughed heartily. At this moment, the Holy Mother had completely relaxed. In her eyes, vanquishing Yunxiao was merely a matter of time. Soon, the ice sphere enveloping Yunxiao would entirely dissolve. When that time came, it would be Yunxiao's surrender. At this juncture, her attention wandered beyond Yunxiao to other matters. However, the small wine jar that had inadvertently fallen from Yunxiao's sleeve instantly captured her focus. The jar seemed not to have been sealed tightly, as wafts of rich, intoxicating aroma continually invaded the Holy Mother's nostrils. The scent, which could enchant even the soul, felt like the most irresistible temptation in the world, awakening her cravings. A mischievous glint appeared in the Holy Mother's eyes. "Regardless, I am assured of victory in this contest. Thus, this jar of wine may rightfully be deemed my trophy. It is only reasonable that I savor it in advance." The unmatched Holy Mother concocted a rationale for herself, smilingly grasping the jar of monkey wine. With a sharp pop, she uncorked the vessel, releasing a rich aroma that was intoxicating, far surpassing the delightful fragrance she had encountered moments before. Unable to restrain herself any longer, she cradled the jar and eagerly began to drink. Unbeknownst to her, Bai Xiao had silently approached from behind. The icy sphere was a creation of Bai Xiao herself. As such, dispelling the freezing spell would instantaneously render it non-existent. Thus, before the ice could completely melt, Bai Xiao emerged from within. However, to bewilder the unmatched Holy Mother, Bai Xiao chose not to dissolve the sphere, stealthily positioning herself behind the unmatched Holy Mother. Swiftly, without hesitation, Bai Xiao drew the ancient artifact, the Xianyuan sword, bestowed upon her by Feipeng from her spatial device. "If you wish to partake in my monkey wine, then come and take it," she proclaimed, raising the Xianyuan sword high, its blade spinning as she wielded it like a plank, striking forcefully at the back of the unmatched Holy Mother's head. With a resounding thud, the unmatched Holy Mother, having only taken a few sips of wine, suddenly felt an excruciating pain surge through her head, followed by a dizzying whirl, before darkness enveloped her as she collapsed. The assembly of the Jie Sect's myriad immortals erupted in a fervor. Chapter 42, the first of Yunxiao, a shocking display of skill. This contest was nothing short of spectacular. From the outset, Yunxiao Fairy found herself outmatched by the formidable Wudong Holy Mother. Yet Yunxiao, equipped with her life-preserving techniques and ethereal agility, skillfully evaded every assault from Wudong. Her powerful freezing spells significantly delayed Wudong's onslaught, and her remarkable healing abilities allowed her to restore herself to full vitality, regardless of the severity of her injuries. However, relying solely on these advantages would not suffice to conquer the mighty Wudong. Thus, Yunxiao feigned weakness, pretending to be cornered, and encased herself within a great ice sphere. She deliberately dropped a wine jar, which lulled Wudong into a false sense of security. The allure of wine, a known weakness of Wudong, became a lethal trap as she appeared to pose no further threat. When Wudong's focus shifted entirely to the enticing jar of wine, Bixiao stealthily approached from behind, wielding an extraordinarily powerful divine sword, which she wielded like a heavy brick to strike Wudong down. Thus, the unfortunate Wudong lost the contest. Feipeng, witnessing this turn of events, approached the high platform with a beaming smile. Standing tall in his white robes, he surveyed the gathered assembly of the Jie Sect. With a booming voice that resonated across Yunxiao Island, he proclaimed, "In my capacity as the acting sect leader, I hereby announce the result of this contest. Bixiao Fairy emerges victorious." Upon hearing this announcement, the assembly erupted in fervent excitement. "Goodness, our goddess is truly ingenious," they exclaimed. "She has skillfully employed strategy to achieve victory. Who would have thought that the seemingly naive and whimsical Bixiao would possess such cunning? Indeed, she is a remarkable woman. Beyond her ice-cold brilliance, Bixiao's own prowess is formidable, boasting the strength of a golden immortal and a mastery of powerful techniques. Is such a feat attainable by all?" The crowd engaged in animated discussions, their voices rising in fervor, all expressing unwavering support for Bixiao. Judging by the enthusiastic reactions of those present, it appeared that Bixiao's popularity eclipsed even that of Yunxiao and Yunxiao. Some even speculated that Bixiao was destined to claim the title of champion in this magical contest. Swiftly, the Golden Spirit Mother and the Turtle Spirit Mother took to the stage, lifting the unconscious Wudong from the arena. They intended to offer a few words, but fell silent upon witnessing the Xianyuan sword that Bixiao wielded with such ease. What a jest! Did they truly lack discernment? A sword capable of rendering Wudong unconscious could hardly be an ordinary artifact. They observed with keen clarity. When Bixiao brandished this sword, she did so without employing a single rune or any magical power. What does this imply? It signifies that Bixiao harbored no doubt that Wudong could not survive the sword's magical might. Terrifying. A chilling realization indeed. From this, one can surmise that this sword must be an ancient artifact of extraordinary caliber. Otherwise, it could not possibly possess such formidable power. However, I have never before seen Bixiao wield such a divine blade. From whence did she acquire such a terrifying treasure? With a heart full of questions, the Golden Spirit Mother and the Turtle Spirit Mother, accompanied by the Unfettered Mother, swiftly departed. Today, they had suffered a great loss of dignity, while the three Xiao sisters had basked in the glory of their triumph. Yet, it was merely a matter of skill. They could hardly blame anyone. Moreover, as they were all disciples of the same sect, there was no room for resentment in their hearts. The dueling competition of the has always been thus. During the contests, for the sake of healthy rivalry, everyone would occasionally target each other. Once the tournament concluded, all would swiftly revert to the camaraderie and kinship of fellow disciples. Standing atop the high platform, Feipeng proclaimed, "I hereby declare the dueling competition to be a resounding success. All junior brothers and sisters have completed their exchanges. And this time, our champion is none other than our very own Bixiao Fairy." This battle, as you all witnessed, showcased the remarkable performance of Bixiao Fairy, making her the rightful victor of this competition. Surely, no one would disagree? Instantly, the myriad disciples have exclaimed in unison, "We have no objections. We support the decision of our elder brother." Following the cheers, the disciples continued their discussion. "Not only do we have no objections, if I were in her position, I could not have achieved what Bixiao Fairy did. Indeed, faced with such a formidable opponent in the Unfettered Mother, Bixiao Fairy not only stood her ground, but bravely engaged, ultimately triumphing through her wit and strength. She is truly a paragon for us cultivators, an exemplar for us all." At that moment, the unconscious, Unfettered Mother finally regained her senses. Upon learning of the events, a look of astonishment crossed her face, and she remained silent for quite some time. After a brief pause, the Unfettered Mother stepped into the void and soared once more towards Bixiao Fairy. This action immediately heightened the tension among all present. Some were curious, some anxious, and others perplexed. What could the Unfettered Mother possibly intend? As the Unfettered Mother descended gracefully from the air and stood before Bixiao Fairy, she gazed at the victorious fairy, reflecting that this victory should rightfully have been hers, and let out a soft sigh, her heart a tumult of emotions. All eyes were intently focused on the Unfettered Mother, especially Yunxiao and Yunxiao, who feared that the Unfettered Mother, in her fury, might act irrationally. The two sisters clenched their fingers until they turned pale, their faces revealing their apprehension. They remained utterly still, watching the Unfettered Mother closely, ready to intervene without hesitation should she threaten by Xiao Fairy. In contrast to Yunxiao and Xiao, Feipeng remained notably more composed, not due to a lack of concern for Bai Xiao Fairy, but rather because he had faith in the character of the unfettered mother. As anticipated, the unfettered mother inclined her body slightly in a gesture of respect towards Bai Xiao Fairy. Sister Bixiao is truly blessed, having encountered a remarkable opportunity that has propelled her strength to the realm of golden immortals, her cultivation now nearly rivaling that of us, the direct disciples. During this upcoming martial arts competition, you and your two sisters shall undoubtedly shine brightly, and I am convinced that upon our master's return to the island, you will be promoted, at the very least, to inner disciples. With a stroke of good fortune, becoming true disciples may not be beyond reach. Allow me to extend my heartfelt congratulations to you all. In truth, the great opportunities bestowed upon my sister and me, as well as those granted to brother Zhao Gongming, are gifts from our esteemed senior brother, Bixiao candidly stated. What? The senior brother? Are you implying that your breakthrough to Golden Immortal was entirely due to his efforts? The Holy Mother Wudong exclaimed, her eyes widening in disbelief. The entire assembly of the Jie Sect stood in astonishment, their faces reflecting utter shock. How could this be? That seemingly ordinary senior brother. Chapter 43. Do not stand in my way, for I am unfazed indeed. Bai Zhao's pair of crystalline eyes narrowed into crescent shapes as she sweetly smiled and spoke. After our master delivered his teachings last time, my two sisters and I gained profound insights. Consequently, we returned to our cave abode, seizing the opportunity to challenge the golden immortal realm. To our dismay, we failed to break through and sustained severe injuries, almost jeopardizing our cultivation. At that moment, our master was absent from the island, leaving us no choice but to seek guidance from our elder brother. Upon arriving at his cave, he delighted us with a fantasy drama, and both my sisters and I subsequently achieved breakthroughs, deriving techniques and divine abilities from the narrative. This was the fortuitous gift bestowed upon us by our elder brother. The Holy Mother of No Dangers was momentarily taken aback. A fantasy drama? What is this? I have never heard of such a thing. Bai Xiao twirled gracefully, her radiant smile illuminating her face as she rested her chin on her pristine arms, cheerfully explaining. The fantasy drama is a story created by our elder brother using mirroring techniques on crystal. Mirroring techniques? The Holy Mother was astounded. Isn't this a frivolous pursuit? A distraction leading to folly? Such fabricated tales might deceive mortals, but how could immortals fall for them? Moreover, excessive indulgence in such entertainment can lead to delusions and misguided paths. Thus, employing mirroring techniques for amusement was expressly prohibited by the celestial teacher. To think that our elder brother disregarded this decree and became enamored with mirroring techniques, even sharing it with the three of us, it's utterly absurd. Bai Xiao regarded the Holy Mother, her expression reminiscent of a child filled with questions, yet displaying an understanding demeanor. She giggled. Yes. When I first heard that one could comprehend techniques and divine abilities from watching the drama, I bore the same expression as you. To be honest, neither my sisters nor I believed it at first. However, our elder brother's repeated invitations, coupled with his enthusiasm, encouraged us to give it a try. To our astonishment, we truly did glean techniques and divine abilities from the drama. Zhao Gongming can attest to this, for after witnessing our breakthroughs, he too sought our elder brother's counsel and ultimately gleaned techniques and divine abilities from the elder brother's cinematic works, achieving his own breakthrough to the golden immortal realm. Whoosh! Zhao Gongming soared beside the Holy Mother on his flying sword. He exhibited an array of dazzling swordplay, his current suave and charming demeanor starkly contrasting with the previously earnest and unassuming Zhao Gongming. I can confirm that after consulting our elder brother and watching his cinematic works, I successfully broke through to the golden immortal realm, with the techniques and divine abilities I wield now derived from those very films. Upon hearing Zhao Gongming's affirmation, not only the Holy Mother of No Dangers, but also the surrounding disciples of the were stirred into a fervor. If only the celestial maiden of Bixiao had spoken, perhaps they would have harbored some doubts. However, now that even Zhao Gongming has echoed her sentiments, it suggests that the words of the celestial maiden are likely to hold considerable truth. The eldest senior brother indeed possesses the extraordinary ability to help others transcend their realms and comprehend the profound techniques of cultivation. Moreover, the method is astonishingly simple. In stark contrast to their arduous and painstaking efforts in cultivation and the deduction of Taoist doctrines, merely watching a film could yield significant insights. How remarkably effortless! Many among them displayed expressions of astonishment. After all, the myriad immortals of the Jie Sect had previously encountered the eldest senior brother. Currently, He is only at the mid-stage of the Golden Core realm, a level that is rather unremarkable among the myriad immortals of Jie Sect. Yet, they could never have anticipated that such an ostensibly ordinary individual would possess the power to enable the three heavens and Zhao Gongming to transcend their boundaries. It is astonishing how deeply the eldest senior brother has concealed his capabilities. Indeed, they had underestimated him before. If the eldest senior brother can facilitate the breakthroughs of the three heavens and Zhao Gongming, then might we also seek his guidance and, in turn, attain our own breakthroughs and grasp the essence of the techniques? I perceive a substantial possibility in this, and it is no wonder that our master instructed us to consult the eldest senior brother regarding any uncertainties before departing the island. There was indeed a deeper significance to that advice. In comparison to the progress of the three sisters and Zhao Gongming, I now feel utterly ignorant. It is clear that I must seek the eldest senior brother's counsel. Do not hinder me, for I am resolute in my quest for knowledge from him. Good fortune ought to be shared among all. The eldest senior brother belongs to us all, and everyone has the right to seek his wisdom. Indeed, let us collectively approach the eldest senior brother. I am eager to experience the sensations of the golden immortal realm. You are dreaming. The reason the three heavens could ascend to the golden immortal realm is that they already possess peak cultivation at the profound immortal level. For you, at the early profound immortal stage, achieving a breakthrough to the mid-stage would be commendable, let alone aspiring for golden immortal status. Such aspirations are but a fantasy. In an instant, the entire square erupted into a cacophony. Ever since learning that Feipeng possesses the remarkable ability to enable breakthroughs through mere viewing of dramas and to comprehend profound techniques, the thoughts of the myriad immortals of Jie Sect had long since drifted away from the Taoist competition. All eyes turned to the eldest senior brother upon the high platform, their gazes filled with adoration. Observing the glimmer of hope in their eyes, Feipeng extended his arms to calm the crowd. A hush fell over the assembly as everyone awaited the eldest senior brother's words in silence. Please, let us maintain our composure. I have understood your sentiments. The Taoist competition is hereby officially concluded. Furthermore, regarding the opportunities you all eagerly anticipate, I solemnly promise that every disciple of mine, be it outer disciples, inner disciples, or true disciples, shall share in this fortune. As soon as his words fell, a thunderous cheer erupted from below the platform. All disciples of the Jie Sect raised their hands high above their heads, with some even casting their treasures and hats into the sky to express their exhilaration. Long live the eldest senior brother! Long live the eldest senior brother! Apart from the ordinary disciples who were filled with admiration and reverence for Feipeng, even Duobao Taoist, who had previously experienced a minor misunderstanding with him, along with the three esteemed mothers, Jinling, Guiling, and Wudong, were equally moved. They were somewhat astonished as well. The elder brother's remarkable generosity, encapsulated in his statement that every disciple of our Jie Sect has a share in fortune, left them feeling deeply ashamed while simultaneously instilling in them a profound gratitude towards Feipeng. It was evident that this elder brother, favored and esteemed so highly by their master, was indeed extraordinary. Setting aside his innate talent for cultivation, the very demeanor he exhibited was beyond their reach. In retrospect, their prior biases against him now filled them with regret. Duobao Taoist covered his face and lamented. The expressions of Jinling, Wudong, and Guiling mothers also reflected their feelings of shame. Suddenly, Jinling mother raised her head and proposed, I have an idea. Why don't we collectively apologize to the elder brother? Chapter 44. The gathering of the celestial masters to witness the performance. A delightful bounty awaits since our esteemed senior brother possesses such magnanimity. He would undoubtedly not hold our transgressions against us. After all, we are fellow disciples, and if we are to receive his forgiveness and compassion, it is only then that we may embrace the opportunities he bestows upon us. Otherwise, even if we forfeit this chance for enlightenment, I would feel utterly ashamed to approach him for guidance. The revered saintess, with her alabaster chin gently nodding, expressed her agreement in a melodious tone. Indeed, Sister Jinling speaks with great wisdom. Although our senior brother has proclaimed that all disciples of the sect may seek his counsel and obtain fortune, we must not be so brazen as to disregard propriety. Out of respect and reason, we ought to first extend our apologies to him. Only after receiving his pardon can we truly appreciate his generosity. The group immediately nodded in unison, acknowledging this sentiment. At that moment, the multitude of celestial beings invited their senior brother down from the high platform. The disciples linked arms, forming a woven tapestry of limbs, while the exuberant followers carried Feipeng aloft, racing down from the elevated stage. Oh, my dear junior brothers and sisters, you need not be so fervent. I can descend on my own. Yet, the eager crowd, fervently anticipating Feipeng's revelations, paid no heed to his words. Their faces brimmed with exhilaration, the atmosphere more vibrant than a lecture by the celestial master himself. Nearby, Yunxiao, Xiongxiao, and Bixiao stifled their laughter, marveling at the adorable side of their brother Feipeng. How delightful it was to witness such a charming moment. The disciples placed Feipeng at the center of the square and humbly beseeched him to unveil the opportunities he had promised, their demeanor imbued with utmost respect. Feipeng, not one to dawdle, promptly complied. Ultimately, this entire affair was orchestrated by him, allowing them to witness the performance while he reaped considerable benefits. Moreover, it fostered admiration and gratitude among his junior disciples, making it a mutually advantageous arrangement. Unbeknownst to them, they were effectively laboring for him, as the time they spent watching translated into rewards for Feipeng, often surpassing their own gains. Clad in flowing white robes, Feipeng stood with hands clasped behind his back, his gait serene, a subtle enigmatic smile gracing his features. With a swift motion, he flicked his sleeve, and a series of crystal stones cascaded onto the square. In the face of this novel spectacle, the gazes of the celestial beings were swiftly captivated. These crystals, are they the medium through which our senior brother presents his cinematic narratives? Among the disciples were those with keen insight, quickly deducing the purpose of the crystals. With a gentle nod, Feipeng's resonant voice echoed throughout the gathering. Indeed, these crystal stones serve as the finest medium for showcasing films, with but a modicum of magical energy. The images projected upon them are astonishingly clear, akin to high-definition masterpieces. The disciples listened with a mixture of understanding and confusion. They grasped the concept of mirroring techniques, but struggled to comprehend what a high-definition spectacle entailed. However, following a series of explanations from Sanshao and Zhao Gongming, coupled with their current first-hand experience, the disciples began to realize that these cinematic productions were merely fanciful tales fabricated through mirroring techniques upon the crystal stones for their viewing pleasure. Feipeng refrained from elaborating further, believing that after a viewing or two, these disciples of the wood inherently come to their own understanding. With a swift gesture, Feipeng waved his hand, and from the wide sleeves of his robe, dozens of scripts soared forth, landing on the reverse side of the crystal stones, infused with a surge of magical energy. In the next moment, the crystal stones began to display intricate visuals, accompanied by sound. "It has commenced," he announced. "You may select any story that piques your interest. The extent of your understanding depends solely on your own capabilities." Upon hearing their elder brother's words, the disciples of the Bizili prepared themselves. Among them were the 4 saints of Nine Dragon Island, the 10 heavenly lords of Golden Ao Island, and the 7 immortals in attendance, alongside figures such as the Golden Peng, Shurji, and the Celestial of Penglai. In essence, this time, each cinematic production was not restricted to a single disciple. Nearly all the disciples of the gathered in the square. Each crystal stone was densely surrounded by eager disciples, all attentively watching in silence. Even Zhao Gongming and Sanshao, who had previously gained insights, sought out their own crystal stones to settle down. After all, enlightenment was not a one-time affair. By seeking further understanding, Zhao Gongming and Sanshao were certain they could elevate their cultivation once again, a fortuitous opportunity they would not let slip by. At that moment, Duobao Daoren, Holy Mother of Golden Spirit, Holy Mother of Turtle Spirit, and Holy Mother of Wudong quietly approached Feipeng. Seeing these 4 younger siblings opting not to observe the productions, but instead approaching him, filled Feipeng with confusion. Why were they not joining in the viewing? With their exceptional talents, they could surely glean powerful techniques and abilities, thereby enhancing their strength. If their master were to return and witness this scene, he would undoubtedly feel gratified. Upon hearing Feipeng's inquiry, the 4 began to fidget. After a moment of hesitation, Duobao Daoren took the lead and bowed deeply at a 90-degree angle. Feipeng's countenance changed dramatically as he hastily extended a hand to help Duobao Daoren up. "What is the meaning of this, Duobao? Why this sudden display of reverence? Such an act makes me quite uneasy." "Master brother," Duobao explained, "I was previously blind to your virtues and have offended you greatly. I implore your magnanimity and ask that you do not hold my transgressions against me." As Duobao bowed in apology, Wudong Holy Mother, Golden Spirit Holy Mother, and Turtle Spirit Holy Mother followed suit, expressing their contrition. "Master brother, we have wronged you in the past. Please forgive us. We recognize our mistakes, and from now on, we shall honor you with the same respect we afford to our master." Feipeng hurriedly assisted each of them to their feet. "What is the meaning of this? As the esteemed elder brother of the, could I possibly be a person of petty grievances? Moreover, there exists no profound enmity between us. Thus, there is no need for such formality. The trifles of our past have long ceased to trouble my mind. The eyes of the Duobao Taoist sparkled with delight, a look of joy illuminating his countenance. So, does this mean that the elder brother intends to forgive us? Feipeng beamed, his face radiant and warm like jade, evoking a sense of familiarity. I have never held any resentment towards you. Thus, the notion of forgiveness is unwarranted. Please, my dear junior brothers and sisters, rise. Let bygones be bygones. Do not dwell on the past. Your destinies lie ahead, so hasten forth to seek your fortunes. The faces of Duobao Taoist, the Golden Spirit Holy Mother, the Turtle Spirit Holy Mother, and the Wudong Holy Mother all glowed with excitement. The four once again bowed deeply to Feipeng, their expressions brimming with enthusiasm as they sprinted towards the crystal stone in the square. Observing their eager demeanor, Feipeng could only shake his head in a bemused smile, utterly at a loss for words regarding these individuals. Yet, this time, he was indeed poised for a grand revelation. With the simultaneous viewing of the play by the myriad immortals of the over 10,000 celestial beings would elevate their cultivation, all of which would be synergistically bestowed upon him, Feipeng. How formidable would that be? Feipeng could already feel a tinge of exhilaration. Furthermore, if all their comprehended techniques and divine abilities were to converge at once, it would indeed be an unparalleled delight. Excitement and anticipation surged within him. Chapter 45. The protagonist's fortuitous encounters on Gold Pheasant Island. At the Dao Discussion Square, 2 rows of magnificent crystal stones were meticulously arranged, displaying films from the Feipeng System Cinematic Hall. In front of each crystal, a multitude of figures sat densely packed. As the disciples of the engaged in watching the films, it required a significant investment of time. Rather than waiting for their enlightenment, Feipeng turned and returned to his cave on the back mountain. Leisurely, Feipeng moved a wrought-tan chair outside, reclining upon it with ease. He poured himself a glass of juice and, with a casual flick of his wrist, cast a small freezing spell. Instantly, ice cubes appeared out of thin air, and with a deft gesture, Feipeng directed them to fall perfectly into his glass of juice. Crossing his legs, he gently swayed the crystal cup in his hand, taking a small sip that filled his mouth with an invigorating coolness, refreshing every pore of his body. How delightful! Unlike other transmigrators who, despite their advantages, still had to toil tirelessly to enhance their cultivation, I merely need to recline and await my automatic upgrade. Truly, fortune comes effortlessly. With a toothpick, Feipeng plucked a slice of pre-cut snow pear from the table and savored its sweet, crisp flavor. Alongside the snow pear, various fruits such as strawberries, grapes, and apples adorned the table. These were all innate spiritual fruits, stored in the treasury by the Tongtian master, who was currently absent from Gold Pheasant Island, allowing Feipeng to indulge at will. In truth, Feipeng was not driven by greed. The treasury held an abundance of these innate spiritual fruits. If not consumed, they would spoil and lose their freshness. As a youth of the 21st century who abhors waste, how could Feipeng allow such precious fruits to go to waste? Though he had considered sharing them with his fellow disciples, he ultimately refrained. This was not due to selfishness or stinginess. Rather, it was a matter of the principles governing the established by the Tongtian master. Such a powerful force necessitates an accompanying system. If innate spiritual fruits were indiscriminately distributed among the disciples, it would lead to a lack of discipline and foster undue reliance on these fruits, significantly diminishing their combat prowess. Therefore, for the sake of the disciples' healthy cultivation, Feipeng ultimately decided against distributing the spiritual fruits. What? You inquire why Feipeng's consumption of these fruits does not constitute excessive reliance? Because he regards these fruits merely as ordinary sustenance. He does not depend on them for cultivation. He only requires a script and an audience for the films. Time slipped by as Feipeng remained in his cave, leisurely enjoying fruits and sipping tea. Meanwhile, at the Dao Discussion Square, as the films progressed from the first episode to the 7th or 8th, a number of particularly gifted disciples began to experience moments of enlightenment in front of the crystal stones. On Jiulong Island, the 4 saints were utterly captivated, showing signs of impending enlightenment. These 4 saints, Wang Yemo, Yang San, Gao Yuqian, and Li Xingba, were exceptionally gifted and had been accepted as inner disciples by the Celestial Master, holding a status just beneath that of true disciples. At that moment, they were engrossed in the immensely popular television drama Legend of Winds and Clouds, a remarkable fusion of martial arts and fantasy. The leader of the Heaven and Earth Society, Xiongba, was a staunch believer in the mystical arts, relying on the divination of a sorcerer who proclaimed that a golden-scaled creature, once it encounters the winds and clouds, would transform into a dragon. Upon hearing this, the 4 saints of Jiulong Island could not help but shake their heads in derision, finding it laughable that such a formidable figure as Xiongba could be so superstitious. In his quest for supremacy, Xiongba took on two disciples, Bu Jingyun and Nie Feng. Speaking of Nie Feng, he epitomized the archetype of one favored by fortune, always cloaked in the aura of a protagonist. Initially, he was taken as a true disciple by Xiongba, who nurtured him from a young age. And with his extraordinary talent, he swiftly ascended to the rank of a hall master within the Heaven and Earth Society. Subsequently, Xiongba entrusted him with a significant mission to another city, Wushuang City, which was equally renowned. Astonishingly, during this mission, Nie Feng developed romantic feelings for the goddess of the opposing faction, Mingyue, successfully seducing her. In a twist of fate, he even whisked her away on the night of her wedding, only to later face a combined assault from the inhabitants of Wushuang City. The love between Nie Feng and Mingyue culminated in a tragic romance, leading to the downfall of Wushuang City and Mingyue's demise in the abyss below. To summarize, his task was to annihilate Wushuang City or eliminate its foremost leader. Yet, upon arriving, his primary motivation was not to fulfill his superior's directive, but to seduce the enemy's goddess. Remarkably, he succeeded in this endeavor within a mere few days. Upon leaving, he inadvertently completed the task of destroying Wushuang City and was subsequently rewarded and recognized by Xiongba. One must ponder, does Xiongba realize that the disciple he has nurtured for decades nearly betrayed him for a woman? Upon returning to the Heaven and Earth Society after his escapade with the goddess of Wushuang City, Nie Feng found himself entangled with Kong Xi, the goddess of his own faction. Consequently, Xiongba, guided by the sorcerer's ominous prophecy that success and failure alike are intertwined with the winds and clouds, schemed to sow discord between the two disciples. Observing the cold and composed Bu Jingyun, he discerned a passionate heart beneath his exterior. As Bu Jingyun harbored deep affections for the maid Kong Xi, who, in turn, secretly admired the magnanimous Nie Feng. Thus, Xiongba devised a devious plan to marry Kong Xi off to his eldest disciple, Qin Shuang. This led to a memorable scene where the junior sister, at her wedding to her elder brother, lay in the embrace of the second disciple, exclaiming her love for the third disciple. Is this not a tangled web of relationships? Notably, it is essential to emphasize that, in the end, Kong Xi's heart belonged to Nie Feng. One must wonder how Qin Shuang, her husband, and Bu Jingyun, who wept in her arms, would cope with such a heart-wrenching situation. Subsequently, Nie Feng and Bu Jingyun indeed turned against each other due to Kong Xi, who ultimately lost her life while trying to protect Nie Feng. The two then departed from the Tianxia Society to wander the Jianghu. After leaving the Tianxia Society, Nie Feng unexpectedly encountered the reclusive master, the third pig emperor, who revealed to him that his dear brother, Bu Jingyun, was imprisoned in the seventh circle of hell. Determined to rescue him, Nie Feng stealthily infiltrated the Wushan Juegong, risking his life to liberate both Bu Jingyun and Chu Chu. Along the way, they came face to face with the formidable Zhu Wushan, who had perfected an indestructible golden body. In this moment of peril, the third pig emperor intervened, saving them and allowing them to retreat to Duanqing residence to evade further danger. Many years prior, Zhu Wushan led an invasion into the Central Plains, only to be repelled by Wu Ming. In a bid to avenge his past humiliation, he cunningly plotted to poison Wu Ming by using Jian Chun, a disciple marked by the heart-severing seal. This treachery resulted in Wu Ming succumbing to poison during his climactic battle with Zhu Wushan, leading to both Jian Chun and Wu Ming being captured and taken back to the Wushan Juegong. Chapter 46. The first to comprehend was Wang Mo. It was Wang Mo who first grasped the profound truth. The treacherous Zhu Xin had long betrayed his father, Zhu Wushan. In a clandestine chamber, he stealthily extracted the 10,000 swords returned to Wan, and, after incapacitating the martial prowess of Wu Ming, he bargained for Wu Ming to decipher the tome in exchange for Jian Chen's freedom. Upon releasing Jian Chen, Wu Ming discovered that 10,000 swords returned to Wan was merely an ordinary sword manual. Mistakenly believing it to be a forgery, he was subsequently imprisoned once more. Upon learning of the news that the supreme martial artist intended to cede his position to Zhu Wushan, Bu Jingyun and Nie Feng resolved to consult Wu Ming for a counterplan. However, to their dismay, they discovered that Wu Ming had been captured. In a daring move, Nie Feng infiltrated the Zhu palace to rescue Wu Ming, only to be detected by the sinister Gui Luosha. In his attempt to evade capture, he unexpectedly encountered his biological mother, Yanning, who had abandoned him. He also learned that Zhu Tian was his half-brother. Yanning urged Nie Feng to ally with Zhu Wushan, but he resolutely declined. In his confinement, Wu Ming ultimately unraveled the secret of 10,000 swords returned to Wan. He realized that one must first relinquish their martial abilities to master it, and he finally succeeded in his practice. During the rescue of Wu Ming, Niefeng was tragically captured by his half-brother, Zhu Tian, while attempting to shield Bu Jingyun and Wu Ming. He endured severe torture, and though his mother witnessed his suffering, she was powerless to extricate him. To exploit Yanning, Zhu Xian knocked Zhu Tian unconscious and freed Niefeng. Determined to thwart Zhu Wuxian from claiming supremacy over the martial world, Niefeng and Bu Jingyun, with the aid of the Pig Emperor, sought the malevolent emperor to cultivate an intensely dark demonic blade to confront Zhu Wuxian. At a critical juncture of becoming a demon, the father of the second dream, the second Blade Emperor, challenged the evil emperor. In the ensuing battle, he inadvertently killed the evil emperor's disciple, the deeply infatuated Zhao Gongming. Her blood splashed into the demonic pool, causing Niefeng to prematurely emerge from seclusion. In a confrontation where he nearly vanquished the second Blade Emperor, Zhao Gongming intervened just in time. Clutching her lifeless body, Niefeng vanished from the martial realm. On the day of Zhu Wuxian's ascension, Wu Ming unveiled Zhu Xian's mask before all, exposing the truth of his impersonation of the martial world's sovereign. Enraged at the exposure of his scheme, Zhu Wuxian unleashed a violent rampage. In the midst of the chaos, Niefeng appeared, wielding the Shuiyin blade to strike fiercely at Zhu Wuxian, who fled severely wounded. During the pursuit, Niefeng fell victim to a hypnotic drug devised by Zhu Xian and was captured. Zhu Xian concealed him within his secret chamber. To save Niefeng, Yanning agreed to poison Zhu Wuxian's tea at Zhu Xian's behest. During the climactic battle with Wu Ming, Jingyun, and others, Zhu Wuxian succumbed to the poison orchestrated by his son, Zhu Xian, under the orders of Xiongba, resulting in his beheading. At that moment, the Zhu palace erupted in explosions, engulfed in flames. It was revealed that although Xiongba ostensibly withdrew from the martial world, his ambition to dominate it had not waned. He had been meticulously observing the movements between Wu Ming and Zhu Wuxian, preparing to reap the rewards. Secretly, he had dispatched his foremost disciple, Qin Shuang, to plant explosives within the Zhu palace. Recognizing that Niefeng had become a formidable demon, Xiongba commanded Zhu Xian to administer the 9 transformations heart pill to control his will, intending to seize the dragon vein that symbolized the supremacy of the martial world to assert his dominance. During the struggle for the dragon vein, Niefeng acquired it, and, under its influence, temporarily broke free from Xiongba's control, once again drifting through the martial realm. After marrying Niefeng, the second dream sought to rid him of his demonic nature by retreating to her hometown. Ultimately, she sacrificed her life, employing a blood exchange method to completely eradicate Niefeng's demonic essence. Niefeng and Bu Jingyun, united in their might, vanquished the formidable Xiongba, who was on the verge of harnessing the dragon veins to become a malevolent force, thus safeguarding the tranquility of the martial world. After experiencing the entirety of the narrative, the 4 saints of 9 Dragons Island found themselves in a state of profound contemplation. The characters of Niefeng, Bu Jingyun, Qin Shuang, and Duan Lang profoundly resonated within them. Their personalities and life experiences bore striking resemblances to those of the 4 saints of 9 Dragons Island, who, too, were individuals with storied pasts. They, too, endured numerous tribulations before ultimately forging their brotherhood and dedicating themselves to the teachings of the revered Tongtian. With a thunderous roar, Wang Mo, one of the 4 saints, felt an immense surge of power erupt from his being. In an instant, he opened his eyes, revealing a frenzied crimson glimmer. Wang Mo's ancestry had once harbored traces of divine blood, rendering the awakening of such power a rarity. However, having witnessed the epic tale of Fengyun legend and identifying deeply with the character of Niefeng, Wang Mo's awakening was triumphant. The 5 characters of the Ice Heart technique flashed through his mind. Overjoyed, he realized that this was none other than Niefeng's own martial art. A tremendous force coursed through his limbs, breaking through the shackles of years of cultivation as if a dam had burst. With a resounding crash, a shadowy visage of a chaotic deity roared around Wang Mo. An intense vitality gathered above his head, culminating in the blossoming of 3 golden flowers, each entwined with vibrant life force. As their petals unfurled, an endless cascade of principles fell like a waterfall, transforming Wang Mo into a figure of chaotic divinity. Exuding a chilling and formidable aura, the disciples of the Jie Sect gasped in astonishment. Heavens! Look! It is Wang Mo of the 4 saints of 9 Dragons Island. Such a commotion. He has actually ascended to the golden immortal realm. This prodigious talent was indeed terrifying. While they had all watched Fengyun legend together, he had comprehended its essence, whereas they remained merely entertained, failing to grasp any profound insights. Clearly, not everyone could easily achieve such understanding. The commotion also drew the attention of Sanshao, and her companions. Yunzi, with a gentle nod, addressed the Jie Sect disciples. Do not be disheartened. In our early days, my sisters and I also faced many challenges before we were fortunate enough to comprehend the teachings. To grasp a martial art or divine ability, one must forge a deep connection with the characters within the story. Observe, Wang Mo possesses the true blood of chaotic divinity. Much like how Nie Feng carries the inherited madness of his lineage. Both share a significant commonality. Once unleashed, they can evoke terrifying destructive power. Thus, it is imperative for each of you to find a character with whom you resonate, empathize with their experiences, and relate them to your own journey to facilitate comprehension. Upon hearing Yunzi's elucidation, the crowd was enlightened and bowed in gratitude. Now we understand. Thank you, Yunzi, for your guidance. We are eternally grateful. With a resounding boom, the atmosphere shifted. Wang Mo rose abruptly, seeking a clear patch beside the crystal stone, where he commenced an incessant practice of his arcane arts. Within him, the bloodline of the chaos divine demon was awakened. Initially, his cultivation was insufficient to harness such formidable power. However, fortune favored him as he comprehended the prideful cold ice heart technique, which allowed him to maintain clarity of mind, preventing him from succumbing to madness and harming others. At that moment, Wang Mo bellowed, "Wind godleg." Instantly, he appeared to transform into a tempest, with countless leg shadows swirling in the air, creating a dizzying spectacle that obscured his true position. Just as the onlookers were left in awe, a blinding beam of white light, extending 40 meters, suddenly descended from above. Prideful cold six techniques. The fearsome blade of light cleaved through the air, carving a bottomless chasm across the plaza. Cold sweat beaded on the foreheads of the spectators. Had it not been for the protective island formation established by the disciples of the sage on Golden Tortoise Island, that single strike could have resulted in more than just a fissure. It could have split the entire island in twain. The divine power that Wang Mo had grasped was indeed terrifying beyond measure. Chapter 47. Marvelous Techniques to Enhance Charisma on the Unassuming Island of Yunxiao. Within a modest cave dwelling, Feipeng was diligently preparing a delectable fruit pizza. Suddenly, a mechanical voice resonated in his mind. Ding! It has been detected that Wang Mo has gained insights by watching your film series Legend of Winds and Clouds, resulting in a breakthrough to the golden, immortal realm. The host shall simultaneously attain this level of cultivation. In the next moment, a surge of immense magical power erupted from within Feipeng. The golden core in his dantian expanded significantly. Oh, I have reached the late stage of the golden core. With a slight inward glance of his consciousness, Feipeng realized his cultivation had indeed risen. However, in contrast to his previous exhilaration, he now merely smiled faintly, lacking the joy he once felt. Although his cultivation speed was remarkably swift compared to others, it still fell short in the face of the imminent divine era within the Primordial World. Nonetheless, while the increase in cultivation did not bring him overwhelming delight, the subsequent techniques and divine abilities he comprehended were a source of great elation. Ding! It has been detected that Wang Mo has comprehended the prideful cold heart technique, practiced by the protagonist Nie Feng. Through watching Legend of Winds and Clouds, the host shall be rewarded with simultaneous comprehension of this technique. With a resounding boom, an enigmatic, faceless figure appeared in Feipeng's mind. This figure diligently practiced the prideful cold heart technique, as streams of icy blue energy flowed through its meridians, following intricate pathways. Thanks to the system's assistance, Feipeng grasped this technique almost instantaneously, his face illuminating with unrestrained joy. He was truly ecstatic. Feipeng's excitement stemmed from a secret he had stumbled upon during discussions with online friends in his previous life regarding the prideful cold heart technique. This secret, although unmentioned in the original work, had been uncovered through the powerful reasoning abilities of his peers. The revelation was that those who practiced the prideful cold heart technique could enhance their charm towards the opposite sex. Why, you may ask? Just observe Nie Feng's romantic escapades. Goddesses seemed to fall for him wherever he went. If this were merely a result of the protagonist's halo, it would be utterly unreasonable, especially considering that Bu Jingyun was also a protagonist. Why, then, did Bu Jingyun not enjoy similar romantic fortune? Thus, the only plausible explanation is that the technique he practiced possessed a unique enhancement effect. And what of Nie Feng's father, the most formidable and charismatic man in the narrative? The first choice of the most desirable woman was none other than Nie Feng's father. Is this not sufficient evidence? Excited, Feipeng immediately began practicing the prideful cold heart technique. He felt a chilling magical force intertwined with an inexplicable resonance of the Tao, dramatically elevating his overall aura. As he experienced this profound transformation, a smile of delight graced his face. It truly works. Haha, this is absolutely exhilarating. Wang Mo indeed. This young man is quite impressive. I did not anticipate that he would be the first to achieve enlightenment. I shall duly note his merit. At that moment, it was detected that Wang Mo experienced yet another awakening, this time comprehending the profound technique known as the Wind God Leg, and as a result, the host was rewarded with the simultaneous acquisition of this ability. Feipeng smiled faintly, graciously accepting this newfound skill. In the narrative, Niefeng wielded the Wind God Leg with remarkable prowess, gaining considerable renown in its early stages. This technique not only serves as an exceptionally formidable offensive maneuver, but also bestows upon its practitioner unparalleled speed and an ethereal grace in movement. Its practicality is undeniably strong. However, one wonders how it measures against the illustrious technique of heavenly reach from the primordial realm. As he pondered while sipping tea, he appeared utterly relaxed. Meanwhile, the first breakthrough among the 4 saints of Nine Dragon Island was achieved by Wang Mo. The other 3 brothers soon found themselves enveloped in a mysterious state of enlightenment. Yang's son was seen with the flow of Taoist essence surging throughout his being, a cascade of golden light enveloping his form, presenting an extraordinary spectacle. Suddenly, with a swift motion, Yang's son opened his eyes, revealing a reflection of a frozen expanse within the depths of his gaze. In that vast landscape, a towering man was seen, wielding iron fists that conjured a tempestuous aura. With each strike, he shattered towering ice peaks into fragments. With a resounding boom, a surge of immense magical energy erupted from within Yang's son, coalescing into his fists. Rising abruptly, he directed a powerful shout towards the heavens, striking upward with his fist. Crack! The void was shattered by his blow, and from the remnants of the broken space, golden light began to seep forth. As the fragments of the void scattered, the onlookers finally beheld 3 golden flowers blooming gradually above Yang's son, their endless principles cascading like fine mist. Gulp! Gulp! The sounds of swallowed breaths echoed as the spectators were profoundly astonished. Yang! Brother Yang! What has he comprehended? He has shattered the void with a single punch, manifesting the 3 golden flowers that signify the golden immortal realm. In an instant, the character's heavenly frost-cold art surfaced in Yang Sen's mind, and the essence of this technique flowed seamlessly into his consciousness. Subsequently, he instantaneously grasped the powerful divine technique known as the Heavenly Frost Fist. Like a wild beast, he emitted a low growl, an icy spiritual essence emanating from his being. His exterior transformed to an extreme chill, his Taoist robe cloaked in frost, even his thick brows and beard adorned with ice crystals. As the cold energy reached a critical point, Yang Sen stamped his feet firmly upon the ground of the plaza, propelling himself skyward, while his right fist gathered the entirety of his icy spiritual power, striking towards the heavens. Heavenly Frost Fist. Boom. A blue ice fist surged upward in an instant, its fierce momentum tearing through the heavy clouds above. Even the heavens seemed to be encased in ice. As a vast expanse of icy blue materialized, its terrifying power eliciting awe from the disciples of the Jie Sect. How enviable. This formidable force could easily overwhelm an ordinary golden immortal cultivator, perhaps defeating 10 with a single strike. Meanwhile, a notification rang out. Congratulations to the host. Jie Sect disciple Yang's son has comprehended the Heavenly Frost Cold technique and simultaneously grasped the Heavenly Frost Fist, achieving a breakthrough to the golden immortal realm. As a special reward, the host also receives both the Heavenly Frost Cold technique and the Heavenly Frost Fist. Boom. The magic power within Feipeng surged once more, allowing him to successfully advance to the pinnacle of the golden core stage. Yet, his focus was evidently not on his cultivation elevation. At that moment, he was intently watching the small figure in his mind, practicing the movements of the Heavenly Frost Cold technique and the Heavenly Frost Fist, his heart brimming with excitement. The Heavenly Frost Fist. This martial art is even more formidable than the Wind God Leg and the Cloud Dispelling Palm. Chapter 48. The Broken Waves. Who possesses the traits of a protagonist yet lives as a villain unexpectedly. Today I have acquired it, and without any cultivation, I have already mastered it. Feipeng's heart brimmed with joy. Many fans of Wind and Cloud believe that the Frost Fist pales in comparison to the Wind God Leg and the Cloud Pushing Palm. However, Feipeng understood that such a perception was fundamentally misguided. When the formidable Xiong Ba imparted martial arts to his 3 direct disciples, he was unaware of their individual talents. In this context, Xiong Ba bestowed his teachings based solely on their rankings as the eldest, second, and youngest brothers. As the eldest disciple, Qin Shuang received the Frost Fist, the pinnacle of the 3 supreme techniques. This fist not only has the power to freeze an opponent's internal energy, but can also transform the surrounding area into a realm of ice within several meters. Mastering the Frost Fist requires the cultivation of icy internal energy, whereas the Wind God Leg and the Cloud-Pushing Palm do not. One demands a specific attribute of internal energy to unleash its power, while the other two can be executed with regular internal energy. The distinction in strength is evident. The misunderstanding arose primarily because Nye Feng, who practiced the Wind God Leg, and Bu Jingyun, who practiced the Cloud-Pushing Palm, are the protagonists. They not only possess greater talent than Qin Shuang, but also enjoy better fortune and more opportunities. Naturally, they appear far more formidable than Qin Shuang. Feipeng clenched his fists tightly, and in the next moment, his right arm, enveloped in icy spiritual energy, surged towards the sky above Golden Tortoise Island. Boom! With an ear-splitting sound, the great protective array of Golden Tortoise Island unexpectedly manifested on its own. A dense array of runes and formations intertwined with an inexplicable rhythm, repelling a surge of powerful ice-blue energy and dissipating it in an instant. This commotion drew the attention of the myriad immortals gathered in the plaza. Heavens! What is happening over there? Looking in that direction, it seems to be the Elder Brother's cave dwelling. Could it be that the Elder Brother just made a move? That attack just now appeared to be the Frost Fist, which Brother Yang's son had recently comprehended. It's astonishing that the Frost Fist can unleash such terrifying power in the hands of the Elder Brother. Surely, the techniques and divine powers we have grasped are deliberately infused by the Elder Brother into these dramas. He must have mastered these techniques and powers even more profoundly. Indeed, the Elder Brother is truly unfathomable. With so many techniques and divine powers, where has he learned them all? Without paying heed to the discussions among his junior brothers and sisters, Feipeng couldn't help but marvel. He did not expect the Frost Fist to be so effective that even the protective array set by his master was triggered. In terms of freezing abilities, the Frost Fist and the freezing technique comprehended by Bixiao are worlds apart. The freezing technique learned by the fairy Bixiao is a minor spell taught to her by Zhao Linger, a descendant of Nuwa. Although it possesses freezing effects, it lacks any real lethality and merely serves to slow down the enemy's speed. However, on this day, the Frost Fist was distinctly different. Had the Celestial Maiden of Azure Skies mastered the Frost Fist, the Sacred Mother of Wudong would undoubtedly have stood no chance against her. Their comprehension of martial arts and divine powers seemed to grow increasingly formidable. I eagerly anticipate what formidable skills they will unveil next. In the square, Yang's son stood with his energy gathered, gazing in admiration at the direction from which Feipeng had just launched his attack. One day, I too shall aspire to be as formidable as my senior brother. Boom. Beside him, Gao Youqian's aura surged violently, his cultivation advancing at an astonishing rate. Pop, pop, pop. With the convergence of 3 flowers atop the head, and the return of 5 energies to their origin, another disciple of the Jie Sect had ascended to the golden immortal realm. Upon breaking through, one of his eyes radiated a crimson glow, while the other shimmered with an icy brilliance. I shall prove to all, even relying solely on myself, that I am indeed the strongest. One must not be too soft-hearted in life, especially as a man, for it leads to inevitable losses. What constitutes right? What constitutes wrong? Who has the authority to determine such matters? Only the strong possess the qualification to judge right from wrong. Gao Youqian murmured to himself, and those around him instantly recognized the resonance he shared with another, Duan Lang. In the narrative, Duan Lang's journey was fraught with adversity. Yet he forged himself into an extraordinary master through sheer willpower. Were it not for Nye Feng and Bu Jingyun's protagonist Oris, Duan Lang would undoubtedly embody the quintessential hero archetype. Originally the son of the Southern Lin Sword Master, he lost his parents at a young age and ended up serving as a menial laborer in the World Association. Despite his tender age, he bravely offered his services to the tyrant, Xiongba, and dared to reason with such a formidable figure, only to be ultimately relegated to a lowly position. Nevertheless, his audacity was far beyond that of ordinary folk. Faced with life's setbacks, Duan Lang did not succumb to despair. During his time at the World Association, he labored tirelessly by day and devoted himself to martial arts by night. Living on nothing but plain buns and pickled vegetables, he never once complained. Ultimately, through his indomitable will and remarkable talent, he mastered unparalleled martial skills. Just as the World Association was set to elect a hall master, Duan Lang believed the time had come, and he showcased his prowess in the competition. With great effort, he advanced to the finals, where he was to face Bu Jingyun, the favored disciple of Xiongba. Though Bu Jingyun was a formidable opponent, Duan Lang felt no fear. However, the night before the competition, Xiongba summoned Duanlang in secret, commanding him to lose to Bu Jingyun or face death. Reluctantly, Duanlang complied, and the following day, he indeed fell to Bu Jingyun. Unbeknownst to Bu Jingyun, he remained oblivious to the fact that Duanlang had deliberately conceded, interpreting his victory as a testament to his prowess. Niafeng, as Duanlang's sole confidant, rushed to console him. Yet his words betrayed a lack of faith in Duanlang's ability to triumph over Bu Jingyun. In a fit of anger, Duanlang departed the World Association and sought refuge in the Wushuang city, where he was entrusted with significant responsibilities and rose to a position of prominence. From this perspective, the talent selection process in Wushuang City is indeed far more upright compared to that of the Tianxia Association. However, after much struggle, Duanlang finally ascended to the pinnacle of his life, becoming the CEO of Wushuang City, believing he could enjoy the fruits of his labor and lead a prosperous life. Yet, unexpectedly, he arrived. His sole good friend, Niafeng, appeared with an enigmatic smile. What was his intention? To wreak havoc upon Wushuang City. You truly are my best friend, Duanlang. How considerate of you. I extend my gratitude to your entire family. With the Sword Saint guarding Wushuang City, should Niafeng dare to breach its defenses, he would undoubtedly meet his demise. Recalling their childhood friendship, Duanlang informed Niafeng of the perilous situation in Wushuang City and urged him to leave, advising him not to become a pawn of Xiongba. Yet, Niafeng not only disregarded his warning, but also engaged in combat with the Sword Saint. Just as the Sword Saint was about to deliver a fatal blow to Niafeng, Duanlang, disregarding his own life, rushed to save him. In return, Niafeng repaid his kindness with enmity, teaming up with Mingyue to unleash a devastating romance that obliterated Wushuang City, flawlessly executing Xiongba's mission, and then departed without a second thought. Thus, Duanlang found himself once again alone in the chaotic winds of fate, transitioning from having nothing to being utterly devoid of all. From this moment on, Duanlang matured significantly, shedding the last vestiges of youthful innocence and fantasy regarding this realm, evolving into a decisive, cunning, and strategic master of unparalleled skill. Chapter 49. The Unveiling of Supreme Equipment. In Gao Youqian's mind, a profound technique materialized effortlessly. His eyes sparkled with astonishment. It was none other than the Duan clan's heart method. Having just finished Legend of Wind and Cloud, he was well aware of the origins of this technique. It was the authentic internal cultivation method of the Duan family, practiced by Duanlang since childhood. Soon after, another technique surfaced in his thoughts, the Eclipse Sword Technique. This swordsmanship comprised 8 forms. The first form, White Sun Breaking Dawn, resembled the rising sun, bright yet gentle. The second form, Sword Overlapping Brilliance, unleashed a torrent of sword shadows, radiating intense light. The third form, Sunlit Zenith, showcased a fierce and heated swordplay akin to the scorching midday sun, overwhelming opponents. The fourth form, Sunset over Melancholy City, ensnared foes in a dense web of swords, leaving them defenseless. The fifth form, Sun Covering Heart's Fatigue, neutralized the opponent's intent, mitigating personal harm. The sixth form, Sun Filling to Overflow, wielded a ferocity surpassing that of a blade, exhausting adversaries with enduring sword energy. The seventh form, Light of the Setting Sun, served as a counterattack to rebound the opponent's assault, altering the tide of battle. The eighth form, Fire Unicorn Eclipse, enveloped the battlefield in a shroud of impenetrable sword nets. Akin to an eclipse, Gao Youqian comprehended the sword moves and immediately began to practice. In an instant, the surroundings transformed, suffused with radiant hues and ethereal mist, while 4 fire unicorns circled around him, roaring majestically. Within the cave abode, Feipeng languidly stirred a crystal goblet filled with amber-hued wine, letting out a yawn. It was still early, and the myriad of celestial beings from the Jie sought to indulge in the entirety of these cinematic tales, hoping to resonate with the narratives and characters, a task that required time for contemplation. Hence, there was no need for haste. It was merely the beginning, and the consecutive insights gained by the 4 saints of Nine Dragon Island marked a promising start. Feipeng plucked a cherry from a pristine plate and tossed it into his mouth. Subsequently, he pressed a button on a small, gear-filled box. Melodious music instantly emanated, and the gears on the box spun ceaselessly, creating a breathtaking spectacle of exquisite craftsmanship. This music box had been crafted by Feipeng based on memories of a similar one from his past life, serving as a delightful diversion during moments of idleness. After a while, a voice resonated in his mind, seemingly out of the blue. Ding! Gao Youqian has gained enlightenment through viewing your cinematic work, Legend of Wind and Cloud, resulting in a breakthrough to the golden, immortal realm. The host synchronously acquires cultivation. Ding! Gao Yuqian has obtained the Duan Lang's cultivation method, Duan Clan's heart method, along with the divine ability Eclipse sword technique. The host synchronously acquires both the method and the divine ability. Ding. It has been detected that the Eclipse sword technique requires a special weapon to unleash its full potential. Furthermore, due to the 3 consecutive insights triggered today, a rare occurrence has activated, resulting in the emergence of a high-quality weapon, the Fire Unicorn Sword. Please, host, claim it promptly. What? Feipeng's spirit was instantly uplifted. Since his disciples had begun to glean techniques and divine abilities from his cinematic works, this was the first time he had received equipment. He distinctly remembers that during the initial introduction of the system, it was stated that whenever an individual derives insights into martial techniques and divine powers from his films and dramas, as the host, he would concurrently acquire those insights. Moreover, there existed a certain probability of obtaining corresponding equipment. This equipment could either be a magical artifact or a rare treasure from heaven and earth. However, this probability was evidently low. Previously, when Sanxiao and Zhao Gongming comprehended the techniques, they failed to trigger this reward. To his astonishment, today, when the esteemed Gao Yuqian grasped the Eclipse sword technique, it resulted in the emergence of the magnificent flame-scale sword. In the next moment, a sizzling sound resonated in the void before Feipeng. Subsequently, a long sword, adorned with crimson scales, gradually materialized. The sword emanated a terrifying heat, as if it had just been withdrawn from molten lava, and appeared exceedingly exquisite. Feipeng gazed at the flame-scale sword with curiosity, eagerly desiring to discern its rank among magical artifacts. He understood that everything arriving in the primordial world would be transformed by the system to suit its realm. Thus, this flame-scale sword, although merely a mortal's weapon in the martial arts world, had ascended to the status of a magical artifact upon its appearance in the primordial world. System, initiate a scan to determine the rank of this flame-scale sword. Ding, the system is activating the scanning function. Scanning the flame-scale sword. Scanning complete. The system assesses the flame-scale sword as a low-grade, innate spiritual treasure. Upon hearing this result, Feipeng nodded in satisfaction. A low-grade, innate spiritual treasure, in this era, was indeed a remarkable artifact. After all, even the renowned Monkey King S. Rui Jingu Bang and the celestial warrior Yang Jian S. Fantian Huaji were merely low-grade acquired treasures. It is noteworthy that they are classified as low-grade acquired treasures, which pale in comparison to the low-grade innate treasure before him. Innate treasures are superior to acquired ones. Hence, the flame-scale sword, as a low-grade innate treasure, could already be deemed a divine weapon in the current primordial world. Nevertheless, this alone did not suffice to elicit excitement from Feipeng. He found joy in the mere validation that the system could indeed yield equipment. A sense of exhilaration coursed through him. It is worth noting that within every cinematic work, there exist several extraordinary weapons. Without venturing far, the 4 saints of Dragon Island were currently engrossed in watching Legend of the Wind and Cloud. If someone were to derive insights into Bu Jingyun's techniques shortly, there would be a significant probability of uncovering an unparalleled sword. Such an artifact would be the coveted dream of martial artists. Considering the flame-scale sword as a reference, the unparalleled sword must surely be a high-grade innate treasure, wouldn't it? A high-grade innate treasure. The very thought of it ignited a thrill within him. At that moment, the system's voice echoed once more in Feipeng's mind. Ding. Li Xingba has gained insights through viewing your cinematic work Legend of the Wind and Cloud and has broken through to the golden immortal realm. The host simultaneously acquires the corresponding cultivation level. Ding. Li Xingba has acquired the cultivation method of Bu Jingyun, Maha Wuyang, the divine ability Pai Yun Zhang, Hua family sword technique, and Holy Spirit sword technique. The host synchronously gains both the cultivation methods and divine abilities. Ding. Congratulations to the host for triggering a high drop rate once again, resulting in the acquisition of an unparalleled top-tier weapon, the extraordinary sword. Buzz. Feipeng suddenly raised his head, and within his line of sight, a pitch-black sword descended from the heavens. Gradually, it settled before him. Feipeng's eyes sparkled with excitement, filled with a radiant glow. An extraordinary sword. He grasped the hilt with determination, and in an instant, he executed the Holy Spirit sword technique he had just comprehended. In a heartbeat, the cave was awash with flickering sword shadows, while Feipeng's figure became nearly imperceptible. Only by achieving the realm of unity between man and sword can one completely conceal the physical form. What remained was merely a sword, oscillating between life and death, honing an unparalleled sharpness. Chapter 50. The Enlightenment of the 10,000 Immortals, a cataclysm of gains. Boom, boom, boom. Clouds of mushroom-like explosions erupted incessantly. Had it not been for the array inscribed by the master of the heavenly teachings within Feipeng's cave, it would have undoubtedly been shattered into fragments by the extraordinary sword. Truly, it is a magnificent sword. As Feipeng reveled in joy, the system's incessant chimes resounded in his mind. Ding! Your film Legend of Wind and Clouds is currently being viewed by 200 disciples of the Zhejiao. Ultimately, 128 disciples have gained insight and collectively achieved breakthroughs to the golden immortal tier. You, as the host, can currently acquire this cultivation level. Ding! Your film Sword of Immortality 1 is being watched by 400 disciples of the. Ultimately, 262 disciples have experienced enlightenment and collectively ascended to the golden immortal tier. You, as the host, can currently achieve this cultivation level. Ding! Your film Flower of Qian Valley is being viewed by 2,000 disciples of the. Ultimately, 1,723 have triggered insights and elevated their cultivation to the golden immortal tier. You, as the host, can currently attain this level of cultivation. Ding! The 10 heavenly lords of Golden Ao Island, through viewing, have comprehended 3 parts returned to origin chi. Ding! Daji, through viewing, has comprehended primal chaos power. Ding! Empty-handed against the white blade, mighty diamond fist, 6 zhang golden body. Ding! Congratulations, host, on acquiring the treasure lotus lamp. Ding! Congratulations, host, on acquiring the snow drink mad blade. Ding! Congratulations, host, on acquiring the dragon-slaying saber. Ding! Congratulations, host, on acquiring the 5 spirit pearl. Ding! With the passage of time, the moment Feipeng had eagerly anticipated finally arrived. Over 10,000 disciples of the were engrossed in his films. As they neared the climax of the plots, spurred on by the earlier stimulation from the 4 saints of Nine Dragons Island, this group of individuals began to comprehend and break through in succession. Accompanying this were the ceaseless chimes echoing in Feipeng's mind, while within him, a series of breakthrough sounds resonated. Each disciple's advancement contributed to his own cultivation growth. Thousands of disciples breaking through to the golden immortal tier resulted in an explosive enhancement of Feipeng's realm. The pinnacle of the golden elixir stage, breakthrough. Initial stage of the nascent soul, mid-stage, late stage, pinnacle of the nascent soul, breakthrough. Transformation stage, initial stage, mid-stage, breakthrough. Great Ascension stage, breakthrough. Tribulation stage, breakthrough. Ascension stage, breakthrough. Human immortal realm, breakthrough. True immortal realm, breakthrough. Earth immortal realm, breakthrough. Heavenly immortal realm, breakthrough. Profound immortal realm, breakthrough. In the next moment, 3 colossal golden flowers blossomed slowly above Feipeng's head. 3 flowers gathered at the apex. 5 energies returned to origin. Golden immortal realm. Yet, the surprises did not cease. The multitude of disciples of the was astonishing. The cultivation brought to Feipeng by their breakthroughs was beyond imagination. Boom. Suddenly, Feipeng's entire being quaked, and the Tao rhythm enveloped him, giving rise to an incredibly potent magical force from within. This transformed into an overwhelming aura, akin to tidal waves, sweeping across the entirety of Golden Ao Island. His realm continues to ascend. Golden Immortal, early stage. Golden Immortal, mid-stage. Golden Immortal, late stage. Golden Immortal, pinnacle. Tai Golden Immortal. Sensing the vast ocean of spiritual energy coursing through his meridians, Feipeng squinted in satisfaction. However, he furrowed his brows slightly. Feeling the chaotic presence of myriad techniques coexisting within him, some were in conflict, others devoured one another, while many remained entirely unrelated. This state of confusion left Feipeng momentarily bewildered. Through the system, he had allowed numerous junior disciples to glimpse the Tao, thus acquiring a multitude of techniques and abilities. The abilities were manageable, yet the techniques, like countless stars, densely populated his consciousness, creating a rather disordered landscape. Feipeng fell into contemplation. For the moment, things were tolerable. However, if this multitude of techniques were to persist within him for an extended period, he feared complications might arise. Just as he was grappling with this conundrum, a sudden notification from the system echoed in his mind. Ding! Detection indicates that the host has successfully mastered 10,000 techniques, triggering a supreme achievement. As a reward, the host receives the primordial level technique, capable of mastering all laws. Buzz. In the next moment, a colossal, wordless tome materialized in Feipeng's mind. A few beams of light flickered as the wordless book began to turn its pages autonomously. With each turn, a tremendous force emanated from its pages, drawing in the scattered orbs of techniques within Feipeng's consciousness. Each technique that landed upon the pages filled the once blank sheets, as if they were destined to bring completeness to the tome. During this process, Feipeng was astonished to discover that not all techniques were absorbed by the wordless tome. Some smaller orbs of light, with dimmer radiance, failed to reach the pages at all. The tome's cover emitted mysterious light, obliterating all inadequate techniques. Ultimately, only the most exceptional and elite techniques remained, having passed through the tome's discerning filter. Feipeng's eyes gleamed with excitement. Just when he was dozing off, fortune smiled upon him. The primordial technique could absorb the essence of myriad techniques. This was utterly remarkable. With this, his techniques would transcend all others. Even if he were to comprehend more techniques in the future, he need not worry, for he need only cultivate one technique. The characteristics and advantages of the other techniques could be perfectly preserved, allowing him to call upon them whenever desired, as if tailor-made for him. Brushing off the dust from his garments, Feipeng stepped out of his cave dwelling. He wished to see how his junior disciples had transformed after comprehending the techniques and abilities from the films and dramas. With his current cultivation, he could traverse distances effortlessly, taking just a few steps to leave mountains and rivers behind. Upon raising his head, Feipeng found himself in the square, where most of the disciples of the Jie Sect were engaged in digesting their newfound knowledge. They either closed their eyes in quiet contemplation, attuning themselves to the subtle energies around them, or engaged in dramatic displays of their mystical powers in the bustling square. In an instant, a vibrant array of magical energies danced throughout the plaza, creating a spectacle of extraordinary phenomena. The atmosphere was nothing short of exhilarating. Of course, a small number of disciples remained absorbed in watching television dramas, their lack of understanding hindering their progress. Ironically, the more anxious they became, the more elusive enlightenment seemed to be. Feipeng did not rush them. Rather, he allowed things to unfold naturally, for ultimately, the path to realization depended on individual fortune. Look, the senior brother is coming. Indeed, it is him. The sound of Feipeng's footsteps captured the attention of the crowd, and as the first disciple exclaimed in surprise, a wave of cheers erupted, echoing through the square. Feipeng was taken aback, his tongue clicking in astonishment at his unexpected popularity. It was noteworthy that such a scene had never even occurred during the teachings of his venerable master. Chapter 51. I merely wish to extract from you, yet you perceive me as magnificent. A few youthful and radiant female disciples gasped, cradling their cheeks in astonishment. Wow, our senior brother is so handsome, one exclaimed. How did I not realize his charm before? Now, every time I see him, my legs seem unable to move. Hee, don't mention your legs. My eyes are equally transfixed, as if nailed to his face, unable to divert my gaze. Another chimed in. Oh dear, have you all noticed? Individually, his brows, eyes, nose, and mouth appear quite ordinary, yet when combined, they form the most captivating visage in existence. I confess, I am utterly enchanted. Senior brother, I wish to bear you little monkeys. Several beautiful female disciples called out boldly amidst the crowd, only to shyly cover their faces and vanish into the throng. Clearly, these lively young sisters were both daring and bashful. Feipeng, meanwhile, touched his nose and waved, greeting everyone. How has your observation been? The three celestial maidens, Yunxiao, Qiongxiao, and Bixiao, swayed gracefully in their translucent skirts, their long, fair legs subtly discernible beneath. Rest assured, senior brother, we have accounted for it. A total of 261 individuals have gained insight and transcended into the golden, immortal realm. The others, to varying degrees, have also made progress, with a few more viewings of the dramas. Transcending will merely be a matter of time. Feipeng nodded slightly. That is excellent. Take some time to assimilate this knowledge. In due course, I shall unveil another grand opportunity in the square. Upon hearing Feipeng's words, the disciples of the erupted in thunderous cheers. Wonderful. Thank you, senior brother, for bestowing us this opportunity. With a whoosh, several disciples descended from the sky, approaching Feipeng. Upon lifting his gaze, he observed that the three sisters had made further advancements. They had previously been at the golden immortal realm, and after viewing additional dramas, they had attained breakthroughs, now reaching the later stages of the golden immortal. Impressive. The three of you are progressing rapidly. I am genuinely pleased, Feipeng remarked. All thanks to our senior brother for granting us such a grand opportunity. Otherwise, how could we sisters have advanced so swiftly? They responded gratefully. Please, rise, my sisters. We are kin, there is no need for such formality. Seeing your progress brings me joy, Feipeng replied warmly. He then turned his attention to Zhao Gongming, who exuded a formidable aura. Feipeng smiled confidently. I presume you have also achieved a breakthrough, Zhao Junior brother? Zhao Gongming bowed humbly. Senior brother, your insight is unparalleled. I dare not conceal the truth. I am now a practitioner at the later stage of the golden immortal realm. Their exchange ignited another wave of exhilaration among the disciples of the heavens. The three celestial sisters and brother Zhao have astonishingly achieved yet another breakthrough. Previously at the initial stage of the golden immortal realm, they have remarkably ascended 2 minor realms within merely a day's time. Now standing at the late stage of golden immortal, they have seized the opportunity, as the saying goes. The early bird catches the worm. Their proactive approach in seeking guidance from the elder brother ahead of us has granted them significant advantages. Alas, had I known, I would have been the first to consult with the elder brother. Thus, my cultivation would have soared ahead as well. Feipeng wore an elegant smile, yet his mind was in deep contemplation. Although Zhao Gongming and others have further elevated their realms, their understanding of the previously comprehended divine abilities has deepened. However, they have not unlocked new techniques or powers. This indicates that once the initial comprehension is attained, their methods and abilities are essentially fixed. Unless under extraordinary circumstances, they are unlikely to grasp a second set of skills. At that moment, the crowd parted, and several individuals approached. Upon their arrival, discussions erupted among the disciples of the newcomers were none other than the Taoist Duobao, the Holy Mother of Golden Spirit, the Holy Mother of Turtle Spirit, and the Holy Mother of No Loss, who had previously crossed paths with Feipeng. However, they had already expressed their apologies to Feipeng before watching the film, sincerely repenting for their past actions. Feipeng had graciously forgiven them. At this moment, the four appeared to have also reached the golden immortal realm. Taoist Duobao, once at the golden immortal level, now stood at its pinnacle. The Holy Mothers of Turtle and Golden Spirit, previously at the peak of the profound immortal realm, had both broken through to the mid-level of golden immortal. As for the Holy Mother of No Loss, she too had attained the pinnacle of golden immortal, akin to Taoist Duobao. Upon reaching Feipeng, the four collectively bowed in gratitude. We owe our thanks to the elder brother. Without your guidance, our cultivation speed would have been unfathomable. Feipeng, clad in white robes with his hands clasped behind him, bore a composed smile. There is no need for such formality. It is all a result of your own talents and opportunities. I merely provided a gentle push. The real reason for your rapid advancement lies in your own diligent efforts. Feipeng's statement held merit, for in the original history of the Primordial World, each of Tongtian's true disciples eventually broke through to golden immortal. Now, they merely advanced their breakthrough timelines with Feipeng's assistance. Given sufficient time, even without the film, they would have successfully ascended through their innate talents. However, from the perspective of Taoist Duobao and others, the situation appeared entirely different. After all, they were unaware of the ultimate conclusion of the primordial history. At present, they had no inkling of the realms they might achieve in the future. Thus, such words came across to them as humility. The elder brother is truly modest. Although we have benefited from his influence to break through, he does not seek glory for himself and generously attributes the credit to us. What a magnificent spirit and character he possesses. In comparison to my esteemed senior brother, one can truly discern the meagerness of our aspirations and the narrowness of our perspectives. The eyes of the Holy Mother of Golden Spirit and her companions shimmered with admiration. Feipeng extended his slender fingers, thoughtfully stroking his chin, and let out a sigh tinged with regret. However, there remain a portion of disciples who have yet to grasp the profound truths. As the acting headmaster, it is my duty to assist them further. Is it really true that among the myriad of celestial beings, there are still those who have not attained enlightenment? Such a situation is unacceptable. I cannot simply overlook your plight. After all, you are all vessels of invaluable experience. Guided by the principle of not letting potential go to waste, I shall not abandon you. The reason these disciples may have failed to comprehend could very well lie in the unsuitability of the films they previously consumed. I possess a selection of other cinematic works, which I shall present tomorrow. I kindly invite those who have yet to achieve understanding to join me in viewing them. Chapter 52. The best senior brother in the world. At the Wanxian Square, Feipeng stood tall and majestic, his demeanor as refined as jade, with a hint of compassion in his expression that made him appear approachable and warm, like a gentle spring breeze. As they listened to his words, the disciples of the Jie Sect, who had yet to grasp the teachings, fell to their knees in reverence. Senior brother, you are truly too kind to us. We are at a loss for how to repay you. They cried, overwhelmed with emotion. Oh, senior brother, you are indeed the best in the world. Witnessing the heartfelt reactions of his disciples, Feipeng felt a twinge of embarrassment. After all, he was not as selfless as they believed. In truth, he had gained immense benefits from this situation, although this innocent group of junior brothers and sisters remained blissfully unaware. There is no need for such gratitude, he reassured them. The master has entrusted me with the significant responsibility of managing the Jie Sect, and thus it is only natural for me to dedicate myself to guiding your cultivation. At present, I am merely contributing a modest effort. If it assists you in your spiritual journey, I am already deeply satisfied. I would never dare to expect any form of repayment, so please do not feel burdened by such thoughts. Do not fret, dear juniors. Simply come to witness the proceedings on the morrow, he continued. There is nothing that a good film cannot resolve. If there is, then 2 films will surely suffice. Yes, we trust you, senior brother. We believe that you will present us with a film that will enable our successful breakthrough, they replied eagerly. As the disciples of the Jie Sect gradually dispersed, Feipeng contemplated returning to his abode. Once these disciples achieved enlightenment on the morrow, he anticipated that he would reach the pinnacle of the Tai Golden Immortal Realm. The thought filled him with delight. At this juncture, among the myriad disciples of the Jie Sect, his cultivation undoubtedly ranked him as the foremost figure, second only to the Tongtian patriarch. Moreover, if memory served him correctly, the illustrious 12 golden immortals of the Chan sect had yet to fully mature. Calculating based on the current timeline, it was evident that the 12 golden immortals had only just reached the peak of the golden immortal realm. No one else could achieve the Tai golden immortal pinnacle at this stage as he did. This suggested that Feipeng might very well be an invincible presence among the disciples of the 3 major sects in the primordial realm. It was truly astonishing. In just a few days since my arrival, I had transitioned from a state of trepidation, walking on eggshells, fearful of sudden misfortune, to potentially becoming invincible. A profound sense of accomplishment blossomed within him, and he unwittingly adopted a more confident stride. The following morning, the disciples of the Jie Sect arrived early at the Wanqian Square. Those who had not yet attained understanding the previous day sat patiently on the ground, eagerly awaiting Feipeng's arrival. Without him, the crystals would not be able to project the films. He did not keep them waiting long. As the sun rose over the horizon, Feipeng leapt from the edge of a cliff, stepping into the void, gracefully descending towards the square. A gentle breeze carried falling blossoms, and clad in white, he appeared as an ethereal being, floating down like a celestial figure upon vibrant clouds. Upon the arrival of Feipeng, the disciples promptly fell to their knees, raising their hands high above their heads in a gesture of utmost reverence. We humbly welcome our esteemed senior brother, they chanted in unison. Suddenly, a brilliant flash of golden light emerged as hundreds of crystal stones soared from the sleeves of Feipeng. With another wave of his hand, scripts that had been meticulously penned in advance flew forth, adhering themselves to the backs of the crystals. Yet, as these visual tales began to unfold, many disciples of the Jie Sect did not immediately take their seats to watch. Instead, they clustered together in small groups, converging around Feipeng. Senior brother, we watched your films yesterday, but we failed to grasp their essence. You mentioned they were not suited to us. Thus, today we are not in haste to view them. Rather, we seek your guidance in selecting the appropriate films for us. With your insight and discernment, you can surely identify the ones that will resonate with us. Please, we implore you to assist us. Observing the earnest expressions of the disciples, Feipeng could not help but smile wryly. However, he did not refuse their request. He recognized that he could indeed assist in the selection process. After all, he possessed a profound understanding of the content of these films, as well as the distinctive characteristics of the disciples themselves. Thus, his selections would undoubtedly be more reliable than the random choices the disciples might make. With a gentle smile, Feipeng nodded slightly. Very well, who shall step forward first? Upon hearing his inquiry, the disciples immediately began to defer to one another. You are the senior brother. Please, go ahead. No, it is better for the junior brother to go first. Sister, you should proceed first. How can a senior sister compete with a junior sister? The junior sister should go first. Witnessing this exchange, Feipeng furrowed his brow, hoping to avoid an impasse caused by their mutual deference. Sensing his unease, Zhao Gongming, perceptive as ever, quickly discerned Feipeng's thoughts. Aware that the senior brother was reluctant to speak up, he took the initiative to address the still deferential disciples. If you continue to procrastinate, you are wasting our senior brother's precious time. His time is invaluable. Can you truly justify this behavior to him? Upon hearing Zhao Gongming's words, the disciples hung their heads in shame. Indeed, Brother Zhao speaks wisely. We have been thoughtless. We beg for your forgiveness, senior brother. Consequently, the disciples ceased their mutual reluctance. Among the attending 7 immortals, Wu Yunxian, Lingyao Xian, Qiu Xian, and Chang Dingguang Xian stepped forth. They approached Feipeng with the utmost respect, first bowing deeply before him, then inquiring, yesterday, several of our brethren gained insights, while we have gleaned none. We humbly request your guidance to ascertain which film would be suitable for us. Feipeng's demeanor remained composed as he first turned his gaze towards Wu Yunxian. The information regarding Wu Yunxian replayed vividly in his mind. The Cloud Immortal, one of the 7 immortals in the service of the Celestial Master, is fundamentally a golden-bearded AoE fish and possesses the highest magical prowess among the 7, standing as their leader. He has previously triumphed over Guangchengzi and Shijinzi, 2 of the 12 golden immortals of the Jie Sect. Thus, one may deduce that his powers are on par with those of the lamplighting Taoist, the Liao Taoist, and Tongtian. Ultimately, however, he meets his fate at the hands of the Western sect's Purity Taoist, who transports him to the Western 7 Treasures Forest, specifically the 8 Virtue Pool, using the 6 Pure Bamboo. Of course, that is a tale for another time. Presently, the Cloud Immortal is merely a late-stage Xianxian cultivator. Feipeng rests his chin on his hand, lost in contemplation. Eureka! Chapter 53. I still could not restrain my fall. Eureka! A sudden spark illuminated the profound eyes of the handsome Feipeng. If there exists a singular opportunity in this world that is most befitting the Cloudy Immortal, what could possibly surpass the legacy of the divine beast Xuanwu? Feipeng was aware of a particular television series that featured the divine beast Xuanwu. This series is titled Legend of the Heavenly Fire. The narrative primarily revolves around 2 archaeological professors who embark on a quest to discover a lost ancient civilization. Unexpectedly, they uncover the legend of 4 mysterious crystal stones, which, when acquired, can summon the 4 ancient divine beasts, granting their powers to transform into the 4 spirit warriors. These warriors consist of the Azure Dragon Warrior, the White Tiger Warrior, the Phoenix Warrior, and the Xuanwu Warrior. According to the chronicles within the show, when the 4 spirit warriors unite, they can morph into a formidable super deity, having previously triumphed over the ancient demon Qiyu summoned by Dr. Shi. Thus, it is evident that the legacy of the divine beast Xuanwu is extraordinary, making it an impeccable subject for the Cloudy Immortal to contemplate. I have thought of an exceptionally suitable film for your contemplation, titled Legend of the Heavenly Fire. Go forth. With a swift gesture, Feipeng directed a beam of light that darted into a crystal stone. The Cloudy Immortal promptly bowed in gratitude and left, his face alight with joy, eager to immerse himself in the film chosen for him by Feipeng. Next was the Spirit Tooth Immortal. Without needing further encouragement, Feipeng smiled and pointed towards the retreating figure of the Cloudy Immortal, saying, Go forth. The Legend of the Heavenly Fire also contains the White Tiger legacy, which is equally fitting for you. The divine beast White Tiger possesses the most formidable attack through its razor-sharp teeth. Given your extraordinary talent in celestial teeth, inheriting the White Tiger's legacy is undoubtedly most appropriate. Thank you, senior brother, for your guidance. I shall take my leave. The Spirit Tooth Immortal bowed deeply and turned to depart. Remaining were the Dragon-Headed Immortal and the Long-Eared Enlightening Immortal, both gazing eagerly at Feipeng, hoping he would illuminate their path as well. Feipeng first turned his gaze towards the Dragon-Headed Immortal and, with a flick of his hand, declared, You possess a trace of the dragon bloodline within you. Thus you may pursue the legacy left by the divine beast Azure Dragon. Go forth. Upon hearing this, the Dragon-Headed Immortal was filled with elation and swiftly departed. Finally, only the Long-Eared Enlightening Immortal remained. Observing the elongated and pointed ears of the Long-Eared Enlightening Immortal, Feipeng could not help but smile. He recalled a film titled Avatar, which features a race of elves with similarly long and pointed ears, endowed with wondrous magical powers. Feipeng mused, I wonder what magical arts and powers the magic from another dimension would transform into once converted by the system. It must indeed be fascinating. Although curiosity danced in his heart, Feipeng's expression remained composed, ever maintaining the poise befitting a senior brother. He gestured, and a beam of light promptly struck a crystal stone. Go forth. Your opportunity lies within. Once you have viewed it, you shall come to understand. The Long-Eared Enlightening Immortal was instantly filled with excitement and bowed deeply. Thank you, senior brother. Thank you. Then, unable to contain his impatience, he turned and swiftly departed. Upon seeing Chang'er, Dingguang, and the others, each of them had received guidance from the senior brother. The surrounding disciples of the Jie Sect could no longer restrain themselves, and one by one approached Feipeng, eagerly requesting him to select a suitable film or drama for them. Naturally, Feipeng would not decline. After all, if they gained insights from watching the shows, he too would reap significant benefits, and it would cultivate their gratitude towards him. How could he refuse such an opportunity? There's no need to rush, one at a time. I'll go first. Let me be first. No, let me go first. Initially, the disciples of the Jie Sect were polite to one another, but now, a few began to compete for Feipeng's attention. Feipeng watched in astonishment. Is it truly the case that you all have abandoned decorum? Several hours later, Feipeng reclined in a rocking chair, exhaling deeply. Finally, he had managed to assist this group, and he felt utterly exhausted. a moment of rest was in order. Suddenly, a pair of soft hands rested upon his shoulders. The gentle voice of Yunxiao, akin to the fragrance of orchids, accompanied by her melodious laughter, floated from behind him. Fei Gu, you must be tired. Allow me to massage your shoulders. Don't move, just lie back. Before Feipeng could respond, Yunxiao gently pressed him back down. He feigned a brief struggle before surrendering peacefully. Ah, indeed. How delightful. Your technique has improved tremendously, truly skilled and dexterous. Yunxiao's cheeks flushed crimson as she shyly replied. Thank you for the praise, Fei Gu. As long as you enjoy it, I shall come daily to massage you and alleviate your fatigue. Just as Feipeng was closing his eyes to relish the moment, a melodious sound of a flute wafted through the air. He opened his eyes to find Yunxiao playing nearby. Seeing Feipeng's gaze upon her, Yunxiao beamed and said, Fei Gu has worked so hard. Let me play a tune on the flute to help you unwind. Feipeng clasped his hands in gratitude. Thank you, Yunxiao, for your kindness. With you, there's no need for formality. Hee. Yunxiao positioned a jade flute to her lips and resumed playing. At that moment, Bai Xiao, holding a plate in one hand, plucked a grape from it and offered it to Feipeng's lips. Brother Feipeng, are you thirsty? Here, let me feed you this grape. It is exceptionally sweet. As Feipeng opened his lips, a luscious purple grape slipped onto his tongue, flooding his mouth with a sweet and fragrant essence. A gentle chew released its juice, refreshing his senses and awakening his taste buds. Indeed, Bai Xiao is very thoughtful. My affection for you is well placed. He teased, pinching her petite nose with a smile. Bai Xiao's face flushed a rosy hue, and upon hearing Feipeng's compliment, her eyes sparkled joyfully, narrowing into crescent shapes. Of course, I want to stay by Brother Feipeng's side. Wherever you go, I shall follow. Feipeng gazed at Bai Xiao's adorable visage, intending to playfully tease her. Thus, I shall return to my abode to rest shortly. Will my dear sister Bi Xiao accompany me back to sleep? Upon hearing Feipeng's suggestive words, the enchanting Bi Xiao was instantly flushed with embarrassment, rendering her already adorable visage even more ethereal. How vexing. If Brother Feipeng continues to jest, I shall simply ignore you. Observing Bi Xiao's flustered demeanor, Feipeng could not help but burst into hearty laughter. However, he refrained from further teasing her, for the young lady possessed a delicate sensibility, and he certainly did not wish to render her too shy to venture outside the next day. Feipeng continued to squint his eyes in blissful contentment. Oh, how delightful this life is. Alas, have I succumbed to decadence? Chapter 54. The Mech Sister Cultivation Plan Ding. Through the viewing of your film Legend of the Fire, Wu Yunxian has gained insights, resulting in a breakthrough to the Golden Immortal Realm, and the host synchronously acquires this cultivation level. Ding. Wu Yunxian has comprehended the techniques of the divine beast Xuanwu, specifically the Xuanwu True Cannon, along with the divine powers of Xuanwu, Xuanwu Divine Shield, Xuanwu Divine Strength, and Xuanwu Sacred Fist, with the host synchronously obtaining these techniques and powers. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Xuanwu Crystal. By passing the trial of the divine beast Xuanwu, the host may summon the Xuanwu Warrior using the Xuanwu Crystal. Xuanwu Crystal? Xuanwu Warrior? Feipeng's eyes sparkled with excitement. The Xuanwu Warrior. Is this not akin to possessing a mech warrior characterized by the divine beast Xuanwu? Such a creation would undoubtedly boast formidable combat prowess. Feipeng understood that the world he inhabited, known as the Primordial World, was fundamentally a realm of immortals. The cultivation system here still belonged to the immortal cultivation framework, albeit the Primordial World existed at the pinnacle of this system. After all, the primary cultivation in the Primordial World remained grounded in the Taoist immortal cultivation paradigm. One must cultivate qi into their body, beginning from the qi refinement stage, progressively enhancing their abilities, and ultimately transcending through tribulations to ascend to the higher realms, where one may become a human immortal, followed by true immortal, earth immortal, heaven immortal, Xian immortal, and ultimately the great Luo golden immortal. However, collisions occasionally occur between the cultivation civilizations of different universes. Within the immortal and demonic frameworks, immortals sometimes encounter mech warriors that uniquely blend technology and mysticism within the enigmatic chaos universe. Ancient texts have recorded such encounters, detailing how an extraterrestrial civilization harnessed technological intellect to bend nature to its will, capable of traversing the skies and moving mountains. This civilization was proficient in wielding the power of lightning, forging mechs from divine iron that could rival immortals. These were known as mech warriors. They excelled in crafting flying vessels imbued with arcane techniques of extraordinary might, capable of contending with celestial beings. Reflecting upon this, Feipeng could not help but smile lightly. If Wu Yinxian were to discover that the ultimate insights she attained were derived from extraterrestrial methods, her expression would undoubtedly be quite remarkable. Ding. Ling Yaxian. Through the viewing of your film Legend of the Fire, has gained insights, resulting in a breakthrough to the golden immortal realm, and the host synchronously acquires this cultivation level. Ding. Ling Yaxian has comprehended the techniques of the divine beast Baihu, specifically the Baihu True Cannon, along with the divine powers of Baihu, Baihu Soul Devourer, Baihu Sonic Wave Technique, and Baihu Mountain Cracking Claw, with the host synchronously obtaining these techniques and powers. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Baihu Crystal. By passing the trial of the divine beast Baihu, the host may summon the Baihu Warrior. Ding. Xiao through the reading of your film Legend of the Fire. Ding. Xiao has comprehended the techniques of the divine beast Qinglong, specifically the Qinglong True Cannon, along with the divine powers, Qinglong Tail Sweep, Dragon Soaring Nine Heavens, and Dragon Battle in the Wild, with the host synchronously obtaining these techniques and powers. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Qinglong Crystal. By passing the trial of the divine beast Qinglong, the host may summon the Qinglong Warrior. Ding. Chang'er Dingguangxian, through the viewing of your film Avatar, has gained insights, resulting in a breakthrough to the golden immortal realm, and the host synchronously acquires this cultivation level. Ding. The long-eared luminary has comprehended the sacred art of the holy light elves, including the corresponding divine abilities, nature magic, holy light technique, sacred dragon summoning, and sacred swordsmanship. The host synchronously acquires these arts and abilities. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a holy grade pet, a fledgling fire-breathing, three-headed dragon. With proper care, it can mature to the quasi-saint level. Suddenly, 3 gems, more radiant than diamonds, materialized before Feipeng. These 3 gems were the equipment recently unearthed: the verdant Xuanwu crystal, the creamy white Baihu crystal, and the azure Qinglong crystal. Each crystal harbors the trials left by ancient divine beasts. By overcoming these trials, one can summon corresponding warriors through the crystals. Wow, so beautiful. Upon witnessing the 3 floating crystals, little Bixiao's eyes sparkled with delight. Even Yunxiao and Yunxiao gazed at them with a yearning glimmer in their eyes, although they refrained from exclaiming as Bixiao did. They exchanged glances filled with unspoken meaning, silently regarding Feipeng with a newfound depth of awe. The master's brother had become increasingly inscrutable in their eyes. This ability to conjure objects from thin air was incomparably superior to their method of retrieving items from spatial artifacts. Could it be that this technique was imparted to him by that esteemed sage? Yet, Feipeng was not yet a sage himself. What incredible talent must he possess to wield abilities typically reserved for saints, even before achieving such a status? This matter must remain a closely guarded secret of Jineo Island, as well as Feipeng's own. Yet, he displayed it before them without a hint of caution, showcasing his trust in them. Contemplating this, Yunxiao's hands, which had been massaging Feipeng, unconsciously grew gentler. Feipeng, noticing the longing in Bixiao's eyes, smiled warmly. "Sister, do you desire these crystals?" Upon hearing Feipeng's inquiry, Bixiao momentarily faltered, hesitantly asking, "Can you truly give them to me?" Nearby, Yunxiao and Yunxiao held their breath, equally tense in their anticipation. Although they were unaware of the true nature of these 3 crystals, the richness of the spiritual energy emanating from them indicated their immense value. Feipeng smiled gently, like a spring breeze. "Since my sister Bixiao covets them, why would I withhold them?" As he spoke, he gestured towards the 3 crystals suspended in the air, asking, "Which one do you like? Speak up." Little Bixiao's face flushed with excitement as she bounced on her feet, raising her arm to point at the verdant Xuanwu crystal. "Brother Feipeng, I want the green gem in the middle." Seeing that Bixiao had inadvertently chosen the Xuanwu crystal, known for its life-preserving abilities, Feipeng's lips twitched slightly in surprise. What a remarkable coincidence. The only crystal with a protective divine power had been chosen by Bixiao. Was it fate that guided her choice? Upon observing Feipeng suspended in midair, Bixiao initially assumed it was due to the exquisite green crystal he had selected, which he was reluctant to part with. With her head bowed, she gently touched it with 2 fingers and softly inquired, "If this is inconvenient for you to give me, I can do without it." "What are you saying? How could a gift promised by my brother possibly be revoked?" Feipeng shot her a fierce glare. He then reached out and plucked the floating Xuanwu crystal from the air. The Xuanwu crystal emanated a verdant glow, feeling smooth and warm to the touch. From seemingly nowhere, Feipeng produced a golden thread, threading it through the Xuanwu crystal, transforming it into a stunning gemstone necklace. "Try it on and see how beautiful it is." With delight, little Bixiao accepted the Xuanwu crystal necklace and immediately adorned her neck with it. The enchanting green glow of the Xuanwu crystal illuminated her, making Bixiao resemble a fairy princess. Charming and vivacious. Chapter 55. Yunxiao discovers a mysterious tribe. The celestial maidens Yunxiao and Chongxiao observe their younger sister as she received the Xuanwu crystal necklace. In their enchanting eyes, a glimmer of envy immediately surfaced. However, constrained by their beauty, they refrained from speaking, feeling somewhat embarrassed to ask for one themselves. The corner of Feipeng's gaze flicked towards Yunxiao and Chongxiao, and she couldn't help but chuckle softly. What are you two staring at so eagerly? Why not choose one for yourselves as well? Perfectly fitting for the three sisters. Each can have a crystal. Don't say I'm unfair or biased towards our dear Bixiao. At that moment, joy radiated from Yunxiao and Chongxiao's eyes, their excitement causing their voices to tremble slightly. Such a precious treasure. Is it truly to be gifted to me? Oh, thank you so much, Brother Fei. Subsequently, as the elder sister, Yunxiao allowed Chongxiao to choose first. Chongxiao selected the Qinglong crystal, while Yunxiao took the remaining Baihu crystal. Both were beaming with delight, nearly unable to contain their smiles. As Feipeng had also assisted in transforming the two crystals into necklaces, the Baihu crystal, glowing with a milky white light, elegantly hung between Yunxiao's high bosom, perpetually emanating a captivating radiance. Meanwhile, the Qinglong crystal, radiating a cerulean glow, adorned Chongxiao's neck, accentuating the delicate, snowy skin that peeked from her neckline, resembling a breathtaking ice blue aurora, nearly rendering onlookers breathless. Observing the three lovely celestial maidens, Feipeng smiled warmly. These three crystals are no ordinary objects. They are relics of the ancient divine beasts, Qinglong, Baihu, and Xuanwu, relics of divine heritage. The three maidens' faces instantly mirrored shock, and they couldn't help but draw in a sharp breath. They had long sensed the extraordinary nature of these crystals, but never anticipated their value to exceed their wildest imaginations. Holding a paper fan, Feipeng lightly tapped his left palm, speaking with an air of nonchalance. These three crystals are known as the Xuanwu crystal, Baihu crystal, and Qinglong crystal. Each contains a unique realm within, wherein the three divine beasts have established corresponding trials. You three need only to enter with your primordial spirits and endeavor to pass the tests set forth by the divine beasts to summon mighty mech warriors endowed with divine and demonic powers. A flicker of astonishment danced in the eyes of Yunxiao, Chongxiao, and Bixiao. Mech warriors. What might that entail? Please, Master Brother, enlighten us further. Feipeng smiled gently, slowly lifting a cup of fragrant tea before him. With delicate fingers, he lifted the lid, bringing it to his lips, blowing gently before taking a sip, then replied with a smile. The so-called mech warriors are the ancient divine beasts, Qinglong, Baihu, and Xuanwu, who bestow a portion of their divine powers into the colossal puppets. You will then enter the bodies of these puppets and control them. The summoned puppets are composed of metal, impervious to blades and fire, exhibiting formidable strength and the ability to wield mystical arts, amplifying your own power manifold. Hiss. Upon hearing Feipeng's explanation, Yunxiao, Chongxiao, and Bixiao were instantly filled with awe and trepidation. How I feel as though I am embodying the legendary divine power that traverses the heavens and the earth. Feipeng's gaze shifted momentarily, a subtle smile gracing his lips. In terms of potency, it is comparable to the celestial transformation, yet there exists a distinction. The celestial transformation is inherently a manifestation of oneself, and should one suffer significant damage, it equates to personal injury. Conversely, the mech warrior, even in the face of adversity, if pierced or obliterated, those hidden within the colossal frame remain unscathed. Marvelous. Feipeng, dear brother, how might we pass the trial of the divine beast, Xuanwu? Zhao Bixio appeared somewhat impatient. The four ancient divine beasts wield boundless power, and their might in ancient times was akin to that of saints. The divine beast crystals you possess encapsulate merely a fraction of their primordial strength. Hence, I surmise that the initial trial shall not be overly arduous. You may project your primordial spirits into the crystal to discern the specifics of the trial. Yunxiao, Chongxiao, and Bixiao exchanged glances, subsequently nodding in delight. The trio promptly settled beside Feipeng, feeling an overwhelming sense of security with their elder brother safeguarding them on Golden Turtle Island. Thus, they were entirely at ease with the prospect of their spirits venturing forth. Suddenly, a hazy white light emanated from the foreheads of the three celestial maidens. In the next moment, three small orbs of light gradually emerged from their foreheads. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The three luminous orbs each darted into the crystal stone. Feipeng observed this scene with a gentle smile, now merely awaiting the outcome. Within the white tiger crystal, as Yunxiao's primordial spirit entered the crystalline realm. It transformed into her physical form. She alighted upon a vast expanse of desolate land, riddled with deep ravines and an air of desolation. However, in the distant horizon, she faintly discerned an oasis. More accurately, it resembled a lush, verdant forest. Despite the considerable distance, Yunxiao could still perceive wisps of spiritual energy emanating from the oasis, continuously wafting into the air. This realm contained little else, save for this singular oasis, which seemed peculiar. Could the trial of the divine beast white tiger lie within this verdant haven? Yunxiao delicately rested her alabaster fingers on her chin, a contemplative glimmer in her beautiful eyes. Regardless, she resolved to approach and investigate further. Yunxiao formed a hand sign, employing the technique of shrinking space, her figure momentarily blurring before transforming into a streak of light, rapidly soaring towards the oasis on the horizon. Moments later, Yunxiao arrived at the edge of the oasis. She lifted her exquisite visage, gazing toward the forest ahead, where the trees stood tall and lush, adorned with wild fruits. However, in this unknown territory, she dared not indulge carelessly. She raised her head to survey her surroundings, and after a brief moment, discovered a shaded path leading into the depths of the forest. With a confident step forward, as a formidable being of the golden immortal realm, Yunxiao exuded immense self-assurance. Given the current circumstances, this space revealed no immediate threats. Creak, creak, as the celestial maiden advanced. The crunch of withered leaves and branches underfoot reverberated through the air. Occasionally, the melodious chirping of birds punctuated the surroundings, accompanied now and then by the hum of insects. Suddenly, the celestial maiden's ears perked up. She discerned sounds resembling human speech. Cautiously, she continued her journey and ultimately stumbled upon a vast lake nestled deep within the forest. At that moment, shadows of figures flitted about the lake's perimeter, prompting the celestial maiden to conceal herself behind a thicket of lush foliage. Peering through the gaps in the leaves, she gazed ahead. The figures numbered in the thousands, all bare-chested, revealing their sun-kissed muscles, with crude animal hides wrapped around their lower bodies. Armed with bone knives and spears, they engaged in a strange, melodic discourse, seemingly partaking in some form of ritual. In this era, Nuwa had already birthed the human race, which had evolved into the Shang and Zhou dynasties. The tyrant Zhou was now the emperor of humanity, and while the populace may not have been wholly content, they at least enjoyed a measure of prosperity and had entered a civilized phase. How could it be that humans here lived in such a primal state, devoid of clothing and akin to beasts? As the celestial maiden pondered this perplexity, one of the wild men suddenly turned, casting his gaze in her direction. Chapter 56. The emergence of the white tiger sage in the temple. Yunxiao was taken aback, nearly letting out a cry, but at the last moment, she managed to cover her lips with her hand. What did she behold? Those wild men did not possess human faces. Instead, they bore the fierce and terrifying visage of a tiger. Their faces were adorned with a shaggy fur, and their eyes, resembling those of a tiger, radiated a menacing glare. When they opened their mouths, sharp tiger fangs glimmered ominously. Gulp! Yunxiao pressed her hand to her chest, struggling to swallow a lump in her throat, her expression one of profound shock, simultaneously experiencing a thrilling sensation. Fortunately, she was hidden behind a thicket. Otherwise, should those wild men discover her presence, the consequences would be unimaginable. Yunxiao murmured to herself, pondering the nature of these beings. What race were they? Their appearance was so peculiar, human bodies with tiger faces, each endowed with divine strength. Yunxiao witnessed several of the wild men effortlessly lift a massive boulder, as large as a small hill, with apparent ease. Furthermore, the aura emanating from these individuals suggested that even the most ordinary among them possessed the cultivation of a golden immortal, while several figures resembling leaders had terrifying powers that reached the realm of the great Luo golden immortal. This was precisely why Yunxiao felt an acute sense of dread in the presence of these wild men. Her eyes shimmered with curiosity, and she refrained from making any rash movements. It was still daylight, and they appeared to be engaged in some solemn ritual. She resolved to stealthily emerge at midnight. Perhaps she could uncover some clues. Nightfall soon enveloped the strange space, and there was no moon to be seen. However, the forest was lush with vegetation that emitted a silvery glow. Guided by this luminescence, Yunxiao discovered the ancient temple where the people had once conducted their rituals by the lake. The temple appeared exceedingly old and somewhat dilapidated, yet upon entering, Yunxiao felt a potent and mysterious energy coursing through it. A sense of historical gravitas pervaded the surroundings, evoking an involuntary feeling of reverence within her. These wild men seemed to adhere to a certain faith, each bearing a tiger face. What connection could they possibly have with the divine beast, the white tiger? As Yunxiao traversed the temple's corridors, her footsteps resonated throughout the vast interior, causing ancient, emerald-hued lamps to spontaneously ignite along the walls. A look of astonishment crossed her face as she sensed a rich wave of magical energy emanating from these lamps. This space was characterized by a scarcity of spiritual energy. The land itself barren and desolate, with only this small oasis barely sustaining life. Logically, the beings inhabiting this oasis, even if capable of cultivation, would not possess significant prowess. Yet, this tribe of wild men defied expectations. Not a single weakling could be found among them, as even the most ordinary possessed golden immortal capabilities, while the leaders appeared to have reached the formidable realm of the great Luo golden immortal. The various signs inadvertently revealed suggested that this race must possess an extraordinary origin. With a creak, Yunxiao pushed open the heavy stone door before her. As the stone door gradually swung open, the core area of the temple was finally laid bare before the gaze of the celestial maiden. A vast hall emerged, and on the walls surrounding it, ancient mechanisms activated, revealing one ancient lamp after another from numerous small apertures. The lights glowed with a pure golden hue, and the oil within sparkled brilliantly, seemingly forged from an unknown material that had withstood the ravages of time, yet remained resplendently golden. Bathed in this radiant illumination, the entire temple transformed into a dazzling spectacle. The celestial maiden's gaze shifted forward, and in the next moment, she could no longer suppress her astonishment. At the deepest recess of the temple stood a statue, but it was neither of the three pure ones, the Jade Emperor, nor of the Tathagata or Guanyin. Instead, this statue was of a colossal white tiger. The white tiger statue was remarkably lifelike, particularly its eyes, which were as large as bronze bells, perpetually exuding an air of majesty. The celestial maiden found herself momentarily dazed, her thoughts wandering. The ancient divine beast, the white tiger? Was it possible that these wild folk, flowing with the blood of the white tiger, could cultivate to such profound realms? Were they perhaps descendants of the divine beast, the white tiger? Tonight's exploration had indeed led the celestial maiden to uncover significant clues, yet it also birthed further perplexities. The bloodline of ancient divine beasts was revered, their status exalted. The four divine beasts could hardly be deemed inferior to the primordial divine creatures, such as the ancestor dragon, the Yuan phoenix, and the primeval Qilin. Why then did they receive such disparate treatment despite all being divine beasts? The dragon, phoenix, and Qilin clans had once dominated the primordial world. Had it not been for the celestial tribulations that befell them, they would not have faced decline. Even so, the true essence of the dragon, phoenix, and Qilin clans should not be underestimated. Yet, the descendants of the divine beast white tiger were confined within this cage-like realm, living a grim existence, akin to prisoners. Though sympathy welled within her, the celestial maiden remained resolute in her purpose. With utmost respect, she bowed before the statue of the white tiger. I am known as Yunxiao, a disciple of the saintly master Tongtian. By chance, I have acquired the white tiger crystal left behind by the esteemed elder white tiger. It is said that by entering this white tiger crystal and undergoing the trials set by the elder, one may summon the white tiger warriors. Therefore, I have come to seek guidance. If the elder's spirit resides in the heavens, I humbly request your enlightenment regarding the nature of the trials. I would be immensely grateful. As soon as Yunxiao's words fell, an earth-shattering roar of a tiger echoed through the hall. Subsequently, endless white light surged forth from the statue of the white tiger, coalescing densely before its brow. Moments later, a middle-aged man, transformed from the white light, materialized. Clad in a white robe, he bore a commanding presence, his eyes sharp and vibrant, exuding an extraordinary aura. His gaze fell upon Yunxiao, and he let out a soft murmur. Throughout the ages, it is astonishing that someone has once again discovered the key left by me in the outside world and has come to this place. Esteemed elder, could it be that those individuals we encountered earlier are your descendants? The middle-aged man slowly nodded. Indeed, in times long past, I experienced a profound romantic tribulation. During the tribulation, I lost all memory and inadvertently forged a bond with a human woman, which ultimately led to the birth of these descendants with the visage of a tiger. Due to their unique appearance, they have been unable to integrate into the White Tiger clan. 500 years ago, I arrived in this realm, seeking the assistance of the goddess Enwa, hoping she would grant my unfortunate children a rightful name, allowing them to coexist with the human race. Alas, who could have foreseen? Sigh. Chapter 57. These wild beings are actually the illegitimate children of the White Tiger's sovereign. The gaze of the celestial maiden Yunxiao flickered slightly as she took over the conversation, inquiring, could it be that Lady Nuwa did not acquiesce to the elder's request? Lady Nuwa proclaimed that these beings are all monsters, neither human nor demon, and such hybrids should not exist in this world. Otherwise, they would surely incite chaos across the realm, bringing calamity to all living beings. In a fit of rage, I once battled Lady Nuwa in the celestial realms for 3 days and nights. Yet, being a saintly being with the protection of the heavenly virtues of this world, I ultimately could not prevail against her and had to relent. However, I have foreseen that in the near future, there may be a glimmer of hope for these children. Thus, I forcefully opened this space for them to wait, but unexpectedly, you have arrived. Upon hearing the middle-aged man's account, Yunxiao was profoundly shaken, and a tempest of emotions surged within her. She had never imagined that the man before her was a transcendent being capable of engaging Lady Nuwa in a 3-day duel. Does that imply that the divine beast, the white tiger, is also a saint? As if perceiving Yunxiao's thoughts, the middle-aged man smiled serenely. I am not a being of this realm, but if one must categorize according to your world's cultivation system, I would indeed be regarded as a saint. However, my true form is not present here. What you see before you is merely a fragment of my divine consciousness, at most embodying the strength of a great Luo golden immortal, and it will dissipate after a single use. The middle-aged man's gaze lingered on Yunxiao's exquisite face. Since you have come here, it proves that you are fated to meet with me. The White Tiger's legacy has always selected those with immense courage, only true warriors, who dare to confront the bleakness of life and face the harsh realities with resolve, can truly unleash the might of the White Tiger warriors. Upon hearing the middle-aged man's solemn tone, Yunxiao felt an inexplicable tension rising within her. Why do I feel that the test the elder is about to impose will be exceedingly arduous? The middle-aged man furrowed his brows slightly and earnestly advised. As the saying goes, the law is not to be lightly passed on. If you wish to obtain my power and summon the formidable White Tiger armor, you must be willing to make sacrifices. At this, a resolute glint appeared in Yunxiao's eyes. White Tiger Elder, please, do tell me. What exactly is the trial you wish to bestow upon me? The middle-aged man sighed deeply. What I desire is simply for these unfortunate children to have a place of refuge, to live with dignity, free from discrimination. Initially, I calculated that the fortune of this realm would return to humanity, and I sought Lady Nuwa's assistance to grant these children a rightful name, allowing them to coexist with humans in an official capacity. Yunxiao furrowed her brow slightly and murmured, they do possess human blood within them. If Lady Nuwa were willing to speak on their behalf, the human race, being quite innocent still, would surely not reject or discriminate against your descendants. Yet, Lady Nuwa ultimately remains unwilling. The middle-aged man sighed deeply. The celestial maiden's eyes sparkled with wisdom as she gleaned numerous insights from his narrative. Why do you not establish a cultivation haven for your children, allowing them to thrive within its embrace? The middle-aged man sighed once more. If I were to do so, would my children not be branded as monsters? Moreover, without the protection of a formidable force, would they not become prey in the eyes of the strong? The celestial maiden rolled her eyes discreetly. This white tiger was indeed intriguing. After much pondering, he had finally grasped the situation. It turned out that this group of beings, with the visage of tigers, were actually the illegitimate offspring of the divine beast, the white tiger. Thus, even the ancient beast, comparable to a sage, found himself in a quandary. The white tiger clan could not accommodate these offspring, which led the white tiger to seek refuge for them elsewhere. Yet he was concerned for their safety. Hence, he sought a power that was at least overseen by a sage to shield his progeny, allowing him to rest easy. Initially, he considered entrusting them to humanity, created by Nuwa, but she declined, and so that avenue was closed. As for the teachings of the Chan and the human sect, the primordial heavenly sovereign and the virtuous heavenly sovereign had always rejected the other, even propagating notions of egg-laying and scaled beings. Consequently, hope was virtually extinguished in that direction. Among the remaining powers in the wilderness, the only one that captured the white tiger's attention was the Jie Sect led by the celestial master Tongtian. Furthermore, the celestial master Tongtian accepted disciples without discrimination. His followers included a myriad of spirits and beings, from wolves and tigers to floral and rocky entities, encompassing all varieties, thus alleviating fears of being treated as outsiders. The celestial maiden, perceptive and astute, had already surmised the intentions of the divine beast. Nevertheless, it was prudent not to display excessive cleverness in the presence of such individuals. Does the elder imply that I should implore Lady Nuwa on your behalf? If that is the case, I fear I may be unable to fulfill this task. Upon hearing this, the middle-aged man burst into laughter. You need not worry. Matters that I cannot accomplish will certainly not be thrust upon you. I have heard that the celestial master Tongtian of Golden Ao Island possesses a broad-minded disposition and does not discriminate against beings of different kinds. Therefore, I have long desired to entrust my children to the Jie Sect, but regrettably lacked a means to do so. Now, fortuitously encountering the celestial maiden. As long as you are willing to convey my message and secure the celestial master's agreement to accept these children as disciples, I shall consider you to have passed the test. What say you? The celestial maiden's heart soared with joy. This elder evidently did not fully comprehend her master's character. At that time, as long as I request my senior brother to speak, given Master S fondness for him, he will undoubtedly accept them as disciples. Yet, the astute celestial maiden, despite her inner elation, maintained an outward facade of distress. Elder, you truly put me in a difficult position. The celestial master Tongtian is a figure of great stature, and I am but a mere outer disciple. How could I possibly have the audacity to recommend individuals to him? I have already stated, my legacy shall only choose the true valiant. If you possess the audacity to speak before the sage, it would undoubtedly signify your passing of my trial. However, if you lack the courage even to address your own master, then it would be best for you to return whence you came. The divine beast, the white tiger, truly embodies decisiveness, its temperament shifting with astonishing rapidity. Moments ago, it wore a guise of gentle persuasion, yet upon hearing Yunxiao's words, its demeanor swiftly transformed into one of indifference. A quiet laughter welled up within Yunxiao, for this was precisely the effect she desired. In this manner, the white tiger would not perceive the completion of this task as an effortless endeavor. Moreover, in the presence of such formidable individuals, excessive subservience could, in fact, incite their suspicion. It is this very reaction from Yunxiao that would instill a sense of assurance in the other party. The junior is uncertain if they can fulfill the elder's trial, yet they are willing to make the attempt. I kindly request the elder to grant the junior a brief period of time. Once my master consents, I shall return to provide my response. Would that be agreeable to you? Chapter 58. The three puzzles that stumped countless deities. Very well. It is settled then. I shall await your good news right here. Rest assured, I have never faltered in my promises. Should you pass this trial, the white tiger warrior will undoubtedly belong to you. With that, the middle-aged man waved his sleeve, and the celestial maiden Yunxiao was instantly swept out of the crystal space. In the outside world, Feipeng was reclining in a rocking chair when he saw Yunxiao emerge from the crystal. A look of curiosity immediately spread across his face. Sister Yunxiao, what transpired? Did you pass the trial and obtain the white tiger warrior? With a swift glance, Yunxiao lunged towards Feipeng, exclaiming, "Oh, Brother Fei, you absolutely must help me. To pass the trial of the divine beast, the white tiger, your assistance is essential. Otherwise, I shall never succeed." Feipeng raised his brow in confusion. "Oh, is that so? Sister, do not rush. Please elucidate the matter clearly." Subsequently, Yunxiao leaned closer and recounted the details of the white tiger's trial in full. "So it is thus," Feipeng mused. "I did not anticipate that the white tiger, too, is a being of sentiment and loyalty. Fear not, sister. Our teachings at the sect promote inclusivity. Moreover, our master, being of such kind disposition, would never refuse. I can take charge of this matter without waiting for our master's return." Feipeng lightly waved his paper fan and smiled faintly. "Is that truly the case? I am immensely grateful to you, senior brother," Yunxiao exclaimed, her excitement causing her to swiftly plant a kiss on Feipeng's cheek. The warmth lingered on her face, blooming like peach blossoms in early spring, intoxicatingly beautiful. Feeling the residual warmth on his cheek, Feipeng clicked his tongue, attempting to savor the moment, yet the abruptness rendered him unable to recall what the sensation had been like. Though a hint of regret lingered in his heart, he maintained an air of calm composure. "Sister Yunxiao, as the acting head of the sect, I possess the authority to accept disciples into our sect. You may now respond to the venerable white tiger and bring forth all of his descendants. We shall arrange for them to reside on Golden Tortoise Island." Upon hearing Feipeng's consent, even Yunxiao, ever so dignified, could not suppress her elation. "Indeed, senior brother, rest assured, I possess the authority to accept disciples from both the inner and true disciples, as long as I report to our master beforehand. With master absent from the island, you, as the acting head, naturally hold this power. Even when master returns, he shall not fault you for this." Feipeng smiled, reclining in his chair. All right, off you go." Yunxiao cast a flirtatious glance at Feipeng before turning and soaring back into the white tiger crystal. Within the azure dragon crystal, the celestial maiden Yunxiao was soaring through the clouds, searching for the trial left by the divine beast, the azure dragon. Yet, She found herself surrounded by an endless expanse of ocean. For 3 days and 3 nights, the enchanting Yunxiao ferry soared over the boundless ocean. Yet she found no place to alight. As far as her gaze could reach, there was only an expanse of endless sea. Her delicate brows furrowed slightly, and her expression grew increasingly grave. With her ruby lips parting gently, she murmured to herself, "Could it be that the legacy of the Azure Dragon lies beneath the depths of the sea?" However, who could ascertain whether peril lurked in those abyssal depths? Although the current Yunxiao ferry had attained the formidable realm of the Golden Immortal, this unknown expanse felt eerily strange and foreign. To recklessly venture into the ocean's depths would clearly not be a prudent choice. I shall fly further ahead. If I find no suitable place to land, I will depart. I have a sage as my mentor and a senior brother who has bestowed upon me opportunities. What fortune could surpass the lineage of a sage? It is hardly worth the risk for the sake of a mere Azure Dragon warrior. I shall give it my utmost effort. If I can acquire the divine beast's legacy, that would be splendid. Yet, if it proves elusive, there is no need to jeopardize myself in pursuit. At that moment, had Feipeng heard Yunxiao Fairy's words, he would have been astounded and reflected. Who would have thought that my junior sister Yunxiao possesses such a serene disposition? After traversing a considerable distance, just as Yunxiao Fairy contemplated giving up, a colossal whirlpool suddenly emerged before her, with torrents of water swirling violently and the surroundings collapsing incessantly. Gradually, a massive island began to rise from the center of the whirlpool, ultimately occupying its position and causing the whirlpool to vanish. A glimmer of intrigue sparked in Yunxiao Fairy's eyes, and her curiosity deepened. How could an island materialize so suddenly in this place? What secrets lay upon its shores? Was there danger present? Did the legacy of the divine beast Azure Dragon reside upon this island? A myriad of questions plagued Yunxiao Fairy, yet she ultimately decided against a hasty departure. I shall first explore the island. If danger presents itself, I can retreat later. With that thought, she transformed into a stream of ice-blue light, descending gracefully onto the island. Initially, Yunxiao Fairy circled the island's perimeter, and upon finding no anomalies, she began to venture deeper into its heart. As she walked, an unsettling sensation washed over her, as if invisible eyes were keenly observing her every movement. Suddenly, ahead of her, a thatched cottage came into view. An elderly man with flowing white hair emerged from within. "My dear girl," he said, "I have awaited countless eons for a fated individual. It has not been an easy wait." Yunxiao Fairy approached slowly, bowing respectfully to the old man before softly inquiring, "Esteemed elder, I seek the trials left by the divine beast Azure Dragon. Might you know where the Azure Dragon resides?" The elderly man chuckled heartily, shaking his head. "My dear girl, do you not see? I am the Azure Dragon. Yet, this is not my true form. This body is merely a manifestation of my spirit, possessing strength akin to that of a great Luo golden immortal." Upon hearing the words of the elder, the celestial being Qiong Zhao's eyes widened in astonishment, her face reflecting sheer shock. She could hardly fathom that from this seemingly unremarkable cottage emerged the illustrious divine beast, the Azure Dragon. "Given that the venerable one is indeed the Azure Dragon, might I request you to reveal the nature of the trial? This will allow me to commence my challenge." The white-bearded elder, striking his cane upon the ground, lifted his head with a smile and replied, "In truth, the trial I have set is not arduous. The legacy of the Azure Dragon values wisdom, and the test is one of intellect. If you can answer my 3 questions correctly, you shall be deemed to have passed the trial. Furthermore, you are granted 1 opportunity to amend your responses. Should you err on any question, I will allow you to depart for 3 hours. If within that time you can rectify your erroneous answer, you will still be considered to have succeeded in the trial." A glimmer of enlightenment flickered in Qiong Zhao's eyes. She had not anticipated that the challenge left by the divine beast would be so straightforward, merely requiring answers to 3 questions. "Esteemed Azure Dragon, please commence with your inquiries." The elder, clad in dark robes, stood with his hands clasped behind his back, a hint of a teasing smile adorning his face. He shook his head slightly, a wry smile forming within as he thought, "Oh, young girl, do you truly believe that pondering over questions is less taxing than engaging in combat? What lies ahead may indeed give you cause for concern." Chapter 59. The 3 Dilemmas of the Azure Dragon. Senior Azure Dragon, please present your questions. The celestial maiden Qiong Zhao bowed respectfully to the elder in black garments. The elder stroked his goat beard and nodded with a smile. "Very well. I shall commence with my first inquiry. Listen closely. There are 2 individuals, a man and a woman. The man is quite filthy, while the woman is impeccably clean. If you were to bathe them both, who would you wash first?" A subtle smile graced the lips of the celestial maiden. "Might I first request that you answer a question of mine, senior?" What does it mean when a father precedes a mother in death? The elder nodded thoughtfully. Indeed, you have already provided the answer to your own question. I am astounded by your exceptional wisdom at such a tender age. Now, let us proceed to the second question. A man must transport a sheep, a basket of vegetables, and a wolf across a river. The boat can only hold one additional item besides the man at any time. However, if the man is absent, the sheep will consume the vegetables, and the wolf will devour the sheep. How can the man safely transport all these items across the river? The exquisite visage of the celestial maiden sparkled with contemplation as she pondered the dilemma. Ultimately, she arrived at a solution. This is a rather straightforward conundrum. First, the man should take the sheep across the river. Next, he returns alone and takes the wolf over. Upon returning with the wolf, he brings the sheep back with him. Finally, he takes the vegetables across and then returns for the sheep. Thus, he will make a total of 4 trips to successfully transport all items. Am I correct? The elder nodded, his eyes gleaming with approval. Indeed, you have successfully answered the second question. Now, we come to the final inquiry. Should you succeed, it shall demonstrate your wisdom, and I shall bestow upon you the legacy of the Azure Dragon. Conversely, should you fail, you shall be transformed into a statue, forever trapped within this space. Listen closely. The third riddle is, how can an ant traverse this sphere? As he spoke, the elder conjured a white ball, riddled with tiny holes. Within the sphere lay an intricate maze of passages, with only one entrance and one exit. Your task is to guide an ant from the exit to the entrance. Can you devise a method to accomplish this? The celestial maiden's gaze fixed intently upon the white sphere held in the elder's palm. Her eyes sparkled as she inquired, Senior, may I examine this white sphere? The elder smiled gently. Of course, here you go. The celestial maiden extended her delicate arm and accepted the alabaster sphere. Observing the 2 openings at either end, she peered inside to discover a multitude of tunnels and pathways, suggesting a labyrinthine interior. With a furrowed brow, she concentrated, her mind racing through various scenarios. Yet she found herself unable to arrive at a satisfactory solution. The notion of guiding an ant through such a convoluted maze seemed utterly fantastical. As the celestial maiden Yunxiao observed the white jade sphere, she murmured to herself. The ant, incapable of comprehending human speech, was at a disadvantage. Even humans struggled to discern the labyrinthine pathways within the sphere. Even if the ant could understand human language, it could not guide her along the correct route. Was it truly necessary to find an ant and rely solely on its instincts to navigate? With a flick of her hand, an ant materialized in her palm. Yunxiao delicately placed the ant at the entrance of the white jade sphere and nudged it inside. However, before long, the ant either emerged back at the entrance or became hopelessly lost within the maze, ultimately succumbing to its confines. Yunxiao furrowed her delicate brows, the outcome surprising her. After several failed attempts, she shook her head in frustration and approached the elderly man in black, addressing him. Senior, you previously mentioned that I have an opportunity to seek assistance. I wish to consult my elder brother. May I have your permission? My elder brother? You may. But can he truly offer a solution to this conundrum? If he too cannot provide an answer, it will be deemed a failure on your part. Have you truly considered this? Yunxiao nodded resolutely. I have made up my mind. My elder brother must know the way. Very well, since you are so confident. Go and inquire with your elder brother. The elderly man waved his large sleeve, summoning a powerful force that lifted Yunxiao from the confines of the Azure Dragon Crystal space. Upon emerging from the Azure Dragon Crystal, Yunxiao alighted upon a high platform, where she immediately spotted Feipeng nearby. With a bright smile, she approached him. Fei Ge, I must solve a challenging riddle to pass my trial, but it is far too difficult. Only you can assist me. Feipeng, reclining in a rocking chair, raised an eyebrow in surprise. What manner of riddle could possibly perplex our astute Yunxiao? Yunxiao then relayed the riddle posed by the Azure Dragon in detail to Feipeng. After hearing her, he erupted into hearty laughter. What is so difficult about this? Simply locate a male ant and a female ant, place the male at the entrance, and smear honey on the female before placing her at the exit. The male ant, driven by the scent of the female, will follow the aroma to find the correct path. Is that not a solution? Goodness! Elder brother, you are brilliant! Yunxiao exclaimed, her joy propelling her to leap 3 feet into the air before she returned to the crystal to tackle the challenge. Within the Xuanwu crystal, Xiao Bai Xiao donned a hat reminiscent of Tang's song, draped in a miniature robe, adorned with a string of tiny prayer beads, and wielded a petite staff, appearing as a youthful incarnation of the monk. Before her lay an enormous tortoise, embodying Xuanwu itself. With her brows knitted and lips pursed, Xiao Bai Xiao inquired, Grandfather Xuanwu, why have you come to this 10,000 Buddha temple to serve as a sacred beast of the Buddhist realm instead of freely roaming the vast ocean? The ancient tortoise did not part his lips, yet a voice imbued with the weight of age emanated from his mouth. Little one, the legacy of Xuanwu embodies patience. To possess the ability to summon the Xuanwu warriors, one must first cultivate patience, as it is the key to achieving the highest degree of harmony with them. Engaging in recitation and meditation within this temple is the most effective means to cultivate such patience. As he spoke, Xuanwu gestured towards the towering repository of scriptures within the temple. If you can memorize all the sutras, I shall deem you worthy of passing the test. Chapter 60. The cheater mistaken for the reincarnation of the Holy Buddha. What? What kind of scripture is this? This is nothing but a towering mountain. Little Yunxiao gazed at the towering stack of scriptures that nearly brushed the ceiling of the 10,000 Buddha temple. Her face darkened, overwhelmed by despair. With hands firmly planted on her hips, she exclaimed, "Grandfather Xuanwu, how long will it take to memorize all these scriptures?" A voice as solid as stone echoed from Xuanwu. "Where there is a will, there is a way. With a patient heart, nothing is insurmountable." Little Yunxiao, with her sparkling eyes, playfully blinked and chuckled. "Don't even mention memorizing tens of thousands of scriptures. Even a single page would send me into a hypnotic slumber." Xuanwu shook his head resolutely. He insisted that Yunxiao prove her patience through this method to attain the legacy. "I refuse to memorize. I simply won't do it. Whoever wants to memorize can do it." She flung the scripture staff from her hands and dashed off to explore other areas of the temple. One moment, she was climbing atop a statue, shoulder to shoulder with the Buddhas and Arhats. The next, she was rummaging through the offerings on the altar meant for the deities. "Hurry, he's over there, catch him." A throng of monks chased after little Yunxiao throughout the temple grounds, with several chubby little monks shaking their tiny fists at her in mock threat. "If you don't come down and behave, we'll take you as our wife." Thud! Before the little monks could finish their taunts, an apple struck one of their round, bald heads, causing a large bump to rise instantly. This left the group of little monks seething with anger. "Today, we must capture you." Perched on the shoulder of the Buddha statue, little Yunxiao playfully draped her delicate hand over the Buddha's shoulder, sticking out her tongue and making faces at the monks. "Naya, naya, naya. You dullards, come and catch me if you can." Witnessing this spectacle, the monks fumed, clenching their fists and rolling up their sleeves, preparing to subdue the mischievous girl. "Ah, you are desecrating the Buddha. How can you be so frivolous before the Buddha? Amitba, what a sin." Ever since this little imp arrived at the 10,000 Buddha temple, chaos reigned, disrupting their tranquil recitations. If this continues, what will become of us? Indeed, although this little creature is the chosen one for the sacred beast Xuanwu's trial, we cannot allow her to run amok. Look at my beard, which took decades to grow. It has been completely shaved overnight by this little rascal. Sigh. I propose we find a way to send this scourge away. Yes, she is a little ancestor. If this continues, the Buddha will surely blame us. Ah, what if we assist her in passing the sacred beast's trial? That way, we can send her on her way. Huh, it's easy for you to say. The scriptures left by generations of holy monks are as numerous as the stars. We can barely memorize them ourselves. How can we expect that restless creature to memorize them all? A group of monks, their hands gently caressing Cheng Liang's bald head, found themselves in a state of perplexity. Suddenly, a young monk slapped his forehead and exclaimed with excitement, "Eureka! The sacred beast, Xuanwu, surely would not require Baishao to memorize every single Buddhist scripture. Instead, the beast will likely select a few passages at random to test her. Conveniently, there is a lake situated before the Wanfo temple. We can simply reflect the scripture's verses, posed as questions by the beast, onto its forehead using the lake's shimmering surface. This will surely lead us to success." The monks fell into deep contemplation, and after a brief moment, they nodded in agreement, recognizing the merit of this plan. It seemed they had no other recourse. It was worth a try. On that day, little Baishao lay peacefully asleep in the main hall, a large bubble escaping from her delicate nostrils. Beneath her, a thick layer of Buddhist texts served as her makeshift mattress. Carelessly strewn across the floor, sacred scriptures reduced to mere bedding. The monks approached her stealthily, gently nudging her awake. Baishao turned over, pushing them away with her hands. Mumbling in her sleep, "Go away. Don't disturb my slumber." The young monks furrowed their brows, clearly distressed. This little lady was not someone to be trifled with. They had experienced her mischievous antics, shaving heads, administering laxatives, and secretly mixing offerings to the Buddha into their meals. Such pranks had become second nature to her. Thus, they hesitated to wake her directly. However, today they had managed to lure the sacred beast Xuanwu away, solely to inform Baishao of a method to assist her in cheating. Time was of the essence. If Xuanwu returned to the temple, their plans would be thwarted. Beads of perspiration dotted the foreheads of the young monks, their urgency palpable. Enough of this. They decided to rouse her, regardless of the consequences. The group of young monks began to shake Baishao vigorously. Abruptly pulled from her dreams, she rubbed her eyes and sat up abruptly. What do you want? Can't you see I was sleeping? The monks exchanged glances before two of them stepped forward, articulating their thoughts to Baishao in detail. Upon hearing their proposal, her eyes sparkled with intrigue. What a splendid idea. Once I acquire the Xuanwu warrior, I shall return to my brother Feipeng and will not linger in this temple with you fools. Indeed, once you complete the trial, we wish you a safe journey. They replied eagerly. The following day, Baishao arranged to meet the divine beast Xuanwu for the trial. Although the beast was unaware of her true intentions, it nevertheless nodded in acquiescence. In the main hall of Wanfo Temple, Xuanwu lay upon the floor, while Baishao sat obediently across from him. Outside the hall, a group of young monks concealed themselves by the lake, having brought box after box of Buddhist scriptures, preparing for the impending test. Within the hall, the examination commenced as Xuanwu began the assessment. Since you claim to have memorized all the Buddhist scriptures, allow me to test you. Recite a passage from the Heart Sutra of Prajnaparamita. Little Yunxiao opened her sparkling eyes, her delicate hands cradling her charming rosy cheeks. Little did she know of any scripture such as the Pineapple Watermelon Sutra. After pondering for a moment, she began to procrastinate. Outside the grand hall, the monks were sweating profusely, sifting through a mountain of scriptures in search of this particular text. After a while, suppressing their inner excitement, the monks projected the contents of the Heart Sutra onto the vast forehead of the divine beast Xuanwu through the reflection of the lake, illuminating it with light. This was the only method they could conceive, for it was the sole means devoid of any magical fluctuations that would escape the notice of the divine creature, Xuanwu. Little Bixiao tilted her head, gazing up at the great brow of Xuanwu, playfully exclaiming, when Avalokiteshvara Bodhisattva practices deep prajnaparamita, he perceives that the 5 aggregates are empty, liberating all from suffering. Oh! Xuanwu's eyes bulged in astonishment. He had witnessed little Bixiao lounging in the pile of scriptures all day. Could she truly have guessed? This must be a coincidence. Again, recite a passage from the Flower Adornment Sutra, he insisted. Little Bixiao looked up, realizing that the text was imprinted upon Xuanwu's forehead. Oh! The divine beast Xuanwu was once again taken aback. If the previous instance could be attributed to mere luck, how could this one be explained? Skeptical, Xuanwu selected another scripture, the Diamond Sutra. Little Bixiao. A brilliant radiance of Buddhist light emanated from Xuanwu's eyes, and he seemed extraordinarily excited. A connection with the Buddha? A connection with the Buddha? She must be the reincarnation of a holy Buddha, a naturally born child of the Buddha. Chapter 61. My junior sister is still just a child. I am certainly not a reincarnation of a holy Buddha, nor a naturally born child of the Buddha. Little Baishao exclaimed, hands on her hips. Her cheeks puffed with indignation. However, the divine beast Xuanwu seemed resolute in its belief. Not only did it allow little Baishao to successfully pass the trial, but it also bestowed upon her a Buddhist relic. This scene nearly drove the monks outside the grand hall to the brink of apoplexy. What kind of holy Buddha is he? All he does is sleep and cause trouble. A young monk grumbled, yet before he could finish his words, another monk beside him covered his mouth, signaling him to cease further comments. Alas! Whether she is a reincarnation of the holy Buddha or a naturally born child of the Buddha, sending this little ancestor away is far more preferable. Who cares about anything else? Another young monk, furrowing his brows, lamented. We have diligently practiced for most of our lives, yet have never garnered a glance from the esteemed Xuanwu beast. To think that a little girl who has only been here for a few days received such high praise from the Xuanwu beast. Humph. If we hadn't aided her in cheating, would she have passed the trial? The group of young monks fell into a silence, and after a moment, one monk scratched the back of his head and mused. I wonder if the Xuanwu beast will be traumatized upon discovering that Baishao passed the trial through dishonesty. Haha. If it were me, realizing that I had waited eons only to be outsmarted by the most impatient of children, I might even spit blood in despair. Within the Buddha hall, the incarnation of Xuanwu released a glowing orb that enveloped little Baishao, transporting her out of the Xuanwu crystal space. Little Baishao found herself at the mouth of the spatial passage, and through the ethereal membrane, she spotted Feipeng outside. She quickly waved her hands and called out loudly, Brother Feipeng, Brother Feipeng, I passed the trial. Feipeng looked up and was taken aback to see little Baishao's face appearing in the passage. Surprised, he inquired curiously, How did you manage to pass? Little Baishao's face flushed with excitement, her delicate arms waving animatedly. You wouldn't believe it. A group of young monks helped me cheat through the trial, and that big turtle didn't even realize it. In the great hall of the 10,000 Buddha temple, the divine beast Xuanwu abruptly opened its eyes, a visage of shock painted across its face. A surge of consciousness swept through the minds of the monks within the temple, and in that instant, it comprehended everything. Fury ignited in its eyes as it realized that little Bai Xiao had dared to conspire with the monks to deceive it. Moreover, she had successfully concealed it from him. Had it not been for her own confession at the last moment, she might have truly taken the legacy away. Rising to his feet, the divine beast Xuanwu transformed into a middle-aged man of about 50, stepping into the void and hastening towards the spatial entrance, extending his right hand as he walked. In an instant, an unparalleled force of attraction erupted from his palm, causing the petite little Bai Xiao, who was on the verge of crossing the spatial threshold, to stumble and be drawn back by the overwhelming pull. "Ah, Brother Feipeng, save me." Upon witnessing the sudden turn of events involving Xiao Bixiao, Feipeng immediately rose to his feet. In an instant, he dashed into the depths of the spatial realm, clad in a flowing white robe. He moved with an air of tranquility, and with a mere glance into the depths of this space, he discerned that the core lay within the temple of the 10,000 Buddhas. In a blink, his form vanished like a wisp of smoke, and when he reappeared, he stood at the entrance of the temple's hall. With a single stride, the surroundings transformed in a whirlwind of shifting scenery. The next moment, he found himself before the divine beast Xuanwu, who had Xiao Bixiao ensnared upon its back. Upon seeing Feipeng, Xiao Bixiao cried out in haste, "Brother Feipeng, you must flee. This ancient turtle is formidable." A voice, as if awakening from a deep slumber, resonated slowly. "Who are you?" Feipeng responded with a carefree smile, gently fanning himself with a paper fan. "Is this an incarnation of the divine beast Xuanwu?" He pondered. Xiao Bixiao, pouting adorably, recounted the events and circumstances to Feipeng in full detail. Enlightened, Feipeng raised his arm, pointing decisively at Xiao Bixiao, and commanded, "Release her." A flicker of surprise danced in Xuanwu's eyes. This youth appeared extraordinary. Not once had he addressed him as senior since his arrival. The tone he adopted now resembled not a plea, but rather a decree. Yet, given his noble bearing and the wisdom reflected in his gaze, it was evident that he was neither a mere mortal nor a madman. The only plausible explanation was that this individual possessed unwavering confidence, thus maintaining an air of superiority throughout his encounter with Xuanwu. As for Bixiao, her sparkling eyes brimmed with astonishment. She had anticipated that Feipeng would scold her before engaging in polite negotiations with Xuanwu to secure her release. To her surprise, Feipeng exuded such assertiveness, offering only 3 words after grasping the situation. A flicker of ire ignited within Xuanwu's eyes, and as its colossal jaws opened and closed, a plume of white mist billowed forth. "I required this young child to recite all the Buddhist scriptures to pass the trial and attain the legacy. Instead, he conspired with the temple monks to deceive me, stealing the heritage. Now that I have discovered this, I cannot allow her to depart." Rarely did Xuanwu elucidate, yet the imposing aura emanating from Feipeng compelled it to explain. "Release her," Feipeng reiterated, unwavering, with those same 3 words. He was not attempting to play the role of a tyrannical overlord. Rather, he believed that the fault lay squarely with Xuanwu. Thus, he bore no blame towards Xiao Bixiao. His demand for Xuanwu's acquiescence stemmed from his belief that the divine beast was akin to the overzealous parents and teachers who relentlessly burdened children with excessive homework. Feipeng frowned, displeasure etched across his face. Was it appropriate for a charming child like Xiao Bixiao to be tasked with reciting mountains of scriptures? Such an imposition suffocated innocence and stifled the vibrant hues of youth. He had never contemplated forcing Xiao Bixiao to study Buddhism. The Xuanwu crystal was originally a treasure obtained through his own prowess from the system. The opportunities it contained, including the Xuanwu Mecca, rightfully belonged to Feipeng. The tests he underwent were merely a formality to appease the divine beast Xuanwu. However, compelling Zhao Gongming to recite Buddhist scriptures and imprisoning her in this place was utterly excessive. As punishment, I have decided to confine this young girl for 500 years and subsequently reclaim the Xuanwu legacy. Upon hearing this, Feipeng let out a scornful laugh. He gazed at Xuanwu and declared, "I shall take my junior sister away. Who dares to obstruct me?" With that, Feipeng extended a mighty hand toward Xuanwu's shell, aiming directly at Bixiao, seemingly intent on retrieving her. Chapter 62. Just a brief respite. Why the tears? In response to Feipeng's audacious strike, the divine beast Xuanwu let out a furious roar. How many years had it been? How long since anyone had dared to confront him so brazenly? This was an affront, a blatant provocation. Although this was merely a manifestation of his essence, it possessed the formidable strength of a great Luo golden immortal. A great Luo Golden Immortal was undoubtedly an entity capable of traversing the primordial world with ease. Currently, among the disciples of the three teachings, not a single great Luo Golden Immortal could be found. This was primarily due to the presence of revered saints in each of the three teachings. In contrast, other factions lacking such sanctified leaders would be fortunate to boast even one golden immortal disciple. Yet, Feipeng stood undeterred. Following the breakthroughs of those disciples, he himself ascended to the status of a Tai Golden Immortal. Now, under his guidance, those disciples chosen to partake in his cinematic offerings had also begun to experience their own breakthroughs. Ding. Detected that 260 individuals are currently watching your film 100 Schools of Thought, resulting in their ascension to Golden Immortal, and the host synchronously gains this cultivation. Ding. Detected that 521 individuals are currently watching your film The Empire of Qin, resulting in their ascension to Golden Immortal, and the host synchronously gains this cultivation. Ding. Detected that 1,213 individuals are currently watching your film Legend of the Heroes, resulting in their ascension to Golden Immortal, and the host synchronously gains this cultivation. Ding. Congratulations to the host for acquiring the exquisite equipment, the Heavenly Dragon Armor, capable of withstanding the full force assault of a great Luo Golden Immortal. Ding. Congratulations to the host for acquiring the exquisite weapon, the Dugu Divine Sword, which, when wielded with the Dugu sword technique, can traverse the world invincibly. Ding. Congratulations to the host for acquiring the extraordinary artifact, the Mirage, capable of soaring through the skies and traversing the cosmos. As the resonant chimes echoed within his mind, an overwhelming surge of magical energy erupted from within Feipeng. With this newfound power, he continuously shattered boundaries, advancing towards higher realms. Early stage of Tai Golden Immortal. Breakthrough. Mid-stage of Tai Golden Immortal. Breakthrough. Late stage of Tai Golden Immortal. Breakthrough. Peak stage of Tai Golden Immortal. Breakthrough. Early stage of Great Luo Golden Immortal. Breakthrough. Mid-stage of Great Luo Golden Immortal. Breakthrough. Late stage of Great Luo Golden Immortal. Breakthrough. Ultimately, Feipeng's cultivation soared to the late stage of Great Luo Golden Immortal. This was the very reason he faced Xuanwu without trepidation. Xuanwu's manifestation possessed only the strength of a late-stage Great Luo Golden Immortal. Feipeng held ample confidence in his ability to vanquish it. As Feipeng's cultivation stabilized within the late stage of Great Luo Golden Immortal, the attack he had previously unleashed as a Tai Golden Immortal underwent a transformation in the air. That enormous hand, initially unremarkable, led the divine beast Xuanwu to miscalculate Feipeng's true prowess. Suddenly, the tortoise shell upon Xuanwu's back emitted arcane luminescence, morphing into intertwined iron chains that began to converge in the air, seemingly intent on crushing the hand conjured by Feipeng. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Each iron chain surged with immense power, akin to lethal instruments piercing towards the luminous hand. Puff. The luminous palm emitted by Feipeng was instantly pierced, resulting in a multitude of magical energies spilling forth from the newly formed opening. However, the assault from the divine beast Xuanwu was far from over. More iron chains were thrust into the radiant palm. This once mighty palm began to manifest an increasing number of holes, becoming increasingly fragmented, teetering on the brink of collapse. Observing this, a peculiar smile crept onto Xuanwu's lips, while Xiao Bixiao's expression was laden with concern. How can this old tortoise be so formidable? She murmured. Yet, as the palm threatened to shatter, Xuanwu began to sense an anomaly. Despite its apparent fragility, why did it resist breaking? Though battered, it emanated a subtle rhythm, as if resonating with the grand principles of the universe. A sense of unease gripped Xuanwu. He had never encountered such an unusual technique before. With a resounding crash, the protective barrier on Xuanwu's shell shattered in an instant, the source being that seemingly tattered palm. The palm cradled Xiao Bixiao tenderly, and in a sudden burst of speed that eclipsed even lightning, it retreated from the divine beast's shell, returning to Feipeng's side. Are you all right? Did you sustain any injuries? Feipeng inquired while raising her arm to inspect. Xiao Bixiao squinted her eyes into crescent shapes, grinning as she shook her head. I'm fine. This old fellow did not harm me. Then, a glimmer of brilliance sparkled in her eyes. Brother Feipeng, I never imagined you were so powerful. Even a great Luo Golden Immortal is no match for you. Subsequently, she sensed the aura emanating from Feipeng's body, which left her utterly astonished, causing her to exclaim. Ah, my heavens. Brother Feipeng, you have actually broken through to the late stage of the great Luo Golden Immortal. How did you achieve this? It's simply miraculous. Feipeng hoisted Xiao Bixiao onto her broad shoulder with one arm, then summoned a streak of escape light beneath her feet, turning to soar into the expanse beyond. Throughout this process, Xuanwu fixated intently on their retreating figures, but refrained from launching another attack. The late stage of the great Luo Golden Immortal had already surpassed the limits of this avatar. Even if Xuanwu were to expend all its strength to vanquish this form, it could not retain Bixiao. Thus, it was wiser to allow their departure. Upon reaching the outside world, Feipeng gently placed Xiao Bixiao on the ground. Suddenly, a young three-headed dragon, plump and round-headed, with dragon-sized eyes, adorably rolled to rest at Feipeng's feet. Feipeng paused, bemused by the creature's apparent laziness. It could have flown over or, at the very least, walked, yet it opted to roll instead. Truly, words failed him. What an adorable little dragon! Xiao Bixiao exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with delight as she leapt from Feipeng's shoulder and embraced the charming young dragon, clearly captivated by its endearing appearance. This is no mere dragon. It is the celestial-grade pet, the fledgling three-headed dragon, which I have recently acquired. Should it mature, its ferocity will be formidable, and its strength will rival that of a quasi-saint powerhouse. Wow, I had no idea you were so remarkable. Allow me to bestow upon you a name. Given your rotund appearance, I shall call you Raleigh. Little Bixiao chuckled as she affectionately patted Raleigh's head. Suddenly, the celestial fairy Yunxiao emerged from the white tiger crystal, accompanied by a peculiar entourage of beings with tiger-like faces. Master Brother, thanks to your assistance, I have successfully passed the trial of the White Tiger Sovereign and obtained the White Tiger armor, exclaimed Yunxiao with exuberance. Feipeng waved his hand dismissively. Very well, arrange for them to become outer disciples of our sect. Overcome with emotion, the group of tiger-faced beings knelt before Feipeng with a resounding thud. Thank you, esteemed elder, for your benevolence. Your great kindness will be etched in our memories for eternity. Such gratitude is unwarranted. However, I imagine you have grown weary confined in that dilapidated space. Thus, I shall ask Yunxiao to grant you a respite. As long as you do not leave Jineo Island, feel free to wander wherever you wish. Upon hearing Feipeng's words, the group of tiger-faced beings erupted with joy, bowing repeatedly in gratitude. Thank you, Master Brother. Thank you, Master Brother. Chapter 63, The Master Brother of the Flowing Water. Duobao's Enlightenment. With a swift motion, the fairy Yunxiao emerged from the Qinglong crystal. How did it go? Did you successfully pass the test? Feipeng inquired with a smile. Thanks to Master Brother, I would have been unable to answer the third riddle otherwise. She replied. Haha, it was merely by coincidence that I had encountered this riddle in a certain play. Feipeng responded modestly. Regardless, Master Brother's wisdom far surpasses mine 100-fold. I am truly in awe. The enchanting fairy Yunxiao gracefully approached Feipeng, swaying her slender waist. Master Brother, how have our fellow disciples fared in their reflections on the square? Upon hearing Yunxiao's inquiry, both Yunxiao and Bixiao curiously joined them. Feipeng smiled lightly, as if the matter were of little concern to him. They have all gained considerable insights, and I believe they have made notable progress. Since you three are curious, why not accompany me to the square for a visit? Indeed, if the disciples have any uncertainties, they can seek guidance from Master Brother. The three fairies conjured a beam of light beneath their feet, while Feipeng summoned the Xianyuan sword, employing the Shushan sword technique to command the sword to soar gracefully through the sky. With his handsome visage accentuated by the ancient artifact, the Xianyuan sword, Feipeng appeared even more majestic and ethereal. They transformed into radiant arcs, speeding towards the Wanjin Square. Look, Master Brother has arrived. Indeed, and the three fairies are beside him. One must admit, Master Brother is truly fortunate. Yes, wherever Master Brother goes, he is accompanied by three fairies. It is indeed a great blessing. As Feipeng descended, the crowd hurriedly bowed in reverence. We humbly welcome Master Brother's presence. We humbly welcome Master Brother's presence. We humbly welcome Master Brother's presence. In an instant, the square erupted in a thunderous cheer, creating a magnificent spectacle. Feipeng waved to the myriad disciples of the Zhejiao. At that moment, he felt an unexplainable sense of leadership surveying his domain. Thus, he uttered spontaneously, Younger brothers, you have worked hard. The disciples collectively paused in surprise, then responded in unison. Not at all, long live Master Brother. After exchanging pleasantries, Feipeng traversed among the numerous disciples, observing their insights and occasionally offering guidance. Just then, he spotted a familiar silhouette. It was the Taoist Duobao, and Feipeng, intrigued by what Duobao was watching, stealthily approached him from behind. With his current skills, he could easily remain undetected if he did not deliberately reveal his identity. Duobao sat upright, intently watching a film, a certain comedic movie, The King of Destruction, which had once captivated audiences far and wide. Feipeng had been quite fond of this film in his past life. and he held a vivid impression of the character Master Brother Flowing Water. The reason he had chosen this film for Duobao to contemplate was primarily due to his observation that Duobao harbored a deep-seated emotional knot, which had become a significant obstacle to his advancement to higher realms. The Taoist Duobao was once regarded as the esteemed elder brother by all, and he himself possessed an air of pride, excelling not only in the realm of cultivation but also in the meticulous management of various affairs of the Jie Sect, earning the trust of the Primordial Lord. However, everything changed with the emergence of Feipeng. Duobao was no longer the elder brother of the Jie Sect. This was, in truth, a devastating blow to his psyche. Consequently, the Primordial Lord ceased to delegate responsibilities to him as before, leading Duobao to feel that his standing in the Lord's esteem had been supplanted by Feipeng. Furthermore, when Duobao sought to host the dual conference upon his breakthrough to the Golden Immortal Realm in an attempt to regain his popularity, he was utterly humiliated by Zhao Gongming, who decisively bested him. Zhao Gongming appeared as Feipeng's subordinate. Thus Duobao ultimately fell to Feipeng's influence. This left a lingering vexation within him. Unless he resolved this inner turmoil and found a release for his pent-up emotions, he risked self-destruction. Therefore, Feipeng offered him the opportunity to engage with the film King of Destruction. The intentions were twofold. Firstly, to alleviate Duobao's spirits through this comedic narrative, and secondly, to forge a connection with the character of the elder brother Duanshui in the story, allowing for the release of his suppressed emotions. At this moment, Duobao's gaze was fixed intently upon the crystalline screen, captivated by the plot and characters of this drama. King of Destruction narrates the tale of a fast food worker, He Jinin, who pursues the beautiful Ali. He is a quintessential underdog, earning meager wages and facing disdain from those around him. His life was shrouded in darkness and devoid of color until one fateful day when he chanced upon Ali at a martial arts training ground and developed feelings for her. Suddenly, his life seemed to burst forth with light and warmth, rekindling his hope for the future. However, he endured humiliation at the hands of Coach Lin Guobin, who also harbored affections for Ali. Feeling inadequate, He Jinin sought mentorship from the self-proclaimed demon muscle man, Gue Wangda, to learn combat techniques. Yet, Gue Wangda turned out to be a fraud, employing various schemes to swindle people out of their money, lacking any true martial prowess. In a twist of fate, He Jinin encountered Ali again, only to find her besieged by nefarious individuals. Donning a Garfield mask, he attempted to rescue her, but his combat skills were woefully inadequate. In a moment of desperation, he rolled down from a high platform with the assailant, inadvertently creating the invincible fire wheel. However, afterward, Lin Guobin claimed the credit for the victory. To prove his abilities, He Jinin entered a combat competition against others and, utilizing the fire wheel, triumphed over his opponent, ultimately winning Ali's heart, leading to their romantic union. Duobao, having been a prominent figure within the Jie Sect since childhood, found it challenging to resonate with the protagonist, He Jinin in King of Destruction. Yet, when he beheld the entrance of the elder brother Duanshui, his eyes sparkled with recognition. Duanshui, a champion of consecutive karate competitions for 3 years, having defeated the leading figures from various elite departments. The foremost combat expert of the global elite sports center in the land of cherry blossoms. His words are legendary, reminiscent of the most cutting remarks. I am not targeting anyone. I am merely stating that all present are worthless. The aura he exudes, the commanding presence, the audacity of a villain. These elements exquisitely embody the persona of the Taoist Duobao. This left the Taoist Duobao profoundly shaken. Consequently, he resonated with this energy. Following this resonance, an extraordinary martial art titled Flowing Water Karate vividly materialized in his mind. Moreover, he acquired 3 remarkable techniques: barehanded against a blade, flowing water fist technique, and limitless water palm. Just as Feipeng had envisioned, the Taoist Duobao was liberated from his vexation, unraveling the knots within his heart and dispelling the demons of his mind. Now, he felt an exhilarating lightness throughout his being, which enabled him to shatter his constraints, propelling him from the initial stage of the Golden Immortal to an impressive breakthrough. Whoosh. Mid-stage, Golden Immortal. Whoosh. Chapter 64. I too wish to engage in a discourse on the Tao with the 3 heavenly maidens. The sensation of immense magical power surging within him left Duobao Taoist in utter disbelief. The opportunity bestowed by his elder brother was truly extraordinary. Were it not for the unparalleled abilities of his elder brother, how could he have shattered the 3 realms in an instant? Had he pursued his cultivation through arduous effort alone, even after 1,000,000 years, he might not have reached the pinnacle of the Golden Immortal stage. The prowess of his elder brother was indeed terrifying. From this moment onward, Duobao Daoist was completely convinced of his elder brother's capabilities and dared not harbor any negative thoughts. At that moment, not far away, the Golden Spirit Holy Mother, Turtle Spirit Holy Mother, and Wudong Holy Mother also achieved breakthroughs, each grasping their own fortuitous insights. Simultaneously, a voice echoed in Feipeng's mind. Ding! It detected that Duobao Daoist, Golden Spirit Holy Mother, Turtle Spirit Holy Mother, Wudong Holy Mother, and several disciples had all made breakthroughs, granting the host a simultaneous enhancement of this cultivation. In the next instant, Feipeng suddenly felt a surge of magnificent magical power emanating from his Dantian, surpassing the purity and quality of what he had previously attained. Feipeng was quite astonished and murmured softly, "Is it because Duobao and the others have reached a higher realm that the magical power they produce is more refined?" Buzz. A gentle tremor resonated within Feipeng, akin to a chick breaking free from its shell, as his realm advanced once more, propelling him into the pinnacle of the great Luo Golden Immortal stage. Unexpectedly, although the number of disciples breaking through this time was not large, the increase in cultivation was already greater than half of his prior progress. It seems that in the future, I must devise a way for the disciples of the sect of the Intercept to achieve breakthroughs at higher levels. Feipeng's gaze flickered as he spoke softly. He surveyed the gathering and nodded slowly, acknowledging the remarkable effect of this session. Except for a select few disciples of the Intercept sect who had yet to attain enlightenment, the majority had at least reached the Golden Immortal stage, while several exceptionally talented disciples had even ascended to the Tai Golden Immortal stage. All disciples should return and contemplate diligently. If any uncertainties arise, they may seek my counsel at the cave in the back mountain, or they can wait for the next screening of the film in the square for further clarification. Now, you may all return, and remember to cultivate earnestly, never slackening in your practice. Yes, elder brother. The disciples of the Intercept sect bowed in unison, their demeanor respectful and their spirits invigorated. Feigu, we have gained much from this experience. If there is nothing pressing, we shall return to solidify what we have learned. If you find yourself bored, you are always welcome to seek us out for discussions on the Tao. The breathtaking visage of the three heavenly maidens radiated a captivating charm, intoxicating all who beheld it, akin to a sweet nectar. Very well, if any junior sister encounters confusion, she is always welcome to visit my cave for discourse. This scene instantly ignited envy and jealousy among the myriad disciples of the Intercept sect. Their astonished eyes widened, and many disciples drooled at the sight. I too wish to engage in a discourse on the Tao with the three heavenly maidens. Some male disciples cried out in anguish. Some female disciples were exclaiming with enthusiasm. We too wish to engage in the exchange of Taoist principles with the senior brother. Even the revered figures such as the Holy Mother of Golden Spirit, the Holy Mother of Tortoise Spirit, and the Holy Mother of No Return discreetly cast a glance toward Feipeng, as if they were somewhat intrigued by this so-called exchange, though it remained unclear whether their interest lay in his profound understanding of the Tao or his mesmerizing appearance. After a brief commotion, the myriad celestial beings of the Jie Sect gradually dispersed, and Feipeng turned to soar back to his cave residence. In the vast and boundless Eastern Sea, stretching for countless miles, tumultuous waves surged and roared. Enormous waves crashed skyward, shattering the stars above, while 3,000 miniature worlds collapsed and reformed amidst the frothy tumult. Occasionally, sea monsters could be seen gliding through the waters, their presence as deep and unfathomable as the ocean itself. This expanse was fraught with peril at every turn. At this moment, a cloud of auspiciousness floated in from the distant horizon. Wherever this cloud drifted across the sea, all winds and waves were instantly quelled, and the surface of the ocean transformed into a tranquil expanse, a stark contrast to the earlier chaos of crashing waves. The cloud bore a group of Taoist practitioners clad in robes, swiftly traversing the skies above the Eastern Sea. This cloud was spacious, shrouded in ethereal mist, with the essence of Tao flowing through it. A few Taoists sat with closed eyes, engaged in meditation, embodying an aura of celestial blessings. Among this assembly was a Taoist garbed in a resplendent robe of purple and gold, adorned with intricate and inscrutable Taoist patterns depicting majestic pines, soaring cranes, and a rising sun. He bore a large purple-gold gourd upon his back, intricately carved with images of insects and beasts, exuding an aura that sent shivers down the spine. With his eyes tightly shut and his posture as upright as a pine tree, it seemed as though 3,000 worlds were revolving around him, enveloped by an enigmatic energy. This figure was none other than one of the 12 golden immortals, the venerable Puxian. You all must remember, he commanded, that our purpose here is to deliver a profound lesson to those from the Jie Sect, who are akin to creatures born in mire and adorned with horns. Your task is to make them aware that their disciples are but individuals of shallow fortune. There exists a fundamental difference between our teachings and theirs. We, from the Jie Sect, gather those of deep fortune and remarkable talent. This time, as we engage with the Jie Sect, you must not hold back. Strike with overwhelming force, ensuring they comprehend the vast chasm that separates us, thereby elevating the prestige of our Jie Sect. Have you all understood? We shall faithfully adhere to the Master's orders. On the cloud, figures such as Mu Jia, Han Julong, Shui Ehu, Huang Tianhua, Yang Ren, Neza, Tu Xingsuan, and Lei Jinzi exhibited expressions of arrogance and defiance. After years of arduous cultivation, they had now attained significant mastery and appeared eager to seize the opportunity to showcase their prowess before the disciples of the Jie Sect. Among them, Han Julong and Shui Ehu exchanged grins, their features twitching with anticipation. If it is a debate of Tao, then one cannot be cautious with their fists and feet. Should we inadvertently injure a disciple of the Jie Sect, how shall we explain that? Venerable Puxian squinted his eyes, responding with an air of haughtiness. Despite the thunderous assault, the disciples of the are but wretched beings, their lives deemed cheap and worthless. When the time comes, it suffices to leave them a shred of existence. There is no need for further concern. Indeed, with such words from our esteemed elder, my brother and I can proceed with unwavering confidence. A sinister grin spread across the faces of Han Julong and Shui Ehu, lending them an eerie countenance. While it appeared that the revered Jinren Puxian was merely meditating with closed eyes, his mind was, in reality, profoundly calculating. Their gathering, ostensibly for a discourse on the Tao, was, in truth, a nefarious scheme aimed at shattering the resolve of the disciples. They had deliberately chosen this moment, when the Tongtian was absent. In their eyes, apart from the Tongtian, all others within the were deemed to be of inferior cultivation and morally reprehensible. What could have incited such deep-seated animosity towards the disciples of the Chapter 65, The True Qi is Killing Me. In their eyes, their master, the Primordial Lord, is the mightiest among the 6 great saints, and thus their sect. The way of the revelation should naturally reign as the foremost doctrine of the Primordial World. Yet, the reality is far from this. It is precisely because of the inclusive nature of the Heavenly Lord that countless immortals pay homage, causing the sect of the Interception to flourish, leading many cultivators to immediately associate the title of the paramount sect with it. This has greatly displeased the disciples of the Way of the Revelation, as if the sect of the Interception had usurped the glory that rightfully belonged to them. A group of individuals, adorned with scales and horns, shallow in fortune, are destined to face calamities in the future. By what right do they earn the reverence of the immortals in the primordial realm? What gives them the audacity to overshadow the Way of the Revelation? Over time, such thoughts and prejudices have taken root deeply within the minds of the disciples of the Way of the Revelation, to the extent that some have become somewhat mad. The disciples of the Way of the Revelation have always been proud and disdainful of the disciples of the Azure Palace. Just the thought of dazzling those horned beings with their formidable cultivation invigorates them immensely. The auspicious clouds, though seemingly ethereal, travel at remarkable speed, and within moments, they have traversed thousands of miles across the eastern sea. As they gaze toward the horizon, a golden island resembling a giant turtle comes into view. In their sight, Golden Turtle Island is surrounded by azure seas, radiating golden rays, shrouded in mist, with clouds swirling and colors shimmering. At the center of the island stands a magnificent golden palace, resplendent and dazzling, enveloped in a tremulous aura of primordial spirit, faintly exuding the might of a saint. What an exquisite abode of the immortals! Alas, it is marred by those horned beings who squander celestial treasures. Thunderous Sun gazes upon Golden Turtle Island, expressing his sentiments. Haha, brother, there is no need for lamentation. Soon, these Azure Palace disciples will be ruthlessly tormented before us, which will surely shatter their spirits. Indeed, I hope they remain resilient and do not succumb to despair from our onslaught. For I wish to have my uncle bring me here again to practice against these worthless beings. Yet, I fear they may be so inept that they fail to provide any challenge for our honing. The group, riding on auspicious clouds, gradually descends toward the gates of Golden Turtle Island. With the Heavenly Lord absent, they initially intended to directly approach the Azure Palace. However, upon nearing the island, they discovered that Golden Turtle Island was enveloped by a formidable protective array. A concealed barrier in the void obstructed their passage, which left them quite dissatisfied. Knowing this array was laid down by the Heavenly Lord himself. The Heavenly Lord, an immortal being, has unparalleled methods. And the protective array he established is not something that the likes of the real man Puxian would dare to breach. Should they inadvertently provoke even the slightest reaction from the protective array, it would be enough to lead them to their doom countless times over. Yet, they had come with lofty aspirations to crush the resolve of the disciples of the sect of the Interception with overwhelming force. Now, they find themselves unable even to enter the opponent's gates. What kind of predicament is this? The visage of the esteemed Puxian Jinren displayed a fluctuating pallor, alternating between hues of blue and white, revealing a countenance fraught with unease. What madness is this from those wretched beings? In this present age, devoid of power and not at war with the Jie Sect, why would they activate the protective formation? Within the primordial realms, many sects would establish such defenses under the guidance of their masters. Yet, typically, such formations are only activated when a sect faces an existential threat. And now, above Jie Island, the atmosphere is tranquil, bathed in sunlight, devoid of any semblance of peril. What folly is this? Could it be that these creatures are aware of our impending arrival, prompting them to preemptively activate the protective array? Tuxing Sun queried with a furrowed brow. Puxian Jinren shook his head slightly. The matter of our arrival for discourse is exceedingly covert. Even among our own sect, few are privy to it. Moreover, there is no possibility that we have traitors among us who would inform the Jie Sect. It is clear that their disciples, accustomed to cowardice, have activated the island's protective array in broad daylight out of sheer fear. Puxian Jinren's reasoning elicited nods of agreement from the others, their faces betraying disdain. It was unexpected that these horned beasts would exhibit such timorousness. I have begun to ponder whether they are worthy of my intervention. Their extreme caution suggests that their cultivation must be woefully inadequate, indeed unfit to engage in discourse with us. Their conversation was laced with scornful remarks. Such pitiful beings deserve to be subdued beneath our might. Just as their jubilance peaked, Puxian Jinren regarded the protective formation before him with a furrowed brow. The array laid by the Tongtian patriarch is not one that can be breached easily. Yet, how shall they gain entry? Reluctantly, Puxian Jinren resorted to his divine powers to transmit a message throughout the entirety of Jie Island. This is Puxian Jinren of the Chan sect, leading my disciples here to engage in discourse. Under the guise of debate, we shall enforce our dominance. Should any Jie Sect disciples suffer injuries or even lose their cultivation, it shall be entirely justified and reasonable. Observe, our Chan sect disciples come forth to engage in dialogue, and should you find yourselves lacking, who else can you blame? Puxian Jinren's voice resonated across the island. Yet, after a prolonged wait, the protective formation remained utterly unresponsive. Master, why have they not yet activated the formation to permit our entrance? Puxian Jinren's expression darkened as he replied coldly. These spawn of the wetland are notoriously lacking in decorum. Our protracted wait without a single soul to greet us indicates their utter laxity and lack of discipline. When the time comes for discourse, ensure you impart a thorough lesson upon them, compelling them to heed our commands. Lei Zinci and the others promptly bowed in acquiescence. Yes, we shall obey your command. In truth, the Jie Sect disciples present on Jie Island were few, their minds ensnared within the profound teachings and abilities imparted by Feipeng. Confronted with an entirely new set of techniques and divine powers, they immersed themselves in contemplation, utterly absorbed and neglectful of their surroundings. Oblivious to the voice of the revered Puxian Jinren. Within the entirety of Golden Ao Island, only Feipeng discerned the sound. However, a mere smirk of disdain graced his lips, as he could hardly be bothered to respond. The protective formation had been activated by Feipeng himself, a decision driven by his awareness of the impending cataclysm of the Fengshen calamity. Presently, the Tongtian patriarch had departed the island to deliberate matters concerning the Fengshen list. Although the current relationship between the Chan and Jie sects appeared ambiguous, once the calamity was fully unleashed, it would devolve into a brutal struggle for survival. Devoid of any semblance of camaraderie, cognizant of this trajectory of the primordial chaos, Feipeng saw no merit in engaging with the self-important Puxian Jinren. Outside the mountain gate of Golden Ao Island, Puxian Jinren, accompanied by a cohort of disciples from the Chan sect, found himself in a disarray of emotions amidst the winds. It was truly a predicament. Neither could he enter nor retreat. Gradually, a deepening pallor crept across Puxian Jinren's countenance. Beast, how dare you leave me here to endure the sea breeze? It is enough to drive this humble Taoist to despair. Chapter 66. Let us roast this great bird outside the mountain gate of Golden Arowana Island. This group of scaled and horned beings displayed a remarkable lack of decorum. Alas, they are but individuals of shallow fortune and meager cultivation, even though they have entered the sacred lineage of the sages. They remain unable to shed their rustic habits and are oblivious to the rituals of our mystical sect. Junior brother, tread carefully with your words. These timid creatures, transformed from beasts, have never earned our recognition. Do they truly believe they are worthy of being called members of the mystical sect? Indeed. You are correct, senior brother. These inept beings are utterly unworthy of such a title. Without our acknowledgement, they remain nothing more than a horde of beasts and monsters. The term mystical sect refers to the Taoist tradition. Thus, the teachings of the human school, the expounding school, and the intercepting school all fall under this umbrella. At this moment, although the intercepting school was founded by the sage Tongtian, its disciples still fail to gain recognition from this group. They have traveled countless miles only to return without having displayed their might. Is that truly their fate? Faced with such treatment, their indignation swelled, and they brazenly mocked their detractors, their voices resonating loudly enough to echo throughout golden Arawana Island. Had it not been for the protective formation laid by the sage Tongtian himself, they might have dared to breach it. Master Puxian wore a gloomy expression. Since being accepted as a disciple by the primordial supreme being and becoming a direct protege of the sage, he had been treated with the utmost respect by countless celestial beings and high-ranking figures from various primordial factions. Never had he encountered such contempt. Now he stood there, exposed to the cold wind, subjected to the scorn and taunts directed at the disciples of the intercepting school, akin to a shrew berating in the streets. The one who spoke earlier was merely Lei Jinzi and his fellow disciples. Master Puxian refrained from responding, not because he believed the disciples of the intercepting school deserved no scorn, but rather because he considered himself above them, feeling they were unworthy of his words. The thought of returning in such a manner left him with a sense of dissatisfaction. Master Puxian furrowed his brow in worry. At that moment, two radiant rainbows soared toward the mountain gate from within golden Arawana Island. Brother Zhao, the last time we sparred, I could not best you. But this time I am certain of victory with the Xuanwu mecha bestowed by our master brother. Sister Bixiao, you may have received a gift from our master brother, but I too possess his blessings. You could not defeat me before. Do you truly believe you can now? The voices drew nearer, with Zhao Gongming gracefully riding a flying sword, exuding charm and confidence, while Bixiao Fairy perched upon a blossoming bud, her delicate feet swaying, causing a cascade of tinkling silver bells to ring out. They had come to guard the mountain gate. Zhao Gongming and Bixiao were merely outer disciples of the intercepting school, and thus their assignment was entirely reasonable. However, bolstered by the fortuitous gifts from their master brother, their cultivation had surged remarkably. When Sage Tongtian returned to golden Arawana Island, they would undoubtedly be promoted to true disciples. Yet, for now, they must fulfill their duty as sentinels. As they touched down, they beheld the somber faces of the Exposition School's members outside the mountain gate. What sect do you belong to? Why have you come here today? Zhao Gongming inquired, his brows furrowing as he sensed the hostility emanating from those before him. Xiao Bixiao observed that the other party appeared somewhat fierce. She pouted her small lips, her sparkling eyes reflecting a sense of bewilderment. For these past days, they had remained on the island, delving into the teachings imparted by Feipeng. Outside, they had not made any enemies. So, why would someone block their way at the mountain gate? The gaze of the esteemed Puxian Jinren was nonchalant as he cast a glance at the newcomers. Noticing that they were not among the direct disciples of the Tongtian, he chose to remain silent. Such trivial gatekeepers were hardly worthy of his response. If he were to acknowledge them, it would only serve to diminish his stature. How ignorant! They did not even recognize who we are. Listen closely, for we are disciples of the Saint Yuanshi Tianzuan, and this esteemed individual is none other than Puxian Jinren, one of the 12 golden immortals. Huh, are you struck dumb by our identity? Do not dawdle. Quickly activate the grand formation to allow us entry. Thunder Jinzi was enveloped in the power of wind and thunder, with a pair of eagle-like wings continuously flapping behind him. He had been flapping his wings for quite some time, and his arms were already sore. Thus he spoke with evident impatience. Yuanshi Tianzuan, the very one who split from the master? Zhao Gongming and Bixiao were momentarily taken aback. Although they were outer disciples, the members of Jie had always shared a bond akin to that of siblings, often engaging in candid conversations. Consequently, they had heard some accounts regarding why their master, Tongtian, parted ways with the two uncles and moved from Kunlun Mountain to this golden Ao Island. It was said that after the three purities comprehended the path to sanctification, they each established their own teachings. Dao Tianzuan founded the Rinjiao. Yuanshi Tianzuan established the Changjiao. Tongtian created the Jiejiao. The intention of the heavenly Tao was to enable these figures to disseminate their teachings in the primordial realm, thereby fulfilling the voids and enhancing the cosmos. However, the doctrines of the three teachings diverged. Both Rinjiao and Chan Jiao accepted only those of exceptional pedigree and profound celestial destiny. In contrast, Jie Jiao welcomed all who possessed a sincere heart for the Tao, allowing them to join and receive enlightenment to commence their cultivation. This approach displeased Dao Tianzuan and Yuanshi Tianzuan, who believed that Tongtian had diminished the prestige of the three purities. They had repeatedly advised him, but Tongtian remained obstinate, resulting in a rift between the three. As time passed, not only did the three purities experience discord, but their disciples also became embroiled in conflict. The disciples of Chan Jiao, prideful and disdainful, looked down upon those of Jie Jiao, frequently insulting them in public settings, branding them as mere beasts unworthy of cultivation, sanctification, or being regarded as disciples of the saints, standing alongside their noble selves. Consequently, many disciples went to Tongtian to lament. In a fit of anger, he relocated from Kunlun Mountain to Golden Ao Island, constructing the Bo Palace and officially designating it as the sacred ground of Jie Jiao. Aware of the strained relationship with the other party, Zhao Gongming's expression was devoid of warmth. Zhao Gongming spoke with an air of indifference, saying, "You have yet to fully respond to my inquiries. What brings you here? How audacious! We hold esteemed positions, and you dare to question us? Such a lack of decorum. My esteemed master has graced this place with his presence, and it is only fitting that your master, the celestial master Tongtian, should personally come to greet us. The only reason we do not take offense is that the celestial master has been summoned to Yunxiao Palace and is not present on this Golden Ao Island. Engaging in conversation with you has already lowered our status, yet you still dare to prattle on. Should you not hastily activate the grand formation to welcome us onto the island?" Thunderbolt Jinzi, with his thunderous voice, wielded his words with remarkable sharpness, reducing the disciples of the Jie Sect to a mere shadow of their worth. Zhao Gongming furrowed his brow slightly. They say seeing is believing, and indeed, the disciples of the Chan sect were as difficult to deal with as rumored. At that moment, Thunderbolt Jinzi suddenly noticed that the little Bixiao beside him was gazing at him with her large, sparkling eyes propped up on her hands. He raised an eyebrow and reprimanded her with discontent. "Little child, what are you staring at? Has your master not taught you that it is quite impolite to gaze at others so boldly?" Little Bixiao did not respond, but instead scrutinized Thunderbolt Jinzi from head to toe, then turned to Zhao Gongming to inquire, "Senior brother Zhao, do you think roasting this big bird would taste delightful?" Chapter 67. Who do you call a little winter melon? Upon hearing the innocent words of Bai Xiao, Lei Jinzi instantly erupted in rage. "Eat him, roast him. How audacious! You, a mere girl, dare to speak so disrespectfully?" With a powerful flap of his wings, a tempest of thunderous energy surged forth from his being, causing the surrounding air to crackle as if unable to withstand such terrifying power. Lei Jinzi's eyes, shimmering with arcs of electricity, glowed ominously as he fixed his gaze on Bai Xiao, gripping a long spear tightly in his hand. In the next moment, the spear shot forth like a dragon, tracing a golden arc through the air as it lunged towards Bai Xiao's chest with blinding speed. How dare a mere gatekeeper disciple entertain the thought of treating us as prey? Does she truly believe that I, Lei Jinzi, would hesitate to take a life here? Just as the spear was about to pierce Bai Xiao's chest, a sharp sound of a sword echoed, and a silver longsword swiftly cleaved across in front of her, severing the incoming spear. It was Zhao Gongming who intervened. In truth, even without his interference, Lei Jinzi would have been unable to harm the celestial maiden Bai Xiao. Zhao Gongming simply could not bear to see her come to harm. With a crack, Lei Jinzi stared at the broken spear in his hand, his expression filled with shock. "You managed to sever my treasured Thunder Dragon spear? This spear, bestowed upon me by my master, is a high-grade innate spiritual treasure, remarkable in quality and rare in existence. Yet today, it was cleaved in two by Zhao Gongming's sword. Could it be that Zhao Gongming is even stronger than I?" Zhao Gongming, wielding the silver sword, positioned himself between Bai Xiao and Lei Jinzi. His expression remained indifferent as he spoke. "To enter the island, one must have the consent of the elder brother. You shall wait here for the time being while I inform the elder brother." With Zhao Gongming diverting Lei Jinzi's attention, the confrontation with Bai Xiao was momentarily averted. However, Lei Jinzi's dissatisfaction with Zhao Gongming's demeanor lingered. "How utterly lacking in decorum. Do you not understand who I am? I am a revered uncle. To come here in person, and yet you dare to keep us waiting?" Nearby, Tu Xing's son and the others were equally incensed, pointing fingers at Zhao Gongming and rebuking him. "Humph. You exhibit a complete disregard for hierarchy and propriety. My esteemed uncle, the perfected person Puxian, is one of the 12 golden immortals of the Chan teaching. Even if your elder brother came personally to welcome us, it would scarcely be fitting for someone of my uncle's stature. Now we demand entry, and you dare to obstruct us repeatedly, even insisting that we wait again? You have committed a grave offense, do you understand? Tu Xing's son, visibly agitated, scrunched his small eyes and nose together, his expression brimming with arrogance despite his diminutive stature. As he looked down upon others, unable to bear it any longer, the petite Baishao placed her hands on her hips, puffed up with indignation, and pointed at Tu Xing's son, declaring, "Hey, you little winter melon. You prattle on about respect and hierarchy, wagging your finger at us. How dare you shout so brazenly? Are you truly oblivious, or are you feigning ignorance? Your revered master, Yuan Shi Tianzuan, is a sage, and our master, the heavenly teacher, is also a sage. You are the disciples of the sage, the inheritors of the sage's teachings. Are we not the same? How can we be deemed lesser than you? Clearly, we are all equal." Upon witnessing that the one who insulted him was merely a young girl, the Earthwalker was instantly enraged, his fury causing his features to contort. "You. Who are you calling a short, round gourd?" The young one, Xiao Shuang, placed her hands on her hips and tilted her head back, a triumphant smile gracing her lips. "Of course, I am referring to you. Who else here could possibly be worthy of such a name?" Before the Earthwalker could retort, Xiao Bixiao continued with an air of amusement. "However, the term short round gourd is rather unflattering. How about this? If you are willing to apologize to me, I shall grant you a more dignified title. What do you say?" The Earthwalker's teeth clenched in indignation. "You little lass, just wait until I deal with you." With that, he raised his stout arm, preparing to cast a spell. Just then, Mu Jia, standing beside him, intervened. "Brother, there is no need for anger. This young girl must be frightened, intending merely to bestow you with a more imposing title. As a senior, if you were to quarrel with her, it would reflect poorly on us, suggesting that we, disciples of the Jie Sect, lack grace." Hearing Mu Jia's explanation and realizing that Xiao Bixiao intended to concede, the Earthwalker's expression softened slightly. "Very well. Had it not been for your intercession today, I would not have spared this little rascal. Let us see what name she bestows upon me. Should it fail to please me, this matter will not be settled." He then turned to Bixiao and asked, "Young girl, go ahead and call me by the name you have chosen. I am eager to hear it." Xiao Bixiao covered her mouth with a laugh, her melodious giggles resonating around them. "You are short and stout, small and round. How about calling you braised egg?" "Ah, you infuriate me." No sooner had she finished than the Earthwalker, in a fit of rage, tore open his shirt and howled at the heavens. Flames of fury blazed in his eyes. His fists clenched tightly. Were it not for the barrier of the protective formation, he would have charged at Bixiao for a duel to the death. What a sharp-tongued little girl. Do you think all disciples of thee are so timid and devoid of manners? Master Puxian waved his sleeve, holding a pristine white whisk, and delivered a scathing remark. Just as Zhao Gongming was about to depart, he halted and turned back, glaring at Master Puxian. "Do not speak such nonsense. How are we timid? How do we lack decorum?" Master Puxian smiled faintly, raising an eyebrow with a look of disdain. "The moment you left the island of the Tongtian, you hastily activated the protective formation. Is that not the very definition of timidity? Now, you have also barred us from the island. Is that not a breach of etiquette?" Zhao Gongming's countenance turned icy, his gaze darkening as he replied coldly. "The reason we activated the protective formation was to ensure that the disciples within our sect could cultivate without outside disturbance. It is not we who separate you from the island, but rather the formidable protective array. The teachings have their own regulations. Should you wish to enter, you must await my report to the senior brother, and only with his consent shall you be granted passage. Given this circumstance, it would be proper for your esteemed senior brother to personally come forth to welcome my revered uncle, as such is the etiquette." Upon hearing this, a glimmer of icy disdain flickered in Zhao Gongming's eyes. He scoffed. "Haha, before his departure, our esteemed master, Tongtian Jiaozhu, explicitly instructed that the senior brother assumed the position of acting leader during his absence. Now, in this interim, do you expect our sect leader to personally escort you in? Esteemed Uncle Puxian?" Chapter 68. In my eyes, they are all like marked prices. A hint of mockery played at the corners of Zhao Gongming's lips. He understood that, despite the arrogance of the disciples of the Jie Sect, they would not dare to respond to his words. Indeed, upon hearing his statement, the disciples of the Jie Sect gaped in shock at Zhao Gongming, utterly speechless. How could your esteemed senior brother possess the virtue and capability to become the leader of such a sacred tradition? This is a tremendous burden that ordinary disciples cannot bear. Even the revered Puxian Jinren was taken aback. Though he held a prestigious position as one of the 12 golden immortals of the Jie Sect and was highly esteemed by the primordial heavenly sovereign, he had not been appointed as the acting leader during this visit to the Purple Cloud's palace. In light of this, Could it be said that he was inferior to that senior brother of the Jie Sect? Contemplating this, Puxian Jinren felt a wave of bitterness wash over him. Observing the expression of their esteemed master, the Chan sect disciples understood that their revered uncle was displeased and quickly attempted to interject. Your master has always been quite indiscriminate, allowing even beasts to enter the sacred domain, and with such poor judgment. It is hardly surprising that he would select a misfit as a temporary leader. What nonsense are you spouting? Our senior brother is not a misfit. Little Bixiao protested, fuming. Even Zhao Gongming frowned, feeling a sense of revulsion towards these individuals. Our senior brother is handsome and possesses an extraordinary demeanor. You have not even seen him and dare to speak so? Zhao Gongming's cold voice resonated, infused with a hint of righteousness, leaving the Chan disciples in stunned silence. Aside from Puxian Jinren, the others felt a rush of unease, astonished that a mere gatekeeper disciple could wield such power with a single utterance, shaking their very spirits. Sensing their thoughts, Puxian Jinren, fearing for their wavering resolve, immediately directed a stern admonition towards Zhao Gongming. How dare you, a mere beast? Invoke the protective array laid down by the sage to bolster your voice in an attempt to harm our disciples? Such malevolence disqualifies you from being regarded as an immortal. Master Tongtian should never have taken you as a disciple. Hearing Puxian Jinren's words, the Chan disciples exhaled in relief. I thought so. How could a mere gatekeeper disciple possess such profound cultivation to intimidate our spirits? It turns out he has invoked the power of the protective array set by the sage. Zhao Gongming stood proudly, casting a sidelong glance at those who fancied they had uncovered the truth. He coldly smiled and said, if this is what you choose to believe, I cannot change your minds. Puxian Jinren snorted disdainfully, a flicker of murderous intent flashing in his gaze, yet he managed to suppress his emotions. We have traveled great distances specifically to engage in discourse with you esteemed friends, only to find you so lacking that you would seal the island with the protective array, afraid to let us enter. Your despicable and sordid actions truly do not befit the title of a sacred tradition. Puxian Jinren's words were laced with haughtiness and contempt. Zhao Gongming furrowed his brow, his gaze darkening as he coldly commanded, silence. The reputation of my disciples is not to be sullied by you. Is it not your desire to enter the island? Very well. I shall report to the senior brother at once. Only upon his approval will you be permitted entry. However, during my absence, I implore you to refrain from further insults, particularly towards my junior sister. Can you manage that? Upon hearing Zhao Gongming's words, Lei Zhenzi's anger ignited, and he flapped his wings, ready to retort. In a swift moment, the invisible force of Master Puxian descended upon him, suppressing his wrath. A voice echoed in the hearts of the crowd, do not act impulsively. For now, acquiesce to him. We shall discuss everything once we have entered the island. The group looked up at Master Puxian, and upon encountering his icy gaze, they understood immediately. They chuckled sinisterly, responding to Zhao Gongming in a mocking tone. Very well. In light of our shared ancestry, we shall consent to your request. Do hurry and report. We cannot bear to wait any longer. Zhao Gongming cast a cold glance at them, fully aware that these individuals harbored malicious intentions. However, with the protective array established by the heavenly teacher, they posed no threat, and he need not worry about Bixiao's safety. Moreover, with the senior brother present on the island, even if he allowed these self-important individuals inside, they could not stir up much trouble. Thus, after a final glance, Zhao Gongming turned and flew deep into the heart of Golden Ao Island. After a brief moment, he descended from the sky, arriving at the entrance of Feipeng's cave dwelling. He stood respectfully outside, bowing before the cave, before sending a message within. Disciple Zhao Gongming has come to pay respects to the senior brother and has matters to report. After a while, a voice resonated from within the cave. It is you, Brother Zhao. Come in. Yes. Thank you, senior brother. With Feipeng's permission granted, Zhao Gongming dared to enter the cave. Inside, Feipeng was bent over his desk, diligently writing a script. Zhao Gongming was accustomed to this sight, knowing that the films they had observed on the crystal mirror were born from the scripts composed by the senior brother. Feipeng slowly lifted his gaze, his lips parting slightly as his magnetic voice filled the space. You appear hurried. What is the matter? Zhao Gongming first offered a respectful salute before replying. In response to the senior brother, today, my junior sister Bixiao and I were on duty guarding the mountain gate when we encountered a group of disciples from the Chan sect. They claimed their purpose was to engage in discourse with us. However, upon closer observation, I noted their unkind expressions and disrespectful tones, leaving me uncertain whether to allow them entry. Thus, I came to seek the senior brother's counsel. Feipeng's eyes met his, a hint of a smile gracing his lips as he disdainfully remarked, merely a Puxian deity. Although they proclaim themselves as the 12 golden immortals, in my eyes, they are nothing more than insignificant pawns. Such trifles need not await my judgment. Brother Zhao, you may handle this matter as you see fit. Zhao Gongming's expression froze in surprise. How did the senior brother discern that it was the revered Jinren Puxian who had arrived? Moreover, the fact that he only mentioned Puxian Jinren implies that, in his eyes, others were not even worthy of being named. In that fleeting moment, Zhao Gongming felt an invigorating surge of confidence. This newfound assurance stemmed from Feipeng. How imposing is our senior brother? Did he not proclaim that the illustrious Jinren Puxian, one of the 12 golden immortals, is merely a figure of superficial significance? With such a declaration from the senior brother, what more could he possibly fear? Reflecting on the methods the senior brother had previously employed to enable the myriad immortals of the Jie Sect to break through, Zhao Gongming could not help but feel that this was indeed to be expected. Since the senior brother has entrusted me to manage this matter independently, then I shall take it upon myself to do so. Chapter 69. The path of cultivation for Bai Xiao begins to exhibit elements of violence. Zhao Gongming turned around, unconsciously standing tall and proud. Although the senior brother did not explicitly state it, Zhao Gongming, having been accepted as a disciple by the Heavenly Lord, was certainly not a fool. He could discern from the tone of his senior brother how to handle the situation. First and foremost, they must be allowed entry. After all, failing to do so would give those self-righteous individuals the impression that the Jie Sect feared the Chan Sect. If they were to spread such notions outside, it would severely tarnish the reputation of their sect, a scenario Zhao Gongming would not permit. Thus, the protective formation must be activated. However, just because the door was opened, did it mean they had to be allowed in? The door was ajar, but whether they could enter depended on their capabilities. Both Zhao Gongming and Bai Xiao had reached the pinnacle of the golden immortal realm. Although they were not the foremost powers within the Jie Sect, they were more than capable of dealing with a few disciples of the Chan Sect who were not even golden immortals. On a side note, there was indeed one golden immortal among them, namely Puxian Jinren, one of the 12 golden immortals. The others were all mid-stage Xian immortals. If it were not for the fortuitous opportunity granted by the senior brother, they would have been considered elite disciples at their current cultivation pace. Unfortunately, in this world, there are no what-ifs. Therefore, it would be a disservice to the senior brother's diligent cultivation if they did not firmly suppress these intruders. Reflecting on this, a peculiar smile slowly crept across Zhao Gongming's lips as he soared back to the mountain gate on a brilliant rainbow. How dare you, a mere fledgling, keep us waiting for so long? Hurry up and activate the Great Formation. If you delay any further, Uncle Puxian will lay the blame upon you, and no one in the vast wilderness will be able to protect you. Li Zhenzi cast a cold glance at Zhao Gongming and reprimanded him sharply. Upon hearing this, a shadow flickered in Zhao Gongming's eyes. How audacious of this great bird to address him in such a manner publicly. Zhao Xixiao, this great bird has been exceedingly arrogant. After you departed, it proceeded to belittle and humiliate our Jie Sect disciples. Little Bai Xiao exclaimed, hands on her hips, fuming with indignation. Zhao Gongming's gaze turned icy, yet he maintained his composure. The senior brother had commanded the activation of the protective formation, but these individuals must not be allowed to set foot on Jinao Island. He took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing the tumult within, and gritted his teeth as he spoke to Little Bai Xiao. Little Bai Xiao was taken aback for a moment, then quickly grasped the underlying significance. Her eyes narrowed into crescent shapes as she cheerfully replied, understood. Rest assured, Zhao Xixiao, I shall make them regret their actions just now. Little Bai Xiao had long harbored a dislike for this group, and the prospect of activating the protective formation and teaching them a lesson filled her with exhilaration. Unbeknownst to her, the once timid and survival-focused Bai Xiao had begun to embrace her own violent tendencies. Xiao Bixiao revealed a small canine tooth, displaying an innocent and untainted smile as she approached the group from the Chan Sect. Although adept at the art of self-preservation, she could clearly discern the levels of the individuals before her. Aside from the enigmatic Puxian Jinren, the others were merely mid-stage Xianxian. Thanks to the fortuitous opportunity bestowed by her elder brother, Xiao Bixiao now stood at the pinnacle of the golden immortal realm. Her senior brother Zhao also occupied the same exalted position, yet she was aware that she could not surpass him. This limitation stemmed from the defensive and healing attributes inherent in her comprehension of techniques and powers. Nevertheless, as a golden immortal at the zenith, dealing with a group of mere mid-stage Xianxian minions would be a trivial endeavor, akin to plucking something from one's own pocket. Thus, a profound confidence enveloped Xiao Bixiao. With a swift motion, Zhao Gongming formed a hand seal. A stream of mysterious light shot forth from his palm, transforming into a luminous curtain that enveloped the protective great formation ahead. Instantly, The transparent barrier began to ripple as if disturbed by a gentle breeze. Subsequently, a circular portal emerged within the barrier, indicating that Zhao Gongming had not fully activated the protective formation. He had merely opened a small passage to allow the disciples of the Chan sect to enter. Upon witnessing the activation of the protective formation, Puxian Jinren and the other Chan sect disciples displayed expressions of unrestrained joy, tinged with excitement. However, they quickly repressed their emotions, striding confidently through the portal. Humph. It seems your esteemed elder brother has some sense. Otherwise, I would have shattered your so-called protective formation to demonstrate the might of our Chan sect immortals. Yet, do not presume that this matter is settled. My revered uncle is one of the 12 golden immortals of the Chan sect, a figure of high status, far surpassing your so-called elder brother. Why has he not personally come to greet my uncle? Is it ignorance of etiquette or a deliberate act of disdain towards us? Li Zhenzi, wielding a pair of black wings, began to challenge Zhao Gongming, having previously harbored a simmering resentment outside the formation. However, in their eagerness to enter the formation, they had feigned indifference to deceive the Jie Sect disciples. Now that they had crossed into the formation, there was no longer a need for pretense. Though a pretext was still required, this pretext was remarkably easy for the Chan sect disciples, who were accustomed to standing on moral high ground to criticize others. Yet, to his astonishment, the scene he had anticipated did not unfold. Zhao Gongming did not cower in fear, begging for mercy. Instead, Zhao Gongming offered a cold smile, his gaze condescending. Shall I call you foolish? Or perhaps foolish again? What kind of person is my elder brother? Do you truly believe that you worthless few are worthy of his personal welcome? This declaration instantly stunned a multitude of Chan sect disciples. Impudent. Were it not for the fact that I deem you, a mere gatekeeper disciple, unworthy of my intervention, I would have already struck you down with a single blow. However, little did one expect that you would exhibit such arrogance, daring to insult even those like us. You dare to call us worthless. It appears that your life as a mere dog shall be forfeit. Thunderous winds surged from the wings of Lei Zhenzi, his gaze as sharp as lightning. In the depths of his profound eyes, brilliant flashes of lightning erupted. As the lightning streaked across the void, it was accompanied by resounding thunderclaps, reminiscent of a celestial calamity descending upon the earth. A terrifying aura spread forth, instilling dread among the lurking beasts in the mountains of Golden Ao Island, causing them to tremble in fear, cowering on the ground and howling as if confronted by some unspeakable entity. Chapter 70. Zhao Gongming defeats the Golden Immortal with a single strike. Zhao Gongming stroked his little mustache and cast a mischievous smile at Lei Zhenzi. Although you are merely a lowly creature, you possess a pig's brain. Nevertheless, you have uttered one truth. We do indeed intentionally disdain you. However, you err in another regard. For it is not my elder brother who looks down upon you. Be assured, you are not worthy of his contempt. How could a great dragon occupy itself with the disdain of mere ants? The one who truly scorns you is I, Zhao Gongming. Whatever grievances you have, direct them at me. Should you dare to step foot within this mountain gate today, I, Zhao Gongming, will sever all ties with this realm. Arrogance. Utter arrogance. Both Lei Zhenzi and Tu Xing's son, along with other disciples of the Chan sect, gazed at Zhao Gongming in astonishment, unable to believe such words had escaped his lips. Am I mistaken? A mere gatekeeper dares to assert he will bar us from the mountain? Are disciples of the Jie Sect truly this ignorant and presumptuous? They must have never encountered a true powerhouse, else they would not voice such foolishness. Tu Xing's son sneered, a look of endless derision upon his face. In his eyes, Zhao Gongming's words were merely a reflection of his limited perspective, a frog at the bottom of a well, unaware of the tiger's might, thus daring to provoke. Once the tiger's claw rends the frog's body, he will grasp the true ferocity of a real beast. Initially, he believed these two gatekeepers unworthy of their attention, but their repeated provocations had become intolerable. Brothers, let us deliberate on who shall deal with these two worthless beings. Real Master Puxian stood to the side, slightly closing his eyes in meditation, choosing silence. These two gatekeepers were not worthy of his intervention. Allowing Lei Zhenzi and the others to act would already be a degradation of status. Should he intervene, even in victory, it would become a subject of ridicule. Lei Zhenzi flapped his wings, his eyes ablaze with fury. He turned to the earlier foe, Xiao Bixiao, and declared vehemently, "Brothers, permit me to take action this time. I implore you not to contest my decision. I have long found these two creatures intolerable. If I do not eliminate them, my heart will remain unsatisfied, and I cannot elevate the prestige of our Chan sect." The other disciples of the Chan sect remained silent, tacitly agreeing. Their expressions were indifferent as they watched the unfolding scene. To them, with Lei Zhenzi taking the lead, The two arrogant Jie Sect disciples had no chance of survival. Their demise was inevitable. Though Lei Jinzi had joined his master later than others, his talent was undeniable. In a short span, he had already achieved mid-level Xianxian, making him a rising star even amidst the vast expanse of Kunlun Mountain. Indeed, Lei Jinzi's diligence and cultivation, combined with his unique gifts, had allowed him to consume 2 celestial apricots. His bloodline was infused with the essence of thunder and chaos, granting him a pair of thunderous wings, capable of harnessing the power of heavenly lightning and commanding the tempestuous forces of the universe. The attack techniques employed by Lei Jinzi are exceedingly domineering. Previously, a tiger demon inadvertently offended him and was reduced to a charred corpse by a single bolt of lightning. While one may endure the wrath of heaven, the transgressions of one's own making are inexcusable. Heaven possesses a benevolence towards life. We do not wish to cause slaughter. Yet if you fail to recognize the gravity of your actions and dare to offend our celestial might, we shall not spare you. With a thunderous reprimand, Lei Jinzi unfurled a pair of black wings, transforming his form into a streak of lightning that rushed forth. As Lei Jinzi confronted Zhao Gongming, the two clashed with their palms. Lei Jinzi's hand was enveloped in the power of wind and thunder, his magical energy crackling with arcs of electricity, so that even the slightest touch would leave one tingling, akin to being struck by lightning. In contrast, Zhao Gongming's palm harbored a trace of heavenly sword energy. Having cultivated the sword techniques of Mount Shu, he possessed a profound reservoir of true qi, interwoven with strands of sword essence. If his opponent were caught unawares, the sword energy alone could cleave him in twain. With Lei Jinzi's strike, it was evident that he held nothing back. His initial intention was to reduce Zhao Gongming to mere pulp with a single blow, thereby showcasing the might of the Chan sect and silencing any who dared to show them disrespect. As for the disciples of the Tongtian cult, in his eyes, they were insignificant. The Yunxiao Tianzuan had little regard for such fledgling beings. Thus, all actions aimed at the disciples of the Jie Sect would receive the protection of the Yunxiao Tianzuan, which is the fundamental reason why the Chan sect disciples dared to be so arrogant and dismissive towards the Jie Sect disciples. Otherwise, even a fool could surmise that without the backing of a sage, they would never dare to mock and belittle the disciples of a sage. Observing Lei Jinzi's fierce demeanor, the disciples of the Chan sect bore expressions of mockery and did not attempt to intervene. They seemed unfazed, perhaps believing that this creature truly thought it could compare to them. Indeed, while they too were disciples of a sage, they could not afford to appear weak. What an audacious fool, scoffed Tu Xing Sun Yang, eliciting laughter from the surrounding Chan sect disciples. The price of this bravado would be steep. I foresee that when Lei Jinzi's palm descends, this beast's arm will surely shatter into a mist of blood. I suspect it will go beyond that. Lei Jinzi's strike shows no mercy. I believe this creature's entire body will disintegrate into a sanguine haze, leaving not even fragments of bone. Truly, it will be a case of complete annihilation. They brought this upon themselves, lacking the life of a sage's disciple, yet insisting on maintaining the pretense of one. While they may flaunt their might before others, their audacity in the presence of genuine disciples of a sage warrants their demise. They deserve to perish for their insolence. And even if the Uncle Tongtian were to arrive, there would be no justification. With a resounding boom, the clash erupted. The void trembled and shattered, as the forces of wind and thunder clashed with the might of the celestial sword, giving rise to a terrifying explosion accompanied by a radiant golden light. Each combatant channeled the immense power of the universe into their strikes, and at the point of their convergence, the void fractured. Lightning flickered, and the sword energy resonated, as two distinct magical essences eroded one another. However, it was evident that Zhao Gongming held the upper hand. As the full force of his strike unleashed, Lei Jinzi could no longer endure. He coughed up blood and was propelled backward, ultimately crashing to the ground like a falling star, carving a deep ravine into the earth at the entrance of Yunxiao Island. In the end, he was buried beneath the swirling dust and debris. Hiss, hiss. Chapter 71. Trash. Unworthy of my sword. What? Witnessing this spectacle, the disciples of the Chan sect were rendered speechless. How could this be? Lei Jinzi was actually repelled by Zhao Gongming with a single palm strike. How could a mere gatekeeper from Bo Palace possess such strength? The expressions of the Chan disciples were filled with astonishment and doubt, yet they dared not voice their speculations. For Lei Jinzi held a prominent position among the third-generation disciples. Furthermore, any discussion at this moment would certainly provoke his displeasure. Most importantly, they believed this must be a mere accident. The most likely scenario was that Lei Jinzi had been careless. However, even if Lei Jinzi had been negligent, he was still at the mid-level of the Xianxian realm. To withstand his strike, Zhao Gongming must possess at least the early stage of the Xianxian realm. A mere gatekeeper disciple, yet with the strength of an early Xianxian. The level of disciples in Bo Palace was indeed remarkable. It seemed they had underestimated Zhao Gongming. Nevertheless, they felt no particular concern. After all, how strong could a mere gatekeeper disciple truly be? They believed that once Lei Jinzi regained his composure, he would easily overpower Zhao Gongming and reclaim his honor. Indeed, from the mound of earth ahead, the shattered soil suddenly erupted. An immensely furious voice roared forth like rolling thunder from the debris. "Hold! You are seeking death. There is a path to heaven, yet you refuse to tread it. You force your way into hell without an invitation. Even if the celestial master of heaven were here today, he could not save you." There, Lei Jinzi burst forth from the mound, his wings unfurling as he steadied himself in midair, his face twisted in anger. How could he, in full view of the crowd, be repelled by a gatekeeper disciple of the Jie Sect? Where could he possibly hide his shame? The fierce lightning surged in Lei Jinzi's eyes, and in that moment, a murderous intent began to rise within him. Initially, I had been careless. What I displayed earlier was not my true strength. Fearing I might severely injure you, I had only exerted 20% of my power. But now, your luck has run out. Pray that you survive this next strike. The power of wind and thunder coursed through Lei Jinzi's body, as sphere after sphere of lightning emerged from his skin, each pulsating with terrifying destructive potential. Ultimately, nearly 40 spheres of lightning coalesced into his right palm, transforming it into a dark, purplish hue, as solid as rock. Lei Jinzi swung his right palm, flapping his wings behind him, and in an instant, he plunged from the heights like a shadow, aiming a powerful strike at Zhao Gongming. Zhao Gongming squinted his eyes. He could feel the boundless killing intent behind this strike. Lei Jinzi intended to utterly annihilate him with this blow, and since Lei Jinzi showed no mercy, neither would he. Zhao Gongming extended his palm. Although his greatest skill lay in swordsmanship, there was no need to draw his sword against a mere Chan disciple. That would be a disservice to the guidance of his senior brother. Hadn't he heard his senior brother say upon arrival? A mere purity virtue true man. Just a pawn to be handled independently. It is evident that in the eyes of the first senior brother, only the venerable Puxian could warrant the drawing of his sword by Zhao Gongming. The other disciples of the Chan sect were hardly worthy of such an honor, their efforts merely trivial. In confronting a mere Lei Jinzi, Zhao Gongming did not even deign to employ his divine powers. Instead, he simply entwined his mystical energy around his fingers and delivered a pure, unadulterated palm strike. The clash produced a cataclysmic sound, akin to the heavens and earth fracturing. The outcome mirrored that of their previous encounter. Zhao Gongming remained steadfast, while Lei Jinzi was sent hurtling away. With a resounding crash, Lei Jinzi created a substantial crater upon impact, the surrounding dust enveloping him and forming a formidable mound of earth. The arena fell into an eerie silence. Suddenly, the mound began to stir, and a head, caked in grime, emerged from the debris. It was indeed Lei Jinzi, his aura in disarray and spiraling out of control. Overwhelmed by chaos within, he could no longer suppress the urge and spat forth a mouthful of black blood. The moment he released the sanguine torrent, his vitality waned drastically. Leaning on his elbow, he attempted to rise and continue the fight, yet found himself utterly devoid of strength. This realization deepened the murderous intent in his eyes. He never anticipated sinking to such depths of humiliation today. In stark contrast, Zhao Gongming exhibited an air of serene indifference, unmoved by the fact that he had sent Lei Jinzi flying with a single strike. Even the nearby Xiao Bixiao bore an expression that suggested this was entirely expected. In his view, since their techniques were bestowed by the first senior brother, failing to decisively subdue this group of Chan sect disciples would be tantamount to tarnishing the master's reputation. After a brief silence, the disciples of the Chan sect erupted into a fervor. Their expressions shifted from bewilderment to shock, their hearts tumultuous and restless. If the first encounter could be dismissed as a lapse on Lei Jinzi's part, the second assault left no room for excuses. Without the use of magical artifacts, that previous strike represented the pinnacle of Lei Jinzi's strength, yet it was effortlessly countered, sending him reeling. Zhao Gongming had made his entrance riding a flying sword. Clearly a sword cultivator, yet he had not drawn his weapon at any point. Did it imply that, in the eyes of his adversaries, they were unworthy of his sword? Contemplating this notion, a cold sweat broke out among the Chan sect disciples, saturating their backs in an instant. If this were indeed the case, then the strength of the Jie sect was truly formidable. Their faces reflected a blend of horror and disbelief. How could it be? Lei Jinzi's full-force attack had not only been effortlessly repelled, but had also resulted in his own defeat. By the heavens, Was this truly just a gatekeeper disciple of the Jie Sect? How could I not feel that, even if our own Chan Sect's direct disciples were present? They might fare no better. Lei Zhenzi, a distinguished disciple among the 12 golden immortals of our sect, was already deemed remarkable in comparison to the rest of us, yet he had still suffered defeat. A group of disciples from the Chan sect gazed in astonishment, their eyes wide and pupils reduced to mere pinpricks. Could it possibly be that this disciple named Zhao Gongming possessed strength surpassing even the third-generation disciples present? To defeat Lei Zhenzi with a single palm strike, without resorting to any divine abilities, indicated that Zhao Gongming's cultivation level must be at least at the late stage of the profound immortal realm. Such an advanced state could rival some of the most esteemed direct disciples of the primordial heavenly sovereign. Yet, how is it that he found himself relegated to merely guarding the mountain gate of the Jie Sect? Indeed, it is no wonder these Chan sect disciples were filled with questions. After all, without the extraordinary enhancements provided by Feipeng's system, or those cinematic narratives that allowed individuals to comprehend techniques and divine abilities, as well as transcend their realms, the direct disciples of the Saint Tongtian teacher would, at this point in time, typically find themselves at the late stage to peak stage of the profound immortal realm, would they not? Chapter 72, Masters? Mere jesters. Thus, it is entirely commonplace for certain ordinary disciples of the Chan teaching to find themselves in such realms. As for the 12 golden immortals of the Chan teaching, they represent the Armée de las Armées among the direct disciples, each of whom, at a relatively early juncture, transcended to the golden immortal realm, thereby earning the esteemed title of the 12 golden immortals. This honor accompanied them even as they later ascended beyond the golden immortal realm to attain the great Luo golden immortal status, and even the quasi-saint level. Suddenly, a thunderous rumble echoed as colossal rocks cascaded down before the mountain gate. A fierce shout erupted, reverberating across the ground. Audacious! How dare you strike my junior disciple with such ferocity? Thunderstorm, I spared you out of respect for the camaraderie between our masters. Hence I refrained from employing my treasured artifacts, merely intending to impart a mild lesson. Yet, your disciples of the Jie teaching have resorted to such ruthless measures. Is this not excessively cruel? Upon hearing this unreasonable rebuke, Zhao Gongming cast his gaze forward. The source of the reprimand was none other than the third-generation disciples of the Chan teaching, Han Julong and Shuehu, having entered the fold long before Thunderstorm. They stood as his senior brothers. Zhao Gongming glanced at them, noting that while their innate talents paled in comparison to Thunderstorm's, their prolonged years of cultivation had elevated them to the late stage of the profound immortal realm. They had just vociferously chastised Zhao Gongming for allegedly being too harsh on Thunderstorm, conveniently overlooking their own unrestrained actions moments prior. Had it not been for the fortuitous opportunity bestowed upon Zhao Gongming by his elder brother, allowing him to break through to the golden immortal realm, the one bested would not have been Thunderstorm, but rather Zhao Gongming himself. Moreover, given the ferocity with which Thunderstorm had attacked, it was entirely plausible that Zhao Gongming had nearly met his demise at Thunderstorm's hands. With this thought, Zhao Gongming let out a cold snort, his eyes flashing with a chilling light that compelled the Chan disciples to avert their gaze. His voice, cold and domineering, resounded like a boulder plunging into a lake, stirring ripples of unease within the hearts of the onlookers. It seems the renown of your Chan teaching is founded upon silver-tongued rhetoric and cunning arguments. At this moment, Xiao stood nearby, stifling a laugh. They speak of sparing us and not using their treasures, as if my senior brother had employed his artifacts, losing and then seeking excuses. How shameless! With a mischievous grin, Xiao tugged at the corners of her mouth, sticking out her tongue in disdain. Han Julong and Shuehu glared fiercely at Xiao, their expressions transforming into menacing visages as they bellowed. Regardless, this matter is your fault. Today, my brother and I shall take action and teach you a severe lesson. In an instant, the morale of the Chan disciples surged once more. They had originally come to deliver a thorough beating to the Jie disciples, and with Thunderstorm now grievously injured, losing face for their Chan teaching, they could hardly swallow their indignation. In the present day, Han Julong and Shuehu have stepped forward, proclaiming their intent to teach Zhao Gongming a lesson, aiming to restore their dignity on behalf of their disciples from the Chan sect. After all, both Han Julong and Shuehu are at the late stage of the Xianxian realm, and they estimate that Zhao Gongming is also at the same level. Two late-stage Zhuangxians simultaneously besieging a single opponent of the same caliber should, under normal circumstances, guarantee a decisive victory. How splendid! The disciples are witnessing Han and Shui take action. Indeed, let us observe how that disciple of the Jie Sect struggles. It serves them right for their insolence in grievously injuring their disciple, Lei Zhenzi. They deserve to be thoroughly beaten by Han and Shui. As Han Julong and Shui Ehu commenced their assault, a surge of excitement rippled through their fellow disciples. The two first grounded themselves in a stable stance. Then their powerful forms trembled with intensity. In the next moment, a vast surge of magical energy erupted from their dantians. As late-stage Zhuangxians, their magical power had nearly materialized, coalescing into thick layers of spiritual armor upon their bodies. Both towering figures, already muscular, appeared even more formidable clad in their spiritual armor, resembling fearsome deities. Han Julong's cultivated energy bore a toxic property, and thus, his spiritual armor emanated a potent corrosive toxin. From a distance, the deep green aura of his toxic armor emitted wisps of smoke under the sun, with green bubbles occasionally surfacing on the armor's surface, creating a decidedly repulsive sight. Conversely, Shui, whose armor bore the attributes of a fierce tiger, adorned with stripes reminiscent of a tiger's fur, endowing him with immense strength akin to that of a colossal titan, capable of shattering mountains. The two charged forth in a fan-like formation, swinging their iron fists towards Zhao Gongming's head from either side. Had Zhao Gongming truly been merely a late-stage Xianxian, he would have likely found it impossible to evade their assault. However, standing at the pinnacle of the golden, immortal realm, Zhao Gongming regarded their attacks as laughable antics. He did not even flinch, remaining resolutely in place, awaiting the impact of their fists. Observing Zhao Gongming's calm demeanor, the disciples of the Chan sect misinterpreted his composure as shock. They erupted with raucous laughter and mocking taunts. Huh, that fool doesn't even know to dodge. Does he truly believe his physical body can withstand the iron fists of Han and Shui? How utterly amusing. This is what ignorance begets. Huh. But perhaps we shouldn't blame him entirely. Maybe the speed and ferocity of Han and Shui's attacks have left him petrified with fear. With a jesting tone, they noted his blank expression, suggesting he had been rendered speechless by terror. Ha! Boom. Han Julong and Shui Ehu's iron fists drew ever closer to Zhao Gongming's head. Zhao Gongming could distinctly hear the sonic boom created by the two iron fists slicing through the air. Should he choose not to evade, those fists would undoubtedly collide with his temples. At that critical moment, Zhao Gongming maintained an expression of calmness, leaning back in an instant. Effortlessly, he sidestepped the lethal strike, and then his hands shot forward like the talons of an eagle, seizing the wrists of both assailants. With a firm grip, he gently squeezed. Crack! Crack! In an instant, the wrist bones of Han Julong and Shui Ehu were reduced to mere fragments. They emitted anguished screams, veins bulging on their foreheads, beads of sweat pouring from every pore, as they clutched their right forearms with their left hands. The normal shape of their wrists was unrecognizable. They appeared limp and devoid of bones, merely a layer of skin enveloping a mass of shattered flesh. Gritting their teeth, they glared at Zhao Gongming with a mix of fury and disbelief. You are merciless. Chapter 73. The collapse of the Chan sect at Jinao Island's gate. At the entrance of the Chan sect, the disciples stood in stunned silence, their expressions a portrait of disbelief as they beheld the unfolding scene. A heavy quiet enveloped the area, with no one able to shake off the shock for an extended period. After a lengthy pause, the Chan sect disciples erupted in chaos. Some clutched their heads and shouted in exhilaration. Others stomped their feet in frustration, while a few collapsed to the ground, rolling in disbelief. Surely, I must be dreaming. Did Han Julong and Shui Ehu, my fellow disciples, actually join forces only to be defeated? Defeated by a mere gatekeeper disciple? Not only did they lose, but they were also utterly crushed, much like the unfortunate Lei Zhenzi. How surreal is this? A gatekeeper disciple from the Jie Sect, displaying such formidable strength? What of the other disciples, then? Are they not even more powerful? Can we truly elevate the prestige of the Chan sect in this manner? The many Chan sect disciples murmured to themselves, filled with astonishment, disbelief, and dread. Ultimately, they felt as if they had been struck down, their spirits plummeting. Previously, Lei Zhenzi's brutal defeat could be dismissed as a consequence of his arrogance and reluctance to employ magical artifacts. But what of Han Julong and Shui Ehu? Even in a 2-on-1 confrontation, they were still overpowered. How can this be rationalized? It is evident that their skills simply fell short. Before arriving at Bio Palace, all disciples had displayed an arrogant confidence, believing they could easily overpower the Jie Sect disciples. Yet, witnessing the effortless annihilation of Lei Zhenzi, Han Julong, and Shui Ehu at the hands of those they deemed worthless left them feeling as though they had plummeted from the heights of the heavens into the depths of hell. This jarring contrast shattered their resolve, leaving their spirits as fragile as glass. A pervasive sense of despondency began to spread. At this moment, The leader of the Chan Sect disciples, Master Puxian, finally spoke. Bearing a purple gold gourd on his back, he stood with an air of authority, though a flicker of astonishment crossed his eyes. A mere gatekeeper disciple from Bo Palace had managed to defeat 3 elite disciples from the Chan Sect. Even he felt a sense of shock. Since the Jie Sect departed from Kunlun Mountain, have the disciples of Bo Palace truly become this formidable? Seeing the Chan Sect disciples lost and wavering, Master Puxian's gaze darkened with a fierce determination. To restore their morale, he urgently required a decisive victory. Thus, he subtly turned his head, directing his gaze towards Neza. Neza, I need you to achieve a resounding victory. Upon hearing Master Puxian's call, Neza paused momentarily, then stepped forward without uttering a word. Yes, Master Uncle. Clad in red, Neza soared into action, wielding the universe ring and riding the wind and fire wheels. His crimson eyes blazed fiercely as he coldly regarded Zhao Gongming. You beast. We came in good faith to engage in discourse. Yet you obstruct our entry with your grand formation and have now harmed my junior brother. If you do not provide a satisfactory explanation today, you shall not leave here alive. Neza admonished furiously. Zhao Gongming and Yunxiao exchanged bewildered glances, their minds swirling with confusion. Especially by Xiao. He could hardly fathom how such audacious words could be uttered by Neza, and with such brazen confidence. Coming here under the guise of goodwill? To call us beasts at every turn, this is goodwill? And now you demand an explanation from us? Were you not the ones who initiated the attack? Little Bai Xiao glared at Neza, having long heard from her fellow disciples about the behavior of the disciples of the Chan Sect. Now, she truly understood the nature of these individuals, proud, arrogant, and utterly shameless. My earlier strike may have been a bit excessive, primarily because I could hardly believe that those purportedly skilled in the Chan Sect could be so weak. But fear not. I shall now temper my strength to ensure your defeat does not come too swiftly, Zhao Gongming retorted with a cold smirk. Boom. This proclamation resonated like thunder, striking the disciples of the Chan Sect with shock. Many were left utterly speechless. Little Bai Xiao covered her mouth in astonishment. She had not anticipated that senior brother Zhao would possess such gravitas. Had it been her in his position, she would have been incapable of uttering such words. Observing Little Bai Xiao's expression, Zhao Gongming felt a profound sense of satisfaction. In truth, these were the words inspired by the Master Brother's teachings. Otherwise, how could he articulate such lofty sentiments? The teachings of the Master Brother not only elevated his understanding and mastery of techniques, but also imparted wisdom that could prove invaluable at any moment. And now, was it not being put to splendid use? Neza's pupils contracted at Zhao Gongming's words, his expression darkening as he coldly replied. It seems you shall not shed tears until you see the coffin. When I shatter every bone in your body, we shall see how defiant your tongue remains. Zhao Gongming met Neza's gaze without flinching, sneering. If you wish to fight, then let us do so. Your words are tiresome. Neza fell silent, gripping the universe ring, which radiated a dazzling golden light, enveloped by waves of formidable magical energy, rendering it as heavy as a mountain. Should it strike Zhao Gongming, it would be akin to a mountain crashing down upon him, reducing him to mere pulp. Neza stood poised upon his wind and fire wheels, striking a flamboyant pose in midair. Though he doubted Zhao Gongming could withstand 3 of his moves, he understood that Master Puxian desired a battle of overwhelming force. Thus, Neza resolved to eliminate Zhao Gongming with a single, decisive strike, leaving no room for his opponent to breathe. As Neza's magical power surged violently, his techniques reached their pinnacle. In an instant, a fiery halo encircled him, and 3 fiery blossoms unfurled atop his head, with golden principles cascading down between the buds. Subsequently, the Tao rhythm resonated, and the 3 buds gradually blossomed, swirling with 5-colored essence at their cores. At this moment, Neza unexpectedly broke through. He had originally reached the pinnacle of the profound immortal realm, having refined his cultivation to perfection. Had it not been for the desire to solidify his foundation, he would have already ascended to the golden immortal realm. Now, seeking an unequivocal and crushing victory, Neza decisively chose this moment to break through. It is in preparation for the forthcoming confrontation, where one can unleash a torrent of fury upon Zhao Gongming. The convergence of 3 flowers atop the head and the return of 5 breaths to their origin. Brother Neza has astonishingly ascended to the golden immortal realm. As Neza reveals his newfound prowess, the morale of the disciples of the Chan Sect surges once more. It is truly unexpected that Brother Neza possesses such terrifying talent, his cultivation rivaling that of our most esteemed disciples. This time, that wretched creature shall no longer rise again, shall he? Brother Neza, vanquish him. The group of Chan Sect disciples gazed at Neza, their eyes brimming not only with excitement, but also with admiration. After all, attaining the golden immortal realm is undeniably a mark of a formidable power in this era of the primordial world. Within the entire Jie Sect, the number of disciples who can reach the golden immortal level is certainly fewer than 15. Among them, the most prominent representatives are the 12 golden immortals of the Jie Sect. Chapter 74. Is the Jie we encountered a mere illusion? The 12 golden immortals of the Jie are all direct disciples of the primordial supreme being. Their attainment of the golden immortal realm is not surprising. However, among the second and third generation disciples, there are few who have managed to break through to the golden immortal stage. Yet now, Neza, a third generation disciple, has astonishingly achieved this feat before their very eyes. How could this not invigorate them? They firmly believe that, given the caliber of the Jie disciples, it would be impossible to find a golden immortal equivalent to Neza. Upon witnessing their expressions, Xiao Bixiao felt a surge of displeasure. With her hands on her hips and a sidelong glance of disdain, she remarked, "Did you not claim that we are worthless? Now you are using your core disciples to challenge our so-called worthless disciples, and this brings you such pride?" The impact of her words was like a bucket of cold water poured over the heads of the numerous Jie disciples. Indeed, they could not even defeat a mere doorkeeper disciple. What was there to be proud of? Even if Neza were to easily vanquish Zhao Gongming, he would still only have defeated a doorkeeper disciple. From another perspective, the moment he engaged in battle, they had already lost. Regardless of victory or defeat, it was the Jie that would suffer embarrassment. Reflecting on this, the morale of the Jie disciples plummeted once more, giving rise to a wave of pessimism. They remembered the exhilaration and excitement they felt upon their arrival. Yet, what was the outcome? They could not even enter the mountain gate. A mere doorkeeper disciple had effectively barred their entry, defeating 3 of their elite disciples in succession. Now, even their core disciples were compelled to intervene. Even if Neza were victorious, what significance would it hold? Were they not told that the Jie consisted of individuals with shallow fortunes and low cultivation? Why did the Jie they encountered differ so greatly from what their master had described? Was it possible that the Jie we encountered was a fabrication? All the Jie disciples were left in a state of bewilderment. In truth, Zhao Gongming's strength was not particularly fearsome. Many formidable experts from the Jie were absent today. However, what was truly daunting was the fact that Zhao Gongming was merely a doorkeeper disciple of the Jie. In their own sect, only the most incompetent and lowly of disciples would be relegated to guarding the mountain gate. Take, for instance, Zhang, who was lamented by their master for lacking celestial affinity. Zhang was deemed too inadequate in talent to even reach the human immortal realm, leading the primordial supreme being to declare that he had no celestial fate. Ultimately, he was dispatched to the mortal realm to enjoy wealth and assist King Wu of Zhou in overthrowing King Zhou. Now, a mere doorkeeper disciple from Bo Palace exhibited such formidable strength. What of the other inner disciples and true disciples? This question sent shivers of fear through all the Jie disciples. Had the Jie, once removed from Kunlun Mountain, developed to such an extent? Was the Golden Ao Island truly teeming with golden immortals, while Xian immortals were as common as dogs? Contemplating this, the expressions of the Jie disciples crumbled once more, each grasping their heads in despair, erupting in chaos. Enough. Do not dwell on it any longer. You have been deceived. At this moment, the venerable Puxian, channeling his formidable powers, unleashed a thunderous shout that jolted the bewildered disciples of the Jie Sect back to their senses. Puxian's mood was profoundly dark, and he could no longer maintain his composure. His eyes emitted a chilling glare as he fixed his gaze upon Zhao Gongming, grinding his teeth in a manner that suggested he longed to strangle him. This endeavor had not only failed to humiliate the Jie Sect and bolster the prestige of the Jie Sect, but it had also shaken the resolve of his disciples. How would he explain this upon his return? Thus, he felt compelled to concoct a rationale to account for these events. What a deception! The disciples of the Jie Sect displayed expressions of utter astonishment, their faces marked by confusion. Even Neza and Zhao Gongming did not rush to take action. Instead, they inclined their ears to listen intently to Puxian's interpretation. Observing that all eyes were upon him, Puxian assumed an air of confidence. As if to convey that he had seen through their plot, he nodded slightly. Indeed, this was all part of the Jie Sect's scheme. Consider this. Master Yuan Shi Tianzun, in selecting disciples, has always valued lineage and innate talent. Those who enter our Jie Sect are invariably individuals of exceptional pedigree and profound fortune. How could those of lesser birth and frail beginnings possibly be compared to you? Your doubting yourselves is one thing, but do you not have faith in Master S' discerning eye? He is, after all, a sage among mortals. Since the sage deems you superior to the disciples of the Jie Sect, there can be no error. I understand that you may wonder why we were defeated earlier. This was a calculated ploy by the Jie Sect. Regardless of their shortcomings, they are, after all, a lineage of the sages. Your esteemed uncle, the Tongtian Jiaozhu, is one of the 6 great sages of this realm. If he is determined to cultivate a few outstanding disciples, it is certainly within his capabilities. However, individuals of such talent are exceedingly rare. This Zhao Gongming, though he appears to be a mere gatekeeper, is undoubtedly the most formidable disciple painstakingly nurtured by the Jie Sect. At this juncture, Puxian paused and turned to Zhao Gongming, inquiring, "Am I mistaken?" Without awaiting Zhao Gongming's reply, Puxian resumed addressing the disciples of the Chan sect. The objective behind their actions was to await our advance, and then shatter your resolve, employing such despicable tactics to undermine the confidence of my Chan sect disciples. Therefore, do not fall into their trap. With hands clasped behind his back, Puxian regarded each disciple of the Chan sect with a serious demeanor. Following this wave of persuasion, the Chan sect disciples indeed regained their composure, their expressions gradually returning to normal. Enlightenment dawned upon their faces. Their uncle was right. How could these lesser beings possibly be compared to us? This individual is but a beast, despite possessing remarkable strength that allowed him to fortuitously defeat Lei Zhenzi, Han Dolong, and Xue Ehu, the 3 esteemed disciples. Undoubtedly, he stands as the most formidable disciple of the Jie Sect. Furthermore, such a level of cultivation could not possibly be attained by a mere beast. It is evident that they have squandered immense resources to forge such a disciple. Indeed, this group of beasts must have employed unscrupulous means to elevate this disciple to the status of an invincible golden immortal. Such a method of hasty advancement surely harbors significant drawbacks, and any future attempts at transcending their current limits may prove as arduous as ascending to the heavens. The disciples of the Chan sect, each rationalizing their thoughts, found themselves invigorated once more. Brother Neza, quickly demonstrate your supreme prowess and vanquish this insidious disciple of the Jie Sect. He must be forcefully subdued and ground beneath our feet to alleviate the resentment that festers within our hearts. Chapter 75. Neza is unexpectedly defeated by Bai Xiao. Brother Neza, strike. At the entrance of Jinao Island, Zhao Gongming and Xiao Bai Xiao stood in bewilderment. This, it must be said, the maneuver executed by the Reverend Puxian has left both of them utterly astonished. What they found absurd was that this group of disciples from the Chan sect genuinely believed it. These fellows have truly mastered the art of concocting excuses. Xiao Bai Xiao lamented inwardly. You might find reasons, but to belittle us while elevating yourselves is simply outrageous. I have never encountered such brazen individuals. She thought, what nonsense about being 1 in a million, the strongest disciple of and the lengths one must go to, sacrificing their progression in order to transcend to the golden, immortal realm. They even claim to be deliberately waiting here to undermine our resolve. Xiao Bai Xiao was tempted to ask them, how did you conjure all this in your minds? My senior brother ought to enlist you as script editors. Your talents are truly underappreciated. In truth, while Zhao Gongming and Xiao Bai Xiao were not the weakest among the myriad of immortals within to label them as the strongest would indeed be laughable. With their senior brother generously bestowing opportunities, every disciple of the was now at the golden immortal level, and some, endowed with exceptional talent and fortune, had even ascended to the Tai golden immortal realm. Zhao Gongming and Xiao Bai Xiao, at their peak as golden immortals, could be likened to commonplace disciples wandering the Jinao Island. Speak. Who instructed you to feign as gatekeepers? To disrupt the resolve of our disciples? At that moment, the Reverend Puxian fixed a piercing gaze upon Zhao Gongming, rebuking him. Of course, it was my senior brother who sent me to guard the mountain gate. But as for the notion of feigning as gatekeepers to disrupt your resolve, I am truly perplexed. When have I ever entertained such thoughts? Was it not you who struck first? Zhao Gongming shrugged, exasperated. Impudent. The master uncle has unveiled your scheme, and you still dare to argue? With a cold smirk, the Reverend Puxian turned to Neza and commanded, initially, I thought to spare your life, but alas, you squandered your chance. Neza, eliminate him. They have treated our disciples with such contempt. They deserve to be slain by us. Even if the heavenly teacher were to arrive, he would have no grounds to object. Neza, standing atop the wind and fire wheels, bowed to the Reverend Puxian. Yes, I shall heed the master uncle's decree. The disciples of the below erupted once more. Their expressions filled with fervor. Together, they cried out, slay this wretch. Slay this wretch. As Neza prepared to act, Zhao Gongming straightened his chest, his hand brushing the sword sheath, a smirk curling at the corners of his mouth as he let out a few cold laughs before lowering his hand once more. In his heart, he held fast to the belief that Amir Neza was unworthy of compelling him to draw his sword. Yet at that moment, Xiao Baixao suddenly called out, "Wait." She stepped beside Zhao Gongming. "Allow me. Did you not say that Brother Zhao is the strongest disciple of our? In light of this, there is no need for Brother Zhao to intervene. Allow me, a mere disciple, to experience your esteemed skills." Upon hearing Bai Zhao's words, an immediate uproar ensued among the onlookers. The disciples of the Chan teaching were incensed, their tempers flaring. This was solely due to Bai Zhao's haughty demeanor, hands on her hips, exuding an air of arrogance that seemed to belittle them. Zhao Gongming cast a sidelong glance at Bai Zhao, calculating the strengths of both sides in his mind, before stepping aside with a faintly amused smile, quietly observing Neza. Zhao Gongming's gaze unsettled Neza, who looked down at Bai Zhao with disdain. How dare a mere child claim she could defeat him? Absurd. Were the disciples of the Chan teaching truly a bunch of mindless brutes? In truth, the disciples could not discern the realms of Zhao Gongming and Bai Zhao, their assessments of the duo's power remaining mere conjecture. The reason for their inability to perceive the realms of Zhao Gongming and Bai Zhao stemmed from their cultivation methods, which were derived from a system that afforded them a degree of protection, rendering them impervious to detection. However, this fact was of little consequence to the Chan disciples. In their eyes, it was only natural for the heavenly teacher, a sage, to possess certain means to obscure the cultivation levels of his disciples. Sensing Neza's contempt, Bai Zhao angrily pointed at him, exclaiming, "You, in your lotus leaf skirt, what kind of gaze is that? Do you look down upon me, Bai Zhao? If you have the courage, let us spar. If I do not knock your teeth out today, I shall not do justice to my senior brother's training." In a flash, Neza's icy gaze fell upon Bai Zhao. Initially, he thought her merely a little girl unworthy of his attention. Yet now, her provocations had thoroughly enraged him. He was the son of Li Jing from the Qiantang River, punished for skinning and beating the Dragon King's third son to death, leading to his indictment before the Jade Emperor for violating heavenly laws and killing a celestial official. Subsequently, his master had reformed his body using lotus roots and clothed him in lotus leaves, granting him new life. Yet now, he found himself ridiculed by a mere child. Once a boy, he now wore a short skirt of lotus leaves, a wound on his pride that Bai Zhao had now reopened and salted. How could he possibly endure this humiliation? Qianquan Circle. Break. Neza swung the Qianquan Circle, channeling his magical energy to render it extraordinarily heavy. The circle transformed into a beam of golden light streaking across the sky. As the Qianquan Circle descended, the void shattered, exuding a terrifying aura. Neza's gaze was frigid. In his eyes, Bai Zhao had become a mere target. Yet, in the face of this overwhelming force that threatened to collapse the very fabric of reality, Bai Zhao remained unperturbed. With a gleeful smile, her small tiger teeth visible, she tilted her head back, her sparkling eyes curving into crescent shapes. "Hee. Why are you adorned with such trinkets typically favored by women, like that short skirt, and now another golden bracelet?" Naja's forehead veins throbbed, and he was instantly provoked. Unable to contain his fury, he shouted, "That is the universe ring, not merely a golden bracelet." In the next moment, the universe ring struck the figure of Bai Zhao. Yet no blood was shed. It turned out that he had merely hit a phantom. The real Bai Zhao had long since evaded the attack with his agility. A distant yet near ethereal voice lingered in Naja's ears. This object had shrunk. Was it not simply a golden bracelet? Naja's expression darkened once more, leaving him at a loss for an explanation. "Ah, how infuriating." Chapter 76. Return it to you? Surely, you jest. Neza's expression was as dark as the depths of a stormy sea, his eyes shrouded in gloom. He had not anticipated the ethereal and silent nature of Bixiao's movement technique, which stood in stark contrast to the majority of martial arts within the primordial realm. Nevertheless, Neza was undeterred. With a flourish of his fiery spear, a searing flame instantly enveloped the weapon. Brandishing the fire-tipped spear, he pointed at Bixiao's silhouette and commanded, "Go." At that moment, it seemed as if a divine lotus blossomed from Neza's mouth, releasing a golden character that merged into the void. The forces of the laws of heaven and earth converged upon Neza, causing the flames around his spear to swell dramatically, transforming into a colossal fire dragon that surged forth towards Bixiao. At the mountain gate, Bixiao's cheeks flushed a vibrant red, her hands on her hips, clearly displeased by Neza's fiery gesture. A formidable aura erupted from Bixiao, with powerful primordial spirit energy surging like a tidal wave, enveloping her in a cascade of radiant energy. Above her, 3 resplendent golden flowers gradually unfurled, with the laws of the cosmos cascading down, gathering wind and thunder. Subsequently, Bixiao let out a soft admonition, and boundless golden light erupted, manifesting a myriad of behind her, a perfect likeness of Bixiao herself, albeit more delicate and less endearing than the original. The fire dragon, fierce and menacing, with eyes aflame with lethal intent, charged directly at Bixiao. Yet, Bixiao remained unfazed. She extended her palm towards the approaching fire dragon, and her golden mirrored her actions. The golden avatar, with outstretched hands, seized the fire dragon, and upon witnessing this, Neza hastily formed a hand seal, attempting to wrest control of the dragon from Bixiao's golden avatar. However, no matter how vigorously Neza struggled, he could not liberate the fire dragon from the iron grip of the golden form behind Bixiao. Those colossal hands clutched the fire dragon firmly, rendering it helpless to escape. Then, with a playful grimace directed at Neza, Bixiao's expression morphed into one of mischief, as she mimicked a gesture of pulling apart something with both hands. A sense of foreboding gripped Neza's heart, but it was too late to react. With a thunderous crash, the golden behind Bixiao seized the fire dragon by its head and tail, executing the same motion as Bixiao, and effortlessly tore the dragon asunder. The fire dragon let out a mournful wail before dissipating into embers. Neza's countenance shifted dramatically, his body performing a somersault in midair. As the wheels of wind and fire beneath his feet expanded, engulfed in raging flames, hurtling towards Bixiao like a meteor striking the moon. The wind and fire wheels, akin to a blazing meteor, streaked through the sky, collapsing the void in their wake, accompanied by swirling forces of law and crimson light. A power capable of annihilating heaven and earth swept across the expanse. In the face of such a formidable assault, Bixiao showed no sign of fear. She deftly interwove a series of hand seals, preparing to invoke her freezing technique. Though her ice spell lacked significant destructive power, it was still formidable against opponents of equal standing. At present, he has surpassed Neza by 3 minor realms, and coupled with his ability to freeze fire, his ice techniques serve as Neza's nemesis. In the void, ripples emanated, as waves of ice-blue spiritual energy, akin to falling snowflakes, were drawn into Bixiao's palm. An ice-blue vortex blossomed within Bixiao's grasp, its rapid rotation hinting at an energy of extreme cold. Simultaneously, countless golden runes flickered across Bixiao's body, entwining around him and endowing the blue vortex with boundless power, amplifying it with the force of law, rendering the vortex even more formidable. Bixiao bellowed seal. As he spoke, a torrent of law power surged into the blue vortex, and with a thrust of both hands, the vortex shot forward, colliding with the approaching wind-fire wheel. Clang! The ice-blue vortex merely grazed the surface of the wind-fire wheel, enveloping it like liquid, before swiftly solidifying. In an instant, the once blazing wind-fire wheel transformed into 2 ice chunks, propelled forward by inertia towards Bixiao. However, the golden behind Bixiao extended its hands and effortlessly pinched them with just 2 fingers. Neza stared in disbelief at this scene, unable to comprehend that his proud strike had been so easily thwarted by this young girl. "Return my wind-fire wheel," Neza shouted, eyeing Bixiao, who was toying with the captured artifact. Bixiao, holding the frozen wind-fire wheel, chuckled disdainfully. "Return it? You must be dreaming. This is my trophy. Why should I give it back to you?" Her words left Neza speechless. Frustration coursed through him, for all his abilities stemmed from these artifacts. With the wind-fire wheel being paramount, losing it would not only significantly diminish his speed and agility, but also deprive him of a substantial portion of his offensive capabilities. In a moment of desperation, Neza swung the Chaos Silk, intending to bind the golden behind Bixiao, thereby preventing her from unleashing her powers and seizing back the wind-fire wheel. As Neza spun the Chaos Silk, an overwhelming force swept in all directions, churning the void like a tempestuous sea and forming a colossal storm vortex. Some of the weaker disciples from the Jie Sect were left dazed and disoriented, their ears ringing incessantly. A massive tornado materialized above Neza, and in an instant, countless towering ancient trees at the mountain's gate were severed in half. As sand and stones flew, accompanied by the roar of wind and thunder, a stone cliff at the entrance trembled violently under this terrifying wave of energy, a dreadful crack appearing and swiftly spreading across its surface. With a resounding crack, the towering cliff detached from the island, swept high into the sky, and was drawn into the storm above Neza, shattering into countless fragments in the process. The tempest, stirred by the mystic tether, surged towards the golden avatar of Bixiao. Once again, Bixiao made a gesture to grasp. However, as soon as the golden avatar extended its arm, it was gruesomely torn apart by the rapidly whirling storm. Subsequently, the tempest swept across the chest of the golden avatar. With a resounding explosion, the colossal golden figure shattered into countless fragments that scattered in all directions. Witnessing the success of his strike, Neza's face broke into a triumphant smile. He bent at the waist, poised to dash towards Bai Xiao to reclaim the wind-fire wheels. His lethal maneuver was intricately linked, seizing the moment when Bai Xiao's golden avatar was shattered, her magical energy in turmoil, and her aura diminished, to snatch the wind-fire wheels. Whoosh. Chapter 77. The Peril of Bi Xiao. Zhao Gongming finally draws his sword, with a confident smile illuminating his face. Neza brandished his fiery spear and transformed into a radiant streak, swiftly closing in on Bi Xiao. Observing Bi Xiao's panicked attempts at casting spells, a sinister smirk curled upon Neza's lips. Suddenly, Neza's body trembled as he swung his arm, the fiery spear exhaling flames that melted the ice upon the surface of the wind-fire wheel. With a deft flick of the spear's tip, the wind-fire wheel morphed into a blazing wheel, returning to his feet. In that moment, Neza was truly exuberant, brimming with invincible spirit. With a resounding shout, he declared, "Huh? Witness how I capture you alive." Even the disciples of the Chan sect behind him appeared to cheer for the unprecedented victory that was about to be his, further inflating Neza's sense of triumph. "Kill!" he bellowed, as his fiery spear lunged towards Bi Xiao's chest like an enraged dragon. Suddenly, Neza felt two enormous fingers clasp around his waist, an overwhelming force of law binding his movements. Though the tip of his fiery spear was less than an inch from Bi Xiao's chest, it remained immobile, unable to advance even a fraction further. Moreover, as the fingers tightened around his waist, the spear's tip was drawn further away from Bi Xiao's body. Neza's expression shifted dramatically, his panic causing him to flail. He looked up, bewildered, only to see Bi Xiao's golden form, eyes narrowed into crescent shapes, gazing down at him with a grin. Neza's eyes widened in shock, his disbelief spilling forth. "How is this possible? Your golden form, wasn't it shattered by me?" Bi Xiao blinked his crystalline eyes and pouted, replying, "Indeed, it was shattered, but do you think I cannot mend it?" With that, Bi Xiao once again executed the spell he had just performed. It was then that Neza was astounded to witness wisps of green mist emanating from Bi Xiao's golden form, which seemed to solidify even further. Neza's pupils constricted and astonishment marred his features. His mouth agape, he remained speechless for what felt like an eternity. Suddenly, realization dawned upon him. This was a healing technique. Earlier, in his overconfidence, he had believed he had obliterated Bi Xiao's golden form, plunging downwards to seize the wind-fire wheel without glancing back at the crumbled golden form. At that moment, Bi Xiao formed a spell and invoked the healing technique. Under its influence, the nearly shattered golden form reassembled, restoring itself in an instant. Then, Bi Xiao extended a hand, gently pinching Neza. This scene did not go unnoticed by the disciples of the Chan sect behind Neza, who screamed in an attempt to alert him. However, Neza misconstrued their cries as cheers for his impending triumph. Realizing this, Neza's face flushed crimson. Were it not for Bi Xiao's golden form holding him captive, he would have wished to vanish into the depths of the earth. At an unsuspecting moment, Neza found himself ensnared by the golden manifestation of the law, rendering his body immobile. Consequently, he lost all capacity to engage in battle. His spiritual power was sealed, leaving him utterly defenseless. A look of despondency swiftly crossed his face. As he comprehended the outcome of this confrontation, he had been defeated, and to a mere junior disciple of the, he had believed himself standing at the pinnacle of victory, only to discover that an abyss of despair awaited him. The stark contrast of his expectations shattered Neza's spirit, inflicting deep anguish even within his soul, nearly causing him to faint from shame. The harshness of reality was unbearable, akin to a dream from which he could not awaken. Meanwhile, at the gates of Golden Ao Island, an eerie silence enveloped the scene. All present gaped in astonishment, their mouths agape in disbelief, as if they had been struck across the face, an undeniable sting of humiliation. How could this be? I refuse to believe it. Neza, our esteemed senior brother, yet, among us, aside from Master Puxian, the strongest being, has been so utterly vanquished? Release Neza at once, you wretched beast. Master Puxian's facade finally cracked, revealing his true nature. The purple gold gourd behind him vibrated ominously, his spiritual power surging violently, his robe billowing without wind, and his hair dancing wildly. When Master Puxian chose to strike, it was with the ferocity of thunder. His long-prepared lethal strike transformed into an overwhelming force of law, shaking the very fabric of reality, intertwining the rivers of time and space, channeling a tremendous cosmic momentum down upon Bai Xiao, intent on obliterating her in a single blow. Zhao Gongming's expression turned to one of alarm. He had not anticipated Master Puxian's utter disregard for decorum in targeting a junior. He had remained restrained until now. But once he unleashed his might, it was a cataclysmic assault. It was evident he harbored a lethal intent towards Bai Xiao, his ruthlessness astonishing beyond belief. Had he not witnessed it firsthand, Zhao Gongming would never have dared to accept such a grim reality. In this critical moment, Zhao Gongming pressed his thumb against the hilt of his sword and drew it forth with a resounding clang that echoed through the void. A beam of cold light surged across the realm, an invincible force charging forth. With a swift motion, Zhao Gongming launched himself into the air, executing a series of acrobatic flips, ultimately landing steadily upon his flying sword. Employing the sword technique of Mount Shu and the divine wine incantation, Zhao Gongming transformed into a streak of light, moving at such velocity that it seemed time itself had come to a standstill. Meanwhile, the purple gold gourd had already nestled in his grasp. He pulled the stopper, and the mouth of the gourd morphed into a gaping black hole, unleashing a ferocious suction that drew in countless particles of debris. Bai Zhao's golden manifestation was ensnared in the gourd's mouth almost instantaneously, despite still being a distance away. It shattered into countless fragments. Bai Zhao herself could not resist. Her cultivation was primarily focused on life-preserving techniques, leaving her with negligible offensive power. Furthermore, Master Puxian's superior realm, coupled with the element of surprise during her moment of vulnerability, made her predicament all the more dire. Thus, Bai Zhao was abruptly lifted off the ground, her petite form transforming into a streak of light, diminishing in size as she drew nearer to the gourd's mouth. A desperate scream escaped her lips. Just as the moment seemed most dire, Zhao Gongming arrived at last. He swung his sword, nearly grazing Bai Zhao's body, delivering a diagonal strike upon the gourd's mouth. The formidable power of the wine goddess curse erupted instantaneously, unleashing an invisible wave that surged between them. The void trembled violently in that fleeting moment, shattering like a mirror into countless fragments. Two furious roars reverberated simultaneously as two figures retreated amidst the myriad of broken void shards. Beyond the fractured void, chaotic laws threatened to surge forth, poised to wreak greater havoc. If left unchecked, the devastation would surely claim heavy casualties among those present. At that critical juncture, the protective array of Yunxiao Island suddenly radiated a brilliant golden light, enveloping the shattered void. The golden luminescence surged forth, swiftly mending the fabric of the void until it was restored to its pristine state. All of this transpired in the blink of an eye. The disciples of the Chan teaching collectively exhaled a sigh of relief, their hearts still racing, drenched in cold sweat. Just moments ago, had it not been for the great array of Yunxiao Island, aside from Uncle Master Puxian, it is likely that we all would have perished. Chapter 78. In comparison to our master uncle, we are truly naive at the mountain gate. The venerable Puxian stood facing Zhao Gongming. Between them, a vast void tore open, rapidly being mended by the golden light emitted from the protective array of Golden Ao Island. The air was thick with dust, and both Puxian and Zhao Gongming wore somber expressions, their gazes locked in an intense confrontation, as if invisible bolts of electricity clashed fiercely between them, igniting brilliant sparks. Behind them, Neza and Bixiao appeared disheveled, their clothes tattered and covered in dirt, looking particularly dismal. Zhao Gongming sneered coldly. "What's the matter? Is your esteemed sect unable to bear defeat?" Upon hearing Zhao Gongming's taunt, Neza, who was hiding behind Puxian, flushed with embarrassment and found himself at a loss for words. Yet, Puxian's composure seemed thicker than the rind of a watermelon. He merely twitched his face, stroked his beard, and replied with a chilling laugh, "How dare you speak? Were it not for that little girl's ambush, could Neza have possibly lost?" At this revelation, not only Zhao Gongming and Bixiao, but even the disciples of the Chan sect behind Puxian displayed expressions of astonishment. So, Neza was subdued from behind by Bixiao's golden manifestation. And this could still be considered an ambush? Remarkable indeed. Truly, our master uncle is formidable. In comparison to him, we are but fledglings. Zhao Gongming and Bixiao's lips twitched. Although they held Puxian in contempt, they ultimately refrained from further comments. They had grown numb to the shamelessness of the Chan sect's disciples. As esteemed disciples of a sage, seasoned veterans of the cultivation world, how could one stoop to such treachery against a mere girl? Had I not intervened to save my junior sister, she might have met a tragic end. Puxian chuckled coldly, offering no mercy in his retort. That girl is so ruthless, indifferent to the dignity of our Chan sect, injuring my disciple. Thus, I must take action to teach her a lesson. Zhao Gongming glared fiercely. Their exchanges were mutually acknowledged, and injuries were inevitable. Could it be permissible for your Chan disciples to harm my junior sister, yet not allow her to retaliate? With hands clasped behind his back, Puxian slightly tilted his head, his eyes filled with disdain. What are you all? Merely a bunch of aberrations, akin to beasts with fur and horns. What face do you have to compare yourselves to the immortals of our Chan sect? At Puxian's arrogant declaration, both Zhao Gongming and Yunxiao were incensed. Yet, in your eyes, we may be contemptible, yet we have decisively defeated your proud core disciple. What thoughts must occupy your minds now? Yunxiao retorted angrily. As Zhao Gongming and Puxian faced off, the group of Chan disciples behind Puxian were left in stunned silence. Good heavens! Am I seeing things? He can actually contend with Master Uncle Puxian? It's important to note that Master Uncle Puxian is one of the 12 golden immortals of our Chan sect. Indeed, even among the 12 golden immortals, Master Uncle Puxian ranks among the very best. Now he unleashed the golden gourd to exhibit his divine abilities, yet was astonishingly cleaved in two by an inconspicuous disciple of the Jie Sect, wielding merely an ordinary flying sword. How utterly incredible! Have the disciples of the Jie Sect ascended to such formidable heights? Hadn't my master uncle previously stated that this individual was their meticulously chosen strongest disciple? Perhaps he had employed some secret technique just to barely withstand a strike from Master Puxian. At this moment, he must surely be grievously injured, merely holding on by a thread to intimidate us. In truth, he must be at the end of his tether. The surrounding disciples all nodded in agreement. My senior brother's analysis was indeed plausible. It must be so, for there was no other explanation for how he could fend off Master Puxian's blow. Upon hearing the discourse among the disciples, Master Puxian's countenance subtly revealed a hint of authority, evidently pleased with their flattery. Meanwhile, Zhao Gongming and Yunxiao exchanged bewildered glances. This group of disciples from the Chan sect truly possessed an extraordinary capacity for fabrication, conjuring narratives from thin air. Both were rendered speechless. Little Yunxiao, hands on her hips and cheeks puffed with indignation, shouted at them. Did you not previously proclaim that senior brother Zhao was our most formidable disciple? Did you not declare that all other disciples were worthless? Yet here I stand, having defeated your so-called core disciple Neza in place of senior brother Zhao. What do you have to say now? The disciples of the Chan sect exchanged glances, visibly at a loss for words. They could only lift their gazes towards Master Puxian. Observing their reaction, Master Puxian raised a hand to his lips and feigned a cough. The Chan sect disciples comprehended his cue. They looked around, astonishment etched upon their faces. Is it so? Did not Brother Neza's match with you end in a tie? When did Brother Neza ever suffer defeat? Indeed, your battle was clearly not over. Brother Neza was merely feigning weakness, intending to mount a strong counterattack. You shameless lot. Little Yunxiao's face flushed crimson as she pointed an accusatory finger at them, exclaiming. Suddenly, Zhao Gongming placed a hand upon Yunxiao's shoulder. Sister, there is no need to waste words on them. What further discourse is warranted with such brazen individuals? When our elder brother arrived, he had already instructed us regarding that so-called Master Puxian, deeming him merely a pretender, and the rest of them not even worthy of consideration. I was to handle matters as I saw fit. Initially, I held some reservations, for I thought the Chan sect, being a lineage of sages, could at least present a worthy challenge. However, I never anticipated. That so-called Master Puxian. Do you know why I had not unsheathed my sword until now? Because I deemed that, given the incompetence of those behind you, they did not merit my sword's draw. Thus, I had reserved it for you. Yet, I am utterly disillusioned to find that the so-called 12 golden immortals of the Chan sect are comprised of such despicable beings. Therefore, I have now altered my decision. I am genuinely concerned that your blood might tarnish my Zhao Gongming's sword. Thus, in the face of such scum as yourself, I refuse to draw my sword. Yet even without drawing my sword, today I shall still trample you beneath my feet and deliver a resounding thrashing, ensuring you comprehend the grave error of your reckless actions here. As the venerable Puxian listened to Zhao Gongming's ceaseless taunts, his countenance darkened progressively, until his eyes seemed to radiate tangible fury. Very well. It has been many years since I have encountered such audacious words. Your bravado is commendable, but I wonder, when I reduce you to ashes, will you maintain your current arrogance? Just moments ago, you fortuitously withstood my strike. Yet you remain oblivious to the fact that I exerted less than 20% of my power. Now, as I prepare to unleash my full might once more, let us see how you withstand it. Chapter 79. Woe is me. Once I collect your insignificant life, how will you dare speak so defiantly? Even if you kneel before me begging for mercy, I shall show you no leniency. With these words, the esteemed Puxian Jinren's robes billowed as his formidable magical power surged around him. The purple gold gourd strapped to his back suddenly radiated a brilliant violet light, streams of enigmatic energy swirling across its surface, gradually coalescing into the power of the laws from the void. In that moment, thunder roared, and the potent forces of the 5 elements swirled around Puxian Jinren. as if heaven and earth themselves bowed in submission to his command. Open, Puxian Jinren uttered with eloquence, and a small golden character was instantly released from his mouth, merging into the ether. Subsequently, an unfathomable force of law began to gather from the world around him, inexorably drawn towards the purple gold gourd upon his back. Rise, he bellowed once more, expelling another golden character, lifting the gourd with his left arm and positioning it before him. The corners of his eyes crinkled into a smile as he exclaimed, "This treasure of mine is but a low-grade, innate spiritual treasure. Creatures like you, with your fur and horns, have likely never laid eyes upon an innate treasure before. Today, you are fortunate enough to witness its might before your demise. Do you not feel grateful to me?" Upon hearing these words, Zhao Gongming could only manage a bitter smile and shake his head. Indeed, the eldest senior brother's assessment is entirely accurate. You are but a charlatan. To be able to sever the head of scum like you brings shame upon me, Zhao Gongming. How disappointing it is that you, as a prominent sect in the primordial realm, cannot even produce a worthy opponent. What did you say? The disciples of the Chan sect were incensed, their faces contorting with outrage. Is it so that you do not comprehend basic decorum? How dare you utter such disrespectful words? Has your teacher, Tongtian Jiaozhu, never imparted any lessons on manners to you? With such behavior, how can you dare claim to be part of this saintly lineage? Ridiculous. You think it natural to insult us, yet when I retaliate, I am the one lacking in decorum? You even dare to belittle our master. Tongtian Jiaozhu is an immortal saint within the primordial cosmos. What are you to dare cast aspersions upon him? I never expected the Chan sect to be composed of such base characters. It is truly disappointing. Today, Zhao Gongming shall ensure you remember this lesson. However, do not fret. In light of the camaraderie between our masters, I shall spare your life. Yet, it would be quite fitting to have you serve as menial laborers in my sect for a few days to become our servants. Upon hearing Zhao Gongming's proclamation, a group of disciples from the Chan sect widened their eyes in shock, their faces displaying horror as they angrily pointed at him, exclaiming, "What did you say? You dare suggest we become your menials and servants? Are you insane? Do you possess the audacity to act upon such a thought? If you truly dare to do so, do you not fear that our master, Yuanshi Tianzuan, will obliterate your golden AO island with a single stroke?" With a disdainful chuckle, Zhao Gongming contemplated the necessity of his master wielding a sword against this despicable lot. With his master's profound cultivation, even across the vast expanse of time and space, a mere flicker of thought would suffice to obliterate the Bayou Palace, leaving no survivors, not even a chicken or a dog. Zhao Gongming could no longer endure the arrogance of these disciples of the Chan sect, whose shamelessness rivaled that of a wall and whose words were as foul as a latrine. His only recourse was to deliver a severe lesson with his fists. The new technique surged within Zhao Gongming, following a specific trajectory. A unique aura enveloped him, transforming him into an ethereal figure reminiscent of a carefree wine-sword immortal. Gradually, he immersed himself in this state of mind, his demeanor becoming increasingly suave, and even his appearance began to take on a handsome allure, a distinctive charisma radiating outward like ripples on water. He unscrewed the wine flask from his waist, swaggering towards them, his left foot stepping over his right, eyes growing ever brighter, though his figure swayed as if intoxicated. A flying sword circled around him, spinning continuously like a loyal hound, always at his side, obediently awaiting his commands. My path diverges entirely from the one you profess to follow. Each of you, pretentious and sanctimonious, spouting righteousness while cloaked in the most extreme hypocrisy, cruel and despicable. Zhao Gongming, with a tipsy air, pointed at the likes of the real person Puxian, hurling insults amidst his drunken revelry. His reckless demeanor incited the fury of Puxian and his companions, their eyes blazing as they glared at Zhao Gongming. Vile beast, cease your reckless words. You, who speak without thought, are on the brink of calamity and remain oblivious, yet you do not kneel and plead for mercy. Even if the great Luo immortal were to arrive today, he could not save you. Upon hearing this, Zhao Gongming erupted with laughter, as if he had heard the most ludicrous jest in the world. Stumbling, he laughed heartily. "Ha! The great Luo immortal. You are indeed correct. Even if the great Luo immortal were to come today, he could not save you." As he spoke, Zhao Gongming suddenly turned his face toward the real person Puxian, forcefully pointing a finger at his forehead. Two streams of milky white sword energy coiled up from Zhao Gongming's feet, coursing along his arms and converging at his fingertips. With a swift motion, a terrifying beam of sword light shot forth, aimed directly at the face of the real person Puxian. The latter chanted incantations, golden characters flowing from his lips. The purple gold gourd on his back soared into the air, rapidly enlarging as it ascended. The cork at its mouth popped open, unleashing a bizarre black light that resembled a liquid yet appeared powdery, multiplying until it formed a vast wall that shielded the real person Puxian, intercepting the oncoming sword light. Clang! Zhao Gongming's sword energy cleaved through the black barrier effortlessly. The dark substance transformed into writhing streams, retreating back into the gourd. Undeterred, the sword energy surged onward, aiming directly for the chest of the real person Puxian. In a moment of desperation, the venerable Puxian swiftly raised the purple golden gourd to shield against the oncoming sword aura. Crack! In the next instant, a fissure marred the surface of the gourd. A low-grade innate spiritual treasure had been irreparably damaged. Even with the expenditure of vast amounts of heavenly materials and earthly treasures in the future, its quality would undoubtedly decline. At that point, whether the purple golden gourd could still be considered a low-grade, innate spiritual treasure remained uncertain. It could very well regress to a supreme-grade, postnatal treasure. Contemplating this, Puxian felt a profound ache in his heart, his expression contorted as if he had consumed a rotten rat. Beast! Unforgivable! Unforgivable! You owe me my purple golden gourd. Spit it out. You surely cannot compensate for it. Hurry and summon your acting headmaster. You must compensate me, or we shall remain here today without leaving. Chapter 80. The enraged Puxian Jinren. The precious purple gold gourd of Puxian Jinren was marred by a fissure, cleaved by the sword of Zhao Gongming. What was utterly unforeseen, however, was Puxian Jinren's demand for compensation from Zhao Gongming. Upon realizing Zhao Gongming's inability to pay, he clamored for the summoning of the acting leader of Jie. Currently, Feipeng served as the acting leader of Jie. Although Puxian Jinren's treasure was indeed invaluable, should Feipeng wish to compensate, he could merely access the Jie treasury and select a treasure of equivalent status to present to Puxian Jinren. Even without resorting to the treasury, Feipeng possessed an abundance of divine weapons, all of which had been acquired during the collective enlightenment of his peers through the system's bounty of related treasures. Yet the crux of the matter lay in the question of why he should compensate Puxian Jinren. The confrontation had originally been between Neza and Bixiao, and it was Puxian Jinren who had intervened against Bixiao, thus breaching the established rules and undermining the fairness of the duel. Had it not been for Zhao Gongming's timely intervention, Bixiao's life would have been forfeit. And now, Puxian Jinren dared to demand compensation? What absurdity! It was the first time Bixiao had heard of a combatant being liable for the damage inflicted upon an opponent's treasure. Standing to the side, Bixiao regarded Puxian Jinren with disdain. Zhao Gongming stood with his hands clasped behind his back, sheathing his sword and brushing dust from his robe, coldly remarking, "What kind of person do you believe my elder brother to be? Do you think you are worthy of seeing him? There is no need to summon him. I alone can handle this matter. You arrived with intentions of provocation and struck first against my Jie disciples. Were it not for the grace of Yuan Shi Tianzun, you would all be dispatched as intruders. As for the present, I shall impose a penalty of 1 month's servitude upon you at my Bo Palace." Upon hearing Zhao Gongming's words, a multitude of disciples from the Changjiao erupted in outrage. "What? You expect us to serve these beasts as menial laborers for a month? Absolutely not," they exclaimed. "A mere gathering of furred and horned creatures dares to demand such servitude from us. They must be dreaming." Humph. Puxian Jinren's countenance darkened, and he spoke with palpable fury. "Zhao Gongming, you must consider your actions carefully. We are all disciples of the Holy Way, and you and I are both students of the saints. To confine us on Golden Turtle Island as menial laborers for a month is tantamount to declaring war against Changjiao. Such a course of action is an affront to my revered master, Yuan Shi Tianzun. Should the saints take offense, how could you possibly endure the consequences?" Zhao Gongming furrowed his brow slightly. Despite his deep-seated disdain for Puxian Jinren, the threat posed by invoking Yuan Shi Tianzun was a risk that could not be overlooked. After a moment of contemplation, he resolved to consult his elder brother. He had an unwavering belief that even the most formidable challenges would yield to his elder brother's wisdom. "Wait here," he commanded. "I will have my junior sister seek guidance from my elder brother. If he deems it permissible for you to depart, I shall absolve you of the penalty of 1 month's servitude." Puxian Jinren trembled with fury, pointing a quivering finger at Zhao Gongming as he stammered, You are nothing short of a devil. From the recent encounter, it has become increasingly apparent to Master Puxian that he is not a match for Zhao Gongming. This revelation fills him with profound astonishment. When did the Jie Sect cultivate such remarkable disciples? According to the records of the Jie Sect, Zhao Gongming does not belong to the direct disciples of the Tongtian and seems to be merely an outer disciple. Yet, an outer disciple has managed to suppress a true disciple like him? Who would believe such a tale? Consequently, a sense of unease begins to settle in his heart. His gaze flickers, and suddenly, enlightenment dawns upon him. If even two minor gatekeeping disciples exhibit such audacity and resilience, then it is likely futile to expect compensation for the treasured purple gold gourd from the acting leader. Given this situation, it would be wise to retreat early, lest he find himself embroiled in further humiliating circumstances. It is evident that you, a band of horned and fur-clad individuals, cannot afford my costly treasure. Nevertheless, in light of the long-standing camaraderie between our two sects, I shall forego seeking compensation for this artifact. With that, Master Puxian turns and commands his disciples behind him. Let us depart. Tuxing's son, immediately agitated, follows closely beside Master Puxian, hopping and shouting, "Master Uncle, are you truly going to let them off so easily? We cannot simply relent without them providing an explanation." As Tuxing's son's fervent cries echo, the surrounding disciples of the Chan sect join in the uproar, seemingly oblivious to the fact that Master Puxian is, in reality, not Zhao Gongming's adversary. "Indeed, Master Uncle, did you not say that this time we would come to fiercely suppress the disciples of the Jie Sect and showcase the might of our Chan sect? We have yet to accomplish our goal. How can we simply return now?" Master Puxian, observing Tuxing's son's earnest expression and the fervor of his fellow disciples, feels an involuntary twitch at his eyelids. He is tempted to scold Tuxing's son. "Usually, you are quite astute. Have you lost your senses today? Why are you so utterly obtuse? You are driving me to despair." However, Master Puxian cannot publicly disclose the truth of his inability to contend with Zhao Gongming. Therefore, he can only awkwardly gesture to Tuxing's son, hoping he will grasp the underlying message. To his dismay, the typically sharp-witted Tuxing's son seems to have entered a mental cul-de-sac. Clutching his small hands, he perceives Master Puxian's expressive gestures. Tuxing's son's brows furrow in confusion. "What does Master Uncle mean? Why are you urging us to leave while simultaneously signaling me?" "Ah, I understand now. Master Uncle must be concerned about appearing petty. After all, it would not reflect well to demand compensation for a treasure from a junior. Thus, he feigns magnanimity, pretending not to seek reparation and feigning a desire to depart. At this juncture, we cannot genuinely follow Master Uncle back. After all, even ancient emperors demonstrated humility through repeated refusals of the throne. As a celestial being, Master Uncle naturally must maintain his dignity. Indeed, the true intention behind my master's furtive glances was unmistakable. He surely wished for me to take the lead in preventing his departure, resolutely insisting on remaining here to demand compensation. Thus, the Earthwalker, with his short legs, darted forward with the agility of a rabbit, swiftly positioning himself before the venerable Master Puxian. "Master, you bear the significant responsibility of fostering friendship between the two sects, and you are entrusted with the mission of promoting the illustrious name of our teaching. You cannot leave like this." The Earthwalker truly embodied the essence of a theatrical performer, shedding tears with remarkable ease, his emotions as genuine as if he were a reincarnated thespian. Witnessing this master of discerning the celestial's thoughts spring into action, the surrounding disciples of the teaching could no longer feign ignorance. They promptly prostrated themselves at Master Puxian's feet, weeping and beseeching him not to abandon them at this critical juncture. Master Puxian's countenance darkened, resembling the bottom of a cauldron, as he showed no mercy towards these disciples, kicking them away one by one in an attempt to break free. However, what he could never have anticipated was the unwavering resolve of this group of disciples, which left him utterly astonished. Even when battered and bruised by his kicks, they persisted tenaciously. Some grasped his robe, others clutched at his sleeves, refusing to relent. This relentless determination rendered him utterly incapable of taking flight and departing. "You, please, step aside. Release me." Chapter 81. Ask yourselves, can you defeat me? The essence of Puxian Jinren felt as if he might shatter under the pressure. "You have misunderstood my intentions, truly. I seek to flee." This sect of interception appears increasingly disconcerting. Remaining here could lead to dire consequences. Zhao Gongming surveyed the raucous disciples of the Chan sect. With a chilling gaze, he advanced towards them, sword in hand. "Do you presume my sect to be a mere playground? Enter at will and depart as you please. Your repeated insults and vicious attacks, nearly costing my junior sister her life, along with your veiled slights against my revered master, are grievous transgressions that cannot be overlooked. Now, you wish to simply walk away unscathed? It is not so simple. I have already declared that you shall serve as menial laborers in my Bio Palace for a month. Did you not hear me clearly?" With that, Zhao Gongming swung his sword, unleashing a towering wave of white sword chi that surged forth. The blade sliced through the air above the heads of the Chan disciples, ultimately plunging into the sea and creating a magnificent splash. This spectacle left all the Chan disciples in stunned silence. After a prolonged pause, one disciple finally spoke up. Why is this individual so domineering? Could it be that he did not sense the terrifying strength of our esteemed master when they clashed moments ago? Although he managed to parry 2 of the master's strikes and inadvertently shattered the master's purple gold gourd, this was only due to our master's leniency. Otherwise, how could a mere gatekeeper hope to contend with Puxianjinren? Indeed, it is intolerable that he now dares to act so arrogantly towards us. Zhao Gongming shook his sword, a resonant sound echoing as a beam of white light reflected off the blade, forcing the Chan disciples to shield their eyes with their hands. With an icy demeanor and devoid of emotion, he declared, "From this moment forth, no one is permitted to act recklessly." Subsequently, Zhao Gongming turned and walked toward Bixiao, seemingly unconcerned about the potential for these Chan disciples to flee. "Bixiao, I kindly request you to visit the cave of our eldest brother and report everything that has transpired here. Let him make the final judgment." Bixiao nodded in agreement. "Very well, please wait a moment. Zhao brother, I shall return shortly." With that, Bixiao soared into the air, transforming into a striking figure as she flew deeper into the heart of Jinao Island. This scene ignited a fire of indignation among many Chan disciples. They were acutely aware that they were no match for Zhao Gongming, yet they were unafraid. They had Puxianjinren on their side. The disciples bowed earnestly, beseeching Puxianjinren, "Please, master, take immediate action and sever this wretched creature's head. Please, master, swiftly strip this villain of his powers." Observing the disciples urging him on, Puxianjinren felt veins pulsating on his forehead. In his heart, he screamed in desperation, "Apostates! They are all apostates." Zhao Gongming observed the foolish behavior of those around him, a cold smile playing upon his lips as he mockingly addressed them. "Heh, ask yourselves, can he defeat me?" Upon hearing these words, the disciples of the Taoist teachings were taken aback, their faces etched with disbelief as they stared at Master Puxian. "Master Puxian, is what he said true?" Master Puxian's expression darkened, his countenance so grim it seemed capable of dripping with malice. He offered no reply, his gaze growing increasingly frigid. Witnessing the terrifying visage of Master Puxian, the disciples shivered in trepidation. Simultaneously, a more grave thought assailed them. If even Master Puxian could not best Zhao Gongming, were they truly to become mere pawns at his mercy? As this realization dawned, a chill enveloped their hearts, leaving them feeling icy and stiff, uncertain of their next move. Some attempted to sneak away, but at the slightest movement, a radiant sword light descended upon the neck of one such disciple. Should Zhao Gongming so desire, the fleeing individual would surely lose their head. The disciple could only tremble and kneel, pleading for mercy. "This is but a one-time reprieve. Do not let it happen again." The dispassionate voice floated down, yet it sent beads of cold sweat down the disciple's brow, as if they had ventured to the gates of the underworld. After this, no one dared to make a move. Before long, the sprightly Bixiao fairy returned. Brother Zhao, Brother Zhao?" From afar, she bounded toward Zhao Gongming, calling out as she approached. Zhao Gongming's face lit up with joy as he hurried to her side, grasping her arm and inquiring, "What did the elder brother say?" Bixiao fairy giggled, covering her mouth as she replied, "Elder brother said your idea is splendid. Let them serve as laborers at Bo Palace for a month. Just in time. We need to contemplate the teachings he bestowed upon us, and there are many tasks to attend to on the island. Their arrival is quite fortuitous. However, Elder brother also instructed that the opportunities he has granted us must remain a secret from this group. That is classified information." Zhao Gongming nodded eagerly, "Understood. We shall not utter a word about the opportunities bestowed upon us by elder brother, only assigning them the menial tasks of the island." With that, Zhao Gongming and Bixiao approached Master Puxian. The master, along with the other disciples, fixed their gaze upon the duo. "My friend, it is better to have one more ally than another adversary. I advise you to let us go. Otherwise, calamity may soon befall Jinao Island." Master Puxian's words dripped with ominous threat. Upon hearing him speak, a glimmer of hope flickered in the eyes of the disciples behind him. Could it be that we might have a chance to escape? Yet, the next scene left them collectively dumbfounded. With a resounding slap, Zhao Gongming swiftly struck Master Puxian across the face. Subsequently, he waved his hand as if to express disdain for the pain inflicted upon his palm by the visage of the venerable Puxian. "Truly, such a thick skin is remarkable. My hand still bears the sting. In such times, how dare he still threaten me? My senior brother has proclaimed that the teachings of Chan are not to be feared. Reconciliation is an impossibility, and we are destined to be eternal adversaries. My senior brother has comprehended the essence of transformation and has already grasped the heavenly mysteries. Yet the time is not ripe for him to divulge them in detail to us. However, Your duties as menials for this month are inescapable. You shall earn your keep through a month of arduous labor. The venerable Puxian's face flushed crimson with indignation, yet he dared not retort. Within him, tumultuous waves of emotion surged. Before departing, the primordial heavenly sovereign had partially revealed some heavenly secrets to him, indicating that a great calamity would soon descend upon the world, wherein the Chan and Jie sects would inevitably become sworn enemies, necessitating their early preparations. This matter, steeped in heavenly mysteries, was known even to the primordial heavenly sovereign only through the guidance of Hongjun Daoist. Yet, how has this senior brother of the Jie sect come to possess knowledge of such secrets that even the sages remain oblivious to? Chapter 82. Even brooms in the sect of the intercepting teachings are primal spiritual treasures. The moment Puxian Jinren felt a wave of trepidation. He realized that this elder brother of the intercepting teachings was indeed enigmatic and unfathomable. Although he had received a resounding slap from Zhao Gongming, Puxian Jinren dared not show the slightest resistance. The disciples of the Chan teaching who witnessed this scene fell into a profound silence. Bai Xiao, please escort them below and assign them some tasks. They must not be allowed to remain idle. Bai Xiao's eyes narrowed into crescent shapes as she smiled with innocent exuberance. Fear not, Brother Zhao. I shall ensure they are well taken care of. There is no shortage of tasks on the island, be it constructing latrines, watering and fertilizing, tidying up, or transporting stones. Ultimately, Puxian Jinren and the other disciples of the Chan teaching entered Yunxiao Island as they had wished, albeit in the capacity of menial laborers. The spirited Bai Xiao skipped ahead, leading the way, while Puxian Jinren and the others followed behind her, their expressions tinged with bitterness. Who would have thought that the illustrious disciples of saints would be reduced to serving as common laborers? If this were to spread, it would surely invite ridicule. They had lost all semblance of dignity. As they walked, the young Bai Xiao pointed out various areas, introducing the tasks that awaited them. This area here is the medicinal fields. You all will need to fetch water to irrigate them, ensuring that every inch receives adequate care without any omissions. And you fellows, you appear quite robust. You shall join in constructing the latrines and also clean out the previous waste pit. As for you lot, please tidy our quarters. You seem rather frail. Just focus on boiling water and preparing our meals. The group of Chan disciples stood in stunned disbelief. Watering flowers and fertilizing, cleaning out waste pits, tidying rooms, cooking, were these truly the duties befitting celestial beings? In the past, they had always been exalted figures. Such menial labor was far beneath them. They had rarely even heard of such tasks, as they were usually handled by servants and laborers in Kunlun Mountain. Yet now they found themselves relegated to performing these trivial earthly chores. Oh no, not merely performing them, but serving others. Good heavens! Before long, Bai Xiao led them to a room and instructed them to collect their tools. You lot, come here, take these brooms, and remember to clean our room thoroughly. She pointed at several Chan disciples, distributing brooms to them. The disciples, too intimidated to resist, reluctantly stepped forward to accept the brooms. However, when their hands touched the brooms, their eyes widened in shock, their pupils constricting to pinpricks. Is this what you use for sweeping? The disciples stammered, their voices trembling with disbelief. Yes. What of it? Bai Xiao replied, her large, sparkling eyes filled with innocent curiosity. Several disciples of the Chan sect, upon discovering the answer, were so taken aback that they nearly swallowed their tongues. They hesitantly accepted the brooms, yet their hearts were tempestuous with astonishment. Goodness gracious! These brooms are, in fact, innate spiritual treasures. The moment they grasped the brooms, they sensed a profound essence of primordial energy emanating from them. Nourished by this innate aura, their internal powers subtly began to increase. Although the growth was exceedingly slow, if they could possess these brooms for an extended period, the acceleration would undoubtedly surpass their previous experiences. With this thought in mind, they gripped the broom handles tightly, reluctant to let go. To the unknowing observer, their demeanor might suggest an unusual fondness for sweeping. The peculiar expressions of these disciples caused Master Puxian to furrow his brow slightly. Though they had become captives, their display of integrity seemed rather lamentable. He had distinctly observed their satisfied smiles as they held the brooms, a sight that was quite embarrassing. Master Puxian was incensed, his anger palpable. Were it not for Bai Xiao being by his side, he would have pointed at these disciples and berated them without hesitation. Little Bai Xiao glanced curiously at the disciples, somewhat perplexed by their behavior. However, seeing their willingness to engage in labor brought her a sense of relief. Subsequently, she picked up several water pots. You all come over. Soon, you will go to the medicinal field I mentioned earlier and water those spiritual herbs. As she spoke, she handed the pots to the disciples. Initially, they were hesitant, their pride holding them back, but the moment their hands grasped the handles of the water pots, their eyes widened in astonishment, and their faces broke into uncontainable joy. They bowed to Bai Xiao repeatedly, affirming, "Rest assured, we will ensure that every spiritual herb is properly watered." Bai Xiao regarded them with a puzzled expression but chose not to comment further. Meanwhile, Master Puxian's frown deepened, as he sensed something amiss, yet he could not pinpoint the cause. The reason these Chan sect disciples exhibited such behavior was that they, too, had realized in that instant of grasping the water pots that they were all innate spiritual treasures. If they held these pots for an extended period, the primordial energy within would nourish them, accelerating their spiritual growth. They were utterly astonished. Within the Chan sect, one could not possess innate spiritual treasures without being a true disciple. Many disciples utilized artifacts that were merely inferior or exceptional postnatal treasures. Only those who became direct disciples of the primordial heavenly venerable were deemed worthy of receiving even a low-grade innate spiritual treasure. This underscores the rarity and value of innate spiritual treasures. However, it is astonishing that some ordinary items of the are, in fact, innate spiritual treasures. Although these brooms and water kettles are merely inferior-grade innate spiritual treasures, their very existence has left these individuals utterly astounded. Previously, they had been most reluctant, yet now, if the opportunity arose, they would willingly remain at the for an extended period, serving as laborers, solely to wield these innate spiritual treasures for their cultivation. However, such sentiments must remain unspoken, particularly in the presence of the venerable Puxian and others. Go ahead and boil water and prepare meals. These are your tools, take them. Xiaobi Xiao handed several axes and some kitchen knives to the disciples. The instant they received them, their eyes lit up, and they joyfully accepted the gifts. After assigning tasks to the ordinary disciples, Bai Xiao turned to Puxian and the core disciples of the, including Neza, Tuxing's son, Lizenzi, and Mujia. Recently, we discovered a mine at the back of Jinao Island. Your profound cultivation makes you well suited to excavate there. However, be warned that the mine harbors numerous dangers. Exercise caution. Should you encounter insurmountable troubles, do not hesitate to exit the mine and seek our assistance. With that, she handed them shovels and picks. Excavate, the group exclaimed, their composure immediately faltering. Chapter 83. Oh dear, how exasperating. In the vast wilderness of the primordial world, the mines are far from the ordinary mines found on Blue Star. The so-called dangers of Blue Star's mines can be mitigated simply by avoiding collapses. However, the mines of the primordial realm are often veiled in myriad horrors. After all, the treasures sought after by deities are typically at least spiritual crystal veins, while more advanced treasures include divine gold veins capable of crafting superior magical artifacts, as well as jade veins that aid in cultivation and enlightenment. If fortune smiles upon them, the veins may even conceal exceedingly rare treasures. Yet, in the shadowy depths, the lurking dangers remain unknown. It could be fearsome beasts dwelling in the underground for ages, formidable venomous insects, or even ancient spirits whose minds have been lost to madness, rendering them exceedingly savage. The most terrifying are the inexplicable anomalies. There have been instances where a severed hand was unearthed, or strange bronze remnants were discovered, only for all who were involved to meet mysterious and horrific ends the following day, their eyes wide open in terror, as if they had encountered an unfathomable dread. Such bizarre occurrences remain inadequately explicable, even to saints. Thus, for cultivators of the golden immortal realm like Master Puxian, being a miner is undoubtedly a perilous profession. Little Bixiao stood with her hands on her hips, casting a disdainful glance at them. Look at your timid expressions. Fear not. We have already sent scouts to investigate. And as it stands, there is little danger. You need only to dig normally. Being scorned by a young girl left Master Puxian visibly displeased. Reluctantly, he reached for the shovel Bixiao offered. Observing this, the others could only hang their heads in resignation and take their respective tools. However, the moment their hands made contact with the shovels and hoes, they were astonished to discover that these seemingly ordinary implements were, in fact, innate spiritual treasures. After a brief moment of shock, a sense of relief washed over them. It seemed that Jie Jiao was not entirely devoid of compassion, at least providing them with an innate spiritual treasure for protection. Master Puxian's face was a canvas of mixed emotions, flushed with hues of red and blue. Earlier, he had vocally demanded compensation from Jie Jiao for his precious purple gold gourd, claiming that they could not afford it. For his gourd was indeed a low-grade, innate spiritual treasure, a gift from the Saint Yuanshi Tianzuan on the day he became a direct disciple. Now, he found himself grasping a shovel that was also a low-grade, innate spiritual treasure, on par with his purple gold gourd. His heart felt as if a myriad of flavors had suddenly spilled forth, stirring a cacophony of complex emotions that made the corners of his mouth twitch uncontrollably. All right, enough of this. You all hurry along now. If you don't work diligently, you'll find yourselves without a meal. Little Bixiao playfully waved her petite fist, pretending to intimidate them. However, to Xiao Bixiao's surprise, apart from the likes of the mining adept Pu Xinjinren, the others displayed no semblance of repulsion. Rather, they appeared exceedingly exhilarated, leaving Xiao Bixiao all the more perplexed. What peculiar potion had this group of disciples from the Chan sect consumed? How could they find joy in laborious toil? In the secluded back mountains of Golden Ao Island, Feipeng resided within his cavern, resting his chin upon his hands, gazing despondently at the towering heaps of assorted magical artifacts and extraordinary treasures before him. Alas, there was simply an abundance of these items, overwhelming even the capacity of his abode. It seemed that the treasures and remarkable materials yielded during the cinematic reveries of the myriad immortals of the Jie Sect were far too plentiful. Though the system had previously indicated that the probability of acquiring such treasures was rather low, the sheer number of Jie Sect disciples rendered this probability moot. Moreover, these industrious disciples did not merely indulge in a single performance. They consumed series after series. Just imagine, even with low odds, each disciple could certainly procure a few treasures and artifacts. Consequently, with his dwelling overflowing, Feipeng found himself compelled to select certain items he deemed inferior, distributing them among the Jie Sect disciples. To prevent unnecessary panic and complications, he cast an enchantment upon all the disciples, obscuring the extraordinary nature of these items from their perception. Thus, the Jie Sect disciples on Golden Ao Island remained blissfully unaware that the various items provided by Feipeng were, in fact, innate spiritual treasures. From brooms used for sweeping to commonplace shovels, hoes, and various trinkets like clothing, mirrors, brushes, and combs, as well as seemingly ordinary weapons such as swords and spears, all were inherently spiritual treasures. At this moment, Feipeng reclined upon a bed of innate spiritual treasures, resting his head on a pillow of the same nature, enveloped by a blanket of innate spiritual fabric. He rose to grasp a teapot of innate spiritual quality, pouring tea into a cup of similar origin, and gently stirred it with a spoon of innate essence. After sipping his tea, Feipeng surveyed his cavern. Worry etched upon his countenance. He appeared despondent, a portrait of concern. Alas, currently, within the Jie Sect, innate spiritual treasures were ubiquitous. While he could manage to keep this secret from his younger brethren, he could scarcely hope to deceive his master. What if his master were to return to the Jie Sect and discover that even the large yellow dog guarding their abode was fed from a bowl of innate spiritual quality? Would he not be utterly bewildered? If his master were to inquire, how could he possibly respond? Furrowing his brow in distress, Feipeng glanced towards the weapon rack, where numerous artifacts radiating formidable energy stood on display. Not only does he possess an unparalleled sword, but also the Blood Shadow Blade, the Giant K sword, the Asking Heaven sword, the Fish Intestine sword, the Fire sword, the Thunder God hammer, the Ho-E bow, and the Gem gloves. Beside him hangs a multitude of armors, each one a renowned masterpiece from various films and dramas. For instance, the silver chainmail worn by Feipeng, the greatest expert in the divine realm from Chinese Paladin 3, and so on. Alas, these artifacts, absent from the primordial world, are one matter, but how to procure them? Feipeng gazed ahead in distress. Where an assortment of treasures lay, the Rui Jingu Bang, the Nine-Tooth Rake, the Jade Purity Bottle, the Qian Kuan Circle, the Hunyuan Silk, the Wind and Fire Wheels, the Lotus Lantern, the Golden Cloud Crown, and the falling treasure coins, haphazardly piled together. One can hardly imagine the expressions on the faces of the disciples of thee, and when they confront these identical artifacts. What will the countenances of the sages reveal? And will Tongtian, the master of the celestial teachings, not berate him as a rebellious scoundrel? The thought of Tongtian, in a fit of rage, pursuing him with wrath made Feipeng's head throb with anxiety. Chapter 84. I teach compassion, leaving some humanity for the Kunlun Mountain. At the majestic Yunxiao Palace atop Chilan Cliff, a dignified middle-aged man with white hair parted in the middle, adorned with a jade-clear lotus crown and clad in a robe of gold-threaded satin, sits in meditation upon a lotus platform, his countenance exuding authority. This middle-aged Taoist is none other than the sage Yuan Shitianzun. 5 centuries ago, upon receiving a summons from the venerable Hongjun Laozu, he devoted himself to preparing for the matter of the investiture of the gods. Unlike Tongtian Jiaozhu, Yuan Shitianzun, having received guidance from Hongjun Laozu, was aware that those who were listed on the investiture would have their primordial spirits bound within it. Although they could ascend to the heavenly court as deities, they would inevitably lose their freedom. Thus, Yuan Shitian harbored no desire for his disciples to be included on the list. During this time, he had been in discussions with Dao de Tianzun regarding this matter. After forming an alliance, today, Yuan Shitian and Dao de Tianzun planned to embark on their journey to the Zhixiao Palace beyond the heavens. At this moment, Yuan Shitian hovered at the apex of the Grand Hall. Below him, his disciples stood in 2 rows. At the forefront were the formidable and powerful Taoists, Randeng and Nanji Xianwang. Following them were the 12 golden immortals of the Jie Sect, Yin Zhongzi, Guang Chengzi, Qi Jinzi, Huang Long Zhenrun, Zhu Lu Sun, Tai Zhenrun, Ling Bao Shi, Wen Shu Dao Run, Yu Ding Zhenrun, Dao Xing Tianzun, Qing Su Dao de Zhenjun, and Si Hang Dao Ren. However, among the 12 golden immortals, one was conspicuously absent, the venerable Pu Xian, who had gone to the. Behind the 12 golden immortals stood many core disciples of the Jie Sect. The individual possessing 3 eyes on his forehead was the renowned Yang Jian. Alongside him was the robust Huang Tianhua. To his left stood the one with divine eyes, Yang Run, and behind them were Jin Jia, Wei Hu Yunxiao, In Hong, Jin Mao Tongzi, and others. These individuals were regarded as core disciples of the Jie Sect, thus allowing them to accompany the 12 golden immortals to the hall and have the opportunity to receive the teachings of Yuan Shitian. In contrast, many other disciples of the Jie Sect did not have the chance to meet Yuan Shitian. They could only establish their own cave abodes elsewhere on Kunlun Mountain for cultivation. At this moment, Yuan Shitian was imparting some instructions before his departure. Suddenly, his brow furrowed, and a golden light burst forth from his stern eyes as he sternly questioned Randeng and Nanji Xianwang. I summoned all important disciples of our sect to heed my command. Why do I not see Pu Xian and Neja? In truth, among the core disciples, others such as Mu Qi, Lei Zhenzi, and Tu Xing's son were also absent, but these individuals were conveniently overlooked by Yuan Shitian. Neja held extraordinary significance in the eyes of Yuan Shitian. His identity was unique, being the reincarnation of Ling Zhuzi. Not only was he a disciple of Tai Zhenrun, but he was also specifically appointed by Yuan Shitian as the vanguard in the campaign against Zhou. Among all the third-generation disciples of the Jie Sect, only Neja was personally designated by Yuan Shitian. This time, Yuan Shitian's journey to Zhixiao Palace was to unite with Dao de Tianzun and the 2 saints of the West, collectively pressuring Tongtian Jiao Zhu to sign the investiture of the gods. Following this, the calamity of the investiture would officially commence. Neja's role was of utmost importance and could not afford to falter. Without the presence of Neza, many subsequent events would not unfold smoothly as planned. Thus, the primordial heavenly venerable displayed displeasure and questioned both the lamplighting Taoist and the Antarctic immortal. Observing the anger of the primordial heavenly venerable, the 2 immediately stepped forward. Bowing respectfully while trembling with fear, they hastily explained, "We beseech our master to quell your wrath." The perfected one Pu Xian and Neza recently departed from Kunlun Mountain, claiming they were headed to the Golden Turtle Island to discuss matters of the Tao. Pu Xian, being one of the 12 golden immortals, possesses formidable powers and vast abilities. Under his leadership, Neza will undoubtedly remain safe. Their journey may also serve to enhance the reputation of our teaching and effectively diminish the arrogance of the. Upon hearing the explanation from the lamplighting Taoist, the primordial heavenly venerable's anger subsided, and he chose not to pursue the matter further. These 2 have left the sect without informing me, he noted. I shall remember this for the time being and mete out punishment upon their return. The Antarctic immortal, leaning on his staff, bowed deeply and carefully elaborated, "Master, you may not be aware, but Pu Xian intended to report this matter to you. However, at that time, you were occupied with important discussions with the Venerable of Virtue, and thus he did not wish to disturb you." Upon hearing the Antarctic immortal's explanation, the primordial heavenly venerable squinted and nodded slightly. "Since there is a reason behind their actions, I shall forgive them this time. However, as you mentioned, they have been at Golden Turtle Island for quite some time. Why have they not yet returned?" The Antarctic immortal stroked his beard, exuding an aura of celestial grace, and replied with confidence, "Given Pu Xian's cultivation, he will surely find no worthy opponent in the. Perhaps he has become so engrossed in discussion that he simply forgot to return." As soon as he finished speaking, the assembled immortals of the erupted into hearty laughter. "Huh, look at those disciples of. Merely a collection of beasts adorned with horns and fur, yet they dare to stand alongside us in the realm of the profound, claiming to represent the sacred lineage. It is utterly laughable," they chortled. "Indeed, it is all due to the stubbornness of our uncle Tongtian, who disregarded your counsel, leading to this tarnishing of the three pure one's reputation. Certainly, with Puxian's visit, we have a splendid opportunity to shatter the arrogance of the, demonstrating that true disciples of the sages cannot be compared to such shallow and lowly creatures. With that, the laughter of the immortals echoed once more. These ignorant beings deserve a thorough lesson, yet I fear that Puxian might be too heavy-handed, unintentionally causing harm to those worthless beings. If that happens, Uncle Tongtian may unleash his wrath upon us. Seated upon his lotus pedestal, the primordial heavenly venerable listened to their words, his eyes narrowing slightly, a proud indifference gracing his countenance. With a flick of his feathered whisk, his voice flowed forth like a celestial river. If any disciple finds himself outmatched during the discourse, it is solely due to the uneven quality of their ranks and their unresolved karmic burdens. This is their own calamity and cannot be blamed upon my disciples of that. Should my esteemed disciple of Tongtian come seeking trouble, rest assured that I shall shield you all from harm. There is no need for undue concern. However, I am deeply troubled by the prolonged absence of Puxian. Though the Jie Sect is indeed vexing, it remains the path to sanctification for my disciple. If Puxian were to leave no trace behind, the Tongtian patriarch would inevitably seek retribution, complicating matters considerably. Our teachings advocate for benevolence in governance. Thus, it is prudent to allow the Jie some semblance of continuity. Therefore, I urge you to send individuals to Yunxiao Island to retrieve our disciple Puxian. Chapter 85. The Incomprehension of Master Tongtian, Your Highness. The disciples immediately bowed in reverence. Our revered master, in his compassion for the, laments the ignorance of Master Tongtian. How could he possibly grasp the master's heartfelt intentions? Very well. We shall comply with the master's command. Since Neza is a disciple of the Grand Master Tai, let us send Grand Master Tai forth. What does the master think? The primordial supreme being clasped his hands, forming a gesture of magic, and recited a phrase of boundless respect. Who shall go? You may decide for yourselves. Just remember one thing. Ensure the safe return of my disciple Neza, for I have significant responsibilities to bestow upon him in the future. Time is of the essence. I shall now accompany your uncle, the virtuous Celestial, to the Zhixiao Palace to pay our respects to the venerable Hongjun. You must diligently cultivate in Kunlun Mountain, avoiding unnecessary conflicts and troubles. Have you understood? The lamplighting Taoist and the elder of the Southern Pole instantly bowed together with the assembly of celestial beings from the Jie Sect. Rest assured, Master. We shall faithfully adhere to your orders and dare not defy your words. The primordial supreme being nodded, waved his long sleeves, and ascended upon a cloud, turning to soar into the heavens. Meanwhile, in another palace, a figure similarly took flight. It was the virtuous Celestial. Both the primordial supreme being and the virtuous Celestial soared into the skies, soon vanishing from sight. Once the figure of the primordial supreme being had indeed disappeared, the celestial beings felt emboldened to rise. They exchanged cheerful smiles and clasped their hands towards Grand Master Tai. Grand Master Tai, truly fortunate are you, to be granted the opportunity to visit the. We are utterly envious. Upon hearing this, an elder Taoist, exuding an air of ethereal wisdom, stepped forward and addressed the assembly. Dear brothers, you flatter me. The is merely a congregation of disarrayed individuals. Were it not for the master's command to retrieve Brother Puxian, I would prefer to remain in the Yunxiao Palace, engaging in discussions of the Tao with all of you. How delightful that would be. The assembly of Jie Sect celestial beings nodded in agreement. Indeed. However, dear Tai, when you go, do ensure to teach that unruly band a proper lesson. Yes, indeed. Let our Jie Sect's reputation be known, so that those beasts understand our might. Grand Master Tai clasped his hands towards the celestial beings, a proud smile gracing his face as he replied, Naturally. Rest assured, I shall make certain that the disciples of Bo Palace, from now on, will steer clear of our Yunxiao Palace. At this, the celestial beings burst into hearty laughter, each exuding an air of lofty pride, as if the disciples of were inherently beneath them. Grand Master Tai, might you take me along to Yunxiao Island? Yang Jian stepped forward, respectfully requesting Grand Master Tai's favor. With Yang Jian at the forefront, the other third-generation disciples followed suit, all clasping their hands in earnest supplication. We humbly ask to accompany you, willing to serve you in any capacity. Grand Master Tai regarded Yang Jian, stroking his beard while letting out a hearty laugh. Wonderful. With such ambition and determination among you, how could our Jie Sect not flourish? Since you have made this request, I shall gladly bring you along. Upon hearing the response from Tai Jinren, Yang Jian and the others immediately displayed expressions of joy, hastily bowing in gratitude. Thank you, Master Tai, for your support. Yang Jian exclaimed. We are all grateful for your assistance." Subsequently, with a wave of his feathered fan, Tai Junren conjured a magnificent cloud, upon which he lightly stepped, rising effortlessly into the air. He then seated himself cross-legged above, ultimately settling gracefully at the forefront of the cloud. Observing Tai Junren take his seat, Yang Jian and his companions swiftly ascended to the cloud, some sitting beside him, others standing atop. Many disciples displayed faces of excitement, eagerly preparing for the impending venture. Clearly, they were impatient to journey to Yunxiao Island and deliver a sound lesson to the disciples of the. "Let us depart," Tai Junren proclaimed, waving his fan and reciting a spell. The cloud immediately soared into the heavens, traversing vast distances in mere moments, heading toward Yunxiao Island amidst the sea. At Yunxiao Island, Puxian Jinren, Neza, and others were assigned to the mines for labor, while Han Julong, Shuehu, and a few other disciples of the were tasked with cleaning the latrines. Under the supervision of 2 disciples from the, they arrived at a secluded corner of Bio Palace, which served as the restroom for the immortals. From a considerable distance, the group of disciples from the were assailed by a foul odor. They instinctively covered their mouths and noses, feeling their stomachs churn and a wave of nausea rising within them. "Hurry, hurry, we are almost there," urged the 2 disciples of the as they drove them forward. In a moment, they reached the latrine, where the 2 disciples pointed towards the pit and instructed. "You will need to scoop out the waste from the pit, and then wash it clean with water. The waste should be buried in the medicinal fields nearby." Han Julong furrowed his brow, questioning, what purpose does burying the waste in the medicinal fields serve? The 2 disciples exchanged knowing smiles. "Ah, you are unaware, are you? Our senior brother once said that waste is not entirely useless. When buried in the medicinal fields, it can serve as fertilizer for the growth of spiritual herbs, accelerating their maturity and shortening the harvest time." Upon hearing this, Han Julong scoffed derisively. "What utter nonsense! In Kunlun Mountain's Yushu Palace, I have never heard our master speak of such a thing. It must be your senior brother's fanciful tales. Only those of your ilk would believe such drivel." His words caused the 2 disciples to furrow their brows in displeasure, igniting their ire. They could not restrain themselves from rebuking Han Julong. "How dare you show disrespect to our senior brother? It seems you have not learned your lesson from the earlier encounter at the mountain gate." With an air of arrogance, Han Julong retorted through gritted teeth, "I concede that your senior brother, Zhao Gongming, is indeed a remarkable talent, but surely you have expended considerable resources to cultivate him. Have you not? A disciple of his caliber is likely unmatched within the entirety of the. In the present day, you 2 are merely the most junior disciples. Do you dare to act arrogantly before me?" The 2 disciples of the were momentarily taken aback. "Well, you are not entirely mistaken. We indeed rank as the lowest among the. However, after receiving the fortuitous opportunity bestowed upon us by our senior brother, we have gained insights and significantly enhanced our cultivation. Although our strength remains among the weakest in our sect, we are more than capable of dealing with a worthless opponent like you." Upon hearing this, a group of disciples erupted in laughter. What a joke! With senior brother Han and senior brother Shui below the golden immortal level, they are practically invincible. How dare you speak so brazenly? Could it be that you 2 are also? Before they could finish their words, they abruptly fell silent. The 2 disciples wore expressions of mockery, and an overwhelming aura, as deep as the ocean, suddenly radiated from them. Instantly, astonishment spread across their faces, and they stammered in disbelief. How is this possible? This aura, could it be a golden immortal? The disciples were collectively stunned. Chapter 86. Golden Immortal. Is it truly rare among your Taoist disciples? These 2 disciples of the are none other than Wang Imo and Yang San, 2 of the 4 saints of 9 Dragons Island. Ever since they attained a breakthrough to the golden immortal realm, their strength has subtly increased, and they now stand at the late stage of golden immortal. Wang Imo gazed at Han Julong and Shui Ehu, slowly shaking his head. Previously, he had heard from his junior sister by Xiao that the 2 of them were the troublemakers among this group of Taoist disciples. It seems that unless he dealt with them, they would not behave and perform their tasks diligently. With a thunderous roar, an icy, chilling spiritual power emanated from Wang Mo's being. The ground beneath him began to crystallize with a thin layer of frost, while he donned a fiery red robe. His prominent brow and eyes contrasting with the ice-blue spiritual energy he released. This stark contrast could evoke a profound visual impact. Frosty heart of ice. With a low cry from Wang Imo, a dark, chaotic demonic shadow materialized behind him, howling toward the heavens. Han Julong and Shui Ehu were left in awe. They seemed to witness an unparalleled demon roaring in fury upon an endless icy expanse, a sight that sent shivers down their spines. Han Julong, wide-eyed with terror, stammered, "You? How are you also? A golden immortal?" Boom. Wang Mo's expression turned grim as he unleashed a punch toward Han Dulong. A colossal shadow of a fist surged toward Han Dulong's chest with a fierce intensity. Startled, Han Dulong hastily summoned his peak Xian immortal cultivation to counter the blow with all his might. Bang! When the fist shadow struck his chest, his eyes bulged, and he spewed forth a mouthful of blood, his body soaring like a severed kite for over 1,000 miles before crashing to the ground like a lifeless dog, stirring up clouds of dust. Is the golden immortal status truly so common among your Taoist disciples? Wang Mo spoke, leaving the Taoist disciples momentarily speechless. Their minds buzzed, still trying to grasp the situation. First, there were Zhao Gongming and Bai Xiao at the golden immortal level, and now 2 more disciples at the same realm. Could it be that golden immortals of the are indeed so prevalent? Seeing Han Dulong sent flying by a single punch, Yang Sun could not suppress his excitement. He turned to Xue Ahu, cracking his neck, producing a sound reminiscent of popping beans. Xue Ahu, terror-stricken, turned pale and began to retreat repeatedly. Great immortal, spare us. It was my folly for not recognizing your greatness. I implore you to show mercy and let us live this time. Without waiting for Yang Sun to act, Xue Ahu suddenly knelt down. Observing the cowardice of Xue Ahu, Yang Sun shrugged in disappointment. I expected the Taoist disciples to be formidable, wanting to hone my skills. But it seems they are nothing but this sort. Truly lackluster. Upon hearing Yang Sun's derision, Xue Ahu and the other disciples of the Jie Sect felt their faces flush with embarrassment, their heads bowed in shame. Wishing desperately to find a crack in the ground to hide in. With a thud, Wang Mo, as if lifting a chick, tossed Han Dulong's body to the ground, where he lay filthy and motionless. Observing this, Wang Mo let out a cold snort. Do not play dead. Just now, I used only a fraction of my strength. You shall not perish so easily. I still need you to work for me, and I cannot bear to dispose of you so readily. Then, Han Dulong, who had been feigning death on the ground, finally stirred and rose to his feet. Embarrassment washed over his face as he averted his gaze, unable to meet Wang Mo's eyes. However, circumstances compelled him to clasp his hands in apology. Thank you, Great One, for your mercy. I previously offended you, and I humbly ask that you do not take it to heart. Wang Mo's expression remained stern and devoid of emotion, his gaze sweeping over all present, exuding an overwhelming aura that silenced them all. Before nightfall, ensure that every latrine here is thoroughly cleansed. My disciples will arrive to inspect it. If any laziness is detected, well, you know the consequences. Xue Ahu and the others quickly waved their hands in protest. We dare not. Rest assured, we will fulfill our duties. With a nod of approval, Wang Mo departed with Yang Sun in tow. Once the figures of Wang Mo and the others had completely vanished, Han Dulong and the others exhaled a collective sigh, their faces still marked with shock. They never anticipated the Jie Sect to be so unfathomable. Golden immortal cultivators emerged one after another. One could only wonder how many golden immortal practitioners this Jie Sect had actually nurtured. Enough chatter, let us get to work. Meanwhile, at another location on Jinao Island, Gao Yuqian and Li Xingba, 2 of the 4 saints of Jiulong Island, were watering the spiritual herbs in the medicinal fields alongside Tu Xing Sun and several other disciples of the Jie Sect. The water in these buckets is meticulously prepared spiritual water, infused with rich celestial energy that promotes the rapid growth of the herbs. Do not waste it. You must adhere strictly to our irrigation guidelines. Do you understand? Tu Xing's son, small in stature with eyes that seemed barely open, immediately drew Gao Yuqian's ire. Pointing at Tu Xing's son, Gao Yuqian shouted, Hey, you little shorty. Yes, I'm talking to you. Can you open your eyes and respond? Are you ignoring me with your eyes closed? Startled by Gao Yuqian's inquiry, Tu Xing's son abruptly lifted his potato-like face and retorted in frustration, I am indeed awake. Gao Yuqian was momentarily taken aback. Oh, your eyes are rather small. Had you not mentioned it, I would not have noticed. The surrounding disciples of the Jie Sect, familiar with Tu Xing's son, stifled their laughter. This remark was akin to a divine dagger for Tu Xingsuan. Upon hearing it, he was so infuriated that he began to jump in anger. You have small eyes, and your entire family possesses the same trait. Humph. You still wish for me to toil in menial labor, with a heart brimming with indignation and nowhere to vent. Tu Xingsuan's eyes swiftly darted around until they fixated on a millennium ginseng. Born at the pinnacle of the Xianxian realm, he had deliberately suppressed his prowess, which had prevented him from advancing to the golden immortal stage. Tu Xingsuan took a few brisk steps, resembling a sprightly groundhog, and in an instant, opened his mouth wide, biting off a significant portion of the millennium ginseng. This all transpired in the blink of an eye, leaving even Gao Yuqian unable to react in time. Impudent. You dare to bite off a piece of a primordial spirit herb. Gao Yuqian and Li Xingba seethed with fury. They could not comprehend Tu Xingsuan's reckless madness. But in the next moment, enlightenment dawned upon them. Tu Xingsuan wore a triumphant smile, golden light emanating from his body in waves, like rippling water patterns, as he unexpectedly broke through to the golden immortal realm right then and there. Humph. A bunch of country bumpkins, do you still wish to confine me to toil? Dream on. Chapter 87. Help! I am terrified. With a cry, the plump little hands of Earthwalker swiftly formed a spell. The Earth Escape Technique. A rich, earthy glow enveloped Earthwalker's body in an instant. He plunged into the ground like a fish diving into water, vanishing from sight. Damn it! He intends to flee. Gao Yuqian's expression darkened immediately, and with a mighty fist, he struck a nearby tree, causing the thick trunk to topple over. Witnessing this scene, the disciples of the Jie Sect erupted in cheers. Wonderful! Brother Earthwalker has broken through to the golden immortal stage at this critical moment. Once he gathers the rest of our brethren, we shall surely be rescued. However, before they could rejoice, a deafening sound echoed as Gao Yuqian and Li Xingba simultaneously unleashed the aura of late-stage golden immortals. The smiles that had just blossomed on their faces were instantly frozen, leaving them as still as stone, their eyes wide with shock. Golden immortal? How is this possible? Didn't Team Master Puxian say that the peak golden immortals, Zhao Gongming and Bixiao, were the result of the Jie Sect's concentrated efforts? Why then do two golden immortals suddenly appear here? Buzz. Gao Yuqian's eyes glowed with a crimson light in one pupil and an icy brilliance in the other. The red and blue beams pierced into the ground, rendering the originally earthy layer transparent. Everyone could see clearly. Underground, Earthwalker looked up in astonishment, his eyes filled with dread. How could this be? You actually discovered my whereabouts. Then, Earthwalker, brimming with magical energy, left behind a series of phantoms as he darted through the earth like a mudfish. Humph. Trying to escape? Solar erosion, sword technique. In the next moment, Gao Yuqian drew his sword, and a flurry of fiery sword energies cascaded down like raindrops into the earth, penetrating the soil effortlessly as they surged towards Earthwalker. Haha. Brother Gao's solar erosion sword technique grows ever more exquisite. Let us see where that Earthwalker can run to this time. Li Xingba complimented from the side. Gao Yuqian modestly clasped his hands in acknowledgement. This is all thanks to senior brother. Without him, how could I comprehend such profound techniques? With that, Gao Yuqian's gaze returned to the underground. He observed the fiery sword lights densely weaving together, forming an immense sword net, flames blazing upon the sword energies, turning the ground into scorched earth. Ahead, Earthwalker was drenched in sweat, panting heavily as he fled for his life. Oh my goodness, this does not seem to be a technique from the Bio Palace lineage. Where did this fellow acquire such bizarre and potent powers? Even my earth escape technique cannot evade his attacks. As the fiery sword energies closed in behind him, Earthwalker, left with no choice, burst forth from the surface to avoid the oncoming sword strikes. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Wave after wave of sword energies erupted from the ground, relentlessly pursuing Earthwalker. In the hands of Tu Xingsun, a complex incantation was formed as his thick lips moved slightly, uttering a series of mystical phrases. The elements of heaven and earth. Follow your own path. The great emperors of the five directions. Heed my command. Shape earth into walls. Water cascades. As Tu Xingsun articulated a stream of golden characters, a surge of elemental power was instantaneously gathered around him. Before him, the ground rose abruptly to form a towering wall, obstructing the relentless barrage of the sword net. Yet, the might of the eclipsing sun sword technique was formidable. The earthen barrier was swiftly pierced. Following this, a wall of water emerged, enveloped in an intense aura of elemental force, radiating a resplendent azure glow. Bang, bang, bang. Fiery sword energies pierced through the water wall, only to be extinguished as water conquers fire. However, before Tu Xingsun could revel in this moment, a flurry of translucent sword energies erupted from behind the water wall, descending upon him like a torrential downpour. In a frantic response, Tu Xingsun summoned all his magical energy, forming a protective barrier of spiritual power around his body. Witnessing this scene, Li Xingba scoffed disdainfully. A trivial skill. Allow me to demonstrate how to shatter it. Holy Spirit sword technique. He drew two swords from his waist, one red and one blue, and they intertwined, spinning gracefully in the air. Building upon the foundation of the Holy Spirit sword technique, Li Xingba unleashed the legendary sword maneuver known as City's Love, reminiscent of Nie Feng's devastating strike that once obliterated the grand city of Wushuang. Surely, Tu Xingsun's hastily conjured spiritual barrier could not withstand such force. Crack, crack. The barrier splintered under Tu Xingsun's horrified gaze, shattering into countless fragments that danced away in the wind. Without the protective barrier, the Eclipsing Sun sword technique and the Holy Spirit sword technique converged upon Tu Xingsun in the next heartbeat. With a sickening sound, Tu Xingsun's cheeks bulged grotesquely. Blood erupted from his mouth, and his body was sent careening through the air like a deflated balloon, ultimately crashing to the ground with a resounding thud, kissing the earth. At this sight, many disciples of the Chan sect were left in disbelief. How could senior brother Tu Xingsun be defeated so swiftly? It's as if he had no means of defense. His golden immortal realm seems utterly feeble compared to theirs, easily crushed. Li Xingba approached, seizing Tu Xingsun by his collar and lifting him off the ground. Still hoping to escape? Why not flee now? With those little legs of yours, I could grant you a 39-meter head start before effortlessly dispatching you with a 40-meter blade. Do you understand? Tu Xingsun flailed his legs in the air, shouting incessantly. Let me go? Quickly, let me go. Do you know who my master is? Speaking it might frighten you. Hearing this, Gao Yuqian feigned a desire to mock Tu Xingsun, crossing his arms over his chest and adopting a theatrically fearful demeanor. Help! Help! I'm so scared. Gao Yuqian's ironic performance, coupled with his amusing gestures and vocalizations, elicited laughter not only from Li Xing, but even from the group of disciples from the sect of exposition. One by one, they erupted into fits of laughter, bending over and clutching their bellies. Ha ha! Ha ha! Meanwhile, Tu Xingsun's face darkened like a blackened pot, his forehead veins bulging with rage. You dare to mock me? Subsequently, even while suspended in midair, Tu Xingsun maintained an air of superiority, defiantly lifting his head. Humph! Let me inform you. My master is none other than the revered Jiuli San, one of the 12 golden immortals under the sage Yuan Shi Tianzun. He has reached the pinnacle of the Tai E golden immortal, and I am his foremost disciple. If you dare to lay a hand on me, my master will undoubtedly not spare you. Chapter 88. Ingenious strategies to prevent disciples from slacking off. The moment Tu Xingsun's words fell, an eerie silence enveloped the room. Yet, before Tu Xingsun could bask in his moment of triumph, the irritating voice of Gao Yuqian pierced through the stillness. Brotherly, what are you waiting for? Take him down. Tu Xingsun's expression faltered, his eyes widening in disbelief. Aren't you afraid? At the entrance of the mine on Jineo Island, figures such as the venerable Puxian, Neza, Moza, and Lei Jinzi exchanged glances, gazing at the dark, foreboding cave. Suddenly, a clatter erupted as a heap of tools and clothing was hurled before them. Quickly change into these garments, then grab your tools and head inside to mine. Wu Yunxian, bearing a golden tortoise shell upon his back, appeared youthful. Yet his eyebrows cascaded to the ground, and his beard was a snowy white. Ever since his ascension to the golden immortal realm, Wu Yunxian exhibited an increasingly profound aura reminiscent of the mystical tortoise. The Xuanwu True Canon, which he practiced, was a saintly technique on par with the highest celestial arts. Though Wu Yunxian had merely scratched the surface of its profundities, the benefits he reaped were substantial, as his every move now resonated with the essence of the Tao. In harmony with the principles of heaven and earth, Puxian gazed at Wu Yunxian and silently donned the specialized attire meant for entering the mine. This custom-made ensemble comprised inner armor, gloves, boots, and night vision goggles, each a treasure of innate spirituality. The value of this entire set, if placed in the outer world, would easily amount to tens of thousands of spiritual crystals. The reason Puxian obeyed so readily was that he had discerned Wu Xian's cultivation level had astonishingly reached the Tai Golden Immortal stage. Although he was only in the early phase of this realm, it nonetheless left Puxian utterly astonished. It is worth noting that while Puxian ranked lowest among the 12 golden immortals in terms of cultivation, he would undoubtedly dominate in the outer realm. Even so, his cultivation level paled in comparison to Wu Yunxian's, as Puxian was merely at the pinnacle of the golden immortal stage. Puxian sensed an aura of profound depth emanating from Wu Yunxian, leading him to conclude that Wu Yunxian must possess an adept defensive capability. Given his own strength, it was likely he could not even breach Wu Yunxian's defenses. And let us not forget the presence of the Spirit Tooth Immortal nearby. The technique mastered by the Spirit Tooth Immortal, the White Tiger True Canon, was equally of saintly caliber, and thus, its efficacy was indisputable. Moreover, the White Tiger was a harbinger of slaughter. The barely perceptible, yet overwhelming aura of killing intent sent beads of cold sweat down Puxian's back, causing him to shiver with apprehension. This was undoubtedly a being not to be trifled with one attacking and the other defending. The synergy of these two would yield a combat prowess that was far from mere addition. Noticing Puxian leading the charge and donning his gear, Neza and the others promptly followed suit, changing into their outfits and arming themselves with tools. Subsequently, Wu Yunxian instructed them to jump into a massive basket. He then hoisted the basket with ropes, lowering them down into the depths of the mine. As the cavern was exceedingly deep, darkness enveloped them upon reaching the bottom, rendering visibility nearly non-existent. With a swift motion, Neza infused his power into his wind and fire wheels, igniting flames that illuminated their surroundings. Wow, what a vast cavern! As the crowd gazed into the depths of the mine, they discovered remnants of prior excavations by disciples of the. A vast expanse of rock walls sparkled with luminous spirit crystals. My heavens, these are entire blocks of spirit crystal. If extracted and cut into smaller pieces, they could serve as currency in circulation. How foolish! With such substantial spirit crystals, only a fool would fragment them. Once a giant spirit crystal is cut, its spiritual energy gradually dissipates. The most sensible approach would be to carve out a slab the size of a table, then meditate upon it until all the energy has been absorbed. Master Puxian nodded in agreement, stating, indeed, many disciples of the great sects practice this way. Upon witnessing the extensive vein of spirit crystals, Lei Jinzi trembled with excitement, his voice rising to a high-pitched quack as he queried Master Puxian, Shu, are we truly to obediently assist these horned creatures in mining? With so many spirit crystals here, why not? Though Lei Jinzi's words trailed off, the intent was understood by all. They brandished their shovels and hammers, fervently exclaiming, exactly. Why should we toil for them? Our Shu has already reached the pinnacle of the golden immortal stage. If we could harness the vast spiritual energy here for cultivation, we would surely ascend to the Tai golden immortal realm. At that point, would we still fear them? Master Puxian sighed and gently shook his head. Since they dare to let us descend, they will undoubtedly conduct daily inspections. Should they discover a significant depletion of spiritual energy from the spirit crystals, suspicion will arise, and we will inevitably be found out. Moreover, the Dark Cloud Celestial and the Spirit Tooth Celestial, being attendants of the Celestial Master, while not as esteemed as true disciples, possess formidable power. I inadvertently sense their cultivation levels. They are already Tai golden immortals. Even if I were to rely on this spirit stone vein to fortuitously break through to Tai golden immortal, I would likely still not be their match. To avoid unnecessary complications, it is prudent to exercise caution. Suddenly, Neza, while wielding the universe ring, laughed heartily. Though we cannot recklessly absorb spiritual energy, the act of mining spirit stones inherently incurs some loss. Thus, while we excavate, we can still absorb some fragments of spirit crystals, which will significantly benefit our cultivation. With that, Neza reached down and drew a fist-sized spirit crystal into his hand. Bringing it to his nose, he inhaled deeply, visibly drawing forth spiritual energy from the crystal in an unending stream. An expression of rapture spread across Neza's face as his internal power surged, and he felt on the verge of yet another breakthrough. Seeing Neza benefiting, the disciples of the immediately became invigorated, frantically swinging their picks and hammers to commence mining the veins within the cavern. The disciples of the sect exert themselves fervently, driven by the desire to absorb the scattered fragments of spiritual crystals that occasionally fall during their excavations, much like Neza. Observing this scene, the venerable Puxian furrows his brow slightly, sensing an underlying disquiet, yet he ultimately refrains from voicing his concerns. At the entrance of the mine, the celestial Wu Yun gazes at a luminous screen before him, upon which the figures of Puxian and Neza are displayed. With a cheerful demeanor, Wu Yun turns to Lingya and inquires, what do you think? Isn't this method splendid? This way, we need not fear that these individuals will slack off. They are now more enthusiastic than anyone else. Haha, they surely cannot fathom that the fist-sized spiritual crystal was deliberately placed there by us, intended solely to entice them into working diligently. Chapter 89. The Cloud Secretary of the senior brother Lingya, stroking his beard with a smile, remarked, I cannot believe such an ingenious method was conceived by you. Pray tell, who truly imparted this strategy to you? Wu Yunxian, feeling a bit awkward, scratched the back of his head and chuckled. All right, I shall cease my pretense. The truth is, I sought guidance from our senior brother, and he shared this with me. In Ling Yaxian's eyes, admiration instantly shone forth. I knew it. However, I must say, this plan is indeed remarkable. Once these fellows become motivated, they can extract at least 1,000 more spirit stones daily, while the scraps they absorb are barely worth 10 or so spirit crystals. Indeed, when it comes to cleverness, one must rely on our senior brother. After observing for a while and finding no issues, Wu Yunxian and Ling Yaxian departed. They would not keep a constant watch. 2 or 3 checks a day sufficed. They still needed ample time for their own cultivation. In the cave dwelling on the back mountain of Yunxiao Island, Feipeng reclined comfortably in a rocking chair, savoring tea. Beside him, the 3 celestial maidens, Yunxiao Xianzi, Qiongxiao Xianzi, and Bixiao Xianzi, were deeply engrossed in refining their techniques. In recent days, their continuous practice had deepened their comprehension of their respective arts, leading to a more adept mastery of their divine powers. Pop, pop, pop. The 3 maidens' bodies trembled slightly, involuntarily emitting soft gasps. They had all concurrently ascended to the Tai Golden Immortal Realm. Little Bixiao was the first to joyously exclaim, "Splendid. I've always said that if we sought out our senior brother, we would undoubtedly achieve breakthroughs." Feipeng felt a tad bewildered, pondering, "It seems I haven't done anything extraordinary? Do you all possess such mysterious faith in me?" Regardless, he decided not to dwell on it. A breakthrough was indeed a fortuitous event. Ding. Detection confirms that Yunxiao, Qiongxiao, and Bixiao have ascended to Tai Golden Immortal. The host simultaneously acquires this cultivation level. Ding. Congratulations to the host. Just now, Qiongxiao comprehended the 5 elements Tao of Nuwa, resulting in the emergence of exquisite equipment. The 5 spirit pearls, consisting of the water spirit pearl, earth spirit pearl, fire spirit pearl, wood spirit pearl, and gold spirit pearl. When separated, these are exceptional innate spiritual treasures. Combined, their power rivals that of innate supreme treasures. As 5 colored glimmers flashed, 5 orbs, each radiating robust spiritual energy, appeared in Feipeng's palm, unmistakably treasures of great worth. "Bixiao, please fetch my crystal jar from that cabinet," Feipeng instructed. With perked ears and eyes sparkling with curiosity, Bixiao nodded obediently, swiftly dashing to the indicated cabinet. Upon opening its doors, she indeed discovered a large crystal jar inside. "Oh dear, how heavy!" Bixiao exclaimed, exerting much effort before finally bringing the crystal jar to Feipeng, panting heavily. With an elegant flick of his fingers, Feipeng directed a beam of light that struck the wooden stopper of the crystal jar, causing it to pop open. The 3 celestial maidens leaned in with curiosity, peering into the jar, which was filled to the brim with a vibrant array of pearls, each exuding a distinct aura of Tao and suffused with the essence of the celestial spirits. Hiss, hiss, hiss. The 3 fairies' eyes widened in astonishment as they gasped in disbelief. "Is this all part of your collection?" "Indeed," he replied. "There are simply too many to manage, so I had to use a jar to keep them organized. It makes it much easier to find them." With that, Feipeng raised his hand, and the 5 spirit orbs aligned like a celestial constellation, each one perfectly landing into the jar. The fairies gazed at the vibrant orbs with awe, tenderly caressing the jar, convinced that these were the most exquisite works of art in existence. "Feipeng, may I come here often to admire these orbs?" Feipeng casually grabbed a few skewers of lamb from the table, sprinkled them with cumin, and replied while munching, "Of course. If you like them, I can gift you a few in the future." Zhao Bixio immediately leaped 3 feet into the air, clapping her hands in excitement. "Really? Thank you so much, Brother Feipeng." Feipeng, however, felt indifferent. Despite his vast collection of treasures, he was reluctant to simply bestow them upon the disciples of the Jie Sect. It was not due to stinginess, but rather his understanding that only what one earns through effort is truly valued. Furthermore, the Jie Sect disciples were still in a crucial phase of their cultivation. Generally speaking, their current levels were not particularly high. At this juncture, what they needed most was to refine themselves, rather than rely on external possessions. Powerful treasures, at this stage, would serve as poison rather than remedy. Recognizing this truth, Feipeng preferred not to distribute these treasures, even if his dwelling was overflowing. In the future, he could establish trials and tribulations or assign tasks. Only through overcoming challenges or completing the missions he set would they earn their rewards. Feipeng pondered while resting his chin on his hand. Just as Feipeng intended to indulge in more lamb skewers, an alarm suddenly blared outside. "What is happening?" Feipeng was momentarily bewildered. Such an alarm was only triggered when disciples faced life-threatening situations. Yunxiao's brows furrowed slightly as she spoke. Could it be that those chaotic sect disciples are causing trouble and clashing with our disciples? Feipeng shook his head, confidently responding, "No, they are not our match. The sound appears to be coming from the direction of the mine. If I am correct, there must be danger within the mine. And it is those chaotic sect disciples who triggered the alarm." Yunxiao was momentarily taken aback, asking in confusion, "How could there be danger in the mine? We previously sent personnel to investigate. There shouldn't have been any risks on the periphery. Could those chaotic sect disciples be deliberately stirring up trouble?" Feipeng waved his hand dismissively, his expression calm as he stated, "Regardless, We should send someone down to investigate and ascertain the situation first. Fiji's words ring true, now that the alarm has been sounded. We cannot remain passive. Moreover, this is our mining cave, and it is imperative that we clarify the matter, even if it is solely to safeguard the precious spirit crystal veins within. The speaker is none other than the celestial maiden of the clouds, who has now taken on the role of secretary to Feipeng, the acting leader. The term secretary did not originally exist in the primordial world, but Feipeng has defined it as the most important woman behind a successful man. The celestial maiden of the clouds readily accepted this designation. Cloud Secretary, I command you to proceed to the mine at once. On second thought, let us go together to investigate. Yes, Master Brother. Chapter 90. The distressed disciples of the Jie Sect at the Yunxiao Island mine. Feipeng and the three Xiaos gently descended at the entrance of the mine. Upon hearing the alarm, numerous disciples of the Jie Sect had already arrived, bustling in and out as they engaged in urgent rescue efforts. With a simple gesture, Feipeng caught the attention of a disciple who promptly recognized him. Senior brother, you've come, exclaimed Wang Gang, a disciple of the Jie Sect, his face lighting up with joy upon seeing Feipeng. What transpired here? Feipeng inquired, curiosity etched upon his features. Wang Gang first offered a respectful salute before replying earnestly. In response to senior brother's inquiry, it appears that a spirit mother was unearthed beneath the mine. This spirit mother possesses the formidable strength of a peak Tai golden immortal, putting the disciples responsible for mining in peril, hence the alarm was triggered. A spirit mother? Feipeng's expression shifted as he delved into his memories, swiftly retrieving information about the spirit mother. The spirit mother is a life form birthed from the spirit crystal vein, which harbors abundant spiritual energy. If the quality of the vein is exceptionally high and remains untapped for millennia, or even tens of thousands of years, it may give rise to a spirit mother, an extraordinary byproduct of the spirit crystal mine. Typically, spirit mothers are immensely powerful, growing stronger as they slumber within the spirit crystal vein over time. However, once unearthed, their cultivation halts, and they can no longer ascend in their realm. Upon awakening, they instinctively protect the spirit crystal vein, and unless the spirit mother is vanquished, further mining cannot proceed. Yet, the emergence of a spirit mother is not entirely adverse. They are concentrated embodiments of spiritual energy. Once slain, the spirit mother's essence swiftly condenses into a spirit crystal of unparalleled quality, often referred to as a mother spirit crystal. A fragment the size of a fingernail can be exchanged for a staggering 100,000 ordinary spirit crystals, and it is virtually priceless. No one would be foolish enough to trade a mother spirit crystal for common ones. A peak Tai golden immortal spirit mother, exclaimed Bixiao, while Yunxiao's expression mirrored astonishment. Clearly, such a powerful spirit mother is exceedingly rare. Historically, in the primordial world, upon the demise of a golden immortal spirit mother, a fingernail-sized mother spirit crystal would emerge. If we were to slay this peak Tai golden immortal spirit mother, what magnitude of mother spirit crystal might we acquire? Yunxiao's eyes sparkled with intrigue, a glimmer of wisdom flashing through. At that moment, a piercing scream erupted from the depths of the mine, followed by chilling cries that sent shivers down the spine. Feipeng's demeanor hardened as he turned to the three Xiaos and declared, I shall descend to investigate. You are not yet a match for the spirit mother, so remain here and await my return. No, how could I allow you to go alone? I must accompany you. Brother Feipeng, Bixiao protested vehemently. However, contrary to her expectations, Feipeng did not indulge her. His expression darkened, and he sternly admonished, this is no time for frivolity. Descend. But beware, should you inadvertently fall victim to the spirit mother's wrath, the blame shall rest upon whom? Remain here and do not become my burden. Very well. Should you choose to descend, exercise utmost caution. If you encounter any peril, return to the surface without hesitation. Do not stubbornly engage the spirit mother in combat. Feipeng said, gently stroking Bixiao's head. Rest assured, I am now at the pinnacle of the great Luo golden immortal stage. A mere peak Tai golden immortal, such as the spirit mother, does not intimidate me. With that, Feipeng leaped into the depths of the mine. The three sisters, Yunxiao, Qiongxiao, and Bixiao, hurried to the mouth of the cave, peering into the darkness, but all they could discern was an impenetrable blackness. Within the vertical shaft, Feipeng descended slowly along the rope, his eyes emanating a golden light that illuminated the cavern below. This was a divine ability known as the Fiery Eye of Insight, acquired by a disciple of the while observing the legend of the great sage Wukong. Upon mastering it, Feipeng's power was enhanced 100-fold by the system. He rebranded it as the Golden Eye of Duality, for when invoked, his pupils transformed into a golden hue, revealing a dual-eyed vision. With illumination, Feipeng finally discerned the situation below. The mine was quite spacious. Deep within, a spirit mother was roaring, its hands drenched in blood, crimson droplets cascading from its fingertips, creating a harrowing scene. The spirit mother appeared to be a grotesque humanoid sculpted from spirit crystals. It possessed arms, a torso, and a head, but bore 4 pairs of arms, 3 heads, and a massive tail adorned with barbed spikes. Anyone ensnared by that tail would likely meet a grim fate. Among the 3 heads, the central one bore a somewhat feminine visage with indistinct features, while the heads on either side resembled a man's face and that of a child. Lacking the ability to wield divine powers, the spirit mother relied solely on instinct, attacking the miners it perceived. The cavern, already lined with numerous rock walls, had been systematically stripped by the spirit mother, transforming them into colossal projectiles. Do not underestimate these boulders. They had long been nourished by spiritual energy, impervious to even the mightiest golden immortal. Moreover, the spirit mother infused these stones with concentrated spiritual force before hurling them, rendering them deadly weapons. A single misstep could result in grievous injury or even death. Boom! The spirit mother unleashed another roar, sending invisible sound waves rippling through the cavern, causing tremors and fissures to appear along the surrounding cliffs. The likes of Puxian Jinren and Neza found themselves in dire straits. Among them, the most formidable was Puxian Jinren. Yet even he, at the peak of the Golden Immortal stage, stood little chance against the might of a peak Tai Golden Immortal like the Spirit Mother. Had it not been for their superior agility, they would have perished long ago. Even so, each of them bore grievous wounds, some nearly torn asunder, their ghastly injuries appearing particularly horrifying. Had mere mortals encountered such a fate, they would undoubtedly have perished. Even these celestial beings, were it not for the healing elixirs they carried, might have already succumbed to their injuries. On the other side of the cavern, numerous disciples of the Jie Sect were desperately fleeing for their lives. The venerable Puxian and Neza were providing cover, yet it was evident that they were no match for Lingmu. After suffering successive blows, it was Neza who fortuitously discovered the protective formation within the mine. Consequently, he hastily channeled his energy into the formation, activating it. A luminous barrier rose, effectively obstructing Lingmu's advance. Chapter 91. How delightful to show off with dual pupils. The furious spirit mother showed no intention of relenting. Upon emerging from the mine, she relentlessly pounded the protective barrier. The barrier, feeble in strength, began to crumble after a brief struggle. Real Master Puxian and Neza were breathless, their faces drained of color. They were covered in dust, their hair disheveled, stripped of their usual regal demeanor. Yet, they were nearing their limits. The luminous barrier before them was riddled with cracks, on the verge of shattering with just one final blow. As the spirit mother hurled a massive boulder, aiming for the center of the barrier, she screeched and brought it crashing down. Boom! The protective barrier was utterly destroyed. The luminous shield shattered into countless fragments, scattering like meteors in all directions. Master, quick dodge! The disciples of the Chan teaching shouted, urging Puxian and Neza to retreat to a corner. A bitter smile crossed Puxian's face. Dodge? Where could they possibly escape to? Faced with such a terrifying spirit mother, they had no time to flee the mine. The moment they turned their backs, they would be obliterated by her attack. Neza, panic-stricken, supported Puxian, attempting to withdraw and temporarily evade the spirit mother's onslaught, seeking refuge in a corner to hold on a little longer. But then, an unexpected event transpired. Bang! The boulder the spirit mother had used to breach the barrier suddenly exploded beneath Neza's feet. Shattered stones and violent spiritual energy collided with Neza and Puxian. They had never anticipated such a turn of events, and were caught completely off guard. In an instant, they were battered and bloodied, collapsing to the ground, both spitting blood and struggling, ultimately unable to rise again. This scene became the unfolding spectacle that Feipeng now witnessed. All transpired in the blink of an eye, and it was only then that Feipeng descended to the bottom of the mine along the rope. Yet, the spirit mother did not relinquish this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Her gaze fixated on Puxian and Neza, her feminine visage contorted with malice as she darted towards them at lightning speed. Ah! The disciples behind them shrieked, many shielding their eyes, too fearful to witness what was about to unfold. The Qianquan circle, broken, in dire straits. Neza had no choice but to hurl the Qianquan circle at the spirit mother, hoping to buy a moment's respite. Bang! The enraged spirit mother slapped the Qianquan circle, instantly deforming it and sending it flying. Though a treasured artifact, the disparity in realms between its master, Neza, and the spirit mother was insurmountable. Thus, it failed to inflict any harm. That strike didn't even graze the skin on her palm. The mysterious heavenly silk. Neza quickly threw forth another treasure. witnessing the silk ensnare the spirit mother, binding her into a large parcel. It worked, as Neza's face illuminated with joy, before his smile could fully blossom. A resounding boom echoed as the mother spirit's form abruptly expanded, shattering the mystical cloth of the heavens. Witnessing the cascade of crimson fragments swirling through the air, Neza was struck with horror. He acted without hesitation, launching his wind-fire wheels in a fierce assault against the advancing mother spirit. At that moment, Feipeng observed the scene with a furrowed brow, muttering in discontent, "What reckless folly! Such splendid wind-fire wheels, to destroy them is a pity. I had hoped to use them for grilling." Previously, Feipeng had relied on charcoal for his barbecues, which produced an unsatisfactory amount of smoke upon combustion. The prospect of using wind-fire wheels as fuel was enticing, alleviating his concerns. Contemplating this, Feipeng gestured towards the wind-fire wheels, which were on the verge of colliding with the mother spirit's chest, only for them to suddenly reverse course. The flames engulfing the wheels soared over the heads of Puxian Jinren and Neza, hurtling toward Feipeng behind them. With a swift flick of his sleeve, Feipeng effortlessly drew the wind-fire wheels into his spatial artifact. Roar! The mother spirit bellowed, swinging her fists menacingly at Puxian Jinren and Neza. Both heroes, already grievously wounded and immobile, could do nothing but await the impending doom as her colossal fists descended, threatening to reduce them to mere pulp. In that dire moment, Feipeng sprang into action. With the power of dual pupils, there is no need to borrow from others. A magnetic male voice resonated within the cavern. In an instant, the golden pupils of Feipeng split into two, unleashing a blinding beam of white light that struck the mother spirit's descending arms, obliterating them with astonishing speed. The mother spirit let out a heart-rending wail, her furious gaze locking onto Feipeng, instinctively harboring a deep-seated animosity towards him. In her rage, she abandoned her assault on Puxian Jinren and Neza, perceiving them as insignificant threats compared to the formidable figure before her. Seeing the mother spirit daring to charge at him, Feipeng could only shake his head in resignation. Indeed, a creature guided solely by instinct, devoid of any semblance of intelligence. With a sudden whoosh, two more beams of white light shot forth from Feipeng's pupils, this time striking the mother spirit's feet. The impact resonated with a thunderous crack. Her feet shattered instantaneously, and without the support of her legs, the massive form of the mother spirit plummeted, raising clouds of dust. Yet, the resilient mother spirit refused to relent. Using her remaining arms as legs, she scuttled towards Feipeng like a spider, evidently intent on a final struggle. Feipeng, however, denied her that chance, as an even larger beam of white light burst forth from his pupils. This time, the attack landed squarely on the mother spirit's back. Boom! Countless sparkling shards erupted into the air, and the mother spirit, a being at the pinnacle of the Tai golden immortal realm, was vanquished. At the moment of the spirit mother's complete demise, countless streams of radiant light surged forth from the fragments of her shattered body. These luminous streams converged in midair, coalescing moments later into a yellow crystal the size of a clenched fist. Feipeng gazed at this remarkably large yellow crystal, his face alight with curiosity. Is this the mother spirit crystal? Wasn't it said to be no larger than a fingernail? How could this one be so immense? All of this transpired in the blink of an eye. Feipeng suddenly appeared and, in an instant, dispatched the spirit mother, leaving the revered Puxian and the disciples of the Chan school utterly bewildered. Who are you? Puxian inquired, his voice trembling with fear. Feipeng's overwhelming power was indelibly etched into the minds of everyone present. The formidable presence of the spirit mother was palpable to all, yet this incredibly powerful entity had been reduced to mere fragments by a single glance from the man before them. Who would dare believe such a tale had they not witnessed it with their own eyes? Chapter 92. The eldest brother smiles through his sorrow. Feipeng did not respond to the words of the perfected person Puxian. Instead, with a graceful sweep of his sleeve, he absorbed the mother spirit crystal into his being and turned to ascend into the heavens. The spirit mother had been vanquished by him, and the remaining matters would naturally be handled by other disciples of the. At the mind's exit, upon hearing the anguished scream of the spirit mother piercing the clouds, the three sisters instantly realized that their eldest brother had slain her. Yunxiao's face lit up with joy as he exclaimed, "Wonderful! The crisis has been averted. Our eldest brother is truly remarkable. Such a powerful spirit mother was dealt with in mere moments." Just then, Feipeng soared up from the mind's exit. Upon his appearance, the three sisters quickly surrounded him, astonished by the pristine state of his garments, devoid of any dirt or blood. "Goodness, how did you manage that?" exclaimed the fairy Yunxiao, her shock evident as she covered her mouth with her delicate hand. Feipeng awkwardly scratched the back of his head. "Well, I didn't engage the spirit mother in close combat. I employed the ancient technique of the glancing at her from a distance, and she simply shattered. Oh, by the way, I also obtained this. Do take a look and see if this is the Mother Spirit crystal, he said, producing a fist-sized yellow crystal from his sleeve. The gem was clear and translucent, radiating a spectrum of colors, pulsating gently like a heartbeat, exuding a high degree of spiritual essence. Upon seeing the Mother Spirit crystal, Yunxiao, Xiao, and Bixiao gasped in astonishment. Heavens! Our eldest brother is truly extraordinary. He has indeed acquired the Mother Spirit crystal. Not all spirit mothers contained a Mother Spirit crystal, making it a matter of probability. Some unfortunate cultivators, despite their meticulous efforts and significant risks in slaying a spirit mother, could return empty-handed if fortune did not favor them. Yunxiao took the Mother Spirit crystal into her hands, inspecting it closely before speaking. This spirit mother has reached the pinnacle of the Tai Golden Immortal Realm, making the appearance of a Mother Spirit crystal highly probable. Moreover, the quality of this crystal has achieved the rank of a king. A king-level Mother Spirit crystal is worth millions of spirit crystals. This is a substantial fortune, enough to cover our Bo Palace's expenses for millennia. Hearing Xiao's analysis, both Yunxiao and Bixiao gasped in awe, their faces reflecting their astonishment. Such a small Mother Spirit crystal holds such immense value? Xiao's delicate face swayed slightly as she extended her slender finger to tease Bixiao's petite nose, saying, "What do you know? Do you think that spirit mothers at the pinnacle of the Tai Golden Immortal Realm are commonplace? However, I find it curious. Ordinarily, this mine in Jinao Island, while not insignificant, has only been superficially mined. Under normal circumstances, even if a spirit mother were to appear, it should only be at the Golden Immortal Realm, not one of such formidable strength. Could there be deeper mysteries beneath?" Upon hearing the words of the celestial maiden Yunxiao, a spark of illumination flickered in Feipeng's eyes. "Are you implying that there may be other opportunities concealed beneath?" The celestial maiden nodded in affirmation. "This explanation is indeed the most plausible. There could very well be other treasures hidden below, or perhaps even another extraordinarily rare vein of ore. The formidable strength of this spirit mother is attributed to the nourishment of highly concentrated spiritual energy, allowing her to grow to such a degree." In response, Feipeng nodded thoughtfully. He then spoke with a calm demeanor, stating, "We must ensure that appropriate protective measures are in place before we continue our excavation. If what my junior sister has posited is accurate, there are undoubtedly other opportunities awaiting us. However, with the increasing potency of the treasures, it is inevitable that more powerful guardian spirits will arise. The spirit mother we encountered today was relatively manageable, should we face others of a different caliber, and I am unable to arrive in time. Would it not lead to significant casualties among you?" At that moment, several figures emerged swiftly from the entrance of the mine. A few disciples of the hastened towards Feipeng, kneeling on one knee to report, "Esteemed senior brother, during this crisis, 5 of our disciples sustained injuries. Yet, thanks to your protection, none have perished." Feipeng nodded slightly, then inquired, "And what of them?" The disciple hesitated momentarily, then quickly clasped his hands in respect and replied, "In response to senior brother, over 20 disciples of the have fallen, with the remainder severely injured, many of whom have likely lost their abilities and will be unable to partake in the forthcoming excavation. They have already been arranged for transfer to recuperate." "Oh, quite a number have met their end, haven't they?" Feipeng mused inwardly, feeling a sense of satisfaction. The calamity of the is imminent at that time. It will be a matter of survival of the fittest, and those disciples will show no mercy when it comes to taking down their counterparts. Thus, Feipeng would not be foolish enough to feel sympathy for his foes. He was no saint. Moreover, these individuals all perished due to unforeseen circumstances, killed by the spirit mother, not by his disciples. If blame were to be assigned, it would rest solely upon their own inadequacies. Even if Yuanshi Tianzuan were to be enraged, with Tongtian Zhaozhu standing in front, he would not be able to unleash his wrath upon Feipeng. "Bring along some supplements and pay a visit to the injured on my behalf. Remember to convey our profound sorrow and express deep sympathy for their plight. Do you understand?" Feipeng said, laughing unabashedly while patting the shoulder of the disciple. The disciple responded with a mischievous grin. I understand. Senior brother is truly astute. This maneuver not only solidifies the notion that it was an unfortunate accident, but also leaves them with no grounds for retort. Now, they can only swallow their bitterness. And I dare say their anger must be boiling over, haha. The exchange between the two elicited eye rolls from the 3 sisters nearby. However, the previous arrogance displayed by the disciples, looking down upon their peers, had indeed stirred a strong sense of disdain within the sisters. Observing the misfortunes of the disciples can only be seen as divine retribution, and it is hardly Feipeng's fault. After all, their original intention was merely to punish that group of disciples from the Chan sect. The Spirit Mother was not something they had orchestrated. No one could have foreseen the sudden emergence of such a formidable entity. Feipeng felt a surge of delight within. Ever since his arrival in this realm, he had been preoccupied with the fate of the Jie Sect. Now, with the Chan sect having suffered losses among its disciples, it signified a premature weakening of their strength, which was undoubtedly a boon for the Jie Sect. Do not underestimate the Chan sect disciples as mere minor characters. Their significance should not be dismissed. This perspective is limited to the present moment. In the future, when the War of the Gods fully erupts, these individuals will possess at least the strength of Tai Golden Immortals, with some even reaching the level of Great Luo Golden Immortals. Chapter 93. This fiery will proves quite effective for barbecuing. Thus, these individuals are indeed seeds of potential. It is evident that the disciples whom the venerable Puxian brought to Yunxiao Island to showcase are exceptional, even among the prodigies of the Chan sect. They are esteemed and regarded with high hopes by the 12 Golden Immortals and even the Primordial Supreme Being. Now, with their loss, who would not feel a pang of sorrow? Very well, you may go. Feipeng waved his hand at the disciple of the. Alas, I shall take my leave, Master Brother. On the return journey, the enchanting Yunxiao moved gracefully, her every step a dance. Fei Gu, since you are aware of the heavenly secrets, why do you still choose to rescue the venerable Puxian, Neza, and the other core disciples of the Chan sect? Feipeng smiled lightly and turned to pose a counter-question. Are you perhaps pondering why we do not take advantage of the Spirit Mother to eradicate this group of Chan sect disciples entirely? Wouldn't that be more prudent? Having her thoughts exposed by Feipeng, Yunxiao's cheeks flushed a rosy hue, and she felt a tinge of embarrassment. Surely, Master Brother does not consider me cruel? Yunxiao mused quietly, immediately regretting her previous words. However, Feipeng remained oblivious to her inner turmoil. He shook his head and spoke earnestly to Yunxiao. Sister, you underestimate the Primordial Supreme Being. To become one of the 7 saints of this realm, such a figure is not so easily dismissed. The current losses are already the greatest extent that the Primordial Supreme Being can tolerate. Should the venerable Puxian and the other core disciples perish upon Yunxiao Island, it would incite the wrath of the 2 saints, spiraling the situation into uncontrollable chaos. Compared to such an outcome, the present conclusion ironically serves our best. Moreover, do not underestimate the tenacity of that old fellow, the Primordial Supreme Being. Based on my estimations, our actions may have exceeded reasonable bounds, and I suspect our master will have quite the headache managing the aftermath. Splendid, Fei Gu. You rely on Master's favor, bringing him trouble at every turn. If I were master, I might just be tempted to strangle you. Yunxiao playfully blinked her enchanting eyes, shaking her head. Yet suddenly, Feipeng's expression turned grave. He pondered a significant concern. The strength of the disciples was still too feeble. Take this incident, for instance. Had the venerable Puxian not fortuitously visited with his disciples, no one would have been available to take on the mining work. Consequently, it would have been the disciples who suffered in the mines. Even the 3 celestial maidens were no match for that Spirit Mother, let alone the other disciples. Yun's secretary, present. What orders does Master Brother have? Upon hearing Feipeng call her Yun's secretary, Yunxiao realized he had serious matters to address. Wait, are you implying that at other times I am engaged in frivolous activities? After this mining crisis, I feel our disciples' strength remains woefully inadequate. A mere Spirit Mother requires my direct intervention. Were I absent, how would you manage? In the event of a future conflict with the Chan sect, the Human sect, or the Western sect, what would your strategy be? Immediately relay this message and summon all disciples of our sect to the Wuxian Square. I intend to establish the grand formation of myriad dramas to assist our disciples in their breakthroughs. The celestial maiden Yunxiao's face instantly lit up with excitement. Since the last collective enlightenment at Wuxian Square, the elder brother had not shared any films with the disciples of the Jie Sect for quite some time. Unexpectedly, this incident involving the Spirit Mother has turned into a fortuitous event, prompting the elder brother to recall those splendid cinematic works once more. This news is nothing short of monumental for the disciples of Jie Sect. The celestial maiden Yunxiao nodded fervently. Excellent. Rest assured, your secretary Yunxiao will promptly convey this news to every disciple. With that, she soared into the sky, disappearing in an instant. On the elevated platform of Wuxian Square, Feipeng reclined comfortably on a plush lounge chair. The celestial maidens Yunxiao and Bixiao had already prepared fruits and beverages for him, even setting up a barbecue grill according to his preferences. Skewers of lamb, beef, and octopus balls sizzled enticingly on the grill, showcasing an array of over 100 different ingredients, a vibrant tapestry of colors and flavors. Feipeng lay on the rocking chair, marveling at the rotating flames of the grill, exclaiming, "This fire wheel is truly remarkable, an exquisite tool for barbecuing." As Yunxiao and Bixiao busily turned the skewers, they exchanged glances, rolling their eyes. This fire wheel is a treasured possession of the revered Tai Jinren. The flames it produces are precious and rare. If Tai Jinren were to discover you using it for barbecuing, he would surely be infuriated. What a shame for a divine artifact gifted to his most cherished disciple to be reduced to mere firewood in your hands, they lamented. Feipeng chuckled nonchalantly. I call this making the most of resources. Tai Jinren simply lacks vision. Clearly, barbecuing is the finest application for this fire wheel. As he spoke, he eagerly pulled a skewer of lamb from the grill, savoring its succulent taste with delight. Delicious. However, remember to sprinkle more chili powder and cumin next time for an even richer flavor. With a flourish, Bixiao produced a bottle of exquisite red wine and poured it into a crystal glass, filling it to the brim. She hurried over and presented it to Feipeng. Brother Feipeng, indulging solely in skewers can lead to excess heat. You should drink to balance it out. Ah, Bixiao, you truly care for me. It seems my affection for you has not been in vain, Feipeng remarked, affectionately ruffling Bixiao's hair. She beamed at him, her eyes sparkling like crescent moons. Sister Yunxiao and Sister Yunxiao also hold great affection for Brother Feipeng, albeit their expressions of such sentiment differ. Upon hearing that Bixiao had the audacity to speak favorably of herself, Yunxiao, who had remained distant, cast a sidelong glance at the little Bixiao, secretly delighted in her heart. Even her hands, busy with work, moved with a newfound lightness and agility. Feipeng gazed around the square restlessly, murmuring softly, My secretary Yun has been gone for quite a while. Could she still not have finished her notifications? Why have we been waiting here for over half a day without a single soul in sight? Just as he spoke, a multitude of piercing sounds suddenly erupted from the distant horizon. Feipeng strained his eyes to behold a throng of disciples from the Jie Sect, some soaring through the clouds, others riding rainbows, all making their way toward the Wanjian Square. They are coming. Chapter 94. Dreaming of escaping the Master's control, Feipeng's face instantly lit up with joy as he waved his grand sleeves towards the plaza below. 1,000 gigantic crystal screens, showcasing cinematic dramas, came crashing down onto the square with a thunderous impact. Boom, boom, boom. In the face of this breathtaking spectacle, the myriad celestial beings of the Jie Sect were left in astonishment. Such extravagance, such magnificence. As the celestial beings gathered, the fairy Yunxiao returned to Feipeng's side. Feipeng waved at the fairy Yunxiao, then reclined back onto his rattan chair, casually plucking a bunch of purple golden grapes to savor. Brother Feipeng, let me feed you. Little Bixiao scampered over, resembling a koala as she clung to Feipeng's neck. With her delicate hands, she snatched the grapes from him, meticulously picking them one by one to feed him. Feipeng closed his eyes in bliss, thoroughly enjoying the moment. Brother Feipeng, may I have a strawberry? She suddenly inquired while feeding him. Feipeng's eyes widened in surprise. Of course. You may indulge in my strawberries. Before he could finish, little Bixiao swiftly planted a kiss on his cheek. Ah, Feipeng stood there, momentarily taken aback. So, this is the strawberry she meant. I thought she was referring to the ones in the fruit bowl. He licked his lips, seemingly reminiscing about the sensation. You little rascal. You dared to trick your elder brother. Do be honest, where did you learn such tricks? Seeing this, little Bixiao attempted to flee, but Feipeng extended his hand, gently grasping her from afar. She was pulled back, landing obediently in his grasp. Do you really think you can escape with that little trick of yours? How infuriating. Why does my power seem ineffective? Fairy Yunxiao, witnessing the scene, couldn't help but chuckle. With your rudimentary skills, haven't you learned them all from your elder brother? Dreaming of escaping his control, are you? Little Bixiao's sparkling eyes filled with tears, 2 large drops spilling forth. Feipeng raised his palm, aiming for her pert backside. Will you confess? Though he refrained from using his powers, his robust physique lent considerable force to the slap, causing little Bixiao to burst into tears. Wah, I'll tell. I saw in the dramas that strawberries symbolize kisses between boys and girls, so I tried it. Please don't hit me again, Brother Feipeng. I promise I won't do it again. Upon hearing Bixiao's explanation, Feipeng finally understood. So that is how it is. I was worried you had picked up bad habits elsewhere. It seems I was overly concerned. As long as you haven't gone astray, it's all right. In the future, if you wish to have strawberries, just come to Brother Feipeng. Xiao Bixiao promptly nodded with delight. Thank you, Brother Feipeng. You are truly wonderful to me. Feipeng, seemingly indifferent to the little one, turned to Yunxiao and instructed, please notify the edge of the high platform. It is about to commence. Certainly. Secretary Yun is at your service. Yunxiao immediately took flight, her elegant skirt billowing gracefully, drawing the attention of the myriad celestial beings from the look. It's the fairy Yunxiao, my ideal goddess. Wow, she is so beautiful. That cold, noble demeanor is simply exquisite. As the attention of the celestial beings was drawn entirely to her, Fairy Yunxiao executed a graceful spin in the air before descending like a swallow back to the edge of the high platform. Clearing her throat, her voice, as clear and melodious as jewels cascading onto a jade plate, resonated gently. By the command of my esteemed senior brother, I have gathered you all here for a significant opportunity to bestow upon you. I trust you have already discerned the nature of this opportunity from the crystal platforms in the square. Pausing momentarily, she continued, you have guessed correctly. My senior brother is dissatisfied with your training speed. Thus, he has generously provided 10,000 crystal mirrors scattered across this square to aid your breakthroughs as you watch the performance. Fellow brothers and sisters, we must not disappoint our senior brother. We must attentively observe and deeply comprehend the profound principles contained within the performance, striving for consecutive breakthroughs in the time to come, so that our senior brother may take pride in us. Agreed? Yes, yes, yes. The resounding cheers echoed, soaring to the heavens, even tearing through the thick clouds above, creating a magnificent spectacle. Seeing the enthusiasm of the celestial beings, Yunxiao smiled, recognizing the impact of her words. With a gentle gesture, she calmed the crowd, which had just moments ago been a cacophony of noise, now falling into silence. It brings both my senior brother and me great joy to witness your spirited demeanor. We are confident that this time you shall achieve greater breakthroughs, and we shall be eagerly awaiting your progress. Then, turning to the reclining Feipeng, she inquired, Senior brother, would you like to say a few words to everyone? Feipeng's eyes widened in surprise, a hint of panic crossing his features as he waved his hands repeatedly. No, that won't be necessary. Just let them begin after you finish. Oh, come on. Just a few words, please. I can see their enthusiasm is high. They seem to desire to hear from you even more than from me. Really? Feipeng responded, somewhat astonished. In his mind, he believed that the charming Yunxiao would surely outshine him, the laid-back senior brother. Absolutely. If you doubt me, just take the stage and say a couple of words. You will see their reaction, and you will know I speak the truth. Very well, I shall give it a try. The figure of Feipeng left a fleeting shadow on the recliner, and in the blink of an eye, he suddenly materialized above the W-Nexi square. This abrupt appearance instantly astonished the disciples of the Jie Sect, who were utterly unable to comprehend how Feipeng had traversed from the high platform to hover above their heads. Since I assumed the role of self-appointed leader of the Jie Sect, I have taken great solace in the diligent training of all disciples. Over this period, I have been an eyewitness to your remarkable growth, witnessing your transformation from mere Xianxian into formidable golden immortals. However, the attainment of golden immortal status holds little significance in the vast expanse of the primordial realm, for there exist even mightier foes awaiting us. Thus, we must strive to become stronger, so powerful that in the future, we shall face even the saints without a trace of fear. Chapter 95, The 10 Grand Rewards. A surge of enthusiasm in the Jie Sect. Tell me, can you achieve this? We can. The myriad of celestial beings from the Jie Sect raised their right hands in unison in response. Feipeng, clad in white garments, stood upon the void, hands clasped behind him, his chiseled visage nodding slowly. Excellent. Then I shall add a touch more grandeur. With a swift flourish of his sleeve, 10 resplendent treasures transformed into 10 dazzling streams of light, gracefully suspending themselves above the Wanshan square. After a brief moment, the radiance of the treasures retracted, allowing everyone to discern their true forms. These 10 artifacts were all exquisite innate spiritual treasures, including the Supreme Bone, the Devouring Demon Cover, the Dragon Essence Pearl, the Abyssal Rainbow Sword, the Shark Tooth Sword, the Moonlight Treasure Box, the Dragon Slayer Blade, the Black Gold Ancient Sword, the Dragon Pattern Cauldron, and the Vibrant Gold Shield. I will select the 10 most outstanding individuals from this performance and bestow upon them one of these treasures as a reward. I await your efforts to claim them. The atmosphere erupted with fervor as the Jie Sect's celestial beings gazed at the 10 treasures emanating with Taoist resonance. I must obtain the reward from the senior brother. Heavens! Is that Supreme Bone, the remnant of the legendary Emperor of the Wasteland? Gasp! A collective intake of breath echoed, as all present were struck with astonishment. Each artifact appeared to be intricately linked to the stories they had witnessed in film and drama, tales that were purportedly mere fabrications. How could the senior brother possess such treasures from those narratives? A question was posed, igniting a tempest of speculation among the celestial beings of the Jie Sect. Expressions of disbelief adorned their faces, their countenances nearly frozen in shock. Silence. A profound silence enveloped the crowd. After what felt like an eternity, someone murmured, "Could it be that the films shown to us by the senior brother all correspond to real worlds existing in parallel? Otherwise, how could one explain the 10 extraordinary treasures hovering above our heads? My heavens, if all of this is genuine and not mere coincidence, then that dark cover could very well be part of the supreme treasure forged by the legendary empress. This could indeed be plausible. Did you not sense the all-consuming power emanating from that cover? It radiates the very essence of the law of devouring all. I'm dizzy. Someone slap me to ascertain whether I am dreaming. Is that fist-sized crimson pearl the dragon essence from the legend of the winds and clouds? Are those two uniquely styled long swords the weapons of the sword saint and his disciple? I feel as though they could sever anything. And that box, radiating a silvery moonlight, could it truly be the Moonlight Treasure Box, renowned for traversing time and space? Could it really allow one to traverse dimensions? I yearn to test it. If utilized in combat, it would be utterly formidable. Someone bring me back to my senses. I am on the verge of madness. Please do not tell me that is the Dragon Slayer blade, which has driven countless to insanity. What do you even know? Even the enigmatic black gold ancient sword of the young master has made an appearance. What could possibly be deemed impossible? The black gold ancient sword, shrouded in mystery, truly exists. Might it be the dragon pattern AOL, the weapon of Dedong from Ultimate Brothers, reputed to grow stronger against the powerful and weaker against the feeble? This artifact embodies the doctrine of moderation in its tangible form. The vibranium shield, wielded by the captain of the Eagle Nation, boasts defensive capabilities that are nothing short of extraordinary. Legends say that with a heart of guardianship, one can withstand all assaults from the heavens. Feipeng surveyed the bustling square, nodding in satisfaction. Desire fuels motivation, and since these 10 rewards are immensely alluring to the myriad of immortals, they will be inspired to unleash their utmost potential and comprehend everything within the drama. In due course, Feipeng would not only recover the 10 rewards that were lost, but could also reap substantial profits. With a grand flourish of his sleeves, a resonant voice emanated from his lips. Let us commence. Who are the 10 most exceptional individuals? My 3 assistants, Yunxiao, Yunxiao, and Bixiao, shall serve as judges and partake in the final decision-making, yet I retain ultimate authority. Upon hearing this, all eyes turned enviously towards the trio of sisters. The sisters Yunxiao, Yunxiao, and Bixiao, also seekers of wisdom through the drama, possessed the advantage of mutual recommendation as judges. However, no one harbored excessive jealousy or discontent. For Feipeng's final authority ensures that the sisters' status merely enhances their advantage without determining the outcome entirely. All present held unwavering confidence in the fairness of the elder brother. They believed that if the sisters did not grasp any commendable insights into the Tao, he would not forcibly award the prizes to them, thereby preserving the integrity of the event. Buzz. Across the Wanxian Square, 1,000 crystal mirrors simultaneously illuminated the scene. 10,000 beloved film and television dramas from the previous life on the Blue Water Star began to play simultaneously, captivating the audience. The myriad of immortals eagerly settled down, fully immersed in the viewing experience. Brother Feipeng, we also wish to watch the drama and cannot accompany you for the barbecue, little Bixiao said, her small hands touching in a gesture of guilt towards Feipeng. Feipeng waved his hand generously. No matter, you two go ahead and seek your own opportunities. You've prepared so much food and drink for me. I could feast until your comprehension concludes without finishing it all. All right, then we shall take our leave. With a carefree smile, Feipeng stepped forward and instantly returned to the high platform. He reclined in a rocking chair, casually grabbing several skewers of beef from the table, savoring them elegantly, occasionally lifting a glass of red wine to take a delicate sip. The taste was utterly delightful. Now, all that remained was to wait. However, Feipeng soon discerned a dilemma. It is rather unproductive to wait idly each time. Although there is an abundance of food, if they can watch the drama, why can't I enjoy a show while I wait? Thus, Feipeng swiftly communicated with the system in his mind. System, may I view the films within the system cinema myself? Indeed, the system responded. All cinematic works within the system cinema belong to the host, who naturally possesses the right to access them. A friendly reminder, while the host may indulge in binge watching, they will not glean any insights nor acquire any equipment from this experience. This is something the host must understand. Feipeng, with a wave of his hand, expressed his impatience. That is of no concern. I do not require personal enlightenment. With over 10,000 workers at my disposal, victory will come effortlessly in no time. As long as I can watch dramas, I simply wish to pass the time, enjoying snacks while I wait. How splendidly comfortable my life has become. TSK. Chapter 96. the heart-wrenching love of the Holy Mother of Gold Spirit, and Wenzhong in the Wanxian Plaza. The disciples of the were thoroughly engrossed in the cinematic drama unfolding before them. Each individual was wholeheartedly captivated, as if they themselves were characters within the narrative, resonating deeply with the experiences and emotions portrayed. At times, they covered their faces in tears. At others, they erupted in laughter. They mourned with sorrowful songs and raged with indignation. The disciples vividly showcased the myriad expressions of the celestial beings. In the southeastern corner of the plaza, a graceful woman clad in a form-fitting golden qipao sat cross-legged before a magnificent crystal mirror, which was displaying a film. The audience was entranced, deeply absorbed in the storyline. And the enchanting woman in the golden attire was no exception. A rosy hue adorned her cheeks, reminiscent of intoxicating peach blossoms or the vibrant twilight sky. She was none other than the cherished disciple of the saint, the Holy Mother of Gold Spirit. Previously, she had experienced a significant breakthrough to the late stage of the golden immortal realm through the film Feipeng, but her understanding had been merely a modest one, falling short in comparison to the likes of San Shao and Zhao Gongming, who had ascended to the Tai golden immortal level. She had yet to discover a cultivation method and divine power that resonated with her spirit. However, this time, the Holy Mother felt an inexplicable premonition stirring within her heart, a belief that she would surely grasp a cultivation method and divine power suited to her. This impending breakthrough was destined to be remarkably swift. The film she was currently watching was Journey to the West, Starboy, which primarily narrates the poignant love story between the Supreme Treasure and the fairy Zixia. Zixia and Qingxia, originally entangled by the Buddha as a single wick, had engaged in fierce conflict in their past lives. Consequently, the Buddha entwined them together, intending for them to cultivate diligently to resolve their grievances. Yet, contrary to expectations, their animosity only intensified. Sharing one body, Zixia emerged during the day while Qingxia took over at night. Zixia, pure and devoted, was madly in love, yearning for her soulmate while disregarding everything else to descend into the mortal realm. It was there that she discovered the Supreme Treasure was her destined partner. Thus, she began pursuing him. Alas, her affections were unreciprocated initially. Later, Zixia became lost in the vast desert, where she was rescued by the Bull Demon King, who subsequently forced her into a marriage. In the film's climax, Zixia and Qingxia reconciled, but Zixia ultimately sacrificed herself to protect the Supreme Treasure, who had transformed into Sun Wukong and was tragically pierced by the Bull Demon King's spear. Zixia's death for the sake of her beloved was both heart-wrenching and deeply moving. As the disciples have watched this poignant tale, tears began to flow from their eyes. Oh, how incredibly touching! A crystalline tear slid down the delicate face of the Holy Mother of Gold Spirit. She empathized profoundly with Fairy Zixia's experiences, feeling an ache in her heart as a wave of inexplicable understanding blossomed in her mind. Gradually, a handsome figure emerged from her memories, her esteemed disciple, Wenzhong, the Grand Master of the Shang dynasty. In the beginning, the Holy Mother of Golden Spirit, a true disciple of the Celestial Master, embarked on a journey to experience the mortal realm. It was during this period that she, then merely at the celestial immortal level, encountered Wenzhong, who was still an ordinary human. The incident began when the Holy Mother was injured by a ferocious beast. It is widely recognized that the true protagonists of an era in the Primordial World were not the teachings of the Chan or Jie sects, nor the Western teachings, but rather the Dragon, Phoenix, and Qilin clans. These three clans monopolized the most precious cultivation resources in the Primordial Realm, establishing a triad of dominance. The Dragon clan ruled the oceans, the Phoenix clan soared through the skies, and the Qilin clan governed the land. All beings inhabiting the Primordial World were subject to the governance and rule of these three clans. Eventually, the formidable demon ancestor, Luo Ho, deliberately instigated discord among the three clans, leading to a fierce conflict that nearly annihilated them all. Due to the immense bloodshed caused by the three clans, the heavenly Tao imposed punishment upon them. Henceforth, they became burdened with heavy karma and entangled in causality, resulting in the fall of their ancestors and the eventual demise of their esteemed leaders, leading to their gradual decline. In the aftermath, Dong Huang Tai, Yi, and Di Jun established the Heavenly Court, heralding a resurgence of the Demon Clan. Simultaneously, the 12 ancestral shaman, born from the essence of Pangu, emerged, leading to the flourishing of the Shaman clan as well. As the saying goes, two tigers cannot coexist on the same mountain. Similarly, the Primordial World could not accommodate two sovereign powers. Thus, a fierce conflict erupted between the Shaman and Demon clans. During this tumultuous time, the Tao ancestor Hong Jun intervened and brokered a temporary truce. where it was agreed that the demon clan would oversee the heavens while the shaman clan would govern the earth. It was at this juncture that the Holy Mother of Golden Spirit, while undertaking her journey, unwittingly attracted the attention of a demon who coveted her beauty. However, the demon clan was formidable, and the demon in question was immensely powerful, making the then celestial, immortal Holy Mother no match for him. After only a few exchanges, she suffered severe injuries and, in desperation, sought refuge in the vast wilderness. Yet, the demon's tracking skills were exceptional, and within mere days, he rediscovered her whereabouts. Just as the demon was about to open its gaping maw to abduct the Holy Mother, the youthful Wenzhong appeared, clad in golden armor. With a crimson cloak billowing behind him and wielding a mighty bow drawn to its full moon, he unleashed a swift arrow. To his astonishment, the massive demon was struck through the skull, collapsing in a torrent of blood. At that moment, humanity was thriving. Under the protection of the three saints of Fire Cloud Cave, and the ruler of humanity, exalted as the human emperor, stood on equal footing with the heavenly and earthly Tao. At this time, Wenzhong had just assumed the role of the great general of humanity, basking in the zenith of fortune. As he led a million-strong army ready for battle, he caught sight of an injured and vulnerable woman fallen to the ground, prompting him to draw his bow and eliminate the demon with a single arrow. In those days, humanity frequently clashed with the demon clan over territory, and this arrow, infused with the might of the human emperor, was not something a mere demon could withstand. The demon was not merely slain by Wenzhong, but rather fell victim to the divine might of the emperor. The sound of galloping hooves echoed as the tall, formidable, and handsome young general, Wenzhong, extended his arm and lifted the fallen Golden Spirit Mother onto his steed. Together, they galloped across the vast grasslands, their spirits soaring. Subsequently, Wenzhong allowed the Golden Spirit Mother to recuperate within his general's estate. In turn, she revealed her origins, and upon discovering that the delicate woman he had rescued was, in fact, a celestial being, Wenzhong was taken aback. He had never anticipated that the companion he spent his days with was a being of immense power and magic. You are but a mortal. Even with great strength, you shall eventually succumb to frailty and age. Why not allow me to take you as my disciple? The Golden Spirit Mother replied with a charming smile. At the moment she decided to accept Wenzhong as her apprentice, she realized that she had already developed feelings for this mortal. I, a disciple of a sage, have unexpectedly fallen in love with a mere mortal. Chapter 97. I await you on the colorful clouds to marry me, unaware of the profound affection that the Holy Mother of Golden Spirit harbored for him. Wenzhong was ecstatic, immediately kneeling before her in reverence. Disciple pays homage to master. From that moment onward, the Holy Mother imparted her celestial arts to Wenzhong daily. However, the duration of her earthly sojourn was swiftly drawing to a close. She was compelled to return to Golden Turtle Island, back to the side of the celestial teacher. Yet, the thought of parting from Wenzhong filled her with sorrow. Thus, she extended an invitation for him to accompany her to the heavenly mountain of Golden Turtle Island for further cultivation. At that very juncture, however, the emperor of the Shang dynasty passed away. In his final moments, he entrusted the still youthful King Zhou, Dxian, to Wenzhong, appointing him as Grand Tutor with the authority to oversee the kingdom. Wenzhong, a man of deep loyalty and righteousness, owed his rise to the old emperor's benevolence in his early years, which made it unbearable for him to disregard the dying wishes of the emperor. In a state of helplessness, he agreed to remain in the Shang dynasty to assist Dxian. Thus, when the Holy Mother of Golden Spirit proposed that Wenzhong join her on the journey to Golden Turtle Island, he resolutely declined. The Holy Mother was momentarily taken aback, and within the depths of her pale golden eyes, a wave of profound sorrow swept through her. My feelings, how can you not comprehend them? Such an exalted being as she would never lower herself to openly declare her love, even in the face of her own emotions. Hence, when she opened her mouth to utter, "Brother one, I love you," she could not bring herself to voice the words, despite the steadfastness of his countenance. "Brother one, I understand your predicament. I do not hold it against you. Yet, I refuse to believe that you cannot sense my affections. I am willing to wait for you." Thus, with an ocean of unspoken sorrow, the Holy Mother departed. Meanwhile, the youthful general of the human race sat by the seaside, remaining in silent contemplation until dawn. As the sun rose the following day, had turned gray overnight. Tears glistened as they streamed from the corners of the Holy Mother's eyes, reminiscent of falling meteors, narrating a poignant and heart-wrenching tale. Silently, the aura of the Tao began to envelop her. With tear-streaked cheeks, she murmured to herself, "Do you understand? I am no longer a celestial being. I only grasp one truth. Loving someone is profoundly painful. If I cannot be with the one I adore, even being the Jade Emperor would not bring me joy. This destined union is the greatest of heaven's arrangements. My beloved is a hero of unparalleled greatness. I know that one day, he will appear amidst the gaze of countless onlookers, clad in golden armor, riding on colorful clouds to marry me. As the final syllable fell from her lips, the Holy Mother shuddered. Boom. In that instant, her mind became extraordinarily clear, replaying vivid memories from the past. A surge of profound enlightenment, akin to a flood bursting through a dam, surged forth. Suddenly, for golden characters, purple mist divine art flashed vividly in her mind. In that fleeting moment, countless enigmatic incantations flowed through his heart like a gentle stream. Suddenly, an abundance of purple light surged within her meridians, transforming into streaks of sword energy that traversed her being, each beam seemingly capable of cleaving through all existence. Could this be the purple cloud love sword? In quick succession, numerous white whirlpools appeared at various acupoints of the Golden Spirit Mother. These white vortices seemed to connect different realms of time and space. In her perception, with a mere thought, she could traverse through these whirlpools at will. The depths of her pupils shrank to pinprick size, her face awash with astonishment. She realized the divine power she had comprehended, the moonlight temporal passage technique. Each time the moon was full, if one shed tears of true love while gazing at it, they could traverse time to meet their beloved. With each breakthrough, sounds of transcending realms echoed within the Golden Spirit Mother. In her dantian, a colossal golden vortex surged forth with immense magical energy, enveloping her limbs and bones, bestowing upon her an inexhaustible reservoir of power. Breakthrough, pinnacle of golden immortal. Breakthrough, early stage of Tai golden immortal. Breakthrough, mid-stage of Tai golden immortal. Breakthrough, late stage of Tai golden immortal. In a moment of enlightenment, the Golden Spirit Mother astonishingly broke through 4 realms in succession. Sensing the transformation in her aura, the disciples of the Jie Sect were left in awe. Goodness, Sister Jinling's comprehension is truly terrifying, they exclaimed. Indeed, she has grasped the path of the purple cloud fairy. In the narrative, she could contend with quasi-saints. Does that not imply that Sister Jinling's understanding has reached at least the quasi-saint level? A collective gasp of astonishment swept through the crowd, their envy unmistakable. Their eyes turned a vibrant shade of green with jealousy. Despite each of them receiving opportunities from the eldest brother to comprehend the narrative, not all disciples of the Jie Sect could seize the powers and abilities of the protagonists. Many could only grasp the techniques of minor characters or even the most trivial beings. The effects of such lesser techniques were undoubtedly limited, resulting in considerably slower cultivation and less potent powers. Thus, witnessing the Golden Spirit Mother attain the path of the purple cloud fairy elicited such sour expressions among them. In an instant, the Golden Spirit Mother opened her eyes, her pale golden irises shimmering with hues of purple clouds. She rose abruptly, bowing deeply to Feipeng upon the high platform. With clasped hands, she expressed her gratitude. Golden Spirit thanks the eldest brother for bestowing the teachings. Simultaneously, a notification resonated within Feipeng's mind. Ding. Detection indicates that the Golden Spirit Mother has viewed your cinematic workstar journey to the west, achieving a breakthrough to the late stage of Tai Golden Immortal. Host synchronously gains this level of cultivation. Ding. It has been detected that the Holy Mother of Golden Spirits has comprehended the techniques of the Purple Mist Fairy, specifically the Purple Mist Divine Art, along with the supernatural abilities of the Purple Mist Love Sword and the Moonlight Space-Time Traversal Technique. The host has concurrently acquired these techniques and abilities, receiving a 100-fold enhancement. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the following equipment: the Purple Blue Sword, the Silver Lock and Golden Bell, the Moonlight Treasure Box, and the Sun Moon Wick. Among these, the Purple Blue Sword, the Silver Lock and Golden Bell, and the Moonlight Treasure Box are of superior innate spiritual treasures, while the Sun Moon Wick is an exquisite innate spiritual treasure. Swish, swish, swish. Before Feipeng, several magical artifacts suddenly materialized out of thin air. He reached out to grasp an oil lamp, placing it before him to examine closely. Is this the Sun Moon Wick? The very essence of the Purple Mist Fairy? If I could ignite this object and transform it into a being, would I not be able to recreate another Purple Mist Fairy? A spark of curiosity ignited in Feipeng's eyes, overwhelming him with intrigue. Chapter 98. The Celestial Maiden of Purple Mist, Never to Marry a Scoundrel. The tale of the Celestial Maiden of Purple Mist and the Supreme Treasure unfolds during the era of Tang Seng's pilgrimage to the west. At this juncture, we are still in the period of the investiture of the gods, prior to the journey to the west. Thus, neither Sun Wukong nor the Celestial Maiden of Purple Mist has yet come into existence. At this time, Sun Wukong remains merely a fragment of the stone used by Nuwa to mend the heavens, while the celestial maiden of purple mist is the essence of the sun and moon's wick held by Feipeng. According to the original trajectory of the primordial chaos, the investiture of the gods commences with Tongtian Zhao Master signing the divine list. Subsequently, Zhang Zia descends from the mountain to assist King Wu of Zhou in overthrowing the tyrant Zhou. Meanwhile, disciples of the are summoned down the mountain by the third-generation disciple, Wenzhong, to aid King Zhou against the 12 golden immortals of the Jie Sect. There are many events in between that are best left unmentioned. To elaborate on the origins of the celestial maiden of purple mist, she is a transformation of the oil lamp's wick that resides before the Buddha. The Buddha, in truth, is the disciple of the Duobao Dao Ran, who, after the catastrophic defeat in the Battle of the 10,000 Immortals, was captured by the two saints of the West and became the Tathagata. This suggests that the wick of the sun and moon was originally a treasure of the, likely once belonging to the Tongtian Zhao Master, and eventually acquired by Duobao Dao Ren before being taken to the Western teachings. After becoming the Tathagata, Duobao Dao Ren spent his days preaching and reciting scriptures, which ultimately transformed the sun and moon's wick into the celestial maiden of purple mist, leading to her story with the supreme treasure. However, the present situation is quite different. The Tongtian Zhao Master has retreated to the Purple Cloud Palace, and the role of acting for the, which should have belonged to Duobao Dao Ran, has been supplanted by Feipeng. The essence of the sun and moon now rests in Feipeng's hands. Gazing at the wick of the sun and moon, Feipeng muses, "What a splendid maiden! Why suffer under the delusions of that Buddhist doctrine? Come, accompany me. I can enlighten you just as well, and you need not wait for the journey to the West. As for that scoundrel, supreme treasure, he is utterly unworthy of you, celestial maiden of purple mist." Though supreme treasure eventually attains enlightenment, it is a realization paid for by the ultimate sacrifice of the celestial maiden. Supreme treasure then transforms into Sun Wukong, safeguarding Tang Song on his pilgrimage. What has the celestial maiden of purple mist gained, aside from her life, becoming a trial for the members of the Buddhist order on their journey? To Feipeng, this outcome is nothing short of a farce. You forsake all in pursuit of love, only to serve as a mere instrument in the eyes of others. In essence, you are nothing but a pawn in the Buddhist scheme to perfect the journey to the West. I, as a disciple of Duobao, shall never become the Tathagata? The celestial maiden of purple mist shall never marry a scoundrel. Feipeng has already devised a plan for the celestial maiden. After enlightening the wick of the sun and moon, he intends to have her join thee as a disciple and serve as his attendant. Ah, how delightful! The celestial maiden of purple mist as a handmaiden. What a splendid idea! Truly, my abode lacks a suitable attendant, and I shan't treat her poorly. Serving in my company is certainly preferable to being a mere pawn of the Buddhist order. Feipeng distinctly recalls that the celestial maiden of purple mist met a tragic end at the hands of the bull demon king. Yet, among the myriad celestial deities, not a single one wielded their powers to resurrect her. This demonstrates that the fate of the fairy Yunxiao, in the eyes of the Buddha, is but as trivial as grass, utterly devoid of worth. Contemplating this, Feipeng waved his grand sleeves, gathering the other treasures into his spatial artifact. Yet he deliberately left behind the sun and moon wick, choosing to keep it by his side. As he gazed upon the grand spectacle of myriad immortals comprehending the Tao in the plaza, a smile graced his lips. Now, our sect's myriad immortals are immersed in the understanding of the laws, a myriad of principles intertwining within the void, the essence of the Tao flowing. By leaving you outside, I hope you may be refined by the myriad laws, accumulating a touch of the Tao's essence, thus transforming at the earliest opportunity. Subsequently, Feipeng turned his attention towards the myriad immortals in the plaza, sipping red wine as he patiently awaited the enlightenment of others. Meanwhile, unbeknownst to Feipeng, the previously still sun and moon wick emitted a hazy white light, quivering slightly. Years later, the now transformed fairy Yunxiao would forever remember a particular scene. Upon an ancient, elegant high platform, there lay a languid youth, as graceful as jade, a paragon among his peers. He reclined on a rattan chair, his eyes twinkling like stars, serene as tranquil waters. Beside him, an oil lamp flickered gently, casting a warm glow akin to the most exquisite painting of this world. In the plaza of myriad immortals, the recent breakthrough of the Golden Spirit Mother was merely the tip of the iceberg. Numerous disciples of the sect were lost in their meditative insights, intermittently disturbed by the sounds of breakthroughs. Ecstatic, many would bow in gratitude to Feipeng whenever someone achieved enlightenment. At this moment, the Turtle Spirit Mother donned an elegant suit of black battle armor, atop her head a snow-white pearl the size of a goose egg. radiating a luminous white light that rendered her skin as pure as fresh snow. She sat gracefully before a crystal mirror, her gaze fixed intently on the screen before her, clearly captivated by the unfolding narrative. The drama she was engrossed in was none other than the heart-wrenching tale of Hua Qiangu, which narrates the tumultuous love and conflict between the maiden Xiaogu and Bai Zihua. Born with a body of misfortune, Xiaogu attracted all manner of ominous beings from the moment of her birth, deemed an ill omen by the villagers. One day, when she faced peril in the mortal realm, she was saved by Bai Zihua, leading her to secretly harbor feelings for him. Later, she journeyed to Mount Shu in search of her savior. After enduring numerous trials and competitions, Xiaogu finally became Bai Zihua's female disciple. Unbeknownst to her, her fate was intricately twisted, destined to become Bai Zihua's tragic love. And during their time together, feelings transcending the teacher-student bond had already blossomed. Fairy Zixia, too, loved Bai Zihua deeply and was unwilling to witness her beloved fall victim to Xiaogu's plight. Thus, she schemed to poison Xiaogu, only to find that it was Bai Zihua who ultimately fell victim to the poison. In a desperate bid to save Bai Zihua's life, Xiaogu explored every possible means, inadvertently acquiring the primordial power, which would later sow the seeds of tragedy. This primordial power, uncontrollable and immensely potent, had no rival across the three realms. Xiaogu was regarded as a demoness, scorned by the world, with cries for her demise echoing through the land, compelling Bai Zihua to end her life. Alas, Bai Zihua of Mount Shu, clad in white, resembled a painting, his elegance tinged with frost. With a gaze as cold as ice, he radiated a serene beauty akin to flowing water in the moonlight. Exceedingly extraordinary yet solitary, he embodied a cool detachment, tempered with a warmth akin to jade. His demeanor as tranquil as the clouds. For long, he sacrificed himself to uphold the world while pouring his heart and soul into guiding and protecting Xiaogu. Throughout his life, he remained true to Mount Shu, to the six realms, to all sentient beings, and to every individual. Yet he ultimately betrayed only his own fleeting youth. Deep within, the turtle spirit mother trembled slightly, realizing how strikingly similar she was to Xiaogu. Chapter 99. The Tale of the Man and the Virgin Mary in the Realm of Cinematic Narratives. The innocent and endearing little bone, upon her arrival at Chonglu, finds herself in the company of her master, leading to the blossoming of tender emotions. The turtle spirit mother is profoundly moved by the delicate, buried timidity that resides within her heart. She is pained by the heartbreak that Bone experiences when pierced by her master's severing sword, feeling utterly lost and desolate. The turtle spirit mother empathizes with her despair as Bone's beauty is marred by the ruthless waters of desolation, and she grieves for the sorrow that follows her banishment to the wilds by her master. Completely captivated by this young woman, the turtle spirit mother reflects on her own past. Once, the turtle spirit mother was a timeless spiritual turtle, destined to live for eons but forever unable to transcend into human form and cultivate her path to enlightenment. One fateful day, as gentle rain fell from the heavens, she lay upon the sandy shores, gazing at the boundless sea, lost in contemplation. At that moment, a young man clad in white, resembling a scholar, approached her through the drizzle, his demeanor radiating surprise and joy. This man was none other than Jie from the era of the Yellow Emperor. During the time of the Yellow Emperor, the ancient populace had yet to conceive written language, making communication arduous and stunting the progress of civilization. Thus, the Yellow Emperor commanded the sage Jie to create characters. However, the challenge of devising a universally accepted script for all tribes was formidable. Jie toiled day and night, pondering various methods, yet remained at a loss. One day, feeling despondent, Jie wandered to the seashore, only to discover a great turtle resting on the sand, its dark shell adorned with intricate symbols that were remarkably vivid. Suddenly, inspiration struck him, igniting the spark of creation. He hurried to the side of the turtle's spirit mother, joyfully caressing her shell as he exclaimed, "Who would have thought that the civilization of humankind would find its origins in a mere turtle? Oh, turtle! You are truly my fortunate star." Jie leaned closer to the turtle's spirit mother's shell, meticulously examining the symbols. Unbeknownst to him, night had fallen. He knew he must return to his tribe, for lingering too long outside could lead to a perilous encounter with wild beasts. Yet, he was reluctant to part ways, yearning to continue his study of the symbols on her shell. So, as he gently stroked the turtle's spirit mother's head, he implored, "The Yellow Emperor has tasked me with creating characters. Should I fail, my life may be forfeit. Will you assist me?" Initially, Jie did not expect the turtle to comprehend his words, yet he was astounded when the turtle's spirit mother, in a moment of bewilderment, nodded her head. Thus, Sangjia believed the turtle possessed a spiritual essence and could understand human speech. In those ancient times, the human race was characterized by simplicity and trust. He had no doubt about the promise made by the turtle. Overjoyed, he returned to his tribe. The following day, when he returned to the sandy shore, he was elated to find that the turtle's spirit mother had indeed kept her promise. Once again, he leaned against her shell, observing the symbols. As days turned into weeks, Sangjia created an increasing number of characters, and a deep bond began to develop between him and the turtle's spirit mother. What the turtle's spirit mother remained unaware of was that due to Sangjia's monumental contributions to the development of characters for humanity, his esteem within the tribe had risen to such heights that it even overshadowed that of the Yellow Emperor at times. The Yellow Emperor, increasingly discontented with him, found himself compelled to endure Sangjia's presence for the sake of the ongoing creation of characters. One fateful day, Sangjia was left with but a few characters to complete. As was his custom, he approached the shoreline, gently caressing the turtle's spirit mother's cheek while observing the runes on her shell. Upon finishing the last character, he rose to return home, and as customary, the turtle's spirit mother bid him farewell. At that moment, an extraordinary phenomenon occurred. A magnificent golden light of virtue descended from the heavens upon the turtle's spirit mother. Immersed in this divine radiance, the turtle's spirit mother, who had originally taken the form of a turtle, was instantaneously transformed into a stunningly beautiful woman. She gazed in delight at her transformation and, in an instant, comprehended everything. It was revealed that her assistance in the creation of characters for humanity had granted her supreme virtue, thus elevating her to human form and bestowing upon her a method of cultivation. Deep within, she felt immense gratitude towards Sangjia and yearned to share this joyous news with him at the earliest opportunity. Thus, she waited by the seaside. Little did she know that this parting would mark the final farewell between her and Sangjia. Sangjia, drawing inspiration from the various forms of insects, fish, birds, and beasts, had crafted the most primitive oracle bone script, which stands as the earliest written language in human history. However, his accomplishments had begun to pose a significant threat to the authority of the Yellow Emperor. For the Emperor, this was an intolerable situation. Consequently, he summoned the tribe's elder, a venerable man whose beard was said to have 120 knots. It was rumored that this elder had lived for 120 years, earning the respect of all within the tribe. The Yellow Emperor confided his concerns to the elder, who, upon hearing them, professed that he had a plan to deal with Sangjia. After a moment of contemplation, the elder set off to find Sangjia. Sangjia was engaged in teaching the members of various tribes to read and write when the elder quietly took a seat at the back, listening intently like everyone else. Once Sangjia concluded his lesson and the others dispersed, only the elder remained seated in his place. Curiosity piqued, Sangjia approached him to inquire why he lingered. The elder replied, "Sangjia, your characters have become widely known, yet my old eyes are somewhat dim. There are a few characters that still perplex me. Would you be willing to teach me again?" Delighted by the elder's respect, Sangjia urged him to continue. The elder then posed a question. "The characters you created for horse, donkey, and mule all depict 4 legs, correct? Yet the character for cow, which also possesses 4 legs, appears to have only a single tail. Why is this so?" Upon hearing this, Sangjia felt a twinge of panic. He had inadvertently transposed the forms while crafting the characters, having drawn the fish character resembling that of a cow and the cow character resembling that of a fish. It was a careless mistake on his part. The elder continued, "Moreover, the character for heavy implies a distance of 1,000 miles. It should be pronounced as chu for to leave. Yet you have instructed others to pronounce it as zhong for wait. Conversely, the character, which is formed by the fusion of 2 mountains, ought to signify, representing wait. Yet you have mistakenly associated it with, denoting departure. These characters truly perplex me, compelling me to seek your wisdom." Sangjia was acutely aware of the grave error he had committed. These characters had already been imparted to various tribes, disseminating across the world, and could not be amended. At that moment, the Yellow Emperor appeared before him and summoned the leaders of the tribes to collectively admonish him. Sangjia glanced at the Yellow Emperor and then at the assembly, seemingly grasping the gravity of the situation. Overcome with humiliation, he unsheathed his sword and took his own life. From that day forth, peculiar occurrences began to manifest within the tribe. Chapter 100. By heaven, behold my primal force. On that fateful day, the sun blazed in the sky, yet grains fell like rain, and the wails of spirits echoed through the night. The populace was beset by anxiety, fearing that their actions had led to the demise of Sangjia, invoking divine retribution upon themselves. The Yellow Emperor was in a state of panic. If Sangjia's death was unjust, Did that not imply a grave error on his part? Yet, how could he err? He was the Yellow Emperor. Consequently, he dispatched individuals to spread rumors, declaring that Songjia was responsible for the creation of written language, which led to an awakening of public intellect and a decline in moral values, resulting in deceit, strife, and bloodshed. Thus, the realm would be forever devoid of peace. Even the spirits would find no solace, hence their cries. The people suddenly grasped the truth. These ominous signs were indeed the fault of Songjia, who had corrupted the hearts of men. They deemed him a villain, deserving of his fate. Later, Zhang Yinyuan's records of famous paintings through the ages elucidated that Songjia possessed 4 eyes, gazing upon celestial phenomena. Inspired by the patterns of the tortoise, he established the forms of characters. The mysteries of creation could not remain concealed, hence the rains of grains. The supernatural could not elude their shapes, thus the spirits wept. At that time, calligraphy and painting were yet to be differentiated, and the essence of representation was still nascent. Without means to convey their meaning, writing emerged. Without means to reveal their form, painting was born. This was the intention of heaven, earth, and the sages. Songjia had perished. The mother of tortoise spirits awaited by the shore day after day, yet Songjia did not return. She lamented, believing he had forgotten her, sitting alone by the sea in sorrowful tears, until she caught the attention of the celestial master of the way. Observing the vast seashore and the beautiful maiden in despair, he descended to inquire about her plight. Upon questioning, the celestial master comprehended the situation. He calculated with a flick of his fingers and discerned the truth of Songjia's self-inflicted demise. With a heavy sigh to the heavens, he conveyed the tale to the mother of tortoise spirits. She wept anew, yet felt powerless. During the reign of the Yellow Emperor, the goddess Hutu had yet to establish the underworld, rendering Songjia's soul unable to reincarnate. His spirit had long since scattered. Even the celestial master, despite his sage status, could not revive one whose essence had dissipated. Deeply sympathetic to the plight of the mother of tortoise spirits, he promised to take her as his personal disciple and lead her back to Golden Tortoise Island for cultivation. Thus, she became a disciple of the Intercepting Sect. In the narrative, Hua Qiangu faced disdain, contempt, and curses, ultimately being driven to her demise by those around her. Similarly, Songjia met his end at the hands of those he esteemed, coerced by various leaders, and even in death, he bore the weight of infamy, destined to be remembered in ignominy for eternity. This relentless oppression and sorrow finally ignited a fervor within the mother of tortoise spirits. She cast her gaze skyward and let forth a mighty roar. Her hair stood on end, and a surge of primal force erupted from her being, causing the surrounding disciples of the Intercepting Sect to stagger back in awe. At that moment, 5 golden characters, Primal Demon God Chronicle, appeared in her mind, accompanied by an influx of mystical symbols that enveloped her heart, granting her instant enlightenment regarding her path of cultivation. The Primal Demon God Chronicle. A spark of brilliance flickered in the eyes of the mother of tortoise spirits. This indeed pertains to the arcane arts of Hua Qiangu in the narrative, through which she has cultivated the powers of the demon god and the primordial force. Regardless of the multitude that may assail her, she could truly achieve unrivaled supremacy. Were it not for the weakness represented by Baizi Hua Qiangu would have been invulnerable to demise. The cultivation of the primordial demon god record not only amplifies one's strength to the level of nightmares, but also bestows upon an individual the gifts of immortality, invulnerability, and agelessness, illustrating the sheer terror of Hua Qiangu's might. Buzz. Several golden characters re-emerged in the mind of the turtle spirit mother. The powers of the demon god. The primordial force. Clearly, these are 2 ancient supernatural abilities capable of communicating with the enigmatic forces of unknown realms. Now, however, they have all been comprehended by the turtle spirit mother, whose dantian erupted with an astonishingly immense and tempestuous magical power, surging forth like a volcanic eruption. Boom, boom. The turtle spirit mother's realm instantaneously commenced a meteoric ascension. Previously, he had relied on his senior brother's fortuitous encounter to achieve minor breakthroughs in his cultivation. Thus, he had remained at the late stage of the golden immortal realm. Yet now, the situation was entirely transformed. Breakthrough. Peak, golden immortal. Breakthrough. Early Tai, golden immortal. Breakthrough. Mid Tai, golden immortal. Breakthrough. Late Tai, golden immortal. Breakthrough. Peak Tai, golden immortal. Deep within the turtle spirit mother's heart, a tremendous wave had already surged. Although he was aware that he would undoubtedly progress significantly this time, he had never anticipated shattering 5 realms in succession. Such a record is truly terrifying. Even saints of this era do not exhibit such fearsome velocity. Meanwhile, the The disciples of the were left petrified in shock. This is utterly horrifying. Isn't it? It must be understood that the higher one ascends in cultivation, the more arduous the journey becomes. It is said that time is not recorded in the primordial era, and practitioners remain oblivious to the passage of years. Upon reaching the true immortal realm, a solitary retreat may extend for tens of thousands of years. After the golden immortal realm, striving to break through even a minor realm often takes on the scale of millions of years. It is precisely for this reason that the primordial world has birthed an alternative unit of temporal measurement, the yuan hui. So how long is a yuan hui? The answer is 129,600 years. A yuan comprises 12 hui. A hui consists of 30 yun. A yun spans 12 shij, and a shij encompasses 30 years. Thus, the total duration of a yuan amounts to 129,600 years. In the primordial realm, even a fleeting slumber could lead one to traverse several yuan hui. This illustrates that the phrase "the primordial does not count years" is utterly devoid of exaggeration. Yet now, the disciples of the have achieved breakthroughs to realms that others would require countless yuan hui to reach, all within mere seconds. What an astounding affront to the mundane world. The disciples of the are already the most prodigious and extraordinary individuals selected by the primordial Lord from countless beings. However, when compared to the breakthrough speed of the disciples, they are rendered utterly inferior, akin to the most inept and foolish of beings. One can only wonder how the primordial Lord would react upon learning of this event. Might he suffer a myocardial infarction? After enduring countless ages, I have painstakingly selected what I believe to be exceptionally gifted disciples, yet they pale in comparison to the creatures he perceives as mere beasts with fur and horns, born of dampened eggs. Simultaneously, a notification resonated in Feipeng's ears. Ding! The Golden Spirit Holy Mother, through her viewing of your cinematic work Flower Thousand Valleys, has attained enlightenment, breaking through to the pinnacle of the Tai Golden Immortal Realm, and the host simultaneously acquires this cultivation. Ding! The Golden Spirit Holy Mother has mastered the technique record of the primordial demon gods, as well as the divine abilities demon god as power and primordial force, with the host concurrently obtaining these techniques and powers. Ding! Congratulations to the host for unexpectedly triggering a high drop rate, successfully acquiring the top-tier equipment. The 10 Directions Divine Artifacts, the Eastern Flowing Light Zither, the Southern Illusionary Thought Bell, the Western Floating and Sinking Pearl, the Northern Divination Cauldron, the Celestial Exile Umbrella, the Earthly Mysterious Stabilizing Ruler, the Life Flame Water Jade, the Death Compassion Sword, the Departed Heavenly Chain, and the Longing for the Unreturned Inkstone. All 10 of these treasures are exceptional innate spiritual artifacts. When assembled into a grand formation, their divine might rivals that of innate supreme treasures. Chapter 101. When a female assassin possesses detective abilities, Feipeng's face was already illuminated by a radiant joy. Goodness! I have actually awakened the primordial power within me. In my previous life on Blue Water Star, this phrase, primordial power, was merely a classic internet buzzword among peers and colleagues alike. It was a favorite jibe to tease one another with this expression. For instance, when a typically introverted boy suddenly confessed his feelings to the goddess of his heart, everyone would chuckle, remarking that he had indeed unleashed his primordial power to dare approach his beloved. Similarly, when a meek employee suddenly roared his resignation at his boss, they would also laugh, claiming he had mustered his primordial power to confront authority. Such instances abound. One must admit, the primordial power is truly formidable. Feipeng now felt as though an inexhaustible energy coursed through him, a swirling essence of profound and primal force, reminiscent of the very beginnings of creation. When the 10 magical artifacts materialized before his eyes, they emanated a terrifying aura that even caused the entire Golden Turtle Island to tremble slightly. However, with a swift motion of his grand sleeve, he collected all 10 artifacts. Yet, the commotion did not go unnoticed by the myriad celestial beings of the Jie Sect. They raised their heads, gazing in Feipeng's direction. Although they ultimately saw nothing, the earlier surge of awe-inspiring power that hung over them, threatening to claim their lives, still left them in a state of trepidation. Gulp, gulp. Their astonished eyes widened, filled with disbelief. That might emanated from the eldest brother? Indeed, it seemed so. They exchanged glances, their admiration for Feipeng ascending to new heights. Not only did the eldest brother possess a multitude of formidable techniques and divine powers, but his own strength was also unfathomable. Just a mere hint of his power had instilled such fear in them. This only underscored the terrifying extent of his true abilities. After the moment of shock, the celestial beings of the Jie Sect resumed their contemplation, as the Golden Spirit Mother and the Turtle Spirit Mother successively broke through their limits. The Wudong Holy Mother, adorned in golden silk armor, grew anxious. Both of her younger sisters had surpassed her, and as the eldest, she could not afford to lag behind and become the subject of ridicule. Moreover, she had originally entered the Golden Immortal Realm before the Golden Spirit Mother and the Turtle Spirit Mother. Now, with the fortuitous opportunities bestowed by the eldest brother, her cultivation lagged behind that of her two sisters. How infuriating! I must exert myself and ensure those two do not overshadow me, the Wudong Holy Mother declared with determination. In truth, the Wudong Holy Mother possessed exceptional talent, as evidenced by her earlier ascendance to the Golden Immortal Realm compared to her sisters. Furthermore, within the annals of primordial history, she was the last remaining custodian of the Jie Sect's flame within the myriad celestial formations. The Holy Mother of Wudong initially intended to assist her master, the celestial teacher, in a final battle. However, she was sternly halted by him and urged to swiftly escape the Grand Formation, thus securing her own safety. She stands as the sole disciple of the Jie Sect who has neither ascended to the divine list nor been captured by the Western Church. This circumstance underscores the extraordinary talent possessed by the Holy Mother of Wudong. After all, within the myriad of celestial formations, she not only managed to contend against several peak quasi-saints and gain the upper hand, but she also directly intervened in the skirmishes between several saints. From this, one could infer that even if she does not yet embody a saint, she is undeniably on the cusp of such a status. However, at present, the Holy Mother of Wudong is merely at the late stage of the Golden Immortal Realm. This is primarily attributed to the fortuitous opportunities granted by her elder brother and her comprehension of certain Taoist principles. Otherwise, she would only be at the mid-stage of the Golden Immortal Realm. At this moment, the Holy Mother is engrossed in a film that had grossed billions in her previous life, titled Detective Chinatown. Despite its global popularity in her former existence, it finds scarce appreciation among cultivators in the primordial world, who generally lack an affinity for such modern urban narratives. The barriers of immersion and comprehension pose significant challenges. Asking cultivators to grasp the intricacies of skyscrapers, automobiles, airplanes, and computers is no simple task. While they are not incapable of understanding, it certainly demands considerable effort. Yet, the Holy Mother of Wudong appears unperturbed by these obstacles, her curiosity piqued by the unfolding events. Once she fully immersed herself in the storyline, she found herself deeply enamored with the experience. This may be attributed to the fact that the Holy Mother possesses a latent talent and potential for detective work. Recall the previous contest of magical prowess, during which the Holy Mothers of Golden Spirit and Turtle Spirit faced defeat. It was then that the Holy Mother of Wudong stepped forward with her astute reasoning, restoring her sister's confidence. This illustrates her formidable deductive capabilities, which even garnered admiration from Feipeng. Yet, her investigative acumen remains unrecognized in the primordial realm, lacking any semblance of acknowledgement. However, through this drama, the Holy Mother discovered the existence of a profession known as a detective. It was as if she had unlocked the door to a new world. Her senses heightened and her very soul captivated. Upon encountering the enigmatic and talented hacker girl, Hiko, who radiated an aura of cool confidence, the Holy Mother found herself enchanted. Hiko, a genius hacker, is also among the world's top detectives. To solve cases, she often infiltrates police systems to gather pertinent evidence. Her hacking prowess has reached an astonishing level. She once constructed a computer using merely a watch to assist the protagonist, Qin Feng, in cracking a case. In that moment, the Holy Mother of Wudong felt a tremor within her being, her mind becoming astoundingly sharp. Many matters she could deduce with a mere glance, as if her cognitive abilities had received an extraordinary enhancement. Sensing this transformation, the Holy Mother immediately turned her awareness inward. Upon introspection, she discovered a dense and unyielding golden light within her mind. Moreover, a cluster of golden light was encircled by several golden characters. Primordial Detective Reasoning Technique. Naturally, the film did not encompass martial arts or supernatural powers. However, Feipeng's system had long elucidated that whether it be the martial arts of the Yunxiao world, the magic of the fantasy realm, or the extraordinary abilities depicted in urban cinema, they would all undergo system upgrades and transformations, ultimately evolving into techniques and powers suitable for cultivation in the primordial world. It was evident that this so-called primordial detective reasoning technique was generated by the system in this manner. A surge of profound understanding flowed through the heart of the Wudong Holy Mother, and she instantly grasped this method of cultivation. Suddenly, she also comprehended the chillingly thought-provoking techniques of Hunyuan hacker technique and dream surveillance art in the blink of an eye. Just as the Wudong Holy Mother was overwhelmed with joy, Feipeng's mind simultaneously acquired these techniques and powers. However, a look of bewilderment appeared on Feipeng's face. Oh, does this mean the Wudong Holy Mother aspires to be an assassin? This is undeniably an assassin's ensemble. If I were to equip her with a few more items, she might even have a reasonable chance of successfully assassinating a sage in the future. Chapter 102. In the eyes of the disciples of the teaching. They are the destiny. As Feipeng marveled at the divine powers comprehended by the unfathomable Holy Mother, she began to experience an astonishingly rapid ascent in her cultivation. Breakthrough. Pinnacle of Golden Immortal. Breakthrough. Early stage of Tai Golden Immortal. Breakthrough. Mid stage of Tai Golden Immortal. Breakthrough. Late stage of Tai Golden Immortal. Breakthrough. Pinnacle of Tai Golden Immortal. Upon reaching the pinnacle of Tai Golden Immortal, the growth of the unfathomable Holy Mother's cultivation seemingly showed no signs of abating. The crowd was left in astonishment. Could it be that Sister Wudong was on the verge of breaking through to the Grand Luo Golden Immortal? Such speculation stirred a tumult within the ranks of the myriad immortals of the Jie Sect. After all, from certain perspectives, the difficulty of breaking through to the Grand Luo Golden Immortal surpassed all previous realms combined by 100-fold or even 1,000-fold. As they watched the unfathomable Holy Mother's cultivation continue to rise, the hearts of the onlookers were in their throats, their expressions tense as they gazed upon her. Gradually, the pace of her advancement slowed. Ultimately, she did not break through to the Grand Luo Golden Immortal, but rather halted just before the threshold, which was indeed a profound pity. After all, the unfathomable Holy Mother was merely a hair's breadth away from true Grand Luo Golden Immortal status. A single step forward would have allowed her to transcend the Tai Golden Immortal realm and become a Grand Luo Golden Immortal, free from the constraints of the three realms. However, the unfathomable Holy Mother felt no sense of regret whatsoever. With a face alight with excitement, she rose and bowed to Feipeng on the high platform. I am grateful to my elder brother for bestowing this teaching upon me. Upon witnessing the unfathomable Holy Mother also breaking through to the pinnacle of Tai Golden Immortal, the Golden Spirit Holy Mother and the Turtle Spirit Holy Mother hurried over to offer their congratulations. Congratulations, elder sister, for reaching the pinnacle of Tai Golden Immortal. Congratulations, elder sister, for reaching the pinnacle of Tai Golden Immortal. The unfathomable Holy Mother chuckled. It is thanks to my elder brother that our trio has advanced so swiftly in our cultivation. We must always remember his kindness and never become ungrateful. Rest assured, elder sister, we will faithfully adhere to our elder brother's edicts and would not dare to defy them in the slightest. The unfathomable Holy Mother smiled and nodded. That is good. I wonder how the other brothers and sisters are faring in their comprehension. This time, our elder brother has prepared a top-quality, innate spiritual treasure as a reward for the top 10 of the myriad immortals. Do you think we have a chance to obtain it? The Golden Spirit Holy Mother covered her mouth and chuckled, gently tapping the Turtle Spirit Holy Mother's forehead with a slender finger. Oh, you. Such beautiful thoughts. In our Jie Sect, there are countless hidden talents and formidable figures. Moreover, with competitors like Zhao Gongming, the three Celestial Maidens, and Duobao Daoist, how challenging it is to secure a place among the top 10. That is uncertain. Ultimately, it depends on our elder brother's judgment. Indeed, whoever our elder brother declares to be among the top 10 shall be so. His discerning eye is infallible. The unfathomable Holy Mother smiled as she spoke to her two sisters. Enough, enough. Let us not quarrel any longer. Since we still have some time, shall we go and observe the enlightenment of our fellow disciples? Upon hearing the words of the unfettered Holy Mother, both the Golden Spirit Holy Mother and the Turtle Spirit Holy Mother brightened with interest. Indeed, to know ourselves and our adversaries ensures victory in every battle. Observing the enlightenment of others will certainly provide us insight into those 10 rewards. Let us go. With that, the three sisters soared into the air. The vast expanse of the 10,000 Immortals Plaza was bustling with over 10,000 immortals engaged in theatrical comprehension to observe the enlightenment of others. The sisters deemed it necessary to rise high and gain a broader perspective, hence they employed their celestial arts to ascend. The Golden Spirit Holy Mother waved her sleeve, gently obscuring half of her face, and with a cheerful smile, turned to the Turtle Spirit Holy Mother, exclaiming, "Look, is that not Sister Shurji?" As she pointed, the Turtle Spirit Holy Mother and the unfettered Holy Mother also spotted Shurji. Originally, Shurji was a stone that had fallen during Nuwa's restoration of the heavens. By chance, she transformed into a being. She had intended to cultivate alongside Lady Nuwa, but the latter never established a sect, even relinquishing the human teachings to the virtuous Celestial. The virtuous Celestial, perhaps feeling somewhat awkward about it, merely borrowed the establishment of human teachings for his ascension yet did not actively recruit disciples to share in its fortunes. The virtuous celestial's human teachings were represented by only one Grand Master of the Xuandu, who would later become the martial Tianpeng, Zhu Ganglai. Left with no alternative, Shiji chose to join for her cultivation. Shiji, possessing remarkable talent, quickly became an inner disciple of the, and later emerged as a dark horse, her cultivation rivaling that of the true disciples. At that moment, adorned with a fan-like headdress embellished with emeralds and pearls, Shiji's breathtaking beauty was accentuated by her flowing crimson robe, rendering her alluring and enchanting. Shiji had a female disciple named Daji, a transformation of a nine-tailed fox, whose beauty could rival that of the fairest maidens. However, Daji did not cultivate on Golden Ao Island, for she had many nine-tailed fox sisters and relatives to care for at home. At this moment, Shiji was accompanied by her disciples Qingwan, Biyun, and Kaiyun. Qingwan was a graceful young lady, while Biyun and Kaiyun were a pair of little girls, merely 5 or 6 years old. All three were orphans whom Shiji had taken in, teaching them celestial arts. In the original history of the primordial chaos, Shiji was a kind-hearted fairy who valued reason in all matters, yet her fate was tragic, as she was bullied to death in turns by Neza and Tai Jinren. Neza, known for his mischievous nature, first shot and killed Shiji's son for no reason, followed by the deaths of Shiji's disciples, Biyun and Kaiyun. Upon discovering this, Shiji confronted Neza, but rather than acknowledging his wrongdoing, Neza sought to kill her as well. Yet, how could Neza hope to contend with Shiji? In just a few exchanges, Neza was swiftly defeated by Shiji's hand. When the goddess Shiji observed that Neza was merely a mischievous child, she chose not to take his life in vengeance for her disciple, but instead released him. Little did she know that Neza, unrepentant, would return to summon his master. Tai Jinren. The master and disciple disregarded Shiji's reasoning entirely. In a fit of aggression, they assailed her, and as they found themselves outmatched, Tai Jinren produced the divine artifact bestowed by the primordial celestial venerable, the 9-dragon divine fire cover. With this, he enveloped Shiji and unleashed 9 celestial dragons that spewed forth the 3 true flames, burning her for an excruciating 81 days, ultimately leading to her demise. How did Tai Jinren regard the death of Shiji? He casually remarked, "Today, the celestial decree is set. It is fated for her to perish in this locale." He then turned, departing with Neza. This incident, clearly a case of Tai Jinren shielding a villain and committing murder, was dismissed as mere fate in the eyes of the disciples of the Chan teaching. It becomes evident that within their perspective, they embody destiny. No matter how heinous their actions, they can always attribute it to the decree of fate. Chapter 103. Is the 10 Days Monarch playing with the Holy Mother of Gold Spirit? At this moment, Shiji is still practicing on Golden Tortoise Island, and his disciple has not yet fallen to Neza's hand. Currently, Shiji is engrossed in watching Perfect World, an animated series that chronicles the journey of a young boy named Little Stone, who rises from the vast wilderness to ultimately attain the status of a mortal emperor. In his childhood, he fortuitously acquires a talking stone known as the Stone of God-Slaying, which possesses a remarkable lineage. This stone, one of the ancient 10 fiends, is said to harbor the divine art of God-Slaying, capable of vanquishing deities and immortals with unerring precision. A glimmer of affection sparkles in Shiji's eyes. He has an undeniable fondness for such adorably naive beings. Just look at Qingwan, by Yun Tongzi, and Kai Yun Tongzi, and one would understand. The little stone has an insatiable appetite. With each morsel of stone or mud consumed, it undergoes a spectacular evolution. Ultimately, the Stone of God-Slaying ascends to the realm of the immortal emperor, a state that surely rivals the saints of the primordial world. Boom. Shiji's delicate form quivers, and his aura begins to surge. Breakthrough. Peak, Golden Immortal. Breakthrough. Early stage of Tai, Golden Immortal. Breakthrough. Mid-stage of Tai, Golden Immortal. Breakthrough. Late stage of Tai, Golden Immortal. Breakthrough. Peak of Tai, Golden Immortal. Simultaneously, for golden characters, stone ruins, ancient scripture flash vividly in his mind. Shiji's eyes widen, his pupils constricting to pinpoints, and he covers his mouth in astonishment, exclaiming, "Could this be the cultivation method practiced by that esteemed figure?" Profound verses materialize in Shiji's consciousness, intricately detailing how the stone evolves from its humble beginnings to formidable strength, ultimately reaching the pinnacle of universal supremacy. This revelation leaves Shiji profoundly shaken. It seems as if this scripture has unlocked a new world for him, tailor-made to fit his unique path. Although the celestial method imparted by the heavenly teacher is of saintly caliber, it is, after all, not designed for a being of his nature. He may practice it, yet to reach profound realms, He must discover a method suited to his essence. Clearly, the stone ruins ancient scripture is such a method. Just as Shiji revels in this ecstasy, he simultaneously comprehends three divine abilities: God-slaying treasure technique, endless devouring, and immortal stone body. Infinite Taoist rhymes envelop his exterior, seemingly linking him to the grand harmonies of the Tao, enhancing his ethereal demeanor. As if influenced by the Taoist principles, Qing Wan by Yun Tongzi and Kai Yun Tongzi also experience breakthroughs in succession. Poof, poof, poof. The trio transitions from the initial stages of Golden Immortal to the early stage of Tai Golden Immortal. Wonderful. I never imagined we would also break through, exclaims Qing Wan, as an overwhelming surge of vermilion bird flames emanates from him, transforming him entirely, exuding a hot and noble aura. My heavens, I have comprehended the vermilion bird treasure technique and vermilion bird divine fire. Meanwhile, Bai Yun Tongzi radiates moonlight, with a colossal silver moon manifesting behind him, and a blue moon flame flickering at the center of his forehead. I have comprehended the Qingyue Immortal Sutra of the Qingyue Female Immortal, and have also acquired the Qingyue Immortal Flame and primary and secondary clones. Buzz. The fairy of colorful clouds is enveloped in the power of the five elements, with the rhythm of the Tao swirling around her, exuding the essence of life. The inheritance of Mount Eternal, the Five Elements Longevity Sutra. To my astonishment, I am capable of grasping such profound techniques. It is indeed a monumental fortune. The five elements Heavenly Palm and Eternal Rebirth technique are both exceedingly esoteric, and I find myself unable to fully comprehend them at this moment. It appears I must dedicate time to thoroughly digest these insights. In the high skies, the Holy Mother of Golden Spirits, the Holy Mother of Tortoise Spirits, and the unmatched Holy Mother nodded in agreement. The path understood by Sister Shiji pertains to the Tao of the Immortal Emperor, posing a significant threat to those aspiring to earn the rewards of the senior brother. However, the Tao comprehended by their three disciples pales in comparison and is not a matter of concern for us. The Holy Mother of Tortoise Spirits smiled gracefully, stating, naturally, as the cherished direct disciples of our master, we must not tarnish his reputation when it comes to talent. The unmatched Holy Mother cast a playful glare at the two. Chuckling, let us go observe others. Just as they were merrily preparing to depart, a terrifying storm suddenly erupted below, nearly toppling the three from the sky. Steadying themselves, they gazed down at the source of the tempest. It turns out to be the 10 Lords of Golden Ao Island. The unmatched Holy Mother's countenance darkened, and a surge of anger welled within her, clearly aggrieved by the earlier incident that nearly sent them plummeting from the heavens. One of the middle-aged men laughed heartily and sincerely apologized to the unmatched Holy Mother. I deeply apologize on behalf of my 10 brothers. Just now, we were engrossed in comprehending the Tao from the Master Brothers' play and momentarily lost control of our power. I hope the 3 sisters will forgive us. Were it not for your commendable attitude in apologizing, this matter would not be so easily brushed aside, the unmatched Holy Mother retorted coldly. Indeed. The unmatched sister possesses a magnanimous heart and would never hold our transgressions against us. We humbly apologize. At that moment, the Holy Mother of Tortoise Spirits inadvertently glanced downward and suddenly exclaimed in surprise, "Oh, your realms have all broken through to the late stage of the Tai Golden Immortal." Below, the 10 Lords of Golden Ao Island exchanged knowing smiles and bowed in response. Yes, thanks to the great fortune bestowed by our Master Brother, we have not failed to meet his expectations, and our cultivation has advanced remarkably, barely allowing us to keep pace with the 3 esteemed sisters. Upon hearing their response, the Holy Mother of Golden Spirits cast her gaze upon them. There stood Lord Qin Wantian, Lord Zhao Jiang, Lord Huang Quan, Lord Yuan Jiao, Lord Jing Guang, Lord Sun Liang, Lord Bai Li, Lord Yao Bin, Lord Wang Bian, and Lord Zhang Xiao, each radiating a formidable aura of spiritual power. Circles of golden light blossomed from their bodies, and the essence of the Tao permeated the air, with 3,000 small worlds rising and falling around them. The Holy Mother of Golden Spirits nodded and remarked indifferently, "It appears that you have all made considerable progress and have grasped certain principles of the Tao. Pray, showcase your insights to your senior sister, lest her curiosity remain unquenched." The 10 days exchanged knowing smiles, and then the leader, Qin Wan, lifted his head and, with a respectful gesture towards the Golden Spirit Holy Mother, responded, "Since our senior sister wishes to witness our abilities, we shall naturally comply with her wishes." With that, a multitude of golden lines emerged from Qin Wan's form, intertwining in the space around him, ultimately forming a profound array. Observing this spectacle, the Golden Spirit Holy Mother furrowed her brow and exclaimed with indignation, Qin Wan, do you dare to deceive me? This is clearly the celestial extermination array imparted to you by our master. And it is not the Tao you have comprehended within the play. Chapter 104. Is the upgraded 10 absolute formation effective? Upon witnessing the fury of the Golden Spirit Holy Mother, the 10 heavenly lords erupted in laughter. Sister, do not fret. Our master has imparted to us the 10 absolute formation, with each of the 10 brothers guarding a formation, its power ever-changing and capable of vanquishing deities and immortals. Now, with the blessing of our eldest brother, we have ingeniously combined the insights gleaned from our roles in the play with the teachings of our master, resulting in a formidable enhancement of the formation's potency 100-fold. As he spoke, Heavenly Lord Qin Wantian's body trembled. Within his heavenly absolute formation, the 3 talents of heaven, earth, and humanity were inverted and pushed forth, the profound calculations becoming increasingly inscrutable, infused with primordial techniques, and enveloped in an innate azure aura. Observing the might of this formation, the Golden Spirit Holy Mother, the Turtle Age Holy Mother, and the unfathomable Holy Mother nodded gently in acknowledgement. The Master once proclaimed, should a celestial encounter this formation, their very being would be reduced to ashes. Featuring 3 banners representing heaven, earth, and humanity, they unite into a singular force. Should one step into this formation, amidst the thunderous roar, they would be rendered to dust. Even immortals would be shattered to fragments upon encountering it. Such a formation, esteemed by the celestial teacher, undoubtedly ranks among the pinnacle of lethal arrays in the current primordial realm. In the impending battle of the Shang and Zhou against the gods, it was indeed the heavenly absolute formation that led to the demise of the Chan sect disciple, Deng Hua. Deng Hua was no ordinary character. He was the 5th disciple of the Jade Void Palace, possessing profound cultivation that had reached the Tao of the great Luo Golden Immortal. Yet, such a formidable individual was instantaneously obliterated within the 10 absolute formation, illustrating the true might of this array. However, while the 10 absolute formation is indeed powerful, how does it differ from its original form? Where lies the divine insight derived from our eldest brother's performance? Noticing the confusion on the Golden Spirit Holy Mother's face, Qin Wantian laughed heartily. Sister, behold. Boom. A resounding clap of thunder erupted, and within the 10 absolute formation, lightning flashed and thunder roared. The space became chaotic, and temporal currents intertwined in disarray, plunging the void into darkness, illuminated only by fleeting flashes of lightning. Deep within the formation, a chaotic energy began to manifest. The Golden Spirit Holy Mother's eyes widened in astonishment, her gaze almost bulging forth. Her expression shifted dramatically as she instinctively recoiled, as if confronted by an ancient and unfathomable terror. Qin Wantian offered a reassuring smile, saying, Sister, fear not, you are not within the formation. Regardless of the overwhelming horror within, it cannot harm you in the slightest. Observing the Golden Spirit Holy Mother's panic-stricken visage and unsteady steps, the Turtle Spirit Holy Mother quickly stepped forward to support her. Sister, though the 10 absolute formation possesses remarkable power, we have already witnessed its intricacies. What has caused you to be so frightened this time? The Golden Spirit Holy Mother's lips turned pale as she trembled, pointing toward the formation with quaking fingers. Her voice barely a whisper. Chaos. Chaotic thunder. At her words, the Turtle Spirit Holy Mother furrowed her brow, her face etched with confusion. Chaotic thunder? In a swift motion, the unfathomable Holy Mother moved to stand before them, her expression grave as she gazed ahead. After a moment, her demeanor slightly relaxed. Just moments ago, she had employed the primordial detective reasoning technique, unveiling the formation's mysteries. With her lips slightly parted, the unfathomable Holy Mother's voice rang out, imbued with wisdom and confidence. The true lethal move of the 10 absolute formation is indeed the lightning that precedes the 3 banners. In a flash, the lightning transforms into ashes. In the past, Brother Qin Wan used only ordinary lightning to establish the formidable heavenly absolute formation. The difference now lies in your profound comprehension of thunder techniques, which has enabled you to transmute ordinary lightning into the chaotic divine thunder, thereby amplifying the formation's power exponentially. Am I mistaken? As the final word of the Wudong Saintess fell, a look of astonishment appeared on Qin Wan's face. He abruptly stood up and, with admiration, clasped his hands toward the Wudong Saintess, exclaiming, Sister, your foresight is truly remarkable. Nothing escapes your keen insight. Indeed, I have grasped the Thunder Emperor's treasure technique from the performance. This revelation instantly stirred a tempest of reactions. Good heavens, could it truly be the Thunder Emperor's technique obtained during his youth? It is said that this Thunder Emperor technique is an evolution of celestial principles. Mastering it allows one to wield the power over heavenly tribulations, rendering it overwhelmingly dominant and invincible. The disciples of the gasped in awe, their faces painted with astonishment. Another celestial emperor's method has emerged. The Thunder Emperor nearly ascended to celestial sovereignty. It was not due to his lack of talent, but rather because he was betrayed by his own before he could fully mature, ultimately falling victim to a brutal assault by several alien celestial kings. He had left behind the Thunder Emperor armor, riddled with holes. It was an unparalleled treasure acquired in his youth, but due to the lingering resentment of the Thunder Emperor, it is prone to darkening. Only they can don the corrupted Thunder Emperor armor without being affected. Now, with Qin Wan inheriting the legacy of the Thunder Emperor and mastering the Thunder Emperor's treasure technique, he has combined his thunder methods with the heavenly absolute formation taught by the celestial leader, establishing this formation based on chaotic divine thunder. It is no wonder that even the revered Golden Spirit Saintess, a direct disciple, was left in such a state of shock. Sister Wudong is truly formidable. She saw through the intricacies of my elder brother's heavenly absolute formation at a glance. However, while you may decipher one formation, it does not guarantee you can unravel the remaining 9. Dong Qiantian, the celestial monarch, chuckled. Indeed, if Sister Wudong can comprehend all 9 remaining formations, I, Zhao Jiang, shall be thoroughly convinced of her prowess. How dare you? You mere inner disciples dare to show disrespect to my elder sister. Watch as I shatter each of your formations. The Turtle Spirit Saintess, witnessing her sister's integrity being questioned, was instantly engulfed in fury, ready to confront the 10 celestial monarchs. Sister, wait. The Wudong Saintess swiftly raised her hand to halt her. She gracefully turned, her demeanor noble, and gently traced a finger through the air. Her stunning visage blossomed like 100 flowers, her enchanting eyes shimmering with autumn waves as she delicately covered her mouth with her elegant hand and smiled. Zhao Shidi, is that truly your stance? Zhao Jiang crossed his arms, his beard bobbing as he spoke, naturally, in front of so many brothers. Would the 10 celestial monarchs ever retract their words? Upon hearing Zhao Jiang's response, the Wudong Saintess ceased speaking, channeling her divine powers to sequentially examine the other 9 formations. In the mind of the unfettered Holy Mother, a radiant golden light blossomed as he secretly employed the primordial detective reasoning technique. This divine skill enabled the unfettered Holy Mother's intellect to operate at a speed 10 times greater than that of an ordinary person in an instant. His eyes shimmered with divine brilliance, leaving no detail beyond his meticulous scrutiny. Moments later, the profound patterns within his pupils converged, and he gracefully clasped his arms before him, confidently proclaiming, "The formation demonstrated by junior brother Zhao Jiang is the earthly fury array bestowed by our revered master. This array, according to the principles of the earth, conceals a dense essence within while revealing an exuberant marvel on the outside. It subtly harbors a crimson banner that, upon activation, ignites flames below. Should an immortal enter this formation, no matter the exquisite techniques of the 5 elements, how could they escape this calamity? The principle of demise is such that there is no rebirth." Upon the conclusion of the unfettered Holy Mother's words, the disciples of the In the Square erupted in applause. Wonderful. Indeed, Sister Unfettered is as renowned for her reasoning prowess as the tales suggest, possessing unparalleled wisdom. Yet, your words merely elucidate the original intricacies of the earthly fury array and fail to reveal the new methods comprehended by junior brother. If Sister's skills are confined to this, you may have to concede defeat. Chapter 105. The sword technique of the 9-leaf sword grass. In an instant, the myriad celestial beings of the held their breath. All eyes turned towards the Saintess of Wudong, eager to discern whether she could unravel the insights that Zhao Jiang had gleaned from the formation. The Saintess, with her crimson lips slightly upturned and a confident smile gracing her visage, continued, "What difficulty lies therein? I observe that within this earthly flame array, the flames of the 9 nether fire blaze fiercely. This is evidently the supreme divine ability of the 9 nether hound, one of the 10 ancient fiends. The 9 nether hound, resembling a wolf with massive, antiquated gray horns and a vertical eye upon its brow, is covered in black scales and boasts 9 tails, each ending in a dragon's head. Ultimately, within the narrative, this creature ascended to the rank of a mortal king, surpassing even the true dragons to claim the position of the foremost among the 10 fiends. Am I mistaken? How is this possible? I have clearly contained all the principles within, and you stand outside the array. How can you discern so clearly?" Zhao Zhang's chest heaved violently, his countenance awash with astonishment. The Saintess of Wudong smiled enchanting. Her profile turned slightly as she replied, There is no need for concealment from my fellow disciples. Just moments ago, I discerned a technique known as the primordial detective reasoning technique from our elder brother's narrative, along with the two divine abilities, chaos hacker technique and dream observation technique. Many of you have likely watched that production and are familiar with the remarkable deductive prowess and extraordinary logical reasoning of the detective within. It is precisely for this reason that I was able to unveil the mysteries of the array set by the 10 celestial lords. I have made a fool of myself before you all. A wave of murmurs swept through the assembly of celestial beings. So it is. Who would have thought that Sister Wudong could comprehend such marvelous divine abilities? From now on, those wishing to keep their secrets safe must surely foster good relations with Sister Wudong. But do not rejoice too soon. Only 2 formations have been penetrated so far. The remaining 8 still stand, and until the final moment, none can ascertain the outcome, thundered Dong Quanjun. It was evident that the 10 celestial lords, having begun with a facade of confidence, were now struggling to maintain their dignity and thus sought to bolster their own spirits. Very well, I shall continue. Do not regret it later, junior brother Dong, the saintess of Wudong proclaimed, turning her gaze towards the wind howl array set by Dong Quanjun. Her voice, reminiscent of celestial melodies, was imbued with the unwavering confidence of a detective. This array is named the Wind Howl Array, which conceals profound mysteries and harbors tempestuous winds. Should an immortal intrude, they would be assailed by a violent tempest, akin to 1,000,000 blades. And even those who have attained the great Tao would find themselves reduced to mere dust. I observe that the winds within the array carry a trace of celestial aura, concealing a lethal intent. This is evidently the secret of the Wind Clan, a lineage of longevity, the Wind Fallen Solar Day. In the narrative, the Wind Clan ultimately colluded with foreign realms, sending the young Emperor of Desolation to those lands, nearly leading to the hero's demise on multiple occasions, a deed reviled by all. When the Emperor of Desolation returned, he annihilated the Wind Clan. Am I right or wrong in my assertions? Dong Quanjian was momentarily at a loss for words, while the unfettered Holy Mother chuckled lightly, choosing not to press further, instead shifting her gaze to the next formation. This formation, known as the Ice Mountain Array, was a formidable sight, akin to a towering glacier. Should an immortal encounter this array, their flesh and bones would be utterly obliterated. This formation was not forged in a day. It was named Ice Mountain, yet it was, in truth, a mountain of blades, concealing profound mysteries. Within it resided winds and thunder, above were spikes of ice resembling wolf fangs, and below lay blocks of ice sharp as swords. The collision of these two mountainous forces would instantly reduce an immortal's body to a pool of thick blood. Even a great Luo golden immortal would find it challenging to escape this peril. I perceive that within this ice mountain, the essence of the Taiyin pervades, exuding an unparalleled chill. This must be the unparalleled technique of the Taiyin Jade Rabbit clan, the Silver Moon Frost. The Taiyin Jade Rabbit, an ancient divine beast, could transform into the Silver Moon upon its demise, standing alongside the ancient Golden Crow in prominence. In the narrative, the sister of the Taiyin Jade Rabbit clan's saintess once followed the youthful Emperor Huang, forging a profound friendship with him. Thus, the Taiyin Jade Rabbit clan rose to prominence, eventually becoming one of the esteemed families of immortals, shining brightly across multiple eras. The fact that you have grasped the profound techniques of the Taiyin Jade Rabbit clan speaks volumes of your fortunate destiny. I hope you will diligently cultivate in the future and not disappoint the lofty expectations of your master and senior brother. Upon hearing this, Yuan Jiao Tianjun, who had set up the Ice Mountain Array, turned his face away in shame and cupped his hands in gratitude towards the unfettered Holy Mother, expressing his heartfelt thanks and promising to remember her teachings. The unfettered Holy Mother then shifted her gaze and continued. The Golden Light Array is pivotal, its essence residing in those precious mirrors. This array captures the essence of the sun and moon, concealing the energies of heaven and earth. It comprises 21 precious mirrors, each suspended atop tall poles. When immortals enter this array, they must activate it, causing thunderous vibrations through the mirrors. With just a twist or two, golden light bursts forth, illuminating their forms, and even a great Luo golden immortal would be instantly transformed into a pool of thick blood. Despite their ability to soar, they cannot surpass this array. Originally, your master bestowed upon you the precious mirrors, yet your understanding of the Tao was shallow, and you lacked powerful divine techniques to assist you. However, the golden light emanating from the mirrors now possesses an overwhelming might that can shatter all barriers. Wherever the golden light shines, the void fractures, and the heavens change hue. Clearly, what you have comprehended is the celestial calamity light, learned by the young Emperor Huang from the first piece of Supreme Bone. This divine technique embodies the power of the celestial path and the unfathomable might of deities, enabling indiscriminate attacks. With the strength of one, it can sweep across multitudes, traversing the heavens and the earth, making defeat a rarity. The unfettered Holy Mother glanced past the astonished face of the Golden Light Tianjun and continued. Next are the Blood Transformation Array, the Blazing Flame Array, the Soul Descending Array, the Crimson Water Array, and the Crimson Sand Array. Each of these 5 arrays possesses its own mysteries, and I shall not elaborate on them all. Here, I shall only mention what profound laws you have each gleaned from the narrative of your senior brother. Within the Blood Transformation Array, a blood pool emerges, wherein the phantom of a great turtle soars through the void, unmistakably the Supreme Hall. The ultimate technique of the Supreme Hall is the 8-9 heavenly art. In the tale, the young Emperor Huang once followed Qi Daoling to learn a modified version of this art, and even in its altered form, it could render its wielder invincible among the younger generation, showcasing the formidable nature of this practice. In the Blazing Flame Array, heavenly fire blazes, distorting the void. This is undeniably the supreme secret art of the Fire Gold tribe, the Fire Gold Treasure Vase Seal. To cultivate this technique, one must consume various flames and metals, melding numerous laws into oneself, ultimately transcending to attain the realm of transformation. The Soul Destruction Array, once entered, will instantly sever the 3 souls and 6 spirits of the individual. The sword energy emanating from within the array resembles blades of grass, yet is suffused with chaotic energy, as if it could cleave through the heavens and earth, reopening the cosmos. This is unmistakably the grass character's sword technique of the 9-leaf sword grass. Chapter 106. The foreign version of the Calabash brothers in the Redwater Array. 3 calabashes stood upon the stage. As the celestial being breached the formation, they cast the calabashes downward, unleashing a deluge that stretched endlessly. Should even a droplet of this crimson water touch one's skin, even the most exalted of deities would be reduced to mere blood in an instant. This red liquid possesses an exceptionally corrosive nature. Renowned for its ability to dissolve all things, it is, in fact, the gastric fluid of the divine beast Tao Tai. Thus, what you have comprehended is, in essence, the art of devouring. Only one array remains, the Red Sand Array, which inflicts harm through flying sands. However, these sands now permeate with a dense aura of death. Weighing heavily, a single grain could collapse the void, causing the vitality of all existence to dwindle. It is evident that what you have grasped is the supreme art of the Burial King clan depicted in the drama, the 3 burials. It is proclaimed to bury the celestial, the earth, and the heavens. Nothing escapes its grasp. Upon concluding her discourse, the divine Mother Wudong gracefully turned, casting her gaze upon the 10 heavenly lords below, and smiled gently. I have completed my analysis. Should there be any inaccuracies, please do not hesitate to point them out. Below, the 10 heavenly lords appeared utterly astonished, their expressions frozen in disbelief. All correct. The exclamation from the eldest among them, Lord Qin Wantian, sent a wave of astonishment rippling through the congregation of the, igniting a fervor among the ranks. They were not only amazed by the profound insights gleaned by the 10 heavenly lords, but equally astonished by the divine Mother Wudong's remarkable capacity for deduction and analysis. Rising from his seat, Lord Qin Wantian, the leader of the 10 heavenly lords of Golden Ao Island, performed a respectful bow towards the divine Mother Wudong. We are wholly convinced. With an air of tranquility, the divine Mother Wudong turned and said nothing further. Accompanied by the Holy Mother of Golden Spirit and the Holy Mother of Turtle Spirit, she continued her ascent. Ahead, she beheld several familiar figures who appeared to be at a critical juncture of comprehension. The focus of the divine Mother Wudong was upon the 7 oddities of Meishan. They were Yuan Hong, Jin Dasheng, Dai Li, Zhu Zizhen, Wulong, Chong Hao, and Yang Xian. The 7 oddities of Meishan are renowned for their formidable powers and vast array of abilities. They not only master the profound arts, but also possess the skill of transformation, the capability to project their primordial spirits to vanquish foes, and other extraordinary powers, including the ability to become a beam of white light, severing heads and regenerating. Among the disciples of the 7 oddities of Meishan hold significant esteem, ranking just below the true disciples in both talent and status. In the original annals of the primordial history, the 7 oddities of Meishan inflicted considerable suffering upon the 12 golden immortals of the Chan teaching. Ultimately, had it not been for Yang Jian, the foremost adept among the 3rd generation of disciples of the Chan teaching, borrowing the innate treasure of Nuwa, the river and mountains of the nation map, and the treasure of Luya, the flying sword of slaying immortals, it would have been impossible to subdue the 7 oddities of Meishan. In essence, Yang Jian's victory was unearned. He achieved a nominal triumph while suffering a real defeat. For Nuwa, being a sage, granting her innate treasure, the river and mountains of the nation map, was tantamount to direct intervention. As for Luya, he is even more illustrious, reputed as the foremost figure beneath the sages, possessing combat prowess akin to that of a sage. His treasure, the flying sword of slaying immortals, is renowned throughout the primordial realm. This incident illustrates that, in the pursuit of victory, the disciples of the Chan teaching and these sages have cast aside all semblance of shame. It is lamentable that the, founded by the celestial master Tongtian, seizes a thread of hope from the heavens, offering the myriad beings of the primordial realm an opportunity for enlightenment. Ultimately, they succumb to the overwhelming forces of the world, falling one by one. The fortunate few were imprisoned within the god list, while the unfortunate ones had no chance to ascend and simply vanished into oblivion, escaping the cycle of reincarnation. Fortunately, in this lifetime, that has produced a remarkable elder brother, Feipeng, who possesses a system that enables the broadcasting of divine dramas, granting a chance for resurgence. At this moment, the 7 monsters of Meishan were in deep contemplation. The Holy Mother of No Thought descended alongside the Holy Mother of Golden Spirit and the Holy Mother of Tortoise Spirit. Curiously, they raised their heads to gaze at the screen before the 7 monsters of Meishan. The film they were watching had been humorously dubbed the foreign version of the Calabash Brothers. The father established a superhuman organization named Umbrella Academy, adopting 7 children endowed with extraordinary abilities, naming them from number 1 to number 7, training them to prepare for the apocalypse. The eldest possessed innate divine strength. The second could control flying knives with pinpoint accuracy. The third had hypnotic capabilities, able to sway enemies with mere words. The fourth could communicate with the deceased and summon spirits. The fifth could traverse time and space. The sixth could summon tentacles of sea monsters from within, transforming into an octopus figure. And the seventh, though immensely powerful, was uncontrollable, akin to the Phoenix from X-Men, thus subdued by her father through medication and the hypnotic powers of the third. At that moment, the enlightenment of the 7 monsters of Meishan seemed to reach its final stage. A resounding roar echoed as they collectively broke through barriers, ascending from the pinnacle of Golden Immortal to the zenith of Tai Golden Immortal. Moreover, they had perfectly comprehended the abilities of the 7 children depicted in the film, enhanced by system upgrades. With a sudden flicker, the 7 opened their eyes, an aura of profound mystery enveloping them. The void twisted, and the sound of the great Tao resonated endlessly. Each member of the Meishan 7 felt an extraordinary sensation that transcended the 3 realms and was beyond the 5 elements. This feeling was remarkably wondrous, filling them with an unparalleled sense of exhilaration. Boom! Yuan Hong, the leader among the 7 monsters, felt his muscles swell, instantly transforming into a figure of immense strength. With a mere movement of his arm, he caused the void to collapse, demonstrating the sheer magnitude of his power. Seemingly unsatisfied, he leaped into the air, and as he pushed off the ground, the earth cracked beneath him. His body soared like a rocket, piercing through the clouds, almost leaping into the chaotic sea. Below, the myriad immortals have stood in stunned silence. They observed clearly that Yuan Hong did not rely on magical prowess to fly. He simply propelled himself with sheer strength, leaping higher than the clouds above. The innate divine strength he possessed was truly terrifying. Whoosh! In the sky, flying knives zipped through the air, their trajectories utterly unpredictable. Wherever they passed, the void was sliced open, signifying their unparalleled sharpness, as if capable of cleaving everything in their path. Originally the ability of the second child, it had now transformed into the divine prowess of Jin Dasheng among the 7 monsters of Meishan. Controlling flying knives? Oh. This bore an uncanny resemblance to the swordsmanship of brother Zhao Gongming from Shushan. One could only wonder who among the two would emerge superior in skill. In that moment, Dai Li, one of the 7 monsters of Meishan, intoned an ancient incantation, hypnotizing a disciple of the nearby. The disciple's eyes glazed over, rendering him a mere puppet, entirely under Dai Li's control. He was so oblivious that he even placed a knife against his own throat without any awareness of the peril he faced. Witnessing this scene, the onlookers were filled with trepidation at such an eerie ability. Compared to a straightforward confrontation with blades drawn, this unpredictable and insidious tactic was far more terrifying. Chapter 107. I am a little demon, carefree and unfettered at this moment. Zhu Jun stepped gracefully in ancient dance, murmuring incantations. From the void, he silently summoned a horde of spirits. These ethereal beings, appearing semi-transparent and shrouded in an aura of death, induced a chill of terror among the onlookers. Trembling, they addressed Zhu Zhan. Zhu, Brother Zhu, could you perhaps send them back? It is far too frightening. Zhu Zhan listened intently to the lamentations of one spirit. Upon concluding, he waved his hand at the assembly of souls, causing them to vanish instantly. He possessed the remarkable ability to summon the departed and communicate with them, allowing him not only to gather vast intelligence, but also to call upon them in battle. Whoosh! Wu Long, endowed with the power to traverse time and space, suddenly thrust his arms outward, and the surroundings transformed in an instant. He found himself hundreds of years into the future, witnessing the desolate ruins of Golden Tortoise Island. The Azure Palace lay in ruins, the island deserted and in disrepair. What on earth happened? I, the leader of the Celestial Sect, a revered holy order, how could we have fallen to such a state after centuries? Wu Long was utterly astonished, his expression one of horror. Suddenly, a formidable force of order descended from the void, and Wu Long coughed up blood, suffering a grievous blow. Injured, he was compelled to retreat from the temporal rift. To the others, it appeared as though he had vanished only to reappear in an instant, but in a severely wounded state. Wu Shidi, what has transpired? Why are you so gravely injured? They hurried to support him. Wu Long opened his mouth, intending to speak, but was struck by a sudden wave of dread, as if a lethal crisis loomed. He realized that what he had inadvertently witnessed had touched upon celestial secrets, leading to a backlash. Though he yearned to share his vision with the others, his strength rendered him incapable, for if he dared to utter a word, he would certainly perish before he could fully articulate his thoughts, falling victim to the repercussions of celestial secrets. With a resigned sigh, he muttered, "Do not worry. I am fine. What has happened to Wu Shidi? He appears utterly devoid of spirit, as though he has suffered a grave setback." The others were perplexed, uncertain of the profound insight Wu Long had grasped, while they remained joyful. Why was he the only one to be inexplicably injured and suddenly so despondent? At that moment, Chang Hao let out a sudden roar. From within him surged numerous octopus tentacles, transforming him into a formidable octopus warrior, a form that greatly enhanced his combat prowess. This comical appearance immediately drew the attention of Yunxiao, a young female disciple with a youthful visage. She extended her fair hand to tug at one of Chang Hao's tentacles, her face alight with curiosity and excitement. Hee, so soft and fun. Suddenly, her expression shifted as she grasped one of Chang Hao's tentacles and began to whirl it in the air, making him resemble a whirlwind. "Ah, I'm getting dizzy. Please put me down," he exclaimed, laughter mingling with his disorientation. With a commanding shout from Yunxiao, Chang Hao was forcefully hurled away, swiftly transforming into a mere black that vanished into the sky. "I shall return." The disciples of the stared in astonishment. Such overwhelming power was truly astonishing. It is known that after transforming into an octopus form, Chang Hao's true combat strength was comparable to that of a Deluo Golden Immortal, yet in Yunxian's hands, he could not even last a single round. This indicated that Yunxian's prowess surpassed that of an ordinary Deluo Golden Immortal, presenting a far more terrifying force. In the storyline, the seventh child possessed immense yet uncontrollable abilities, embodying uncertainty. However, Yunxian inherited the powers of the seventh child, inciting envy among the onlookers. Boom! From various directions, several powerful auras erupted, reminiscent of a boundless abyss. The Holy Mother of No Constraints raised her gaze towards the distance, where multiple spiritual mushroom clouds ascended into the air, heralding the completion of a super breakthrough by someone. Breaking news. The three Xiao sisters and Zhao Gongming have ascended to the realm of Deluo Golden Immortal. The Holy Mother's eyes widened in disbelief, her heart surging with tumultuous waves. Only those who have experienced it firsthand can truly comprehend the formidable challenge of breaking through to become a Deluo Golden Immortal. And now, someone had taken the lead, achieving this extraordinary breakthrough before anyone else. How could she not be astonished? On the high platform, Feipeng abruptly rose from his rattan chair, looking down with satisfaction. Above the four spiritual mushroom clouds, four figures stood proudly, akin to divine beings. Beneath them, Duobao Daoist, Xiaoping Wang, Shiji, and the seven immortals, along with the four saints of Jiulong Island and the four generals of the demon clan, all radiated brilliance, far surpassing the surrounding disciples of. At this moment, nearly all the disciples had comprehended their insights. Consequently, everyone had the leisure to gaze up in admiration at those four figures. Zhao Gongming's robes rustled as he stood upon a flying sword, his eyebrows sharp as blades, eyes like shooting stars, with myriad sword energies swirling around him. His toes lightly touched a small white sword light that lifted him aloft. which occasionally morphed into a lotus of sword intent or transformed into a small boat of sword energy, exuding an aura of profound transformation. With unparalleled mastery, Zhao Gongming held dual swords crossed before his chest, conjuring a magnificent black and white dragon formed purely from sword intent. Its claws bared in a fierce roar as it shattered the heavens. On the edge of the high platform, Feipeng, donned in white, with hands clasped behind him, nodded in approval. He had remarkably fused the techniques of horizontal and vertical swordsmanship. Such talent and comprehension are exceedingly rare and deserving of commendation. The art of swordsmanship, passed down from the Ghost Valley, promises the title of Sword Saint to those who master even one aspect. Yet, Zhao Gongming had simultaneously grasped both, merging them into his own unique style, achieving an unprecedented feat. Zhao Bixio, enveloped in lotus-shaped samadhi true fire, lounged comfortably with her legs crossed atop a fluffy white cloud, proclaiming, "I am a little demon, carefree and at ease, slaying without a blink, devouring without restraint. A mouthful of 7 or 8, my belly ready to burst." Rushing to the lavatory only to realize I forgot the paper. Little Yunxiao was unaware of when she began to sport a bun atop her head, her large panda-like dark circles strikingly prominent. A blade of grass was nonchalantly clenched between her lips, exuding an air of carefree defiance and mischievousness. Upon witnessing this scene, Feipeng was momentarily taken aback. Little Yunxiao had seemingly grasped the essence of Demon King Neza, a film that exists in its own realm. Vastly divergent from the original portrayal of Neza, she had indeed embraced a different version of Neza, the one who boldly proclaims, "My fate is determined by me, not by heaven." With a spirited shout, Little Yunxiao effortlessly transformed, instantaneously manifesting 3 heads and 6 arms, her appearance becoming even more endearing. Chapter 108. Queen Medusa. 3 round little heads exchanged glances, engaging in a silent stare-off, their 6 delicate arms flailing in the air, evoking a sense of mirth. On the other side, the fairy Yunxiao emerged with a beauty reminiscent of a figure stepping out from a painting. Behind her, the scenery was imbued with an ink wash effect, ripples spreading from the void, a beauty so captivating that it commanded reverence. She embodied the essence of Yun, the leader of the sect from the anime Fights Break Sphere. Rather than asserting that fairy Yunxiao resembled Yun, it would be more accurate to say that Yun bore a striking resemblance to fairy Yunxiao. Clad in a simple dress that embraced her delicate form, she wielded a long sword emanating a green light, her 3,000 strands of hair styled in the form of a phoenix's call. She exuded an air of calm simplicity intertwined with lazy nobility. The ethereal grace that penetrated to the marrow inspired both awe and a hint of desire. Opposite her, fairy Yunxiao had similarly grasped the essence of Queen Medusa. Now, she radiated an even greater aura of power, her beauty reaching the heights of allure. Her long, slender lavender eyes possessed an innate charm, capable of ensnaring the gaze of every man around her. Draped in an opulent purple robe, her alluring figure exuded a faint, captivating allure. Her enchanting purple hair cascaded down to her waist, accentuating her slender waist akin to a white lotus. Her long, pure white legs radiated a wild sensuality, igniting an inexplicable warmth within those who beheld her, causing hearts to race. Feipeng widened his eyes, fixated on her, fingers stroking his chin as he remarked, "Sister Yunxiao, you are becoming more and more enchanting. At this rate, how can I possibly maintain my composure?" Fortunately, this utterance was so quiet that no one heard it. "Congratulations, congratulations." Zhao Gongming clasped his hands, offering his congratulations to the 3 fairies. They nodded slightly in acknowledgement. "Congratulations to you as well. I wonder what profound insights fairy Yunxiao has attained. Might you demonstrate a bit for us to behold?" With an air of regal authority, fairy Yunxiao responded coldly, "I have comprehended the supreme legacy of the Serpent People Queen. It encompasses the 9-colored devouring technique and the 9-colored sealing spell. Allow me to showcase the 9-colored devouring technique." With that, fairy Yunxiao formed an ancient seal with her hands, and moments later, countless 9-colored mists surged from her body. These mists coalesced in her grasp, transforming into a colossal 9-colored python that roared towards the heavens, growing larger as it ascended until it obscured the sky. Resembling a celestial canopy, the 9-colored python opened its vast jaws and bit into the firmament, viciously chewing as if it had truly devoured a piece of the sky. Below, the myriad celestial beings of the were left utterly dumbfounded. They could not fathom that the act of devouring the heavens was indeed a literal consumption of the sky. Had it not been for the protective array set by the celestial master above, the heavens might have truly been pierced, provoking the wrath of Nuwa. It is said that during the calamity of the Lich, a gaping hole was torn in the heavens of the Primordial World. It was the sage Niwa who sought the stones of heaven to mend this rift, taking a painstaking 81 days to restore the sky. Should it be breached again, Niwa would undoubtedly unleash her wrath. Gulp, gulp. The disciples of the were astounded, their eyes wide with disbelief at the sheer terror of it all. Zhao Gongming chuckled nonchalantly, remarking, "I dare say, your visage is more lethal than your devouring technique." Of course, this was only applicable to men. Suddenly, a fire dragon, born from the 9 mysterious true fire, roared into existence. Nearby, the petite Bai Xiao, unable to tolerate Zhao Gongming's teasing of her sister, brandished her delicate fists and launched a punch at him from afar. Sensing the overwhelming power of the fire dragon capable of annihilating a great Luo golden immortal, Zhao Gongming retaliated with a sword, unleashing a torrent of sword energy that created a vast sea of blades to intercept the dragon. 100-pace flying sword. Humph. Consider yourself fortunate this time. Should you dare to be so frivolous again, I shall not show you mercy. Bai Xiao declared fiercely at Zhao Gongming. He. Witnessing this scene, the fairy Yunxiao stifled a laugh behind her hand. Sister, who would have thought you required little Bai Xiao's protection? How amusing. She then turned to Zhao Gongming, her pristine palm partially concealing her exquisite face as she chuckled. Brother Zhao, shall we exchange a few blows? Indeed. I had the same thought. Since my dear junior sister is so eager, what harm could a few exchanges do? A thunderous sword cry echoed as a beam of white light shot forth from Zhao Gongming, soaring into the sky and bursting forth like fireworks. Each spark transformed into a fierce sword aura, slicing through the air in all directions with unparalleled might, a sight rarely seen throughout the ages. As Yunxiao observed her opponent's attack, she maintained a languid demeanor. Her peculiar long sword trembled suddenly, releasing a slender beam of light, scarcely the size of a thumb, that shot forward, causing the very fabric of space to shudder. Wind's extremity, fallen kill. Seeing this diminutive beam of light, Zhao Gongming's expression shifted to one of horror, and he cried out, "Junior sister, how can you be so unscrupulous? In a friendly competition among peers, you resort to a lethal strike." The onlookers were left puzzled, for from the might displayed, it was evident that Zhao Gongming's broad attack held the upper hand. Yet, upon witnessing the seemingly casual flick of Yunxiao's blade, he was overtaken by trepidation. Within the depths of the Holy Mother of No Destruction's eyes, purple gold light flickered as she murmured softly, "So it is. This sword strike from junior sister Yunxiao appears unremarkable, lacking the collapse of the void, the swirling of myriad worlds, or the grandeur of cleaving the heavens. But it is precisely this that showcases her precise mastery over the sword's power. She disregards ostentatious maneuvers, channeling all her sword energy into a mere inch, aiming solely to deliver a fatal blow to her foe. Sister Yunxiao's sword truly embodies the essence of simplicity and the return to one's roots. Upon hearing the analysis and explanations from the Holy Mother Wudong, the myriad deities of the finally experienced a moment of enlightenment. So it is. Yet, the question remains, how shall Brother Zhao Gongming defend against this? Chapter 109. The Top 10 Rankings. Yunxiao claims the first position. Zhao Gongming, undeterred by fear, had achieved a monumental breakthrough akin to that of the three Xiaos. Now residing within the realm of the great Luo Golden Immortal, having comprehended the profound art of the dual swords of convergence, his power had reached the zenith of this domain. Thus, he resolved to showcase to his junior sister the true might of their combined prowess. With both hands wielding a sword, Zhao Gongming summoned forth icy blue spiritual energy from his left arm and fiery red energy from his right. These two energies entwined around the blades like creeping vines, gradually extending into the void. 100 steps of flying swords, traversing the 8 directions. As Zhao Gongming uttered his final words, he crossed the swords before his chest. In an instant, a colossal black and white dragon erupted from the intersection of the blades, exuding an aura of unfathomable terror. Where the black dragon traversed, the very fabric of heaven and earth shattered, and the sun and moon lost their radiance. While tendrils of chaotic energy coiled around the dragon's scales, bestowing an aura of mystery upon it. With a thunderous roar, the black and white dragon collided with the slender sword light. Despite its seemingly fragile appearance, upon contact with the dragon's head, the sword light sparked brilliantly. In a fleeting moment, that slender beam cleaved the dragon's head in twain, continuing its path down the length of the dragon's body, bisecting the massive form in half. However, this delicate sword light also endured immense depletion. Upon cleaving the dragon's tail, it dissipated into the ether. Zhao Gongming clasped his hands in salute to Fairy Yunxiao, expressing, "Your swordsmanship is truly commendable, junior sister." "I am in awe." Fairy Yunxiao returned the gesture, replying, "The admiration is mutual, elder brother. Your swordplay is equally profound." At that moment, Feipeng approached the edge of the high platform and proclaimed, "The enlightenment of the myriad immortals has come to a close. Now, I invite Yunxiao, Qiongxiao, and Bixiao to ascend the platform with me to select the top 10 from this session of the Jie teachings." Joy illuminated the faces of Yunxiao, Qiongxiao, and Bixiao as they gracefully ascended the platform like wild geese. Dressed in white, Feipeng stood with arms folded, surveying the assembly of Jie myriad immortals. In this session, 4 of our disciples have attained a superlative breakthrough: Zhao Gongming, Yunxiao, Qiongxiao, and Bixiao. All 4 have now realized the great Luo golden immortal path. Their mastery of the Tao profound and inscrutable. Therefore, I shall designate them as the top 4. Based on their understanding of the Tao, Fairy Yunxiao shall be crowned champion. Fairy Qiongxiao shall be the runner-up. Fairy Bixiao shall take the 3rd position. Zhao Gongming shall occupy the 4th place. The rankings continue with 5th, Saintess Wudong; 6th, Saintess Gui Ling; 7th, Saintess Jin Ling; 8th, Taoist Duobao; 9th, Shiji; 10th, Lord Qin Wan. The remaining disciples who have successfully advanced to the mid-stage of the Tai Golden Immortal Realm are exceptionally talented, prompting me to specifically designate an 11th place. All disciples who have reached this level will collectively be recognized as the 11th. According to our agreement, the top 10 can select their prizes in order of ranking. Let us begin. As Feipeng's voice fell, the Wanxian Square erupted with cheers that soared into the heavens. The popularity of the celestial maiden Yunxiao was so overwhelming that many disciples chanted her name in unison. Yunxiao, celestial maiden. Yunxiao, celestial maiden. Yunxiao, celestial maiden. A look of excitement illuminated the stunning visage of the celestial maiden Yunxiao, as she appeared somewhat taken aback by her unexpected victory. Slightly flustered, she cast a pleading glance toward Feipeng. He simply smiled warmly, gesturing toward the 10 exquisite innate spiritual treasures displayed before them. "Junior sister Yunxiao, please select one. Choose whichever you prefer." Feeling comforted by Feipeng's smile, Yunxiao's cheeks flushed with a rosy hue, and she shyly nodded. Her gaze then shifted to the 10 treasures suspended in the air, which included the Supreme Bone, the Devouring Demon Cover, the Dragon Origin Pearl, the Abyssal Rainbow Sword, the Shark Tooth Sword, the Moonlight Treasure Box, the Dragon Slaying Blade, the Black Gold Ancient Sword, the Dragon Pattern Cauldron, and the Vibrant Gold Shield. Each treasure radiated powerful waves of energy, illuminating the surroundings with resplendent light. The disciples of the Jie Sect below displayed envious expressions among over 10,000 disciples. Only the top 10 were eligible to claim these 10 treasures. Yunxiao extended her delicate fingers to thoughtfully stroke her chin. After a moment's contemplation, she pointed and gently inquired, "Master brother, may I select the Devouring Demon Cover?" Feipeng paused, then smiled and nodded. "Of course. You are the champion. The choice is yours." With a flick of his finger, a streak of light shot towards the Devouring Demon Cover, which instantly transformed into a dark beam, soaring toward the celestial maiden. Yunxiao extended her arms to receive the Devouring Demon Cover, cradling it carefully before her. The weapon of the Supreme Empress. A thrill of excitement coursed through Yunxiao as she recalled the drama she had watched, fully aware of the extraordinary brilliance that the Empress possessed throughout the ages. Accompanied by the weapon she wielded throughout her life, it naturally exuded unparalleled majesty. Although the item Yunxiao received was merely a fragment of the complete imperial weapon, which included the Devouring Demon Jar, it remained a top-tier innate spiritual treasure, a significant boon for her at this moment. Eagerly, Yunxiao yearned to test the power of the Devouring Demon Cover. She channeled a surge of formidable spiritual energy into it, and in the next instant, the cover emitted a dazzling dark light, transforming into an unfathomable black hole, unleashing a terrifying force of devouring energy. Feeling this chilling power, Yunxiao swiftly withdrew her hand. Just a moment ago, numerous disciples of the narrowly escaped being drawn into the abyss of a black hole, facing an irreversible fate. The crowd gazed in astonishment at the ominous, dark artifact known as the Swallowing Sky Demon Cover in the hands of the celestial maiden Yunxiao. Gulp! Many felt their throats constrict, swallowing hard. They extended their hands to wipe the cold sweat from their foreheads, speaking with lingering trepidation. This magical treasure is truly terrifying. Now that it has fallen into the hands of the celestial maiden Yunxiao, it is destined to become an unparalleled weapon. Feipeng nodded at the celestial maiden Yunxiao, then turned his gaze towards the celestial maiden Qiongxiao. "Junior sister Qiongxiao, You should select one as well. The celestial maiden Yunxiao bowed her hands in gratitude to Feipeng. Here I am. Thank you, senior brother. I shall choose the ancient black gold sword. Chapter 110. The transformation of Bixiao into a little Valkyrie upon hearing the words. Feipeng nodded slightly, flicking his fingers, causing the black gold ancient sword to instantaneously morph into a massive black dragon, which soared into the hands of the Yunxiao fairy. As she grasped the hilt, the black dragon immediately dissipated, reverting back into the black gold ancient sword. This sword, resembling a long blade, was not cumbersome. Its edge was exceptionally sharp, imbued with a righteous aura that could vanquish evil and dispel malevolence. The Yunxiao fairy was evidently enamored with this artifact. Yet upon noticing the envious gazes of those around her, eyes as red as a rabbit's, she prudently stowed it away. Bixiao, my dear junior sister, I have long observed your eyes fixated on these treasures. Do hasten to select your prize. Hee. I am most grateful, senior brother. Little Bixiao's crystalline eyes sparkled like black gemstones, twinkling animatedly. She adorably extended a finger to rest upon her pouting lips, her face adorned with a contemplative expression. After a moment's thought, little Bixiao pointed at the dragon-slaying sword and declared, I want this one. It appears so magnificent. Upon witnessing Bixiao's choice, both Feipeng and the myriad celestial beings of Jiejiao wore expressions of peculiar amusement. It was as if they were suppressing laughter, though little Bixiao was petite. The dragon-slaying sword she had chosen was immensely large. They could hardly fathom the spectacle of her wielding a sword that was 2 or 3 times longer than her own diminutive form. However, they needn't have imagined. With a graceful leap, little Bixiao extended her delicate arms and effortlessly grasped the dragon-slaying sword. With a swift and elegant spin, she hoisted the sword onto her shoulder. Oh, this is... Feipeng was at a loss for words. Hadn't little Bixiao always taken the path of caution? How had she suddenly awakened her violent instincts? Transforming into a little Valkyrie? With her hands on her hips and her face tilted proudly, little Bixiao exclaimed with playful arrogance, Humph. Sister need no longer worry that I can only save myself. Both Yunxiao and Yunxiao fairies were taken aback, their mouths twitching uncontrollably, a dark line forming across their foreheads. Indeed, sister need not fret about your survival skills any longer, but now we are concerned about you becoming a fierce little Valkyrie. As they sensed the impending eruption of their frustrations, Feipeng hastily redirected the focus, addressing the next participant. Junior brother Zhao Gongming, it is your turn. Zhao Gongming respectfully bowed to Feipeng and announced, I choose the Yuanhong sword. Since I have comprehended the art of the transcendent swordplay, this sword is perfectly suited for me. Feipeng nodded in acknowledgement, flicking his fingers once more, sending the Yuanhong sword soaring toward Zhao Gongming like a streak of light. He deftly caught it, swiftly performing an intricate flourish in the air. As he felt the sword's formidable power, excitement illuminated his face. What a magnificent sword, he exclaimed, his eyes gleaming with sharp brilliance, akin to a long single man suddenly finding a bride. Understanding Zhao Gongming's exuberance, Feipeng felt a deep sense of camaraderie. Zhao Gongming initially mastered the sword art of Mount Shu and acquired the wine god incantation. Now, he has also comprehended the art of traversing swords. It is safe to say that Zhao Gongming has wholly transformed into a sword cultivator. However, he lacks a fitting sword, akin to a valiant general without a steed, a robust sailor devoid of a vessel, or a majestic eagle without wings. Now that his wish has been fulfilled, Zhao Gongming finally possesses a divine sword, and he is naturally overwhelmed with joy. Shimi Wudong, although you have not yet ascended to the realm of the great Luo Golden Immortal, you are the disciple closest to achieving it. Upon your return, if you diligently consolidate your skills, you should be able to break through successfully. Therefore, you are the 5th to choose a treasure. Wudong Xingmu nodded with delight and pointed at the Dragon King cauldron, exclaiming, I want this one. Excellent. Feipeng responded with a subtle nod, gently flicking his fingers, causing the dragon-patterned cauldron to transform into a silver light and soar towards Wudong Xingmu. She joyfully received it and tenderly caressed the dragon-patterned cauldron, utterly enamored. The true form of the dragon-patterned cauldron is, in fact, a frying pan. Thus, it also serves the purpose of culinary endeavors. Clearly, Wudong Xingmu has a passion for cooking. Her choice elicited uproarious laughter from the myriad disciples of Jiejiao. Who would have thought our Shiji Wudong is such a person of temperament? Indeed, when we visit Shiji's residence, we must taste her culinary skills. Wudong Xingmu turned, smiling radiantly at everyone. You are always welcome to come and sample my dishes. Just as the disciples were basking in Wudong Xingmu's warmth, the nearby Gue Ling Xingmu and Jin Ling Xingmu exchanged glances, their faces darkening as they discreetly rolled their eyes. Oh my! Did you truly believe our Shiji could whip up any delectable dishes? Once you taste her dark culinary creations, you will certainly regret it. Feipeng sighed, placing a hand on his forehead, offering a wry smile. He was fully aware of Wudong Xingmu's penchant for dark cuisine and could only silently empathize with the Jie disciples who had been invited. It seemed prudent to advise the alchemy pavilion to concoct more detoxification pills in the days to come. Guiling Shimi, which treasure do you fancy? Returning to Big Shixiang, I choose the Dragon Essence Pearl. Very well. The Dragon Essence Pearl possesses the ability to extend one's lifespan, given your already long life. With the Dragon Essence Pearl in your possession, no one, aside from saints, will surpass your longevity. A bittersweet smile surfaced on Guiling Xingmu's face as she clasped her hands in respect towards Feipeng. I dare not deceive you, Big Shixiao. The reason I chose the Dragon Essence Pearl is not for myself, but rather to resurrect someone. In an instant, Feipeng understood whom Guiling Xingmu referred to. He spoke softly. You must be certain, for the Dragon Essence Pearl is a rare treasure of the world, both a magical artifact and a supreme elixir. When worn regularly, it extends life. Furthermore, if ingested by another, it carries a certain probability of reviving that individual. Nevertheless, regardless of whether that person is resurrected, the Dragon Essence Pearl shall be reduced to ashes, rendering this exquisite innate spiritual treasure utterly worthless. Have you truly considered this? The turtle spirit matriarch, with a grave expression, bowed respectfully to Feipeng. Master brother, I have made my decision. Feipeng sighed deeply, gazing upwards. Very well. Since this is your choice, I shall honor your wishes. With that, he gently waved his hand, and the Dragon Essence Pearl, the size of a dragon's eye, transformed into a fiery red streak of light, soaring into the hands of the turtle spirit matriarch. In haste, she retrieved a jade box and meticulously placed the Dragon Essence Pearl inside, safeguarding it close to her person. Junior sister Jinling, which item do you desire? Master brother, I shall take the Moonlight Treasure Box. The Jinling matriarch, who comprehended the Tao of the Purple Cloud Fairy, felt an immediate connection to the Moonlight Treasure Box upon laying eyes on it. Whoosh. Chapter 111. We congratulate our senior brother on his attainment of the semi-saint rank. Under Feipeng's deft manipulation, the Moonlight Treasure Box descended gracefully from the heavens, landing gently in the hands of the Golden Spirit Holy Mother. Thank you for your generosity, senior brother, she exclaimed, bowing deeply in gratitude. Duobao, it is now your turn. The Duobao Taoist, clad in a robe of verdant hue, approached Feipeng with utmost respect. Executing a courteous bow, might I request the shark-toothed sword as a gift, senior brother? Feipeng nodded indifferently, and the shark-toothed sword transformed into a streak of luminescent energy, soaring towards the Duobao Taoist. With both hands, he received the sword, his face illuminated with appreciation. Thank you, senior brother. Thank you. Shiji, which treasure do you desire? Feipeng turned to inquire of Shiji. I wish for the supreme bone, if it pleases you, she replied. Feipeng smiled warmly, enveloping Shiji in a comforting aura. Certainly. However, remember this. Once you acquire the supreme bone, it must always remain with you, for it will aid you in overcoming a perilous situation in the future. Upon hearing this, Shiji's face brightened with gratitude, and she promptly knelt before Feipeng. Thank you, senior brother, for your life-saving grace. Feipeng waved his hand dismissively, saying, there is no need for such formality, please rise. Rest assured, with the supreme bone, that impending danger shall not trouble you. Thank you, senior brother, for your guidance in averting future calamities. I am eternally grateful. Shiji expressed her thanks profusely. With a gentle sweep of his sleeve, an invisible, gentle force lifted Shiji's knees. He then turned his attention to Qin Wan, still smiling as he inquired, Qin, your remarkable comprehension has led you to grasp the Thunder Emperor's method, earning you the 10th rank. Qin Wan, humbled, hastily bowed to Feipeng. I do not dare to take credit. My success is merely fortuitous, thanks to you, senior brother. Your kindness is something I shall never forget. Feipeng nodded slightly. Well then, only one item remains. There is no need for you to be selective. Simply take it. In response to your words, senior brother, the treasure I desire is indeed this one. So I am not disappointed. Thank you. With that, Qin Wan summoned a beam of light beneath his feet, soaring to the side of the vibrant gold shield. He reached out and grasped it triumphantly. Wonderful. My heavenly annihilation array's lethality is excessive. If I can defeat my enemies in one strike, it is well and good. However, should I fail to eliminate them, I risk exposing my true form. Now that I possess this vibrant gold shield, I have remedied my defensive shortcomings, should enemies discover my presence. They shall be powerless against me. With a grand flourish of his sleeve, Feipeng sent hundreds of low-grade, innate spiritual treasures soaring into the sky. Any disciple who has advanced to the mid-stage of the Tai Golden Immortal can come forth to claim their reward. The rest may await their next opportunity. Upon hearing Feipeng's words, the disciples of the Jie erupted in thunderous cheers of joy. "Thank you, senior brother. Thank you." A multitude of disciples rushed towards the sky, each eagerly selecting their treasured artifacts. Those disciples who have yet to ascend to the mid-stage of the Tai Golden Immortal gazed enviously at those fortunate enough to obtain magical artifacts, silently encouraging themselves to strive for the next opportunity to earn the rewards from their elder brother. Feipeng, clad in white, stood with his hands clasped behind his back, smiling as he overlooked the myriad of immortals from the Jie Sect. At that moment, a voice resonated within his mind, announcing, "Ding! After system verification, a total of 18,972 individuals have achieved a breakthrough in their realms, experiencing a surge in cultivation. The host simultaneously acquires this newfound power. Late-stage de Luo Golden Immortal, 8,710,000 late-stage de Luo Golden Immortal, 9992 10,000 breakthrough. Pinnacle de Luo Golden Immortal. Pinnacle de Luo Golden Immortal, 16800100000. Pinnacle de Luo Golden Immortal, 79,901,00000. Pinnacle de Luo Golden Immortal, 99,990,100,000. Feipeng was delighted to discover an inexhaustible torrent of profound energy surging from his Dantian, pure and vast. His cultivation was escalating rapidly. Goodness, the disciples of the Jie Sect were truly remarkable. Could it be that I am on the verge of a breakthrough to the quasi-saint level? His heart surged with fervor, a whirlwind of emotions overwhelming him. Had it not been for the need to maintain composure and dignity, he would have shouted with joy to the heavens. What an exhilarating sensation! Suddenly, a sound akin to shattering porcelain echoed within him. In the next instant, an overwhelming aura erupted from his being, sweeping outward like a tidal wave, engulfing the void. At that moment, a miraculous phenomenon unfolded. The heavens showered down countless golden flowers, swirling and cascading from the sky, suffused with divine energy. On the ground, numerous spiritual springs erupted like fountains, and golden lotuses appeared, radiating brilliance, gradually blossoming amidst an ethereal ambience. He had transcended to the quasi-saint level. The others were left in awe by this spectacle. In the following moment, realization dawned upon them. This was their elder brother's breakthrough to quasi-sainthood. The myriad immortals of the Jie Sect promptly bowed in unison. "We congratulate our elder brother on achieving quasi-sainthood. We congratulate our elder brother on achieving quasi-sainthood. We congratulate our elder brother on achieving quasi-sainthood." In an instant, their voices resounded like thunder, echoing for millions of miles. The Tai Junren and his companions, flying above the sea, were momentarily taken aback, their expressions shifting as they furrowed their brows. "Did you hear that sound? The sea breeze is too strong. We cannot hear clearly, but it seems to be coming from Yunxiao Island," the Tai Junren remarked, his demeanor darkening with disdain. "What trickery are those horned imbeciles up to now? Once we reach Yunxiao Island, we shall teach them a lesson and uphold the prestige of our sect." Yang Jian and the others displayed eager anticipation, their spirits ignited. "Rest assured, Uncle Tai, we shall deliver a sound thrashing to these insipid creatures, making them aware of who truly reigns as the foremost sect in this primordial world. Indeed, it is our Jie Sect. Otherwise, could it possibly be there? Even if we were to relinquish the glory of the foremost sect, would they dare to accept it? I wonder what Master Pushian and the others are currently engaged in on Golden Horn Island. Their prolonged absence surely indicates that they find Golden Horn Island far more intriguing than ours. Until they have thoroughly enjoyed themselves, they likely have no desire to return. It makes sense. If I were in their position, indulging in the relentless torment of those disciples, I too would be loath to return swiftly. Humph. If the Lord Tongtian were still on Golden Horn Island, out of respect for his stature, we would have to afford some dignity to these beasts. But now, since the Lord Tongtian is no longer on the island, we are under no obligation to show mercy. Indeed, with so many disciples of, what does it matter if a few thousand meet their demise? Chapter 112. Unearthing the astonishing jade mine. Does the teaching sect desire to split it 80 to 20? On Yunxiao Island, the mountain of the mine bustled with activity as Master Pushian led a group of disciples from the teaching sect in their arduous task of mining. Neza raised his hand to wipe the sweat from his brow, only to leave a grimy handprint due to the filth that coated his fingers. "Master Pushian, how much longer must we toil here?" one disciple lamented. "Indeed, the rocks grow increasingly formidable, and I labor to excavate merely a small stretch each day. At this rate, I fear I shall perish from exhaustion." Master Puxian furrowed his brow, his expression darkened by concern. Had he not contemplated fleeing from this precarious situation? Yet, the eyes and ears of the Jie Sect were omnipresent outside their confines. Where could they escape? They would likely be apprehended before even leaving Jinao Island, and the disgrace would ultimately be theirs. We have been trapped here for an extended duration. If our sect discovers our absence, they will surely send someone to search for us. In that instance, we can seize the opportunity to break free from the control of the Jie Sect and escape this plight. Let us endure a little longer. I am certain aid will arrive. Master Puxian rallied his companions, though uncertainty gnawed at him internally. His encouragement, however, did uplift the spirits of the group. Since Master Puxian has spoken, let us persevere a while longer. Suddenly, with a resounding thud, Neza struck a massive black stone with his Chinquan circle, and a vibrant green light burst forth from the fissure. The radiance was invigorating, exuding a rich vitality. What is happening? Isn't the spirit stone vein supposed to emanate a golden glow? Why is there green light? Neza queried, bewildered. Wait, allow me to see, Master Puxian exclaimed, his excitement palpable. He swiftly advanced, leaning over the stone to examine it closely. After a brief moment, Master Puxian spoke in a fervor, his words tumbling forth in a torrent of elation. Heavens, do you know what we have unearthed? We have struck a vein of Baisui jade. This can yield the finest spiritual jade, far more precious than spirit stone veins. A mere fragment of Baisui jade, when sold externally, can fetch an exorbitant price. Countless individuals vie for it. A Baisui jade no larger than a thumb once sold for over 1 million spiritual crystals at auction. No wonder there was a spirit mother here previously. It was for this reason. Master Puxian's face reflected a dawning realization. The disciples of the teaching sect too found themselves in disbelief, astonished that beneath the mine lay such hidden treasures. However, Master, this doesn't seem to belong to us. One disciple scratched the back of his head, awkwardly voicing his concern. Indeed, regardless of the value of this vein, it has no bearing on us. Everything here belongs to the Jie Sect. Another chimed in. Master Puxian's expression darkened, a shadow flickering in his eyes. Humph. What do you understand? This group of horned creatures truly fails to comprehend the rarity and value of the jade vein. To have such a precious resource in their possession is nothing short of a travesty. The jade not only possesses rich spiritual energy akin to that of a divine crystal, but it also aids in tranquil meditation and enlightenment. A mere palm-sized piece of jade, placed beside one during cultivation, can serve as an unparalleled aid in the practice. Such a treasure, these brutes do not even know how to mine. They are utterly ignorant of its worth. When they eventually seek my counsel, I shall leverage this knowledge as a bargaining chip for our release. Furthermore, I shall propose that this jade vein be mined under my guidance, fostering a collaboration that allows both sects to benefit from it. Upon hearing this, the disciples of the Tranquil sect displayed expressions of delight. Many even raised their thumbs in praise towards the venerable Puxian. Truly remarkable, they exclaimed. Thus, we have shifted from a position of passivity to one of initiative. All because these creatures guard a treasure mountain without understanding the means to extract it, and now they find themselves reliant upon us. However, if we were to undertake the mining of this jade vein, how should the resulting profits be apportioned? A disciple posed this pivotal question. Puxian's countenance grew stern as he let out a cold smile. What is the truncated sect compared to us? In comparison, they are mere refuse. Considering that their leader, Tongtian, and our own, Yunxiao, are of the same lineage, let us agree on a division of 80-20. Who receives what share? Inquired a disciple of the Tranquil sect. Upon hearing this, Neza furrowed his brows and exclaimed, Of course, we take the 80, and they receive the 20. How could you even question such a straightforward matter? Puxian maintained an air of superiority, nodding with an air of distinction. Master Tai has indeed taken on an exceptional disciple, he remarked, clearly impressed by their acumen. With that, Puxian settled upon a large section of the jade vein, entering a state of closed-eye meditation. Meanwhile, Neza, demonstrating keen insight, began directing the remaining disciples. He dispatched a portion to fly out from the mine to inform the truncated sect of the developments here, while the rest remained to inscribe protective formations upon the jade vein, safeguarding Puxian during his cultivation. They had already discerned that Puxian intended to leverage the jade vein to attempt a breakthrough to the Tai Golden Immortal Realm. Should he succeed, the strength of their group would significantly increase, alleviating any fears of Zhao Gongming and the other disciples of the truncated sect. They still perceived Zhao Gongming and the three heavens as being in the late stages of the Golden Immortal Realm. unaware that these four had already transcended to the great Luo golden immortal level. Chapter 113. Are you certain your minds are intact? Outside the mine, a group of scruffy disciples from the way of the celestial were strutting about with an air of arrogance, having encountered several disciples from the way of the interception on the island. Hey, quickly inform your acting master. My esteemed uncle has ascended to the Tai golden immortal realm. Hurry and have your people come out to greet us and apologize to Master Puxian and us. Furthermore, we have discovered a jade vein of exquisite quality. Forget it. You bunch of simpletons wouldn't understand even if I explained it to you. Just know that its value far exceeds that of spirit stone veins by tenfold. Go and report this. Perhaps you will be rewarded for delivering such news. A true stroke of luck for you. The two disciples from the way of the interception were utterly bewildered, unsure of what had possessed these celestial disciples today. Instead of diligently mining in the cave, they brazenly emerged to boast. These two disciples were the tiger-faced brothers previously brought out by Yunxiao from the mysterious space. They had already possessed the strength of golden immortals within that space and were fortunate enough to participate in an enlightenment session at the Wuxian Plaza after their emergence. Now, both tiger-faced brothers had reached the late stage of the golden immortal realm. In contrast, the celestial disciples before them were merely at the late stage of the profound immortal realm, a full realm apart. The tiger-faced brothers could not comprehend who had instilled such unwarranted confidence in these celestial disciples. The elder brother glared with wide eyes, regarding the celestial disciples as though they were fools. Are you certain your minds are intact? The younger brother shook his head and patted his elder brother's shoulder, saying, No need to ask. It is evident their minds have indeed faltered, or they would never utter such absurd claims. Upon witnessing the tiger-faced brother's dismissive demeanor, a surge of fury erupted among the celestial disciples. How audacious! Do you not know my esteemed uncle is about to ascend to the Tai golden immortal realm? How dare you offend us? They were completely unaware of the gravity of their situation. It seems only right that my master should teach you a lesson. One of the celestial disciples remarked with a condescending smile. Indeed, these are merely beasts, lacking in worldly experience and unworthy of our attention. Why should we stoop to their level? Another disciple chimed in. We are individuals blessed with profound fortunes and exceptional talents. To bicker with these brutes would be beneath our dignity. Quickly, summon your elder brother. Surely he could recognize the precious or we have unearthed. The celestial disciple proclaimed with an air of superiority. Just then, Fairy Yunxiao flew by from the heavens and chanced upon this scene, prompting her to glide over. She inquired of the tiger-faced brothers, I saw you arguing just now. What transpired? The elder brother replied. We were patrolling when we discovered these celestial disciples loitering instead of mining in the cave. We initially intended to send them back without further ado, never considering pursuing the matter. Yet this group of disciples from the Jie Sect insisted on meeting their senior brother, claiming that their master uncle had successfully ascended to the Tai golden immortal realm and demanded that the senior brother personally come to greet them and offer an apology. The fairy Yunxiao frowned, her face resembling a layer of frost, exuding an air of chilling coldness. How could a mere Tai golden immortal warrant such attention from the senior brother? Sensing the icy demeanor of fairy Yunxiao, the Jie Sect disciples felt a twinge of apprehension. Although their master uncle was indeed a powerful and extraordinary Tai golden immortal, they themselves were not. Thus, they feared that fairy Yunxiao might unleash her wrath upon them. Fairy, please do not misunderstand. We inadvertently discovered a jade vein of emerald essence within the mine, which is far more precious than the spirit stone vein. We dared not conceal this information and have come forth to inform your esteemed sect. We humbly request that the fairy accompany us to the mine for a first-hand look. Emerald essence jade vein. Fairy Yunxiao was well aware of what that entailed. It was precisely because of this knowledge that a flicker of interest ignited within her. After all, emerald essence jade could assist cultivators in their quest for enlightenment, were it not for the presence of the senior brother. This treasure would indeed be priceless to the disciples of the sect. However, for now, its significance seemed diminished. Nonetheless, this was a product of their golden AO island. Even if they had no use for it themselves, exchanging it for other rare materials or selling it to other sects would undoubtedly yield considerable profit. Very well. This is indeed a possession of our sect, and since it has been unearthed, I shall go take a look. A glint of cunning flashed in the eyes of the Chan disciples. Late-stage golden immortal, humph. What is so remarkable about that? Once we reach the mine, we must ensure that our master uncle teaches you a lesson. In their eyes, fairy Yunxiao had become the prey ensnared in their trap. Unbeknownst to them, she had already attained the realm of the great Luo golden immortal, concerned that the aura she emanated might impose pressure on her fellow brothers and sisters. She had deliberately restrained the might of her great Luo golden immortal status. Little did they know, this led them to underestimate her. In their perception, Fairy Yunxiao was at most a late-stage golden immortal, significantly inferior to their master uncle, the venerable Puxian. Fairy, please follow us. Speaking of this emerald essence jade vein, it is indeed a remarkable treasure. However, I am certain your sect has never heard of such a thing. Such high-quality spiritual veins necessitate specialized mining techniques to ensure the intact extraction of these spiritual jades. Otherwise, any damage incurred would result in substantial losses. Thus, my master uncle proposes that we undertake the mining of this jade vein. And of course, you need not worry about the distribution of profits. Once the extraction is complete, we will consider the friendship between our two sects and allocate you a 2/10 share. What? This is our mine. On what grounds do you expect to receive 8/10, while we only receive 2/10? Chapter 114, My Senior Brother. Enlightenment is not a casual affair. The brother with the tiger face was filled with rage and could not restrain himself from inquiring. The leading disciple of the Chan sect responded with a cold smile, barely sparing a glance at the tiger-faced brother, and retorted icily, on what grounds? Simply because our Chan sect possesses formidable strength. Simply because we have 12 celestial beings. Simply because we are the orthodox of the primordial mystical gate. The arrogant demeanor of the Chan disciple was almost unrestrained. They were confident that the disciples of the Jie sect would not dare to retaliate against them. Being sent to the mines as punishment was already the most severe course of action, especially considering it severely jeopardized the camaraderie between the two sections. As long as they returned to report to the primordial supreme one, this matter would certainly not end here. Moreover, with the realization that the perfected being Puxian had ascended to the Tai golden immortal realm, they felt that there were no longer any cultivators within the Jie sect who could intimidate them. If not to reclaim their dignity now, then when? The tiger-faced brother clenched his fists tightly, the sound of cracking knuckles echoing in the air, just as they were about to engage in combat, when suddenly, a hand from the fairy Yunxiao pressed down on their shoulders. There is no need for my junior brothers to be angered. They are merely jesters who cannot stir the heavens. Now that we have arrived at the mine, let us descend and observe, she proclaimed, leaping into the mine first. Senior sister, wait for us. The Chan disciples, witnessing both Yunxiao and the tiger-faced brothers enter the mine, displayed malicious grins, unable to contain their laughter. Ha! Indeed, a group of foolish beings with horns. The prey has fallen into the trap, and the spectacle is about to commence. Deep within the mine, the perfected being Puxian sat cross-legged upon a massive jade stone. The surfaces of the surrounding jade were inscribed with formations that condensed spiritual energy. Radiant beams of light intertwined, forming an extraordinary pattern. Positioned at the center of this pattern, Puxian absorbed the rich spiritual energy emanating from the jade stone, akin to rivers converging into the sea, flowing into his being. Simultaneously, his internal aura surged steadily. In the next moment, the spiritual power within the perfected being Puxian seemed to reach its zenith. With a resounding pop, a colossal storm of spiritual energy erupted from his form, radiating outward in all directions. The surrounding Chan disciples staggered in disarray, yet their faces bore no signs of discontent. Instead, they expressed exuberant joy. Excellent! Uncle Puxian has finally ascended to the Tai golden immortal realm. Whoosh! The perfected being Puxian abruptly opened his tightly shut eyes, emitting a piercing white light that shattered a massive rock before him into dust. The surrounding disciples gasped in awe at this spectacle. Uncle, what remarkable skills! The rocks here have been nurtured by spiritual energy day and night, making them virtually indestructible. Even we, as mystical immortal realm cultivators, require tools to chisel away at them gradually. To think that with just a glance, Uncle could obliterate a giant stone. This demonstrates his profound mastery of the Tao. Indeed, Uncle Puxian is now a Tai golden immortal, incomparable to ordinary cultivators. At that moment, from the tunnel above the mine, a new development was unfolding. The ethereal figure of the celestial maiden Yunxiao descended gracefully from the heavens, her flowing skirt billowing around her. A voice, sharp and resonant, pierced the air, echoing in the ears of all present. How audacious! This jade mine belongs to my sect. How dare you use it for cultivation without reporting? The expression of the venerable Puxian remained placid as he adjusted his robe, rising abruptly, his gaze sharp and penetrating as he regarded the celestial maiden with a smile. Why should the maiden concern herself with such trivial losses? This is the Baisu jade vein, a rare treasure of nature. Without the proper extraction methods, such a gem could easily turn to waste. Our sect possesses extensive knowledge in this regard. Why not collaborate? A confident smile adorned Puxian's face. as he was certain that the celestial maiden would not refuse, for no faction could turn away from the allure of the Baisu Jade vein. Apologies, but that is of little significance. The celestial maiden replied languidly. This response left Puxian astounded. Do you not know the extraordinary effects of the Baisu Jade that is extracted from this vein? Puxian remained convinced that the celestial maiden's outright rejection stemmed from her ignorance of its value. Surely, once she understood the jade's properties, she would beg for collaboration and implore him to share the correct extraction methods. To his surprise, Yunxiao merely brushed aside a lock of hair from her forehead and chuckled disdainfully. It merely aids cultivators in enlightenment, nothing extraordinary. With our elder brother present, achieving enlightenment is hardly a challenge. Puxian's face turned crimson with fury as he bellowed. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. I have cultivated under my master on Kunlun Mountain for thousands of years and have never heard of anyone being able to achieve enlightenment at will. What you speak is utter nonsense, an outrageous deception. The celestial maiden spun lazily, raising her gaze with an air of arrogance. Believe what you wish. I speak only the truth. A nearby disciple of the sect, bewildered, inquired, So, you mean to say that you do not require the Baisu Jade at all to attain enlightenment at any time? The celestial maiden smiled charmingly, her long legs swaying like ivory before them. It's not exactly at any time, but frequent moments of enlightenment are indeed possible. Boom. Her words struck like a thunderclap, reverberating above the heads of the disciples. They stood in stunned silence, rendered speechless, before a crack echoed as they metaphorically split in two. Frequent enlightenment. Chapter 115. The fool is indeed ourselves. Are you still unaware? As disciples of the Jie Sect, we are bestowed with opportunities by our esteemed elder brother, allowing each individual to comprehend the Tao. Every few days, a fortuitous event occurs, hence I teach my disciples that enlightenment is a commonplace affair. The great tiger declared with arms crossed, exuding confidence. At this moment, the disciples of the Chan sect were left in a daze, their minds buzzing, struggling to comprehend the implications. Enlightenment is a commonplace affair. How absurd it is to think they could leverage this jade mine against the Jie sect. In retrospect, it is utterly laughable. The fool is indeed ourselves. I have heard that you wish to divide this jade vein in an 80-20 split. The expression of the celestial maiden Yunxiao was cold. Her languid gaze, akin to the afternoon sun, drifted lightly towards the Chan disciples. However, the numerous Chan disciples bore the weight of immense pressure, cold sweat beating on their foreheads, afraid to breathe a word. In response to the maiden, we initially intended to offer the proper methods for extracting this jade, and further, provide labor from our Chan sect. The profits would thus be divided 80-20, of course, with the Jie sect receiving the larger share. The gaze of Yunxiao sharpened, her eyes narrowing slightly, a hint of dissatisfaction gracing her features. This item originally belongs to my Jie sect, and you dare to seek a share of the profits? Her single inquiry left the Chan disciples speechless. Their initial proposition of an 80-20 split had already been a significant concession, with them taking the larger portion. Yet, the celestial maiden was still unsatisfied, realizing the mounting pressure. The true man Puxian stepped forward, offering a reluctant explanation. Dear maiden, do not be hasty. Allow me to clarify. I observe that your Jie sect disciples are often preoccupied with their cultivation, undoubtedly lacking the time to mine at this site. Hence, the task of extraction would fall upon my Chan sect disciples. Moreover, we can provide the correct methods for mining this jade, ensuring the preservation of its value to the greatest extent. Thus, our share of 2/10 is merely a token for our labor. It is truly not much, and I hope the maiden might consider this earnestly. A cold smile danced upon Yunxiao's lips. Upon arrival, the few guiding disciples of the Chan sect had already revealed their true intentions. Thus, Yunxiao understood that these individuals merely wished to allocate 2/10 to the Jie sect, now forced to compromise due to her imposing presence. However, this very realization sparked a lively thought within Yunxiao. Had the Chan sect not been so greedy, and instead proposed a fair 50-50 split, she would have remained silent. Yet, their avarice was evident, as they regarded the Jie sect disciples as Na'vi bumpkins, brazenly seeking to claim 80 of the profits. For such unscrupulous business partners, Yunxiao felt no need to discuss morality or righteousness further. With a single finger raised, Yunxiao declared, 1/10. This is all I can offer you. Whether you accept it or not, that is for you to decide. The expressions of true man Puxian and the numerous Chan disciples froze in shock. This observing their unwillingness, Yunxiao let out a cold smile. Consider your decision carefully. It is only because I am present that I am willing to grant you a mere 10% profit. Or my domineering elder sister, Yunxiao, or my mischievous younger sister, Bixiao. Here, you would likely receive not even a fraction of that. The esteemed Master Puxian furrowed his brows and gritted his teeth. Very well, I shall agree. We shall take charge of the mining, and you will receive a 10% share of the profits. Upon hearing this, the surrounding disciples of the Chan sect rushed forward to dissuade him, only to be halted by Master Puxian's raised hand. You need not say more. I am well aware of the situation. With Master Puxian's assertion, the other disciples fell silent, though their eyes still betrayed their deep discontent. Fairy Yunxiao nodded in satisfaction and turned to leave with her companions, the Tiger Brothers. It was only then that the Chan sect disciples, filled with regret, turned to Master Puxian and inquired, Master Puxian, why did you agree to such terms? A mere 10% profit is far too little. It is scarcely sufficient for us, let alone for resale. Master Puxian's previously somber expression brightened, and he glanced around cautiously before whispering to the disciples, what do you understand? A 10% profit is quite commendable. Furthermore, we are within the mine. As long as we take turns allowing 1 or 2 individuals to rest and contemplate, we can consume the Bu jade on site. Thus, the actual profit we receive will effectively double. Moreover, even if we refuse, what can they truly do to us? Let us not forget, we are being compelled to mine in the first place. This task rightfully belongs to us. Until our sect sends someone to retrieve us, we cannot leave this place. Upon hearing Master Puxian's explanation, the disciples began to comprehend. Astounding. Truly ingenious. Although it appears we have taken a step back, we can still attain a 20% profit. Master Puxian stroked his beard and nodded in agreement. However, that is the limit. At most, only 2 individuals can take advantage of the spiritual jade to cultivate at any given time. Any more would surely raise suspicion. Neza nodded in agreement, stating, Master has done exceedingly well. Let us cease our complaints. Since it has been decided, we should hasten back to the mine and see if we can utilize the spiritual stones and jade here to help our remaining brothers break through to the golden immortal realm. Upon hearing of the opportunity to advance to the golden immortal stage, the Chan sect disciples instantly displayed their excitement, visibly eager. Let us go. I am now at the peak of Xianxian. If I can cultivate with the Bu jade for 3 or 4 days, I am certain to break through to the golden immortal realm. You are not the only one at the peak of Xianxian. The order of advancement will ultimately be determined by Master Puxian. Indeed, the issue of sequence is not easily arranged. Only Master Puxian, with his esteemed reputation and formidable powers, can make such decisions without contention. The revered figure of Samantabhadra smiled serenely, and amidst the throng of admirers, he gracefully leaped back into the depths of the mine. Chapter 116. A word of caution against ignorance within the confines of the cavern. The initial section was illuminated by the soft, golden glow of spirit stone veins, while the latter portion radiated a vibrant emerald light from the jadeite veins. The disciples of the Chan sect were filled with excitement. As per their agreement, they would select 2 among them to sit atop the jade veins, absorbing the ethereal energy to attain enlightenment. Master Puxian, it is your decision to make. Who shall be the first to cultivate? Puxian Jinren scanned his surroundings, his gaze finally settling upon Neza and another disciple of the Chan sect. Neza, Wu Gang. It shall be the 2 of you. Upon hearing this, Neza and Wu Gang immediately expressed their gratitude to Puxian Jinren with a respectful bow. Thank you, Master, for this opportunity. With that, the 2 swiftly seated themselves upon a substantial piece of spirit jade, closing their eyes to commence their cultivation and endeavoring to enter a state of enlightenment. Neza had already reached the initial stage of the golden immortal, while Wu Gang stood at the pinnacle of the profound immortal, both eager to seize this chance to advance further. Before long, strands of verdant ethereal energy began to flow from the jade vein, drawn into their bodies and absorbed into their dantians. This emerald energy was distinct from ordinary spiritual energy, while the latter contained numerous impurities that required several circulations within the meridians to cleanse before absorption. This green essence was exceptionally pure and imbued with a refreshing quality, aiding in calming the mind and facilitating a deeper state of enlightenment. As the 2 disciples engaged in their practice, the other disciples were laboring diligently to excavate the jade stones. They first inscribed formations upon the jade veins, then meticulously cut the spirit jade into palm-sized pieces, ultimately placing them on the ground. This was the correct method for extracting the jadeite. The process hinged on 2 critical aspects. First, the formations they inscribed were uniquely designed for the extraction of jadeite. Second, after cutting, the pieces were left on the ground overnight to absorb the earth's essence, ensuring the integrity of the spiritual energy within, thus allowing it to be preserved for an extended period. Failing to do so could result in a fine piece of jadeite deteriorating into mere waste within days. A group of Chan sect disciples worked tirelessly, drenched in sweat and disheveled, yet their spirits remained high, for they recognized the invaluable opportunity for enlightenment that lay before them. As a day and night passed, both Neza and Wu Gang achieved breakthroughs, with Neza advancing to the mid-stage of the Golden Immortal and Wu Gang to the initial stage. Witnessing these transformations, the other disciples grew increasingly eager about the effects of the jadeite. This jadeite truly lives up to its reputation as a treasure for enlightenment. The immense emerald energy here has enabled both Neza and me to attain understanding. What a marvel! Wu Gang exclaimed. Who will be next? He pondered. Let us inquire with the master. The group hurriedly approached Pu Xinzhenren, eager to have him select 2 more disciples. Pu Xinzhenren glanced around, waved his whisk, and with closed eyes declared, Li Yun, Ma Chuan. Upon hearing the words of Master Pu Xian, 2 disciples of the Chan teaching suddenly leaped forth, their excitement palpable as they bounced up and down, exclaiming, Wonderful, simply wonderful. Master Pu Xian's foresight is truly remarkable. The other disciples, however, exhibited a hint of disappointment. Yet, no one voiced their grievances. After all, this had been a matter settled long ago, and they were assured that their turn would eventually come. Patience was all that was required. Thus, they continued their mining endeavors while allowing others to contemplate and cultivate their understanding nearby. Unbeknownst to them, Tai Jinren, Yang Jian, and others had arrived at the entrance of Jineo Island. At that moment, the island was enveloped in a golden barrier resembling an eggshell, standing atop the white clouds. Tai Jinren and his companions gazed upon this enormous golden shield, their faces etched with confusion. A protective formation. But there is no battle at hand. Why would the disciples of the Jie teaching activate such a barrier? Yang Jian, wielding his weapon, voiced his impatience. Let us disregard the details and charge in together. Hold on. Before Yang Jian could finish his thought, Tai Jinren raised a hand, restraining him and his companions. Do not act recklessly. This formation was personally set by the Saint of Tongtian. Unless the Saint himself is present, it is beyond our capabilities to breach this protective array. Should we inadvertently trigger its backlash, our fates would be sealed. Indeed, Master, I was rash just now. I beg for your forgiveness, the disciples acknowledged, bowing their heads. Tai Jinren nodded thoughtfully and waved his sleeve, commanding, let us proceed. Since the protective formation is active, there must be Jie teaching disciples stationed at the entrance. The eyes of several Chan disciples sparkled with realization. Yes, we can simply request them to let us in. Master Tai is indeed wise. They ascended on clouds, floating towards the entrance of Jineo Island. Upon approaching, they indeed discovered 2 Jie teaching disciples guarding the mountain gate. Disciples of the 12 golden immortals of the Chan teaching, led by Tai Jinren, have come to pay their respects. We kindly request the 2 of you to swiftly open the mountain gate for us, they announced. The guardians at the gate were none other than Wang Imo and Yang Sun, 2 of the 4 saints of Jiulong Island. Both were at the initial stage of the Tai Golden Immortal Realm, but due to their cultivation of techniques derived from the martial arts world, their aura was markedly different from the Qingxian methods practiced by the 3 Pure Ones. This discrepancy led to Tai Jinren and his companions not immediately recognizing their realms. Upon hearing that the visitors were from the Chan teaching, Wang Imo and Yang Sun felt an instantaneous aversion. They exchanged indifferent glances and coldly replied, Wait here. I shall inform the senior brother. The disciples of the Chan teaching erupted in fury at this response. One robust disciple stepped forward, pointing a finger at Wang Imo and bellowing, You audacious gatekeeper! How dare you exhibit such disdain towards us? Do you even comprehend who has arrived today? How can you presume to make us wait? I advise you to recognize your place. Should Master Tai grow impatient, the consequences will be beyond your capacity to bear. Open the mountain gate at once. Yang Sun furrowed his brow and spoke with displeasure. Why do all you disciples of the Jie Sect exhibit such behavior? Did your parents never teach you the importance of speaking properly when you venture out into the world? Chapter 117. A 4,000 zhang great blade of magical power impudence. I am a senior uncle, a practitioner at the pinnacle of the Tai Golden Immortal Realm. How dare you indirectly insult our upbringing? Today, I shall impart a proper lesson upon you. Do you dare step out of the grand formation and engage in a spar with me? Wang Imo and Yang Sun lowered their gazes, their expressions devoid of interest. To be frank, neither of them felt particularly intrigued. The core disciples, including Tai Jinren and Yang Jian, had remained silent. The only ones currently making a fuss were those disciples whose realms barely reached the mid to late stages of the profound immortal level. It was akin to an adult being provoked by a group of elementary school students on the street. Any adult with a modicum of intelligence would not be angered, but rather find the situation exceedingly tedious. Seeing that Yang Sun and Wang Mo offered no reply and did not exhibit any signs of fear, the disciples of the Chan teaching were momentarily taken aback, only to soon break into derisive laughter. Humph! It is evident that these beasts lack the courage. Practitioners such as yourselves, who only dare to cower within the protective grand formation, are truly a disgrace to our kind. I advise you to refrain from embarrassing yourselves further and to pack up and return home early. Huh? Brother Su Fu's profound cultivation is beyond the comparison of these gatekeeping disciples. It is fortunate that they do not dare to accept the challenge. Otherwise, we would lose our dignity by engaging them. Haha, as my brother rightly pointed out, if we were to intervene, the word would spread that we are taking advantage of the weak, bullying the small. Wang Mo and Yang Sun found themselves bewildered. Why does this always happen? These disciples of the Chan teaching seem to possess a remarkable ability for imagination. It is unclear from whence their sense of superiority arises, as they consistently carry themselves with such unwarranted confidence, exuding arrogance and hubris. It must be said, their demeanor is truly repugnant. Wang Mo suddenly sighed, casting a sweeping glance over them. After a moment, he spoke in a languid tone. You need not concern yourselves. I fear I might lose control and inadvertently strike you down. Simply tell me, among you, who possesses the most formidable cultivation. Let them step forward. I shall allow them to use one hand. Should they manage to exchange 3 blows with me, I shall permit you entry into the mountain gate. How does that sound? Yang Sun, upon hearing this, revealed a look of alarm on his face. No, brother, are you not blatantly bullying them? How could any of them withstand 3 of your strikes? In my view, they would struggle to endure even one. If you proceed in this manner, they come all this way only to leave in disgrace without even entering the mountain gate? At the very least, we ought to invite them in for a cup of tea. Otherwise, word may spread that our sect lacks hospitality. Upon hearing Yang Sun's words, both Tai Junren and the other disciples were taken aback. We cannot withstand even one strike from a gatekeeper disciple. Are you jesting? Is this arrogance or mere folly? Tai Junren's tightly shut eyes finally began to open slowly. A voice, ethereal and inscrutable, reverberated through the air. After all these years, the disciples of the Bo Palace have truly become increasingly inadequate. Such exceptional talent is hardly worthy of being considered the true orthodoxy of my Taoist sect. Among the 3 pure ones, both the primordial supreme being and the moral supreme being have long held that they alone represent the true lineage of the Tao in the primordial world. Yet, to their dismay, the heavenly teacher disregards their counsel, taking on a multitude of disciples with dubious backgrounds, many of whom are even animals that have attained enlightenment. This has led to persistent discontent from the primordial supreme being and the moral supreme being, whose views have influenced their own disciples, resulting in a lasting prejudice against them. Your words are utterly laughable, betraying your ignorance. Are you aware of the true power possessed by the practitioners of the Tai Golden Immortal Realm? A mere insect such as yourself could be extinguished with a single finger. Old Taoist, cease your arrogant proclamations. My brother and I shall step forth to challenge you. With a flash of azure light beneath their feet, Wang Mo and Yang Sun transformed into a flurry of afterimages, advancing forward. What pretense is this from the old Taoist? Prepare to face my might. The 6 absolute swords of Aohan. With a resounding clash, a colossal blade of 4,000 zhong in magical power descended upon the Tai True Man. In a moment of peril, the Tai True Man raised his whisk, intercepting the blade above his head. Waves of white celestial mist emanated from his being, enhancing his ethereal presence. As a pinnacle practitioner of the Tai Golden Immortal Realm, it was hardly surprising that he could withstand the assault of an early-stage Tai Golden Immortal. However, this strike caused the Tai True Man to furrow his brow slightly. A flicker of astonishment crossed his face, and his lips quivered as he murmured softly. This adversary is indeed far more formidable than the typical early-stage Tai Golden Immortal. In the time since we last met, that has produced a promising talent. Alas, you have crossed paths with me, and today you are destined to be rendered powerless. Suddenly, the Tai True Man's robes billowed as a tremendous surge of magical power erupted from within him, transforming his aura from calm to razor-sharp. With a resounding clash, he shattered the 4,000 zhong blade suspended above him. Then, with a flick of his whisk, he lunged forward, drawing a long sword that gleamed with a chilling white light. Aiming it at Wang Mo's expression shifted as he quickly shouted, "Wind Godleg." Utilizing this technique, he swiftly retreated, narrowly evading the strike. The Tai True Man wore a cold smile, once again swinging his whisk, unleashing several magical energies that shot forth like arrows. "Brother, be careful," Yang Sun exclaimed, moving to shield Wang Mo, summoning a wall of light with his magical power. Crack! The wall shattered in response, revealing that even Yang's son, an early-stage Tai Golden Immortal, was no match for the Tai True Man. It was not that their combat prowess was lacking, but rather that the disparity in their realms was far too great. Furthermore, the Tai True Man, possessing extraordinary innate talent, could defeat a typical scattered immortal even if the opponent was at the pinnacle of the Tai Golden Immortal realm. In a sense, the Tai True Man could be regarded as a prodigy capable of transcending realms in battle. Chapter 118. The Dreadful Fate of the Supreme Master Tai. The Supreme Master Tai, revered as one of the 12 golden immortals of the Jie Sect and a mentor to Neza, possesses formidable powers and vast divine abilities, currently standing at the pinnacle of the Tai Golden Immortal realm. Among the 12 golden immortals, only the Supreme Master Puxian is inferior, owing to his inherent laziness and mediocre talents, which have hindered his cultivation. Prior to harnessing the Bai Sui Jade Vein, Puxian could barely reach the peak of the golden immortal level. In stark contrast, the cultivation of the Supreme Master Tai ranks among the elite even within the 12 golden immortals. On this occasion, he has been dispatched to Yunxiao Island with the purpose of retrieving Puxian and his companions. Observing the expressions of the brothers Wang Mo and Yang's son, he sensed something amiss, and considering Puxian's prolonged absence, suspicions began to form in his mind. Thus, he subtly instructed his disciples to take decisive action, aiming to reveal the true nature of the disciples of the Jie Sect. Had Puxian and the others not encountered any conflict or unforeseen events on Yunxiao Island, they would likely maintain a baseline of cordiality with the Jie Sect disciples, regardless of their differences. At the very least, they would refrain from violence. However, the brothers Wang Mo and Yang's son showed no hesitation in their aggression, even displaying overt malice towards them. Consequently, the Supreme Master Tai deduced that something must have transpired involving Puxian on Yunxiao Island, intensifying his fury. The audacity of the Jie Sect disciples to act against the followers of the Jie Sect was utterly infuriating. No longer concerned with propriety, the enraged Supreme Master Tai unleashed the full extent of his Tai Golden Immortal prowess, intending to crush the two brothers. They had missed numerous opportunities for enlightenment previously, resulting in their limited progress. Their cultivation merely reached the initial stage of the Tai Golden Immortal realm, placing them at the bottom tier compared to other Jie disciples. Yet, in the eyes of the Supreme Master Tai and the Jie Sect disciples, the situation appeared inversely. How could these two miscreants possess the strength of initial stage Tai Golden Immortals? The implication was clear. They must be the most exceptional disciples of the Jie Sect, likely elevated to this level by the formidable Saint Tongtian at great cost. The Jie Sect is comprised of mere opportunists, lacking in fortune and inherently dull-witted. Without such intervention, how could they possibly cultivate to the Tai Golden Immortal realm? Thus, what you witness is but an illusion, a fade meticulously crafted by these shameless Jie Sect disciples. I had suspected that it was implausible for the Jie Sect to station two Tai Golden Immortal cultivators at the mountain gate. Indeed, this was all part of their sinister plot. They must have employed some underhanded tactics, ambushing Master Puxian and detaining the previous group of disciples, precisely anticipating our arrival to search for them. Hence, they stationed these two Tai Golden Immortal disciples to lie in wait. Their intention is to undermine our resolve. We must not be deceived. The brothers Wang Mo and Yang's son staggered back several steps after being struck by the Supreme Master Tai's sweeping motion. As Wang Mo and Yang's son prepared to advance once more, a sudden cacophony of piercing sounds resonated from the horizon. Leading the charge was Zhao Gongming, mounted upon a flying sword, accompanied by the three celestial sisters. It had long been whispered that the illustrious Tai Zhenren among the 12 golden immortals of the Jie Sect possessed extraordinary powers. Today, I shall put that to the test. With a resounding cry, Zhao Gongming unleashed his sword, which gleamed with celestial light as it sliced through the heavens like a shooting star, aimed directly at Tai Zhenren. At this moment, Zhao Gongming stood at the pinnacle of the great Luo Golden Immortal realm, adorned in flowing azure robes that shimmered with a gentle radiance. His garments billowed gracefully, and his deep-set eyes held the mysteries of the cosmos, swirling with chaotic sword energy, exuding an aura of the transcendent and the divine. In stark contrast, Tai Zhenren, his hair and beard as white as snow, embodied the essence of a sage. Tall and robust, he possessed an exceptional demeanor that set him apart among the throng of Chan disciples, making him appear as a crane amidst a flock of chickens, a figure of unparalleled distinction. The distance between the two was vast, yet they exchanged glances that seemed to traverse the expanse, with the air between them rippling like tumultuous waves crashing against the heavens, conjuring countless sprays of mist. Ancient trees and colossal stones lay in their midst, yet under an invisible force, they crumbled into nothingness. Most astonishingly, a stone mountain fractured inch by inch beneath the oppressive aura radiating from the two figures. The disciples of the Jie Sect were struck with awe, despite the considerable distance. The mere exchange of glances had unleashed such a formidable consequence. "Who dares to show disrespect to my esteemed master?" exclaimed the disciples, their faces etched with shock. Who could this individual be, capable of withstanding the overwhelming pressure emanating from Taiyi Jinren? They pondered whether there existed such profound mastery within the Jie Sect. In their eyes, the terrifying manifestations they had just witnessed were solely attributable to Taiyi Jinren. Yet, the disciple Zhao Gongming, who had boldly confronted the might of Taiyi Jinren, had already proven himself extraordinary. However, that was where it ended. Taiyi Jinren stood at the zenith of the Taiyi golden immortal realm. Even the most favored disciples of the Jie Sect could never hope to match him. As more cultivators gathered in the vicinity, many Jie Sect disciples sensed the anomaly and hastened towards the scene. From a considerable distance, Zhao Gongming executed his 100 steps flying sword technique. In an instant, myriad beams of sword light erupted like exploding stars, entwined with swirling mists and strands of chaotic energy, as if the very heavens were being cleaved asunder, evolving endlessly in the desolate cosmos. Faintly, it appeared as though a new world was taking form in the air, gradually materializing amidst the tempest of wind, rain, and thunder. Above, the rumblings of a deluge could be heard, as if a vast ocean were surging against the shores. A collective gasp echoed among the onlookers, for the spectacle was nothing short of terrifying, a scene of cosmic creation, birthed from a single sword strike. Though merely an illusion, incapable of manifesting true creation, it nonetheless attested to the terrifying nature of Zhao Gongming's sword technique. The disciples of the Jie Sect were struck by a profound revelation as the brilliant sword light drew ever closer, radiating with increasing intensity. The more they gazed upon this luminous blade, the more they felt their very essence on the brink of submergence. Their bodies seemed to lose autonomy, compelled to bend their knees in reverence and prostrate themselves before Zhao Gongming. Suddenly, a myriad of sword lights surged forth like tumultuous waves crashing against the shore, charging towards Taiyi Jinren and the disciples of the Jie Sect. Confronted with such an overwhelming aura of sword energy, numerous disciples coughed up blood and staggered backward, their hearts tempestuous with turmoil. What formidable realm could emanate such a potent presence? Many found themselves paralyzed, rooted to the spot, while others crumpled to the ground. A most terrifying sensation indeed. Chapter 119. Look at your arrogance. Are you truly powerful? This individual, has he truly ascended to the status of a great Luo golden immortal? A gentle breeze swept through, and the brilliance of Zhao Gongming's sword was poised to strike. The crowd felt as though they were suffocating. They widened their eyes, scarcely daring to blink, fixated on the radiant sword light that descended straight towards the head of Taiyi Jinren. All of this transpired in the blink of an eye. By the time Taiyi Jinren registered what was happening, it was already too late. "Impudent wretch, how dare you!" In a flurry, Taiyi Jinren could only bellow in fury while hastily shifting his body. He raised his fly whisk, golden magical energy surging around him like a tempest, attempting to repel the oncoming sword light. Crack! The sword light collided with the golden magical energy, producing a sound akin to shattering porcelain. Countless profound Dao symbols surged forth, igniting the air with blazing divine radiance, threatening to cause the very fabric of this space to collapse. The only reason it hadn't crumbled yet was that the location had long been fortified by the Saint Tongtian, ensuring that unless a true saint intervened, no matter how great the unleashed power, the void would remain as steadfast as rock. The disciples of the Jie Sect were utterly astonished, gazing in disbelief at this spectacle. The intensity of the sword light's fluctuations was terrifying, causing every heart to race and souls to tremble. At this moment, Zhao Gongming, standing upon his flying sword, had arrived before them. His gaze was piercing, and with a hand forming a sword seal, he coldly declared, "Do you truly believe this is the end? How dare you act so brazenly at my mountain gate? Begone!" With Zhao Gongming's resounding shout, the sword light, previously stymied by Taiyi Jinren's magical force, suddenly erupted into a blinding radiance, humming ominously. Crack, crack! The golden magical energy was utterly shattered, fragmenting under the pressure of the sword light and scattering with the wind. In a moment of dire urgency, Taiyi Jinren recited a spell, secretly invoking a formidable supernatural ability. He shifted his form, narrowly avoiding a fatal blow, yet still felt the sword light graze his left shoulder. Blood spurted forth as a significant portion of flesh was severed from his shoulder. Taiyi Jinren emitted a muffled groan. staggering backward, his eyes ablaze with hatred as he fixed his furious gaze upon Zhao Gongming. You dare to wound me? As a disciple of a saint's true lineage, Tai Jinren was accustomed to being revered from a position of superiority. He had never endured such humiliation. He had come to flaunt his might, yet here he was, struck by an opponent's blade and grievously wounded. Could he endure this? Unbeknownst to him, Zhao Gongming, looking down with a dismissive glance, revealed a countenance of scorn. The 12 golden immortals have quite a reputation, yet upon meeting today, I find you more bark than bite, utterly uninteresting. Having spoken, Zhao Gongming's face clouded with disappointment as he soared away on his flying sword, leaving Tai Jinren and the bewildered disciples of the Jie Sect standing in disarray amidst the wind. What was the meaning behind that light and airy tone, that indifferent demeanor? What was the cause of that unmasked sense of disappointment on his face? Were we truly that insignificant? Deep within the heart of Tai Jinren, an inexplicable surge of anger arose. Once he regained his composure, his countenance darkened like turbulent waters, his gaze fierce enough to devour, his fists cracking ominously as he clenched them, brimming with rage on the verge of eruption. As a direct disciple of a saint, he possessed formidable powers yet had been caught off guard due to a momentary lapse in vigilance. He was confident that, given the opportunity to act with composure and the time to manipulate the mystical arts, he could unleash the awe-inspiring powers of the Jie Sect. Had he been prepared, he would not have found himself in such a humiliating predicament, utterly devoid of the means to retaliate. Do you know who I am? I am the Tai Jinren, one of the 12 golden immortals of the Jie Sect. I have attained the pinnacle of the Tai golden immortal Dao fruit and possess unparalleled divine abilities. My recent misstep was merely a moment of carelessness that led to your surprise attack. Now that I have activated my mystical arts, my power flows freely, ready to strike at any moment. Is there anyone daring enough to advance? At that moment, the 3 celestial maidens, Yunxiao, Xiao, and Bixiao, arrived. They hovered majestically in the sky, looking down upon the Tai golden immortal and the numerous disciples of the Jie Sect. They overheard his proclamation. Yunxiao's delicate brows furrowed in surprise, her expression one of incredulity. 12 golden immortals? Jie Sect? Tai Jinren? You appear rather arrogant. Do you truly consider yourself powerful? Her gaze swept over the disciples surrounding Tai Jinren. Surely, you must be the strongest among them, correct? Yang Jian, his face flushed, stepped forward boldly, exclaiming, indeed. Master Tai is a peak Tai golden immortal. If you are afraid, you should surrender at once. Perhaps, out of respect for your gender, I might plead for your life with my master. Upon hearing this, Yunxiao turned her face aside with disdain, chuckling, I appreciate your concern, but alas, I have no need for such mercy. Yunxiao then fixed her gaze back upon Tai Jinren. Since they claim you are formidable, I shall put that to the test. I have never fought a true disciple of the Jie Sect before. Today, I shall see what the so-called 12 golden immortals are truly capable of. As she spoke, a radiant aura enveloped her, exuding both nobility and allure, a regal presence soaring towards the heavens. In the ephemeral moment, a spectral image of a multicolored, celestial serpent materialized behind Yunxiao, twisting as it raised its head to the sky, letting out a thunderous roar. 9-colored devouring technique. In an instant, a fearsome, massive serpent head, adorned in vibrant colors, lunged towards Tai Jinren with ferocity. With a cold snort, Tai Jinren dismissed the challenge, unwavering in his belief. His prolonged position of superiority had ensnared him in a delusion of invincibility. Even as he sensed the faint, ethereal aura of the Tao emanating from Yunxiao, he dismissed it as mere figment of his imagination. Could a horde of unrefined, lesser beings surpass him to achieve the status of the great Luo golden immortal? Such a notion was preposterous, absurd. They were nothing more than pretenders, merely superficial in their displays. Once I unleash my profound abilities, I shall undoubtedly reduce this group of inept individuals to mere fragments, mercilessly trampling them into the ground. Master Tai raised his hand, forming a solemn incantation with an expression of grave intensity, a flicker of pride shimmering in his gaze. As he chanted the spell, a cascade of golden characters surged into the void, invoking the power of countless laws. A band of unsophisticated fools. Today I shall unveil to you the renowned arcane prowess, the law of heaven and earth. In an instant, boundless golden radiance erupted from Master Tai's being, illuminating him like a luminous bulb, rendering the flesh beneath his skin translucent in the dazzling glow. His stature surged rapidly, expanding in size. Within mere moments, Master Tai transformed into a colossal figure, towering as high as a mountain. Simultaneously, The magical energy within him vaporized, drastically amplifying its volume beyond measure. With a voice that resonated like a mighty bell, his words echoed across 3,000 miles. How dare you, ignorant girl, raise a hand against me? Behold as I swiftly strike down the serpent you have conjured with a single blow. Chapter 124. Silence, all of you. Yunxiao unleashed the technique of the 9-colored sky-devouring serpent, as a colossal, multicolored python extended its menacing head, lunging towards the palm of Tai Jinren. However, from Tai Jinren's earthy-hued palm, a torrent of formidable mana surged forth, swiftly shifting aside, causing the vibrant serpent to miss its target entirely. Beast, do you dare to harm me? A voice, resonant as a great bell, echoed through the heavens. Tai Jinren swung his arm, churning the clouds above, his head towering over Yunxiao, laughter erupting from his lips. Little girl, I must admit, you possess quite the charm. Who would have thought amidst these beastly disciples of a beauty such as you could emerge? It makes me hesitant to strike. Enough with your prattle. You should be more concerned about yourself. A cold glimmer flashed in Yunxiao's mesmerizing eyes as she formed a spell with her hands. Numerous streaks of light shot forth, and the colorful giant python swiftly redirected its head, once more aiming for Tai Jinren's wrist with a fierce bite. Tai Jinren chuckled. Oh, I didn't expect this little lass to be so tenacious. Witness my divine ability, the world within my palm. With that, Tai Jinren struck down again. This time, his palm radiated a misty golden light, materializing into a spherical dome that enveloped his hand, as if harboring an independent world within. The intricate patterns etched upon Tai Jinren's palm resembled rivers and mountains. By focusing one's mind, one could see peaks rising and rivers flowing endlessly, alongside ancient trees and soaring cranes, depicting a truly vivid realm. Nearby, numerous disciples of the were filled with excitement upon witnessing Tai Jinren's display of this divine power. Wonderful! Master Tai has invoked the world within his palm. Once unleashed, it can instantly trap the enemy within. Once ensnared, one finds oneself in an authentic world, nearly impossible to escape. If nothing unexpected occurs, this beautiful fairy is destined to become a prisoner forever. What a pity! In the depths of Yunxiao's eyes, a hint of mockery flickered, not to mention the sheer might of his divine ability, which was not inferior to the world within his palm. Considering her current realm as a great Luo golden immortal, she could not possibly be suppressed by Tai Jinren. In a confrontation between a great Luo golden immortal and a pinnacle Tai golden immortal, the former could certainly achieve a blatant overpowering. Thus, Tai Jinren was about to be proven wrong. With a piercing cry, the 7-colored giant python charged directly at Tai Jinren's palm. Upon witnessing this, a smile emerged on Tai Jinren's face. Fool, you come willingly into my trap. I shall take you. A magnificent golden light erupted from Tai Jinren, his arm trembling as he reached forward, poised to grasp the colorful serpent conjured by Yunxiao. Just then, the 7-colored giant python collided forcefully with Tai Jinren's palm. Bang! At the point of collision between the two, an eruption of countless radiant divine lights ensued, with billowing smoke swirling around, the forces of magic and celestial brilliance intertwining. As flames flickered continuously in the void, suddenly, the onlookers felt a deluge of crimson rain descending from the heavens. The disciples of the Jie Sect erupted in applause, mockingly pouting at the Demon King Wang. Did you see that? With just one strike, your people were obliterated by my esteemed uncle's hand. What a tragic demise. Blood raining down. How heroic. Ha ha. Wang Mo and Yang Sun scratched their heads, their brows furrowed in confusion. Aren't you going to look up and see clearly before making such claims? Upon hearing this, the Chan disciples placed their hands on their hips, bursting into laughter. Ha ha. This is simply hilarious. Oh dear. I can barely stand from laughing so hard. Indeed, only a group of fools could pose such a ridiculous question. Has your head been caught in a door? Our esteemed Tai is a pinnacle golden immortal. How ignorant must you be to think he could lose? Wang Mo and Yang Sun could only place their hands on their foreheads, looking helplessly at the real Tai. At that moment, the real Tai's face was ashen. His outstretched hand had been pierced by the colossal magical serpent conjured by Yunxiao, leaving a bloody hole. If the celestial laws were disrupted, the essence would also suffer. At this juncture, the real Tai's forehead throbbed with veins, his breathing labored, while the taunts of the Chan disciples made him tremble with rage. Can you not keep your mouth shut? This feeling of being publicly humiliated is unbearable. And with your words, how can I possibly save face later? Thus, the real Tai bellowed, his voice reverberating like thunder above the heads of the Chan disciples. Fools, silence yourselves. The sudden outburst startled the Chan disciples, who looked up to see the gory hole in the palm of the real Tai. Silence descended, an eerie, deathly stillness. Then, a scream erupted, and all the Chan disciples fell into a frenzy. Heavens! What did we just say? How could this happen? Why did our master lose? His hand has been pierced. With a whoosh, as the celestial laws crumbled, the real Tai's body radiated brilliance, swiftly shrinking before returning to its original size moments later. His countenance was dark with fury, teeth gritting audibly. Even the flesh of his face quivered, revealing the tempest of emotions within. However, Yunxiao's expression remained composed, her gaze lazily sweeping over the figure of the real Tai. Her slender fingers traced the air before her with a hint of disappointment, and she spoke with a disinterested tone. Is this what they call the 12 golden immortals of the Chan sect? How utterly dull. Chapter 121. Back again? What do you take me for? Tai Zhenren, in a fit of rage, glared fiercely at the celestial maiden, Yunxiao, his temper flaring as he pounded his chest in frustration. Blood spewed from his mouth, and he staggered backward, nearly losing his balance. Master Uncle. Numerous disciples of the Chan sect rushed forward to support him, only to be brusquely pushed aside by the visibly furious Tai Zhenren. Get away. I am fine. There is no need for your assistance. Yes, we shall withdraw. Master Uncle, please do not be angry. The disciples quickly lowered their heads in contrition and stepped aside. Tai Zhenren's face darkened, a tempest of emotions roiling within him. Yet, suddenly, he burst into wild laughter, his voice echoing like thunder. I never expected that among the Jie Sect, there would emerge such a remarkable figure as yourself. However, his expression shifted abruptly, the corners of his mouth curling into a sardonic sneer. But alas, you are but a woman. It is truly laughable and utterly absurd that a prestigious sect such as yours relies on a female disciple to uphold its dignity. At his words, Yunxiao's brows knitted together, her delicate features suffused with fury. She formed a spell with her hands and struck toward Tai Zhenren's chest. What of being a woman? Do you dare to look down upon me? This time, a colorful vortex manifested in the palm of her pristine hand, from which numerous serpent heads emerged, all bearing sharp fangs and flicking their crimson tongues ominously, a sight both fearsome and chilling. Tai Zhenren retrieved a jade vial from within his robe, hastily consuming a healing elixir. Almost instantly, a vibrant green aura enveloped him, revitalizing his body, while the gaping wound in his palm began to visibly mend. Such a fierce woman. I am fortunate to possess this healing elixir. Otherwise, such grievous injuries would have cost me centuries of recuperation. He brandished his dust whisk to fend off the oncoming serpents, unleashing a flurry of silken threads that shot forth with blinding speed. 1,000 threads bind. This was a potent divine ability, passed down from the primordial heavenly venerable, perfectly suited to countering the current onslaught from Yunxiao. The myriad white threads ensnared the serpent heads that had aimed to tear Tai Zhenren apart, halting their advance. Seeing this, Yunxiao's eyes blazed with golden light, transforming into two magnificent golden dragons that surged toward Tai Zhenren's neck. Spirit dragons flow. Confronted by the golden dragons, Tai Zhenren's expression shifted dramatically. With a quick incantation, he summoned more white threads to ensnare the golden beasts. Yet, the two dragons pierced through the white threads effortlessly, barreling toward Tai Zhenren without hindrance. This is dire. It is a mental assault. In that critical moment, a brilliant golden light erupted from Tai Zhenren's forehead. A golden shield soared from his brow, intercepting the two golden dragons with a resounding clash. Two golden dragons collided against a golden shield, producing a resounding clang reminiscent of metal striking stone. Accompanied by a flurry of sparks, the golden dragons ultimately failed to sever the neck of the esteemed Tai Zhenren. In their defeat, they transformed into two streaks of golden lightning, retreating into the depths of the eyes of the celestial maiden, Yunxiao. Her gaze was frigid, and her ruby lips parted slightly. The primordial spirit guardian treasure laid down by the sage. I never imagined you, a wretched being, would garner such importance within the Chan sect. At that moment, Tai Zhenren was breathless, his forehead glistening with cold sweat, his eyes filled with terror. That strike had nearly led to his demise, an unfathomable notion in the past. His legs trembled, and to his dismay, a pale yellow liquid dripped from beneath him, releasing a foul odor. Yunxiao covered her nose, her face contorted in disgust. Shameless. Disgusting. Having uttered her disdain, Yunxiao turned away, leaving Tai Zhenren in a state of humiliation and rage. Yet, for reasons unbeknownst to him, he felt an unexpected sense of relief as he watched her depart. As the saying goes, one cannot lose face. Witnessing her retreat, he spat out a fierce remark. Humph. Consider yourself lucky to escape, little girl. Out of respect for Tongtian, I shall not stoop to your level. Beside him, Yunxiao could no longer contain herself and rebuked, "I say, you old fool. Is your skin thicker than a city wall? How can you utter such shameless words?" As she spoke, Yunxiao, adorned in a flowing ice-blue gown, stepped gracefully towards Tai Yizhenren. With each step she took, ripples spread through the void, accompanied by shimmering petals that danced around her, showcasing her ethereal and noble demeanor in all its glory. "Why do brother Zhao Gongming and sister Yunxiao test their skills against you? Are you truly formidable within the Jie Sect? Must one defeat you to prove their strength? If so, then today, I too shall make an attempt." Upon hearing this, Tai Yizhenren's head snapped up, his eyes wide with disbelief, filled with sheer terror. "Another one? What do you take me for? A standard to measure one's strength? A trial stone? An experience monster? How infuriating." Chapter 122. The Supreme Being Tai. "Have I become the junior? Wait." The Supreme Being Tai bellowed, causing the figure of the enchanting Yunxiao to halt mid-air, her expression one of astonishment as she gazed back at him. Apart from Yunxiao, the disciples of both the Chan school and the Jie school turned their attention toward Tai, intrigued by his exclamation. Tai found himself frozen in the thick, tense atmosphere, creating an awkward silence. His lips quivered, his brows furrowed, and his face flushed as he exclaimed, "What sort of person do you think I am? If I were to strike at a mere young girl, wouldn't that be a joke, implying I bully my juniors?" As soon as these words left his mouth, an eerie silence enveloped the scene, a gentle breeze wafting through as everyone remained in a state of shock, unable to comprehend his statement. How could such words even be uttered? Yunxiao was left stunned, unsure of how to respond. Tai had already declined to fight, and Yunxiao could not possibly admit to fearing bullying. To imply that she desired to intimidate this esteemed elder was equally unthinkable. "I merely wish to spar with you." "Esteemed elder, is that truly unacceptable?" Yunxiao inquired once more. "Absolutely unacceptable. I refuse to let others say I am taking advantage of my superior cultivation to bully my juniors." Tai retorted, his demeanor stubborn. He had resolved to embrace the humiliation. After all, he had already disgraced himself greatly today, so he might as well commit to this path. At that moment, a melodious laughter echoed through the air. A graceful woman clad in golden threaded armor approached Tai with measured steps. "In that case, dear sister Yunxiao, you may step aside. Allow me to engage him in a few exchanges." Tai scrutinized the guiling Holy Mother with a wary gaze, his usual cautious nature prompting an immediate rejection. What a jest! Today, the disciples of the Jie school appear rather sinister. I shall not fall into their trap. I refuse to engage in battle. I am a disciple of a saint, here solely to retrieve my fellow disciple Puxian and others, and I shall not bully my juniors, lest I be ridiculed. Unfazed, the guiling Holy Mother continued to advance, closing the distance until she stood before Tai. Leaning in, her exquisite face drew nearer, a teasing smile gracing her lips as her lively eyes locked onto his. "Pray tell, how old are you now?" Startled by her sudden closeness, Tai's heart raced and his expression faltered. Without a moment's thought, he replied, "I have been cultivating for 19,000 years. Why do you ask?" Upon hearing this, the guiling Holy Mother straightened, her posture proud as she smiled and proclaimed, "Oh, then there is no issue. I have cultivated for 36,000 years. By age, I am indeed your elder. You previously expressed reluctance to engage with Sister Yunxiao out of fear of being mocked for bullying a junior. Now that you are my junior, is it not permissible for me to spar with you?" Silence fell upon the gathering. "Tai, have I become the junior?" Upon hearing the profound analysis from the Divine Mother of Tortoise Spirit, all present were rendered speechless. Yet, upon reflection, they realized there was not a single flaw in her assertions. The reasoning articulated was simply irrefutable. Once the initial shock subsided, Tai Yizhenren, trembling with indignation, pointed at the Divine Mother of Tortoise Spirit and stammered, You, how dare you? What do you mean? Just state whether you dare to accept the challenge." A flicker of unparalleled murderous intent flashed in the depths of Tai Yizhenren's eyes, as he genuinely sensed he was being provoked. "Do not compel me to unleash my true capabilities. The consequences of such actions are beyond your endurance," he declared, his complexion ashen, his voice laced with venom. "Whatever powers you possess, unleash them. I fear you may be too feeble," retorted the Divine Mother of Tortoise Spirit. "Since they proclaim you to be a master of the teaching of revelation, today shall serve as my opportunity to gauge my own cultivation." As she spoke, an aura of demonic energy enveloped the Divine Mother of Tortoise Spirit, and streams of mysterious yellow light surged from behind her like the tails of a nine-tailed fox, exuding an ancient, primal essence, demonic goddess power. She intoned, and in an instant, the heavens darkened. Stars began to twinkle in the azure sky. emanating boundless demonic energy that cascaded from afar, akin to a waterfall, pouring into her being and bestowing her with inexhaustible strength. The divine mother of tortoise spirit suddenly raised her head, her crimson eyes radiating an overwhelming demonic might, instantly plunging Tai Yizhenren into a chilling abyss of despair. "Stay back," he implored. With each step the divine mother took, the earth trembled beneath her, the sound resonating like ancient drums, each beat striking a profound chord within Tai Yizhenren's soul. To his eyes, she appeared as a transcendent entity, emerging from the depths of antiquity, traversing the river of time into the present. The ancient, primordial aura that enveloped her instinctively stirred within him a sense of reverence, naturally subduing his spirit and limiting his capabilities to a mere 60% of his full potential. With a resounding crash, Tai Yizhenren drew forth the golden shield bestowed upon him by Yuan Shi Tianzun, positioning it defensively before himself, barely managing to insulate himself from the overwhelming aura. Yet, this golden shield seemed only capable of passive defense, particularly against mental assaults, proving less effective against magical attacks. Tai Yizhenren's brow furrowed deeply. Though he maintained a facade of composure, his heart was in turmoil. What on earth was wrong with this group of disciples from the Jie Sect? Had they all gone mad? Each one of them seemed overwhelmingly formidable. Just not long ago, these disciples appeared rather weak. Something was amiss. It was profoundly unsettling. Chapter 123, The Senior Sister. Undoubtedly a young maiden, the revered turtle spirit mother approached the esteemed Tai Yizhenren step by step, each stride resonating with tremors that shook the earth. Tai Yizhenren, trembling behind a golden shield, felt a chill run down his spine. "You ought to address me as senior," the turtle spirit mother remarked, her delicate face adorned with a playful smirk. The surrounding disciples raised their eyebrows in surprise. They had not anticipated that their usually stern senior sister possessed such a mischievous side. Tai Yizhenren's forehead broke into a sweat, his expression darkening to the color of a charred pot. Yang Jian and the other disciples of the Jie Sect stood behind him, observing the spectacle. In the presence of the stunningly beautiful turtle spirit mother, how could he bring himself to utter such a title? To call her senior? Through gritted teeth, Tai Yizhenren retorted, "Just a mere beast, and you expect me to call you senior? Do you believe you are worthy?" The glimmer in the turtle spirit mother's eyes sparkled with amusement, unruffled by his words. Instead, she playfully inquired, "Then tell me, are you not younger than I?" Tai Yizhenren fell momentarily silent, as if a thorn had lodged in his throat. The sight of his awkward predicament elicited muffled laughter from the onlooking disciples of the Jie Sect. "Heh, this old man is utterly oblivious. Although Sister Turtle Spirit is over 30,000 years old, she still belongs to her youth among our turtle clan. Indeed, Sister is undoubtedly a young maiden, and at this moment, she has playfully outmatched Tai Yizhenren, gaining an upper hand in seniority. How amusing." However, the whispers of the Jie Sect disciples did not escape Tai Yizhenren's keen senses. Realizing the expressions on their faces and their lip movements, he understood he had been mocked by the turtle spirit mother. Unable to stifle himself, he threw his head back and coughed up a mouthful of dark blood, his complexion turning pale as a ghost. Staggering backwards several paces, he wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, his lips trembling with fury. Such brazen insolence! Such outrageous insolence! Hearing his exclamation, the turtle spirit mother's face hardened, and with a cold snort, she responded, "Outrageous insolence? Was your earlier verbal abuse towards my disciples not a form of excessive bullying? Just now, you took advantage of your higher realm to strike at my two junior brothers. Does that not count as excessive bullying? Must you be allowed to bully my Jie Sect disciples while forbidding others from doing the same to your Chan Sect disciples?" Tai Yizhenren's expression darkened like a stormy sky, a glint of cunning flickering in his eyes. "You are but a bunch of beasts with fur and horns, unworthy of comparison with us." The turtle spirit mother's gaze turned icy, her countenance instantly becoming grim. She ceased her idle chatter and began to weave a spell. Golden spiritual energy swirling around her fingertips, transforming into a liquid resembling yellow sand. Tears of the demon god. With a swift motion, the tears of the demon god streaked through the air like a shooting star, hurtling towards Tai Yizhenren's chest. Tai Yizhenren was engulfed by a surge of mystical energy, which flowed forth like ethereal mist and infused the golden shield before him. Upon receiving this power, the shield radiated a brilliant golden light, with the rhythm of Tao swirling upon its surface, adorned with enigmatic runes that emitted a resplendent purple-gold glow. A weighty aura, reminiscent of towering mountains, instantly enveloped the surroundings. With a thunderous crash, the tear of the demon god collided with the golden shield, producing an intense divine radiance that illuminated the air. causing the void to fracture and chaotic currents to spiral, akin to a cataclysmic spectacle. An invisible wave surged forth like ocean tides, sweeping many disciples of the Jie Sect and Jie Sect off their feet. Only those of profound cultivation could withstand this force with their formidable spiritual energy. Expressions of seriousness adorned the faces of the onlookers, for the power unleashed by this strike far surpassed that of an ordinary peak Tai golden immortal. Their greater concern, however, lay in the outcome of the clash between Tai Zhenren and the Holy Mother of Turtle Spirit. As they gazed upward, they were suddenly struck by the sight of a crack appearing upon the golden shield. Crack, crack. More fissures began to emerge, and amidst the astonished gazes of the crowd, the shield shattered with a resounding explosion. The tear of the demon god, undeterred, struck Tai Zhenren squarely in the chest. With a grunt, Tai Zhenren expelled a mouthful of blood, his body soaring back like a kite whose string had snapped, traversing thousands of zhang before crashing through ancient trees and carving a deep gully into the earth, finally coming to a halt. A gaping wound, the size of a fist, appeared in his chest, translucent and chilling to behold. "Master Uncle," Yang Jian cried out, stepping into the void, clad in resplendent golden armor, and brandishing his weapon towards the Holy Mother of Turtle Spirit. "You vile creature, how dare you harm my Master Uncle? You seek death." In a flash, a golden energy flickered, severing a strand of hair that hung before the Holy Mother of Turtle Spirit. The severed hair danced in the wind, slowly descending amidst their gazes. Rather than display anger, the Holy Mother regarded Yang Jian with keen interest, and, parting her crimson lips, inquired, "Are you the Yang Jian who split mountains to save your mother?" A radiant light blossomed upon Yang Jian's forehead, revealing a third eye, a vertical pupil radiating an aura of inscrutable profundity. His voice resonated like thunder, shaking the very heavens and earth. "Enough with the idle chatter. You have harmed my Master Uncle, and further words are futile. Prepare to face my wrath." 8-9 Profound Arts. In an instant, a yellowish glow enveloped Yang Jian, as if he were drawing upon the divine essence of the cosmos, channeling the vast powers of heaven and earth. Every movement he made seemed infused with the weight of the universe, each strike heavy as a mountain. Clang, clang, clang. A flurry of collisions erupted between the two, brilliant sparks flying in all directions. The Holy Mother of Turtle Spirit, having just unleashed the tear of the demon god, found her internal energy momentarily disrupted and could only use her arms to parry Yang Jian's mighty blade, causing her to stagger backward. In truth, the 8-9 profound arts cultivated by Yang Jian were not inferior to the techniques comprehended by the Holy Mother of Turtle Spirit. The 8-9 profound arts, a cultivation technique perfected by the primordial demon god Pangu, allows one to effortlessly transcend to the realm of sages when mastered to its zenith. Since Yang Jian began his practice of the 8-9 profound arts, his mystical powers have surged dramatically in a brief span, propelling him to become the foremost adept among the third-generation disciples of the Chan school, even surpassing Neza in prowess. The sacred mother of Tortoise Spirit, her delicate visage filled with fury, cast a fierce glare at Yang Jian. With a vigorous motion of her arms, streams of yellow energy enveloped her form. Akin to donning a suit of golden armor, her aura transforming in an instant, exuding an ancient and primordial essence. This transformation caused Yang Jian to furrow his brow, for the primordial power of antiquity was a force characterized by the innate energy infused with chaotic elements. In the current primordial realm, such innate energies have all but vanished, leaving only remnants of weakened primordial spiritual essence in the shattered spaces of ancient times. This primordial spiritual essence is exceedingly rare. Even a trace of it can nurture a primordial spiritual herb. Should a cultivator absorb it, there exists a significant probability of breaking through their current limitations, as well as collecting fragments of ancient cultivation laws. The laws of the ancient cosmos are now beyond comprehension in the present world. However, if one were to integrate these fragments of ancient cultivation laws into their own understanding and harmonize them with contemporary Dao fruits, they could shatter the constraints of their realm, achieving profound transformation and extraordinary evolution. Thus, the value of primordial power is unmistakably precious. Chapter 124. Yang Jian unexpectedly becomes a shield yet now. It is astonishing and terrifying to behold someone capable of cultivating the primordial force through their techniques. Yang Jian smirked coldly, exclaiming, "Indeed, this is the primordial force. You are truly a treasure. Capturing you will undoubtedly lead to a swift enhancement of my sect's strength." The turtle spirit Holy Mother's fair visage darkened, and in her palm, the primordial force coalesced into a swirling yellow vortex. With a commanding voice, she declared, "Such audacity! Speak again when you possess the requisite strength. With that, the yellow vortex was thrust forward, transforming into a tornado that surged toward Yang Jian. Be careful, brother Yang Jian. The disciples of the Chan teaching gasped in alarm, hastening to warn him. Although Yang Jian's talent surpassed that of Tai Zhenren by a considerable margin, his cultivation time was still limited, and his realm did not yet match that of Tai Zhenren. Faced with the turtle spirit Holy Mother's lethal strike, his expression grew grave, his brows furrowing deeply as he focused intently on sensing the flow of spiritual energy and the trajectory of the laws within her technique. Refusing to relax for even a moment, with a decisive shout, Yang Jian discerned the weakest point of the primordial force in a fleeting instant. He swung his great blade with lightning speed, delivering a powerful strike to that very spot. With a resounding crash, Yang Jian ingeniously utilized his late-stage Tai Golden Immortal Strength, combined with the secret techniques of the 8-9 Profound Art, to shatter the turtle spirit Holy Mother's primordial force. The yellow vortex transformed into a stream of sand-like spiritual energy, retreating back into the turtle spirit Holy Mother's body. A trace of astonishment flickered across the exquisite features of the turtle spirit Holy Mother. You have managed to break through my primordial force using finesse. Achieving this is no small feat. However, your method relies heavily on luck. You are gambling. Should you win, you may withstand it, but should you lose, your life will be forfeit. Behind Yang Jian, Tai Zhenren was being assisted by other disciples, seated in meditation to heal his injuries. As a true disciple, he naturally possessed top-tier healing elixirs. He retrieved a small jade vial from his robe, pouring 2 glistening pills into his palm. With a swift motion, he brought his hand to his mouth and swallowed them whole. Immediately, waves of warm medicinal energy transformed into green, ethereal mist, enveloping his form. And the wounds upon his body began to heal at a visibly rapid pace. Sensing Tai Zhenren's injuries gradually mending, Yang Jian chose not to linger in battle. He fought while retreating, intending to return to Tai Zhenren's side. However, the turtle spirit Holy Mother was unwilling to let him escape so easily. What was meant to be a confrontation between herself and Tai Zhenren was now interrupted by Yang Jian. If she allowed him to depart without resistance, it would reflect poorly on her, showcasing her weakness. Furthermore, her techniques and powers were bestowed upon her by her elder brother. If she appeared ineffectual, it would also tarnish his reputation. Such an outcome was utterly unacceptable to the turtle spirit Holy Mother. Thinking of leaving? It shall not be so simple. With that, she extended her arms skyward, and boundless laws of power cascaded from the heavens like a waterfall, completely engulfing her form. The turtle spirit Holy Mother, bathed in the principles of heaven and earth, wielded the power of the demon god in her left hand and the primal force in her right, exuding an aura of ancient mystery. Suddenly, she lifted her ominous visage, her profound gaze fixated upon Yang Jian, emanating an ancient essence of slaughter that surged towards Yang Jian and the celestial master Tai, like relentless tidal waves. Yang Jian's expression darkened as he furrowed his brow and sought counsel from the celestial master Tai beside him. Master, this woman is truly formidable. I am utterly outmatched. What should we do now? The celestial master Tai took a deep breath, casting a glance at the turtle spirit Holy Mother, his expression shifting drastically. This woman is simply a monster. Her power has long surpassed the pinnacle of the Tai Golden Immortal Realm. I have honed my skills for years at this level, yet I am still no match for her. I wonder how the disciples of the Jie Sect have trained to become so formidable. Yang Jian, anxiously observing the scene before him, turned his face and spoke. It is too late for words now. It seems this group of Jie Sect disciples must have recently encountered a tremendous opportunity. We must find a way to retreat. The turtle spirit Holy Mother regarded them with a slow shake of her head and spoke indifferently. You wish to flee? It is far too late. From the moment you took action, you must bear the consequences. As she spoke, the powers of the demon god and the primordial force converged in a tremendous display. Witnessing this, the celestial master Tai's face blanched, and he was even compelled to cry out in alarm. Stop! Have you lost your mind? With a thunderous explosion, the opposing forces clashed, resulting in a cataclysmic blast. Dust and debris filled the air, and a vast crater appeared in the ground at the mountain gate. The onlookers gazed up in shock. Could it be one of them self-destructed? Upon hearing this, everyone gasped in disbelief. Self-detonation? At the level of the Tai Golden Immortal? Terrifying. Suddenly, a cough emerged from the depths of the thick smoke. The crowd turned towards the sound. Witnessing the celestial master Tai, gripping Yang Jian's lifeless body tightly, shielding himself. However, Yang Jian had already ceased to breathe. With a resounding thud, The celestial master Tai cast aside Yang Jian's corpse, unable to suppress a few coughs. Despite having shielded himself from much of the damage with Yang Jian's body, he had sustained grave injuries, his robe tattered, hair disheveled, resembling a beggar. "Senior brother Yang Jian," cried the disciples of the Jie Sect, their faces etched with sorrow. Yet, the celestial master Tai displayed no trace of grief, instead turning to the disciples with an icy admonition. "Remember, it was not I who killed your senior brother Yang Jian, but her." The turtle spirit Holy Mother revealed a contemptuous glint in her eyes, coldly mocking. "To use your own as a shield, you truly are a scoundrel." The celestial master Tai scoffed in anger, retorting, "Isn't this a result of your own doing? How dare you massacre my disciples? If your sect does not provide an explanation today, this matter shall not conclude. Should you fail to surrender the perpetrator, return with me to the Jie Sect. My revered master, the primordial supreme deity, will personally descend upon Golden Tortoise Island, and at that moment, even the celestial master of the heavens will be unable to shield you. A congregation of demons, a scourge upon the world, their malevolence is boundless, and they shall surely face divine retribution." Tai Jinren has shed his previous disheveled demeanor. Now, he exudes an imposing presence, fierce and relentless, with a piercing gaze. The Holy Mother of Turtle Spirit furrows her brow, momentarily at a loss for what to do. Initially, he merely intended to teach the opponent a lesson, never anticipating that Tai Jinren would act so shamelessly, using Yang Jian as a human shield. This led to Yang Jian's downfall. Despite the long-standing rivalry between the two sects, it is unacceptable to allow a life to be lost. Moreover, the primordial supreme deity has always been protective of his disciples. With a third-generation disciple perishing on Golden Tortoise Island, given the primordial supreme deity's nature, if the Jie Sect does not pay a price for this, he shall never relent. Chapter 125, The Grand Master's Astonishing Entrance. The Turtle Spirit Saint Mother was infuriated, yet found herself unable to take further action, resulting in a stalemate. In the high skies, the celestial maiden Yunxiao, the celestial maiden Bai Shao, along with the returning Zhao Gongming and the celestial maiden Yunxiao, and numerous disciples of the Jie Sect, sensed the gravity of the situation. Their expressions darkened, brows tightly knit. Before departing from the island, their master had repeatedly cautioned them against stirring up trouble and urged them to focus on their cultivation. Now, they had inadvertently embroiled themselves in this chaos, which could potentially escalate into a calamity, leaving them to face inevitable punishment. Their sole plea was for a swift resolution to the matter. However, Taiji Jinren had finally seized upon the Jie Sect's weakness. How could he possibly let them off the hook so easily? Deliver the Turtle Spirit Saint Mother, and our sect shall cease its pursuit. Otherwise, should our master, the primordial heavenly sovereign, arrive here, it would undoubtedly result in rivers of blood and the annihilation of all. In your dreams, to expect us to surrender Sister Turtle Spirit is utterly inconceivable. I advise you to abandon this foolish hope. Bai Shao could no longer contain herself and shouted vehemently at Taiji Jinren, now a powerful figure at the Duobao Golden Immortal Realm. She had long endured Taiji Jinren's arrogance, and having finally expressed her stance, she no longer held back. This was an opportunity to diminish Taiji Jinren's haughty demeanor. Whoosh! A colossal fire dragon roared towards them. 9 mystical true fire. Taiji Jinren was seized by terror. The laws of the universe swirling around him as he swiftly positioned his palm before him, forming a spell while muttering incantations. In an instant, it was as though boundless might cascaded from the void, transforming into the power of the laws and descending upon Taiji Jinren. A brilliant golden radiance erupted from his body, blinding those present, as a surge of immense magical energy poured forth like a tidal wave. Boom! The golden waves collided with the fire dragon, resulting in an explosion of countless fiery divine rays. The tremendous force shattered the void, provoking a cataclysmic upheaval. Chaos thunder. Elemental calamities. The Milky Way in reverse. A series of terrifying phenomena manifested one after another. The earth split open, mountains trembled violently, and even the heavens darkened as if night had fallen. In the celestial expanse, stars teetered on the brink of collapse, threatening to plummet at any moment. Taiji Jinren's countenance darkened. Before him, a yellow talisman blazed fiercely. Observing this burning talisman, Taiji Jinren's lips twitched, revealing a hint of distress. He angrily exclaimed, "You little brat. You have forced me to expend the primordial true talisman bestowed upon me by my master." Indeed, the reason Taiji Jinren could withstand the fire dragon unleashed by Bai Shao was due to this primordial true talisman, a secret weapon gifted by the primordial heavenly sovereign. Little did he expect that on this day, it would be consumed merely to counter a young girl. How could Taiji Junren not be furious? With her hands on her hips and her rosy cheeks aglow, Bai Xiao blinked her sparkling eyes and exhaled, "You scared me to death. I had a feeling, given your incompetence, that you would be unable to withstand my assault. It turns out that your venerable master has bestowed upon you a talisman for survival." The demeanor of little Bi Xiao, when perceived by the venerable Tai Junren, struck him like a bolt from the blue. Tai Junren cradled his head in his hands, unable to suppress a desperate scream that echoed towards the heavens. Why has it come to this? Tai Junren was in utter despair, consumed by rage. The disciples of the Jie Sect were left bewildered. They could not comprehend why, when Tai Junren initially brought them here, it was agreed that they would relentlessly torment the disciples of the. Yet, upon their arrival, even before they could fully enter the mountain gate, they were fiercely battered by the once revered Tai Junren was now being treated like a mere plaything, ruthlessly pressed into the ground by their adversaries. Instead of showcasing their might, they found themselves utterly humiliated, a stark contrast that left them feeling deeply unsettled. Boom. The protective formation above Golden Ao Island manifested on its own. Mysterious and intricate patterns intertwined in the void, and this power gradually began to mend the collapsing space. Moments later, the heavens and earth regained their clarity, and all scenes of devastation vanished without a trace. Witnessing this, the disciples exhaled in relief, marveling at the astonishing capabilities of the Tongtian. Tai Junren's countenance darkened, his eyes gleaming with cold fury as he turned to Bi Xiao and roared, "What? Do you have the intent to wage full-scale war against my Jie Sect?" As Bi Xiao opened his mouth to respond, the celestial maiden Yunxiao suddenly shot him a fierce glare, stifling the words he was about to unleash. "Enough of this nonsense. Come back." Upon seeing her sister genuinely angry, little Bi Xiao could only retract his neck and obediently retreat behind Yunxiao. Noticing Bi Xiao's withdrawal, Tai Junren shifted his gaze to the turtle spirit Holy Mother. His expression twisted with malice as he shouted, "I shall ask you one final time. Will you surrender the turtle spirit Holy Mother or not?" A conflicted expression crossed the turtle spirit Holy Mother's face. He was reluctant to put his fellow disciples in a difficult position. After a moment, a resolute glint flickered in his eyes. Biting his lower lip, he addressed Tai Junren, "Do not trouble them any further. I will go with you." Upon hearing this, a cruel smile spread across Tai Junren's face. With a flick of his hand, a rope of celestial binding shot forth from his sleeve, ensnaring the turtle spirit Holy Mother's limbs. Then, a surge of force erupted from his palm, attempting to draw the turtle spirit Holy Mother closer. Witnessing this scene, the disciples of the were taken aback, their expressions shifting dramatically as they cried out in alarm. "Sister Turtle Spirit, you cannot go with them. Sister Turtle Spirit, do not be deceived by them." Zhao Gongming, Yunxiao, and Yunxiao's eyes sharpened in an instant, their faces grave as they subtly channeled their powers, preparing to intervene. At that moment, an astonishing phenomenon erupted in the depths of Golden Ao Island's firmament. A beam of golden light surged towards the sky, tearing through the thick clouds above, revealing a young man with sword-like brows and eyes reminiscent of the starry night. This was none other than the eldest disciple of the. Feipeng stood with his hands behind his back, gazing down upon them from a lofty height. What a pair of eyes they were, seemingly imbued with celestial authority, allowing no transgressions from the mortal realm. With just a single glance, the crowd felt their souls plummet into an abyss, their bodies weighed down by an immense pressure, even their innate powers coming to a halt. Shock, dread, submission. These were the thoughts that coursed through the minds of all disciples of the teaching of revelation at that moment. Meanwhile, the disciples of the teaching of interception erupted in a chorus of cheers. "It is the senior brother. How splendid! The senior brother has arrived." Chapter 126. The unparalleled grace of the senior brother at Golden Ao Island in a resplendent robe of white, as pure as snow, Feipeng seemed to glide effortlessly, treading upon golden lotuses with an air of serene magnificence, akin to a celestial being gracing the mortal realm, steadily approaching the mountain gate. "We pay homage to our master. Senior brother." The disciples of the Jie Sect bowed deeply in reverence, their faces alight with fervor and excitement. Feipeng gestured for them to rise, emanating a soft, ethereal light, with 3,000 celestial wheels manifesting behind him. A gentle smile graced his lips as he spoke. "There is no need for concern. I am already aware of the events that have transpired, and it is for this reason that I have come. I wish to follow you, Master Brother, to vanquish the enemies encroaching upon our sect." A voice rang out. Feipeng nodded in acknowledgement, responding, "Very well." Yet, the expression of Tai Junren darkened. He sensed a formidable pressure emanating from Feipeng, a sensation he had only previously experienced in the presence of the primordial heavenly sovereign. This revelation deeply unsettled him. Could this enigmatic master brother of the Jie Sect truly rival the primordial heavenly sovereign? Good heavens! Is he truly the master brother of the Jie Sect? He appears so youthful. The atmosphere in the vicinity erupted in commotion, an undeniable turbulence as all disciples of the Chan sect stood in shock. They could hardly fathom the arrival of the Jie Sect's master brother. Feipeng, enveloped in starlight, adorned in his pristine attire, looked immaculate, as if untouched by the world. With each step he took, the earth around him was infused with a sacred brilliance. Golden flowers cascaded from the heavens, and golden lotuses emerged from the ground, creating an ambience of tranquility and sanctity. Each stride he took sent ripples through the void, resonating with the essence of the Tao, enhancing his ethereal presence and imposing aura. Being at the threshold of the quasi-saint realm, he possessed an unwavering belief in his invincibility. To Feipeng, the peak of the Tai Golden Immortal, Tai Zhenren, felt no more significant than an ant. His profound gaze pierced into the distance as he uttered words of gold, resonating with the sounds of 3,000 paths. Kneel. His command manifested instantly. Two golden characters merging into the void, and the laws of nature descended, rendering Tai Zhenren powerless, forcing him to kneel uncontrollably. Slap yourself. Feipeng issued another decree, and an astonishing spectacle unfolded. Tai Zhenren, to the astonishment of many, began to move his own hand towards his face, striking it with fervor. Smack, smack, smack. The disciples of the Chan sect were left dumbfounded, scarcely believing their eyes. Previously, even when Tai Zhenren faced adversaries like Yunxiao, he retained some measure of power to resist. Yet now, confronted by this master brother of the Jie sect, he found himself utterly powerless, reduced to a state even beneath that of a servant. The magnitude of this revelation was staggering. It was simply unimaginable. As long as I am here, let anyone dare to take the turtle spirit mother. Feipeng's voice, though not raised, resonated throughout the realm, causing the heavens to rumble and the earth to tremble. Such authority. In the face of this proclamation, none among the Chan sect dared to utter a word. Not only were they silent, but they even held their breath, fearing to draw Feipeng's attention. However, their worries were unfounded. What sort of person was Feipeng, that he would concern himself with mere insignificant figures such as themselves? From beginning to end, Feipeng did not cast even a glance at them. Instead, he lightly issued a unified command. All kneel. In an instant, the disciples of the Chanjiao found their bodies moving against their will, as if compelled by an unseen force, and they collectively knelt down. The sheer force was so overwhelming that the sound of kneecaps shattering could be distinctly heard. The disciples, in excruciating pain, broke into cold sweat, yet dared not utter a single sound, nor did they show the slightest hint of discontent. Subsequently, Feipeng cast a lofty glance towards Tai Zhenren. In that moment, the disciples of Chanjiao grasped his intention. They paused briefly, their faces etched with bitterness, and slowly raised their hands, mimicking Tai Zhenren, striking themselves across the face. Slap, slap, slap. At this point, Tai Zhenren's visage had swollen to that of a pig's head. Yet he continued to strike his own face with unrelenting fervor, unable to control his own hands, repeating this action. In contrast, the disciples behind him were somewhat luckier, as they could afford to be a tad gentler with themselves. It was only then that Feipeng turned his gaze towards the Holy Mother of the Turtle Spirit, gently pointing a finger at her. The binding ropes that ensnared the Holy Mother of the Turtle Spirit disintegrated into fine ash, freed from her restraints. The Holy Mother of the Turtle Spirit regained her ability to move, her eyes filled with tremors and astonishment as she beheld Feipeng. It had not been long since their last meeting, yet her senior brother had ascended to such an unfathomable level. The invincible and noble aura he exuded, the transcendent quality he embodied, she had only previously sensed in the presence of the heavenly teacher. Yet, the heavenly teacher was a sage. Could it be that her senior brother's extraordinary presence now rivaled that of a sage? Upon this realization, the Holy Mother of the Turtle Spirit could not suppress her excitement, her mind swirling in a haze. I feel a bit faint. Can someone lend me a hand? Sister, allow me, the Golden Spirit Holy Mother, with her bright eyes and radiant smile, promptly supported the Holy Mother of the Turtle Spirit. Feipeng nodded slightly and elegantly waved his hand at the Golden Spirit Holy Mother, saying, "Please assist your sister to rest. I shall handle the troubles here." Chapter 127. Master Uncle, you must certainly advocate for us. The Holy Mother of Golden Spirit immediately bowed in gratitude to Feipeng, before assisting the Holy Mother of Tortoise Spirit to retreat to the rear. Feipeng elegantly turned, his pristine robe emanating a hazy celestial glow, presenting an ethereal demeanor. With a tranquil expression, he gazed upon the kneeling Tai Yizhenren and calmly inquired, "Now, do you acknowledge your transgressions?" As the words left Feipeng's lips, Tai Yizhenren joyfully realized he could speak again. Yet, in the presence of Feipeng, he felt utterly terrified, his heart pounding with dread of uttering a single misstep. Consequently, he merely managed to utter 3 words, "I acknowledge my sins." Feipeng's expression remained unchanged, still bearing that air of indifference. He nodded slightly and declared, "If that is the case, surrender all and remain here to atone." With that, he turned gracefully, stepping forth as the cosmos revolved around him, the river of time unfurling beneath his feet, and in the blink of an eye, he vanished from sight. Tai Yizhenren bowed in the direction of Feipeng's disappearance, trembling as he proclaimed, "Rest assured, my lord, Tai Yi shall sincerely repent, harboring not a shred of malevolence. Should I contravene this vow, I willingly accept the punishment of heavenly thunder, facing obliteration without a burial place." The myriad of celestial beings from the Jie Sect watched as Feipeng departed, during which the final words he left echoed through the void. "Our sect also upholds the teachings of the sages. Next time, should anyone dare to misuse the name of the sages to act with false authority, do not hesitate, they shall be immediately slain. Indeed, we shall faithfully adhere to the Master Brother's teachings." The celestial beings of the Jie Sect once again offered their profound respect, their spirits uplifted. Subsequently, the disciples of the Jie Sect approached Tai Yizhenren and the multitude of Chan Sect disciples, capturing them as if they were prisoners, sealing their acupoints without resistance. The Holy Mother of Golden Spirit clasped her hands towards Yunxiao and inquired, "Sister Yunxiao, how do you propose we handle them?" Yunxiao, with her enchanting gaze, smiled charmingly and replied, "Since the discovery of the Baisui jade vein, the difficulty of extraction has significantly increased, and our previous manpower is no longer sufficient. I suggest we assign them to assist in mining at the quarry, and also transfer the batch of disciples previously brought by the Universal Virtue Zhenren to aid as well." Understood. Upon hearing Yunxiao's directive, several Jie Sect disciples promptly stepped forward, escorting the Chan Sect disciples in groups to the quarry. At the mining site on Yunxiao Island, Universal Virtue Zhenren, Neza, and numerous Chan Sect disciples were laboring diligently, drenched in sweat. During their mining sessions, they would designate 2 disciples to the side for cultivation. Leveraging the Baisui jade vein, they had engaged in enlightenment multiple times, experiencing remarkable advancements in their abilities. Currently, Universal Virtue Zhenren had reached the mid-stage of the Tai Yi Golden Immortal Realm, while Neza had attained the late stage of the Golden Immortal Realm. The remaining disciples had predominantly reached the Golden Immortal Realm as well. While the rapid enhancement of their powers was commendable, Universal Virtue Zhenren harbored concerns regarding his disciples' resolve. He noted with dismay that the once high-spirited Chan Sect disciples had developed an overwhelming trepidation towards Yunxiao Island. They merely need to mine to reap the benefits, which has ignited their inertia, leading them to the absurd notion of wanting to remain here indefinitely in pursuit of minerals. This idea is perilous. Once such a complacent thought takes root, even if they experience a temporary breakthrough in their cultivation through the spirit stone veins, any future attempts at advancement will become exceedingly arduous. This is precisely why Master Puxian harbors deep concerns. As he furrowed his brow, consumed by distress, a sudden commotion erupted in the cavernous passage. A large group of individuals, driven by disciples of the, surged toward them. Master Puxian and the numerous disciples of the, upon hearing the noise, instinctively raised their gazes. The next moment, they were collectively taken aback. "Master Tai, what brings you here?" Before Master Tai could utter a word, he was interrupted by Master Puxian. The expressions of Master Puxian and the disciples beside him radiated joy. "Brother Tai, you have finally come to retrieve us. You cannot fathom the hardships we have endured during this time." In the eyes of Master Puxian and his companions, Master Tai's presence here surely indicated that he had negotiated with them to facilitate their return. "I knew Master would surely send someone for our rescue, but I never anticipated it would be Brother Tai." Brother Tai, being at the pinnacle of the Tai Golden Immortal Realm, could traverse the Golden Ao Island with ease. Now that he had arrived, those brutish beings adorned with fur and horns, who had taken advantage of their 2 elite disciples at the peak of the Golden Immortal Realm, could not be allowed to escape unscathed. Indeed, these vile creatures, emboldened by their elite disciples, dare to detain us here to mine for them. It is an outrageous affront. With tears streaming down his face, Master Puxian approached Master Tai, grasping his arm with his grimy hands. "Brother Tai, you must advocate for us." The disciples of the behind Master Puxian nodded vigorously in agreement. Yes, yes. With Master Tai here today, we can finally avenge this grievance. Excitement illuminated their faces, and their eyes sparkled with fervor. The core disciples, such as Neza, Leizhenzi, and Tu Xing's son, stood tall with renewed confidence. They each clasped their hands toward Master Tai, imploring him to lead them in a charge against the disciples of the, to teach them a proper lesson. Chapter 128, Brother, please allow me to explain. I implore Master Uncle to take action and lead us in vanquishing demons and exterminating evil. We must ensure that this group of ignorant disciples from the suffers a torment so cruel that it extinguishes our deep-seated resentment. Tai Jinren and the disciples accompanying him from the Chan sect wore expressions of complexity as they observed the fervent demeanor of Puxian Jinren and Neza. For a moment, they found themselves at a loss for words. Actually, Tai Jinren stammered, his face etched with bitterness. He attempted to reveal the truth several times, yet Puxian Jinren consistently interrupted him, denying him the opportunity to speak. Rest assured, brother, I comprehend what you wish to convey. Be at ease. This demon-slaying mission will undoubtedly be led by you. We shall all heed your command, for you are the esteemed leader of our group, while I am but your humble follower. Whatever you say, I shall do. Tai Jinren gently waved his hand, his expression becoming increasingly intricate as he attempted to continue. That is not my intention. What I mean to say is... Yet, before he could complete his thought, he was once again interrupted by other disciples of the Chan sect. I understand. You mean to express your feelings of inadequacy, fearing that you may disappoint our expectations and hopes. Such humility is commendable. With your character and cultivation, you are more than capable of leading us. Beyond you, no one else is suited for this great responsibility. Please do not decline any further. As he spoke, this clever disciple subtly gestured to the others, and they quickly grasped his intent. The group hastily knelt before Tai Jinren, their faces contorted with heartfelt anguish, pleading with him to assume this responsibility and lead them to vanquish demons and mercilessly punish the disciples of the. Tai Jinren raised his arm, ready to clarify his intentions, when suddenly, 2 large bundles of clothing and tools were hurled down from the opening above the mine. A voice echoed down. What are you all dawdling about down there? Quickly change into your gear and prepare to mine. I must inform you that we have doubled your manpower. Thus your final contribution of spirit jade must also increase twofold. Should you fail to produce it by the deadline, be prepared for punishment. With that, the disciples of the departed from the mine's entrance, leaving Tai Jinren, Puxian Jinren, and the others below in a state of disarray. Particularly, Puxian Jinren and his disciples, who had just harbored hope that Tai Jinren had come to rescue them, were now filled with indignation as they implored him to lead them in teaching me a lesson. To their utter astonishment, they discovered that Tai Jinren had also come down to mine, along with the disciples he had brought with him from the Chan sect. It was no wonder they had appeared so dispirited and dejected upon their arrival. Initially, Puxian Jinren and the others believed that their dismal condition had elicited sympathy from their fellow disciples. Little did they know, those expressions of concern were not for them, but rather for themselves. Puxian Jinren stood in stunned silence, his voice trembling as he asked, Brother Tai, are you also here to mine? Tai Jinren was in a rather displeased mood and could not help but glare fiercely at Puxian Jinren, responding with dissatisfaction. What? Is it unacceptable? Just because you can mine, I cannot? Puxian Jinren was momentarily taken aback by Tai Jinren's rebuke, his thoughts in disarray as he hurriedly replied, Of course. Of course. We are delighted to see you, esteemed senior brother, here in my mine. It truly brings us immense joy and comfort. A flock of crows suddenly flew overhead. Tai Jinren, perplexed, questioned, I have been punished to mine here, and you find that amusing? You all feel gratified, do you? As he spoke, Tai Jinren's expression grew increasingly menacing. Only then did Puxian Jinren realize the gravity of the situation, his eyes betraying a hint of fear as he waved his hands in a flustered attempt to explain. No, senior brother, please allow me to clarify. Senior brother, please listen to my explanation. Thud. The surrounding disciples of the Chan sect dared not utter a sound, their eyes fixed on the scene of Tai Jinren mercilessly striking Puxian Jinren. They feared offending Tai Jinren and dreaded the prospect of Puxian Jinren later accusing them of reveling in his misfortune. Thus, they resorted to covering their eyes with their hands, feigning sorrow at the sight of Puxian Jinren being beaten. 3 full hours later, after shaking off the soreness in his hands, Tai Jinren felt a considerable alleviation of his pent-up frustration. Finally, a sense of relief. He glanced at the battered Puxian Jinren lying on the ground, bruised and bloodied, and suddenly found him less detestable. After all, without him, whom could he have vented his anger on? From this perspective, Puxian Jinren served a purpose after all. Senior brother, I lost control of my emotions momentarily. Please do not harbor resentment against me. Puxian Jinren struggled to open his swollen eyes, forcing a smile as he replied. Not at all. How could I dare blame you, senior brother? This incident is entirely the fault of the Jie Sect. If there is any resentment to hold, it would be against them. Tai Jinren nodded slightly, maintaining a detached demeanor. Well, I commend your understanding. You should rest for the next 2 days to recuperate. I shall assign the mining duties to other disciples. Upon hearing this, Puxian Jinren's face lit up with joy as he promptly bowed deeply to Tai Jinren, expressing his gratitude. Thank you, esteemed senior brother Tai, for your kindness. I am eternally grateful. Chapter 129. The shameless two saints of the West astonish. All the Yunxiao palace stood majestically, enveloped in ethereal mist. 6 auspicious clouds traversed the heavens, gracefully descending at the entrance of the palace. Upon these clouds arrived the 6 saints of primordial chaos. A rare assembly indeed. The presence of the Taoist virtue, the primordial beginning, the Taoist of proposition, the Taoist of guidance, Niwa, and the master of the heavenly teaching, each embodying the stature of a sage, possessing knowledge of the past, present, and future. Yet, at this very moment, perplexity adorned their faces. The Taoist of proposition, clad in coarse linen, clasped his hands in reverence toward Niwa, inquiring, Lady Niwa, do you have any inkling as to why our revered ancestor has summoned us? Draped in white, Niwa moved with graceful poise, her expression indifferent as she shook her head. How could I fathom the intentions of our venerable ancestor? If even you remain in the dark, it stands to reason that the rest of us are equally uninformed. Turning to the others, the Taoist of proposition sought their opinions. The Taoist virtue and the others shook their heads in unison. With a sweeping gesture of his grand sleeves, the master of the heavenly teaching remarked, Our ancestor has surely called us for a significant matter. Let us proceed within and inquire further. Nodding in agreement, they ventured into the palace. Upon entering, they gazed upward and beheld a golden lotus seat atop a high platform in the depths of the hall, where a venerable figure in purple robes sat in meditation. His eyes were tightly shut, exuding a profound aura, surrounded by an enigmatic energy that suggested he was both present and absent. Lady Niwa pays her respects to our revered ancestor. The Taoist of proposition pays his respects. Taishang pays his respects. Primordial beginning pays his respects. Taoist of guidance pays his respects. Master of the heavenly teaching pays his respects. The 6 saints bowed in unison, their demeanor steeped in reverence. Suddenly, the venerable figure opened his eyes with a swift motion, his gaze shimmering like rippling water, deep and wise, offering enlightenment to those who beheld him. You have all arrived. I have summoned you for a matter of great importance. Upon hearing these words, the 6 saints' expressions grew solemn. It was rare for their ancestor, Hongjun, to designate a matter as significant. The last time such a declaration was made was during the calamity of the witch and demon tribes, when they set forth the great array of heavenly stars and the great array of divine spirits. A cataclysm that obliterated not only the 2 tribes, but also resulted in countless casualties among other primordial beings. The horrors of that time remained vividly etched in memory, a chilling reminder of devastation. How little time has passed. Must the heavens once again descend into turmoil? As if confirming their fears, Hongjun began to articulate with fervor, each word resonating like golden characters, his voice booming and reverberating through the hall. The impending calamity of the Fengshen is approaching, and the disciples of the 6 saints of the primordial era must descend into the mortal realm to confront this tribulation. Those favored by fortune shall embark upon the path of immortality, continuing their leisurely pursuit of the heavenly way. The less fortunate shall tread the path of divinity, entering the Fengshen list during the calamity, becoming gatekeepers of the heavenly court, tasked with governing the 3 realms. The unfortunate shall descend into the realm of humanity, entering the cycle of life and death, relegated to the mundane to withstand the tribulation of heaven and earth. Upon hearing the words of the venerable Hongjun, the 6 saints' pupils constricted, their faces betraying astonishment, all reluctant to be drawn into the tribulation. The goddess Niwa, graceful and poised, slightly parted her crimson lips. Master, though I have founded the human race, I have not established a doctrine. How can there be disciples? Who among them can confront the calamity? The venerable Hongjun remained unmoved, his lips parting slightly. I am aware you have not established a doctrine, yet the human race venerates you as the Holy Mother. Therefore, all those in the mortal realm who confront the calamity may be considered your merit. However, not everyone in the mortal realm is qualified to ascend the Fengshen list. Those who do must possess certain qualifications. You may arrange this as you see fit. The radiance of thought flickered in Niwa's eyes as she withdrew, her mind already devising a plan. Few possess the qualifications to ascend the Fengshen list, but the human emperor, Zhou, undoubtedly qualifies. Among his ministers, several also possess the requisite qualifications. If she could find a way to elevate them, it would contribute to filling the Fengshen list. However, how could she ensure that Emperor Zhou and his ministers ascend the list? Meanwhile, the two Western saints, Zuni and Jane, also sought to prevent their Western teachings from having disciples face the calamity. They raised their sleeves to wipe away tears, resorting to a scheme of self-pity. "O Master, you know not the suffering of our Western teachings. Indeed, in the past, when you battled the demon ancestor, Luo Ho, the ancestral veins of the Western lands were shattered, rendering our territory barren and unfit for cultivation. Alas, how unjust is heaven! Our Western fortunes have crumbled, all to elevate the cultivators of the Eastern lands. And now we are to become those who confront the calamity. Woe is us! Woe is us!" Witnessing the two Western saints, in all their dignity, weeping openly before the assembly of saints, Niwa and the three pure ones were left astounded. They thought to themselves, never did they expect such shamelessness from these two. One could only wonder how they had cultivated such audacity. The Supreme and the Primordial, too, silently admired them, having believed themselves to be the epitome of boldness. Compared to these two, they felt like mere white lotuses. The venerable Hongjun's expression twitched, recognizing that these two were overtly lamenting their plight, while subtly indicating to him that his battle with Luo Ho, though it had granted him sainthood, had also incurred a karmic debt with the West. Now was the time to repay it. Chapter 130. The Primordial Confrontation and the Divine List. Although the venerable Hongjun ancestor felt quite uneasy about the Western saints seeking repayment from him, he recognized that the karmic debt from the West could not be ignored. Since the Western saints had subtly hinted at this, he decided to seize the opportunity to settle the matter. With the ancestral lineage of the West shattered and the multitude suffering, heaven's compassion deemed that the Western teachings need not partake in this calamity. Upon hearing this, the Taoist preacher and the Taoist guide expressed their gratitude with visible joy. Bowing deeply to the Hongjun ancestor, "We thank our revered master for understanding the plight of the beings in the West." Hongjun ancestor turned his face away, waving his sleeve dismissively, clearly wishing not to see them any longer. The two, understanding the hint, retreated to a corner, joining Yuhua. Consequently, only the Primordial Supreme, the Virtuous Supreme, and the Tongtian sect leader remained in the arena. With a sigh, Hongjun ancestor addressed the three purity deities. "It appears that this calamity shall primarily fall upon the disciples of your three teachings." The Virtuous Supreme shrugged and gestured with his hands, saying, "Though I am the founder of the human teaching, my doctrine is one of non-action. Therefore, I have only symbolically accepted a single disciple, the esteemed Master Xuandu. Even if he were to be inscribed upon the divine list, his impact on averting this calamity would be negligible. Moreover, none of you could bear to see my human teaching face extinction due to a lack of successors, could you?" The assembly exchanged glances, realizing that as saints, they were all too familiar with one another. It would be quite intolerable to let the sole disciple of the Virtuous Supreme, Master Xuandu, succumb to the calamity, leaving the human teaching in a state of oblivion. Such an outcome was one they could not allow. With a forlorn sigh, Hongjun ancestors' pristine white brows drooped to the ground. "Very well, let your human teaching withdraw." Thus, only the teachings of the Primordial Supreme and the Tongtian sect leader remained eligible for this calamity. Both Primordial and Tongtian grew anxious, as neither wished for their disciples to become the sacrificial victims of fate. The divine list, which promised elevation to divinity, seemed like a boon. Yet it was far from it. It is crucial to understand that the divine list itself was but a petal from the chaos green lotus. This time, to address the calamity, Hongjun ancestor inscribed the path of karma and destiny upon this petal, crafting it into the divine list to appoint deities and fill the celestial court. Once a soul ascends the divine list, it is akin to entering a prison. Their cultivation ceases to progress, and they can no longer refine themselves. They must dutifully remain in the heavenly realm, serving the Jade Emperor. For ordinary scattered immortals, securing a position in the celestial court is a highly coveted opportunity. However, for disciples of saints, it is a most unprofitable venture. To become a disciple of a saint, to practice the sacred teachings, is an immense fortune. It offers the chance to pursue the great Tao, attain longevity, and, most importantly, enjoy freedom without constraints. Yet, existence in the heavenly court is altogether different. Not only must one fulfill a fixed quota of work each day, but they must also attend court sessions to pay respects to the Jade Emperor like mortal ministers. A slight misstep could lead to punishment, and transgressing heavenly laws may result in eternal damnation. Thus, those privy to the matter of the Fengshen Bang are reluctant to ascend its ranks. Yet, at this moment, the venerable Hongjun ancestor has his gaze fixed upon the two of them. Inspired by a sudden insight, Yuanshi began to ingratiate himself with the esteemed Hongjun, seeking a way to plead for leniency. Oh, my revered master. The disciples of the Chan teaching are few in number, each endowed with exceptional roots and profound fortunes. They truly ought not to ascend the Fengshen Bang. As he spoke, Yuanshi cast a sidelong glance at Tongtian before continuing. In contrast, the disciples of your Jie Sect are a motley crew lacking in both roots and fortune. Among them many are vile creatures, born of chaos and mischief, remnants of the demon clan. They should have faced their reckoning during the calamity of the Wu and Yao. Now, allowing them to ascend the Fengshen Bang would be most fitting. Upon hearing Yuanshi's words, Tongtian furrowed his brow in immediate anger. You speak nonsense. Though many of my disciples are of the avian and beastly sort, they are far from the remnants of the demon clan you describe. They are not devoid of fortune. Their innate spirituality is remarkable, and they have never committed any malevolent acts. It is through my guidance that they remain on Golden Ao Island to cultivate. All beings possess spirit. Before the great Tao, there exist no distinctions of rank or status. Every creature has the opportunity to pursue the Tao. What is wrong with that? Yuanshi's eyes turned cold at Tongtian's retort. I had advised you against accepting those beasts as disciples to preserve the reputation of our Sanqing. Yet you obstinately chose to defy me and took them under your wing. Now, as the calamity approaches, your Jie Sect's disciples are a mixed lot, perfectly suited to fill the vacancies on the Fengshen Bang. What is there for you to lament? With that, Yuanshi turned to bow respectfully to the venerable Hongjun ancestor. Master, even if all my disciples were to ascend the Fengshen Bang, it would not suffice to fill the vacancies. In contrast, your Jie Sect boasts over 10,000 disciples. By presenting merely half of them, you could fill every empty position on the Fengshen Bang. This is the will of heaven, a decree that cannot be contravened. I beseech you, Master, to counsel Tongtian, that he may cease his stubbornness. Hongjun ancestor turned to gaze upon Tongtian, seemingly hoping for him to sign the Fengshen Bang as well. Master, Tongtian's countenance darkened, a tempest brewing within him as he addressed the venerable Hongjun. It was then that Hongjun realized he had shown too much favoritism toward Yuanshi. Ultimately, Hongjun ancestor refrained from urging Tongtian to sign the Fengshen Bang directly. However, the Fengshen Bang must surely have someone to fill its vacancies, must it not? Chapter 131. A sense of crisis. The venerable Hongjun found himself in a quandary. After a brief moment, a radiant light flashed in his hand, revealing a divine whip. Measuring 3 feet and 6 inches in length, the whip comprised 21 segments, each adorned with 4 mystical seals, totaling 84 seals. This artifact, known as the Divine Punishment Whip, was specifically designed to discipline the celestial spirits. Should anyone resist the decree, wielding this whip would compel their obedience. With a grand gesture, Hongjun bestowed both the Divine Punishment Whip and the list of deities upon the Primordial Lord. For the time being, these 2 artifacts would be entrusted to him, awaiting the arrival of the destined individual to whom they would ultimately be given. Yes, Master. The Primordial Lord promptly accepted the whip and the list with both hands, gently caressing them while casting a defiant glance towards Tongtian. Tongtian, in a state of agitation, stomped his feet and quickly turned to Hongjun. Master, you cannot possibly grant these items to my senior brother. However, before he could finish his protest, Hongjun interrupted with a wave of his sleeve. There is no need for concern. I do not intend for the disciples of the to monopolize the list of deities. All factions, humanity, the way of the interception, and the way of the Enlightenment may fulfill their destinies. Once the list is complete, I shall no longer interfere. With that, Hongjun closed his eyes and fell silent. Seeing Hongjun in this manner, the likes of Taishang, Niuhua, and the 2 sages of the West recognized it as a dismissal. They quickly bowed and retreated, taking the Primordial Lord and Tongtian with them. Look, Master wishes to rest. Thus, this matter is settled. The Primordial Lord, having gained an advantage, readily agreed. I would not dare disturb the Grand Master, but I wonder if my brother Tongtian comprehends this principle. You. Tongtian's face turned ashen, but Niuhua intervened, pulling him aside. Enough. The Master has already stated that those destined to face tribulations include all factions. This does not show favoritism towards anyone. Should you persist in this line of thought, the Master may become displeased. Niuhua urged, grasping Tongtian's arm. Alas! Tongtian sighed in frustration. His face darkened as he swept away in anger. What nonsense about not favoring anyone. With the Divine Punishment Whip and the list of deities in the Primordial Lord's possession, he now held the upper hand in the impending tribulation. When the destined individual wielding these artifacts appeared, if they harbored selfish motives, it would inevitably lead to a greater number of disciples being inscribed on the list. In fact, Tongtian's suspicions were not unfounded. During the subsequent War of Deities, after the disciples of the Way of the Enlightenment fell, Zhang did not permit them to be inscribed on the list, but instead sent them to the Primordial Lord for resurrection. Conversely, when a disciple perished, Zhang would swiftly employ the divine punishment whip to inscribe their spirit upon the list of deities. Even if Tongtian wished to resurrect his disciples, he would have no time, ultimately forced to watch helplessly as they were inscribed on the list. Moreover, Zhang method of inscribing deities was exceedingly unjust. Over 10,000 disciples perished, many of considerable cultivation, yet few were inscribed on the list of deities, with most dying in vain. In contrast, those of the Way of the Enlightenment with even a modicum of cultivation were resurrected. The underlings, devoid of any celestial affinity and possessing woefully inadequate talents, found themselves inexplicably bestowed with elevated divine positions on the Fengshen Bang. Meanwhile, the master of the heavenly sect remained oblivious to this shocking turn of events. Had he been aware, he would surely not have accepted it lightly. Before departing from the Purple Cloud Palace, he noticed the Supreme Elder and the Primordial Beginning engaged in conversation, while the two saints of the West circled around them, indicating that they had formed an alliance. Only Nuwa maintained a relatively neutral stance, refraining from entangling herself with their machinations. However, the master understood that it was futile to expect her assistance against the four saints. Alas, it seemed that to navigate through this impending calamity of divine tribulation, he must rely solely on his own resources. The master pondered deeply but could not devise a satisfactory strategy. The tribulation could not simply be evaded. Reflecting on the initial calamity of the Dragon and Han era, one recalls the formidable three great overlords of the wilderness, the Dragon clan, the Phoenix clan, and the Qilin clan, all of whom, despite their immense power, ultimately perished. Similarly, during the Witch and Demon calamity, the Eastern Emperor Tai and Emperor Jun, both at the pinnacle of quasi-sainthood, had the ability to slay saints after establishing the great array of the constellations. The 12 ancestors of the Witch clan, after setting up the great array of divine killers, also reached a level of strength capable of vanquishing saints. Yet, in the end, they too could not escape the fate of mutual destruction, leaving only Hutu alive. Hutu, witnessing her brothers perish in battle and feeling powerless, ultimately transformed herself into the cycle of reincarnation to preserve the last vestiges of the Witch clan's bloodline, becoming a true saint of the earth. However, she was eternally confined to the netherworld, never to attain freedom. Once a vivacious girl, Hutu now languished in the dark, damp realms of the underworld, spending her days in the company of kings of the dead, spirits, and spectral messengers. It is easy to imagine how cruel this fate must be for a beautiful woman. Indeed, the reality was harsh, as Hutu died of despair, scarcely smiling again after her transformation into reincarnation. In the final moments, the chief of the witches, Gong, finally realized the truth, that this was a conspiracy of the heavenly Tao. In a fit of rage, he struck the unstable mountain, causing it to collapse and triggering a cosmic catastrophe that left the world in disarray, with the heavens themselves ruptured, unleashing countless disasters and placing myriad beings in peril. In desperation, Nuwa sought the stones of heaven to mend the rift, laboring for 81 days to restore the celestial fabric. This illustrates that the great calamities of heaven and earth are beyond the control of saints. In dire circumstances, even they risk falling. With a furrowed brow, the master of the heavenly sect could only sigh deeply. The only course of action left was to enhance the abilities of his disciples as much as possible, ensuring they could better preserve themselves during the tribulation. While contemplating this, he made his way to his golden turtle island. Chapter 132. Nuwa scheme incites calamity among humanity in the realm of mortals. Within the city of Chaoga, the Xia dynasty fell to the Shang dynasty. After several generations, the Shang dynasty flourished, and in this era, the throne of the Emperor of Humanity passed to King Zhou, also known as Dxin. King Zhou was tall and imposing, a figure of remarkable talent and prowess, both scholarly and martial. Under his governance, the Shang dynasty enjoyed peace and prosperity, its national strength gradually increasing. Since her return to the Huahuang Palace from the Palace of Purple Clouds, Nuwa had been contemplating how to incite war among humanity as a means to counteract the impending calamity. Furthermore, she needed to arrange for several individuals to ascend the divine ranking, and those who could attain such honor were no ordinary beings. After much deliberation, the only candidates worthy of this distinction were the formidable King Zhou and his esteemed officials, such as the Grand Tutor Wenzhong and the Prime Minister Pai Gan, alongside the valiant King Huang Feihu. However, How could she facilitate their ascent to the divine ranking? As Niwa closed her eyes in deep contemplation, a sudden thought illuminated her mind. She opened her exquisite phoenix-like eyes, which shimmered with ethereal light, resonating with the essence of the Tao, spreading like ripples across the air. Next, Niwa summoned her two handmaidens, the celestial maiden of the 9 heavens and the earthly maiden of the 9 nether. Although Niwa had not established a formal doctrine, her palace was not devoid of company. She was accompanied by numerous attendants and acolytes. Upon hearing Niwa's call, the celestial maiden, wielding her celestial spear, and the earthly maiden, holding the lute of the earthly maiden, gracefully flew towards her. In the past, to assist humanity in establishing itself in the primordial world, Niwa had dispatched the celestial maiden and the earthly maiden to descend to the mortal realm, marrying them both to the Yellow Emperor through the red thread of fate. The Yellow Emperor honored them as the heavenly consort and earthly consort among his 72 concubines. The celestial maiden imparted military strategies to the Yellow Emperor, while the earthly maiden instructed him in the healing arts. Together, they taught him the arts of intimacy, aiding humanity in the propagation of future generations. The renowned Sinu classic recounts the Yellow Emperor's mastery in this regard, with ancient texts asserting that he could embrace 300 maidens daily after his learning. Moreover, the celestial maiden assisted the Yellow Emperor in vanquishing the demon god Chiyu, aiding him in unifying the tribes of the Central Plains. The earthly maiden invented sericulture, enabling people to weave clothing to withstand the frigid winters. Having studied the way of music under Niwa, the earthly maiden also excelled in this art. Under her tutelage, humanity learned the graceful arts of dance and music long before. After the passing of the Yellow Emperor, both maidens were summoned back by Niwa, having fulfilled their divine missions. They were venerated among humanity as the goddesses of war and civilization. Blessed by the fortunes of humanity, both maidens experienced a rapid ascension in their cultivation, now standing at the initial stage of quasi-sainthood. Each of them nurtured a pet, named by Yi and Tung Shi, also known as the celestial melody and the demonic sound. The offspring of these creatures would later give rise to the famed Bai Sujin, who, after enlightenment from the Bodhisattva Guanyin, experienced a romantic saga with Su Xian in the mortal realm, ultimately achieving spiritual fulfillment and ascending to the celestial realm alongside Fahai. At this moment, the celestial maiden and the earthly maiden each cradled their beloved pets, one radiating a sweet smile, the other exuding a cool, aloof elegance, enveloped in an ethereal mist, embodying a transcendent beauty. The goddess summoned me here. Is there something she wishes to convey? Although the two individuals are handmaidens of Niwa, their status rivals that of her most cherished disciples, earning them her utmost favor. Thus, they have consistently referred to Niwa as goddess to express their affection. Suddenly, Niwa's tightly shut eyes fluttered open, revealing a countenance marked by indifference, as her ruby lips parted slightly to speak. The heavenly calamity is soon to unfold, and once again, the world shall face a great tribulation. My master has commanded me to select capable individuals from the mortal realm to ensure their participation in this calamity, thereby filling the ranks of the divine list. Upon hearing this, the expressions of Jiu Tianzuan and Jiu Suni shifted dramatically, revealing their alarm. Could it be that the goddess intends to send us to face this calamity, to have our souls ascend to the divine list? Niwa gently lifted a cup of fragrant tea before her, took a delicate sip, then set it down slowly. After a brief pause, she spoke with calm resolve. You too are my trusted aides. I would never wish to send you into such peril. Jiu Tianzuan's long eyelashes fluttered, her alabaster hand covering her lips as she inquired. What does the goddess mean? The Shang dynasty has endured for over 6 centuries. Its fate is drawing to a close. The illustrious King Zhou of Shang possesses exceptional talent and is worthy of the divine list. I command you both to descend to the mortal realm, to transform into celestial maidens and proclaim the celebration of my longevity. At that time, you shall seek out a minister named Fei Zhong, deliver to him my portrait, and instruct him to bring King Zhou to Niwa Palace to pay homage. When the time comes, I shall manifest before King Zhou, ensnaring his heart and igniting his desires, leading him to covetousness. You will then persuade Fei Zhong to whisper to the king that one of the 4 great lords, the Duke of Jizhou, Su Hu's daughter, Su Daji, possesses unparalleled beauty, urging the king to command Su Hu to swiftly send his daughter to the palace to become his consort. Subsequently, I shall proceed to Xianyuan Tomb, employing the demon summoning banner to instruct the 3 demons within to take possession of Su Daji, using her beauty to beguile King Zhou, rendering him foolish and tyrannical. This will incite the Western prince to raise an army, citing King Zhou's folly as justification for attacking the Shang dynasty. Thus, when warfare erupts in the mortal realm, Both the Chan and Jie sects shall dispatch their disciples to join the fray, and the divine calamity shall officially commence. This matter concerns celestial secrets and must not be disclosed to anyone outside our inner circle. You too must act with utmost caution and ensure that these secrets remain hidden. Do you understand? Zhou Tianzuan and Zhou Suni bowed deeply to Nuwa, replying with reverence. Rest assured, goddess. We shall faithfully carry out your commands and would never presume to act independently. Nuwa gently waved her hand, a hint of impatience in her tone. There is no time to waste. You two must immediately proceed to Chaoga City, transform into celestial maidens, spread the news of my longevity, and locate the treacherous minister Feizhong to execute the plan. Yes, goddess. Zhou Tianzuan and Zhou Suni soared into the clouds, swiftly making their way to Chaoga City. In the mortal realm, Chaoga City, Zhou Tianzuan and Zhou Suni landed on the street, lifting their sleeves to lightly brush their faces. Instantly, their appearances transformed, becoming one clad in white and the other in gray, resembling celestial maidens. From now on, I shall be known as White Maiden, and you shall be called Gray Maiden, if you please. Zhou Tianzuan mischievously blinked at Zhou Suni. Zhou Suni giggled, covering her mouth. Hee, I shall follow my sister's lead, from this day forth. I am Gray Maiden. The Nine Heavens' mysterious maiden raised her sleeve to shield her eyes, gazing at the bustling streets of Chaoga City, her brows slightly furrowed. The divine lady had commanded us to seek out the treacherous official Feizhong, yet amidst this vast sea of humanity, where could we possibly find him? The Nine Nether Pure maiden rested her chin on her hands, contemplating for a moment, when suddenly her eyes sparkled with insight. Since Feizhong is a trusted minister of King Zhou, he must attend court in the royal palace. If we find him during the court session, our task shall be accomplished, she proposed. The Nine Heavens' mysterious maiden nodded in agreement, her excitement palpable. Sister, you are exceedingly clever. Indeed, as celestial beings, we can directly descend upon the royal palace to announce the news of the Empress's birthday. Surely, the populace will flock to Nuwa Palace to offer their incense. And at that moment, our mission will be fulfilled. With that, the two maidens hastened their steps towards the royal palace. Chapter 133. A humiliation at grandmother's house. The two individuals were cultivators at the initial stage of the quasi-saint realm, adept in the art of traversing space. Swiftly, they navigated through the throngs of people and soon arrived at the gates of the imperial palace in Chaoga City. With a whoosh, the Nine Heavens mystical maiden and the Nine Nether Pure maiden lightly pressed their feet against the ground, causing a surge of magical energy to flow into their souls. The resonance of their Tao enveloped them, and with an exhilarating burst of power, they prepared to ascend, intending to enter the palace with the grandeur befitting celestial beings. Pride illuminated their faces as they envisioned the scene of the Emperor of Humanity, Exine, personally leading his ministers in kneeling to welcome the arrival of these divine maidens. It would be a privilege for the common folk to witness such celestial figures in the company of saints. As the magical energy surged through their beings, they radiated a celestial aura, shimmering with golden light, ready to soar directly into the palace's outer gates. However, an astonishing sight unfolded before them. Just as they ascended several dozen yards into the air, a golden barrier materialized above the palace, intricate and unfathomable formations emerging from the void. The air was thick with an unassailable majesty that surged toward them like an overwhelming tide. With a sudden jolt, they were struck as if by an invisible force, spewing blood from their mouths and hurtling thousands of miles away. Had it not been for the protective aura bestowed upon them by Nuwa, they would have been instantaneously obliterated by the earthly imperial aura that carried the weight of the heavens. Though they narrowly escaped with their lives, they were grievously injured. The Emperor's aura piercing through their chests, causing them to plummet to the ground like lifeless creatures, landing in a deserted alley, their garments torn and hair disheveled, utterly disheartened. Struggling to prop herself up with her arm, the Nine Heavens mystical maiden lifted her face and inquired, "What was that overwhelming force we just encountered?" Her expression was etched with shock and trepidation. The Nine Nether Pure maiden, her face pale with panic, swallowed hard, her heart still racing as she responded, "I cannot be certain, but that power exuded an air of majesty, vastness, and order. If I am not mistaken, it must be the imperial fortune of the human race." A sharp intake of breath escaped the Nine Heavens Pure maiden as the implications of the Nine Nether Pure maiden's words sank in. They recalled the earlier warning from Nuwa, which had essentially conveyed that the human race was the focal point of the current era in the primordial realm, flourishing in fortune, and they needed to exercise caution. Regrettably, they had dismissed Nuwa's words, believing themselves to be exalted quasi-saint powers, significant figures even among the immortals, and thought little of the mortals who lacked any understanding of cultivation. Now, in hindsight, they were filled with remorse. As they reflected on Nua's advice, the realization dawned upon them. The human race was indeed the protagonist of the primordial world, and all the immortals vied for the fortune of humanity to further their own paths. A flicker of understanding crossed the Nine Heavens' mystical maiden's eyes as she gazed at the Nine Nether-pure maiden with a wry smile. We were woefully simplistic in our interpretation of her words. We completely underestimated their significance, and now we are reaping the bitter consequences of our oversight. The Nine Nether goddess sighed deeply, her expression shadowed by melancholy. Sister, do not burden yourself with excessive guilt. None could have anticipated that the human race would possess such extraordinary fortune. The Nine Heavens' mysterious maiden, her lips cracked and her breath feeble, replied, "We should have foreseen this. The fault lies not with others." In the nascent world of the primordial chaos, three indistinct wills emerged, governing the laws of existence: the heavenly path, the earthly path, and the human path. However, as the world matured, these vague wills underwent subtle transformations. Following the calamity of the witch and demon, the earthly sovereign transcended into the cycle of reincarnation, achieving the status of an earthly sage. This elevation was grounded in the power derived from the laws of the earthly path, affording her the protection of its fortune. Within the realm of the underworld, she became invincible. Even the heavenly path and the venerable Hong Jun could do her no harm. Thus, the underworld fell under her dominion, each governing their respective realms, wielding unfathomable divine might, following their own paths in transcendent freedom. The immense power we recently encountered, imbued with unparalleled majesty, was evidently the manifestation of the Emperor of humanity's fortune. This fortune symbolizes a third of the world's rule, and not even the sages would dare to provoke it lightly. Unbeknownst to the Nine Heavens' mysterious maiden and the Nine Nether goddess, Nua had previously graced the city of Chaoga. At that time, she intended to descend directly upon the palace, using her supreme powers to influence Emperor Zhou, compelling him to fulfill his destiny. However, Nua not only faced the suppression of the emperor's fortune, but also attracted the attention of the three saints of Huayun Cave, guardians of humanity. These ancient sages, possessing boundless magical abilities, stood on equal footing with the sages, having attained their status through the principles of the human path. Unlike the heavenly path sages, the human path sages achieved their enlightenment through moral cultivation and the refinement of character. When Nua attempted to intervene with Emperor Zhou, it led to a confrontation with the three saints of Huayun Cave. Although Nua was a sage of the heavenly path, she found herself severely weakened in Chaoga City by the emperor's fortune and was no match for the three saints. However, considering Nua's past contributions to humanity, having created them with the primal treasures of the Nine Heavens and the innate gourd vine, they honored her as the mother of humanity. Ultimately, they chose to spare her, merely issuing a warning against threatening the emperor's safety. Regrettably, the three saints' lifespans were drawing to a close. Shortly after their intervention, they attained enlightenment within Huayun Cave. Had they remained longer, the subsequent plight of the Shang dynasty would have been far less tragic, and it would not have become a mere pawn in the celestial struggle against calamity. Had the Nine Heavens' mysterious maiden and the Nine Nether goddess been aware of Nua's experience, they would not have acted so recklessly and would have avoided such a significant loss. Yet, due to Nua's proud and vain nature, she would never divulge the warning from the three saints, even if it meant her two handmaidens suffered grievously in the process of completing their tasks. Alas, it appears that accomplishing the task is not as straightforward as one might hope. In this city of Chaogu, the only recourse left is to discreetly masquerade as celestial beings, disseminating information and patiently seeking an opportunity to infiltrate the imperial palace in order to locate the treacherous minister. Feizhong, Jiu Yusunu nodded in agreement. For now, this was their only option. Subsequently, Jiu Tianxiannu and Jiu Yusunu struggled to rise, supporting one another as they retreated to a secluded, empty room in a narrow alley to tend to their injuries. Their expressions bore a bittersweet melancholy, their hearts a tumultuous blend of emotions. They had never anticipated that as esteemed figures in the presence of Nua, and among the few quasi-saint powerhouses in the realm, they would find themselves in such a humiliating predicament. They had envisioned a grand entrance into the mortal emperor's palace, confidently directing the affairs of the earthly sovereign, only to face utter disgrace, having not even caught a glimpse of their target, and suffering harm from the emperor's celestial fortune. This episode, should it become known, would undoubtedly stand as a blemish upon their lives. Chapter 134. The principle of sending forth and not retrieving the following day. On the bustling streets of Chaoga City, two enchanting diviners appeared, one clad in white, proclaiming herself as Bai Xiangu, and the other in gray, introducing herself as Hui Xiangu. Their extraordinary beauty quickly drew a throng of admirers, subsequently attracting a multitude of women searching for their men. In order to earn the trust of the populace, Bai Xiangu and Hui Xiangu performed minor magical feats, revealing supernatural phenomena, offering divinations, and occasionally playing melodious tunes that resonated with profound artistry akin to the harmony of mountains and flowing waters. Their renown swiftly burgeoned, and soon, every citizen of Chaoga City was aware of the two omniscient and powerful diviners. Countless individuals visited the diviners daily, forming queues that stretched to the very ends of the streets. Moreover, the two ladies did not charge any fees. Rather, they assisted the citizens according to fate, which further enhanced their reputation. As their fame spread, it eventually reached the ears of the imperial court, garnering the attention of numerous ministers and officials. Ultimately, even King Zhou, Xian, became aware of their existence and expressed a desire to meet them, dispatching emissaries to summon the two diviners. Upon receiving the imperial decree, Bai Xiangu and Hui Xiangu were escorted to the palace in a regal carriage. As they approached the palace gates, both felt a sense of trepidation, fearing that any disturbance might invoke the wrath of the emperor's fortune, which could lead to dire consequences for them. However, this time, as subjects of the Shang dynasty and having refrained from displaying their magical powers, they passed through the gates unscathed, with their hearts finally at ease. They took a deep breath as the carriage rolled to a stop before a magnificent palace. "Ladies, please disembark. I shall escort you to meet His Majesty," announced their attendant. Bai Xiangu and Hui Xiangu gracefully descended from the carriage, smiling gently at their guide. "We appreciate your assistance. It is no trouble at all. It is our honor to serve such esteemed diviners," the attendant replied. Following a procession led by a cohort of armored warriors, they traversed the long avenue of the palace and ascended the jade stone steps, ultimately entering the grand hall. At the highest point of the palace sat a resplendent dragon-shaped throne, occupied by a tall and formidable middle-aged man with thick brows and bright, penetrating eyes, none other than King Zhou, Xian himself. "We pay our respects to His Majesty." Bai Xiangu and Hui Xiangu knelt in homage. Although it was unthinkable for them to bow before a mere mortal like King Zhou, their previous encounter with the emperor's formidable aura compelled them to exhibit the requisite respect. "Rise, my esteemed guests." King Zhou gently raised his hand, and a soft force lifted them from their kneeling position. "Thank you, Your Majesty." King Zhou Xian was not devoid of magical prowess. Following the fall of the Xia dynasty, many individuals with potent abilities emerged from the Xia clan. The ancient sovereigns of Ur, the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors, were indeed beings of profound cultivation. As the human race progressed, their focus increasingly shifted toward the advancement of civilization, with rituals and order continually refined. However, the methods of cultivation gradually faded away. Yet, even in the Shang dynasty, not all were mere mortals. The Grand Master Wenzhong possessed profound Taoist abilities, having been a direct disciple of the heavenly teacher, the Golden Spirit Mother. Now at the pinnacle of the mystical immortal realm, with the augmentation of the Emperor's celestial fortune within the palace, Wenzhong could unleash the power of a golden immortal. Due to his acquaintance with such practices, King Zhou Xian also possessed some Taoist knowledge. However, he did not dedicate himself to cultivation, resulting in his only reaching the initial stage of the mystical immortal realm. Yet, with the support of the Emperor's fortune, as long as he remained within the city of Chaoga, even a sage could not harm him in the slightest. Nonetheless, King Zhou was unaware of the intricacies surrounding the Emperor's celestial fortune. Even Wenzhong did not possess complete clarity on the matter. He only understood that their Shang dynasty was under the protection of their ancestors, which ensured the nation's prosperity and longevity. Raising his face, King Zhou fixed his keen gaze upon the celestial maidens transformed from the 9 heavens Xian Nu and the 9 nether Su Nu. "I have heard that recently, within Chaoga, there have been enlightened celestial maidens performing acts of charity and benevolence, and the people are filled with gratitude, singing praises of their kindness. The celestial maidens they speak of must be you too, correct?" The white celestial maiden and the gray celestial maiden exchanged smiles and replied with a bow. "Your Majesty, you flatter us. We cannot be considered true enlightened celestial maidens. We merely possess some rudimentary knowledge of spells. With time to spare, we noticed the unparalleled prosperity of the city you govern and came to wander, encountering some common folk in need, offering them a modicum of assistance. We truly do not deserve such high praise from Your Majesty, and we are greatly embarrassed." King Zhou surveyed his surroundings and laughed heartily. "Indeed, truly worthy of being enlightened celestial maidens. Your humility is commendable. Bring forth 10,000 taels of gold to reward these 2 celestial maidens." A nearby guard, clad in armor, immediately stepped forward and bowed in compliance. Yes, your majesty. With a wave of his hand, several soldiers rushed out, and moments later, they returned carrying 2 large chests filled with heavy gold ingots. The white celestial maiden and the gray celestial maiden repeatedly waved their hands. We sincerely thank your majesty for your generous intentions, but we cannot accept such rewards. Please, we implore you to retract them. King Zhou waved his hand dismissively, saying with great generosity, how can that be? Once I have bestowed a gift, it is not in accordance with propriety to withdraw it. Chapter 135 My lord. This is a portrait of the revered Niuhua. However, as mere mortals, we have no use for such relics. If you truly wish to honor her, in just a couple of days, it will be the birthday of Niuhua. Why not visit the Niuhua Palace to offer incense? And this would not only demonstrate your respect for the goddess, but also beseech her blessings for the prosperity and peace of the Shang dynasty. Upon hearing this, King Zhou of Shang displayed a contemplative expression. The treacherous minister, Fei Zhong, noticing the king's interest, immediately stepped forward to speak. My lord, the 2 celestial maidens speak wisely. As the mother of humanity, it is only fitting that you, as the sovereign, visit the Niuhua Palace to celebrate her birthday and offer your incense. Then, leaning closer to the king, Fei Zhong whispered, My lord, have you not longed to escape the palace for some leisure? This is a splendid opportunity. The Grand Master and the Chancellor are typically vigilant, but they will find no grounds to impede your departure this time. Hearing Fei Zhong's words, King Zhou's eyes brightened, and he clapped his hands on the dragon throne, exclaiming gleefully, Excellent. I approve this proposal. Let us prepare at once. The day after tomorrow, we shall proceed to the Niuhua Palace to pay our respects. Chancellor Baigon, standing in the hall, observed Fei Zhong's furtive manner around the king and sensed something amiss. He furrowed his brow, seemingly contemplating whether to interject. Fei Zhong, anticipating Baigon's concern, smirked coldly and pointed at him, questioning loudly. Does the Chancellor wear such a troubled brow because he disapproves of the king's visit to Niuhua for her birthday? Baigon quickly clasped his hands in salute, responding, Your Majesty, I harbor no such intentions. After hearing this, King Zhou waved dismissively, saying, Since the Chancellor also supports this endeavor, let it be settled. No one shall voice opposition to me. I am merely visiting to offer incense to Niuhua. Surely, this matter cannot be linked to any misfortune for the kingdom. With that, King Zhou, accompanied by Fei Zhong, turned and exited to the back of the palace. The numerous civil and military officials, upon witnessing the king's departure, dispersed accordingly. Meanwhile, the 2 celestial maidens, Bai and Hui, could hardly contain their joy. After the court session, they headed straight to the palace's rear courtyard in search of the treacherous minister. Fei Zhong, having garnered the king's favor, their status had risen significantly, and the guards and palace maids made no effort to hinder their passage through the palace. In the future, these maidens would undoubtedly become esteemed figures by the king's side, and offending them at this moment would be unwise. Just then, Fei Zhong was leaving the palace, intending to return home, when he fortuitously encountered the 2 maidens. The celestial maidens greeted him with respectful bows. Lord Fei, we have matters to discuss. Fei Zhong, being astute, recognized that the maidens had gained the king's affection and were now of elevated status. Thus, he dared not be dismissive and promptly returned their greeting. You honor me, esteemed maidens. What brings you to seek my assistance? Bai Xinggu covered her mouth and smiled, saying, We have come today to present you with a remarkable gift. As she spoke, she produced a scroll from her bosom, her face adorned with a mysterious expression. Leaning closer to Fei Zhong, she discreetly placed the scroll into his hands. Fei Zhong was astonished, yet even more perplexed. What did the fairy mean by this? Hui Xinggu also approached with a smile, adding enigmatically, You may not be aware, but this is an exquisite depiction by the goddess Niuhua, her artistry unparalleled, so lifelike. If you present this to the king during his pilgrimage, it is certain to earn his favor. By doing so, you shall ascend to great heights, and wealth will be within your grasp. Such an opportunity must not be missed. Fei Zhong's eyes sparkled with intrigue, his gaze darting around animatedly. With a wide grin, he proclaimed, In that case, I shall gladly accept it and must extend my gratitude to both of you for your guidance. Should my fortunes unfold as you have foretold, I shall certainly return to express my thanks. At this moment, Hui Xinggu and Bai Xinggu leaned in once more and remarked, When the king beholds the image of the goddess Niuhua, he will undoubtedly be captivated. At that juncture, you may seize the chance to suggest that he select a consort from the common folk to serve him in the palace. Bai Xinggu's eyes glimmered like autumn waters, enchanting and beguiling. I have heard of a woman named Su Daji, whose beauty is renowned, captivating the hearts of all. If you present her to the king, you will surely gain his admiration. Upon hearing this, Fei Zhong's heart swelled with joy. He excitedly clapped his hands and exclaimed, Excellent. Thank you for your counsel. Dear fairies, I shall secure this Su Daji for the king and will invite you both to celebrate the joyous occasion, rewarding you with generous gifts. Bai Xinggu and Hui Xinggu exchanged knowing smiles, addressing Fei Zhong with delight. No wonder your fortunes are on the rise. It appears you are a man of remarkable insight and unparalleled wisdom. With such cleverness, you are destined to rise to the position of chancellor, standing above all others. Ha! Thank you for your kind words, esteemed fairies. I dare not aspire to the chancellorship. I only wish to remain by the king's side, alleviating his burdens, which would bring me great satisfaction. Chapter 136. The Divine Manifestation of Goddess Nuwa. After reaching a mutual understanding, there was laughter and conversation. And only then did the 9 heavens Xian Nu and the 9 underworld Su Nu rise to depart. Fei Zhong, feeling quite content, returned home with an image of Nuwa. 2 days later, King Zhou, accompanied by his civil and military officials, made his way to Nuwa Palace. Remaining behind were the Grand Tutor Wenzhong and the Chancellor Baigon, tasked with managing affairs of state. The procession arrived at the resplendent Nuwa Palace, which shimmered in gold and jade, enveloped in swirling purple mist, creating an ethereal ambience that exuded an aura of inviolability. Entering the palace, King Zhou and his retinue beheld a lifelike statue of Nuwa, emanating an air of dignity and nobility. In that moment, both officials and the king were entranced, utterly unprepared for the astonishing beauty of the goddess, a beauty unmatched by any mortal woman. King Zhou, entranced, approached the statue, gently caressing its arm as he recited, "The phoenix and dragon adornments are a splendid sight, crafted of mud and gold. The distant mountains are wrapped in emerald hues, sleeves fluttering like clouds in twilight. Pear blossoms bathed in rain vie for beauty, peonies shrouded in mist boast alluring grace, as long as enchantment can stir the heart. Let me summon joy from Chong Lu to serve my king." Upon hearing this, the officials turned pale, yet Fei Zhong remained unfazed, smiling as he approached King Zhou, saying, "Your Majesty, the goddess Nuwa is indeed a celestial being, unmatched in beauty. As the emperor of humanity, your status is comparable to that of a sage. Thus, one could argue you are well matched. However, it is uncertain what the goddess desires, and for the sake of the Shang dynasty's stability, it may be prudent not to disturb her." With a dreamy gaze, King Zhou gently stroked the statue's arm and replied, "I understand your words. Yet, my heart is restless. I long for a woman of such beauty, yet can find solace only before the statue of Nuwa, which is quite stifling." Seizing the opportunity, Fei Zhong presented the image of Nuwa. "Fear not, my king. Behold this painting." Unfolding the artwork, it revealed the goddess, ethereal and breathtaking, standing gracefully within the canvas. Her presence, so vivid it seemed as if she might spring to life, stirring the heart profoundly. King Zhou eagerly took the painting, examining it closely. "What is this?" "My king, this is the image of goddess Nuwa. With her likeness, we can send emissaries to the realm to seek women who resemble her, to invite them into the palace as your consorts. Would that not grant you endless pleasure?" King Zhou's eyes lit up with joy, clapping his hands in excitement. "Splendid. You truly are my wise counselor. I entrust this matter to you. Ensure it is executed flawlessly, and I shall reward you handsomely." Fei Zhong bowed deeply, expressing gratitude. "I am most thankful, your majesty." At that moment, the Nuwa Palace suddenly radiated golden light, and the air around the statue shimmered, undulating like waves of spiritual energy. Suddenly, the eyelashes of the statue of Nuwa trembled, and her tightly shut eyes abruptly opened, revealing golden pupils that radiated an aura of infinite majesty, instantly bursting forth with vitality. A resplendent light enveloped Nuwa, her divine essence swirling around her. Auspicious clouds billowed, and a spectrum of colors encircled her head. At that moment, she fixed her furious gaze upon King Zhou, Dxin. The goddess Nuwa had manifested. The goddess Nuwa had manifested. This is dire. It seems the goddess is enraged. Upon witnessing this spectacle, the officials were thrown into a state of panic, akin to startled wild horses, scattering chaotically throughout the grand hall. Nuwa's powers surged, ready to strike at King Zhou. Just then, a golden divine dragon, invisible to mortal eyes, suddenly emerged around King Zhou, encircling him in protection, while another dragon, embodying the might of heaven and earth, viciously charged toward the statue of Nuwa. Upon seeing the golden dragon, a manifestation of the emperor's fortune, Nuwa's expression drastically changed. With a mere flick of her sleeve, she turned and departed. In an instant, she transformed back into her statue, the true Nuwa having vanished. However, the grand hall echoed with her furious proclamation. "King Zhou, you dare to treat me with such disrespect. I shall ensure you pay the price." In stark contrast to the official's disarray, King Zhou remained composed, displaying no sign of panic or fear. He gazed at the statue of the recently manifested Nuwa and murmured softly, "I did not expect the goddess to be even more beautiful than her statue. I must seek out a woman in the realm who resembles you, to become my consort, providing solace for my yearning." Subsequently, King Zhou, accompanied by his ministers, returned to the palace. Upon hearing of the incident, the Grand Master Wenzhong was infuriated, lamenting in frustration. Yet, the event had transpired, and there was nothing to be changed. He could only reprimand King Zhou in the court before allowing the matter to rest. However, his admonishment focused on the king's impropriety in jesting with the statue of the goddess in her temple, while he did not intervene regarding the king's selection of a consort. Thus, Su Hu's daughter, Su Daji, successfully entered the palace. Yet, the Su Daji of this moment was no longer the original. She had been transformed into a vessel of the nine-tailed fox demon. It was revealed that Nuwa, wielding the demon summoning banner, commanded all the demons of the Primordial World to heed her call. Chapter 137. The delicate fists that strike your heart. Nuwa descended upon Xianyuan tomb in the form of a spiritual entity, commanding the nine-tailed fox demon among the three monsters guarding the tomb to seize the body of Su Daji. Her aim was to stealthily approach King Zhou, using her beauty to ensnare him, thereby accelerating the decline of the Shang dynasty's fortunes. In return, she promised to assist the three demons in attaining immortality once their task was accomplished. The three demons, upon realizing it was the intention of the revered Nuwa, eagerly agreed, believing they had stumbled upon a great opportunity that they must seize with all their might. Thus, the three demons of Xianyuan tomb divided their tasks. The nine-tailed fox demon took possession of Su Daji midway, now deploying her seductive arts upon King Zhou, Dxin. Seated upon his dragon throne, King Zhou gazed excitedly at Su Daji, noting her resemblance to the likeness of Nuwa, which filled him with great delight. He beckoned her closer, urging her to approach. Obeying his summons, Su Daji glided forward with grace. Naturally endowed with beauty that could make fish sink and birds alight, coupled with her enchanting spell, she captivated King Zhou, leaving him somewhat dazed. Although the aura of the human emperor surrounded him as a protective barrier, it only guarded against harmful forces. The seductive arts posed no direct harm, rendering the protective aura ineffective. "Come, my beauty, sit in my embrace," King Zhou urged. Su Daji, swaying her waist and radiating allure, nestled into his arms, her delicate fists playfully tapping against his chest. "Oh, your majesty, how vexing." King Zhou, one arm encircling her slender waist, waved his other hand toward the court. "Let it be known, from this day forth, Su Daji is to be conferred the title of noble consort, granted the privilege to enter and exit the palace freely. No one may compel her to do anything against her will without my command." Instantly, the court officials knelt in unison, creating a magnificent spectacle as they chanted in unison. "We congratulate the king on the joyful acquisition of the noble consort. We congratulate the king on the joyful acquisition of the noble consort." Meanwhile, atop Kunlun Mountain, in the Jade Void Palace, the primordial heavenly venerable and the heavenly venerable of virtue returned from the Purple Cloud's palace. Seated upon the meditation mats in the great hall, a small round table stood between them, adorned with several cups of fragrant tea. The delicate aroma wafted through the air, soothing the mind and spirit. The heavenly venerable of virtue smiled, clasping his hands in reverence towards the primordial heavenly venerable. "Congratulations, junior brother. The master has bestowed upon you the list of deities and the god-slaying whip, clearly indicating his intent for the to face tribulations. This is a tremendous advantage for your teaching." The primordial heavenly venerable smiled faintly, waving his hand dismissively, a hint of superiority in his expression. "Brother, you must not say such things. The master has merely entrusted me with the temporary management of the list of deities and the god-slaying whip, not granted them to me. I must seek out the destined one and return these divine artifacts. Otherwise, Brother Tongtian will surely accuse our master of favoritism, fostering discontent among us. The disciple of Tongtian has devoted himself to the path of the sword, and should he stir up trouble, it will undoubtedly lead to dire consequences. The master has once remarked that if Tongtian were to go mad, none but the four saints could contend with him. This is indeed a hidden peril." Taishang furrowed his brow slightly, lowered his head to sip his tea, and then spoke slowly. "If Tongtian harbors resentment, it could truly become a nuisance." Yuanshi Tianzun set down his teacup, a smirk of amusement curling at the corners of his mouth. "Precisely for this reason, the Fengshen Bang and the Dashan Bian must not be entrusted to me. I must select the one destined by heaven and pass these two burdensome treasures to him." "Marvelous. Your wisdom astounds me, dear brother. Thus, even if Tongtian feels unjustly treated, he will have no grounds for complaint. Haha. May I inquire if you have already chosen this destined individual? Yuanshi Tianzun waved his hand, and immediately, a disciple stepped forward, soon bringing in an elderly man with white hair and beard. Clad in a robe adorned with the 8 trigrams and taiji, he exuded an air of righteousness, resembling an immortal. Jiangxia, how long have you been under my tutelage in the Yushu Palace? Jiangxia bowed deeply and replied, in response to my master, I have been here for 70 years since my arrival at Yushu Palace. Yuanshi Tianzun narrowed his eyes and nodded, saying, Jiangxia, I have determined that you possess no celestial destiny in this life, destined only to enjoy worldly wealth and honor. Therefore, I wish to bestow upon you a great opportunity. Do you accept? Jiangxia bowed once more, responding, I am at my master's command. Yuanshi Tianzun nodded and continued. The King Zhou of the Shang dynasty is tyrannical and lacking in virtue. The fate of the Shang has run its course. I command you to descend the mountain to assist King Wu of Zhou in vanquishing King Zhou. Here are the Fengshen Bang and the Dashenbian. Take these treasures. And when danger arises, I shall send aid. There is no time to waste. You shall descend the mountain tomorrow. Jiangxia bowed again, saying, Thank you, master. I shall take my leave. With that, he stowed away the Fengshen Bang and the Dashenbian, conjured a beam of light beneath his feet, and departed. After Jiangxia's exit, Dao Tianzun turned to Yuanshi Tianzun and inquired, among the many gifted disciples of the Chan teaching, why did you choose Jiangxia? A look of confusion crossed his face, revealing his perplexity. Chapter 138, the most obedient puppet in the realm of the Chan sect. Jiangxia's aptitude for cultivation could be described as woefully inadequate. Otherwise, the primordial heavenly venerable would not have declared that he lacked celestial affinity. To lack celestial affinity signifies that he is destined never to ascend to immortality. Thus, Jiangxia's cultivation talent is so diminished that he cannot even reach the lowest tier of human immortality. Despite this apparent lack of ability, the primordial heavenly venerable entrusted the monumental responsibility of bestowing divinity upon Jiangxia, leaving the moral heavenly venerable utterly perplexed. One might argue that this was merely a gesture of goodwill towards Jiangxia, a notion that the primordial heavenly venerable could use to placate others. But it becomes rather ludicrous when considered in the context of the moral heavenly venerable. Is the primordial heavenly venerable not aware of the stature of his elder brother? Only moments ago, he had donned an air of inscrutable profundity, yet now he grinned slyly and addressed the moral heavenly venerable. Indeed, nothing escapes your keen perception, dear brother. My disciple may possess no other virtues, yet he is exceptionally obedient. Entrusting this matter to him gives me far greater assurance than entrusting it to anyone else. The primordial heavenly venerable remarked with a smile. Upon hearing this, the moral heavenly venerable comprehended the underlying truth. In the eyes of his younger brother, the monumental task of bestowing divinity could not be entrusted to anyone else, as only by retaining absolute control could he find peace of mind. Jiangxia, indeed, is the most inept disciple among those who have heard the teachings. However, it is precisely this ineptitude that renders him the most obedient. Were it anyone else, they might, to some extent, rely on their own prowess and exhibit tendencies of disobedience. But Jiangxia would never entertain such notions, for he is acutely aware of his own limitations. If he were to disregard the primordial heavenly venerable's directives, he would be utterly incapable of fulfilling the monumental task of bestowing divinity. Consequently, he remains firmly under the control of the primordial heavenly venerable, becoming the most qualified and obedient puppet. Another factor is that Jiangxia is immortal, and his lifespan is finite. Upon his demise, the god-slaying whip would fall into the hands of the Jade Emperor, allowing him to govern the celestial deities. The apricot yellow flag and the 4 uniques would return to the primordial heavenly venerable. Should another be assigned this monumental task, given the prolonged lifespans of other immortals, the god-slaying whip, the apricot yellow flag, and the 4 uniques would never have the opportunity to be returned. This would inevitably lead to new complications, a foresight that the primordial heavenly venerable had already considered, thus prompting his choice of Jiangxia for the divine bestowal. The primordial heavenly venerable is a sage who greatly values his reputation. Should the individual in charge of bestowing divinity not perish, he could not justifiably reclaim his treasures and steed. Hence, this strategy is undeniably clever. As the primordial heavenly venerable and the moral heavenly venerable shared a moment of mirth, the former seemed to recollect something. He glanced around and beckoned to a disciple, who promptly stepped forward. Before I journeyed to the Purple Cloud Palace, did I not send the Grand Master of Tai to Golden Tortoise Island to bring back the likes of Master Puxian? Why, in these past few days, Have I not encountered them within the Jade Void Palace? Are they yet to return? The disciple, confronted with the primordial heavenly venerable's inquiry, appeared somewhat anxious, his lips trembling as he responded. Returning to the esteemed master, Uncle Tai and Uncle Puxian, along with numerous fellow disciples, none have yet returned. Suddenly, the teacup in the hands of the primordial heavenly venerable fell to the ground, his eyes wide with astonishment. Subsequently, he began to calculate with his thumb incessantly, and after a moment, his expression shifted from confidence to one of alarm. This is troubling. Something must have befallen the true One Tai and the others. Today, the situation is shrouded in chaos, and I cannot discern anything about their circumstances, indicating that the celestial mechanisms have been obscured from me. The Supreme One furrowed his brow, his demeanor grave as he spoke. Is it possible that the one who has eluded your calculations is the Master Tongtian? What has he done? His sect is destined to face tribulation if he recklessly intervenes in the affairs of the investiture of the gods. Can he bear the consequences of such actions? The Supreme One, relying solely on his conjectures, began to cast blame upon the Master Tongtian. He failed to consider that had he and the Primordial One not pressured Tongtian, this predicament might not have arisen. Moreover, they had misjudged him. The reason Tai and the others had not returned was that they were all detained on Golden Tortoise Island, laboring under the command of Feipeng, who was currently toiling in the mines. The reason the Primordial Heavenly Venerable could not ascertain their activities was due to Feipeng's presence on Golden Tortoise Island, possessing the ability to obscure the celestial secrets. It was entirely reasonable for the Primordial Heavenly Venerable to be unable to divine their actions. However, he suspected Master Tongtian of foul play, believing that as a sage, Tongtian could employ certain methods to shield his actions from scrutiny. Why would Master Tongtian resort to such measures? The Primordial One inferred that Tongtian aimed to disrupt the investiture of the gods, which fueled the anxiety shared between him and the Supreme One. With a serious countenance, the Primordial Heavenly Venerable furrowed his brow and addressed the Supreme One. The disciples of the Jie Sect are merely a ragtag bunch, ill-favored and lacking in fortune, with mediocre cultivation. In a direct confrontation, they would stand no chance against the 12 golden immortals of our Chan sect. Yet, should the sage Tongtian intervene from the shadows, my disciples could face dire peril. What if Tongtian secretly eliminates Jiangxia as he descends the mountain to thwart the investiture of the gods? The more the Primordial Heavenly Venerable pondered, the greater his concerns grew. He quickly summoned Yunxiao. I fear for your fellow disciple Jiangxia's safety. You must descend the mountain swiftly and protect him clandestinely. We cannot allow any misfortune to befall Jiangxia. Do you understand? Yunxiao, dressed in his Taoist robe, exuded an ethereal presence as he slightly bowed to the Primordial Heavenly Venerable. Yes. What exactly transpired on Golden Tortoise Island with the true One Tai and the others? The Primordial Heavenly Venerable grew increasingly anxious, a sense of unease creeping into his heart. Such events, beyond his control, had not occurred in eons. Chapter 139. What are you pretending for? You are simply too afraid to go. The Primordial Heavenly Sovereign was genuinely alarmed. The position of the Supreme Unity True Man among the 12 Golden Immortals was exceedingly elevated, marking him as a distinguished disciple of the truncated teachings. Should any misfortune befall him, it would undoubtedly constitute an irreparable loss for the truncated teachings. Jinao Island. Bio Palace. I am determined to uncover the mysteries that lie therein. Beside him, the moral Heavenly Sovereign appeared visibly startled and inquired urgently, Junior brother, are you truly intending to venture forth to thee and investigate this matter personally? The Primordial Heavenly Sovereign angrily waved his sleeve, his countenance darkening as he replied. The conducts its affairs with an utter lack of decorum. While the universal worthy true man may be excused, the Supreme Unity True Man, Lei Zhenzi, Yang Jian, and Neza are all crucial chess pieces designated for placement within the Zhou military camp, and they must not be allowed to come to harm. The moral Heavenly Sovereign's eyes flickered as he pondered. The Supreme Unity True Man's cultivation is unparalleled among the disciples of the. His sudden disappearance must surely indicate that he has fallen victim to Tongtian's treachery. Tongtian is a saint, endowed with the sword array of extermination and the 4 extermination swords. We must exercise utmost caution. Upon hearing the mention of the 4 extermination swords, the Primordial Heavenly Sovereign fell into a deep silence. Though he feigned bravado, he was acutely aware that his Panga banner was no match for the 4 extermination swords. Furthermore, the sword array could be deployed in conjunction with Tongtian, the master of the sword path. This led to the ancestor Hongjuan's assessment of Tongtian as someone who could only be challenged by the 4 saints. A conclusion drawn from Tongtian's actual combat prowess. The Primordial and Supreme too had previously exerted undue pressure on Tongtian within the Yunxiao Palace, relying on their status as senior brothers to do so. Moreover, Tongtian was unaware of the future trajectory of the Honghuang history, nor did he foresee the shamelessness and ruthlessness that the Primordial and Supreme would later display, systematically annihilating his and collectively seeking to report him to the ancestor Hongjun, resulting in Tongtian being compelled to consume the Saint Destruction Pill and enduring lifelong imprisonment in the Zhixiao Palace. In summary, Tongtian had refrained from engaging in a true conflict with them, considering their seniority. It was this very restraint that allowed them to bully him. Should Tongtian decide to take matters seriously, his prowess would render the Primordial and Supreme utterly incapable of standing against him. Thus, it was in this moment of anxiety that the Primordial regained his composure, prompted by the Supreme's reminder. With a grave expression, he turned to the Supreme and asked coldly, "What do you believe we should do, brother?" The Supreme contemplated for a moment, his demeanor serious as he stated, "We must indeed make the journey. With so many core disciples trapped on Yunxiao Island, their fates uncertain, it is impossible to find peace of mind. While their deaths may not be regrettable, the matter of the investiture of the gods remains incomplete, and they may yet prove useful. We cannot afford to lose them at this juncture." The Primordial Heavenly Sovereign nodded and addressed the Moral Heavenly Sovereign. "In that case, I shall go to Yunxiao Island to investigate. I refuse to believe they would dare to harm my disciples. Brother, will you accompany me?" The Primordial Supreme Being, unable to swallow his indignation, was also anxious that Tongtian had returned to Yunxiao Island, awaiting his arrival. Knowing he was no match for Tongtian, he sought to enlist Taishan's company. Though their combined strength would still fall short against Tongtian, the presence of Taishan, his elder brother, might compel the master of Tongtian to show some respect, especially since the three Pure Ones had not yet completely severed ties. However, the virtuous celestial master, maintaining a stern demeanor, waved his hand and declared, "I shall not accompany you. Our Kunlun Mountain requires a guardian. It is our stronghold, and we cannot afford to neglect it." The Primordial Supreme Being furrowed his brow, urgently persuading, "In the vastness of the primordial wilderness, who does not know that Kunlun Mountain is our sacred ground? Is there truly anyone bold enough to challenge our holy teachings?" The virtuous celestial master's countenance darkened as he admonished, taking on the role of an elder brother. "How can they not dare? If we both abandon Kunlun Mountain, what will happen if the master of Tongtian seizes the opportunity to attack? If all your disciples perish, how will you fulfill your divine mission?" He continued, "Moreover, even if Tongtian does not assail us, remnants of the demon clans still lurk in the wilderness. Without a saint to oversee, those remnants could wreak havoc in our Yushu Palace, leaving us in utter disgrace." The Primordial Supreme Being, rendered speechless, stared wide-eyed at Taishan, his expression seemingly questioning, "Can you be any more shameless? You are clearly afraid of Tongtian's wrath and the prospect of a confrontation. Yet you cloak your cowardice in such grandiose excuses." Taishan, maintaining a stern expression, faced the scrutiny of the Primordial Supreme Being without flinching, exhibiting remarkable composure. After a few tense moments of silence, the Primordial Supreme Being ultimately yielded. After all, Taishan was his senior brother, and he could not compel him against his will. "Very well, you may remain at Kunlun Mountain," he conceded, not calling upon his disciples to accompany him. He recited a mantra, conjured a cloud beneath his feet, and transformed into a beam of white light, soaring towards the horizon. At Yunxiao Island, the air was thick with spiritual essence, with medicinal herbs flourishing all around. Occasionally, spiritual monkeys would climb, and celestial cranes soared gracefully amidst the ethereal mists, painting a picture of a divine sanctuary. Since the last gathering of enlightenment held by Feipeng, the strength of the head surged dramatically. Even the weakest disciples now possessed the prowess of Tai Golden Immortals. The most formidable among them included Zhao Gongming, the Three Heavens, the Holy Mother of Wudong, the Holy Mother of Turtle Spirit, and the Holy Mother of Golden Spirit, all now at the mid-stage of the great Luo Golden Immortal Realm. Zhao Gongming and the Three Heavens achieved breakthroughs on the spot, while the others returned to digest their insights before advancing. During this time, many disciples of the wished to witness the abilities of the esteemed students of the, leading to Taiji Jinren and others becoming the ideal sparring partners for the disciples. Chapter 140. Do they look down upon us? The unfortunate Tai Jinren and his companions endure relentless torment daily, subjected to the overwhelming prowess of the Jie Sect disciples who challenge them, suffering dozens, if not hundreds, of defeats. Their initial astonishment, unable to fathom the formidable strength of the Jie Sect disciples, has devolved into despair, faced with repeated, crushing blows that have left them utterly numb, their spirits shattered. Now, their hearts are as cold as ashes, bereft of any hope of overcoming the Jie Sect disciples. Is this truly the Jie Sect spoken of by their master? Damn it, with no talent or fortune, if this is what it means to be a useless fool, then are we not even worthy of that title? Tai Junren and Neza collapsed onto the ground, their long hair unkempt, their faces despondent, and their eyes devoid of life. With a self-deprecating smile, Tai Junren expressed their plight. At that moment, a series of piercing sounds sliced through the air, and a golden figure descended gracefully, akin to a meteorite, landing before Tai Junren. As the golden flames dissipated, a strikingly handsome young man emerged, his hair and eyebrows gleaming gold, his eyes sharp as an eagle's, exuding an extraordinary aura. I am the little Peng King, fortunate to have been granted the teachings of my senior brother. I have comprehended the Kunpeng techniques and created the Kunpeng Tai Chi fist. Today, I seek to engage in a sparring session with you, esteemed Taoist Tai, in hopes of exchanging insights. Tai Junren cast a casual glance at the little Peng King. Although the young man's aura revealed him to be at the late stage of the Tai Golden Immortal Realm, Tai Junren, having grown accustomed to the defeats at the hands of even the early-stage Jie Sect disciples, felt a numbing fatigue as he rose to his feet, channeling his energy and extending his hand in a gesture of invitation. Please, he said. In an instant, the little Peng King's eyes sparkled with fervor, and he energetically replied, I apologize for any offense. With a firm stance, he grounded himself, straightening his back and adopting a horse stance. He summoned the power of the Yin with his left hand and the power of the Yang with his right, one hand as black as ink, the other radiating an intense crimson, the two moving gracefully through the air, tracing elegant arcs. After a single breath, a Tai Chi diagram, formed from the combined forces of Yin and Yang, materialized before the little Peng King. The left side, dark as a void, devoured all light, while the right side blazed fiercely, akin to a brilliant sun, emanating blinding golden rays. In the center, a Yin fish and a Yang fish spiraled around each other, exuding boundless divine power, as if they could obliterate heaven and earth, sending forth waves of energy that sent shivers through the very souls of onlookers. Kunpeng Tai Chi fist, the little Peng King declared, his fist, infused with the essence of the Tai Chi diagram, hurtling towards Tai Junren's chest like a shooting star. As the laws of the universe surged within him, Tai Junren summoned forth a torrent of formidable energy, instantly forming a golden shield before his chest. Crack! The golden shield shattered beneath the force of the little Peng King's fist, piercing through Tai Junren's chest, sending his body soaring like a kite severed from its string, tracing a graceful arc through the air before crashing heavily to the ground. Observing Tai Junren sprawled on the ground like a defeated dog, the little Peng King furrowed his brow, seemingly dissatisfied with the display of power he had just unleashed. Xiaopeng Wang murmured softly, to think I was momentarily thwarted by him. It appears my Kunpeng Taiji Quan has yet to reach the pinnacle of mastery. I must continue to hone my skills. Beside Taiji Junren, the disciples of the Chan sect were instantly taken aback, their expressions resembling that of one who had just tasted a decayed rodent, utterly uncomfortable. Who are these people? In Xiaopeng Wang's view, should one not effortlessly defeat Taiji Junren with a single, unobstructed blow? It is important to note that regardless of Taiji Junren's perceived shortcomings, he remains a formidable practitioner at the pinnacle of the Tai Golden Immortal Realm, ranking among the elite within the 12 Golden Immortals of the Chan sect. Now, in the eyes of these disciples of the Jie sect, he had become the benchmark for the lowest combat capability. Who could accept such a reality? After vanquishing Taiji Junren, Xiaopeng Wang cast a disdainful glance over the gathered Chan disciples, and to their astonishment, a look of disappointment crossed his face. He shook his head slightly and turned to leave, leaving the disciples of the Chan sect standing rigidly in the wind, utterly disheveled. Hey, what kind of look is that? What expression is that? Do you deem us unworthy of combat with you? The Chan disciples, one by one, were internally collapsing under the weight of their frustrations. Yet, after their venting, a profound sense of helplessness surged within them. Could it be that they had misjudged? Even their strongest, Taiji Junren, could not withstand a single blow from the opponent. Would they not merely be offering their heads if they stepped forward? Just as the spirits of the crowd were plummeting into despair, the diminutive Tuxing Sun suddenly emerged from the earth. He revealed a round little head and, with an air of mystery, addressed the crowd. I have long asserted that even the weakest disciple of the Jie sect could not possibly match them. Yet you all refuse to believe. He glanced around furtively before continuing. Do not be disheartened. Can you guess what I discovered on the back mountain? The crowd wore puzzled expressions and inquired, what did you find? Tuxing Sun replied excitedly, I must tell you, there is a small courtyard on the back mountain. and within it resides a large flock of plump hens, each one so delectable that it would make one salivate. Upon hearing this, the surrounding Chan disciples displayed immediate signs of panic, as if startled by Tuxing Sun's words. Brother Tu, you cannot possibly be thinking of stealing chickens, can you? Tuxing Sun's expression darkened instantly, and he replied sternly, how can you say such a thing? We have been at this Jie Sect for so long, and those miserly fellows feed us nothing but radishes and cabbages. My mouth has grown weary of such fare. We are merely borrowing, understand? Just a few hens to eat. Only by satisfying our hunger can we muster the strength to work for them. Chapter 141. You dare tell me this is an ordinary hen? Tuxing Sun spoke with animated enthusiasm, saliva dripping from his chin as he gesticulated. The disciples of the Chan sect, upon hearing his words, were also stirred. Although they were cultivators and theoretically could abstain from food for extended periods, the delight of gourmet cuisine remained a profound spiritual craving. For some time now, they had indeed been struggling against their appetites. Now, prompted by Tuxing Sun, they felt their stomachs awakened, as if stirred by a hidden hunger. A cautious disciple of the Chan sect whispered, Brother Tu is right. This isn't theft, merely borrowing. Besides, it's just a few local hens. The Jie sect, being a great and revered order, would surely not go to war over such trifles. His reasoning was sound. These chickens might belong to a novice outer disciple of the Jie sect, for it was only those fresh to the path who would indulge in such mundane possessions. Yes, we are merely borrowing. Oh no, just 2 hens. It's not excessive. They have plenty, and 2 less would go unnoticed. As the group of Chan disciples continued to discuss, their excitement grew, their anticipation palpable, and their mouths began to water. If this scene were to be witnessed by Yuanshi Tianzuan, he would undoubtedly be infuriated, his vision clouded with anger, and his blood pressure would soar. Since this is the case, Brother Tu, lead the way. Yes, quickly, let us go. The throng of disciples scuttled towards the back mountain with a conspiratorial air. In the courtyard of the back mountain, Feipeng reclined comfortably in a wicker chair, holding a clay basin filled with kernels of corn. With a handful of golden corn, he tossed it forward. As the kernels scattered on the ground, a flock of plump hens came rushing over, clucking excitedly as they pecked at the grains. Feipeng watched the hens with satisfaction, nodding in approval. While they appeared to be mere common hens, they were, in fact, infused with the bloodline of phoenixes. The corn he fed them was not ordinary, but rather a superior spiritual fruit resembling corn, cultivated from innate, exceptional seeds. In the primordial world, chickens were not absent, yet the taste of those common fowls was dismal. Feipeng yearned for the exquisite flavor of roasted chicken wings and drumsticks, leading him to the idea of raising his own chickens. The meat from his own birds should be of better quality, and he estimated that in a few days, he could harvest them for a delightful feast. After casting another handful of corn onto the ground, the hens flocked around once more. After a while, Feipeng rose from his chair, brushing off the dust from his garments, mumbling to himself, it's time to return. With this feeding, I won't need to return for several days. With that, he took a step forward, and the air before him twisted, his figure vanishing in an instant. Shortly after Feipeng's disappearance, Tuxing Sun employed the art of earth escape, enveloping the bodies of the Chan disciples as they slowly approached from beneath the ground. The group emerged from the earth, hidden amidst a patch of grass. After a brief moment, a flock of indigenous chickens finished their corn and scattered, with one chicken strutting towards us. The crowd immediately erupted in excitement. Look, that hen is coming this way. Watch my capture technique. A particularly anxious disciple of the way of interpretation recited a mantra and extended his arm, which began to elongate serpentine-like, slithering across the ground as it swiftly reached for the hen. Everyone's eyes widened, fixated on the hen, fearful that it might sense danger and flee. I'm about to catch it. The disciple's hand soon neared within a yard of the hen. Submit obediently. Suddenly, his hand lunged towards the hen like a serpent's head, extending to grasp one of its feet. At that moment, an unexpected turn of events occurred. A crimson gleam flashed in the hen's eyes. The agile hen seemed to sense the impending peril. It spread its wings and, to everyone's astonishment, soared into the air. Faintly, flames flickered along its wings, and what appeared to be a simple action revealed itself as the supreme divine ability of the Phoenix clan. Phoenix soaring to the 9 heavens. The disciples of the way of interpretation were left dumbfounded. A mere chicken had demonstrated the Phoenix clan's divine prowess right before their eyes, an unbelievable feat to recount. Yet, before they could recover from their shock, something even more astonishing transpired. The hen, now airborne, pecked at the disciple's outstretched hand, piercing it with a bloody puncture. The supreme divine ability of the Phoenix clan, phoenix shattering the heavens? The crowd was petrified, had they not witnessed it with their own eyes. They would never have believed that an ordinary chicken could exhibit such unparalleled divine power before a gathering of immortals. Moreover, the simplicity with which the hen performed this ability carried an essence of profound truth. Brother Earth, why do I feel like the chickens of the interpretation school are rather sinister? Are you sure we should continue stealing chickens? Earthwalker's son shook his head, gritting his teeth as he replied, What are you afraid of? They are just a few chickens. We are immortals. How could we not handle this? With that, Earthwalker's son took action. The previous disciple was merely at the early stage of the profound immortal, whereas Earthwalker's son had now reached the mid-stage of the golden immortal, resulting in a vast disparity in their powers. Thus, with Earthwalker's son's intervention, the disciples of the way of interpretation regained their confidence. Could a mid-stage golden immortal truly fear capturing an ordinary hen? Earthwall technique. Earthwalker's son's arms radiated with a rich, earthy yellow energy, transforming into arrows that shot forward. The arrows exploded around the hen, instantly forming earthen walls that encircled the chicken, gradually constricting under Earthwalker's son's control, intending to trap the hen like a dumpling. Witnessing this scene, the surrounding disciples of the way of interpretation erupted into applause. Chapter 142. Is this the work of a mere chicken? How splendid! We are on the verge of capturing it. Truly, our esteemed brother Tuhong excels in the art of earth manipulation, having refined his skills to perfection, earning our utmost admiration. Tuhong's son's face radiated with pride as he clasped his hands in acknowledgement to the surrounding disciples. Your praises are overly generous. I merely possess a rudimentary understanding of earth techniques. It is only through our collective efforts that I have managed to seize this hen. Rest assured, there will be enough for everyone to feast upon. Upon hearing Tuhong's son's words, the disciples' faces brightened with joy, and they chorused their gratitude. Thank you, Brother Tuhong. In their eyes, it seemed as though the hen had already transformed into their meal. Yet, just as they believed victory was within their grasp, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. The hen spread its wings, and a surge of true fire erupted from its body, morphing into a resplendent phoenix that charged directly into a nearby earthen wall. With a resounding crash, the wall shattered, and the smiles on Tuhong's son and his companions froze in disbelief. Silence. An oppressive silence enveloped them. The disciples of the Jie Sect were paralyzed with fear, their bodies quaking in shock. Tuhong's earthen wall shattered? Is this the work of a mere chicken? However, the incident was far from over. The hen suddenly turned its gaze upon them, its beady eyes locking onto theirs. In a surreal moment, they even perceived a peculiar smirk at the corner of its beak, as though it were mocking them. This is disastrous. The hen has become sentient. What are you panicking for? We are immortal beings. How can we be frightened by a sentient chicken? Besides, that was merely an illusion. If the hen had truly gained sentience, it would have transformed into human form long ago and not remain under our care, would it? Indeed, it seems our recent deprivation has dulled our wits. Suddenly, the hen sprinted towards them with surprising speed, flapping its wings vigorously. Behind it, a vast throng of hens followed suit, their numbers overwhelming. Witnessing this avian army charging towards them, the disciples' expressions shifted dramatically. What on earth is happening? Gulp. One disciple swallowed hard, his face drained of color as he trembled. We could barely contend with a single hen, and now a multitude approaches. Will we not be torn to shreds? Is this hen the Chicken King? Why does its call summon the others like soldiers responding to a command? What use is there in pondering? Should we flee or fight? All eyes turned to Tuhong's son, whose complexion had turned ashen. He gazed longingly at the plump hens, unable to suppress a gulp of desire. Yet, his reason prevailed over greed, and with a heavy heart, he waved his hand and declared, I never imagined I would face a day where I could not best a mere chicken. Mark my words, I shall return. Retreat. Tuhong's son led the charge, and the group vanished in a flash, fleeing without a trace. On a nearby hill, a group of disciples from the sect chanced upon a remarkable scene. One of the youthful disciples scratched the back of his head and inquired, Isn't that the backyard where our senior brother raises chickens? Could it be that the chickens he nurtures are so fearsome that they frighten even the earthly spirit of the sect away? Another burly disciple casually pulled out a baked pancake, took a bite, and remarked between chews, What is so surprising about senior brother's chickens? Last time I happened to pass by the pond in his backyard, I discovered that the koi he kept had all transformed into true dragons. I even found a parrot of his that turned out to be the legendary Chaos Beast. With a clatter, a young man's iron sword fell to the ground as he gaped in astonishment, stammering, A Chaos Beast? According to ancient texts, its appearance signifies at least a quasi-saint level, and even some saints who do not specialize in combat would hesitate to claim they could subdue it. Only those saints with extraordinary prowess would dare to attempt suppression, lest it escape. Huh, what is the big deal? Another disciple scoffed, drawing everyone's attention. He picked up an egg from the table, tapped it against the corner, and as he peeled the shell, he languidly recounted. Last time I inadvertently passed by Senior Brother's cave. I noticed that the large blue stones at the entrance of the nearby outhouse were composed entirely of the unparalleled divine gold, capable of forging supreme divine weapons. I was utterly dumbfounded. They were being used as pavement for an outhouse. I was so astonished that I dared not tread upon them, and had to resort to magic to float over. With a crash, another disciple's teacup shattered on the ground. What? Are you suggesting that the little path in front of the outhouse near Senior Brother's cave is entirely paved with divine gold stones? Before an answer could be given, the disciple suddenly cupped his hands over his ears and shouted frantically, I actually walked over it with my feet last time. Oh heavens, I want to chop off my feet. No wonder I found those stones peculiar that day. That green one, could it be the legendary immortal tear green gold? And that purple one, might it be the famed purple striped Dao gold? The white one, could it possibly be the secret silver moon gold? With a thud, a young female disciple of the sect pounded her fist on the table, skewering a meat bun with her chopsticks, her head tilted as she daintily took a bite. Look at you all, as if you've never seen the world. What is so extraordinary about this? Last time, my cat, ran over to snatch food from Senior Brother's pet, the three-headed dragon, and I discovered that the food fragments stuck to MM's mouth were, astonishingly, the flesh of the Huanghongli fruit, one of the top 10 innate spiritual roots of the primordial era. The crowd collectively gasped in astonishment. The young disciple nodded nonchalantly, responding, indeed, it is the Huanghongli that, as the legend goes, is sufficient to elevate one to the status of A with just a single bite. And this is merely Senior Brother's cat food, nothing more. Chapter 143, Alas, how troublesome, why am I so handsome? In the midst of a hot pot feast within the cave, Feipeng suddenly sneezed, rubbing his nose. A look of confusion spread across his face. He then pinched his smooth skin and muttered to himself, I wonder who is thinking of my unparalleled beauty. Alas, how troublesome it is to be so handsome. At that moment, an alarm blared from outside the cave. Feipeng raised an eyebrow, eager to discover the cause, only to collide with Shiji Nyang, who rushed in, breathless and anxious. Her face was etched with worry as she gasped, Senior Brother, it's not good. Feipeng frowned slightly, his tone carrying a hint of displeasure. What is so urgent? Even if the sky were to fall, one must remain composed. Speak slowly. Feeling reassured by Feipeng's steadiness, Shiji Nyang's expression softened, her pace of speech slowing. Senior Brother, the primordial supreme being from the Jie Sect has invaded the island. The protective formation of Yunxiao Island could not withstand the might of a saint, and the primordial supreme being easily broke through, entering directly. The primordial supreme being is outside reprimanding us, holding captive his disciples from the Jie Sect, claiming we lack propriety and act recklessly. Intending to incite a war between the factions, he demands the immediate surrender of Tai Jinren, Puxian Jinren, and others, and insists that you, Senior Brother, go out to apologize. Additionally, all disciples who previously engaged with Puxian Jinren and Tai Jinren must be handed over for their judgment. Lastly, the primordial supreme being demands compensation amounting to 1 billion spirit crystals, or else we must vacate Yunxiao Island and relinquish this sacred cultivation ground to the Jie Sect. Shiji Nyang relayed this in a single breath, then looked to Feipeng, eager for his reaction. Feipeng's expression remained calm, as if he were listening to a trivial matter. Is that all? He asked, his gaze lowered, seemingly devoid of interest. What? Shiji Nyang was taken aback by his response. In that instant, she felt a pang of sympathy for the primordial supreme being. A dignified saint, resorting to coercion, confronted with such indifference. Where was the prestige of a saint? What of their face? What about Zhao Gongming and the three Xiaos? Feipeng inquired. Shiji Nyang's eyes flickered before she replied, Zhao Xixiang, the three Xiao Shiji, and Taba Xixiang are currently facing off against the primordial supreme being. Thankfully, because of your foresight in granting them access to the protective formation, they can temporarily wield power equivalent to the late stage of quasi-saint. However, the primordial supreme being seems unperturbed, as if the power of the protective formation poses no threat to him. His hesitation to act may stem from a desire to avoid a complete fallout with our master. Tongtian Jiaozhu. With our master absent from the island, the disciples are left leaderless and in disarray. Relying solely on Zhao Xixiang and the three Xiao Shiji may not sustain us for long. We need you, Senior Brother, to step forward and calm the hearts of the people, stabilizing the situation. Master Brother, please hurry. Feipeng gently nodded, his demeanor calm and composed, and said, "Let us go and take a look." As he spoke, a magnificent pathway adorned with golden lotuses materialized beneath his feet, guiding Feipeng and Shiji step by step towards the heavens. Above Golden Ao Island, a dignified middle-aged man with white hair parted down the middle, adorned with a jade crown of lotuses and draped in a robe woven with gold threads, stood in confrontation with Zhao Gongming, the three heavens, Taoist Duobao, and the holy mothers of Wudong and Jinling. This imposing figure was none other than the primordial supreme being, exuding an aura as deep as the ocean, which rendered Zhao Gongming and the others tense and on high alert. At the peak of this heightened tension, a golden lotus pathway suddenly descended from the firmament, revealing a celestial figure in white, hands clasped behind his back, descending gracefully. His resonant laughter echoed from afar, ethereal and enigmatic. "What brings you here today, Master Uncle?" The primordial supreme being gazed at the distinguished Feipeng, a flicker of surprise crossing his eyes. "I did not expect that my disciple Tongtian would take on such a remarkable apprentice. At such a young age, you have already reached the quasi-saint level. This level of cultivation would place you at the forefront of my teachings. Your praise is unwarranted, Master Uncle. As a revered sage, it is humbling to see you descend upon my golden Ao Island. May I inquire what brings you here?" Upon hearing this, the expression of the primordial supreme being darkened, his voice turning grave as he replied, "Do not feign ignorance. Recently, my disciples, the perfected person Puxian and the perfected person Tai, along with a group of their students, came to discuss doctrines and subsequently vanished without a trace. Do not tell me you are unaware of their whereabouts?" Feipeng slightly tilted his head, a hint of realization dawning upon him. "Oh, you mean those two inept individuals? They were arrogant and self-important, and I have since sent them to the mines to labor." Upon hearing this, the primordial supreme being's expression darkened to that of a soot-blackened pot. He had never expected Feipeng to not only acknowledge this matter openly, but also to refer to his disciples as worthless before him. Yet before the primordial supreme being could unleash his fury, Feipeng pointed at him and remarked, "Master Uncle, let me ask you, what sort of disciples have you taken on? Their talents are abysmally poor, and their character is questionable. Your judgment in selecting students leaves much to be desired. Admitting such disciples only tarnishes the reputation of the three pure ones." The primordial supreme being's eyes widened in anger, his fury escalating to a boiling point. The disciples of the Jie Sect, upon hearing these words, felt a wave of relief wash over them, dispelling the tension they had felt under the primordial supreme being's intimidation. They gazed at Feipeng with admiration, recognizing his boldness in confronting the primordial supreme being without fear. Master Brother is indeed remarkable. He boldly challenges the primordial supreme being without a hint of trepidation. Such courage is unmatched within the sect. The primordial supreme being, incensed, could barely contain his rage. His face contorted in fury as he pointed an accusatory finger at Feipeng, declaring, "Is this how Tongtian instructs you? Such a lack of discipline. How dare you defy your elder? What kind of decorum is this?" The primordial supreme being was so enraged that he appeared as if smoke would billow from his ears, mist escaping from his mouth and nose. Since his ascension to sainthood, who would dare to tarnish his reputation? In that moment, Yuan Shi's heart was filled with murderous intent. However, Feipeng, now the acting head of the Jiejiao, knew that if he were to take action against Feipeng, he must concoct a plausible justification. Otherwise, given his status, such an assault would invite censure and diminish his standing. "Master, you have every right to be angry." Feipeng, clad in white robes, spoke eloquently, exuding the refined demeanor of a scholar. "After all, who could blame you for accepting 12 morally bankrupt miscreants from the celestial realm?" Chapter 144. I beg your pardon. But only those of true merit deserve to be my elders. Thus, when accepting disciples, one must remain vigilant and thoroughly assess the character of the candidates. It is imperative not to admit any scoundrels, as that would only tarnish one's own reputation, wouldn't it? The primordial supreme master was incensed, his face turning a deep shade of purple as he spat out a mouthful of old blood. In the past, he had reprimanded the celestial master in such a manner for his indiscriminate acceptance of disciples, allowing all manner of beasts to join. Little did he expect to be rebuked in kind by such a junior as Feipeng today. "Do you truly speak to your elders in such a tone?" the primordial supreme master exclaimed, his fury causing him to stomp his feet as he shouted at Feipeng. "Elders? I am sorry, but only those of true talent are worthy of that title in my eyes. I refuse to acknowledge those unworthy as my elders." Feipeng stood proudly, exuding an air of refreshing elegance, which immediately garnered applause from the disciples of the "Well said, bravo." The primordial supreme master trembled with rage. his hands shaking uncontrollably as he opened his mouth to retort, yet found himself at a loss for words. You truly infuriate me. The Primordial Supreme Master continued to stomp his feet, nearly dispersing the clouds beneath him. With a beard blowing in the wind, he bellowed, My disciples of the Jie Sect do not require your meddling or judgment. Do you think I wish to intervene? Were it not for this group of inept fools, foolishly coming to my Golden AO Island to humiliate themselves, I would have no desire to involve myself with them. Alas, what choice do I have as the eldest disciple? Although they are not my master's disciples, my master and you are indeed brothers, which makes me their elder brother by extension. Their lack of discipline has led to this grave mistake, and as their elder brother, I cannot ignore it. Thus, I must take it upon myself to discipline them, forcing them to toil in the mines, to reflect and reform, to become better individuals. Uncle Master, should you not be grateful to me for this? You, the Primordial Supreme Master's face turned a deep shade of anger once more, his liver aching, his throat feeling as though it would spew fire, and his eyes bulging with rage. The only reason he had yet to take action was that he sought a justifiable reason to do so. However, the more agitated he became, the less he could think straight, and he stomped his feet in frustration. But what of the Primordial Supreme Master? A man of his stature possesses an extraordinary resilience, capable of committing the most shameless acts. Since he could not conjure an excuse, he decided to abandon the notion and directly suppress this insolent youth. Once he had him in hand, he would ensure to torment him until death, relieving this pent-up anger. Impudence! I am a revered sage and your elder, yet you dare to show such disrespect, and even imprison my disciples. Such transgressions alone are sufficient to warrant your death. A tempest erupted from the Primordial Supreme Master's being, instantly tearing apart the surrounding clouds, as his overwhelming aura forced Zhao Gongming and the others to retreat in haste. What formidable power! Who would have imagined that merely a sudden surge of his aura could exert such a crushing force upon us? A glimmer of astonishment flickered in Zhao Gongming's eyes. Simultaneously, a sense of concern enveloped Feipeng. How shameless was the Primordial Heavenly Venerable to disregard his status and take action. Could the elder brother withstand such an onslaught? Suddenly, the Primordial Heavenly Venerable radiated an immeasurable golden light, which coalesced before him into a colossal hand. This hand was intricately adorned with Tao patterns, its entire form resonating with the essence of the Tao, faintly exuding a terrifying power capable of annihilating the heavens and the earth. Gazing at Feipeng, the Primordial Heavenly Venerable abruptly suppressed his fury, adopting a sardonic smile as he spoke. I concede that the true immortal Tai and his companions indeed looked down upon you disciples of the. I also believe they have, in fact, subjected you to verbal humiliation. But what of it? As disciples of my Chan teaching, we are inherently more noble than you disciples. Must we extend equal respect to a mere pack of beasts? TSK. Attaining the quasi-saint realm is no small feat, I presume. Alas, even the most talented genius is rendered insignificant if they perish prematurely. I shall grant you no further opportunities for growth. This is a fate you have brought upon yourself. Unless you present them to me obediently now and agree to all the conditions I previously proposed. What say you? The Primordial Heavenly Venerable wore a mocking smile, appearing to have everything under his control. What conditions? Feipeng's face betrayed his confusion, as if he were unaware of any prior stipulations made by the Primordial Heavenly Venerable. The latter then turned his gaze towards Zhao Gongming and the others, inquiring curiously, What? Did you not clarify the conditions I proposed when you reported to your elder brother? At that moment, Lady Shurji emerged from behind Feipeng, addressing the Primordial Heavenly Venerable and the others with an air of contrition. I apologize. It is entirely my fault for not conveying the message clearly to the elder brother. The situation was urgent, and I had no time to elaborate. In truth, Lady Shurji had already communicated with Feipeng earlier. However, she sensed his intentions now and endeavored to assist him in buying time, awaiting the return of the Heavenly Teacher. In principle, the Heavenly Teacher should have returned from the Purple Cloud Palace simultaneously with the Primordial Heavenly Venerable. Yet, for reasons unknown, the latter had arrived first. While the Heavenly Teacher was expected to arrive shortly, Feipeng indeed stood at the quasi-saint level, and with the protective grand formation laid down by the Heavenly Teacher, he could potentially reach the pinnacle of the quasi-saint realm, capable of momentarily contending with a sage. However, to expect victory over the Primordial Heavenly Venerable was rather fanciful. Below the sage, all are but ants. This statement rings true. To shatter such a truth with Feipeng's current prowess is beyond reach. According to his own estimations, he would need to ascend to the peak of the quasi-saint realm to have a chance at battling a sage. Lady Shurji wore an apologetic smile as she addressed the Primordial Heavenly Venerable, saying, I sincerely apologize. I humbly request that you grant me a chance to rectify this, allowing me to convey your intentions to the elder brother. He is a sagacious individual, adept at discerning the opportune moment. Perhaps upon hearing your words, he will acquiesce to your demands, resulting in a mutually beneficial resolution. The primordial heavenly venerable harbored a desire to strike out, yet his status and dignity forbade him from appearing so petty. In the face of a request from a junior, he must exhibit a degree of magnanimity, for only then can he ensure that, upon taking action, the other party submits with genuine acknowledgement. Very well. Do not accuse me of withholding opportunities. I shall grant you this chance to convey my intentions to your esteemed elder brother. Should he remain ungrateful, let it not be said that I have not been forthright. Without further ado, Lady Shurji turned and bowed to Feipeng, articulating, the esteemed elder Yunxiao's message encompasses 3 primary points. The first point is for your elder brother to surrender the disciples of the Jie Sect who previously acted against the Taiji Zhenren, allowing them to be dealt with by the teaching administration. Chapter 145. In my life, I, Feipeng, have no need to justify my actions to others. The second point is to compensate them with treasures valued at 1 billion spirit crystals. The third point is for you, my senior brother, to kneel and apologize to them. Upon the conclusion of Lady Shurji's words, Feipeng's countenance turned icy, a chilling aura enveloping his face. Yet, he refrained from immediate outburst, patiently awaiting the opportune moment. The primordial heavenly venerable displayed an air of arrogance, observing Feipeng's suppressed fury, which only spurred his amusement, leading him to erupt in hearty laughter. Ha ha ha. Have you given it due consideration? Swiftly hand over Tai Zhenren and the others. Should they lose even a single hair, I shall not show mercy. Feipeng maintained a stern visage, replying, I have previously stated that they shall be condemned to labor on Golden Aoj Island for a full month. As the month has yet to expire, they cannot be released. Upon hearing this, the laughter of the primordial heavenly venerable ceased abruptly, his eyes radiating boundless killing intent that surged towards Feipeng like a tidal wave. So you intend to refuse me? Do you comprehend the ramifications of such an action? Feipeng's expression remained frosty, his stance unwavering. I shall not concede to any of your demands. We will not surrender those individuals. My punishment upon your despicable disciples has been quite lenient, and that is solely due to the regard I hold for you, my master. Otherwise, it would not merely entail a month of labor in the mines. As for your request for an apology, that is nothing short of a fantasy. In my lifetime I, Feipeng, have no obligation to explain myself to anyone, much less to apologize. Are you out of your mind to suggest such absurdity? You insolent wretch! How dare you imply that I am out of my mind? The primordial heavenly venerable, incensed, struck his chest and ground his teeth, his forehead veins bulging, fists cracking from tension. He could no longer tolerate Feipeng's defiance. Since the latter had rejected his demands, there was no sense in prolonging the encounter. Thus, he channeled the surging power of the laws through his meridians, his entire being resonating with divine principles, as boundless might surge down his arm, coalescing into a radiant golden orb akin to a miniature sun, which he then directed towards Feipeng with a mighty strike. Holy sun, fiery heaven! The primordial heavenly venerable uttered a low growl, the 4 golden characters melding into the void, attracting immeasurable powers of the laws, thus amplifying the grandeur of his divine technique. Witnessing the primordial heavenly venerable's assault, Zhao Gongming, the 3 heavens, and others turned pale, understanding that the might of a saint was insurmountable. And thus they grew concerned for Feipeng's safety. Senior brother, quickly dodge. Senior brother, hurry and escape. Yet, Feipeng remained composed, revealing no trace of panic. Clad in white, he exuded an air of tranquility, meeting the primordial heavenly venerable's strike with a gentle smile upon his face. This calmness incited a profound unease within the primordial heavenly venerable. Feigning divinity is futile before absolute power. Once I reduce you to a mere puddle of flesh, we shall see what pretense you can maintain. The primordial supreme being, no longer hesitating, unleashed a swift strike, his hand transformed into a streak of golden lightning, akin to a meteor colliding with the moon, aimed directly at Feipeng's chest. A subtle smile graced Feipeng's lips as he slowly retrieved a pitch-black wine jar from his bosom, holding it aloft in both hands before his chest, confidently proclaiming, Master, if you do not make your appearance soon, the treasured monkey wine you hold dear shall accompany your devoted disciple to the Western Paradise. In that fleeting moment, a shadow suddenly erupted from the void, morphing into a tempest that swiftly shielded Feipeng. With a flourish of his azure sleeves, several strands of white, sword energy burst forth, hurtling towards the oncoming primordial supreme being. Unprepared for the timely return of the celestial teacher, The Primordial Supreme Being found himself momentarily flustered. His divine powers dissipated in an instant, and he could not even summon a protective barrier in time. As a result, he was pierced through by the white sword energy unleashed by the celestial teacher. A spray of crimson erupting forth. With a muffled groan, the Primordial Supreme Being staggered back several dozen steps, each footfall shattering the void beneath him, illustrating the sheer might of the celestial teacher's strike. His abdomen, thigh, and left forearm bore the ruthless wounds of the sword energy, blood seeping through his robes, rendering him quite a pitiful sight. The grandeur he exhibited moments ago was now replaced by utter humiliation. Oh dear, my beloved disciple. I am left with but this jar of monkey wine. How could you bear to waste it? Feipeng tossed the wine jar into the air, rolling his eyes in retort. You are only concerned about your wine. Do you not care whether your disciple is injured? Had I not feared that the Primordial One would shatter your precious jar with a single strike, you would surely still be lurking in the shadows, unwilling to emerge. The celestial teacher puffed his cheeks and glared, his large palms thumping against his thighs. Oh dear, what have I become in your eyes? Am I the kind of person who stands by and does nothing in the face of danger? I truly just arrived, and it is not as you presume, that I have been hiding all this while. Feipeng scoffed, his expression laced with disdain. I would believe you, old man, but you are far too cunning. Yet, the celestial teacher was not angered. Instead, he chuckled lightly, saying, All right, my dear disciple, do not be upset. I indeed arrived some time ago and observed from the sidelines, primarily to gauge your progress during my absence. This observation has brought me great joy. In such a short time, I recall you were still in the chi refinement stage when I departed. Now you stand as a formidable being at the threshold of sainthood. Such rapid advancement and talent and cultivation truly mark you as the foremost in the primordial realm. The Primordial Supreme Being rose from the clouds, his robes tattered and bloodied, his countenance twisted with rage as he shouted furiously at the celestial teacher. Have you two finished your banter? Celestial, you had better provide me with an explanation. How dare you lay hands on me, your elder brother? Today, if you fail to provide me with a satisfactory response, I shall undoubtedly report you to the teacher for the crime of harming a fellow disciple. The Lord of Heaven, who had been smiling amiably at Feipeng, suddenly turned upon hearing the Lord's reprimand. In an instant, his countenance transformed dramatically, shifting from a cheerful demeanor to one of cold authority. The Lord of Heaven abruptly waved his sleeve, unleashing a force that surpassed the speed of light, striking Yuanshi's face. With a resounding clap, a glint of icy brilliance emanated from the Lord's profound eyes, reverberating through the void. Silence enveloped the heavens and the earth. The myriad celestial beings of the were momentarily rendered speechless and petrified. The master, who had consistently shown forbearance towards the two venerable teachers, Yuanshi and Taishang, had, before the assembled deities, struck Yuanshi in defense of the elder brother? How could the master have so suddenly changed his disposition? Could it be that all of this was to shield the elder brother? Chapter 146. You struck me for this young fop? The crisp sound resonated in all directions. The Primordial Supreme Being covered his swollen face with his hand, his eyes wide open, utterly bewildered. I, the Primordial Supreme Being, was struck by someone. His cheeks flushed with shame, breath quickening, an overwhelming tide of emotions surged within him. In the past, regardless of how egregious the actions of his disciple, the celestial master would endure, never resorting to violence as he had now. Unable to fathom this stark contrast, the Primordial Supreme Being, like a wronged woman, shrieked hoarsely at the celestial master. You actually struck me for him? For a mere disciple? Am I not worth more in your eyes than this wretched brat? Smack! Upon hearing the term wretched brat, the celestial master's gaze chilled, and he retaliated with another slap. Who are you calling a wretched brat? My Feier is not someone you can insult. The celestial master's shift in attitude towards Wushi stemmed from his reflections during the journey back from the Fengshen List incident. Previously, he had always regarded the Primordial Supreme Being and the Supreme Elder as elder brothers, consistently enduring and yielding. But what had they done in return? They had never considered him a brother. He had founded the Jie Sect, yet they incessantly berated his disciples, calling them all manner of derogatory names and accusing him of bringing shame upon them. Moreover, Kunlun Mountain, a sacred site of the immortals, had nurtured countless precious celestial materials and treasures over the ages. Logically, since Kunlun Mountain was discovered by the three purities, and they had simultaneously established their respective sanctuaries there, the treasures should rightfully be shared among them. However, the shameless and greedy Primordial Supreme Being and the Supreme Elder exploited the excuse that Jie Sect disciples were inferior and unworthy of such treasures, thereby monopolizing all the celestial materials, innate treasures, and spiritual herbs cultivated by heaven and earth. Consequently, Every disciple of the Chan sect possessed formidable treasures, generously bestowed by the primordial supreme being, while the over 10,000 disciples of the Jie sect remained destitute, lacking even a single decent treasure. In desperation, the celestial master scoured for materials to forge a few passable treasures for his most cherished disciples. For instance, the golden Zhao scissors wielded by Yunxiao were crafted from the remains of 2 slain Zhao dragons, but due to the quality of the materials, they barely reached the level of inferior innate spiritual treasures. The situations of his other disciples were similarly dire. It is worth noting that these cherished disciples eventually ascended to the pinnacle of quasi-saint realms, possessing talents far superior to those of the 12 golden immortals of the Chan sect. Yet, each of the 12 golden immortals boasted several exceptional innate spiritual treasures, while the core disciples of the Jie sect were devoid of such advantages. Furthermore, the plight extended to other Jie sect disciples who were not among the favored. Many of them, initially powerful enough to defeat Chan sect disciples based on their innate strength, fell victim due to the lack of formidable treasures, only to be slain in turn by the very disciples they had bested. In the subsequent battle of the investiture of the gods, countless disciples of them met their demise due to this very reason. This illustrates the selfishness and avarice of both Yuanshi and Taishan. They consistently prioritized their own interests over that of Tongtian, placing themselves on a pedestal while belittling and humiliating Tongtian and his disciples without restraint. During the recent assembly of the 6 saints to deliberate on the investiture list, Yuanshi and Taishan even conspired with the 2 foreign saints from the west to betray their own kind. Consequently, Tongtian finally came to a realization. Such brothers are better off discarded. It was precisely for this reason that Tongtian struck Yuanshi across the face. No, not just once, but now twice. Yuanshi, cradling his right cheek with his hand, roared in fury at Tongtian. You never acted this way before. You would strike me for this pretty boy? Upon hearing Yuanshi lament like a spurned lover, Feipeng could not help but twitch at the corners of his mouth. He could no longer contain himself. If Yuanshi continued in this manner, who knew what outrageous remarks would follow? With great effort, he suppressed his laughter and kindly cautioned Yuanshi. Second master uncle. As a grown man, could you refrain from making statements that might lead to misunderstandings? This is quite embarrassing. I have goosebumps all over. At that moment, Yuanshi Tianzuan, enraged, spat out a mouthful of black blood, his face ashen as he glared at Tongtian and Feipeng, his lips trembling with fury. Upon hearing Feipeng's words, Tongtian's shoulders quivered, as if he too was struggling to cope. What was past is past, and the investiture list shall never be signed. If fate is to be met, let it be among the 3 teachings. And as for who has the right to be excluded from the investiture list, it shall be determined by one's own capabilities. Yuanshi Tianzuan furiously pointed at Tongtian, momentarily at a loss for words. Then, with a flourish of his sleeve, he declared, very well. I shall not discuss the investiture list with you for now. Release my disciples from that. Feipeng stepped forward, standing shoulder to shoulder with Tongtian, and addressed Yuanshi Tianzuan with resolute conviction. That is my captive. If you wish to reclaim him, you must present appropriate treasures for his release. Otherwise, I advise you to abandon this notion. Audacious. To reclaim my own disciples, you dare demand a ransom? I see you have grown exceedingly bold. Yuanshi Tianzuan exclaimed. With that, he unleashed a surge of power, emanating a dense aura of celestial essence. Numerous minuscule whirlpools appeared on his surface, each seemingly connected to the boundless resonance of the great Tao, capable of channeling enigmatic chaotic energies. Above him, dark clouds billowed, and countless thunderous dragons roared within, as if a celestial tribulation was imminent. Chaotic divine thunder. A low shout escaped Yuanshi Tianzuan's lips. The dark clouds slowly descended, with countless purple arcs of lightning flickering beneath them. Enormous thunderbolts, akin to basketballs, cascaded down like rain, one of which struck a distant mountain on Golden Turtle Island, instantly reducing it to a field of ash. This has already entered the realm of sage-like tactics. You may withdraw for the time being and observe how I shall dismantle this old one's assault. The expression on Tongtian's face was grave as he formed a series of intricate hand seals and began to speak. Chapter 147. The pillar of heaven against the black hole of the realm before our eyes. The enigmatic aura surrounding the celestial master began to swell, and soon, the ethereal essence behind him merged seamlessly with the darkened canopy of the night sky. The once clear heavens transformed abruptly into a shroud of darkness, and in the vast expanse of the cosmos, stars emerged one by one from the void. These celestial bodies began to rotate languidly, as if an inexplicable law descended, converging upon the figure of the celestial master. Draw upon the power of the stars for my use. Celestial nebula, break the heavenly wolf. In an instant, an infinite radiance of starlight coalesced before the celestial master, forming an immense white wolf. The wolf let out a thunderous roar, its invisible sound waves spreading like a tempest, scattering the heavy storm clouds above. The starry brilliance, akin to icy hues, flowed across the surface of the wolf's form, adorning it with a breathtaking veil. While this entity appeared resplendent, it harbored a terrifying power capable of obliterating an entire planet. The might of the saints, to pluck stars and ascend to the moon, to annihilate heaven and earth, is not mere rhetoric. Go, kill. Simultaneously, both combatants uttered these commands, directing their respective assaults toward one another. In the next heartbeat, a colossal sphere of chaotic lightning collided with the massive white wolf, triggering a violent explosion that sent plumes of smoke billowing into the air. Amidst the chaos, dozens of brilliant divine rays erupted from the haze, tearing through the clouds on the horizon. The searing heat and the unrestrained magical power incited a collapse of the void, manifesting a terrifying scene of 3,000 miniature worlds swirling in creation and destruction. Awoo! The white wolf howled towards the heavens, baring its sharp fangs. With a mighty inhalation, it devoured one chaotic lightning sphere after another. The raging orbs detonated within the wolf's belly, causing its form to swell rapidly, producing sounds akin to firecrackers erupting from within, reverberating with a fearsome intensity. Yet, as the wolf was a manifestation of starlight, it lacked corporeal flesh and thus felt no pain. Enveloped by its immense energy, the destructive force of the chaotic spheres was ultimately subdued. However, this exertion drained the wolf's vitality, leading it to gradually dissipate before the eyes of the onlookers. Yet, the Primordial Supreme was evidently unwilling to relent. He had long prepared another divine technique in secret, a pillar to support the heavens. Before us, a goldenrod, resembling a celestial pillar, transformed into a grand golden wall, sweeping towards the celestial master. Nearby, Zhao Gongming and the three heavens widened their eyes in terror. Such a fearsome attack, should it strike the celestial master, would undoubtedly inflict grievous injuries. The celestial master was the cornerstone of the Jie, the very foundation upon which the sect had flourished, attracting myriad celestial beings. Should he be injured and retreat into seclusion, the consequences would be dire. However, the celestial master merely snorted, his countenance betraying no hint of fear. A trivial skill, a mere grain of rice, attempting to shine? Watch how I shall dismantle it. With a flourish of his sleeve, a swirling vortex materialized before him, expanding rapidly until it completely enveloped both the celestial master and Feipeng. Within the swirling vortex, an unparalleled and immense gravitational pull suddenly erupted, ensnaring everything in its vicinity, even the very light itself, which could not escape but was compelled to be drawn in. With a resounding bang, the golden pillar, swept along, was instantly distorted under the vortex's force and transformed into a cascade of golden energy, absorbed into its depths. Witnessing this vortex, the primordial celestial master was filled with astonishment, exclaiming in a shrill voice, "The sword domain. This is the gateway to realms. You have comprehended the complete path of the sword and created your own unique sword domain." The primordial celestial master bellowed with all his might, his countenance marked by disbelief. Even his form swayed slightly, as his gaze brimmed with incredulity. "What is this sword domain?" Zhao Gongming queried, his brow furrowed with confusion. As a swordsman himself, he had never encountered such a concept before, prompting his inquiry. The celestial master of the heavenly Tao turned his gaze toward his disciple, stroking his beard thoughtfully while nodding in approval, a look of satisfaction gracing his features. "Your name is Zhao Gongming, is it not? I recall that when I departed, you were merely an outer disciple at the Xianxian realm. Who would have thought that in such a short span, you would break through to the mid-stage of the great Luo Golden Immortal? While you may not rival your senior brother, such talent is sufficient for me to elevate you to a true disciple." Joy surged across Zhao Gongming's face, and he fervently clasped his hands before the celestial master, exclaiming, "Thank you, master, for your promotion. I vow to serve you and my senior brother with unwavering loyalty and never to betray." The celestial master nodded before addressing Zhao Gongming's earlier question. The sage realm is also classified into various ranks. For instance, Pengu achieved the status of a sage by comprehending the path of strength, thus validating his existence through power, and became a primordial great Luo Golden Immortal, what you refer to as a sage. In contrast, we, the 6 sages of the primordial chaos, attained our status through the merits of the heavenly Tao. Hence we are called the Sage of Merits. Such sages, however, possess limited battle prowess. As for the venerable Hongjun, He neither validated his existence through power nor through the merits of the heavenly Tao. He became a sage by severing his three incarnations, past, present, and future, transcending to ascend as a sage. However, this form of sagehood is contingent upon the heavenly Tao, which can revoke his status at any moment should it choose to, thus placing him a tier below Pangu's validation through power. The world of primordial chaos encompasses 3,000 great paths, and the principles of these paths differ from the rules of the heavenly Tao. The great paths transcend the heavenly Tao, and by comprehending a single principle of the great path, one can attain sagehood, free from the constraints of the heavenly Tao, living with boundless freedom. The path of strength that Pangu understood is merely one of the 3,000 great path principles. For countless ages, I have been striving to comprehend the path of the sword, and upon witnessing your senior brother just now, an epiphany struck me, piercing through the final veil of understanding. I fully grasped the path of the sword and, utilizing it, forged an independent world beyond the confines of the primordial chaos. This world is devoid of life, mountains, or rivers, existing solely on the pure principles of the sword. Thus, it is named the Sword Domain. Chapter 148. You are merely responsible for enduring the blows. Refrain from idle chatter. Once one possesses their own exclusive domain, they can redirect various attacks from adversaries, impose a suppression of laws upon them, and diminish their offensive capabilities while also bestowing unique effects. For instance, having established the realm of swords, I can envelop my foes within my domain, where the accompanying special effect transforms all my assaults into razor-sharp sword energy, amplifying my attack potency by 3 to 10-fold. A sharp intake of breath echoed through the assembly upon hearing the introduction from the Master Tongtian. The revelation was nothing short of staggering. Previously, the Master Tongtian's prowess was already deemed extraordinary, regarded by the Tao ancestor Hongjun as a formidable existence that could not be surpassed by the Four Saints. Now, due to Feipeng's influence, he had transcended even his past self, comprehending a complete path of the sword and creating a unique realm of his own. An increase in attack power by 3 to 10 times. Could it be that this incarnation of Tongtian might achieve a miracle that surpasses even the 10 saints? Not only the others, but even Feipeng, who had traversed 2 lifetimes, was taken aback. It is worth noting that Feipeng was well versed in the trajectory of Hong Huang's history and possessed a system, making his insights and perspectives far beyond those of ordinary individuals. No. Impossible. Absolutely inconceivable. Yuan Shi was on the verge of collapse. He had always prided himself on being the most gifted among the 3 pure ones. Yet, he never anticipated that Master Tongtian could surpass both him and Tai Shang, standing on par with Pangu and directly comprehending a complete law of the great Tao. At this juncture, the only individual capable of restraining Master Tongtian would be the Tao ancestor Hongjun. Moreover, Master Tongtian had expressed dissent regarding the Fengshen list, and should a figure of the saint level intervene, the matter of deification would undoubtedly become 100-fold more challenging than before. Yuan Shi Tianzuan's countenance twisted into a grimace as he roared at Master Tongtian. Tongtian Shitty, do you truly intend to betray the heavenly Tao and your master? This question instantly rendered Master Tongtian silent. He halted his actions, plunging into contemplation. Indeed, he had harbored dissatisfaction towards the heavenly Tao and the venerable Hongjun. However, his grasp of the great Tao had been entirely unforeseen, and he had never contemplated forsaking his current status as a saint to pursue an alternative path. Yet, it must be acknowledged that with the mastery of a complete law of the great Tao, Master Tongtian now possessed the potential to break free from the heavenly Tao and ascend as a great Tao saint. Thus, he found himself confronted with a pivotal choice. Observing the Master Tongtian lost in thought and struggle, Feipeng discerned that Yuan Shi Tianzuan was once again stirring up trouble. Clad in white, with hands clasped behind his back, Feipeng stepped forward, addressing Yuan Shi Tianzuan. Must you continually impose your rhythm upon my master, casting unfounded aspersions? Is delivering a blow tantamount to betraying the heavenly Tao? Does striking you equate to treachery against Hongjun? Who do you think you represent? Have you no shame at your advanced age, speaking and acting without decorum? Furthermore, both the heavenly Tao and the great Tao are integral parts of the Hong Huang world. They are not adversaries. By what right do you claim that transcending to become a great Tao saint constitutes a betrayal of the heavenly Tao? I see your jealousy. You envy my master for being able to ascend to a higher realm as a celestial sage. You speak nonsense. You speak nonsense. The primordial heavenly sovereign's face twitched as he hastily defended himself. Upon hearing Feipeng's words, the heavenly lord's eyes sparkled, and the knots of doubt and confusion in his heart were suddenly unraveled. Ha ha, Feier is truly my lucky star. With your words, I shall now act without hesitation. Let's deal with him first. The Heavenly Lord turned and shot a glare at the primordial Heavenly Sovereign, a sinister smile creeping onto his face. Causing the primordial Heavenly Sovereign to retreat repeatedly, fear etched upon his features. What do you intend to do? I must warn you, do not act recklessly. The Heavenly Lord grinned maliciously, rolling up his sleeves with a wicked smile. Brother, to be honest, I have endured your presence for far too long. Today, thanks to my disciple, I finally have the chance to vent my frustrations. Come, I permit you to resist. The more fiercely you resist, the more exhilarating I shall find it. Suddenly, an enormous sphere emanated from the Heavenly Lord, transforming into an expansive domain that enveloped both the primordial Heavenly Sovereign and himself. No, the primordial Heavenly Sovereign screamed in terror upon seeing the space entirely forged from steel. He was ensnared within the sword domain. The surrounding peaks were densely packed with iron swords. The sky, the ground, the rivers, and the mountains were all composed of countless blades, the very essence of a world of swords. Most alarmingly, he felt his internal energy rapidly depleting, severing his connection to the celestial aura. His power was diminished by at least fivefold. Conversely, the Heavenly Lord's strength surged to 3 times its original might. This was truly terrifying. It was known that the Heavenly Lord had only just awakened the sword domain and could already amplify his power threefold. If he were to expand and mature this domain further, could he not eventually augment his might tenfold? The implications were chilling. The Heavenly Lord charged forward, and the primordial Heavenly Sovereign quickly raised his arms in defense. However, severely weakened, he was utterly incapable of withstanding the Heavenly Lord's formidable onslaught. Bang! The Heavenly Lord's fist collided with his left cheek, dislodging a tooth along with a spray of blood, sending him flying to crash heavily against a sword peak. Countless iron swords pierced his body, blood dripping from the blades onto the steel ground, creating a horrifying spectacle. Yet, the primordial Heavenly Sovereign, being a sage, possessed an astonishing vitality, and the Heavenly Lord harbored no intent to kill him. The Heavenly Lord's true aim was merely to deliver a sound thrashing. Thus, as the primordial Heavenly Sovereign struggled to rise, he was once more struck down by the Heavenly Lord's fist, this time landing squarely on his abdomen. The primordial Heavenly Sovereign clasped his hands over his midsection, his expression contorted in pain, veins bulging on his forehead, as if his insides had been rammed by a bull, threatening to shatter. Slap! A resounding slap echoed as it landed on his face. The primeval Lord of Heaven was incensed to the brink of expletives. Yet before he could utter a word, another slap landed upon his face, sending him flying. Are you poisoned today, Tongtian? He raged inwardly, nearly driven to madness. Since his ascension to sainthood, he had never encountered anything as outrageous as this day. Tongtian approached once more, a cold indifference etched upon his features, which inadvertently elevated his own stature. Enough of your prattling. Your sole responsibility is to endure this beating. Spare me your pointless chatter. The more you irritate me, the more you shall suffer. I shall cease only when my mood improves, understand? The primeval Lord of Heaven was left utterly bewildered. Is this even human speech? Chapter 149. The psychological shadow looms large. Yuan was utterly bewildered. This truly marked the darkest of days, an experience so unfathomable it defied imagination. Tongtian, the Master of Heaven, struck mercilessly, delivering blows with unrelenting ferocity. He seemed to prioritize nothing but inflicting pain, sparing Yuan's life solely by chance. Yuanshi Tianzun emerged battered and bruised, his visage marred, even his eyes resembling those of a raccoon. A chorus of wretched cries echoed, leaving Zhao Gongming, the Sanxiao sisters, and Feipeng dumbfounded. They could scarcely fathom that the usually serene Tongtian could unleash such ferocity. Poor Yuanshi Tianzun was almost reduced to a mere shadow of his former self. After a full hour, Tongtian unceremoniously discarded Yuanshi upon a cloud and turned to rejoin Feipeng. Yuanshi retrieved a small jade bottle, extracting a few pill-sized orbs. With a swift motion, he struck his palm against his mouth and swallowed them whole. Whoosh! A vibrant green aura of vitality enveloped Yuanshi, who began to circulate his energy to heal his wounds. As a sage, his power was immense, capable of restoring not just injuries, but even of resurrection, should he wish. In the blink of an eye, he was restored to his former state, his injuries and bruises fading rapidly, emitting a faint golden glow. Yet, his expression remained one of deep discontent. Today he had lost face in a most humiliating manner. Return Tai Zhenren and the others, Yuanshi demanded, his face ashen with fury. Feipeng turned to Tongtian, saying, Master, these individuals are not disciples of our sect of interception. Keeping them on Golden Ao Island would merely squander its spiritual essence. In my humble opinion, they ought to be returned to our second master uncle. Swish. The surrounding crowd gazed at Feipeng in astonishment, disbelief etched on their faces. Tian Zun's eyes nearly bulged from their sockets in sheer incredulity. He even questioned whether he was experiencing auditory hallucinations. Tongtian displayed a look of surprise. He had known this disciple well, yet had never perceived him as such a magnanimous individual. You wish to return Tai Zhenrun and the others to your second master uncle? Feipeng nodded calmly, as if it were the most natural thing in the world. Witnessing this scene, the onlookers were even further perplexed. However, Tianzun was overwhelmed with emotion, tears welling up in his eyes. My dear nephew, I never imagined you to be such a noble soul. I truly misjudged you in the past. He wept. Rest assured, second master uncle, the recent events were merely a sparring session between us. We, the disciples of the sect of interception, will keep this matter strictly confidential and will not divulge a single word. Upon hearing this, the pent-up grievances within Yuan Shi were finally released. Oh, Tongtian, your eldest disciple is indeed a remarkable person. Yuan Shi's tears flowed freely, cascading like rivulets down his cheeks. While touched, he remained internally calculating against Tongtian and the sect of interception. At least your eldest disciple is perceptive. Though the primordial heavenly venerable may find himself outmatched in a direct confrontation with the heavenly lord, today he has suffered a significant setback. However, he is confident that he shall reclaim his losses in due time. The verdant hills and flowing waters remain unchanged. The methods of a sage extend beyond mere combat. In truth, both the heavenly lord and Feipeng comprehend this principle, even if they refrain from expressing it openly. It is no easy task to extinguish a sage's existence. Even if the primordial heavenly venerable is unable to best the heavenly lord this time, should he choose to strategize, a multitude of subsequent measures shall undoubtedly follow. With a cheerful demeanor, Feipeng remarked, earlier, when I suggested that you retrieve treasures to ransom Tai and the others, I was merely speaking out of frustration. They have been quite tyrannical, coming to our to flaunt their power. I could no longer tolerate their behavior, which prompted my intervention. Surely, my esteemed second master won't hold this against me? The primordial heavenly venerable patted his belly, and though he still felt a lingering anger towards Feipeng, he responded with a benevolent facade. Your words are misplaced. Tai and the others certainly share some blame in this matter. Rest assured, upon my return, I shall properly discipline them. Now, dear nephew, please return my inept disciples to me. With a grin, Feipeng, seemingly unfazed, suddenly inquired, Second Master, since I have addressed you as such and you have acknowledged it, shouldn't you offer a token of greeting on this, our first encounter? Feipeng shamelessly pressed forth. The heavenly lord could no longer suppress a chuckle, fully aware that his disciple harbored ulterior motives, and indeed, the proverbial fox's tail had been revealed. One might wonder just how immense the psychological burden on the primordial heavenly venerable might be at this moment. Perhaps it looms at an infinitesimal scale. Dumbfounded, the primordial heavenly venerable thought, I had presumed this lad to be genuinely benevolent. It turns out he merely seeks to coerce me into presenting treasures by altering his approach to demand a greeting gift. As his expression gradually darkened, his mind raced with a torrent of thoughts. Feigning surprise, Feipeng asked, Second Master, you are a renowned sage. Surely you can present a modest token of greeting? The primordial heavenly venerable, nearly choking on his indignation, yearned to roar, you are blatantly robbing a sage. However, upon noticing the heavenly lord standing protectively behind Feipeng, he swallowed his outrage. This wretched disciple had ensnared him in a cunning trap. Such shamelessness and audacity were beyond measure. He could hardly fathom how his once upright junior, the heavenly lord, had taken on such a brazen pupil. With a sense of helplessness, Yuan Shi could only clench his teeth and swallow his pride. Forcing an awkward smile as he replied, Nephew, you truly have a knack for jesting. How could my esteemed second master fail to present a token of greeting? The jade void palace of my second master, while perhaps not overflowing with treasures, is nonetheless a sacred realm of the immortals. Even the most ordinary items, in the eyes of your, must surely be regarded as unparalleled treasures. Yuan Shi subtly mocked the, implying that their disciples had never encountered true riches. Chapter 150, The Panga Banner and the Chaos Pearl. Do you truly dare to speak of such treasures? Oh, I am most eager to witness what is deemed a supreme treasure by us. A playful smirk crept upon Feipeng's lips. Noticing this expression, a wave of intense unease abruptly surged within Yuan Shi, though he quickly dismissed it. He was well aware of the circumstances on Golden Tortoise Island. While the island's spiritual energy was indeed rich, it could not compare to the abundance found in the ancient sacred Kunlun mountain. Thus, Yuanshi was certain that Feipeng and his companions had never encountered any formidable artifacts. Yuanshi possessed numerous precious treasures, yet he was loath to part with any for the sake of Feipeng, whom he regarded as a mere whelp. In his opinion, it sufficed to casually present the most inferior of artifacts to dismiss Feipeng. Consequently, Yuanshi retrieved a bracelet from his robes and tossed it towards Feipeng. Here, this is a gift from your second master. Clang. The bracelet clattered to the ground as Feipeng, hands shoved into his pockets and a blade of grass clenched between his teeth, regarded Yuanshi with a defiant expression. Is this it? The bracelet gifted by Yuanshi was a low-grade, postnatal spiritual treasure. While it might be considered a decent acquisition for an ordinary loose immortal, to Feipeng, it was nothing but trash. With a disdainful curl of his lip, Feipeng remarked, Second Master, you are a dignified sage. Yet you present me with a mere postnatal spiritual treasure? You might not feel embarrassed, but I certainly do. To be frank, even the dog I keep at the entrance of my cave would scorn such worthless junk. Who is this dog? Yuanshi, suppressing his exasperation at being outwitted by this young lad, feigned curiosity and scratched the back of his head. Ah, that would be a Huang, a large yellow dog we raise at the Sect of Interception. Feipeng gestured towards a patch of open ground on Golden Tortoise Island. Following his indication, Yuanshi turned to see a large yellow dog happily devouring its kibble from a bowl. Take a look for yourself. The members of our sect may be unsophisticated, but even our dog-s bowl is a top-grade innate spiritual treasure. Yet you, a sage who is just boasting, present me with a postnatal treasure. Do you not feel any shame? What? A top-grade innate spiritual treasure? Yuanshi's eyes nearly bulged out of their sockets in disbelief as he hurriedly directed his gaze towards the dog bowl. To his astonishment, after inspection, he confirmed that the unremarkable bowl was indeed a top-grade innate spiritual treasure. Yuanshi was nearly driven to curse aloud. Was this behavior acceptable? A top-grade innate spiritual treasure, which even they, the sages, would cherish as a prized possession, was being used as a dog bowl. Not only Yuanshi, but even Tongtian, standing beside him, felt his brows twitch, internally berating Feipeng. Had it not been for Yuanshi's presence, Tongtian would have undoubtedly chased Feipeng with a shoe in hand, scolding him as a rebellious disciple. I have entrusted you with the duty of representing our sect, not to squander our resources. Pray tell, what commendable deeds have you accomplished? Have you truly treated our exquisite innate treasures as mere dog bowls, displaying them so brazenly for all to see? Those unaware might assume our sect indulges in extravagance to the point of wasteful extravagance. The Lord of Heaven, with his eyes bulging, fixed a fierce gaze upon Feipeng. Ah, young lad, I shall address you later. As for the Yuanshi Tianzun across from him, his countenance had turned a deep shade of anger, teetering on the brink of eruption. In his eyes, it was evident that the sect had premeditated this act, deliberately using a priceless innate treasure as a dog bowl, solely to disgrace him publicly. Noticing Yuanshi Tianzun's inclination to take action, the Lord of Heaven timely cleared his throat. Ahem, brother, I believe my esteemed disciple has a point. You are, after all, a sage. Presenting a mere postnatal treasure as a greeting gift, if this were to spread, others might think our three pure ones lack stature, impoverished to the core. Taking a deep breath, Yuanshi Tianzun sought to regain his composure. Calm. I must remain calm. As the sage said, a small act of impatience can disrupt great plans. If I can weather this storm, there will surely come a time for retribution. Facing the Lord of Heaven's piercing gaze, Yuanshi Tianzun gritted his teeth and retrieved a supreme innate treasure from his sleeve. This was not out of generosity, but rather due to the pressure exerted by Feipeng. After all, the dog bowl of the sect was already an innate treasure of high quality. As a sage, how could he present a gift lesser than that? The moment the supreme innate treasure emerged, it emitted a dazzling golden light that gradually faded, revealing its true form, the celestial celebration cloud. Upon recognizing the artifact, even the Lord of Heaven displayed a look of astonishment. No one had anticipated that Yuanshi Tianzun would be willing to part with such a prized possession. The celestial celebration cloud had originally belonged to Hongjun Laozu, who later bequeathed it to Yuanshi Tianzun for protection. This treasure is said to be a paramount defensive artifact, allowing its bearer to disregard all attacks from other treasures and become immune to all magical assaults. It is truly the epitome of defensive artifacts. However, due to its inability to launch attacks, it was classified as a supreme innate treasure. Otherwise, given its attributes, it would undoubtedly be deemed a primal treasure. The Lord of Heaven, wary that Feipeng might not grasp the significance of this treasure, hastily exchanged knowing glances with him. signaling him to accept this offering and not provoke Yuan Shi Tianzun to retract his gift. Yet, Feipeng remained unabashed, seemingly oblivious to the Lord's discreet hints. Is this it? Uncle, you truly are lacking in generosity. I must insist, one cannot be so petty. Besides, we are all family here. Why such stinginess among kin? You needn't hold back. I am well aware of the innate treasures you possess. With that, Feipeng extended a hand, counting each finger with a seriousness that was almost comical. You possess an abundance of treasures. Why not bestow a few upon your beloved nephew? You have the Panga banner, the chaotic pearl, the 3 treasures jade ruby, countless divine lamps, the jade clear box, and the pure glazed bottle. Feipeng recounted these items as if they were cherished family heirlooms, oblivious to the deepening scowl upon the face of the primordial supreme. The Panga banner, the chaotic pearl, do you truly dare to make such a request? Chapter 151. Indeed. We shall depart at once. The primordial heavenly sovereign, incensed, puffed his beard and glared, losing all semblance of composure. These treasured artifacts were his very lifeblood. Not to mention Feipeng, even if Tongtian sought to claim one, he would fight to the death with the Jiejiao. As for the Panga banner, it was the unparalleled treasure left to him by Pangu, possessing the monumental power to recreate the heavens and the earth, were it not for the constraints of the laws of the universe that forbade its casual use. A mere flick of the Panga banner towards Golden Tortoise Island would reduce the entire island to dust in an instant. If fully activated, it could bring about a cataclysmic disaster for the entire primordial world. The terror of this artifact is evident. Thus, it shall never be relinquished. The Chaos Pearl is one of the rare treasures in the possession of the primordial heavenly sovereign. Alongside the heaven-opening divine axe, the Chaos Green Lotus, and the Creation Jade Butterfly, it is revered as one of the 4 great Chaos treasures. The Chaos Pearl conceals all celestial secrets and enables the holder to remain hidden. Additionally, within the Chaos Pearl lies a miniature world, allowing its possessor to evade the tribulations of the heavenly Tao. Given the paramount importance of the Chaos Pearl, it is unequivocally irreplaceable. The 3 treasures Jade Rui is a treasure that came into being when the primordial heavenly sovereign attained enlightenment. It reveals its true form only when the sovereign it traverses the myriad realms. The 3 treasures Jade Rui can also be wielded to strike at foes. Upon striking an enemy's crown, the adversary is instantly stripped of all magical power, rendering them as helpless as a fledgling awaiting slaughter. This is the primordial heavenly sovereign's primary weapon, and it is utterly inconceivable for him to part with it. The Jade Clear Box houses an entire world within, inscribed with countless deadly formations. Even the 3 heavens, who set the 9 curves Yellow River formation, were drawn within and turned to blood. At the moment of deploying the 9 curves Yellow River formation, the 3 heavens had already severed their 3 corpses, standing but a step away from sagehood. Yet, confronted by this treasure, they found themselves utterly powerless, illustrating the dreadfulness of this artifact. The pure and clear glazed bottle was later bestowed by the primordial heavenly sovereign upon his cherished disciple, the compassionate traveler. After reincarnation, the compassionate traveler became Avalokiteshvara of Buddhism. This treasure would later be known as the pure jade bottle. The fact that it could continue to be wielded by the reincarnated compassionate traveler, and that he could not bear to discard it, speaks volumes of its extraordinary nature, as it is an innate treasure. Throughout both the Fengshen era and the subsequent journey to the west, this artifact shone brilliantly and made numerous appearances. In Journey to the West, there was a moment when Sun Wukong sought assistance from Avalokiteshvara, who lent him the pure jade bottle. Upon receiving it, Sun Wukong found himself unable to lift it, and reluctantly returned it to Avalokiteshvara. It is crucial to note that Sun Wukong, the one who caused turmoil in heaven, was a figure unmatched in the celestial realm. His own treasure, the Rui Jinggu Bang, is a representation of immense weight, yet in his hands, it was as light as a toothpick, wielded with ease. Little did he expect that he could manage the heavy Rui Jinggu Bang, yet could not lift the seemingly weightless bottle held by Avalokiteshvara. How amusing it is that the Monkey King could never fathom such a twist of fate. His golden staff, at best, was merely a tool crafted by the Supreme Lord Laozi for the purpose of measuring the depths of the sea during the flood control efforts of Du. The rank of this treasure is nothing more than that of a postnatal supreme spiritual artifact. Despite the presence of the term supreme, any postnatal artifact pales in comparison to its prenatal counterparts, with the prenatal treasures being held in the highest esteem, particularly the prenatal ultimate treasure. Thus, when juxtaposed with the jade purity vase, the golden staff is akin to the disparity between refuse and gold, rendering any comparison utterly futile. Such a formidable treasure, the Supreme Lord naturally could not bear to part with it. As for the myriad magical lamps, this artifact is equally formidable. Its power draws from the Fire Source Stone, a treasure that safeguards Kunlun Mountain, capable of absorbing the spiritual essence of heaven and earth along with the quintessence of the sun and moon. The safety of Kunlun Mountain primarily relies on this artifact for protection. It is a defensive treasure, ranked even higher than the celestial auspicious clouds. It is precisely due to the existence of this artifact that the Supreme Lord felt compelled to bestow the celestial auspicious clouds upon Feipeng. Otherwise, he would not have entertained the thought. Another significant reason lies in the fact that the celestial auspicious clouds were a protective gift from the venerable Hongjun Laozu, which Feipeng has now claimed as his own. Consequently, the Supreme Lord could return to Hongjun Laozu to report that the Heavenly Lord and his followers had shamelessly seized the treasure that had been bestowed upon him, urging the Venerable One to intercede on his behalf. Undoubtedly, the Supreme Lord's audacity is remarkable. Those few treasures he would never part with. So, do you wish to keep the celestial auspicious clouds, or return them to me? The Supreme Lord, now infuriated, reached out to reclaim the celestial auspicious clouds. In a flash, Feipeng's hand, like lightning, snatched the clouds away and swiftly secured them. One cannot simply retract what has already been given. Though this treasure may not be exceptional, it is still somewhat satisfactory, and I shall reluctantly accept it. Upon witnessing Feipeng's acquisition of the celestial auspicious clouds, the Heavenly Lord exhaled a sigh of relief. This rebellious disciple truly does not make things easy for him. Moments ago, Feipeng's audacious demands had provoked the Supreme Lord immensely, and to speak candidly, the Heavenly Lord was nearly terrified. He understood all too well that those few treasures were ones the Supreme Lord would never relinquish, and if pressed, the Supreme Lord might resort to extreme measures here on Golden Tortoise Island. Should a saint become desperate, even the current Heavenly Lord would find it impossible to withstand such overwhelming power. At that point, Golden Tortoise Island would surely be reduced to ruins, a scenario the Heavenly Lord desperately wished to avoid. Fortunately, Feipeng was aware of the stakes and did not escalate matters to such extremes. The Supreme Lord, his countenance darkened, coldly inquired, "Now, can you hand over Tai Yizhenren and the others?" Feipeng, cheerfully humming a tune, waved his hand towards the rear, prompting disciples of the Desor towards the back mountain in search of Tai Yizhenren and his companions. Moments later, a group approached, and upon looking up, they indeed saw Tai Yizhenren and the others. At this moment, Tai Yizhenren and his companions, having just toiled away in the mines on the back mountain, were utterly filthy, their hair disheveled, lacking any semblance of celestial grace. They resembled beggars more than divine beings. Upon witnessing their disgraceful appearance, Yuanshi Tianzuan was consumed with rage, his anger manifesting in every pore. "Master, you have finally come to rescue us. Silence. Get out of my sight. You have brought nothing but shame upon me. Yes, yes. We shall leave at once." In a state of bewilderment, Tai Yizhenren, Puxian Zhenren, Neza, Lizenzi, and numerous disciples of the Chan, teaching hurriedly, made their way to Kunlun Mountain, fearful of incurring further wrath from Yuanshi Tianzuan. "Useless. All of you are worthless." Yuanshi Tianzuan could no longer contain his fury, unleashing a frenzied roar towards the heavens. Chapter 152. Do visit often when you have time. Upon hearing the furious roar of the primordial supreme being, Tai Yizhenren and the others stumbled in the air, nearly plummeting from the clouds. A great terror. The teachings of the invoke a profound dread. The very fact that their master, the primordial supreme being, was so incensed, his anger laced with a palpable sense of frustration, indicated that he must have encountered some inexplicable horror. They dared not linger, and the clouds beneath their feet transformed into a streak of lightning, vanishing into the horizon in an instant. After the roar, the primordial supreme being glared with fierce eyes towards Feipeng, but did not tarry. He turned to depart. "Second master, are you leaving already? Won't you stay a few more days?" The primordial supreme being was so enraged by these words that smoke seemed to billow from his 7 orifices, yet he remained silent. "Stay a few more days? Even a second longer might shorten my life. I fear I might perish from your aggravation." With a beaming smile, Feipeng waved his hand and called out to the primordial supreme being, "Since second master is determined to leave, it must be due to pressing matters. I shan't impose on you to stay. Do come and visit whenever you have the chance." At this, the primordial supreme being stumbled forward, his expression darkening as he swiftly departed without a backward glance. He dreaded that if he lingered even a moment longer, he might succumb to the urge to confront this impudent lad. Tongtian Zhaozhu observed his esteemed disciple with admiration, a proud smile gracing his lips. What a splendid display. I dare say the primordial supreme being shall think twice before returning to my Golden Horn Island. As the primordial supreme being receded from view, The myriad disciples of the erupted in thunderous cheers. Master Brother is magnificent. Master Brother is magnificent. Then, all the disciples of the bowed deeply to Tongtian Jiaozhu. We humbly welcome our master back. We humbly welcome our master back. Tongtian Jiaozhu regarded his numerous disciples with a nod of satisfaction. As I departed the island, I was deeply concerned for your well-being. However, witnessing your unity and composure in the face of adversity, coupled with your remarkable advancements in cultivation, brings me immense joy. Thank you for your kind words, Master. The disciples exclaimed, their faces lighting up with delight. It is all thanks to Master Brother's guidance. Otherwise, our progress would not have been so swift. If there are rewards to be given, let them be bestowed upon Master Brother. The disciples of the hastily proclaimed. Feipeng smiled, warmth blossoming within him. These brothers truly understood gratitude, not hoarding the credit for themselves, but faithfully relaying the significance of his contributions to Tongtian Jiaozhu. Tongtian Jiaozhu extended his consciousness, instantly perceiving the cultivation levels of the disciples. Well, it has been some time, and I am pleasantly surprised by your rapid progress. Particularly you few, who have made significant strides and learned to utilize the protective great array to enhance your cultivation and disguise yourselves. Who taught you this method? Allow me to guess, it must have been Fei, am I right? Tongtian Jiaozhu smiled at Zhao Gongming, the three clear ones, and the Holy Mother Wudong. The three clear ones shyly nodded in agreement. Indeed, nothing can escape the keen perception of our esteemed master. It is true. This wisdom was imparted to us by our eldest senior brother. Thanks to him, we were able to withstand the formidable presence of the primordial master until your arrival alongside our elder brother. Yes, indeed. You have all performed exceptionally well this time. Especially you, Fei. Remarkably, you managed to temporarily elevate your prowess to the quasi-saint realm through the protective array left by your teacher. To achieve such a feat, your true cultivation level must surely be at the great Luo Golden Immortal stage. Am I correct? Turning to Zhao Gongming and the others, the heavenly teacher inquired. And you all, under the enhancement of the protective array, have also reached the great Luo Golden Immortal stage. This implies that your original cultivation levels must have attained the Tai Golden Immortal realm, correct? Pray, enlighten your master about the opportunities you have encountered over the past few centuries that have led to such remarkable advancements in your cultivation. Ah, master, you are mistaken. Feipeng interjected. I have always been at the quasi-saint realm. It is not solely the power of the protective array that has brought me here. He gestured towards the myriad of immortals from the, stating, they too did not rely on the protective array to masquerade as great Luo Golden Immortals. They have genuinely reached that stage themselves. Upon hearing Feipeng's words, the heavenly teacher was momentarily taken aback, then broke into a broad smile, shaking his head in amusement. It has been some time, Fei, and you have grown quite humorous. The rarity of the great Luo Golden Immortal and the quasi-saint fruit is not lost on me. Even with immense fortune and unparalleled talent, achieving the great Luo fruit is an arduous endeavor, requiring one to traverse countless trials and tribulations along the path of cultivation, enduring the trials of eons to grasp even a fleeting opportunity to take that step. If attaining the great Luo Golden Immortal stage is so challenging, how much more so is it for the quasi-saint realm, which is 1,000-fold more difficult? Observing your current state, a veritable assembly of great Luo Golden Immortals. Do you believe you can deceive your master? To jest with me, you are still too inexperienced. The heavenly teacher raised his chin slightly, a look of assured pride gracing his features. He anticipated that, upon his revelation, his disciples would promptly reveal their true selves and acknowledge their errors. However, after a considerable wait, he received no apologies from Zhao Gongming and the others. The heavenly teacher opened his eyes, gazing at them to discern the nature of the situation. It is of little consequence if a disciple errs. What matters is their ability to recognize and amend their mistakes. They must not cultivate an attitude of arrogance and delusion. False cultivation is merely an illusion. No matter how it is dressed, it cannot transform into truth. They must not become enraptured by such hollow vanity, as it would be detrimental to their future cultivation, potentially leading to the emergence of inner demons. Zhao Gongming, the sisters Sanshao, Duobao Taoist, the Holy Mother of No Demand, the Holy Mother of Turtle Spirit, the Holy Mother of Golden Spirit, the Holy Mother of Fire Spirit, and the Lady of Stone Cliff. Each of them had reached the mid to late stages of the great Luo Golden Immortal realm, their internal aura deep and boundless, their magical power flowing ceaselessly. At this moment, they gazed at the heavenly teacher with bewilderment, uncertain of how to respond. The master unexpectedly doubted the authenticity of their cultivation, concluding that their current strength was merely a fade, artificially created by the protective array. with the intention of deceiving the primordial heavenly sovereign and stalling for time until his return for rescue. Yet, their power was indeed genuine. Chapter 153. Have you all grown bold? Indeed, they had enhanced their strength through the protective array, yet they had not concealed their true cultivation levels. Even without the array's support, they still stood at the mid-stage of the great Luo Golden Immortal realm, while the others were at least in the early stage of the Tai Golden Immortal. However, their master seemed reluctant to accept this reality, leaving them momentarily at a loss for how to articulate their situation. All eyes turned to Feipeng, for he alone could elucidate their predicament. Understanding the expectation in their gazes, Feipeng turned to address the heavenly teacher. Master, we have not feigned our abilities. The cultivation levels you perceive are indeed our true levels. Your eldest disciple, myself, has genuinely attained the quasi-saint realm. As for the others, their great Luo Golden Immortal fruits of Tao are authentic. And the Tai Golden Immortal cultivation of my fellow brothers is the result of our diligent practice and eventual breakthroughs. The heavenly teacher was momentarily taken aback, his eyes still clouded with skepticism. Are you implying that the entirety of my sect is composed of Tai Golden Immortals? A nest of great Luo Golden Immortals, along with you a quasi-saint? Feipeng sensed the lingering disbelief from the heavenly teacher, yet he could not deceive him, for the truth often sounded like a lie to the ears of the master. Indeed, Feipeng replied with a wry smile and a nod, but this only incited the heavenly teacher's ire. Even now, you refuse to speak the truth? Do not think I am unaware that there exist certain divine abilities designed specifically to fabricate cultivation realms. These abilities lack any real offensive power, yet they possess an uncanny talent for creating illusions of authenticity. Speak plainly. Have you stumbled upon some fortuitous opportunity that enabled you to learn such a deceptive skill? In the face of the heavenly teacher's scrutiny, the disciples exchanged glances, rendered speechless, while Feipeng sighed and placed a hand on his forehead in exasperation. "O Master, what must we do for you to believe us?" The heavenly teacher, with a dismissive wave of his sleeve, coldly retorted. "It seems you will not shed tears until you see the coffin. Do not blame me for not granting you a chance. Today, I shall unmask your deceit. After hundreds of years apart, you have grown bold enough to deceive your master? If you wish for my belief, it is simple. Withstand my test, and I shall accept your words." The group, exchanging glances once more, ultimately nodded in agreement. Their master would not harm them. Though it was evident that the heavenly teacher was quite irate, the test would likely be challenging but not life-threatening. Thus, they collectively consented, aiming to put the heavenly teacher's mind at ease. After all, witnessing such a sudden surge in their strength would leave anyone feeling uneasy. If they were in the position of the celestial master, they would undoubtedly suspect that during the centuries of his absence, his disciples had secretly cultivated forbidden arts, thus hastening their ascension. In summary, their realms had advanced at an astonishing pace, to the extent that even the erudite celestial master felt a tinge of unease, compelling him to request verification of their true cultivation levels. As a sage, the celestial master could discern the truth of each individual's state merely by engaging them in combat. With a cold smile, the celestial master declared, "Fear not, I shall suppress my realm to match yours. If you can withstand my challenge even slightly, you shall pass the test." "Master, please." The disciples responded in unison. The celestial master surveyed the group, his gaze landing first on Feipeng. A quasi-saint's cultivation. Do you truly think I can be deceived so easily? In the past, my fellow sages and I toiled for countless years to break through to the quasi-saint realm, enduring countless hardships and trials before finally achieving enlightenment. You, my young disciple, have claimed to reach the quasi-saint level in mere centuries? Who do you think you are fooling? I must take this opportunity to teach you the value of honesty. Unaware of the celestial master's inner thoughts, Feipeng gracefully gestured for him to proceed. "Master, please." Seeing Feipeng mimic the demeanor of a true quasi-saint, the celestial master felt a surge of irritation. "What do you mean, please? As your master, I have the right to initiate. You go first." Feipeng, taken aback by the reprimand, thought to himself, "What on earth? Master, have you been consuming gunpowder? Your temper is quite fierce." On the surface, Feipeng respectfully replied, "In that case, I shall humbly accept your command." With that, Feipeng, in front of the myriad disciples of the, showcased his true prowess for the first time. The other disciples rose on their toes, eagerly peering towards the scene. Look, the senior brother is about to make his move. Having heard tales of his profound cultivation and vast abilities, they felt immensely privileged to witness it today. Indeed, the senior brother has incorporated numerous techniques into his performances. It's clear he possesses a multitude of skills. At this moment, Feipeng's entire being resonated with power, an array of laws swirling around his form. emanating an enigmatic aura that made him appear as a celestial being, ethereal and transcendent. In his mind, a tome without words materialized, the very technique bestowed upon him by the system, the harmonization of all laws. This technique allows the absorption of every cultivation method in existence, extracting its essence while discarding the dross, with each page capable of containing a different art. It is precisely due to the harmonization of all laws that Feipeng can master so many diverse techniques without succumbing to conflict or madness. At this moment, the enigmatic tome of silent words unfurled its first page, upon which several dazzling golden characters suddenly materialized. Thunder Emperor's divine art. With a thunderous roar, an immense surge of thunderous energy erupted from the book. The ferocious bolts of lightning not only spared Feipeng's meridians from harm, but also channeled formidable strength throughout his entire being. Chapter 154. What's the situation? You little rascal. Are you trying to kill your master? From an external perspective, the figure clad in white, Feipeng, abruptly opened his eyes. Within the depths of his profound gaze, purple-golden thunder roiled incessantly, as if encapsulating an entire realm of lightning. In this realm, manifestations of countless armies formed from thunder surged forth, alongside supreme beings forged of lightning, engaged in fierce combat high above the heavens. All of this existed solely within Feipeng's irises, evoking a profound sense of astonishment. Countless arcs of lightning danced upon Feipeng's skin, and soon, his fair complexion transformed entirely into a hue reminiscent of the thunder itself, purple gold. He slowly parted his lips, his hoarse voice resonating with the rumble of thunder. Master, please exercise caution. This is the Thunder Emperor's divine technique, harnessing the power of lightning to enact the heavenly tribulation. In terms of might, it surpasses even the lightning summoning technique taught by our sect. Therefore, Master, you must not take it lightly. Upon hearing Feipeng's warning, the Heavenly Lord, who had been immersed in astonishment, was instantly roused. However, rather than heeding the caution, the Heavenly Lord, emboldened by pride, deliberately dispelled all defenses from his body, intending to confront the impending attack with sheer physical strength. What can a mere minor path do to me? Unleash your full power. There is no need to worry for me, the Heavenly Lord declared, standing tall with an unwavering demeanor. Then, I shall make my move, Feipeng proclaimed, his confidence palpable. The Heavenly Lord stood defiantly, his gaze laced with disdain. Come at me. Yet, in the next moment, an explosion of thunder erupted from Feipeng, as colossal lightning dragons, thicker than mountains, roared forth from behind him. Each dragon, with its fearsome body, was entwined with thick, chaotic energy. As their tails lashed, they caused the very fabric of space to tear apart, creating terrifying phenomena of yin and yang in turmoil. Witnessing this, the Heavenly Lord's pupils constricted sharply, a wave of intense unease surging within him. Could it be? Is this little rascal truly a quasi-saint? No, it can't be. Can a quasi-saint in the early stages unleash such a terrifying assault? At that moment, the instinctive reaction in the Heavenly Lord's mind was to evade. However, the prideful Heavenly Lord, unwilling to back down at a crucial moment, forcibly quelled this thought. What a jest! I was just putting on a show. How can I now concede after such bravado? Even if it means being shattered to pieces, I shall endure. In that instant, the Heavenly Lord, clinging to his pride, felt a pang of regret. Oh, how foolish! Had I known, I would not have chosen this particular disciple for the test. There are so many other disciples, surely. I can't believe that they all possess true prowess. Just as the Heavenly Lord contemplated this, the towering lightning dragons descended from the firmament with a deafening crash. The sheer size and multitude of the lightning dragons obscured the Heavenly Lord's figure from view, leaving everyone uncertain of his fate. Boom! A fierce thunder dragon struck the top of the Celestial Master's head. He raised his hand to block, but before his magical powers could surge forth, he was engulfed in an explosion of lightning, leaving him charred and disheveled, with even the scent of singed hair permeating the air. His face bore the marks of purple and blue bruises. Yet, this was not the end. A second thunder dragon followed closely behind, soon to be joined by a third, a fourth, and a fifth. Boom, boom, boom. As the Celestial Master was submerged in a tempest of thunder, his countenance grew increasingly grim. Although his saintly physique was impervious to destruction, such overwhelming assaults inflicted genuine pain upon him, particularly the celestial lightning, which rampaged through his body, causing excruciating agony in his bones. Ordinary lightning could never wield such power. Alas, this was no ordinary lightning, but the thunder of the celestial realm, accompanied by chaotic attributes. Once it invaded the flesh, even a saint could not expel it in a short span of time. Cursed be it. Why does it persist? How many more thunder dragons are there? This is unbearable. Not far away, Feipeng raised his hands high, beneath a roiling storm cloud. Countless massive thunder dragons twisted and roared within. "Fear not, master. I have an abundance of thunder dragons, enough to spare," Feipeng shouted towards the celestial master. He feared that his performance might not be impressive enough to satisfy his master, so he opted for the formidable Thunder Emperor's treasure technique for this initial assault. Meanwhile, at the center of the thunderstorm, the celestial master was on the verge of tears, his spirit nearly shattered. Indeed, this was an abundance of thunder dragons. How could this be sufficient? Are you trying to drive your master to his grave? The celestial master, fuming and glaring, soon realized that his beard had been singed away by the lightning, prompting him to stomp his feet in frustration instead. Fortunately, the colossal thunder dragons concealed the celestial master's figure, rendering him unseen, both to Feipeng and to the myriad of celestial beings from the Jie Sect, who could not witness his current state of distress. The celestial master yearned to scream, yet as a mentor, how could he allow himself to be so overwhelmed by his disciple's onslaught? Thus, he bit down on his teeth, swallowing his own anguish, resolutely enduring the pain in silence. Enduring such torment, the celestial master could only hope for the cessation of these thunder dragon attacks. However, Feipeng, observing his master enveloped in lightning, noted the eerie silence amidst the storm. Clearly, such a degree of assault posed no threat to his master whatsoever. Why is there no sound? Feipeng pondered, stroking his chin thoughtfully. It seems rather ineffective. No, this level of attack must feel no more substantial than a mere tickle to a saint like my master. If this continues, how will I ever pass my master's test? With this realization, Feipeng gritted his teeth, unleashing a torrent of magical energy from within, as if a dam had burst. It appeared that he had no choice but to amplify his output. I refuse to believe that even a 100-fold increase in lightning power cannot shake my master's resolve. Feipeng remained remarkably humble. In his eyes, even if he were to amplify his lightning power 100-fold, it would merely serve to stir the heavens ever so slightly. Merely a test to endure. In the heart of the Thunder Sea, Tongtian sensed the diminishment of the lightning force, and an immediate joy blossomed within him. How splendid! This wave of assault was finally coming to an end. Yet, before he could fully reveal his smile, the previously weakened lightning force suddenly surged back with a frenzied intensity, 100 times stronger than before. Upon sensing this shift, Tongtian's countenance fell in an instant, his heart teetering on the brink of despair. What on earth is happening? You little rascal, are you trying to bring about my demise? Chapter 155. Master, the disciple is filled with confidence in your strength. From the perspective of the outside world, the myriad of celestial beings in the sect observed that since the heavenly master had been engulfed by the sea of thunder, there had been no further sounds or movements from him. Thus, they remained oblivious to what their master was truly engaged in. However, one thing they were utterly certain of was that the heavenly master would undoubtedly remain unharmed. Their faith in their master was unwavering. Although the master had suppressed his realm to match that of the eldest brother, his experience in battle and insights from cultivation as a sage remained intact, attributes that the eldest brother could never hope to rival. Therefore, the master could not possibly be defeated by the eldest brother, which also indirectly attested to the latter's formidable prowess, being able to contend with a sage. Despite the equality of realms, this was indeed remarkable, and their admiration for the eldest brother grew deeper in their hearts. Yet, why had the heavenly master not emerged? Did he find the eldest brother's attacks insufficiently fierce? Was such a degree of assault not enough to pass the master's trial? It appeared that this time, the master was truly rigorous. How impressive the master was! Despite the eldest brother's formidable Thunder Emperor technique, the master remained entirely unscathed. Of course, one must consider the stature of the master. Although the eldest brother was powerful, besting the master was still a daunting challenge. Meanwhile, within the formation, the heavenly master beheld the surging thunder dragons relentlessly charging towards him, his eyes filled with astonishment. He could sense the overwhelming killing intent emanating from the multitude of thunder dragons, a force that enveloped the entire realm, sending shivers down his spine. He could never have imagined that his disciple could wield such extraordinary powers. The earlier display of might was already beyond what an ordinary early-stage quasi-saint could unleash. Now, with 100-fold amplification, these thunder dragons possessed the formidable strength of a peak quasi-saint. This meant that Flying Peng could, at the quasi-saint level, transcend 3 minor realms in battle. Such power was utterly unfathomable. It was beyond mere hearsay. He had never even encountered it before. Countless thunder dragons surged forth, and beneath the once clear sky, dark storm clouds thickened. Now, after the 100-fold amplification, thunder rained down upon the land, tearing asunder the ominous clouds. Although the heavenly master's physical form was at the sage level, he still felt immense pain in the face of such overwhelming attacks, with numerous areas charred black. A faint scent of scorched flesh wafting through the air. The heavenly master grimaced in agony. He had previously suppressed his realm to the early-stage quasi-saint level for the sake of pride, and now he was paying dearly for it. The strength he could wield was limited to that of an early-stage quasi-saint. Nevertheless, as a sage, even with only the early-stage quasi-saint realm unlocked, he could still manifest the potent power of a late-stage quasi-saint. At the outset, he exuded an unwavering confidence, for he believed that no matter how formidable Feipeng might be, he possessed the absolute strength to subdue him effortlessly. Little did he anticipate that Feipeng's power far surpassed its superficial appearance. In that moment, the celestial master furrowed his brow, sensing the terrifying magnitude of the impending assault. As he summoned the magical energy within him, he managed to repel countless thunder dragons charging towards him. Yet an even greater tide of these dragons surged relentlessly onward. These thunder dragons bore fragments of space, remnants left behind by the collapse of the void. The thunder roared, resonating through the heavens and earth, accompanied by an ethereal melody of the great Tao, seemingly traversing through various temporal streams and spatial dimensions. Amidst this boundless sea of thunder, a long spear of lightning slowly materialized, emanating an overwhelming divine might capable of shattering the very fabric of existence. Gazing upon the spear, the celestial master's expression turned grave, for he perceived a power far surpassing that of an initial stage quasi-saint. The spear was not only enveloped in crackling lightning, but also intermittently illuminated by various celestial glows. Most alarming of all, he discerned a small point at the tip of the spear, which appeared to encapsulate the origin of all things, containing within it a formidable world, seemingly capable of reflecting the myriad heavens. This terrifying strength sent shivers down the celestial master's spine, as 3,000 laws flowed down from the void, converging onto the spear, exuding an aura of unfathomable mystery, as if harboring the most devastating strike known to existence. In an instant, the thunder dragon's spear surged forth, piercing through the heavens and earth. As it transformed into a lightning dragon, the very fabric of space disintegrated before it, as if mere parchment torn asunder, creating rifts in the spatial continuum. The heavens trembled violently, resonating with the might of the purple lightning as the spear became a flash of divine energy. The very void quaked under its presence, trembling in fear. The power of this strike was monumental, as if it had been shaped by the essence of the great Tao itself. Chapter 156. Is it not rather humiliating to invoke divine power? The feats of moving mountains and filling seas, of cleaving the heavens and earth, fade into mere myth in the face of this singular strike, which transforms the vast expanse of the universe and the endless continuum of time into a tangible reality punctured by this lance. The celestial master, now utterly numb within, comprehends that only through his own strength can he weather this calamity. Relying on his unreliable disciples to grasp the gravity of his current predicament is evidently out of the question. With both hands forming a mystical seal, an infinite resonance of the Tao envelopes him, and divine energy surges through his being. His hair stands on end, and his robes billow in the wind. At his chest, a pulsating sphere of shimmering silver-gray sword energy readies itself for eruption. Go! With a low command from the celestial master, that sphere of white sword energy surged forth, colliding with the thunder dragon spear. In an instant, countless blazing divine rays pierced through the heavens and the earth. The dark void became cleaved by these radiant beams, as a potent aura enveloped the realm, inducing a shiver in all who felt it. With a thunderous crash, the sword energy and the thunder dragon spear were both extinguished in the void. The celestial master felt his vital essence surge tumultuously, taking a considerable time to regain his composure. He was filled with perplexity, pondering the source of such formidable powers possessed by his disciple, who had forced even a sage like him to this extent. An unimaginable feat. The individual capable of manifesting such divine abilities could not be an ordinary person. Even amidst the vastness of the primal chaos, they must hold immense renown. Yet, it baffled him that he had never heard of such an unparalleled master wielding thunderous divine powers. This caliber of supernatural prowess could be deemed saintly. It would be utterly impossible to create such terrifying thunderous abilities without profound understanding of the Tao and reaching the status of a sage. Yet, the celestial master was troubled by this very point. There were only 7 sages in the current primordial realm. Thus, this powerful being was shrouded in an air of profound mystery. The venerable Hongjun had long warned that to achieve sagehood in the primordial realm, one must possess the primordial purple energy as the foundation for enlightenment. Of course, there are exceptions. It is not an absolute requirement to have primordial purple energy to attain sagehood. However, lacking it makes the path to becoming a sage exceedingly arduous, which explains why. Despite the multitude of beings in the primordial realm diligently pursuing the Tao and striving in their cultivation, only 7 have ultimately attained sagehood. If there are indeed some enigmatic and reticent cultivators who have broken through to become sages, it would be an extraordinary occurrence. In the eyes of the Celestial Master, such individuals must be unparalleled masters, and if the opportunity arises, he would certainly seek to pay his respects to them, reflecting his reverence for his predecessors. The more he contemplated this, the more he felt his reasoning was sound. While there are 7 sages publicly recognized in the primordial realm, it is possible that there are more concealed in the shadows. The previous conflict with the venerable Hongjun had involved the immortal Yang Mei, who was also a sage and is now suspected to have perished. If he still lives, he would undoubtedly be another hidden sage. Thus, in the vast expanse of heaven and earth, it is entirely plausible that 1 or 2 modest sages might choose to conceal their identities. While the Celestial Master of Tongtian was deep in contemplation, a sudden tremor reverberated before him. He instinctively raised his gaze, and to his astonishment, a second Thunder Dragon spear materialized ahead. Even with the composure he had cultivated, he could not suppress an expletive. He had initially believed that the previous strike was the ultimate move of Feipeng. To his surprise, it was merely a singular attack. At that moment, following the emergence of the second Thunder Dragon spear, a third and then a fourth spear appeared, rapidly filling the sky with a multitude of thunderous weapons. A closer inspection revealed that there were no less than tens of thousands of Thunder Dragon spears. Should they all launch an assault upon the Celestial Master of Tongtian simultaneously? He deemed it exceedingly difficult to withstand such a barrage without resorting to his sage-like prowess, especially given his current state at the early stage of quasi-saint. A cold sweat broke upon his brow as his mind whirled with thoughts, and he found himself in a precarious dilemma. Faced with such a formidable array of lightning-infused attacks, the Celestial Master was rendered momentarily speechless. He had not anticipated further assaults. This escalated his predicament to a perilous level. While invoking his sage-like strength would enable him to effortlessly fend off the impending onslaught, it might also diminish his dignity. Conversely, if he refrained from employing his sage powers, he risked being utterly humiliated by the oncoming strikes. Caught in this quandary, the Celestial Master of Tongtian found himself in a state of indecision. Yet the attacks showed no signs of pausing for his contemplation. The second Thunder Dragon spear transformed into a bolt of violet lightning, hurtling towards him with a cataclysmic force, rivaling that of the first spear. Chapter 157. The Destruction of Garments. It is evident that each of these Thunder Dragon spears possesses a formidable power far surpassing that of the first. Realizing this, the Master of Heaven's countenance wore a grim expression, inwardly cursing Feipeng repeatedly. Rebellious disciple, what must you do to appease me? He roared in the depths of his heart, yet his hands moved with unwavering resolve. He raised his hand, conjuring a spell, and a torrent of potent mana surged forth, instantaneously transforming into a golden shield before him. This golden shield radiated a heavy aura, as if it could withstand the mightiest assaults in the world. Boom! Countless Thunder Dragon spears collided with the golden shield, instantly causing the void to shatter and the 3,000 great worlds to collapse and perish, resembling a scene of apocalypse. The Master of Heaven's countenance trembled, and a myriad of sword energies enveloped his body, swiftly cleaving through the rampant thunderous forces. However, these thunderous energies, embodying raw and unyielding power, tore his robes asunder. The overwhelming force left him aghast. He never imagined that, as a sage, he would experience a day when even a quasi-saint could shred his garments, an unfathomable event in the past. Feipeng, you truly are my esteemed disciple, wielding such terrifying power against me. The Master of Heaven's countenance quaked with rage, feeling utterly humiliated. Yet, one solace remained. None of this had been witnessed by Feipeng or the other disciples. Otherwise, he would not know where to hide his old visage. Amidst the relentless onslaught, the Master of Heaven's countenance felt his resolve waver. He discreetly summoned a whisper of sage power, obliterating all the thunder dragons and thunderous energies before him. Swiftly, he retrieved a brand new robe from his spatial artifact and donned it, using his power to arrange his hair and appearance impeccably, as if nothing had transpired. With a grand sweep of his sleeve, he dispelled all assaults and took a step forward, exuding an air of majesty as he approached his disciples. Master, Master! The surrounding disciples, witnessing the Master of Heaven's countenance emerge from the tempest of thunder, hurriedly gathered around him. Still in shock from the cataclysmic spectacle they had just witnessed, their admiration for him deepened. even when faced with such terrifying, thunderous sorcery from the senior disciple. The master resolved it with such nonchalance. Was this truly the strength of a sage? Indeed, unfathomable. It appeared that they still had a long way to go in their pursuit of the sage realm. Feipeng also approached, inquiring of the master, "Master, do you think I have passed your trial this time?" To be honest, Feipeng felt somewhat unsettled. After all, his current strength was insufficient to challenge a sage, leading him to believe that his master had surely emerged unscathed. The Master of Heaven's countenance regarded his disciples with a seething wrath concealed beneath his stern facade. This suffocating sensation nearly caused him internal distress. He could only muster a stiff smile to greet them. "Not bad. Your senior brother's cultivation is indeed quite solid. This time, he has passed my test, and henceforth, you should learn diligently from him and practice hard. Do you understand?" "Yes, we shall faithfully heed our master's teachings." The master of the celestial path nodded, yet he felt an overwhelming discomfort within, prompting him to refrain from seeking further insights into the other disciples' progress. He urgently needed to return to the palace to tend to his injuries. At that moment, the master's commanding gaze swept over the remaining disciples. "Today I am weary. We shall continue the assessments another time. For now, you may all return and rest." Having spoken, the master of the celestial path turned and soared back to the green immortal palace, leaving the other disciples exchanging puzzled glances, bewildered by the sudden shift in his demeanor. Just moments ago, he had been fervently intent on evaluating each individual's cultivation. Why had his enthusiasm waned so abruptly? Nonetheless, it was perhaps fortunate that their master was not seeking to trouble them, and since he had made such a declaration, there must be a reason for it. Indeed, as disciples, they should refrain from questioning further. Yet, an unsettling sensation lingered in their hearts, an inexplicable oddity that left them all feeling rather strange. Suddenly, Yunxiao exclaimed, "Have you all noticed? Master's attire seems to have changed. The outfit he wore earlier was not this color at all." Upon this revelation, the others quickly realized the truth. It was indeed the case. No wonder they felt something was amiss. It was due to their master's altered garments. But why had his attire changed? They were at a loss for answers when they suddenly noticed charred remnants on the ground. Fragments that appeared to be ashes from clothing scorched by lightning. This discovery sparked a terrifying thought among them. Could it be that senior brother's attack had destroyed Master's clothing? This notion reverberated through their minds, leaving their faces ashen with fear. Such a thought seemed utterly preposterous. Chapter 158. My apprentice is quite remarkable. The celestial master of Tongtian hurried back to the Bio Palace, leaving his disciples of the Jie Sect in a state of bewilderment, unsure of why their master had suddenly returned to the palace. Upon reflecting on their master's behavior throughout the day, they found it somewhat peculiar. However, upon further contemplation, it could be deemed understandable, for their cultivation had indeed progressed at an astonishing pace. Were they in their master's position, they too would have sought to ascertain the authenticity of their cultivation. Yet, it puzzled them that after their master confirmed the authenticity of the eldest disciple's cultivation, his countenance bore no trace of joy. Unable to comprehend this, the disciples ceased their musings. They turned their gazes towards the eldest disciple, Feipeng, who smiled calmly and waved his hand, assuring them that there was no cause for concern. Their master's actions must surely have a rationale. Perhaps their master had suddenly recalled an urgent matter, and when he had the opportunity tomorrow, he would certainly evaluate each of their cultivations individually. At that time, when their master recognized the authenticity of their abilities, he would undoubtedly express his praises and feel a sense of satisfaction. The Jie Sect disciples nodded in agreement, their faces brightening as they replied, "Eldest brother is right. Has our master ever acted without reason? We simply need to await our master's evaluation of our cultivation tomorrow. Perhaps he might even offer us guidance." With that, the disciples returned to their respective caves to continue their cultivation. Meanwhile, within the main hall of the Bio Palace, the celestial master of Tongtian sat cross-legged upon a purple golden mat, frowning slightly as he tended to his injuries. Should word of this spread, it would undoubtedly cause a great stir, for the celestial master was a saint who transcended life and death. That he had sustained injuries was nothing short of extraordinary. Fortunately, his injuries were not severe. He retrieved a small jade vial from his robes, tilted it, and poured out a single elixir, sufficient to heal his internal wounds. After ingesting the elixir, the celestial master found his injuries nearly mended. With a sigh of relief and a smile of satisfaction gracing his face, he could hardly believe that Feipeng's cultivation was indeed authentic. This was a being on the threshold of sainthood. His apprentice was truly commendable. From a place of genuine emotion, the celestial master felt immense satisfaction with Feipeng's cultivation. In the vast expanse of the Primordial World, few could achieve such heights at such a young age. Even the most extraordinary talents would struggle to reach the early stage of quasi-sainthood. Yet, his disciple had accomplished this feat. What an honor it was. If this were to be known, would it not reflect greatly upon him? Should other saints become aware, they would likely be consumed by jealousy. Among the saints, only Hongjun Laozu and Niuhua were known to cultivate disciples of quasi-sainthood. Niuhua's two female disciples had been nurtured over a lengthy period, akin to sisters more than mere students. In contrast, Feipeng was a disciple he had taken on only after attaining sainthood. The Master of Heaven was well aware that, hundreds of years ago, Feipeng was merely a novice in the Qi refinement stage. Yet now, he has ascended to the quasi-saint realm. Such talent, even among the vast expanse of the primordial chaos, could undoubtedly be deemed unparalleled. As time flowed on, the following day saw the Master of Heaven arrive at the grand square of the myriad immortals, where numerous disciples had already gathered in eager anticipation. The Master held lingering doubts regarding the cultivation levels of the other disciples. He had some understanding of Feipeng's innate gifts, and while he was astonished by Feipeng's advancement to the quasi-saint realm, this astonishment was tempered by a modicum of understanding. However, the same could not be said for the other disciples. One could not dismiss the possibility that among them were those who engaged in deceit. The disciples of the Jie Sect were brimming with excitement, their fists clenched in anticipation. Thanks to the opportunities bestowed by their senior brother, their prowess had surged dramatically, and they had acquired entirely new techniques and divine abilities. Now, with a chance to showcase their skills before their master, how could they not feel exhilarated? The Master of Heaven cast a stern gaze across the assembly, finally resting his eyes upon Zhao Gongming. Previously, Zhao Gongming had appeared rather unassuming and dull, leading the master to believe that he would never resort to deception. Yet now, Zhao Gongming had achieved the mid-stage of the great Luo Golden Immortal Realm, which left the master profoundly astonished. Consequently, he resolved to test the authenticity of Zhao Gongming's cultivation. If Zhao Gongming's advancements were genuine, it would likely indicate that the other disciples had also attained true cultivation. Conversely, if his progress were false, it would reveal that this group had been misleading him all along. Such a situation would necessitate punishment, for otherwise, they would remain oblivious to the depths of their own corruption. What are you hesitating for? Zhao Gongming, I have just sensed your aura and discovered that you have become a sword cultivator. In that case, today I shall assess your swordsmanship to determine whether your understanding is sufficiently profound. I stand here. You are to attack me with your sword. Should you wield your most formidable sword technique and manage to harm even a single hair on my body, I shall deem you successful in this trial. Upon hearing the master's words, Zhao Gongming quickly shook his head and replied, Disciple dares not, disciple dares not. Even if my cultivation has surged, I would never dare to strike at my esteemed master, nor would I wish to harm even a single hair. I implore you, master, to rescind your command and allow me to demonstrate my cultivation through other means. The Master of Heaven, however, waved his hand dismissively. You are a man, why dither so? When I command you to act, you shall do so. Are you truly afraid of injuring me? Rest assured, I will suppress my strength to the initial stage of the quasi-saint. Hearing this, Zhao Gongming let out a quiet sigh of relief. Thankfully, since the master had stated he would restrain his power to the initial stage of the quasi-saint, Zhao Gongming felt a sense of comfort. For he was merely at the mid-stage of the great Luo Golden Immortal Realm. To be honest, he had been somewhat apprehensive that the master might, in a capricious mood like the previous day, reduce his strength to match Zhao Gongming's own, in which case he would have been utterly at a loss. Zhao Gongming is acutely aware that with his current prowess, even an ordinary mid-stage De Luo Jin Xian stands no chance against him. Not even a formidable opponent at the peak of De Luo Jin Xian might withstand a single strike from his blade. Zhao Gongming has mastered the Shushan swordsmanship, and though Shushan is merely a terrestrial lineage, the strength of its sect leader is not to be underestimated. In the past, the demon lord Chong Lu clashed with the leader of Shushan. The demon lord, who is notoriously arrogant and dismissive of counsel, nonetheless acquiesced to the Shushan leader's stipulation of 300 days, which underscores the formidable nature of the Shushan leader's abilities. A fact that even the demon lord finds somewhat intimidating. It is no exaggeration to describe the Shushan leader as unfathomably powerful. Given the prowess of the Shushan leader, it stands to reason that the Shushan swordsmanship he has honed is anything but ordinary. Presently, Zhao Gongming has cultivated this swordsmanship to its zenith. Chapter 159. Tongtian feels his pride wounded with a resounding clang. Zhao Gongming drew his treasured sword from his waist, its cold gleam illuminating Tongtian's face and causing a sudden jolt of surprise within him. Zhao Gongming, bowing respectfully, addressed his master with utmost reverence. disciple dares to take action. Please be cautious, master. In the presence of Tongtian, Zhao Gongming held nothing back. He swung his sword, cleaving through the void, channeling the might of the heavens and earth, and unleashing an overwhelming wave of magical energy, transforming it into a dazzling beam of light that descended upon Tongtian with great force. As the sword light arced through the air, it absorbed the laws of the universe, growing increasingly radiant. Wherever it passed, the void crumbled, and all existence faded away. The power of this strike was indeed terrifying. Tongtian narrowed his eyes, profoundly shaken by the might of Zhao Gongming's sword. He recalled that he had never taught such a technique, uncertain of where Zhao Gongming had acquired it. This swordsmanship bore an aura of righteousness, seemingly capable of vanquishing evil and demons, exuding immense strength. Moreover, it appeared to be augmented by a form of mental energy. This energy must have stemmed from the generations of Shushan, revered and beloved by the surrounding populace for their demon-slaying prowess, which allowed the Shushan sword techniques to absorb the will of the people. Over time, the Shushan swordsmanship evolved into a formidable power, intertwining magical and mental energies. Consequently, the Shushan sword technique became a transcendent art capable of crossing realms. It not only wielded magical energy, but also harnessed mental force. Thus, a mid-stage Luo Jinxian practitioner employing the Shushan sword technique would inherently manifest swordsmanship commensurate with their cultivation level, augmented by mental energy, allowing them to contend against even late-stage quasi-saints or peak Luo Jinxian. This unique advantage defined the Shushan sword technique. In a flash, Zhao Gongming's sword light streaked across the sky, striking towards Tongtian. In response, Tongtian raised 2 fingers slightly. With a resonant sound, he caught the beam of sword light between his fingers. The sword light quivered violently, attempting to break free, yet Tongtian, preserving his strength at the initial stage of quasi-saint, remained steadfast. This time, Tongtian did not reveal any signs of distress. However, the sword light emanated an unusual power. With a crackle, the sword light writhed like a silver serpent, and as it was pinched by Tongtian's fingers, it suddenly unleashed a force reminiscent of the passage of countless seasons, ultimately managing to graze Tongtian's fingers, drawing a drop of blood. According to Tongtian's earlier statements, this could be considered as Zhao Gongming having passed the test. This scene did not go unnoticed by the surrounding disciples, who instantly displayed expressions of shock, their eyes wide open in disbelief. Good heavens, Brother Zhao truly passed the Master S test. Although Zhao Gongming had successfully passed the trial, the example of Feipeng had dulled Tongtian's surprise considerably. What astonished Tongtian was the remarkable transformation in Zhao Gongming's demeanor. Previously, Zhao Gongming appeared dull and honest, but now he exuded an air of elegance and charm, with a hint of rebelliousness. This change left Tongtian deeply surprised. What could have transpired to instigate such a profound metamorphosis? Was it right or wrong to entrust the management of to his eldest disciple? Nevertheless, Tongtian did not dwell on it for long, as Zhao Gongming's altered character seemed to be progressing in a positive direction, leading him to refrain from further inquiry. At present, he was primarily interested in assessing the cultivation levels of the other disciples to determine their authenticity. A burgeoning anticipation stirred within Tongtian's heart. If the strength of the myriad immortals were indeed genuine, then their sect would be 100-fold stronger than before. Although had previously garnered significant renown amidst the vast wilderness, Tongtian understood all too well that, in comparison to other primal forces, held no real advantage, save for its sheer number of disciples, whose cultivation levels were vastly uneven. However, with the eradication of this singular shortcoming, it signified that the only advantage of the Chan sect had dissipated. The next time Tongtian encountered Yuanshi Tianzuan, he pondered what grounds he would have to boast. With this thought, Tongtian's spirits soared. According to the disciples, their rapid advancements in cultivation were attributed to the guidance of his eldest disciple. Yet, what methods had Feier employed to enable all disciples to experience such significant progress in a short span? Perhaps the answers would only reveal themselves after he had thoroughly examined the cultivation levels of the remaining disciples. With this in mind, Tongtian hesitated no longer. He gestured for Zhao Gongming to step back and addressed everyone, stating, "I am now largely convinced of your words. However, a thorough examination is still warranted. Let us proceed together, so I may ascertain the truth at once." The myriad immortals were taken aback by this declaration, and the atmosphere became charged with excitement. What? The Master actually wanted us to unleash our strongest attacks simultaneously. It was well understood that a united offensive from the myriad immortals would be formidable. Having never before coordinated an assault against a sage, they were unsure whether Tongtian could withstand their combined might. while it would be fortunate if he could. The prospect of him faltering was troubling, leaving them at a loss for how to proceed. Observing the hesitation etched upon their faces, Tongtian discerned their unspoken thoughts, igniting a flare of indignation within him. How could these esteemed disciples harbor doubts about his capacity as a sage to resist their united onslaught? Feeling his strength was being questioned, he retorted sharply, "You need not worry. I shall employ the power of a sage. No matter how many of you there are, you cannot harm me." Upon hearing Tongtian's words, the disciples finally felt reassured. "Then we shall proceed. Is it truly without consequence?" Tongtian, slightly exasperated, waved his hand decisively, affirming, "It is indeed of no concern. Act swiftly and allow me to witness the extent of your prowess. I must ascertain the authenticity of your abilities. Should I uncover any deceit, I shall not show mercy." The disciples of the Celestial Sect, their expressions turning solemn, collectively summoned their mystical energies. In an instant, the might of over 10,000 disciples coalesced into a formidable force, transforming into a roaring lion, charging ferociously towards the heavens. The lion, resplendent with a coat of golden fur, boasted razor-sharp claws and teeth, radiating an ethereal energy so vast that it warped the very fabric of space. Yet, the true terror did not lie solely in their magical power, but in the convergence of laws within the lion's being. All the principles wielded by the disciples amalgamated within this creature, rendering it akin to a furnace of myriad laws. A single misstep could trigger a cataclysmic explosion, the magnitude of which is beyond the realm of imagination. Chapter 160. The Unforeseen Combined Divine Powers of the Celestial Sect. The Celestial Sect, under the leadership of the Supreme Leader, primarily conducted a collective assessment of the cultivation levels of its disciples, excluding only Feipeng and Zhao Gongming. In the Supreme Leader's eyes, his eldest disciple possessed an exceptional foundation and extraordinary talent, and though he was astonished that Feipeng had attained the quasi-saint realm, it was not to the extent of disbelief. As for Zhao Gongming, who was previously an inconspicuous outer disciple, his innate brilliance was undeniable. Otherwise, he would not have been accepted as a disciple by the primordial heavenly venerable. It is noteworthy that, within the Celestial Sect, Zhao Gongming was the sole disciple who was not dismissed as a mere beast, but welcomed into the fold. Regrettably, the primordial heavenly venerable's biases loomed over him like a mountain. After being taken in as a disciple, Zhao Gongming was particularly neglected, and his talents went unrecognized. This led to his resentment and ultimately to his departure from Kunlun Mountain, where he sought the mentorship of the Supreme Leader once more. Thus, it seemed entirely reasonable for Zhao Gongming, endowed with extraordinary abilities and now under favorable circumstances, to progress to the mid-stage of the great Luo Golden Immortal Realm. However, the authenticity of their cultivation levels did not extend to the other disciples. Reflecting on the previously pure nature of these disciples, now seemingly rendered inept by Feipeng, the Supreme Leader felt a pang of distress. Fortunately, he had returned swiftly. It was imperative to rectify the misguided paths of these wayward disciples before the impending calamity. As for the inadequately performing eldest disciple, punishment was inevitable, though it would follow the thorough assessment of all disciples' cultivation levels, ensuring Feipeng would have no grounds for objection, thus accepting his punishment with full conviction. Yet, for reasons unknown, a flicker of anticipation stirred within the Supreme Leader's heart. Although the outcome of such anticipation seemed utterly absurd, it undeniably took root within him. If it were true that all disciples' cultivation levels were genuine, then not only had Feipeng erred, but he would also have achieved great merit. Coupled with the Supreme Leader's long-standing affection for Feipeng, among the tens of thousands of disciples, he was the only one affectionately referred to as Fei. The Supreme Leader had always placed immense trust in him. Were it not for the bizarre nature of recent events and the inexplicable progress of the other disciples, he would never have doubted Feipeng's integrity. At that moment, the Supreme Leader's gaze was fixed ahead. There, apart from Zhao Gongming and Feipeng, all disciples of the Celestial Sect were channeling their mystical energies, their bodies resonating with the laws of the cosmos. They collectively ascended, hand gestures weaving intricate spells, their celestial auras surging, resembling a grand army of cultivators. The scene was majestic and awe-inspiring, as vibrant and diverse spiritual energies intertwined in the air, transforming into various mythical beasts and divine artifacts, exuding an air of mystery. Witnessing this spectacle, the Supreme Leader slightly bowed his head, a hint of satisfaction gracing his countenance. With his vast experience, he could discern that this display from the disciples was indeed extraordinary. Although all disciples have practiced the transcendent Qingxian techniques of the Bio Palace lineage, The successful manifestation of divine powers, wherein their collective strengths coalesce into a singular celestial force, necessitates an extraordinary level of coordination and tacit understanding. Without such harmony, success remains unattainable. At that moment, Yunxiao, Xiongxiao, Bixiao, Duobao Daoist, the Holy Mother of Wudong, the Holy Mother of Turtle Spirit, the Holy Mother of Golden Spirit, the Holy Mother of Fire Spirit, Shiji, and Qin Wan, 10 individuals, led numerous disciples as they occupied distinct sections of the sky. These 10 figures stood out like cranes among a flock of chickens, radiating an awe-inspiring brilliance. Their vast, sanguine energies surged like 10 celestial pillars piercing the heavens, causing the azure firmament to tremble incessantly. Clad in a flowing crimson gown, Yunxiao formed intricate hand seals, her aura swirling around her, with her formidable power surging forth. Wisps of red celestial mist drifted from behind her, accentuating the enchanting beauty of her visage. In the next moment, Yunxiao's demeanor transformed dramatically. Her lustrous hair rose as if she were a peerless empress reclaiming her life. Her once black pupils instantaneously morphed into a resplendent shade of violet gold. A powerful and resonant voice echoed throughout the cosmos. In this world of shifting winds and clouds, we emerge. As we enter the rivers and lakes, time hastens our journey. In the discourse of grand ambitions, we laugh amidst life's transient intoxication. In an instant, the Oriental canon, this profound technique, radiated boundless Taoist resonance and began to operate autonomously. Within her meridians, a domineering inner force intertwined with ethereal celestial energy, and in the blink of an eye, this fierce and overpowering spiritual essence erupted from the crown of Yunxiao's head like a volcanic eruption, shooting forth towards the heavens like a meteor. This colossal surge of spiritual power was enveloped in endless Taoist principles, as enigmatic and arcane symbols emerged, flickering and shifting, creating an illusion of 3,000 great worlds collapsing and being born within. The magical prowess exhibited by Yunxiao surpassed any power that Tongtian, the Master of Heaven, had ever encountered. Should they exist within the same realm, Tongtian would find himself at a disadvantage against such overwhelming might, should he refrain from employing divine techniques. After all, this formidable power was immensely resilient. If measured by volume, a single strand of this overwhelming force could rend apart 10 strands of the opponent's power. This tempestuous energy twisted and churned, and in mere moments, golden light swirled to form a magnificent lion's head. The lion's head appeared vividly lifelike, as if not composed of mere energy, but rather of flesh and blood, emanating an aura of unparalleled dominance. Roaring, surrounding Yunxiao, the disciples of the poured forth their own spiritual energy, and in an instant, countless beams of light streaked across the celestial night sky like a meteor shower, ultimately merging into the lion's head. Chapter 161. An extraordinary genius disciple. The lion's head conjured by Yunxiao, initially no larger than a boulder, had now swelled to the size of a palace after absorbing the spiritual energy and laws of numerous disciples from the. Observing this scene, Tongtian's eyes quivered slightly, and his pupils contracted imperceptibly, revealing a subtle hint of astonishment deep within his gaze. The cultivation of the celestial maiden Yunxiao was indeed genuine. Who would have thought that after Feipeng and Zhao Gongming, would produce yet another prodigious genius disciple? Such a display of might that shakes the heavens and the earth is not something that even mid-stage Deluo Golden Immortals, or even the ordinary peak Deluo Golden Immortals, could easily manifest. At this moment, within the translucent lion's head, thousands of laws intertwined like chains forged from 7-colored divine gold, sparking dazzling flames as they rubbed against each other. The overwhelming power emanating from it imparted a sense of both danger and strength. Tongtian furrowed his brow once more, acknowledging that the cultivation of the disciples surrounding Yunxiao was also genuine. It seems that during my absence, many disciples have been diligently cultivating. Once this matter concludes, those who have worked hard without resorting to deceit shall indeed be rewarded. Now, it remains to be seen if any other disciples have attempted to deceive him. Should he uncover such dishonesty, he would impose severe punishment before the entire sect as a form of retribution. Therefore, he shifted his gaze towards another part of the sky. In that region, the celestial maiden Xiongxiao was leading over 1,000 disciples in their cultivation. Upon realizing that Tongtian's attention was upon them, they were immediately startled. Their master was actually observing them. Did master wish to see their performance? They could not let master down. They too must display formidable strength. With this thought in mind, Xiongxiao swiftly formed seals with her hands, her exquisite palms fluttering like butterflies in flight. Sparkling ice-blue dreamlike light erupted between her hands like fireworks. Yunxiao's visage was as beautiful as a celestial being, enveloped in a delicate layer of frost that exuded purity and nobility. She donned a flowing azure gown that trailed the ground, adorned with embroidered clouds and white cranes, and embellished with luminous pearls. As one's gaze descended, her long, graceful legs peeked from beneath the hem of her gown, accentuated by a pair of translucent, jade-like high heels that elevated Yunxiao's aura to its zenith. In the next moment, as the seals in Yunxiao's hands were completed, a flash of ice-blue light flickered in her beautiful eyes. Her lips, like wisps of smoke, parted slightly, releasing a voice as clear as pearls dropping onto a jade plate, akin to the sound of celestial music flowing like the waters of the Milky Way. From the earth, all things arise, the essence of all spirits, the morality of humanity, the source of the great Tao. As Yunxiao's delicate form trembled, the Xianling's 70 transformations within her surged into motion. An unparalleled divine power, imbued with the principles of creation, erupted from her being, infused with the elemental forces of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth, as if capable of manifesting all things in the world and glimpsing the secrets of heaven and humanity. Witnessing this, Tongtian's mind exploded with realization, his pupils constricting sharply, his expression awash with profound astonishment. The divine art of the saintly Enhua, known as the mystical transformation of 70, is indeed a treasure of immense value. Yet, one cannot help but ponder why it has come into the possession of Yunxiao. Could it be that this legacy was inadvertently left behind by Enhua in the mortal realm prior to her ascension to sainthood? If this were true, Yunxiao's identity would become exceedingly unique, and she would undoubtedly earn Enhua's favor. The expression of delight blossomed upon the face of Tongtian. At present, the Four Saints Alliance is scheming, luring his disciples of the Jie Sect into calamity, while Enhua remains detached, adopting a posture akin to watching a tiger fight from the mountain. For some time now, he has been troubled, seeking ways for the Jie Sect to safely navigate the tribulations of the canonization. Unexpectedly, Yunxiao has stumbled upon such a fortuitous opportunity, acquiring the legacy that Enhua left behind in the mortal world. To possess such a legacy is akin to being the inheritor of a world-renowned powerhouse's mantle. This tradition of leaving behind a legacy to be inherited by chance has existed for eons in the Primordial World. Many formidable beings, fearing that their clans and sects may one day be slaughtered by vengeful foes, would secretly leave behind a mysterious inheritance. Regardless of who obtains it, they are regarded as the most central inheritor, often holding a status that surpasses that of a direct disciple. Moreover, this connection is often more intimate than that of the most cherished children of these great beings. Thus, once such an inheritor emerges, these powerful figures will go to great lengths to protect them, ensuring no harm befalls them. According to Tongtian, the two most formidable female disciples under the saintly Enhua have yet to cultivate the mystical transformation of 70, indicating that Enhua deems them unworthy of such teachings. Yet now, a second individual has emerged who practices this art, and that individual is his own disciple. As Yunxiao's cultivation deepens, Enhua will inevitably sense her presence. At that moment, he will have the opportunity to draw Enhua, the saint, closer, intertwining the fate of her Huahuang Palace with that of the Jie Sect. Uniting their efforts against the four saints, Yuan Shi, Taishang, Zhuanti, and Jieyin. Unbeknownst to Yunxiao, her acquisition of Enhua's art has been misconstrued by Tongtian as a serendipitous fortune. Had she been aware, she would surely have found herself unable to suppress a laugh. Since her transformation, she has scarcely left Golden Ao Island. How could she have acquired the legacy left by Enhua in the mortal realm? All of this is a gift from her elder brother. Without him, how could she have grasped such profound and elusive supreme techniques? Chapter 162. As a resplendent sage, my disciple surpasses me. The divine power of the celestial maiden Yunxiao transformed into a vibrant array of multicolored petals, fluttering gracefully towards the magnificent lion head in the sky. Meanwhile, the disciples of the Jie Sect surrounding her began to form seals, unleashing torrents of immense spiritual energy from above their heads, akin to a cascade of shooting stars, continuously merging into the divine power manifesting from Yunxiao. With a resounding crash, the gathered divine energy struck beneath the lion's head, instantly coalescing into the creature's neck. Observing this spectacle, the master of Tongtian nodded slightly. Indeed, the cultivation of these disciples was genuine. However, it was likely due to Yunxiao's acquisition of Enhua's teachings that led to such an outcome. As for the other disciples, they might not be so fortunate. As his thoughts swirled, Tongtian cast an intentional, yet subtle glance towards the direction of the mother of Wudong. As his direct disciple, she had received much of his guidance and nurturing. Now, even some external disciples displayed such profound skills. Surely, his closest disciples should not lag behind. Although Tongtian's gaze was discreet, the mother of Wudong perceptively sensed it. A pang of alarm surged within her. It seemed her master harbored some dissatisfaction. Clearly, she needed to demonstrate her true prowess. Otherwise, she would inevitably fall short of his expectations. The mother of Wudong's gaze turned towards the ferocious lion in the heavens. With the lion's head and neck now formed, it was time to complete its body. Yet, it appeared that her strength alone might not suffice. She swiftly scanned her fellow sisters, her voice resonating with determination through the air. Sisters, lend me your strength. Together, let us complete this manifestation of the ferocious lion. Draped in a fitted golden qipao, the Holy Mother of Golden Spirit rose abruptly, streams of golden spiritual energy flowing ceaselessly around her. A rhythm of Tao permeated the atmosphere, and an ethereal aura unfurled, causing countless golden flowers to bloom in the surrounding void, adorning the sky. Each flower radiated boundless golden light, conjuring a scene of divine sanctity and grandeur. Sister, I shall assist you, declared the Holy Mother of Golden Spirit, extending her slender finger to point at her forehead. In the next moment, a golden lotus pattern emerged upon her pristine brow. The brilliance emanating from the lotus intensified, ultimately manifesting as a real lotus that fell gracefully from her forehead. The golden lotus spun with a mesmerizing grace, its boundless Tao principles suffusing the void, unleashing a cataclysmic wave of energy. As the golden lotus rotated subtly, the nearby space appeared to fracture, as if the very fabric of reality struggled to contain its overwhelming force. Fear not, dear sister, for I am here, came a somewhat impetuous voice, revealing the Holy Mother of Tortoise Spirit. At this moment, she found herself encircled by a multitude of Jie Sect disciples, adorned in an elegant black battle armor, with a large white pearl atop her head, radiating a soft, luminous glow. Dressed in an ensemble of black, she exuded an air of sophisticated allure rather than appearing aged, enhancing her strikingly seductive and cold demeanor. The sacred mother of Tortoise Spirit parted her lips, and the sun and moon pearl tumbled forth from her fragrant tongue, surrounded by swirling energies of deep yellow. In an instant, its brilliance intensified, as a beam of this energy surged forth, enveloping the golden lotus of the Golden Spirit Mother. At that moment, laughter resonated from another realm, its sound as crisp and melodious as a chime, refreshing the spirit of all who heard it. We sisters have always been united. I refuse to be left behind. Following the sound, they beheld the Fire Spirit Mother, adorned in a resplendent crimson gown, her vibrant aura shimmering with beauty and grace. Suddenly, a red fire phoenix burst forth, its wings ablaze with fierce flames, commanding a sea of fire as it soared majestically towards the raging lion. Observing her three younger sisters lending their aid, the unfettered mother nodded in satisfaction, weaving a spell with her hands while reciting incantations. The workings of fate are inscrutable. Thus, I shall seize destiny. Human hearts are enigmatic. Hence, I shall pierce their depths. The path of enlightenment is elusive. Therefore, I shall ascend to its heights. A series of numbers and symbols emerged from the unfettered mother's lips, gradually coalescing into a sphere composed of these very figures. The sphere pulsated with laws of nature, seemingly capable of divining the secrets of fate, grasping the past, present, and future, as if all the mysteries of the cosmos were encapsulated within this small orb, compelling an irresistible urge to explore. Yet, as the collective consciousness drew near, it encountered a void akin to a black hole, inflicting excruciating headaches as all approaching mental energies were consumed. Left with no choice, they abandoned their pursuit. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Enveloped in the essence of fate, the sphere composed of numbers and runes, the golden lotus shrouded in deep yellow energy, and the fire phoenix bearing a torrent of flames transformed into three radiant beams, simultaneously soaring towards the lion's head in the heavens, merging in the space beneath its neck. During this fusion, the disciples of the also channeled their powers into the convergence. After a brief pause, the form of the lion materialized, releasing an even more formidable aura that reverberated through the void, shaking the heavens and earth, as thunder and lightning erupted, heralding the imminent birth of something fearsome. The celestial master of heaven watched, bewildered. He had anticipated that even with their advancements, these disciples would not exceed expectations. Yet, the astonishing speed of their cultivation left him utterly astonished, evoking a sense of awe that could only be described as extraordinary. As a saint, the celestial master naturally bore the dignity of his status. Ordinarily, even monumental events would not elicit visible surprise. However, despite his efforts to conceal it. The shock gradually seeped into his facial expressions, a prelude to an overwhelming surge of emotion threatening to escape control. At that moment, an unexpected thought struck him with alarm. Could it be that the cultivation of these disciples was genuine? Had they not relied on the protective array to mask their true realms before the primordial heavenly venerable? Yet, how could it be that, after countless years of guidance, he had failed to elevate them to the realm of golden immortals? Is it truly conceivable that after merely a few hundred years of instruction, the great disciple has transformed them all into Tai golden immortals? Among them, the most outstanding have even ascended to the status of great Luo golden immortals. Who would dare to believe such a claim? Have I, a sage, not excelled in this aspect compared to that young lad, Feipeng? Chapter 163. The kings unleash their powers boom. A young man cloaked in black lay reclined upon a throne pulled by 9-headed Qilin beasts, exuding an air of arrogance. His aura was vast as an ocean, waves of energy rippling through the void. Please, senior brother Duobao, lead us into action. Echoed the voices of over 1,000 disciples of the all-elite warriors with sharp gazes and an unwavering fighting spirit. Each of the brethren sought to impress their master, and though Duobao was still inexperienced in his path, he yearned to showcase his abilities, hoping not to disappoint his master, and requested that none take offense. Suddenly, the black-robed Duobao sprang up from the Qilin chariot. In an instant, his previously languid demeanor transformed, and a terrifying storm surged forth, resembling a mist crashing into a vat of water. His fierce magical power surged like rich ink, wreaking havoc in the void, astonishing countless celestial beings. Duobao clenched his fists, striking a striking pose in the air, surrounded by a shimmering layer of golden light that radiated an overwhelming and tyrannical aura. A magnetic voice reverberated throughout the heavens, deafening and resonant. I harbor no ill will toward anyone in particular. I merely declare that all present here are but refuse. As these words fell, Duobao's internal powers surged into action, waves of formidable magical energy enveloping his form, endowing every movement with the might to obliterate the heavens and the earth. With a resounding crash, Duobao swung his iron fist, slicing through the air like a blazing meteor, bursting forth with dazzling brilliance that ignited the blood of onlookers. His punch struck the void, producing a colossal fist imprint that surged forward, imbued with an indomitable and radiant force. As it passed, the fabric of the void crumbled inch by inch, and beneath the weight of his strike, an enormous chasm materialized. A sight so incredible that it defied belief unless witnessed firsthand. A slight smirk graced Duobao's lips, his rebellious gaze gleaming with defiance as his spirited voice echoed across the expanse. Did you think this was the end? No. Behold, with that, Duobao performed a somersault in the air, executing a graceful yet fierce spinning kick that unleashed a golden-leg shadow like a bolt of lightning. In an instant, the void crackled with thunder, the sounds of the celestial path resonating without cease, as his kick carved out a chasm of immeasurable depth, leaving the onlookers in awe. Swish, swish. The energy beams unleashed by his punch and kick streaked across the sky, ultimately converging upon the golden lion avatar, transforming into a pair of forelegs. Witnessing this, the disciples of the surrounding Duobao eagerly channeled their power into the limbs, causing them to swell magnificently, seamlessly merging with the golden lion avatar. At this moment, the master of Tongtian nodded in acknowledgement of Duobao and the prowess of those disciples. Yet his brow furrowed in irritation at Duobao's earlier declaration. I harbor no ill will toward anyone. I merely declare that all present here are but refuse. Even with unparalleled strength, one must possess a heart of humility. For those who cultivate the path, the refinement of the heart is of utmost importance. How can my disciple exhibit such arrogance and haughtiness? The master of the celestial realm, unaware that this is the incantation of the great Taoist Duobao, is currently seething with anger and plans to reprimand him thoroughly later. Had Duobao known the master's thoughts, he would surely cry out in protest. What he has comprehended is the technique of the grandmaster of the water-severing flow. The words he just uttered serve as both the incantation and the essence of the technique. Without uttering them, their power cannot be unleashed. As Duobao made his move, the lady of Shiji seemed unable to contain herself any longer. Adorned with a fan-like headdress embellished with pearls and jade, she possesses an enchanting beauty. Draped in a magnificent crimson robe, exuding an indescribable allure, the world may proclaim Daji as the most beautiful woman. But such a claim would be impossible had they ever encountered her master, Shiji. Otherwise, they would never utter such heartless words. With a resonant hum, the ancient scripture of the stone ruins surged within Shiji, a technique of the celestial emperors, rivaling the master of the celestial realm's cultivation of the supreme clarity, celestial law. Boundless rhythms of the Tao enveloped her form, as if connecting with the divine essence of the great Tao. In a fleeting moment, ancient continents materialized in the void behind her. Although everyone knew these were mere illusions, the overwhelming force they emanated still left the onlookers in profound awe and astonishment. Desolation. Traversing through the ages and the heavens, I wish to fight alongside, bathed in the supreme blood of myriad races, with no regrets. Kill. A boundless intent to kill flashed in her eyes. In that instant, the infinite void seemed to solidify, unleashing an immense pressure that constricted the chests of all present, suffocating their souls. It felt as though their very lives were already under the control of another. In a mere moment, cold sweat silently drenched the backs of the crowd, revealing the terrifying nature of this murderous intent. As the final syllable of kill escaped her lips, a tremendous surge of gray-white, rock attribute energy erupted from her body, transforming into a meteor that soared forward. Along the way, countless threads of spiritual power, like fireflies, converged into it. These were the magical energies of the other disciples. Ultimately, this energy manifested as the hind leg of a golden lion. Haha, this lion is left with but one leg to complete. It is fate that this task is destined to be fulfilled by me, Qin Wan. With a resounding voice that echoed through the void, the crowd turned to behold the Lord of the Golden Turtle Island, Qin Wan. He has mastered the law of the Thunder Emperor, another technique of the Celestial Emperors. Inherently fierce and unmatched. Suddenly, chaotic arcs of lightning flickered around his form. Bang, bang, bang. Chapter 164. The Master of the Celestial Realm is alarmed. Countless spheres of chaotic energy erupted from his body, filling the sky to an overwhelming extent, resembling a scene more terrifying than a heavenly tribulation. Go. Without uttering another word, Lord Qin pointed, and these spheres transformed into the final hind leg of the golden lion manifestation. After accomplishing this, Lord Qin turned his gaze toward Bai Xiao with a cheerful smile. Junior sister Bai Xiao, now that all 9 of us have made our move, the golden lion is only missing its tail. The next step is up to you. Everyone's attention shifted to Bai Xiao. Emerging from the clouds, she revealed her head, adorned with 2 adorable bun-like hairstyles, her panda-like dark circles accentuating her lively appearance. Suddenly, the little one grinned, her mischievous nature unmistakable. Hee, it seems I must take the final stage. I command the oil of destiny. A surge of crimson flames, accompanied by a gale, instantly engulfed Bai Xiao's entire form. In the next moment, divine patterns of fire emerged upon her fair skin, pulsating with a formidable power. Fire arise, wind awaken. With a commanding shout, the flames surrounding her expanded dramatically, soaring to an astonishing height. What was most terrifying was that these flames were no ordinary fire. They were the 9-fold true fire. While the 3-fold true fire is capable of collapsing the void, the 9-fold true fire is exponentially more potent. Frankly speaking, in the face of 9-fold true fire, even saints would tremble in fear, treating it with utmost caution. Should a saint inadvertently be engulfed by the 9-fold true fire without any protective measures, they would surely be harmed. For those below the rank of saint, becoming ensnared by the 9-fold true fire equates to a struggle for survival. With a survival rate of less than 1 in a million. Flame spear go? Little Bai Xiao suddenly hurled the flame spear, a treasure she had acquired while comprehending the magic pill Neza, which had later been gifted to her by Feipeng, a top-grade innate spiritual treasure. At this moment, boundless 9-fold true fire coiled around the surface of the flame spear, transforming into a streak of light that struck the golden lion's rear. With a swish, the once straight flame spear became pliable, morphing into a lion's tail that swung powerfully in the air, while the 9-fold true fire rapidly enveloped the lion's entire body. At that moment, a spark of wisdom flickered in the golden lion's eyes, imbuing it with a sudden vitality that contrasted starkly with its previous lifelessness. Roar. The golden lion manifestation let out a thunderous roar towards the heavens, generating a colossal storm that swept outward from its form. Crack, crack. As the sound waves traveled, the void shattered like glass, revealing a pitch-black abyss of chaos, with turbulent currents of time and space intertwining, causing the collapse and rebirth of the vast 3,000 worlds. The master of the celestial realm narrowed his eyes slightly, his expression growing exceedingly grave. The golden lion, a convergence of the myriad celestial forces and laws of the, now exudes an overwhelming terror. It seems to have transcended this world, existing across multiple dimensions of time and space, its true form reflecting the myriad realms, immortal and indestructible. Within the lion's being, one can perceive the dazzling chains of law, intertwining and colliding, igniting brilliant sparks. Over 10,000 types of laws amalgamate into a singular entity. This golden lion is no mere manifestation of supernatural prowess, but rather resembles a furnace of myriad paths. Should this furnace erupt, its power would be enough to astound the primordial universe. The leader, Tongtian, was already quietly drenched in cold sweat as he extended his consciousness to sense the situation, only to be horrified to discover it had long surpassed his control. He muttered under his breath, barely audible, equating it to the terrifying self-destructive strike of a saint. At that moment, Tongtian was truly alarmed. He had never anticipated that among his disciples, a few with decent talent would gain opportunities and thus experience significant growth in their cultivation. Who could have foreseen that every single disciple of the had trained diligently, their abilities not in the slightest inferior to the celestial arts of the upper clear? He had not foreseen that the myriad celestial beings had comprehended the pinnacle techniques from various dimensions throughout the annals of history. Celestial Emperor's Law, Supreme Law, Saint King's Law, Martial Sovereign's Law. With such a multitude of unparalleled laws now forged into a singular strike, it was bound to be earth-shattering. As the golden lion charged forward, various celestial phenomena manifested: a sea of blood refining bones, a bitter ocean sowing golden lotuses, heavenly fire crashing to the earth, and vast icy plains encasing the white phoenix. Gulp. Tongtian discreetly swallowed, urgently contemplating his course of action. Should he flee? If the myriad furnace were to explode, the cataclysmic force of that detonation could gravely injure even a saint like himself. Should he forcibly endure it, he would undoubtedly suffer from the erosion of the laws. If only 1 or 2 laws invaded his body, it might be manageable. But here, there were over 10,000 laws of heaven and earth, all entangled in a chaotic mass. Any invasion would be akin to planting a time bomb within him. Not only was it perilously dangerous, but even if he wished to unravel that tangle of laws, it would take an immeasurable span of time. Before that could happen, Tongtian would need to expend a significant portion of his saintly essence to suppress it, which would greatly limit his power. With the impending calamity approaching, without his protection as a saint, how many of these beloved disciples would survive unscathed? Alas, his head throbbed. Should he evade or remain? Evading would incur great loss, yet staying would compromise his dignity. In that moment, Tongtian felt a sudden resentment towards Feipeng. Why did you have to teach them to be so formidable? Now, look at the predicament I'm in. Boom. The sound of heaven collapsing and earth shattering drew nearer. Tongtian hastily turned his gaze forward, where the infinitely terrifying golden lion was already charging towards him. Chapter 165. What can I do? After all, I am the master. With a thunderous roar, the colossal golden lion descended from the void. Tongtian, gritting his teeth, relinquished any thoughts of fleeing. After all, what kind of master would he be if he were to run away? He had initially intended to refrain from using his saintly powers, but it had become clear that without resorting to such divine strength, he could not hope to counter this formidable attack. In the next moment, Tongtian's gaze deepened, and a beam of white light shot forth from his eyes, transforming into 2 celestial swords entwined with chaotic energy. They crossed like scissors, their brilliance dazzling as they cleaved through the air at a velocity surpassing light itself. Boom! Multicolored lightning crackled, the heavens shattered, and the massive paws of the golden lion struck the void, each step causing the fabric of reality to collapse beneath it. Even from a distance, Tongtian could feel the overwhelming aura of destruction. The ground of Golden Ao Island was marred by vast fissures that spread like canyons and abysses, reaching outwards, while magma surged from the peaks, heralding an apocalyptic scene. This tremendous force was unstoppable, sweeping across the land, and at that moment, the endless primordial mountains of Golden Ao Island were reduced to ruins. Had it not been for the crucial moment, the protective formation in the skies would have manifested autonomously, lest the Bo Palace be reduced to rubble in an instant. Though the golden lion was still a considerable distance away, the 2 chaotic-infused celestial swords converged into an unstoppable silver cross of light, striking the lion's head and igniting a cascade of brilliant sparks against the azure sky. Tongtian's eyes narrowed, and an expression of astonishment crossed his face. He had intended to intercept this attack, but it was now evident that without employing forbidden saintly power, it was utterly impossible to withstand it. His tone was laden with gravity, tinged with profound contemplation. Perhaps he had never anticipated that a day would come when he would be compelled to unleash his saintly powers by his own disciple. With a resounding crash, the ground beneath Tongtian was rent asunder, and countless silver beams of light surged forth from his being, enveloping his form entirely. He transformed into a colossal, silver-hued entity. exhaling streams of air that shattered the heavens above. His entire body radiated a resplendent glow, illuminating the mountains and rivers. In that moment, his true visage became obscured, rendering it difficult to behold. The overwhelming presence he exuded was akin to a tsunami. With a mere breath, he unleashed a torrent of stars, breathtakingly brilliant, sweeping across the primordial expanse. Even the seemingly simple Taoist robe he wore now shimmered with life, flowing with a metallic sheen, resembling a delicate yet resilient armor, radiating a dazzling light that illuminated the azure sky. Below, the myriad immortals of the gasped in astonishment. At a distance, Zhao Gongming and Feipeng stood upon flying swords, suspended in the air. Both displayed expressions of shock, particularly Zhao Gongming, whose demeanor was marked by a hint of dazed disbelief, while Feipeng appeared notably more composed. Such power! I have never witnessed my master exhibit such strength before. Until now, I could scarcely imagine that such power existed in this world. In a flowing white robe, Feipeng stood with his hands clasped behind his back, his deep-set eyes harboring the vastness of the galaxy. At this moment, a slight furrow appeared on his brow, and his enchanting voice resonated through the heavens and the earth. Clearly, his master deemed the Golden Lion's manifestation too colossal, while his own form felt exceedingly diminutive, thus resorting to the formidable power of the heavenly law and earthly phenomena. A shadow of concern crossed Feipeng's face. He was somewhat taken aback by Tongtian's invocation of the heavenly law and earthly phenomena. This particular divine ability was commonly mastered by many cultivators in the primordial world, making it rather ubiquitous. However, this does not imply that the technique is trivial. On the contrary, its immense power is universally acknowledged. If one were to compile a ranking of divine abilities in the primordial realm, the heavenly law and earthly phenomena would undoubtedly secure a position within the top 10. As one's cultivation level ascends, the use of this technique becomes increasingly rare, as its sheer potency can wreak unparalleled devastation. Yet, Tongtian disregarded the peril of obliterating Golden Ao Island and chose to wield the heavenly law and earthly phenomena. What does this signify? It indicates Tongtian's commitment to exerting his utmost effort. This combined divine technique was a sudden inspiration of the myriad immortals of the. Prior to this moment, they had never employed it, and thus were unaware of its potential magnitude. Now, witnessing their master unleash this manifestation, it became evident that Tongtian had been pressed to employ the power of a saint. Tongtian towered above, his figure scraping the clouds, standing amidst the vast expanse of heaven and earth as if he were an eternal presence. Adorned in a flowing azure robe, his eyes sparkled like twin suns, exuding a terrifying aura. His form was shrouded in chaotic mist, obscuring his true visage, reminiscent of the primordial Pangu, radiating primal strength that defied comprehension. Having expanded in size, Tongtian finally matched the Golden Lion's formidable stature. The Golden Lion's manifestation bore a rudimentary consciousness, emanating overwhelming killing intent, locking its gaze upon Tongtian. Although the two swords entwined with chaotic energy that Tongtian had previously unleashed did not slay the Golden Lion, they had carved two bloody gashes upon its cheek. Consequently, the Golden Lion instinctively halted, engaging Tongtian in a tense standoff, yet it was evident to all that the beast would soon launch its next assault. At that moment, various cataclysmic phenomena materialized behind the Golden Lion, showcasing torrents erupting, magma engulfing, and the earth fracturing, a breathtaking and terrifying spectacle. The of the was vividly illustrated through these celestial manifestations, revealing both offensive and destructive aspects. Under the influence of these extraordinary occurrences, the ground of Golden Ao Island trembled violently, peaks swayed precariously, and even the palaces resonated ominously, as if on the brink of collapsing into ruin. Simultaneously, the protective formation sustained numerous damages. With a furrowed brow, Tongtian could only command Feipeng with a verbal decree. In an instant, a series of golden characters tumbled from his lips, resonating like the tolling of a great bell, echoing throughout the realm. Fair, protect Golden Ao Island and the other disciples. Yes, Feipeng replied with poise, stepping onto the Xianyuan's sword and bowing in acknowledgement of his master's command. Presently, the clash between Tongtian and the Golden Lion has yet to genuinely commence, yet the protective formation is already on the brink of collapse. Should the battle erupt in its entirety, it is feared that this protective barrier will be torn asunder in an instant. At that moment, it will fall upon him, the quasi-saint, to safeguard the peaks of Golden Ao Island and the sprawling palaces therein, as well as the disciples of the below. Once the might of a saint is unleashed, without any protective measures in place, even the mere aftermath of its surge would be insurmountable for these disciples. To be blunt, they would be obliterated in the blink of an eye. Suddenly, the golden lion ceased its probing and thrust forth a massive paw, striking fiercely at Tongtian. The sheer force of that colossal claw slicing through the air conjured a tempest of violent winds, fracturing the very fabric of space, while an overwhelming aura of chaos enveloped the surroundings. The void within a billion miles collapsed in waves, revealing numerous black holes that emerged from the shattered expanse, their tremendous pull devouring everything in proximity. Such a singular strike wrought an unimaginable cataclysm, making it difficult to fathom the sheer magnitude of power harbored by this golden lion. The disciples of the were struck with terror, their faces paling as they stood frozen, rendered speechless by the spectacle. Their initial aim was merely to showcase their abilities to prove their worth before Tongtian. Who could have anticipated that their hastily united display of might would unleash such horror? Had they foreseen the extent of destruction that would ensue, even a thousand-fold courage would not have compelled them to act so recklessly. In the face of this uncontrollable situation, they would have preferred a reprimand from Tongtian. Is this truly the divine power we have manifested? Chapter 166. The Celestial Master unleashes forbidden divine power. Astonishing all, isn't this power simply staggering? It startled even me. Indeed, in the past, I was aware that the techniques and divine abilities imparted by our elder brother were formidable, but I never imagined they could reach such heights. Yes, I wonder if our master can withstand this. A wave of concern washed over the disciples. Should our master suffer even the slightest injury, it would be our transgression. Alas, if our master were to be harmed, 1,000 deaths would not atone for our sins. However, the disciples of the were fortunate, for the Celestial Master's eyes radiated brilliant golden light as he extended a hand imbued with the essence of the cosmos, intercepting the attack against the golden lion. The moment of impact resonated like a thunderclap, sound waves crashing like ocean tides, followed by a violent surge of energy. Countless blazing divine rays pierced through the fabric of space, enveloping the sky in chaotic mists. Boom, boom, boom. Hundreds of searing divine rays shot towards the disciples on the ground. Feeling the overwhelming divine might, all the disciples turned pale, fear and despair etched on their faces. At that moment, Feipeng, stepping upon the Xinyuan sword, transformed into a streak of light that streaked across the heavens, descending upon the heads of the disciples. Clad in flowing white robes, Feipeng's stature was as imposing as a mountain. An immense surge of vitality soared into the skies. Holding a mystical talisman, an arcane principle surged forth before him, accompanied by a colossal surge of magical energy, rapidly swirling in the air like milk before ultimately forming a milky white dome that enveloped all beneath it. The dome, delicate as a cicada's wing, appeared fragile enough to shatter at a mere breath. Yet, when the unstoppable searing divine rays struck this barrier, it rippled not even the slightest. This seemingly fragile shield proved to be utterly unbreakable. The tension among the crowd remained palpable, drenched in sweat from the peril they had just faced. A moment ago, they truly believed they were doomed. Had it not been for Feipeng's sudden appearance and his timely intervention, they surely would have met their demise. As they gazed at Feipeng's silhouette, a sense of security enveloped them, as though his striking figure could shield them from all dangers. The next moment, cheers erupted into the sky. Brother, invincible and mighty. Brother, invincible and mighty. Brother, invincible and mighty. However, Feipeng paid no heed to their accolades. At that moment, the residual chaos from the battle in the heavens had yet to dissipate entirely. The vast fluctuations, accompanied by chaotic energies and principles, continued to rampage. The peaks and palaces of Golden Ao Island were at risk of turning to ashes, prompting Feipeng to act once more. This time, Feipeng summoned a treasured artifact, the Nine Dragons' Divine Fire Shield. This artifact, acquired from the Primordial Supreme Being, was now perfectly suited for the occasion. With a flourish, Feipeng formed seals with his hands, and a vast surge of magical power erupted from him like a celestial river, flowing into the Nine Dragons' Divine Fire Shield. The Nine Dragon Divine Fire Shield suddenly radiated a brilliant light, instantly expanding to an immense size, enveloping all the mountains and palaces in its embrace. 9 divine dragons soared into the heavens, shattering the chaotic energies and erratic laws that had been unleashed. Truly, it is a testament to the prowess of a sage's defensive treasure. Its protective qualities are simply unparalleled. Feipeng couldn't help but smile at the remarkable efficacy of the Nine Dragon Divine Fire Shield. In the distance, the Golden Lion launched a new wave of assault against Tongtian. A thunderous roar reverberated through the air as the Golden Lion, treading upon the void, extended its head and opened its massive maw, aiming to bite down on Tongtian's arm. With a resounding crash, the lion's jaws, lined with sharp teeth and barbed tongue, exuded a mist of chaos, accompanied by crackling lightning that danced like silver serpents. Despite its colossal size, the golden lion moved with the swiftness of lightning, attacking Tongtian's arm before an ordinary person could even react. Fortunately, Tongtian was no ordinary being. He had long been prepared. The moment he sensed the lion's movement, he swiftly sidestepped, forming a mystical seal with his hands that rendered his form enigmatic and ethereal. Cloaked by clusters of radiant orbs. Within each orb, it appeared as though an innate divine spirit sat in reverence before him. An aura of profound and distant truths began to permeate the atmosphere, accompanied by the echo of sacrificial chants that resonated through the primordial world. Tongtian became elusive and unfathomable, leaving a series of afterimages drifting in the void, confusing the golden lion as to which was the true Tongtian. In its rage, the lion tore apart one of the apparitions, only to find it was merely an afterimage. Its once fearsome visage now bore a look of bewilderment, its eyes widening in shock. Witnessing this, the disciples of the breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed that despite the golden lion being imbued with a semblance of sentience, it remained but a manifestation of divine power, not a true living being. In the heat of battle, any action that disrupted its judgment would significantly curtail its capabilities. Boom. The aura surrounding Tongtian transformed. Under the vast expanse of the night sky, one could distinctly observe a torrent of sword chi emanating from him, mingled with surging chaotic energies. 9-colored divine thunder accompanied the ethereal forms of celestial beings, all bowing in reverence before Tongtian. This display of magnificence left everyone in awe. Was this the scene that unfolded when a sage unleashed their true power? In that moment, Tongtian fused the chaotic energies and sword chi into one, transforming them into a menacing chaotic sword aura. With the might to rend the heavens, he ascended, cleaving a massive celestial body suspended in the sky in twain, as effortlessly as slicing through tofu with a sharp blade. Whoosh! The chaotic sword aura reversed its course from the heavens, shrouded in swirling chaos, descending upon the golden lion. Sensing Tongtian's intent, the lion perceived a provocation and roared defiantly, flames surging forth from its mouth. In the next heartbeat, a divine dragon, born from the 9 mystical true fire, soared into the sky, embodying the terrifying might that could collapse the void, colliding with the chaotic sword aura in a cataclysmic clash. It is rumored that the 9-fold true fire is one of the few forces in the world capable of countering the chaotic power. I wonder which will ultimately prevail, this 9-fold true fire divine dragon or my master's chaotic sword chi. Feipeng furrowed his sword-like brows and spoke in a deep voice, as his hands swiftly executed a series of intricate hand seals. An immense surge of magical energy poured forth, reinforcing the protective barrier around the crowd. This time, the once gossamer thin shield transformed into a wall as solid as a fortress. Boom. At the moment of collision between the 9-fold true fire divine dragon and the chaotic sword chi, the entire primordial realm fell into an absolute silence, devoid of any sound. The great sound was silent. A violent explosion erupted between the two, flames and smoke rapidly expanding, ultimately giving rise to an enormous mushroom cloud above Golden Tortoise Island. This colossal mushroom cloud was visible to a significant portion of the inhabitants of the primordial continent. Countless powerful beings gazed skyward, their pupils dilating in shock, mouths agape, expressions shifting from astonishment to terror, their movements abruptly halting, as tumultuous waves surged within their hearts. Who could it be? In the depths of an endless ocean, a colossal true dragon curled up at the seabed, trembling in fear and despair reflected in its lake-sized eyes. Since the last calamity befell my dragon clan, we have languished in this underwater refuge for countless years. Yet, why has such a forbidden holy war resurfaced? Is it possible that another calamity is about to befall the world? Chapter 167. What on earth did these apostates do? As the 9-fold true fire divine dragon collided with the chaotic sword chi, the latter surged forward relentlessly, cleaving the dragon in twain with a single strike. The chaotic sword chi continued unabated, crashing into the golden lion, which let out a thunderous roar as a massive fissure tore through its back, leading to its eventual split and explosive demise. Boom. The tempestuous surge of magical energy wreaked havoc, unleashing countless beams of searing divine light that pierced through the air, while thick clouds of smoke billowed upwards, obscuring the heavens. A formidable torrent of magical power surged forth like a tidal wave, obliterating everything in its path, reducing all to mere ashes. Buzz. A wave of magical energy surged toward Feipeng and his companions, yet it was thwarted by the milky white barrier Feipeng had previously erected. Despite its strength, the barrier succumbed to the overwhelming force, fracturing under the pressure. However, once it shattered completely, the imminent threat dissipated. Oh, how splendid. We are safe. The disciples of the Jie erupted into joyous exclamations, their hearts racing with elation, as if they had just emerged from a harrowing ordeal, reveling in the sweetness of survival. As the dust settled, the crowd hastily gazed skyward, eager to discern the outcome of the fierce confrontation. They beheld the golden lion, now severed in two, its golden magical energy gradually dissipating and merging back into the void, while the underlying laws transformed into chains that plummeted into nothingness. The ferocious explosion had caused the laws within the golden lion to erupt chaotically, springing forth like errant springs, some of which twisted toward the towering figure of Tongtian. Should these chaotic laws infiltrate his being, they would pose a grave threat to his cultivation. Therefore, Tongtian weaved and dodged, striving to evade the encroaching laws. With his robes billowing, he deftly swatted away a crimson iron chain, the crisp sound of impact echoing as hundreds of chains shot toward his back like lightning. The disciples, witnessing this harrowing scene, were paralyzed with terror, too frightened to even glance at the unfolding horror. Yet, in the next moment, the unfolding events left them utterly astounded. Countless iron chains, embodying the laws of heaven and earth, struck against Tongtian's back, igniting a dazzling display of sparks, yet none managed to pierce his formidable form. All the disciples stood in wide-eyed disbelief, their faces etched with incredulity. Is Master's sacred body truly so resilient? Indeed, for Master is a saint. What force in this world could genuinely harm him? Surely, before Master, we are but mere ants. He is invincible. At this juncture, Tongtian, internally seething, thought to himself, invincible. You say? Do you have any idea the excruciating price I have paid to withstand this blow? Yet, regardless of his indignation, no one could hear his lamentations. In contrast to the astonishment of the disciples, Tongtian was even more taken aback. The cultivation of all over 10,000 disciples of our sect is, astonishingly, entirely genuine. He vividly recalled the moment they had departed the island. The smallest disciple, possessing merely the cultivation of a mortal immortal, was not even a true immortal. At that time within those who could cultivate to the celestial immortal realm were already considered core disciples of the. Moreover, this was only possible due to the countless years of devoted teaching from the Master Tongtian, which allowed them to reach such a level. However, the situation took an unexpected turn. He had merely stepped out for a brief moment, entrusting the affairs of the Feipeng for a few hundred years. And Feipeng transformed this group of disciples into all being. Even more astonishingly, several emerged. The most terrifying aspect was that he himself had reached the. It was utterly shocking. Furthermore, the overwhelming aura of their profound techniques unmistakably indicated that the methods they practiced were of the highest caliber. He could sense that these techniques were by no means inferior to the Shangqing celestial methods he had imparted. This meant that even a seemingly ordinary disciple of the was now practicing techniques at the saint level. What does this imply? It is utterly frightening, beyond imagination. It is important to note that the pinnacle technique of the is the, yet the number of individuals capable of practicing it does not exceed the count of one's fingers. The rest either lack the qualifications or are incapable of comprehending it. In the case of the, only the master of has the capacity to cultivate saint-level techniques. As for the disciples of Nuwa, since she did not accept disciples but only had a group of maidens and young acolytes handling various affairs of the Nuwa palace, none possessed such qualifications. Master Tongtian was filled with astonishment, taking a deep breath and closing his eyes for an extended period, lost in profound shock, unable to regain his composure. It was terrifying. It was terrifying. What could this group of rebellious disciples have accomplished? With a puzzled expression, Master Tongtian inquired, "From whom did you acquire these techniques and divine abilities?" Zhao Gongming, the three, Duobao Taoist, Wudong Saint Mother, Turtle Spirit Saint Mother, Golden Spirit Saint Mother, Fire Spirit Saint Mother, and many other disciples gathered around. In response to their master's question, they respectfully replied, "The techniques and divine abilities we practice were all bestowed upon us by our senior brother." What? These were all taught to you by your senior brother? Master Tongtian was utterly astonished. Even his beard trembled, revealing his inner turmoil. Then why have you been able to cultivate so rapidly? Is this also due to your senior brother's assistance, enabling you to achieve such a terrifying speed in your cultivation? Zhao Gongming and the others clasped their hands and cautiously replied, "Nothing can be concealed from our master. You are correct. Our rapid cultivation is indeed thanks to our senior brother, and we owe everything to him." Master Tongtian was so stunned that he became dazed. Even the dust in his hand fell to the ground, oblivious to its descent, illustrating the magnitude of the impact this news had on him. Seeing Master Tongtian frozen in place, Zhao Gongming and the others couldn't help but wave their hands before his eyes, filled with concern, and asked, "Master, what is wrong with you?" Tongtian finally came to his senses and replied with a gentle smile, "Oh, I am perfectly fine. You need not worry about me. I was merely taken aback. By the way, please summon your elder brother. I have matters I wish to discuss with him." With a wave of his hand, Tongtian's tone regained its composure, instantly putting the other disciples at ease. Moments ago, their master had exhibited an oddly peculiar demeanor that had left them quite anxious for a stretch of time. In the distance, Feipeng stood upon the Xianyuan sword, his flowing sleeves sweeping through the air, casting a radiant light upon the sacred ground of Golden Ao Island, where he tucked the 9 dragons' divine fire cover into his robe. As for the celestial protective formation above, it had long since shattered. Only a sage's intervention could mend such a sanctified array, and Feipeng, lacking that capability, could only leave the matter for Tongtian to resolve. At that moment, Feipeng suddenly heard someone calling his name from behind. He turned to see Yunxiao, who gracefully bowed to him, her voice tinged with a tantalizing electric allure. "Elder brother, Master has summoned you." Chapter 168. A certain kind of slimness that makes the Master feel you have grown leaner in resplendent white garments. Feipeng exuded an ethereal grace as he slightly inclined his head and replied, "Very well, thank you, junior sister. I shall make my way there now." With that, he summoned the Xianyuan sword, transforming into a streak of luminous light, soaring toward Tongtian. "Look, the senior brother is coming." "Indeed, the senior brother has arrived. Let us hasten to welcome him." "Yes, let us go, to greet our senior brother." A multitude of disciples from the Jie Sect surged toward Feipeng's approach, collectively bowing in reverence. "We humbly welcome our senior brother. We humbly welcome our senior brother. We humbly welcome our senior brother." Witnessing Feipeng's popularity and the affection bestowed upon him by the disciples filled Tongtian's heart with a profound sense of satisfaction. His disciple had finally matured. "Master, did you summon me?" Feipeng inquired as he approached. Upon seeing him, Tongtian's face instantly softened with a paternal affection, his gaze warm as he beckoned Feipeng closer. "Come here. It has been quite some time since I last saw you. Let me see if you have indeed grown leaner." A wave of warmth enveloped Feipeng, and he did not resist, instead feeling comforted by the gesture. He leaned in slightly, like an understanding child, allowing Tongtian to pinch his arm. "Oh dear, just look at you, my dear disciple. In my absence, you have lost quite a bit of weight. All this time, you have shouldered the responsibilities of the Jie Sect and overseen the cultivation of your fellow disciples. You have truly worked hard." Feipeng tilted his head slightly and replied, "Master, your disciple does not find it burdensome, as long as you do not blame me for consuming your cherished monkey wine." Tongtian extended his calloused hands gently to stroke Feipeng's head, his expression filled with affection. "Though the monkey wine is rare, it pales in comparison to the importance of my dear Fei. If it is gone, it is gone. I shall brew another batch. As long as my Fei is happy, I shall support whatever you choose to do." "Hee, thank you, Master. It feels truly wonderful to be cherished by a sage." Feipeng beamed, a rare hint of mischief lighting up his handsome face, making it all the more animated. Around them, numerous Jie Sect disciples watched this scene with envy and jealousy, some even shedding tears, while others raised their hands to Tongtian and cried out, "Ah, this is too much. Master, not only has senior brother grown leaner, but I have as well. Why do you not notice me?" One disciple, who had transformed from a wild boar into human form, deliberately puffed out his round belly, adopting a pitiful expression. Bang! A nearby disciple could no longer contain himself, launching a swift kick that sent the boar-transformed disciple flying. "Get lost. With that blubbery physique of yours, how dare you claim to be lean? Did you not see how the master was too kind to embarrass you?" With that, the disciple grinned at Tongtian, his face alight with mirth. "Esteemed master, your affectionate care for us, your disciples, truly moves me. Recently, I clandestinely indulged in a jar of your osmanthus wine from the cellar, fearing your wrath upon discovery. However, upon observing your demeanor, I felt reassured and thus resolved to confess the Lord of Heaven." With an indifferent expression, interrupted the disciple before he could finish. "It turns out that the jar of osmanthus wine had indeed been pilfered by you, an act of disrespect towards your master. Given your honesty in admitting your transgression, I shall impose a punishment of 3,000 years of contemplation against the wall, during which you are forbidden from consuming any alcohol. Should you defy this edict, the consequences will be doubled." The disciple, who had hoped for the Lord's leniency, was disheartened by the severity of the punishment, his countenance falling in despair. "What? Why is it that my senior brother faces no repercussions for his theft, yet I must endure this punishment?" The stark contrast in their fates, coupled with his comical expression, elicited laughter from the crowd. Ha ha ha. You thought yourself clever, attempting to outwit both master and senior brother, yet you have only brought misfortune upon yourself. Have you considered the stature of your senior brother? He possesses extraordinary talent and has attained the quasi-saint realm, contributing immensely to the cultivation of our fellow disciples. Had you achieved what he has, I am sure Master would not have penalized you. Wouldn't you all agree? The laughter echoed again, while the disciple, with his hands covering his face, felt utterly humiliated. Subsequently, while other disciples gazed at Feipeng with envy, none harbored any jealousy. Observing the atmosphere had settled, the Lord of Heaven gently took Feipeng's hand and inquired, Fei, I have only been away for several centuries, a mere blink of an eye for us cultivators. How is it that you have elevated the cultivation of your fellow disciples to such heights in this brief span? The Lord of Heaven finally articulated the question that had lingered in his heart. Feipeng chuckled lightly, realizing that the Master's hesitance stemmed from this inquiry. In response, he said, Master, I have recently been engrossed in the art of mirroring, and I stumbled upon a tremendous secret contained within it, a pathway leading directly to the ultimate truth. As he spoke, Feipeng flicked his fingers, causing a crystal mirror to crash down before the Lord of Heaven. Mirroring? Isn't that a trivial art that can lead one astray? Why would you take an interest in such a dubious craft? The Lord of Heaven questioned, perplexed. He could hardly believe that his most valued disciple would be drawn to a technique detrimental to cultivation. I would never deceive you, Master. Please observe before passing judgment. Feipeng then pointed at the crystal mirror, channeling his power into it, infusing a script within. At that moment, other disciples gathered around. It is true, our senior brother utilized this mirroring technique to present various stories and visuals, allowing us to witness his cinematic works. The skills and divine abilities we have acquired stem from our insights gained through viewing these performances. Upon hearing all the disciples express their thoughts, Tongtian's face revealed a look of astonishment. He had contemplated a myriad of methods, yet he never anticipated that Feipeng would employ such a narrative approach to elevate the cultivation of the Jie disciples so swiftly, while also imparting entirely new techniques and divine powers. Even from Tongtian's perspective as a sage, this phenomenon seemed exceedingly wondrous. How was it even accomplished? What source did you draw upon for the techniques and divine powers embedded within the mirror technique? Tongtian felt his mind struggling to comprehend it all. The shock that Feipeng brought him today was overwhelming, so much so that his head buzzed as if swarms of mosquitoes were flitting about before him. Chapter 169. The artifact capable of divining secrets of heaven is indeed the system master. Please observe this crystal mirror. By affixing the script I have composed upon its reverse side, images and figures can be projected upon its surface. I have named this manifestation of storytelling film and television drama. While it bears resemblance to the art of mirroring, its essence diverges significantly. Hence, I have designated it with a new nomenclature. Film and television dramas are categorized into several genres. One type is known as a television series, characterized by lengthy narratives segmented into episodes, which may be viewed independently, though the sequence must remain intact to comprehend the unfolding events. Another genre is the film, which is concise in duration and can be consumed in a single sitting. Lastly, there exists animation, a form that presents concepts in a more abstract manner, distinct from our ordinary perceptions of reality, yet it captivates the hearts of children and youth alike. For instance, the divine dragon of ninefold true fire, expelled by the golden lion you previously vanquished, was a comprehension attained by Zhao Gongming through the animated series Magic Ball Neza. Feipeng elaborated on this to Tongtian, who grasped only a fraction of the explanation but nonetheless began to comprehend the origins of his disciples' cultivation. Are you suggesting that this is a method that superficially resembles the art of mirroring, yet is fundamentally different? This technique allows stories to be presented for the viewing of cultivators who resonate with the plot and characters, thus gaining insights that enable them to break free from their current cultivation limitations and attain new realms, along with understanding the arts and divine abilities. Am I correct? Feipeng nodded. Master, your wisdom is indeed profound. Your analysis is nearly precise. Tongtian slightly inclined his head, stroking his beard as he remarked, such an ability is utterly astonishing. To describe it as a divine power would be an understatement. As far as I know, you did not possess this capability previously, and thus far, I have only heard of such phenomena from you in the Primordial World. Did you acquire some fortuitous opportunity or an extraordinary treasure during my absence, which bestowed upon you this remarkable ability? Feipeng pondered for a moment. Tongtian's reasoning was not without merit. The system, in a sense, could be regarded as an artifact. However, this artifact had become bound to him, inseparable, thus rendering it solely for his use. Indeed, Nothing escapes the keen perception of my master. I have indeed encountered an opportunity and obtained a treasure, albeit a rather unique one, as it is formless and intangible, having bound itself to my soul from its inception. Consequently, I must beg your pardon, master, for I cannot present this artifact for your inspection. However, I can assure you that during its utilization, I have not encountered any adverse effects for myself or the sect of the teaching. Tongtian, with a calm nod, waved his hand dismissively. I place my full trust in you. There is no need for concern. This is your own opportunity, and each individual harbors their own secrets. I shall refrain from further inquiry henceforth. However, one thing you must always bear in mind is that should any issues arise with this precious artifact, particularly if it poses a threat to your very life or jeopardizes the interests of my sect, you must inform me without hesitation. I shall find a way to resolve the matter for you. Upon hearing this, Feipeng was overjoyed and hastily clasped his hands in gratitude towards Tongtian, exclaiming, "Thank you, master." To be frank, as a time traveler, Feipeng remains perplexed about the origin of this system. From whence does it come? Who crafted it? What is the essence of the system? What motives drive its creator? All of these questions linger as enigmas. Consequently, Feipeng cannot place complete trust in the system. He has always maintained a cautious mindset towards it. Now, with the esteemed Tongtian as his protector and having made a promise, he feels considerably more at ease. He senses the genuine affection Tongtian harbors for him as a disciple. Such sincerity is indisputable, thus Tongtian is indeed worthy of trust. With the matter of the broadcasting system's existence in the sect resolved, Feipeng's heart was considerably lighter. At this moment, he had the energy to attend to other matters. He respectfully inquired of Tongtian, "Master, did you journey to Yunxiao Palace to discuss the matter of the Fengshen list with the other saints?" With a sudden thud, the whisk in Tongtian's hand fell to the ground, producing a sharp sound. He stared wide-eyed at Feipeng, his expression one of astonishment. "Fair, you know of the Fengshen list?" Feipeng smiled with composure, responding, "Not only am I aware of the Fengshen list, but I also understand that it came into existence to counter the impending calamity of the Fengshen." Observing the look of shock on Tongtian's face, Feipeng offered a gentle smile, saying, "There is no need for alarm, master. My artifact possesses the ability to predict fortunes and uncover heavenly secrets. Hence my knowledge of these matters is not surprising." Upon hearing Feipeng's explanation, a look of realization crossed Tongtian's face. Indeed, discussions among us saints regarding the Fengshen list have already transpired. Before long, news of the calamity will be known throughout the world. Such matters do not strictly qualify as heavenly secrets. Anyone who has attained the quasi-saint realm or is proficient in divination can deduce them. Not to mention, your wondrous artifact enables you to acquire such information, which is indeed remarkable. Chapter 170. The beautiful woman emerging from the bath upon hearing the words of the Tongtian teacher. Feipeng could not help but chuckle inwardly. It seemed that his master believed he had deduced a fragment of the truth post-event, which indeed was not a significant feat, however. Had he known that Feipeng had been aware of the events surrounding the Fengshen calamity centuries before, even before his master had ventured to the Yunxiao Palace, he would surely be astounded. The secrets of the heavens can be classified into two types. One pertains to events that have already transpired. Such occurrences have established causal relationships, and those who attempt to deduce them can only acquire information without altering the past. Consequently, the backlash from the heavenly secrets in such instances is relatively mild. Most individuals refer to this as the deduction of heavenly secrets. The other type, however, involves speculating on events yet to unfold and preparing in advance to alter the trajectory of causality. This kind of endeavor, intertwined with human interference, bears a substantial burden of consequence, and the backlash from the heavenly secrets becomes particularly severe. As it stands, even sages dare not casually probe or alter the heavenly secrets. Otherwise, they risk facing perilous consequences. When the topic of the Fengshen list arose, the Tongtian teacher donned a troubled expression, seemingly reluctant to elaborate further. He sighed and gestured to Feipeng, indicating, "Since you have inquired about this matter, return and make it known. Summon your fellow disciples. I shall convene a grand assembly and elucidate the intricacies of the Fengshen list and the calamity to all my disciples." "Very well, I shall do so at once." With that, Feipeng summoned a beam of light beneath his feet and swiftly vanished from the palace entrance. Having exited the main hall of the Bio Palace, Feipeng soared directly towards the Sanshao cave. Yunxiao, now serving as his secretary, handled his affairs with diligence. She did not merely tolerate this role, but embraced it with pride, even inciting envy from Yunxiao and Bixiao. Yet, Feipeng consistently affirmed that he required only one secretary. Naturally, He welcomed the assistance of Yunxiao and Bixiao when necessary, emphasizing that their lack of the title of secretary did not preclude them from contributing. As the adage goes, when there is work, the secretary is engaged. When there is none, the secretary rests. Feipeng landed before Yunxiao's cave, casting a sound transmission spell towards the interior. Sister Yunxiao, are you there? Inside the cave, the three sisters, Yunxiao, Yunxiao, and Bixiao, were indulging in a hot spring bath when they suddenly heard Feipeng's voice. They were instantly filled with joy and hurriedly called out in response. It's our elder brother. We are all here. Please come in. Upon hearing their reply, Feipeng, clad in flowing white robes, strode gracefully towards the cave. However, as he proceeded, he sensed an unusual ambience. The cave was enveloped in delicate wisps of smoke, infused with the fragrance of flowers and warmth. Ahead, behind a sheer curtain, three indistinct figures were rising from the pool, radiating an aura of springtime vitality, though their forms remained elusive. The delicate veil was occasionally lifted by a gentle breeze, revealing a serene hot spring behind it, adorned with a layer of rose petals floating on the surface. Nearby, a few sandalwood incense burners emitted wisps of fragrant smoke. Feipeng's eyes flickered with surprise. He had never anticipated that Yunxiao and the others were still bathing and had invited him in. Although the veil provided some privacy, its gossamer texture was almost translucent, allowing glimpses of the sisters' alabaster skin, akin to fine ivory, with their exquisite curves partially visible. This unveiled beauty imparted an ethereal charm, surpassing the allure of an ordinary encounter. Feipeng's heart raced, the vigorous pulse echoing within the tranquil confines of the cave like a resounding drum, clearly audible in the stillness. Behind the veil, Yunxiao, Yunxiao, and Bixiao instantly took notice. The three sisters blushed a deep rose as they realized that they were merely separated from their senior brother by a thin layer of fabric, and they were unclothed. Their faces flushed with warmth, from their necks to their ears, as they exclaimed, "Please wait a moment, Master Brother. We were just bathing and, upon learning of your visit, did not wish to keep you waiting outside, hence we invited you in. Do not rush. We will dress promptly and come out to greet you." Hearing Yunxiao's enchanting voice from behind the veil, Feipeng waved his hands insistently. "No need to hurry. Please, put on your garments first. It would be quite improper for me to accidentally glimpse something I should not." "Why? Are you not interested in the figures of my three sisters?" she teased. Feipeng, who had been a reclusive individual in his past life, felt a wave of nervousness wash over him, uncertain of how to respond to such provocative banter. Yunxiao, realizing her words had crossed a line, regretted her choice of phrase upon seeing her sisters staring at her with wide eyes, as if she were an oddity. Particularly, little Bixiao blinked her large eyes in astonishment and exclaimed, "Oh, sister, how could you say something so suggestive? Are you not aware of your own allure? What if Master Brother suddenly bursts in?" As soon as Bixiao finished her sentence, Yunxiao rushed over and covered her mouth with her hand, preventing her from continuing. "What are you saying? Master Brother is right next door. He heard everything you just said." Indeed, Feipeng had overheard it all. Mortified, he quickly withdrew his hand, which had been poised to lift the veil, his face flushed with embarrassment. Chapter 171. Yunxiao has gained more femininity in that fleeting moment. Upon hearing the provocative words of the celestial maiden Yunxiao, a surge of fervor erupted within his chest, igniting an impulsive urge that made him nearly rush into the gauzy tent to behold Yunxiao. Ahem. Observing Yunxiao's flustered demeanor, Yunxiao sighed and shrugged, revealing a wry smile of resignation. At this point, the three sisters had donned their elegant garments. With a gentle wave of her hand, Yunxiao made the veil separating them dissipate, unveiling the ethereal beauty of the three sisters, Yunxiao, Yunxiao, and Bixiao. Yuanxiao, graceful and poised, approached with a sway of her hips, her autumn-like crimson eyes shimmering with enchanting allure. This transformation in Yunxiao was not a mere display of flirtation. Rather, it was a subtle influence from the teachings of Queen Medusa. Of course, this change was gradual, and Yunxiao herself remained blissfully unaware of it. Upon seeing Feipeng, Yunxiao naturally bestowed upon him a charming smile, her lips parting slightly as she inquired, "Elder brother, what brings you here so suddenly?" Noticing how effortlessly Yunxiao exhibited her newfound allure, Feipeng realized that she had mastered the profound techniques of Queen Medusa. However, this metamorphosis seemed quite favorable. Indeed, he thought Yunxiao possessed an enhanced femininity compared to before. Moreover, her innate boldness had not been diminished. Both the audacity of Dongfang Bubi and the commanding presence of Queen Medusa complemented each other rather than clashed. Feipeng, with an elegant demeanor and a gentle smile, replied, "Indeed, there is a matter of urgency. Master has sent me to relay a message summoning all disciples to the Grand Hall of Bo Palace for an important assembly. As he spoke, he spread his hands, displaying a somewhat helpless expression. You all know that if I were to handle this task alone, who knows when it would be completed, so I had to seek your assistance. Upon witnessing Feipeng's demeanor, the three sisters stifled their laughter. Yunxiao, with a delicate nod of her alabaster chin, declared, Rest assured, elder brother, this matter will be entrusted to me. I am your secretary, and I shall ensure that all disciples on the island are notified with utmost speed. Watching Yunxiao confidently pat her chest, Feipeng grinned. Your secretarial skills are indeed impeccable, and your employer is thoroughly satisfied. Fear not, your efforts shall not go unrewarded. To encourage your exemplary work, I have decided to grant you a reward. At the mention of a reward, little Bixiao leaped with glee, clapping her hands as she exclaimed, Oh, how wonderful! A reward from Brother Feipeng must be extraordinary. She continued, This is favoritism toward my sister. I cannot allow her to bear the entire burden of being the secretary. I also wish to be Brother Feipeng's secretary. Bixiao huffed, her expression determined, as if to say she would not relent without an agreement. Xiangxiao's countenance darkened, and she quickly tugged at Bixiao, admonishing her, Enough of this commotion. If you continue to be disobedient, I shall cast you into the sea to feed the fish. Wow, sister is so fierce. I shall never speak to her again. Sister Bixiao wailed, her arms wide open as she clung tightly to Feipeng's calf, refusing to let go. Wow, I want to follow Brother Feipeng. I wish to never part from him. No one shall separate us. Feipeng wore a troubled expression, shaking his leg vigorously, only to discover the little one possessed considerable strength. With no other choice, Feipeng gently ruffled Bixiao's hair and said, all right, I promise you, your sister's duties have been assigned, and from now on you shall serve as my guardian. Is that agreeable? There will be rewards for completing tasks, all right? That is more like it. Just moments ago, she was in tears, but upon hearing Feipeng's agreement, her face lit up with a smile, her transformation swifter than the flipping of a page in a book. Brother Feipeng is the best to me. Rest assured, I shall perform my guardian duties well and protect you diligently. Bixiao puffed out her cheeks, confidently thumping her chest as she spoke. Witnessing her demeanor, Yunxiao and Xiongxiao turned their faces away, unable to bear the sight of their younger sister. With her appearance, how could she possibly protect the senior brother? Surely, it was the senior brother who would need to protect her. Fairy Yunxiao shook her head slightly at Bixiao's antics, then summoned a cloud and soared towards the horizon. Indeed, Yunxiao's efficiency was remarkable. In less than a few minutes, numerous rainbows soared high above Jinao Island, all disciples rushing to the Bayou Palace in response to the urgent summons. Upon witnessing this, Feipeng turned to Xiongxiao and Bixiao, saying, The master awaits us in the Great Hall, let us hasten. The two nodded, forming a spell with their hands, and in an instant, a colorful cloud rose beneath their feet, transforming the three into a streak of light as they sped towards the Bayou Palace. On their way, they encountered Zhao Gongming and others heading to the Bayou Palace for a meeting. Seeing Feipeng with the three heavens, Zhao Gongming promptly inquired, Brother, may I ask if you know the purpose of Master's summons? Feipeng, with an indifferent expression, glanced at Zhao Gongming and replied in a nonchalant tone, Do not concern yourselves with inquiries. Once we meet the Master, all will be revealed. Recognizing Feipeng's serious demeanor, Zhao Gongming understood that significant matters were at hand. He clasped his hands in acknowledgement and refrained from further questioning. A group of disciples riding the rainbows traversed the sky and soon descended before the gates of the Bayou Palace. Chapter 172. The announcement of the cataclysmic conference. Feipeng stepped toward the Grand Hall, overhearing numerous disciples engaged in hushed whispers along the way. Do you know why our master has summoned us for this meeting? Yet, all those questioned merely shook their heads, equally perplexed. I have no idea. However, given the urgency with which our master has called us, I surmise that something significant must be afoot. As the number of attendees in the hall steadily increased, a palpable sense of unease enveloped the gathering as they anxiously awaited. After the passage of half an hour, all disciples had finally assembled. At the heart of the deep recesses of Bo Palace, a verdant lotus pedestal gradually emerged, its jade-like petals unfurling one after another. A profound, ethereal aura wafted through the air, touching each soul like a gentle breeze. At the center of the lotus, seated upon the verdant pod, was a towering figure clad in black robes. He was none other than the master of the celestial teachings. Have all disciples of the Bo Palace arrived? The resounding voice of the master echoed throughout the hall, reminiscent of a thunderous bell reverberating in every ear. Feipeng, donned in white, stood in a position just beneath the master, bowing respectfully in reply. Respected master, all 19,862 of us from the Jie Sect are present. We humbly await your instruction." The Master's countenance grew stern as he surveyed the assembly. After a brief pause, his voice resonated like the profound sounds of the universe, shaking the very core of every listener. "A great calamity approaches. The myriad saints have collectively signed the divine decree. Initially, it was intended for our Jie Sect to bear the brunt of this tribulation, but I have since declined that fate. Now, Tao Ancestor Hongjun has decreed that disciples of the three teachings must share the burden of the impending calamity. You must prepare yourselves promptly, lest your lives be extinguished and your years of arduous cultivation rendered futile." What? How long has it been since the last calamity of the witch and demon? So soon, another celestial tribulation descends upon us? With each occurrence of such calamities, devastation ensues, and mighty sages fall like autumn leaves. How can we possibly withstand this? As the Master's words settled in, a wave of astonishment swept through the hall, akin to a thunderclap echoing in the ears of the disciples. They stood stupefied, their minds reeling in disbelief. Following the initial shock, a wave of terror washed over them, as panic and despair began to spread rapidly. The impact of the impending calamity was overwhelmingly intense. The harrowing battles of past calamities, where countless formidable beings perished, still lingered vividly in the memories of these disciples, as if they had transpired just yesterday. The Master of the Celestial Teachings seemed to have anticipated this reaction from his disciples. With a flick of his whisk, an invisible wave of energy surged through the hall, instantly quieting all present. As they felt the majestic and vast aura, silence descended upon the assembly. They were reminded that they had their venerable Master to guide them. Thus, turning their gazes toward the Master, though fear still etched upon their faces, they ceased their clamor and awaited his further words with bated breath. The calamity of the era is an uncontrollable cataclysm of heaven and earth. No matter how frantic they become, the problem remains unsolvable. Now, all hope rests on whether the Master of the Celestial Teachings possesses any means to address this crisis. Observing the eager gazes of his numerous disciples, the Master let out a profound sigh. "I comprehend your concerns, yet it is indeed a daunting challenge. Although I have not inscribed my name on the list of deification, the Tao Ancestor Hongjun has entrusted the list of deification and the Heavenly Punishment Whip, two divine artifacts, to the Primordial Heavenly Venerable. Both the list of deification and the Heavenly Punishment Whip are pivotal to this impending deification calamity. Whoever acquires these two artifacts will hold the initiative amidst the tribulations." Upon hearing this revelation, the disciples' expressions shifted dramatically. The list of deification? The Heavenly Punishment Whip? What are these artifacts, and what purpose do they serve? They inquired, although they had never encountered these terms before. The tone of their Master indicated that these items must hold significant importance in the impending tribulation. Otherwise, he would not have mentioned them so specifically. The Master of the Celestial Teachings appeared weary and gestured towards Feipeng. "Feyer, please elucidate the significance of the list of deification and the Heavenly Punishment Whip to them." "Yes," Feipeng replied, turning to address the disciples in the hall with eloquence, his voice resonating powerfully. "The deification calamity is imminent, and the disciples of the 6 saints of the primordial era must descend to confront their fate. Those blessed shall ascend to the immortal path, continuing their leisurely pursuit of the Tao. The less fortunate shall enter the divine path, becoming gatekeepers of the heavenly court, managing the 3 realms. Those devoid of fortune will be relegated to the mortal path, subjected to the cycle of birth and death, reduced to the mundane to withstand the calamity of heaven and earth. The list of deification allows qualified candidates to enter, yet the slots are limited. Many potential candidates may not even qualify to inscribe their names. As for the Heavenly Punishment Whip, it is utilized to compel those unwilling to join the list of deification to comply. Regrettably, both of these divine artifacts have fallen into the hands of the Jie Sect and will be entrusted to a man named Jiangxia by the Primordial Heavenly Venerable. The disciples of the Celestial Teachings, renowned for their exceptional understanding, immediately grasped the significance and necessity of the list of deification and the Heavenly Punishment Whip upon hearing Feipeng's explanation. They were dismayed to learn that the Tao Ancestor Hongjun had shown such favoritism towards the Primordial Heavenly Venerable, bestowing both artifacts upon the Jie Sect while they, the Celestial Teachings, received none, leaving them in a precarious position. Chapter 173. Unyielding and ready to strike back, the calamity of the Great Tribulation is now inevitable. The only course of action is to prevent my disciples from descending the mountain, thus avoiding disaster. The voice of the Master of Heaven resounded like a mighty bell, reverberating through the great hall. Upon hearing his words, the assembly's eyes brightened, and they nodded in agreement. Indeed, the Master possesses great wisdom, even with the Great Tribulation looming. What can be done if we, the disciples of the, refrain from descending? Surely, we cannot be forced into calamity. Yes, if we remain diligently within the confines of the Bo Palace, avoiding entanglements with fate, how could we possibly fall? The master is indeed the master. I find this approach plausible. As the crowd buzzed with excitement, convinced that remaining on Yunxiao Island would shield them from the divine calamity, only Feipeng stood with a furrowed brow, burdened by heavy thoughts. Noticing the unusual expression on Feipeng's face, the Master of Heaven raised his hand to silence the hall, bringing instant tranquility. Feir, everyone else rejoices. Why do you wear a frown? Feipeng turned to the master, bowing respectfully, and spoke in a low voice. In response to my master, I believe your plan may not be feasible. This declaration shocked the entire assembly. Even the Master of Heaven appeared taken aback. Yet, he did not express anger. Instead, he gestured for Feipeng to continue. Elaborate on your thoughts. Why do you find this approach unworkable? A cold smile crept across Feipeng's heart. Why? It was evident. He was a time traveler, privy to the original narrative of the Primordial Era. In that narrative, after the Master of Heaven returned to Yunxiao Island, he had issued an edict forbidding his disciples from descending, to spare them from calamity. What was the outcome? Faced with the humiliation and provocation from the disciples of the Jie Sect, who could possibly endure remaining in seclusion? The disciples of the are passionate beings, deeply bound by loyalty and affection. When brothers are slain, when disciples fall, who can remain unmoved? Thus, while the Master's plan superficially appears to resolve the issue, it is fundamentally an unattainable condition. Feipeng, clad in white, with piercing eyes that radiated formidable energy, bowed to the Master and his fellow disciples. Consider this. The Jie Sect and the Western Sect are scheming to compel our Master to sign the list of deities, aiming to drag us disciples into calamity. Now that our Master has refused to inscribe his name, how can they simply acquiesce? If they discover our disciples are in secluded cultivation, who will they recruit to fill the vacancies on the list? Therefore, they will undoubtedly employ every means to draw us out. Insults, mockery, derision, spreading rumors. Tarnishing our reputation, no tactic will be spared. Faced with this situation, it is implausible that every disciple of the Jie Sect can endure such circumstances. Inevitably, some will stealthily descend the mountain, and those who perish will have close-knit brothers seeking vengeance. This interconnected web of consequences can eventually compel us all to emerge and confront our fate. The voice of Feipeng resonated like a grand bell, each word a precious gem, striking the earth with authority. The myriad immortals of the Jie Sect fell into deep contemplation. Even the Lord of Heaven found himself momentarily silenced. After a considerable pause, the Lord of Heaven slowly began to speak. You are correct. I understand your nature. If the Jie Sect truly acts in such a manner, you will undoubtedly disregard my admonitions and descend the mountain independently. Many disciples exhibited signs of panic, eager to voice their rebuttals, yet found themselves at a loss for words. They were individuals of passionate temperaments, unable to endure the Jie Sect's tactics, and would inevitably desire to compete against them. You too are a disciple of a sage, and my cultivation surpasses yours. Why should I fear you? If you are unafraid of the Fengshen list, would I be intimidated? Living in such a cowardly manner is not worth it. It is far better to engage in a decisive battle. Even if it costs me my life, it would be worth it. This sentiment resonated with the majority of Jie Sect disciples, an undeniable truth. No one can perpetually tolerate humiliation and derision, especially since the cultivation of Jie Sect disciples is not inferior to that of their Chan counterparts. Thus, they held confidence in themselves. Yet little did they anticipate that Chan disciples consistently lay in wait with reinforcements, calling upon stronger allies when they could not prevail. Almost all Jie Sect disciples met their demise in such a manner. This was the Jie Sect's cunning scheme. Now, Feipeng sought to unveil the Jie Sect's conspiracy in advance. Observing the silence of the Lord of Heaven and the assembly, Feipeng's eyes sparkled with determination. His posture erect, and with an air of defiance, he proclaimed, in my view, we must not only evade but actively confront our challenges. Upon utterance of these words, the multitude of Jie Sect immortals erupted in fervor. Expressions of shock and confusion adorned their faces. Just moments ago, their master had conveyed that without the Fengshen list and the god-slaying whip, they found themselves in a vulnerable position. Under such circumstances, the probability of descending the mountain to confront their fate exceeded 90%. While their master firmly ordered them to descend, their eldest brother now urged them to venture forth. What could be the reasoning behind this? Clad in white, Feipeng, with an imposing demeanor, spoke with calm assurance. As previously stated, evasion serves no purpose. What is destined to come will inevitably arrive, and those wishing to evade cannot escape their fate. Moreover, you surely do not wish to live in such a stifled manner, do you? Should we remain on Golden Clam Island, the Chan sect will effectively target our disciples, strategically exploiting our weaknesses, coercing you to descend, and luring you into traps they have long established, ultimately summoning powerful reinforcements to mercilessly annihilate you. These reinforcements could be the likes of the Burning Lamp Taoist, the Grandmaster of the South Pole, or even the Primordial Heavenly Sovereign and the Western Two Saints. Therefore, once you fall into their snares, your demise is all but assured. As Feipeng's words echoed, a wave of astonishment swept through all present. What? Even the Primordial Heavenly Sovereign and the Western Two Saints would intervene? Surely not. They are indeed saints. How could they possibly take action against us, the younger generation? Everyone was abuzz with speculation. Even the Celestial Master on the high platform displayed an expression of disbelief. Yet, Feipeng remained unperturbed. He had anticipated this very scene. In the original narrative of the Primordial Era, the Celestial Master and his disciples were unwilling to accept that the Primordial Lord and the two Western Saints would take action, which ultimately led to their significant downfall and a complete loss. Feipeng smiled faintly. You underestimate the shamelessness of the Saints. I shall provide evidence to substantiate my claims. When the moment is ripe, the truth will reveal itself to you all. Now, let us return to the previous question. How can we avoid being selected as adversaries by the Chan sect and be targeted specifically? Chapter 174. I absolutely refuse to concede. The answer lies in taking the initiative to emerge. Our sect possesses over 10,000 disciples, a monumental advantage. The calamity of the Fengshen will unfold through the warfare between the Shang and Zhou dynasties in the mortal realm. Currently, the human race reigns supreme in the Primordial World, with over 90% of the fortune residing within them. The disciples of the Chan sect have descended, intervening in the mortal world, all for the sake of the human race's fortune. However, their numbers are woefully insufficient to rival us, thus affording us a distinct advantage. As numerous disciples of our sect stepped into the human realm, we transformed from a static target into soaring eagles, making it exceedingly difficult for the Chan sect to eliminate us one by one. As Feipeng's words resonated, the eyes of all disciples sparkled, lifting their gazes towards the master of the celestial teaching. In unison, they bowed. Elder brother speaks with wisdom. We implore our esteemed master to issue the command for us to venture forth and seize the fortune of the human race. The master of the celestial teaching looked upon Feipeng with a satisfied nod, taken aback by his remarkable talent not only in cultivation but also in strategy. Such a disciple is indeed a blessing for our sect. Very well. In accordance with Feipeng's counsel, from this day forth, all disciples shall emerge without exception, disrupt the Chan sect's plans in the human realm, and contend for the fortune of the human race. Should any disciples of the Chan sect dare to harm our own, you shall support one another and charge forth. I wish to see who dares to place you upon the Fengshen ranking. Upon hearing the decree of the master of the celestial teaching, the multitude of disciples erupted in fervor. Their spirits soared, faces alight with excitement, a stark contrast to their earlier despair. Now, the myriad of disciples gathered at our sect embodies a peak of fortune. If we bind ourselves to the fortune of the human race and partake in their incense, we may utilize this fortune to offset the primordial purple energy as the foundation for enlightenment, paving a path for our disciples to attain sanctity. Observing the exuberance among his disciples, the master of the celestial teaching relaxed, a smile breaking upon his countenance. Suddenly, a resounding and distant chime echoed from the mountainside. All present heard this sound and were filled with confusion. That is the golden bell at our sect's entrance. Someone has struck it, exclaimed one disciple, astonished. Two others, wearing puzzled expressions, inquired. This is a signal from our disciples seeking aid from the sect. The tolling of this golden bell signifies a need for our intervention. But who could it be? Strange indeed. All our disciples are present here. Who, then, is ringing the bell from outside? The disciples of our sect engaged in fervent discussion, none able to provide an answer. The master of the celestial teaching sat serenely atop the lotus platform, fingers delicately calculating, swiftly uncovering the truth. Just as he was about to reveal this revelation to the gathered disciples, he caught sight of Feipeng's expression, one of insight and understanding. Thus, he turned to Feipeng with a smile, inquiring further. As you can see, you have likely already discerned who it is that now seeks our assistance at the mountain gate. Having sounded the golden bell, Feipeng, clad in white robes, sauntered forth with an air of composure, courteously bowing to the assembly and declaring, Indeed, I know who that person is. If my conjectures are accurate, he is none other than my sect's sole secular disciple, known as Yunxiao. Currently serving as the Grand Preceptor of the Shang dynasty, his rank only second to that of the human emperor. The fact that this Grand Preceptor has been compelled to return to our mountain gate seeking aid indicates that the Primordial Heavenly Master has entrusted the list of deifications and the Divine Whip to Jiangxia, sending him down to find King Wu Jichang. Originally, King Wu was merely a feudal lord of the Shang dynasty. Without Jiangxia's instigation and the backing of the Jie Sect, how could the Zhou dare to revolt? The celestial beings traditionally abstained from meddling in mortal affairs, a principle upheld across the 6 realms. However, in this instance, it is the Jie Sect that has first breached this principle, vainly attempting to assist the Zhou army in extinguishing the Shang dynasty and monopolizing the fate of humankind. This matter is one that my sect, the Jie Sect, shall never acquiesce to. Upon the conclusion of Feipeng's words, all disciples of the Jie Sect raised their right hands and fervently shouted, "Indeed, we, the Jie Sect, shall never acquiesce. We shall never acquiesce." Feipeng then gestured with both hands, gently pressing downwards, and the grand hall fell into a profound silence. Subsequently, with a wave of his hand, he commanded the disciples guarding the mountain gate to allow him entry without hindrance. Understood. With Feipeng's order, 2 disciples promptly departed from the mountain gate of Golden Ao Island. Wenzhong, clad in battle armor and wielding a crescent blade, knelt upon the ground, bowing towards the direction of Bio Palace. As a 3rd-generation disciple of the Jie Sect, Wenzhong, now the Grand Preceptor of the Shang dynasty, had come seeking aid due to the excessive oppression from the disciples of Yunxiao Palace, who sought to overturn the Shang dynasty, disregarding the covenant between the celestial and mortal realms, and ruthlessly slaughtering our great armies. The 12 golden immortals of the Jie Sect wield immense power and profound abilities, rendering my disciples utterly powerless. In utter desperation, I have come to implore assistance from the sect, and in return, I am willing to share the fate of humankind with the sect. As when Zhong completed his plea, the stone door at the mountain gate of Golden Ao Island creaked open, revealing a staircase that led directly to Bio Palace, with all obstacles along the path retreating, rendering it unobstructed. Hesitantly, when Zhong rose, his brow furrowed in perplexity. In his recollection, this matter should not have unfolded so smoothly. After all, the opposing force hailed from the Yunxiao Palace of Kunlun Mountain, the Jie Sect established by the sage Primordial Heavenly Master. Although he was a disciple of the Jie Sect, he was merely a secular disciple taken in by the Holy Mother of Golden Spirit and had never cultivated on Golden Ao Island. Thus, he had anticipated that seeking the Jie Sect's aid to reclaim justice would be an exceedingly arduous task. Before arriving, he had already mentally prepared himself for neglect and even the prospect of returning in disappointment. He had heard whispers that the 3 Pure Ones were originally united, that Tongtian and Yunxiao were, in fact, brothers, and he held no confidence that the Jie Sect would intervene against the Jie Sect. Yet now, witnessing the spectacle of the mountain gate wide open before him, Wenzhong found himself utterly bewildered. He could hardly have anticipated that they would not only acknowledge his status as a disciple, but also open the mountain gates to welcome him in, even removing all obstacles along the way, allowing him to ascend directly to the Bio Palace via the steps. Within, Wenzhong was overwhelmed with excitement. He had once heard from the Holy Mother of Golden Spirit that the Bio Palace was the most significant location on Jinao Island, serving as the residence and preaching place of the Primordial Lord, where other disciples could only establish their caves in the vicinity, lacking the privilege to reside within the palace itself. Yet now, as a humble secular disciple, he found himself with the extraordinary opportunity to approach the grand hall of the Bio Palace step by step. What an immense honor this was. Chapter 175. The arrival of the celestial beings at Chaogo Wenzhong, the disciple of the revered Golden Spirit Mother, a direct pupil of the Heavenly Teacher, possessed certain abilities of spatial contraction. However, out of respect for his master, he refrained from employing any magical powers, nor did he indulge in any semblance of negligence, instead ascending the stone steps with utmost reverence. After a lengthy journey of exactly 81 days, he finally completed the last step. Gazing upon the resplendent Bio Palace before him, he was nearly rendered speechless with excitement. Taking a deep breath, he lifted his slightly trembling feet and proceeded forward. As he passed through the grand entrance of the hall, he looked up in astonishment, his face a canvas of shock, discovering that the Heavenly Teacher and the myriad celestial beings had been observing his ascent from the foot of the mountain. "You have arrived. We have awaited your presence for quite some time." A voice, ethereal and enigmatic, resonated from the depths of the palace. Though soft, it echoed throughout every corner of the hall, penetrating the very souls of those present. At that moment, the Heavenly Teacher sat majestically upon a lotus throne, flanked by a line of disciples from the. With a commanding presence, he gazed down upon Wenzhong and spoke. "You have sounded the golden bell. Naturally, You understand its significance. Pray tell, what brings you here? Overcome with emotion, Zhong trembled as he bowed to the heavenly teacher, proclaiming, Disciple pays homage to the esteemed master. I currently serve as the Grand Minister of the Shang dynasty. However, due to the excessive tyranny of the disciples of the Yushu Palace, who seek to usurp our Shang dynasty and have disregarded the sacred covenant between the realms of immortals and mortals, they have wantonly slaughtered our forces. The 12 golden immortals of the possess formidable powers and vast supernatural abilities, rendering me utterly powerless. In my desperation, I have come to beseech the assistance of my esteemed sect. In return, I am willing to share the fortune of the human race with our sect. A flicker of surprise crossed the deep-set eyes of the heavenly teacher, which seemed to harbor the essence of countless celestial stars, betraying no discernible emotion. Feipeng, understanding that the heavenly teacher required collaboration, promptly stepped forward and respectfully addressed him. Esteemed master, the disciples of the have committed heinous acts, inciting calamities and stirring conflicts among mortals, resulting in immense suffering. Such deeds are unforgivable. The 12 golden immortals of the are of despicable character and moral decay. Such shameless and malevolent beings must receive appropriate punishment. Otherwise, how shall the 3 realms perceive our Xianmen? Our Xianmen represents the true path of immortality, not the wicked ways of evil. He is clearly tarnishing our reputation. Therefore, I propose that we take immediate action to capture the 12 golden immortals of the, eradicate their influence, and restore the celestial realm to its former glory. The heavenly teacher nodded impassively, his countenance one of authority tinged with a hint of gentleness. You speak wisely. I shall heed your counsel. Henceforth, I hereby appoint you as the celestial king of the, commanding all disciples of the to accompany Zhong to the mortal realm and assist the human race in quelling the insurrection, restoring tranquility to this world. Yes, I shall obey. Zhong, kneeling on the ground, was overwhelmed with emotion, repeatedly bowing in gratitude, his face alight with unrestrained joy. Thank you, master. Thank you, master. Thank you, senior brother. Thank you, senior brother. Thank you, esteemed brothers and sisters. Thank you, esteemed brothers and sisters. A few days later, in the mortal realm of Chaoga City, the Grand Tutor Zhong returned to the court. The Emperor Zhou Wang, embracing the enchanting Daji, personally welcomed him at the palace entrance. From a considerable distance, the Emperor opened his arms and approached Zhong, exclaiming, The Grand Tutor has returned. Quickly, let us invite the Grand Tutor into the palace to rest. I shall personally host a banquet in his honor to celebrate his safe return. Zhong waved his hand, his countenance filled with emotion as he replied, Let us set aside the banquet for now. The Emperor's expression shifted as he gazed up and inquired, Oh, as you wish. Grand Tutor, on this occasion, have you brought along any celestial beings from your sect? Upon hearing this, many treacherous ministers stifled their laughter, eager to witness Zhong's embarrassment. They had long uncovered his background, knowing he was merely a mundane disciple of the sect, with a status even lower than that of a menial worker at the mountain gate. Regarding his return to fetch reinforcements, they assumed Zhong was merely preserving his dignity. Concocting this absurdity, the emperor had already spared him direct inquiry, granting him a measure of respect, yet this old man, in his ignorance, dared to rebuff the emperor's goodwill by bringing up the matter. A crowd of scheming ministers awaited the spectacle, their eyes glinting with malice. With an air of gravitas, Zhong replied, To answer your majesty, I have indeed invited all the celestial beings of my sect to assist in dealing with the mere 12 golden immortals of the sect. It shall be as effortless as a flick of the wrist. As soon as Zhong finished speaking, a raucous laughter erupted around him, with several ministers doubled over in mirth. Even the emperor wore an awkward expression, clearly incredulous of his words. Ha, who do you think you are? You old fool. Have you lost your wits? Ha, you amuse me. You claim to have summoned all the immortals? Each of those beings is proud and haughty. How could they be so easily summoned? The Grand Tutor seems to have become increasingly boastful with age. Ha, I might believe you summoned a few lackeys, but to claim you gathered all the celestial beings? That is utterly unbelievable. The ministers laughed until they were nearly breathless. And had they not known Zhong's character, understanding his disdain for treachery, they might have suspected he was intentionally trying to amuse them. Only the emperor stood there, visibly uncomfortable, furrowing his brow as he remarked, Grand Tutor, your journey must have been arduous. In truth, I do not expect you to bring back many formidable allies. It is enough that you have this intention. Even if you only manage to invite a few menial workers from your sect, I shall treat them with the utmost courtesy. Zhong stepped aside and pointed his arm toward the sky behind him. How could this old minister deceive your majesty? Every word I speak is true. Please look. The emperor, still skeptical, hesitantly gazed upward. Suddenly, the clouds in the sky rumbled and tore apart, revealing one after another of the disciples. To mortals, these disciples appeared as powerful celestial beings. Normally, encountering even one would require immense effort, yet now, they filled the sky in droves. Could it be that they are all deities? A treacherous minister stammered, his voice trembling. The others were so astonished that they could scarcely utter a word. Only King Zhou, as the sovereign, was shielded by the aura of his imperial authority, preventing him from losing composure like the others. However, he too exhibited signs of astonishment. He had never anticipated that when Zhong could truly summon divine beings, and in such numbers. Observing that King Zhou remained in a state of shock, when Zhong hastily interjected, "Your Majesty, you must promptly invite the esteemed deities to take their seats within the palace. It would be a breach of etiquette to have them standing outside." Suddenly, King Zhou seemed to awaken from a trance, his face alight with joy as he exclaimed, "Indeed, you speak wisely, Grand Preceptor. Let us invite the deities to descend at once. I wish to host a grand banquet in their honor, and later, I shall arrange suitable accommodations for them." Chapter 176. Daji accompanies the senior brother for a toast. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. As Feipeng descended, leading Zhao Gongming and others, the remaining disciples of the Jie Sect followed suit. Fortunately, the palace was spacious enough to accommodate over 10,000 disciples. Otherwise, it would have been quite a challenge. Upon seeing Feipeng approach, Wen Zhong hastily introduced him to King Zhou. "This is our Jie Sect's senior brother, named Feipeng. He has now attained the level of a quasi-saint, and has been conferred the title of immortal king by our master, serving as the leader of this operation." King Zhou had long recognized Feipeng's extraordinary nature, and upon hearing Wen Zhong's introduction, he realized he was in the presence of a significant figure from the celestial realm. Terrified, he immediately knelt before him. "Your humble servant." "Oh no, the mortal Emperor Xian pays his respects to the immortal king. I was unaware of your arrival and failed to extend a proper welcome. Please forgive my transgression." A group of treacherous ministers behind him was left dumbfounded. The once imposing King Zhou was kneeling in reverence. What could the identity of the other be? They dared not dwell on it, and promptly imitated the king, bowing to the ground. Unlike King Zhou, who maintained a semblance of grace even in humility, the treacherous ministers trembled in sheer terror. Wen Zhong stood to the side, looking down upon the disloyal ministers with a disdainful gaze, coldly demanding, "Who was it that mocked me just now? Step forward. I wish to have a good look at you." With a thud, one of the treacherous ministers fainted on the spot, while others were left paralyzed with fear, some collapsing to the ground, unable to move. Feipeng extended his palm in a gesture of support, a gentle yet formidable force enveloping King Zhou, compelling him to rise. "The emperor and the sage are of equal standing. There is no need for excessive courtesy. Please rise." "Thank you, immortal king." King Zhou hastily returned the gesture. Feipeng maintained his politeness, but the king understood the gravity of the situation. Equal standing between the emperor and the sage? Heh. While the statement held truth, King Zhou was no child and would not take such words at face value. He was acutely aware that the status of humanity had drastically diminished since the fall of the three saints in the Fire Cloud Cave. Had it not been for this decline, how would the 12 golden immortals of the Chan sect dare to run rampant in the mortal realm? At that moment, as King Zhou intended to escort Feipeng into the main hall of the palace, he unexpectedly found a group of treacherous ministers blocking the way, causing him to erupt in anger. With a swift kick, he sent one of them flying and bellowed, "You worthless fools, are you not ashamed enough? Someone, drag these disgraceful wretches to the Wu Gate and feed them to the dogs." King Zhou's words fell like a bucket of cold water upon the heads of the treacherous ministers, shocking them into awareness. They pleaded for mercy, rushing to grasp the emperor's boots, weeping in desperation. "Your Majesty, we beseech you to spare us. We swear our loyalty to you." King Zhou, a figure of formidable character, was not easily swayed by their flowery words. No matter how they begged, he remained unmoved. After the guards dragged the treacherous ministers away, King Zhou gestured invitingly, welcoming Feipeng and the other Jie Sect disciples into the grand hall. He ordered a feast to be prepared and summoned palace maidens to perform songs and dances for their entertainment. During the banquet, King Zhou incessantly offered toasts to Feipeng, displaying an air of utmost respect. The other ministers, at the king's behest, also raised their cups to other celestial beings, creating a lively atmosphere where host and guests alike reveled in merriment. Daji, ever enchanting, lingered by King Zhou's side, observing her discreetly. Feipeng noted that Daji possessed a beauty that could indeed make fish sink and birds fall, a visage so captivating that it was no wonder King Zhou was beguiled. Yet, at this juncture, Daji had only recently ascended to the status of the king's consort, and had yet to unveil her sinister nature. A disciple of the Stone Lady, she had been persuaded by Nuwa to come to Chaoga and ensnare King Zhou, only to later be betrayed and ordered to her demise by Nuwa herself. Ultimately, she was but a pawn in Nuwa's grand scheme, a tragic figure in her own right. Nevertheless, given Daji's myriad of heinous deeds, her fate seemed just. At present, however, she remained an innocent maiden, primarily engaged in using her beauty to captivate King Zhou and earn his trust. She had not yet wielded her influence to harm others, prompting Feipeng to consider facilitating a conversation between the Stone Lady and Daji. If he could persuade her to return to the righteous path, it might salvage the fortune of the Shang dynasty. Lady Daji, I raise my cup to you, Feipeng declared, prompting a slightly inebriated Daji to eagerly reciprocate. Your Majesty possesses an extraordinary capacity for wine. You've consumed nearly 10,000 cups and remain unfazed. I, on the other hand, cannot compare to your divine tolerance. Should another celestial toast me, I shall have to substitute tea for wine. Her words incited a wave of laughter among the guests. King Zhou, embracing Daji's slender waist, chuckled. Who would have thought my beloved consort would encounter the limits of her drinking prowess? Do you not often boast of your ability to withstand 1,000 cups? What has befallen you today? My king, you tease me once more, and I shall ignore you. Daji replied, a blend of allure and playful shyness emanating from her, captivating all present. However, as she veiled her eyes with a silk scarf, a flicker of surprise crossed her face. Stealing a glance toward Feipeng, she was astonished that he seemed impervious to her charm. She muttered softly to herself, it appears this celestial lord's prowess is unfathomable. I am naturally beguiling. And yet even the most ordinary gold immortals fall under my spell, while he regards me as mere painted frivolity. Truly remarkable. As the revelry continued and the wine flowed, Feipeng rose to inquire about the current state of affairs in the war. King Zhou, dismissing the singing and dancing maidens with a wave of his hand, responded with a furrowed brow. Not long ago, our forces engaged in fierce combat against the troops of the Zhou at Qinglong Pass. Initially, we held the upper hand, but then an aged Taoist clad in a bagua robe appeared, claiming to be Jiang Zia. With a formidable yellow flag in hand, he led our forces into retreat. First from Qinglong Pass to Chuanyun Pass, then to Tongguan, and subsequently losing Jepai Pass. We have now been pushed back to Sisui Pass. Feipeng narrowed his eyes, his mind racing as he recalled the events of the investiture of the gods. At this point in time, the defection of Huang Feihu had triggered the betrayals of Huang Tianhua and Huang Gun, leading to the sequential loss of Qinglong Pass, Chuanyun Pass, Tongguan, and Jepai Pass. Then, at the moment of the Battle of Fushuguan, when Zhong sought assistance on Jinao Island, summoning the disciple of the Yuhua, who subsequently apprehended the Huang clan one by one. At this juncture, while other circumstances remained unchanged, it was not solely Yuhua who descended the mountain. Rather, all disciples of the had arrived. Who, then, leads the troops of Shiqi? Chapter 177. Leave this trash to me, Feipeng inquired further. Aware of the changes that had transpired in the narrative of Hongluang, it was prudent to clarify certain matters before King Zhou could respond. When Zhong stood and addressed the question, regarding the esteemed Lord of the Immortals, it pertains to a young lad named Neza. Though he is but a child, his magical prowess is formidable. Armed with a fire-tipped spear and riding on wind and fire wheels, he wields a mystical cloth of chaos and wears the Qiankuan circle around his neck. It is said that his master is the esteemed Tai Zhunren of the 12 Golden Immortals, a figure of great strength, making him a formidable opponent for us. Upon learning that the leader of the Western Qi army was indeed Jiang Zia and Neza, Feipeng's lips curled into a charming smile as a strategy began to form in his mind. Do not worry, my king. This mere Neza shall be dealt with in due course. With a sudden crash, the wine cup in King Zhou's hand fell to the floor, his face displaying shock and excitement. What? You can defeat Neza? Is what the Lord of the Immortals said true? Seeing King Zhou's uncharacteristic display, Feipeng scoffed lightly. What is Neza to me? Do I need to personally intervene for such triviality? The other disciples of the Jie Sect erupted in laughter upon hearing King Zhou's words. Look at what the king has said. Our eldest senior brother is a quasi-saint, while Neza is merely a golden immortal. To engage him would tarnish our senior brother's dignity. King Zhou and the ministers exchanged bewildered glances, dumbfounded. Then, according to you esteemed immortals, who should confront Neza? I shall go. I shall take on this task. Do not contest with me. This insignificant foe is mine to handle. There will be plenty of opportunities for you to showcase your talents later. The disciples of the Jie Sect chimed in, each eager to claim the honor of capturing Neza. Yet, Feipeng raised his hand with a smile. Do not bicker. None of you shall go. What? Eldest brother. Why is that? The disciples revealed looks of astonishment, questioning him with confusion. Feipeng's expression turned serious as he reined in his smile. This insignificant Neza is not worthy of our concern. But behind him stands the 12 golden immortals of the Jie Sect. Beyond them are the peak quasi-saints, the burning lamp Taoist, and the southern polar immortal. Behind them are the saints, the Yuan Shi Tianzun and the 2 saints of the west. At this moment, while they remain unaware that all disciples of the Jie Sect have emerged, it is the perfect opportunity to lure Jiangxia out, as he is currently unprotected. We must devise a plan to draw him out and seize the Fengshen Bang and the Deshun Bian, which would be far more exhilarating than merely capturing Neza. Upon hearing Feipeng's words, the disciples of the Jie Sect's eyes sparkled with excitement, unable to contain their enthusiasm for their eldest brother's plan. Brilliant. Eldest brother is truly far-sighted. We admire you greatly. Indeed, eldest brother is exceptionally wise. We must ensure that our collective descent remains a secret. They must not learn of it. The revered master has long yearned for the list of deities and the divine whip, which now rests in the hands of Jiangxia. What extraordinary abilities does Jiangxia possess to wield such divine artifacts? Let us seize these treasures. Haha. Do you think Jiangxia will shed tears once he falls into our trap? I believe the one who should weep is the primordial heavenly venerable, who looks down upon us, a motley crew of beasts. It is time we teach him a lesson. However, if we do not take action, how shall we prevail against Neza? As a disciple of the raised this query, all eyes turned to Feipeng. Although they had been jesting moments ago, they now stood perplexed, unsure of how to proceed. Among the disciples, even the least formidable possessed the peak cultivation of the Tai Golden Immortal, while Neza was merely at the late stage of the Golden Immortal realm. Any one of them could intimidate Neza into retreat without needing to engage in battle, let alone drawing out Jiangxia, which seemed utterly implausible. Everyone gazed expectantly at Feipeng, awaiting his counsel. Clad in white and standing with an air of poise, Feipeng resembled a deity of the winds, exuding an unassailable confidence. He raised an arm, pointing at Wenzhong. It is simple, let him go. A collective realization dawned upon the crowd. However, Wenzhong appeared bewildered, swiftly declining me. I cannot possibly confront Neza. Fear not, esteemed elder. I shall provide you with a magical artifact that will enable you to effortlessly capture Neza. Yet, you must promise me that you will not slay him, but rather take him alive. Only then can we lure out Jiangxia. Indeed, the eldest brother's strategy was unparalleled. Merely allow the elder to feign weakness, and at the critical moment, reveal the artifact, pretending to struggle while capturing Neza. This ruse would lead Jiangxia to believe that the elder had merely taken advantage of Neza's carelessness. Consequently, Jiangxia would surely come forth to rescue Neza. And at that moment, we could seize him, claiming the list of deities and the divine whip for ourselves. Haha. Zhao Gongming inclined his head towards Feipeng, a serious expression gracing his features. Eldest brother, your plan is ingenious. I am in awe. Yet, what assurance do we have that Jiangxia will carry the list of deities and the divine whip on his person? The list of deities and the divine whip are of paramount importance to Jiangxia. They are more vital than life itself. Thus he will undoubtedly keep them close. Feipeng replied with a smile. Zhao Gongming, filled with admiration, bowed in respect. Eldest brother, your foresight and meticulous planning leave me in complete agreement. The crowd erupted into laughter at his words. You ought to learn more from the eldest brother. He is a figure of such renown that even the master, a sage, speaks of him in high regard, demonstrating just how exceptional he truly is. Wenzhong rose, smiling as he addressed Feipeng. Neza possesses an array of formidable artifacts. I wonder what treasure the Lord of the Celestials shall bestow upon me to ensure my absolute confidence in subduing him. The implication is that there is skepticism regarding Feipeng's ability to produce a treasure superior to that possessed by Neza. Indeed, it is quite a challenge to find a magical artifact capable of countering Neza's formidable weapons, Feipeng mused while stroking his chin thoughtfully. Upon hearing this, Wenzhong felt a pang of anxiety in his heart. It was evident that Neza's treasures were indeed celestial relics, not simply something one could casually procure. It appears that this esteemed celestial king boasts grandly, yet in reality, he is rather unreliable. Wenzhong lamented inwardly. Alas, if Neza's treasures are so feeble, surely the artifacts I possess would frighten him away at once. That would undermine the desired effect we aim to achieve. Do you possess any inferior postnatal treasures? Feipeng asked, displaying a look of exasperation as he turned to the disciples of the Jie Sect nearby. Chapter 178. The subpar post heavenly artifacts unworthy of refuse? The disciples of the shook their heads in unison. Alas, we possess none. The meager artifacts in our possession were long ago exchanged by our esteemed senior brother. Have you forgotten? One lamented. Had I known, I would have collected those wooden sticks beside the latrine. What are you thinking? Those sticks are inferior post-heavenly treasures. You must not have examined them closely. Is that so? I truly hadn't noticed. A disciple sheepishly scratched his head, a flush creeping across his cheeks. Across from them, Wenzhong and King Zhou were left in a state of shock, their minds buzzing in confusion, unable to comprehend the situation. Though the distinction between innate and post-heavenly treasures eluded them, they could at least grasp the disdain evident in the disciple's tone. How could such formidable artifacts as Nezas be deemed inferior to mere wooden sticks found beside a latrine? Surely this was not some form of mockery. Feipeng, clad in resplendent white, exuded an ethereal grace, his handsome visage slightly furrowed in concern. This will not do. Search everywhere, be it insoles, socks, or rings and bracelets. Anything that qualifies as a post-heavenly artifact must suffice, provided it does not exceed the innate level, lest that old fox Jiangxia sees through our ruse. Upon hearing Feipeng's grave tone, the disciples of the commenced a frantic search of their belongings, desperate to unearth an item that had yet to ascend to the level of innate treasures. Wenzhong and King Zhou, along with the ministers of the Shang dynasty, watched in astonishment. They were beginning to grasp the situation. Nez's impressive array of treasures turned out to be entirely post-heavenly artifacts, and these disciples were racking their brains to find something as subpar as what adorned Neza. All the disciples produced their Qiankuan bags, unveiling the spatial artifacts within, spilling forth a plethora of exquisite treasures, fragrant elixirs, and various rare materials, all radiating brilliant light. Yet, their expressions grew increasingly despondent. Alas, this is futile. I have even examined the toilet paper used for personal hygiene, and it still qualifies as an innate treasure. Last time, our senior brother remarked that our toilet paper was too coarse, and so he provided us with a new supply. Perhaps that was when the original post-heavenly materials were replaced. Nothing at all. Ever since our senior brother has periodically exchanged our items, we have undergone a complete transformation. Even the dog bowl of De Huang is now an upper-grade innate treasure. Where on earth can we find such subpar post-heavenly artifacts? Ugh, how vexing. Wenzhong and King Zhou were so astounded that they forgot to drink, feeling as though they had turned to stone. Post-heavenly artifacts unworthy of refuse? Unworthy of refuse. It dawned on them that Neza was considered refuse. In the end, only these two words lingered in the minds of King Zhou, Wenzhong, and the ministers of the Shang dynasty, while everything else faded into oblivion. Moments later, as Feipeng contemplated the on-site crafting of a postnatal treasure, two disciples clad in tiger skin attire approached joyously, clasping a string of bone beads. We found it. Master brother, look. This string of bone beads is indeed a postnatal supreme treasure. These two disciples were the descendants of the White Tiger Supreme, brought forth from a miniature world by Yunxiao, the tiger-faced people. With Feipeng's assistance, they had escaped the shattered realm and ascended to become outer disciples of the Jie. Through diligent cultivation, they had transformed their features to resemble human faces. The string of bone beads, a remnant of their earlier journey, was preserved for its sentimental value. Feipeng's expression initially brightened with delight, but soon furrowed in contemplation. A postnatal supreme treasure? Alas, so be it. A postnatal supreme treasure is still preferable to none. Postnatal treasures are classified from weak to strong into 5 tiers. Inferior postnatal spiritual treasures, medium postnatal spiritual treasures, superior postnatal spiritual treasures, exceptional postnatal spiritual treasures, and the postnatal supreme treasure, of which this string of bone beads is the most formidable. The treasures possessed by Neza are merely superior postnatal spiritual treasures, even when combined. They pale in comparison to these beads. Nonetheless, this string of bone beads is currently the most inferior treasure the Jie could procure. Accepting the bone beads, Feipeng beckoned to Wenzhong. The old master hurried forth, his face flushed with excitement, and without a moment's hesitation, he fell to his knees before Feipeng, raising the beads reverently above his head. This treasure shall henceforth belong to you. Utilize it wisely to capture Nezo alive. Wenzhong bowed repeatedly in deference. Rest assured, my lord, I shall personally bring that yellow-haired boy before you for your command. Feipeng nodded with a calm demeanor, instructing, do not fret. With this treasure, Neza shall no longer be your adversary. Your task is to conserve your strength during the initial confrontation. And when Neza approaches from a considerable distance from the Zhou army camp, seize him unexpectedly. My lord, may I inquire why? Feipeng smiled knowingly. Only by doing so will Jiangxia be unable to discern the true situation and will thus fall into our trap, coming to rescue Neza. A glimmer of understanding flashed in Wenzhong's murky eyes as he nodded in agreement. I comprehend now. Jiangxia will mistakenly believe that Neza's capture was merely a coincidence. Furthermore, he will assume we are mere mortals, leading him, in his self-assuredness of his profound magical skills, to venture forth to rescue Neza to avoid reproach from Tai Junren. Feipeng affirmed, indeed, Jiang Zia is exceedingly cautious. Luring him out under normal circumstances is an arduous endeavor. Even against those he deems inferior, he would summon the formidable celestial beings of the Chan Jiao, never risking himself in peril. Chapter 179. Women are indeed innately gossipy creatures this time. However, Jiang Zia, a newly appointed official, had not yet faced any trials. Believing that we were all mere mortals, he thought only Wen Zhong possessed a modicum of Taoist knowledge. If he required assistance to deal with an ordinary person, he might feel embarrassed, which is likely why he chose to take matters into his own hands. After careful analysis, the group was left in awe. Wen Zhong, with a respectful gesture, praised, "Does the Lord of the Immortals know Jiang Zia personally? How else could he be so well acquainted with Jiang Zia's character? Such ability truly opens our eyes and earns our heartfelt admiration." Laughter erupted among the crowd. No one took this matter seriously. The senior brother had been cultivating on Golden Ao Island since birth, so how could he possibly know that old man Jiang Zia? The reason the senior brother understood Jiang Zia's character so well was simply because of his own exceptional wisdom and omniscience. All right, everyone, let us retire early tonight. Tomorrow at dawn, we shall proceed to Qinglong Pass to challenge and witness Neza's prowess. Yes, senior brother. The group responded in unison with respectful gestures. King Zhou was already intoxicated, and Daji assisted him back to the palace, while the civil and military officials dispersed. Wen Zhong then led Feipeng and the immortal disciples to their quarters. That night, the door of the Golden Spirit Mother's chamber stood wide open. She sat on the bed with her back to the entrance, seemingly awaiting someone. A bright moon cast its pure light, like a delicate veil, over the tranquil courtyard. At that moment, a sound of breaking air echoed through the sky, and a middle-aged man cloaked in black landed before the Golden Spirit Mother's door. Gazing at the familiar silhouette, the middle-aged man spoke in a hoarse voice. "Did you know I would come?" A noble and melodious voice emanated from the bed. "Would you not come?" The middle-aged man was momentarily taken aback, responding somewhat dazedly. "I did not know if I should come. I questioned myself but found no answer, and I did not dare to ask others. My mind was in a haze, and before I realized it, I arrived here before he could finish." The Golden Spirit Mother abruptly turned, darting into his embrace, holding him tightly. Tears streamed down her exquisite face. She pounded on the middle-aged man's chest, reproaching him. "You still remember to see me? I thought you had forgotten me and would never return." How could the middle-aged man open his mouth, wanting to comfort the Golden Spirit Mother, but words failed him, leaving him at a loss for how to begin. He allowed her to vent her emotions for a while. The Golden Spirit Mother buried her head deep in the middle-aged man's chest, her eyes swollen from crying. "Why didn't you try to keep me back then? You knew that if you spoke, I would surely stay to accompany you," sighing. He replied, "It is precisely because I knew that I hesitated to speak. You are a disciple of a saint, an exalted celestial being, yet I, merely a mortal, despite having taken you as my mentor and acquiring some knowledge of the arcane arts, remain irrevocably the Grand Master of the Shang dynasty. This is an immutable truth. Moreover, following the demise of the venerable emperor, I was appointed as the guardian minister, tasked with assisting the young King Zhou, who was still in his tender years. What would become of him, of the court, and of the populace if I were to abandon my duties? To me, the notion of living in reverence, admired by the multitudes, is rendered meaningless if I cannot be with the one I cherish. Does my worth not surpass the ephemeral glory you possess?" The Holy Mother of Golden Spirit questioned Wen Zhong. "Alas, the current King Zhou is no trifling matter. What commendation could I hope to earn in the court? Everything I do is merely to honor the deceased emperor and not to betray the common people. All this, I, Wen Zhong, owe to you. Perhaps our paths should never have crossed, thus sparing you from my inadvertent harm." Before Wen Zhong could finish his lament, he was silenced by a passionate kiss from the Holy Mother, leaving his mind a blank canvas, filled solely with exquisite sensations. As she withdrew her ruby lips, she tenderly declared, "Fool, meeting you is the greatest fortune of my life. Even if I were to suffer countless wounds from you, I would never harbor regret." Wen Zhong's eyes glistened with unshed tears as he breathed her name, Jinling. The Holy Mother gazed back with profound affection, their hearts entwined in silent communion. Meanwhile, atop a distant rooftop, Feipeng donned an unusual black attire, peering down with keen interest at the intimate exchange between Wen Zhong and the Holy Mother. Beside Feipeng stood the three sisters, Yunxiao, Xiongxiao, and Bixiao, who were engrossed in the unfolding scene. "Huh, I told you they would find their way together and engage in secret mischief." Feipeng proclaimed triumphantly to the sisters. They rolled their eyes at him, yet could not help but admire his astute observations. Master brother, you are truly remarkable. These two appeared so serious by day, concealing their intimate connection. How delightful! Bixiao exclaimed, her cheeks flushed with excitement as she waved her delicate arms. Yunxiao and Xiongxiao tugged at Feipeng's sleeves, their faces rosy as they implored, Master brother, please share the tale with us. We long to hear it. Feipeng regarded Yunxiao and Xiongxiao with a mischievous grin. Ah, I never anticipated you two to be so inquisitive. Indeed, women are innately curious beings. This is an immutable truth. Very well, I shall narrate their story. My understanding of their bond was unveiled when the Holy Mother watched the film featuring Duobao and Zhie Sect, during which I glimpsed her memories. Chapter 180. The old ox consumes tender grass. The Holy Mother of Golden Spirit comprehended the techniques of the immortal Zhie Sect, resonating with her essence. The immortal Zhie Sect harbored deep affection for the supreme treasure, yet their love remained unfulfilled, rendering their union impossible. Your esteemed senior sister, the Holy Mother of Golden Spirit, shares a similar tale. When she first became a disciple of my sect, she embarked on a journey of training. It was during this venture that she narrowly escaped death at the hands of a demon from the monster tribe. Fortuitously, she encountered the young General Wenzhong, who bore the fortune of the human race. Drawing his bow and nocking an arrow, he infused the arrow with the Emperor's fortune, striking down the demon and saving the Holy Mother of Golden Spirit. Thus began their passionate and ethereal romance. Subsequently, Wenzhong acknowledged the Holy Mother as his mentor and learned some of the teachings of my sect. Alas, when the training period concluded, the Holy Mother was to return to Golden Ao Island. She extended an invitation to Wenzhong to accompany her for further cultivation, but he declined. During their farewell, your senior sister waited in vain for Wenzhong to utter words of retention, yet he remained silent. Their parting left her with a lingering sorrow, and Wenzhong, burdened by grief, turned gray overnight. Oh, the tale is not yet finished. As Feipeng recounted this, the three Xia sisters were already in tears, particularly by Xia, who was weeping profusely. Oh, how pitiable is senior sister Golden Spirit. They lamented. Why must two beloved souls remain apart? Is fate truly so unjust? Perhaps, they mused. This is merely a cruel twist of destiny. When Zhong is a true hero, the fault lies not with him, for he bears his own burdens. The three Xia engaged in fervent discussion, each voice rising in sympathy. Feipeng felt somewhat superfluous amidst their chatter. He furrowed his brow and grumbled, Hey, are you even listening to my tale? Do continue, we are listening. They replied, but it is quite rude to discuss amongst yourselves while another speaks. Nearby, on the rooftops of every house, a row of heads suddenly emerged, celestial beings from my sect who had come to witness the unfolding drama. I told you, following the elder brother would surely lead to a spectacle, did I not? Exclaimed the long-eared Jingguang, his fluffy rabbit ears twitching, his ruby-like eyes gleaming with delight. Behind him, thousands of disciples from my sect crowded the rooftops, some conjuring vast clouds for concealment, peering out to observe the events below. In the courtyard, Wenzhong and the Holy Mother of Golden Spirit remained blissfully unaware that they were surrounded by thousands who were eagerly watching their every move. At that moment, the Holy Mother nestled in Wenzhong's embrace, her delicate fingers entwining in his silvery hair. Brother Wen, you have aged, she remarked softly. Wenzhong reflected with a hint of melancholy. Indeed, I am but a mortal, destined to age. As I grow old, will your love for me endure? The Holy Mother promptly placed her fair hand over his mouth, silencing his doubts. She stood on tiptoe, extended her neck, and gently exhaled towards Wenzhong's face, speaking softly like a delicate thread. Fool, no matter how you appear, in my eyes, you will always be 18. On the eaves, Feipeng observed with great interest, smacking his lips and chuckling, commenting, haha, this junior sister Jean Ling truly knows how to play. Always 18. Is she hoping for an old cow to nibble on tender grass forever? Yunxiao immediately shot him a glance of disdain. What nonsense are you spouting? Although Wenzhong is indeed much younger than junior sister Jean Ling, just look at his head full of white hair. He is already aged and frail. In contrast, junior sister Jean Ling remains as beautiful as ever. If anything, it is the old cow, Wenzhong, who is nibbling on the tender grass. Surrounding the courtyard, on the rooftops and in the thick clouds, thousands of disciples from the Jie Sect were enjoying the spectacle with eager anticipation. Hee. When junior sister Jean Ling stirs things up, few can withstand it. Always 18. Who doesn't know she is already a few thousand years old? Hey, how can you say she is stirring things up? Junior sister Jean Ling possesses a charm that defines femininity. Not everyone is like your fierce tigress at home. One might think she is your mother. Just as this Jie Sect disciple finished speaking, a female immortal suddenly seized his ear. He immediately winced in pain, crying out, "Ouch! Brother Imo Liqing, quickly tell your wife to let go. It hurts terribly." Indeed, the disciple who had just been mocked was none other than the future leader of the 4 heavenly kings of the heavenly court, the King of Growth. At this moment, he was still a disciple of the Jie Sect, only later becoming the King of Growth after the Jie Sect was destroyed and he returned to the divine list. His face was filled with fear as he waved his hands. "Taoist Jinwu, are you joking? How could I dare to ask my wife to release me when she is so formidable? You brought this upon yourself by speaking ill of her behind her back, and now you've been caught red-handed. You deserve it. Ha ha. Ouch, my dear aunt, please let go. I promise I won't do it again." A robust woman snorted coldly, finally retracting her hand. Dare to speak ill of me behind my back. If I don't teach you a lesson, you might think I am easy to provoke. The surrounding Jie Sect disciples all swallowed hard, their eyes filled with fear. This woman is becoming more formidable by the day. Poor Taoist Imo Liqing. They muttered softly, wary of being overheard by the formidable black python lady. At that moment, a middle-aged Taoist opened his tightly shut eyes and calmly said, "Everyone, be quiet. If it weren't for the shielding array I set up in advance, with the ruckus you lot are making, Jin Ling would have discovered us long ago, and we wouldn't be able to enjoy the spectacle." With this middle-aged Taoist's words, the surrounding Jie Sect disciples fell silent. Chapter 181. The collective amusement of the Jiejiao immortals. They could only address the Golden Spirit Holy Mother as senior sister. Yet this middle-aged Taoist before them was allowed to call her by her name, indicating his esteemed status. A group of Jiejiao immortals quickly clasped their hands in respect, exclaiming, "What the esteemed Wu Yun immortal has said is absolutely correct. We shall remain silent." As it turns out, this middle-aged Taoist was none other than the illustrious leader of the 7 attendants, Wu Yun. Not only was he the eldest among the 7 attendants, but he also possessed the most profound magical abilities. During the grand gathering organized by the senior brother, he demonstrated remarkable insight, successfully breaking through 6 realms in a single sweep, and now stood at the mid-stage of the great Luo Golden Immortal Realm. Despite his advanced age, he retained a childlike heart, which explained why he was lurking here under the cover of a moonless night to indulge in gossip. Suddenly, a mischievous grin appeared on Wu Yun's face as he pointed ahead and exclaimed, "Look, look, this pair of dog-like lovers has come up with a new trick." The surrounding Jiejiao immortals were rendered speechless. Wu Yun, emboldened by his high status, spoke without a filter whenever he became excited. What did he mean by dog-like lovers? Poor senior sister Jin Ling. As if being the subject of public scrutiny wasn't enough, she was likened to a dog-like lover. Nevertheless, they were quite intrigued by the novelty Wu Yun had mentioned, and thus turned their gazes toward the courtyard. In the spacious courtyard, Wenzhong led forth a group of majestic steeds. Reminiscent of the day he first encountered the Golden Spirit Holy Mother, as he lifted her onto the horse's back. The Golden Spirit Holy Mother clung tightly to Wenzhong's sturdy waist, and together they galloped around the pond in the courtyard, running in circles time and again. Her face radiated happiness, as if she had been transported back to the days when they ran free across the grasslands. From the eaves above, Feipeng clapped his hands in delight, exclaiming, No wonder junior sister Jin Ling is so utterly infatuated with him. I did not realize that Wenzhong had such a flair for romance." Xiao Baixiao was equally stirred, unable to contain herself as she shouted, "Wow, this is so much fun. Brother Feipeng, can you take me along for a ride? I really want to play." Upon hearing Xiao Baixiao's exciting suggestion, Yunxiao and Xiongxiao's eyes lit up, creating a memorable scene of the 3 eagerly staring at Feipeng. With his chin in hand, Feipeng wore a contemplative expression. "It's possible, but we must first snatch the divine list and the god-slaying whip from Jiangxia. We currently have no time to spare." The 3 sisters displayed a hint of disappointment, yet they understood the gravity of the situation. After nodding in agreement, they refrained from further pursuit. "Brother Feipeng, you must remember this promise. It is an agreement between us 2, and you must surely keep your word in the future." Xiao Baixiao pouted. "I merely mentioned it casually. How did it turn into a promise?" Engaging in conversation with women is indeed perilous. One can never know when they have unwittingly committed to various things, Feipeng mused. At this moment, Wenzhong and the Golden Spirit Holy Mother appeared to have grown weary from riding. They dismounted and sat together by the pond, observing the goldfish swimming in pairs, leaning against each other as they gazed up at the moon. The moon hung majestically at the center of the courtyard, while the rooftops surrounding it concealed numerous celestial beings hidden within an intricate array of formations. Even the dark clouds above were teeming with figures. Thus, when the Golden Spirit Maiden and Wenzhong gazed up at the moon, To Feipeng and his companions, it felt as though they were caught in a voyeuristic gaze. Yet the objects of their scrutiny remained blissfully unaware. This exhilarating sensation ignited a fervor within everyone. In the midst of this excitement, Feipeng was suddenly tugged by the sleeves of Yunxiao and Yunxiao. "Senior brother, is it not a tad ungracious of us to do this? I can't shake off the feeling of guilt towards Sister Jinling. Perhaps we should just head back?" Yunxiao spoke, her face etched with remorse. "Indeed. Moreover, I just realized our presence has been exposed. It seems they have followed us as well. I sensed the fluctuations of formations surrounding us and in the sky. They are likely also spectating now. Only the unfortunate Sister Jinling remains oblivious, lost in the sweetness of her beloved." Yunxiao chimed in. Feipeng felt a twinge of embarrassment at their words, awkwardly rubbing his nose while inwardly grumbling. "Oh, you all wanted to join me in this spectacle, but now that the moment has passed, you're eager to distance yourselves. Women." Yet outwardly, Feipeng maintained a gentle smile, as if they were engaged in some refined pursuit rather than partaking in idle gossip. "Since my 3 junior sisters are weary, let us return early." Upon hearing Feipeng's words, the 3 sisters' faces brightened with delight. Feipeng slightly turned, a faint smile gracing his lips. "However, as we depart, we must ensure that no one else interrupts those 2. In truth, Feipeng mused, since I can no longer partake in this spectacle, why should you linger? Everyone return at once." Then, clad in white, with hands clasped behind his back, Feipeng stood amidst the boundless night sky, radiating a resplendent glow. This scene instantly etched itself into the minds of all the celestial beings of the, accompanied by a whispered command, "Disperse." Though it was but a light utterance, the celestial beings reacted like startled birds, vanishing without a trace in an instant. Run. It dawned on them that their senior brother had always been aware of their clandestine observation. Senior brother possesses immense powers. Nothing escapes his notice. Enough chatter. "Haven T, you heard the edict? We must leave quickly, lest we be the last ones on his radar." Meanwhile, the 3 sisters beside Feipeng remained oblivious to this commotion, only sensing that their fellow disciples had indeed departed. "Wow, senior brother's words hold such power. I can feel that they have all left." Feipeng smiled gently at the 3 sisters and said softly, "Let us go. Dawn approaches, and a brand new spectacle is about to unfold." Chapter 182. If you are a brother, come at me. Do you dare? At the Qinglong Pass, the battlefield of Shang and Zhou was ablaze with fervor. Each side had established encampments atop the plateau, stretching as far as the eye could see, with tents numbering in the hundreds of thousands. Within the camp, the atmosphere was vibrant and animated. In the Zhou army's main tent, when Zhong was preparing to lead his troops into battle, kneeling to bid farewell to the celestial beings of the Feipeng, seated regally upon a tiger-skin chair, exuded an aura of nobility and dignity. The wine goblet in his hand swayed gently, emanating an imposing presence akin to a cascading waterfall. "In this battle, it is imperative that you capture Neza alive. Remember our ultimate objective. Do not let minor setbacks lead to significant losses. Ensure that we adhere strictly to the plan. Do you understand?" When Zhong, bowing deeply, responded earnestly, "Rest assured, my lord of the Celestials, I shall fulfill the task. Should I fail, I am prepared to present my head." Without a backward glance, Wen Zhong departed the main camp, making his way towards the front lines. Ahead of him, a youth was brandishing a fiery spear, vociferously issuing challenges. This youth, standing upon a wheel of wind and fire, wielded the Qianquan circle, with a swirling Mingtian silk billowing behind him. It was none other than Neza. Having recently attained the pinnacle of the golden immortal realm, he was brimming with confidence, eager to display his prowess. Wen Zhong, adorned with a string of bone beads, approached Neza step by step. "Are you Neza? I have heard tales of how you have wounded many of my generals. If you kneel and beg for mercy now, I might consider sparing your life." Upon hearing Wen Zhong's words, Neza erupted into laughter, as if he had heard the most absurd joke. "Ha! A defeated foe dares to humiliate himself further? But truly, your Shang army has fallen to such a state that they send an old relic like you into battle." Wen Zhong, unperturbed, merely smiled and replied, "Though I may be old, I am still more than capable of defeating you." Before he could finish his sentence, Neza's fury ignited. He hurled his fiery spear towards Wen Zhong, shouting, "Impudence! How dare you speak to me in such a manner? You seek death." The fiery spear transformed into a roaring fire dragon, hurtling towards Wen Zhong. His expression shifted. He was unable to harness the power of the bone beads at this moment, and could only endure the blow. With a swift movement, Wen Zhong evaded the attack just in time. The spear missed its target, spinning in the air before returning to Neza's grasp, who mockingly taunted, "Is dodging all you can do? If you have the guts, face me in a fair fight, though I assure you, You will be thoroughly beaten, haha. Wen Zhong's gaze swept across the ground, noticing patches of charred earth. Neza's fiery spear was entwined with the three purities, true fire, the very element that instilled dread in Wen Zhong. Even a mere touch could reduce one to ashes. In the spirit of reciprocity, allow me to demonstrate an old trick. Wen Zhong had learned numerous techniques from the Holy Mother of Golden Spirit, yet his limited cultivation hindered him from unleashing their full might. However, faced with Neza, he had no choice but to muster his courage and confront him head-on. Wen Zhong raised his hand and formed a series of incantations, uttering phrases under his breath. One by one, white glyphs escaped his lips, dissipating into the air. In the next moment, delicate threads of spiritual energy began to emanate from Wen Zhong, coalescing into streams of yellow energy that flowed down his arm to gather in the palm of his hand. With a formidable gesture, he unleashed the earth-splitting palm, a technique of immense power capable of cleaving mountains and splitting stones, reminiscent of a colossal deity. The remarkable aspect of this ability was its accessibility. It could be executed by someone of the human immortal realm, requiring minimal spiritual energy, making it an exceedingly cost-effective technique for Wen Zhong. For an ordinary loose immortal, this strike would undoubtedly instill fear. Yet, in the face of Neza, a distinguished disciple of the Jie Sect, it appeared rather trivial. Neza's face contorted into a sneer as he placed one hand on his hip and casually tossed the resplendent universe ring forward. With a swish and a resounding clash, the universe ring collided with Wen Zhong's palm, sparking a dazzling display of fireworks. At that moment, Wen Zhong's hand resembled iron. Yet he was still sent reeling by the impact of the universe ring, blood spilling forth as he staggered back, leaving deep impressions in the ground with each step. He gasped in pain, his entire arm quivering uncontrollably. Neza spat out a leaf, disdain evident in his voice. Is that all you've got? I expected more from you. At your age, you can't even match a mere child like me. You must be the weakest disciple of the Jie Sect. Surrender now, and perhaps you might spare your life. Otherwise, in the chaos of battle, swords and spears show no mercy. If you persist, do not blame me for your demise here. Wen Zhong coughed up blood and replied in a hoarse voice, Go ahead and strike. If you can defeat me, it will be your accomplishment. But beware, youth often leads to folly. Neza erupted with laughter, as if he had heard the most amusing joke in existence. Ha ha, you've made my day, with your skills. Even if I stood still and let you set a trap, would I truly fall for it? Do you possess the capability to make me stumble? How laughable. Wen Zhong's expression grew increasingly frigid, and without further ado, he formed another spell, desperately channeling the energy within his meridians, conjuring a surge of magical power as he charged towards Neza. Unperturbed by Wen Zhong's assault, Neza produced the cosmic silk and uttered a command. Instantly, the cosmic silk transformed into a massive serpent, ensnaring Wen Zhong tightly. Helpless to resist, he found himself bound, unable to move. However, just as Neza believed he had captured Wen Zhong for the camp, Wen Zhong's form suddenly shrank, morphing into a wisp of azure smoke that escaped the confines of the cosmic silk. Haha, did you truly think you could capture me so easily? How naive. Chapter 183. The elite hunter often appears as prey. Neza furrowed his brow, beginning to take the situation more seriously. Beneath his feet, the wind and fire wheels spun rapidly like two colossal gears. Unravel the heavenly silk and bind him. Neza once again wielded the heavenly silk, attempting to ensnare Wen Zhong using the same method. The heavenly silk suddenly elongated, moving with remarkable agility towards Wen Zhong's form. Wen Zhong let out a cold, mocking laugh. Do you truly believe I would fall for the same trick twice? With that, he expertly executed his evasive maneuvers, retreating at incredible speed. Aware that he was no match for Neza, he understood that prolonging the skirmish would only lead to his peril. Thus, after a brief exchange, he opted to lure his opponent deeper into danger. Neza, in his arrogance, was already incensed, and it was highly likely he would pursue. As anticipated, upon seeing Wen Zhong attempt to flee after only a few exchanges, Neza erupted with fury, propelling himself forward on the wind and fire wheels in hot pursuit. Halt! A defeated foe does not escape. During the chase, Wen Zhong feigned panic, even deliberately dropping a weapon to emphasize his supposed disarray. Observing Wen Zhong's disheveled state, Neza burst into raucous laughter, taunting him as he closed the distance. Is this what they call a disciple of the Jie Sect? Truly pathetic. A grand general of the Shang army, reduced to a cowardly retreat. How disgraceful. If you have the courage, return and face me. I promise I won't kill you. Haha. As they ventured farther from the Zhou army's camp and closer to the Shang army's stronghold, Neza was cognizant that apart from Wen Zhong, the camp was filled with mere mortals. Yet, deep forays into enemy territory were a cardinal sin of warfare, and he had no desire to commit such a blunder. Thus, with his full power surging, he accelerated suddenly, catching up to Wenzhong and deftly maneuvering in front of him. Neza, standing proudly upon the wind and fire wheels, brandished his fiery spear, exuding an intimidating and arrogant demeanor. Countless crimson streaks of light radiated from his being, trailing behind him in a magnificent display. Apologies. This path is impassable. You would do well to surrender peacefully, or else you shall face a painful reckoning. Upon seeing Neza before him, Wenzhong hastily executed an abrupt stop, his body leaning back as his feet carved a deep trench in the ground. After a moment, he finally managed to halt his advance, lifting his aged visage to regard Neza with a gaze tinged with an unsettling green hue. His voice, though hoarse, carried a sense of calm assurance. Have you ever heard the saying? The elite hunter often assumes the guise of prey. Do you now consider yourself the hunter, or the hunted? Neza's eyes widened in shock as he gazed at the smiling Wenzhong before him, a wave of profound unease surging within him. What do you mean by that? Neza exclaimed, attempting to bolster his courage. In his view, despite Wenzhong's sinister smile, the truth remained. His own cultivation far surpassed that of Wenzhong. Though there existed extraordinary prodigies capable of transcending their ranks in battle, such instances were rare. Yet he could be certain that Wenzhong was absolutely not such a genius. If he were, why did he not fully unleash his prowess when he was previously defeated by him? Why endure humiliation and remain patient until now? Thus, Wenzhong was undoubtedly not his equal. Contemplating this, Neza's courage swelled. He began to suspect that Wenzhong was merely feigning prowess, attempting to intimidate him, and seizing the opportunity to retreat to his camp. Enough of the pretense. All struggles are in vain. Submit and surrender, Neza said coldly, and as his words fell, the fiery spear in his hand traced a graceful arc, lunging toward Wenzhong's throat. A current of Taoist essence flowed around Neza, and the radiance enveloped him like a gossamer robe, continuously augmenting his strength. For reasons unknown, the mystical powers and spells imparted to Neza by Tai Jinren were predominantly resplendent and flamboyant. Nonetheless, their effectiveness was indisputable. Neza's combat prowess was beyond reproach. And at this moment, he poured all his power into the fiery spear. It transformed into an enraged dragon aimed at piercing Wenzhong's neck. Just as it seemed the spear would penetrate, a string of bone beads adorning Wenzhong's hand suddenly erupted with a dazzling golden light. The brilliance surged upward, instantaneously deflecting the spear engulfed in the true fire of samadhi, accompanied by a tremendous force that jolted Neza's hand off the spear. The fiery spear slipped from his grasp and fell to the ground, leaving Neza astonished, soon to be engulfed in panic. Faced with an unexpectedly formidable foe, his mind could conjure no effective strategy. When had Wenzhong become so powerful? There was no time for Neza to ponder. Wenzhong gently raised his arm and then shook the string of bone beads. The grayish-white beads were inscribed with arcane symbols that flickered incessantly, imbued with a potent magical force that continuously endowed Wenzhong with immense strength. Looking coldly at Neza, Wenzhong smirked. Did you truly believe I was not your opponent? I merely wished to capture you alive. Upon hearing this, Neza was struck with realization, his spirit shaken. Neza finally felt fear. He recognized that he was indeed not a match for Wenzhong. The string of bone beads in his hand seemed to harbor boundless, formidable power. The overwhelming waves of energy caused Neza's very soul to tremble, rendering him as insignificant as an ant before a dragon. In a quivering voice, Neza asked, "Who bestowed upon you this magical artifact? It is indeed a postnatal treasure. Such a treasure, with your abilities, you could never have obtained." Wenzhong merely smiled coldly, choosing not to respond, for he believed that answering such a question would diminish his stature. Why? Chapter 184. Who claims to be invincible? In the Primordial Era, this artifact was considered the most inferior treasure of the Jie Sect. Yet, in Neza's eyes, it appeared to be an extraordinarily formidable treasure. As a disciple of the Jie Sect, Wenzhong felt a surge of overwhelming superiority when faced with Neza, who resembled a beggar. It was this sense of superiority and pride that made Wenzhong feel that responding to the questions of such a simpleton was beneath him. The expression on Wenzhong's face did not escape Neza's keen observation. Is he looking down on me? A thought formed in Neza's mind. How intolerable! How utterly intolerable! Consumed by rage, Neza found himself unable to accept that a once-defeated opponent now dared to stand in a position of disdain above him. The power of the Spirit Pearl. Neza finally summoned his trump card. The artifacts in Neza's possession were all acquired treasures. They seemed powerful, yet in the eyes of true masters, they were mere trifles. However, Neza himself was transformed from the Spirit Pearl, an innate treasure whose might surpass the string of bone pearls in Wenzhong's hands. Unfortunately, as the spirit pearl had materialized into a physical form, it could no longer wield its former full power. Retaining even half of its strength was considered remarkable. Yet, even this diminished power was a weapon Neza was reluctant to employ. Neza never anticipated that one day he would resort to the power of the spirit pearl against a minor character like Wenzhong. If word got out, he would be utterly humiliated. Nevertheless, in pursuit of victory, he cast aside his pride, adhering to the principle instilled in them by the primordial heavenly sovereign. Die. Neza's face contorted with fury as every acupoint in his body radiated brilliant divine light, converging at his chest to form an illusory spirit pearl. The spirit pearl was renowned for its formidable offensive and explosive capabilities. It was akin to a bomb in later times, during the age of cold weapons. It was an indisputable weapon of mass destruction. With a victorious smile, Neza parted his lips to utter a single word. Boom. The spirit pearl erupted instantaneously. A colossal fireball expanded rapidly, engulfing both their bodies in a torrent of flames and smoke, with destructive power sufficient to rend everything asunder. The land was reduced to scorched earth, the very fabric of space warped, and dust filled the air. Just as everyone believed Neza had secured victory, the smoke and flames vanished in an instant, as though they had never existed. As the crowd focused their gaze, they beheld Wenzhong's bone pearl glowing with a soft white light, transforming into a gossamer shield that protected him. The remaining bone pearls formed a circular formation, ensnaring Neza within, while countless golden magical energies bound him tightly like ropes, rendering him immobile. Let me go? Release me at once. Neza shouted desperately, his mind still in a daze. This experience felt like a dream, so surreal. How could he have been defeated by an ant? Once again, it is but an ant that could be casually crushed by one's own hand. This stark contrast stirred a tempest within Neza, leaving him in turmoil. Release me. You must consider the consequences of your actions. Wenzhong replied with a nonchalant grin, unfazed by the threat. What consequences could there possibly be? Neza's expression twisted into a grimace as he shouted with fervor. What consequences? Who among you possesses any real power besides yourself? A group of mere mortals daring to oppose the divine is nothing short of courting annihilation. What consequences do you foresee? My sect boasts countless formidable masters. Should you capture me, you will summon endless foes upon yourself. To put it bluntly, you will find it difficult to meet your demise when the time comes. As Wenzhong hoisted Neza over his shoulder, he cast a dismissive glance, showing little interest in his words. However, to Neza, this indifference translated into silence, a silence that spoke of fear, and fear that indicated intimidation. Consequently, Neza's bravado surged. Humph, are you frightened? It is not too late for you to grovel for mercy. Accompany me back and assist us in countering King Zhou. Who knows, you might even earn some merit. Neza attempted to coax Wenzhong with promises of great rewards, seeking to persuade him to set him free. Unnecessary. Stop struggling and obediently accompany me back to the camp, where you shall meet the Invincible Lord of the Immortals. What Invincible Lord? Who dares to claim such a title? Who has the audacity to declare themselves unbeatable? Such arrogance is unseen even in the primordial age. Neza retorted, filled with indignation. Invincible is merely my impression of the Lord of the Immortals. He has not declared himself so. Yet, if you cannot even best me, does that not render the Lord of the Immortals invincible in your eyes? Wenzhong coldly mocked. You. Neza's face flushed crimson with rage, yet he found himself at a loss for words, his fury nearly overwhelming him. Wenzhong, in high spirits, hummed a cheerful tune, radiating joy as he greeted the soldiers within the encampment. Greetings. What a splendid day it is. Hello there. The scenery is truly magnificent. The soldiers glanced up at the heavy clouds, puzzled how this weather could be deemed splendid, and upon surveying their surroundings, found nothing but tents and yellow earth, devoid of any picturesque landscape. Yet, these soldiers, though uneducated, were not devoid of wit. They had no desire to dampen Wenzhong's spirits at that moment. Thus, the following scene unfolded. Indeed, what splendid weather we have today, not a cloud in the sky, warm and sunny, truly a rare delight. Ah, master, your insight is remarkable. How did I not notice the beauty of this place before? I am utterly enchanted. A smirk played upon Wenzhong's lips, revealing a mischievous grin reminiscent of a crooked dragon king. Ah, these soldiers possess keen perception. Upon my return, I shall promote them all to captains. Chapter 185. What's the matter? Are you displeased by being called useless? Wenzhong grasped Neza and made his way to the central army camp, entering a grand tent. Inside, a youth of celestial elegance sat regally upon a tiger-skin chair. Below him, a lavish banquet was laid out, overflowing with fruits and fine wines. while celestial maidens danced and sang, creating a vibrant atmosphere. When Zhong, bewildered, inquired, "My lord, what is this?" "Oh, we are merely hosting a celebration banquet for you in advance," Zhao Gongming replied with a cheerful grin. When Zhong then turned to Feipeng, who nodded indifferently, as if this were entirely expected. When Zhong, holding Neza, tossed him onto the ground and respectfully asked Feipeng, "May I inquire how we should deal with Neza?" "First, confine him," Feipeng replied with a casual wave of his hand. At that moment, Neza was engulfed in astonishment. Was it not said that in the Shang army, only when Zhong was a cultivator? Were they not all mere mortals? Yet now, why were there so many disciples of the Jie Sect within this tent? Before arriving, had not his master confidently declared that their Chan sect would surely prevail? He had spoken of the Fengshen list and the fighting god whip being in their possession, claiming that the Tongtian cult leader, valuing his disciples' lives, would strictly prohibit them from descending the mountain. In such a scenario, the Chan sect would have no rivals among humanity, enabling them to plunder the fortunes of the human race and gain absolute initiative and advantage amid the calamities. But what was this situation? Why were disciples of the Jie sect descending en masse into the mortal realm? "You dare descend?" Neza screamed. Feipeng, sitting upon his throne, let out a cold laugh. "Why would we not dare? It is rather you from the Chan sect that perplexes me. With such incompetence, how do you have the audacity to descend?" At this, a wave of laughter erupted around them. You. Neza trembled with fury, rendered speechless. Ultimately, he opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of blood, his spirit waning. "What? Did I speak incorrectly? Just pick any disciple from our sect. If you can find one more useless than yourself, I shall release you." "What say you?" Upon hearing this, Neza's pale face lit up with hope as he anxiously asked, "Is that truly the case?" Feipeng smiled lightly and nodded. "Of course. Everyone present can bear witness. I, Feipeng, am a man of my word, as steadfast as a promise sealed by 4 horses." Neza turned to look at King Zhou and the ministers of the Shang dynasty at the banquet, seeing them nod in agreement, though their smiles appeared somewhat eerie. However, Neza did not dwell on it. He projected his feeble divine sense outward, and his formidable spiritual power enveloped an area the size of half a football field within the central army camp. Yet, Neza's complexion grew increasingly pale and unwell. No. Still none. In Neza's perception, every Jie sect immortal he scanned with his soul seemed to have achieved at least the pinnacle of the Tai Golden Immortal realm. He could not find a single being of comparable peak Golden Immortal status. How could this be? Feipeng sat regally upon his throne, casting a disdainful gaze upon Neza, who lay prostrate on the ground like a defeated dog. With a sneer, he remarked, "It has been stated that we have no place for worthless beings like you. What? Are you offended by being called a waste of space?" Neza's countenance turned wild, veins bulging on his forehead, his face contorted in agony. Given his exceptional talents, even amidst the renowned disciples of the Chan teaching, he was revered as a core disciple, nurtured personally by the primordial supreme being and the Grand Master Tai. He had always enjoyed a life of luxury, elevated above the masses. Yet now, he found himself subjected to such scorn. This experience was utterly dreadful. At that moment, a flash of inspiration struck Neza's mind like a bolt of lightning. A bold thought emerged, awakening him from his stupor. "Wait, what am I even searching for elsewhere?" He suddenly pointed a finger at Wen Zhong nearby, laughing maniacally. "Isn't he one of your Jijiao disciples?" Haha, truly, the heavens have not abandoned Neza. Despite your countless schemes, you never anticipated the existence of this worldly disciple. Haha, I can clearly sense his level. He is merely at the pinnacle of the profound immortal stage. Is such cultivation not even more pathetic than mine? His words sent shockwaves through the hall. The multitude of Jijiao immortals changed countenance, realizing they had overlooked the esteemed Wen Zhong. Damn it, what shall we do now? Do we truly have to honor our promise and release Neza just like that? If we let him go, capturing him again will prove difficult. Moreover, our plan to lure Jiangxia would fail. Wouldn't that jeopardize the Fengshen list and the god-slaying whip in his possession? Zhao Gongming, his expression fraught with anxiety, clenched his fists and shouted hoarsely, "You speak nonsense. He has never practiced under the Jijiao. How can he be considered one of our disciples?" The surrounding Jijiao immortals quickly grasped the situation, raising their arms in agreement. "Brother Zhao is correct. Wen Zhong was never personally accepted as a disciple by our master, and thus cannot be deemed a Jijiao disciple." Wen Zhong, upon hearing the collective denial of his status by the Jijiao immortals, felt an inexplicable sense of loss. However, being a man of discernment, he refrained from acting foolishly at that moment. He even addressed Feipeng with a respectful bow, "Your Excellency, I am indeed not a Jijiao disciple. You need not hesitate, merely imprison this villain." Upon hearing this, Neza erupted in fury, retorting, "You speak nonsense. How can you deny being a Jiejiao disciple? You are clearly a third-generation disciple of Jiejiao. Must one be personally accepted by the Tongtian patriarch to be considered a Jiejiao disciple? Reflect on yourselves. How many among you are not Jiejiao disciples?" He gestured around the tent, indicating nearly every Jiejiao immortal present. Then, Neza pointed his finger at Feipeng, demanding in a voice strained with passion, "Ask your eldest senior brother whether Wenzhong counts as a Jiejiao disciple." Silence enveloped the room, a silence as profound as death. Everyone held their breath, their eyes fixed upon Feipeng seated high above. The collective gaze was riveted on him, awaiting his response. As Feipeng surveyed the assembly, he discerned that nearly all the celestial beings of the were imploring him not to acknowledge Wenzhong as a disciple of their sect. Even Neza was holding his breath. To claim he was not anxious would be disingenuous. After all, Feipeng was the esteemed elder brother of the. If he were to disavow Wenzhong's affiliation, there would be nothing Neza could do. Moreover, if the roles were reversed, Neza would undoubtedly act in the same manner. Thump, thump, thump. Neza's heart pounded with tension, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead. Clad in flowing white garments, Feipeng sat regally upon his throne, surveying all present from his elevated position. After a brief pause, he narrowed his eyes and, fixing his gaze on Wenzhong, slowly declared, "No, you are my disciple of the." The proclamation resonated like thunder, instantly shocking all in attendance. Chapter 186. Do not halt. Continue the melody and dance. With Feipeng's acknowledgement of Wenzhong's identity, the crowd was taken aback, stunned into silence. Was he out of his mind? We had gone to great lengths to conceal this truth, and yet he so casually admits it? Even Neza was momentarily speechless, gazing at Feipeng in disbelief. After a brief pause, Neza burst into raucous laughter, shaking with mirth, tears streaming down his face. "Ha! You have admitted it. You have admitted it. I can leave now. I can leave now. Ha ha." Neza's exuberant laughter stood in stark contrast to the dejected expressions of the surrounding disciples of the, who hung their heads in dismay. Everyone turned their gaze towards Feipeng, particularly the King Zhou and Wenzhong, their faces painted with confusion. Could it be that the senior disciple of was truly a fool? Was he not wise enough to refrain from such foolishness? Many disciples have shared the same bewilderment, yet they buried their doubts deep within, not daring to reveal even a hint of their discontent towards Feipeng. However, the disappointment etched on their faces was impossible to conceal. The idealized version of their senior brother in their hearts was certainly not one bound by rules and conventions. In their minds, their senior brother should be a decisive, composed figure, ever maintaining the clearest of minds, bold enough to take the most effective measures to safeguard the interests of. The enemies that would face in the future were immensely formidable. If they did not break free from the constraints of convention and rigid thinking, how could they possibly lead out of adversity and triumph over calamity? "I would rather betray the world than be betrayed by it." This was the mantra their senior brother had imparted to them at the outset. Had he now forgotten those words? To show mercy to one's enemies is to be cruel to oneself. The numerous disciples have sighed, feeling they had aligned themselves with the wrong person. Meanwhile, Neza stood up with his hands on his hips. "Haha, are you not going to release me? Do you intend to go back on your word?" Feipeng sat languidly upon the throne, his indifferent gaze slightly lifting, his eyes sparkling like stars as they fell quietly upon Neza. "I do not go back on my word, but why should I release you?" Neza's eyes widened in astonishment as he pointed at Wenzhong and exclaimed, "You have acknowledged him as your disciple. According to our agreement, should you not fulfill your promise to release me?" Feipeng slightly tilted his head back. "Oh, but I still do not comprehend why I should release you." Neza furrowed his brow, angrily pointing at Wenzhong. "You said that as long as I could find a disciple even more useless than myself, you would release me. Am I not correct?" Feipeng, maintaining a calm demeanor, nodded slightly. "Indeed, I did say that." "Then that settles it. He, Wenzhong, a disciple, peak of the Xianxian realm. I, Neza, peak of the Jingxian realm. His cultivation is inferior to mine. Is he not indeed more useless than I?" Feipeng then slightly tilted his head back, seemingly enlightened, before suddenly lowering his gaze to Neza, narrowing his eyes and asking solemnly, "Are you certain that his realm is inferior to yours?" Neza, swaying his head with a sense of self-satisfaction, confidently responded, "Of course. The golden immortal realm surpasses the profound immortal realm. This is a truth well known among all beings of the primordial chaos. Surely, you wouldn't play tricks on this matter?" Feipeng slowly shook his head and hastily replied, "No, no, no. What I meant was, are you certain he is merely at the profound immortal realm?" Upon hearing this, Neza's demeanor shifted to one of extreme impatience. "What do you mean by that? If he is not at the profound immortal realm, Then what realm could he possibly be in? Is it conceivable that he could break through on the spot? Feipeng narrowed his eyes and calmly inquired. How do you know he cannot? Humph. Even if he could break through on the spot, it would merely be a transition from the peak of the profound immortal realm to the initial stage of the golden immortal realm, which still renders him inferior to me. At that moment, Feipeng revealed a grin reminiscent of the crooked-mouthed Dragon King, suddenly extending a hand that held what appeared to be a Huanglongli. As Feipeng's hand gradually closed, the Huanglongli instantly disintegrated into powder, cascading like quicksand into Wenzhong's forehead. In the next moment, the immense medicinal power of the Huanglongli surged through Wenzhong's meridians, causing his body to swell and his skin to take on a purplish-red hue. Wenzhong's face contorted in pain, his forehead veins bulging as he cried out in agony. Master brother, the surrounding disciples of the called out anxiously. Feipeng waved his hand nonchalantly, reassuringly stating, You need not worry. I have it all under control. Suddenly, Feipeng rose, one hand behind him while the other extended towards Wenzhong, a golden pillar shooting forth from his palm, engulfing Wenzhong's form. Feipeng, wielding his quasi-saint cultivation, was assisting Wenzhong in refining the medicinal potency of the Huanglongli. As the refinement progressed, Wenzhong's screams diminished, and his skin returned to its normal hue. Following this, an overwhelming aura erupted from Wenzhong's being. Boom. Peak of the profound immortal realm, breakthrough. Initial stage of the golden immortal realm, breakthrough. Mid-stage of the golden immortal realm, breakthrough. Late stage of the golden immortal realm, breakthrough. Peak of the golden immortal realm, breakthrough. Initial stage of the Tai golden immortal realm, breakthrough. Mid-stage of the Tai golden immortal realm, breakthrough. Late stage of the Tai golden immortal realm, breakthrough. Peak of the Tai golden immortal realm, breakthrough. Boom. Initial stage of the great Luo golden immortal realm. Now, whose realm is superior between you two? Feipeng exuded an imposing aura, resembling an immortal king, his eyes seemingly containing the essence of 3,000 worlds. Naja, witnessing this, felt his eyes nearly bulge out in disbelief, roaring in fury, No. You are resorting to unscrupulous means. You. Who told you I am a good person? Let me inform you. Do not attempt to impose any moral constraints on me, nor seek to bind my actions with any notions of reputation. For in my eyes, there is no distinction between black and white, no division of right and wrong. As long as I can achieve my objectives, I shall employ any means necessary. Naja's eyes widened in shock, his face a canvas of disbelief, as if he could hardly fathom his own ears. You are shameless. Feipeng, however, merely grinned and shrugged, replying, Thank you for the compliment. To be more shameless than you wretches fills me with great pride. Ha! The gathering of celestial beings erupted into hearty laughter, while the three heavens looked on with tears in their eyes. It turned out that we had wronged our senior brother. Well done, senior brother. Amidst the overwhelming laughter, Neza could no longer contain himself and spat out a mouthful of black blood, collapsing from sheer rage. At that moment, King Zhou approached, accompanied by the enchanting Daji. Just now, we believed that the Lord Immortal truly intended to release Neza, but it seems he was merely toying with him. It appears our understanding was shallow, unable to perceive the Lord Immortal's cunning. How shameful. Zhao Gongming and others swiftly gathered around. Everyone bowed their hands in apology to Feipeng. Senior brother, we have misunderstood you. Please do not take offense. Feipeng waved his hand nonchalantly. No worries. I didn't take it to heart at all. You needn't dwell on it. The crowd was moved. We never expected our senior brother to be so magnanimous. We had just doubted him. Feipeng smiled and gestured with his hand. You truly need not take it to heart. It's no big deal. Let us continue to feast and revel. Our celebration has yet to conclude. Do not cease. Let the music play and the dance resume. Several celestial maidens promptly picked up their instruments, and melodious music filled the air once more. Feipeng descended from the high platform, quickly joining the crowd, dancing to the rhythm like a DJ from a past life. In an instant, all were captivated by the devilish steps. The celestial beings, with their innate ability to learn, imprinted the dance moves in their minds within mere minutes. Thus, a legendary scene from the primordial era unfolded. Feipeng, with a carrot clutched like a cigar, executed the devilish dance steps alongside a throng of immortals. Chapter 187. The enemy's deceit within the grand military camp of Zhou. Jiangxia paced restlessly within his tent, a look of anxiety etched upon his face. Suddenly, a young soldier from the west Qi rushed in, collapsing to his knees before Jiangxia, hands clasped in a gesture of respect, as he reported in a trembling voice. My lord, The vanguard General Neza was captured by the enemy General Wenzhong after only 3 exchanges of blows. What? Jiang Ziya's face turned pale with disbelief, his eyes widening to an alarming degree. In a fit of rage, he slammed his palm onto the stone table, shattering it into fragments. He bellowed at the trembling soldier. How dare you report such news? Do you know the consequences of your actions? The young soldier quaked in fear, replying with a stammer, My lord. I did not report in haste. Our soldiers witnessed it with their own eyes. Neza was indeed captured by Wenzhong. Furrowing his brow, Jiang Ziya scrutinized the soldier, his expression contorting in anguish. After a prolonged silence, he erupted in fury. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Neza is a disciple of the great Master Tai, now at the pinnacle of the golden immortal realm. Wenzhong is but an ordinary man who has stumbled upon some rudimentary techniques. How could he possibly match Neza? Tell me, how could he be Neza's adversary? The last words erupted from Jiang Ziya as he leaned in, nearly face to face with the soldier, who felt as if he might faint from the sheer intensity of the accusation. With great effort, the soldier managed to respond through tears. I too know how formidable Lord Neza is, yet he was indeed captured by Wenzhong. Even if you were to execute me on the spot, this truth would remain unchanged. The soldier's unwavering declaration shattered Jiang Ziya's convictions. He stood there, momentarily aged by centuries, his countenance rigid and spirit despondent as he sank back into his chair, appearing utterly lost. This situation bore an ominous air, even disregarding the vast disparity in their realms. Neza, equipped with the fire-tip spear, the mysterious silk, the universe circle, and the wind and fire wheels, should have held an unequivocal advantage. No matter if there were 10 or 20 Wenzhongs, they could never hope to rival Neza. Suddenly, a realization struck Jiang Ziya, prompting him to lean forward urgently and implore the soldier, quickly, recount to me the details of their battle. The soldier, still shaken, felt a flicker of hope at the inquiry, nodding vigorously, fearful that Jiang Ziya might change his mind and condemn him to death. My lord, our vanguard General Neza initially held the upper hand. He rode the wind and fire wheels, wielding the universe circle with great ferocity, overwhelming Wenzhong, who was utterly outmatched and forced to retreat. Jiang Ziya nodded repeatedly, recognizing this as the expected turn of events. He then inquired, then how was it that Neza was captured by Wenzhong? Esteemed Chancellor, the enemy is exceedingly cunning, akin to the foxes that dwell upon the mountains, harboring insidious schemes. Pray tell, what do you mean? Jiang Ziya inquired, raising an eyebrow and stroking his beard. Most honorable Chancellor, the adversary is exceptionally sly. They do not engage in direct confrontation, but rather employ various tactics to evade attacks, retreating while skirmishing. When Neza noticed the enemy attempting to flee, he pursued them. However, as he neared the enemy's camp, an unexpected turn of events occurred. For reasons unbeknownst to him, Lord Neza seemed unable to unleash his true prowess, allowing Wenzhong to seize the opportunity, ultimately capturing him alive. Did you observe the final details clearly? How did Neza ultimately succumb? Jiang Ziya asked urgently. The young soldier hesitated, panic etched across his face. The distance was too great. I could not see clearly. I only know that Lord Neza appeared to have let his guard down and seemingly fell into Wenzhong's trap, offering little resistance before being swiftly subdued. Jiang Ziya's gaze sharpened, and he scoffed, Humph. If Neza had a chance to resist, could Wenzhong have captured him? They must have employed some underhanded means to ensnare Neza. The enemy is truly despicable. Panic flickered on the soldier's face. What shall we do now, my lord? Lord Neza is our camp's sole master of combat. With him captured, should we not consider retreating to fetch reinforcements? Upon hearing this, Jiang Ziya's expression darkened instantaneously. What is this talk? How dare you claim he is the only master of combat? Do you not regard me as a formidable figure? And no, my lord, I meant no offense. I merely believe your esteemed position and weighty responsibilities should not compel you to take such risks. Bah, if it were someone else, it might be tolerable, but when Wenzhong is merely a mortal, to consider him a threat, is that truly a perilous venture? But Lord Neza has been captured. The soldier, drenched in sweat, feared that any misfortune that befell Jiang Ziya would implicate him as well. Your strength pales in comparison to Lord Neza's. If he could be captured, would not your venture be akin to a lamb entering the tiger's den? The soldier, genuinely anxious, spoke without careful thought. Nonsense. How can I possibly be inferior to Neza? He is but a youthful lad, relying on his capable master. Since his arrival in our Western chief forces, he has displayed arrogance and disregard for military discipline. I have tolerated him for far too long. I am the one appointed by the sage as the commander of the divine ordainment, tasked with overseeing the celestial appointments. Yet Neza, boasting of a few military achievements, has been establishing his own authority, and now his influence within the camp nearly rivals my own. If this continues, how shall I command the talented and extraordinary individuals? The various deities? As Jiang Zia paced furiously, his temper flaring, it was evident that the recently descended sage, brimming with ambition, still possessed the fervor of youth, lacking the composure he would later acquire. So what is your intention? The young soldier slightly stretched his neck and tentatively inquired. This presented a splendid opportunity. If I, the Prime Minister, were to personally intervene and rescue Neza, my stature within the army would undoubtedly surpass that of Neza himself. Furthermore, Wen Zhong is feeble in strength. His capture of Neza was merely a stroke of luck. With sufficient vigilance on my part, Wen Zhong would hardly stand as a worthy adversary against me, the Prime Minister. Jiang Zia, with a stern expression, spoke somewhat petulantly. Moreover, if the opponent were formidable deities, it would be understandable, but as it stands, we are merely dealing with a minor character. If I require assistance from my sect to confront someone as weak as Wen Zhong, what would my master and fellow disciples think of me, Jiang Zia? Do I not care for my own reputation? Chapter 188. Master, you are indeed a master of calculation. Yes, indeed. You are absolutely right. With the Prime Minister leading us, our army is bound to achieve a resounding victory. The young soldier nodded vigorously, his head bobbing like a pestle. Suddenly, a hint of discontent flickered across Jiang Zia's stern visage, his pristine white brows knitting into a frown. Moreover, my master and the numerous senior brothers have always looked down upon me. Their decision to send me down the mountain to assume the monumental duty of bestowing divinity only stems from their belief in my incompetence, intending to make me a mere puppet. Do they truly think that I, Jiang Zia, am unaware of their intentions? After spending over 70 years cultivating in the mountains, what profound teachings has my master ever imparted? His days were consumed with commanding me to chop wood and boil water, relegating me to menial tasks. In the end, he used my lack of celestial affinity as an excuse to push me into this role, a clear indication of his premeditated scheme. The young soldier kept his head bowed, scarcely daring to breathe. Good heavens, what could the Prime Minister be speaking of? Are these celestial matters truly within the grasp of a mere soldier like me? Surely, he does not intend to silence me permanently. The thought sent shivers down his spine, nearly causing him to lose control. Meanwhile, Jiang Zia paced back and forth in the tent, growing increasingly agitated. They claim my talents are unsuitable for cultivation. Yet I distinctly recall an occasion when my master accepted a new batch of disciples. When Brother Yunggong came to impart basic teachings to them, I happened to witness this and secretly practiced at night. In merely one evening, I mastered that particular divine ability, while those new disciples took an entire 3 years to achieve the same. Now, those disciples have all reached the golden immortal realm. Had my master chosen to teach me the supreme techniques of our sect from the outset, I would surely have attained the status of a great Luo golden immortal by now. A great Luo golden immortal transcends life and death. I would not find myself in this frail state, nor my lifespan dwindling. Indeed, what they desire is a mere puppet nearing the end of his days. If I, Jiang Zia, were to enjoy prolonged life, how could they reclaim the list of deities, the divine whip, and the golden flag with such pomp and circumstance after the task of bestowing divinity is complete? Oh, master, your calculations are truly remarkable. Suddenly, Jiang Zia turned, a resolute expression adorning his face. The more you underestimate me, the more I shall demonstrate my capabilities. Thus, Jiang Zia, convinced that this endeavor bore no peril, resolved to personally venture to the camp of the Shang army to rescue Neza. This was not a hasty decision, but rather a choice made after ample contemplation. Firstly, Neza's arrogant nature, combined with his formidable strength, had earned him considerable prestige within the army after several battles. His capture by the enemy was a significant blow. If I, as the Prime Minister, could personally rescue him, I would reclaim the prestige I had lost. Secondly, Jiang Zia, harboring feelings of resentment, aimed to prove himself before the likes of the Primordial Heavenly Venerable and others. Thirdly, Neza was the most cherished disciple of the Grand Master Tai, one of the 12 golden immortals of the way of enlightenment. In the present day, as Neza has been captured, it is inevitable that Tai Jinren would blame Jiang Zia and even speak ill of him before the Primordial Heavenly Master. Conversely, should Jiang Zia succeed in rescuing Neza, he would have the opportunity to amend his wrongs and redeem himself. Considering these 3 points, Jiang Zia concluded that the risks were negligible while the potential benefits were substantial. Would it not be foolish to refrain from such an undertaking? With this thought in mind, Jiang Zia raised his arm and called out, "Bring me my armor at once. I shall confront the enemy." 2 soldiers swiftly approached, respectfully adorning Jiang Zia with meticulously crafted battle armor. Once clad in the armor, A renewed vigor radiated from him, reminiscent of his youthful days. He laughed heartily, perhaps buoyed by his spirits, and turned to threaten the small soldier, who had initially intended to silence him. "What did you hear just now?" The young soldier, pale with fear, repeatedly bowed his head, exclaiming, "I heard nothing, nothing at all. I shall not speak, I swear." Zhang Zia nodded slightly and strode out of the military camp. Outside the camp, Zhang Zia commanded the arrival of his steed, the Qilin beast known as Cebu Xiang. This remarkable creature descended from the illustrious lineage of the Qilin, a gift from the ancestor Shikolin to the primordial heavenly master, bestowed in hopes of receiving his protection after the calamity that befell the Qilin clan. Due to its distinct appearance, it was named Cebu Xiang. However, its bloodline was undeniably that of a true Qilin, with a cultivation level that even surpassed Zhang Zia's. After all, the ancestors of the dragon, Phoenix, and Qilin clans nearly ascended to sainthood. Their direct descendants were born as golden immortals, and even at the time of its gifting to the primordial heavenly master, Cebu Xiang possessed the cultivation of a Tai golden immortal. Yet, Cebu Xiang refrained from acting recklessly, for the Qilin clan was ensnared by karmic ties and heavy burdens. Any aggression would surely bring calamity. This was the true reason for the timidity of the three clans. Riding upon Cebu Xiang, Zhang Zia, accompanied by a throng of soldiers, boldly advanced towards the battlefield. At the sight of the clash between the two armies, with a resounding roar, Zhang Zia charged forth on Cebu Xiang. The opposing commander was none other than Wen Zhong, who, after breaking through to a new realm, had regained the appearance of his youth. Zhang Zia had never seen the youthful Wen Zhong. In truth, he had not encountered the elder version either. However, to prevent startling Zhang Zia, Feipeng personally intervened, using his quasi-saintly cultivation to conceal Wen Zhong's true aura, feigning the presence of a peaked Xianxian. Upon witnessing the enemy dispatch merely a young general, Zhang Zia's anger flared. The opposing side had sent forth the seasoned Wen Zhong to confront Neza, yet now they deemed it sufficient to send forth a mere boy against him. Did they look down upon him? Thus, Zhang Zia pointed an accusatory finger at the youthful general and bellowed, "Who are you?" "I am the illustrious Zhang Zia, and I do not slay nameless wretches. Summon your esteemed Taisher Wen Zhong at once." Upon hearing Zhang Zia's words, Wen Zhong was momentarily taken aback, for Zhang Zia did not recognize him. A wave of ecstasy soon washed over his face. "This is splendid. Ha! Zhang Zia? Never heard of him? Oh wait, I seem to recall something. Could you be that so-called inept individual who has spent over 70 years cultivating on Kunlun Mountain, yet has failed to ascend to the realm of celestial beings? Is it truly necessary for my esteemed master to intervene personally for someone as insignificant as you? I shall handle this myself." Allah! Zhang Zia was incensed. Chapter 189. The illegitimate child of Wen Zhong? With a fierce roar, Zhang Zia unleashed his fury, channeling his immense power as he charged towards Wen Zhong atop his steed. The four no-names. To him, being scorned by an obscure young general was a profound humiliation. Thus, he resolved to personally eradicate this disgrace, determined to employ his absolute strength to ruthlessly eliminate the seemingly feeble youth. Gripping the divine whip of God, Zhang Zia swung it with all his might, transforming it into a shadowy arc that lashed towards Wen Zhong's waist. With a slight smile, Wen Zhong remained unperturbed, casually adjusting the bone beads on his wrist. The magical artifact that had once subdued Neza, the white tiger bone beads, emitted a soft, radiant glow, forming a protective barrier that shrouded his body. As its name implies, the divine whip of God is a supreme treasure intended to strike at the primordial spirit, binding any being, be they mortal or celestial, once their spirit is separated from their corporeal form. However, the divine whip possesses a notable flaw. Its physical assault is woefully inadequate. Historically, Zhang Zia had been defeated by Zhao Gongming while wielding the whip. After being resurrected by the primordial heavenly lord, he became more cautious, often seeking assistance rather than acting impulsively as he once did. In this confrontation with Wen Zhong, the outcome would be no different. The divine whip struck against the barrier surrounding Wen Zhong, shattering it, yet the force of the blow was entirely expended. At this moment, Wen Zhong's true strength was at the early stage of the great Luo Golden Immortal, allowing him to handle Zhang Zia with ease. With a casual movement, he grasped the divine whip, channeling his divine power in an attempt to seize it. Suddenly, the whip erupted in a dazzling golden light, a tremendous force repelling Wen Zhong's hand, allowing the whip to escape his grasp. Possessing sentience and crafted from superior materials, the divine whip was not so easily relinquished. Yet, Wen Zhong remained unperturbed, engaging Zhang Zia in a tactical exchange. Observing that the whip was ineffective against his opponent, Zhang Jie promptly switched to another artifact. From his Taoist robe, he retrieved a small yellow flag, waving it fervently. In an instant, waves of golden energy surged forth, resembling rippling waters. Indeed, it was the apricot yellow flag. It seemed Zhang Jie was genuinely prepared, not only taking to the battlefield himself, but also bringing along such formidable treasures as the divine whip and apricot yellow flag, suggesting that the Fengshen Bang was likely in his possession as well. Truly, the Lord of the Celestial Kings had remarkable foresight. When Zhong's eyes gleamed with intensity, he swiftly dodged Zhang Jie's strike, his arms trembling as the bone beads transformed into a circular formation, encircling Zhang Jie in an instant, while white spiritual energy flowed around him like liquid, ensnaring him. Open! Zhang Jie, wielding the apricot yellow flag, channeled his entire power into it. A torrent akin to a mighty river surging forth. Buzz! The palm-sized yellow flag emitted a subtle tremor, releasing an enigmatic wave that suddenly expanded. 9 bone beads, as if struck by some immense force, shot off in all directions, and the white circular ring exploded. A triumphant smile appeared on Zhang Jie's face as he provocatively glanced at Wen Zhong, exclaiming with a haughty tone, "Ignorant young general, do you dare to challenge me? Do you now comprehend the magnitude of my power?" In Zhang Jie's eyes, this youthful warrior not only possessed some mastery of Taoist techniques, but also wielded a postnatal treasure, making him a rare find. It was unclear where Wen Zhong had procured his allies, yet such details mattered little. Once he vanquished this young general and stormed into the enemy camp to rescue Neza, his mission would be accomplished. As for the old man Wen Zhong, if they crossed paths, he would be dealt with. If not, there would be time for that later. Zhang Jie raised one hand before him, forming a series of intricate gestures and reciting incantations. Tiny gray characters surged into the yellow flag like wriggling earthworms. The flag radiated an intense brilliance, emanating a dazzling golden light. Primarily utilized for formations and breaking them, the yellow flag also possessed a degree of offensive capability, albeit not particularly formidable. Nevertheless, Zhang Jie was fully committed to harnessing its power, believing that, despite its primary function not being offensive, it would suffice to confront an inconspicuous young general. Confident in the yellow flag's prowess, Zhang Jie unleashed a barrage of terrifying attacks, which struck like golden lightning, relentlessly aiming for Wen Zhong's vital points. Each time, Wen Zhong feigned narrow escapes, yet inwardly he pondered. With his initial strength as a great Luo golden immortal, he could have easily captured Zhang Jie from the outset. However, Zhang Jie was a pivotal figure in the Chan teaching's efforts to control the investiture of the gods. There was a possibility that Yuanshi Tianzuan had left some contingency in place. If there were formidable figures hidden among the West Qi forces secretly protecting Zhang Jie, then acting so close to the enemy would likely provoke interference. To ensure success, it was prudent to lure Zhang Jie away from the West Qi army. Thus, Wen Zhong feigned weakness, pointing an accusing finger at Zhang Jie and vociferating, "You shameless wretch! Were it not for your formidable treasure, you would never stand a chance against me." Having rebuked Zhang Jie, Wen Zhong turned and fled. Zhang Jie, in a fit of self-satisfaction, taunted, "Have you exhausted your powers? How dare you, a mere youth, utter such bravado? Allow me to teach you a proper lesson." With that, he struck the rear of the 4 no-names with his god-slaying whip, prompting a howl as the beast bolted forward. Wen Zhong hastily retreated on horseback, while Zhang Jie pursued him. However, as he chased, the cautious Zhang Jie sensed something amiss. A sudden recollection struck him. He had been ensnared in a similar manner before. Pulling on the reins, he called out to halt the 4 no-names. Zhang Jie furrowed his brow, hesitating over whether to continue his pursuit. As Wen Zhong, who had been feigning flight, since that Zhang Jie had come to a halt, he mentally calculated the distance between Zhang Jie and the forces of Shiqi. Concluding that the time was ripe, with a discreet kick to his steed's belly, he provoked the horse, which, feeling the pain, became frantic and threw him from its back. Alas, Wen Zhong found himself in a disheveled heap, cursing vehemently as he struggled to rise. This accursed heavenly steed, once heralded as a celestial mount, had abandoned its master in such dire straits. What a waste of my 100,000 taels of gold. Meanwhile, Zhang Jie, witnessing Wen Zhong's unfortunate tumble, was filled with exhilaration. The enemy lay before him, and should he charge forward, he could swiftly seize that insolent young general. Resolving to act, he mounted his steed, the 4 no equinoxes, and transformed into a gust of wind, surging ahead. At last, I discern the anomaly. Your visage bears a striking resemblance to Wen Zhong's portrait, albeit with a youthful countenance. Could you be the illegitimate offspring of that old wretch? Capturing you would allow me to barter for Neza. I am eager to see if Wenzhong would forsake his own progeny. Haha. Chapter 190. The Heartache of Zhangzia. How swift is the speed of the four notions? Zhangzia, akin to a gust of wind, swiftly caught up with Wenzhong. He cast the divine whip, its end instantly wrapping around Wenzhong's waist. With a powerful tug, Zhangzia pulled Wenzhong to his side. Let go of me. Release me at once. Wenzhong exclaimed, gripping the divine whip in a desperate attempt to free himself. However, the whip was remarkably sturdy, clinging to him like a sticky toffee, impervious to his efforts. Seeing this, Zhangzia felt a sense of relief wash over him. He performed a spell, relocating Wenzhong onto the back of the four notions, and retrieved the binding immortal rope, intending to bind him. Yet, at that very moment, Wenzhong, sensing the opportune moment, erupted with formidable power. A tremendous wave of magical energy surged from his body. Akin to a volcanic eruption, his robes fluttered violently, a dazzling golden light radiated from his face, and with immense strength, he effortlessly trapped the unsuspecting Zhangzia under his arm, sealing his acupoints and rendering him unable to wield magic. All of this transpired in the blink of an eye, leaving Zhangzia utterly astonished. Before he could comprehend the situation, he found himself captured. His mind went blank, confusion enveloping him as he exclaimed, "What is happening? How could you possibly shatter my magic and subdue me so swiftly?" Suddenly, Zhangzia's complexion turned pale as he trembled and inquired, "A Deluo Jingxian? Such power belongs only to a Deluo Jingxian. How can you possess it?" Wenzhong extended a hand like an iron claw, gripping the neck of the four notions, who dared not resist. Turning his head with a smirk, he replied, "Because I am indeed a Deluo Jingxian, Zhangzia, accept your fate." Haha. Panic seized Zhangzia as he shouted, "Who exactly are you? How can there be a master of such caliber among the Shang army?" Wenzhong scoffed dismissively, "Why not? And now, you see it before you, don't you? Release me. Who are you to meddle in the affairs of the Fengshen? You do not appear to be a disciple of the Zhejiao. Why not show me, Zhangzia, some favor and let me go? We could even become friends with the Chan Jiao." Wenzhong burst into hearty laughter, reveling in the moment before leaning in closer to Zhangzia, his eyes cold and piercing. "Take a good look at who I truly am." Zhangzia, filled with confusion, widened his eyes, scrutinizing Wenzhong's features intently. The more he looked, the more alarmed he became. In that instant, he recognized a resemblance to Wenzhong, coupled with the prowess of a Deluo Jingxian. Suddenly, Zhangzia's eyes lit up, and he clapped his hands in realization, exclaiming, "I understand now. You must be Wenzhong's illegitimate son. You were sent to Jinao Island to cultivate at a young age. Otherwise, it would be impossible for one so young to possess such profound abilities." Bang! In a fit of rage, Wenzhong struck Zhangzia on the head, leaving a sizable bump. Upon witnessing Zhangzia's exclamation of realization, Wenzhong initially believed he had truly deduced something significant. However, his ensuing words regarding illegitimacy bewildered him. "I am still a virgin. Where would such a child come from?" Wenzhong's frustration grew as he pondered Zhangzia's apparent foolishness. How could he not recognize his true identity? Zhangzia, dazed and seeing stars, nearly fainted from the blows he received. Yet, he defiantly murmured, "If you are not the illegitimate child of that old coot Wenzhong, why do your features mirror his so closely?" Wenzhong, incensed, delivered a resounding strike to Zhangzia's forehead, declaring, "Because I am Wenzhong, do you understand?" A prominent bump immediately appeared on Zhangzia's forehead, causing him to weep in agony as he protested. Did they not say Wenzhong is an elderly man nearing 80? How could he possibly be a mere youth? Wenzhong delightedly seized upon this question, hands on hips, proclaiming, "Because I received the aid of an immortal and consumed a primordial spiritual fruit, the Huangzhongli. Have you heard of it? Just one can elevate a person to the status of Deluo Jinxian and bestow various miraculous effects such as prolonging life, achieving immortality, and restoring youth." Upon hearing the name Huangzhongli, Zhangzia was instantly struck with astonishment, exclaiming, "Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Do you comprehend the rarity of such a celestial fruit? Even my master, Yuan Shitianzuan, would not casually bestow a Huangzhongli. You are but a mortal, at best a practitioner among men. How could you possibly obtain such a divine fruit?" Zhangzia's face reflected sheer disbelief, his eyes bulging in shock as he struggled to reconcile Wenzhong's claims. With a dismissive smirk, Wenzhong regarded him as if he were a simpleton. "If it were not for the Huangzhongli, how would you explain my ascension to Deluo Jinxian?" Zhangzia was momentarily speechless, realizing he could find no flaw in Wenzhong's assertions. A terrifying thought began to take root in his mind. Could everything that Wenzhong claimed be true? Yet, Yuan Shitianzuan had sent him down the mountain to confer titles. withholding even a single Huang Zhongli to restore his youth and enhance his power. Why, then, could Wen Zhong, a mere disciple of the Jie, receive such a grand opportunity? It was evident that Wen Zhong's Huang Zhongli must have been conferred upon him by the saint, Tongtian Jiaozhu. Only a saint possessed the capacity for such generosity, while others could not possibly offer such fortunes to another. In that moment, Jiang Zia felt as if a jar of vinegar had been overturned within him, a bitter pang of envy washing over him. Yuanshi Tianzuan, in comparison to Tongtian Jiaozhu, was indeed miserly. Jiang Zia longed to taste a Huang Zhongli, for with it, he could ascend to the Luo Jin Xian and regain his youth. Yet, after years of devoted service to Yuanshi Tianzuan within the Chanjiao, he had not even glimpsed the peel of a Huang Zhongli. Alas, today, the venerable Jiang Zia has come to a startling realization. I have lived for over 70 years. Yet the villagers believe I have been residing in Kunlun Mountain as an immortal. Who could possibly fathom the bitterness I, Jiang Zia, have endured? My days have been filled with tasks fit only for servants. At long last, I managed to descend the mountain and achieve divinity, only to be captured by the enemy at my first attempt due to my insufficient strength. Should word of this reach back home, I would undoubtedly be scorned. Understand this. I am Wen Zhong, a disciple of the Jie Sect, and thus I have no desire to forge friendships with the Chan Sect. You may as well abandon that hope. With that, Wen Zhong sealed Jiang Zia, tucking him under his arm, and swiftly rode off on the 4 no-names towards the Shang army's encampment. Jiang Zia, pale and despondent, inquired, "Where are we headed?" "Of course, we are taking you to meet the Lord of the Immortals." Wen Zhong replied nonchalantly, "The Lord of the Immortals?" Even among those of similar cultivation, we refer to one another as fellow Taoists. If there is a significant disparity in both cultivation and age, one is merely addressed as senior. Who dares to be so audacious as to self-proclaim as the Lord of the Immortals? Jiang Zia exclaimed, utterly astonished. Chapter 191. The investment of King Zhou in the grand camp of the Shang army. Wen Zhong cast Jiang Zia to the ground as if he were a mere dog. Feipeng sat majestically upon the throne, surrounded by the celestial beings of the Jie Sect. Throughout this journey, Jiang Zia was continually astounded. He had never anticipated that the Jie Sect would not cower on Jinao Island to evade the calamity, but instead would collectively emerge to confront it. Such audacity is truly unfathomable. What immense courage must one possess to undertake such an illogical and shocking action? According to the prophecy of Yuanshi Tianzun, the master of Tongtian would never permit the disciples of the Jie Sect to descend from the mountain, yet the Chan Sect showed no concern. They had already devised an elaborate scheme, preparing traps for the Jie Sect disciples, eagerly awaiting their inevitable descent into the snare. They feared not the Jie Sect disciples' refusal to descend, for they possessed myriad methods to compel them. Nor did they fear their descent, for once they did, the Chan Sect had means to ensure their ascendance to the Fengshen Bang. However, what is this? You descend, and so you do, whether one by one or in groups. The sheer number of disciples descending, over 10,000, defies all decorum of celestial hierarchy. Are you not deities? Celestials wandering among mortals ought to be aloof and ethereal, not descending en masse like brigands, shouting as they charge down. This clearly violates the celestial rules governing their descent. Most critically, the number of celestial beings dispatched by your Jie Sect surpasses even that of my Chan Sect. We have only sent forth 2 disciples, commencing with the smallest ranks. Yet you arrive as a formidable host. How are we to contend with such an overwhelming force? Jiang Zia, both astonished and furious, resolved to report this revelation to Yuanshi Tianzun upon his return. At that moment, a magnetic male voice resonated from above him. "Are you Jiang Zia?" Jiang Zia hurriedly looked up to find a handsome man, regal as a deity in white robes, gazing down at him with piercing eyes. "And who might you be?" Jiang Zia retorted, his dissatisfaction palpable. With a thud, Wen Zhong delivered a kick to Jiang Zia's backside, forcing him to bow forward involuntarily. "Impudent! This is our senior brother. What gives you the right to question his identity? Slap yourself, or you shall regret it." Jiang Zia's expression faltered as he murmured, "Senior brother? The senior brother of the Jie Sect? I am a closed-door disciple of Yuanshi Tianzun. My status equal to that of the chief disciple of the master of Tongtian. How dare you demand that I punish myself? Should I report this incident, and my master reprimand me, can you bear the consequences?" At this juncture, King Zhou and Daji rushed in from outside the tent, both bearing expressions of shock. Upon seeing the elderly figure on the ground, they instantly recognized him as Jiang Zia. "Ha ha ha, indeed, the esteemed master is formidable, with a mere flick of his hand. He has captured the enemy commander Jiang Zia. Truly a blessing for our Shang dynasty." As King Zhou hurriedly approached, He clasped his hands in salute to Feipeng and Wenzhong. Wenzhong returned the gesture, saying, "Your Majesty, you flatter me. All credit belongs to the Lord of the Celestials. Without him, how could I have so easily captured Jiangxia?" "Indeed, quite right," King Zhou exclaimed. "The greatest merit in this matter undoubtedly goes to the Lord of the Celestials. Yet, Master One, do not underestimate your own contributions. Your efforts are equally commendable. I shall bestow generous rewards upon you. Come, bring in the treasures." No sooner had he spoken than 2 rows of soldiers entered the tent, carrying large chests. With a wave of his hand, King Zhou commanded them to swiftly open the boxes with shovels. As the first row of chests was unsealed, a brilliant golden light burst forth, momentarily blinding those present. Squinting, they beheld the chests brimming with glistening gold ingots, each weighing 50 taels. A quick estimation revealed that there were at least 10,000 taels of gold. Before Feipeng and the others could react, Jiangxia scoffed. "Humph, merely mundane gold and silver. For mortals, these are treasures beyond compare, but to us immortals, they are no more valuable than stones." King Zhou's expression soured. He had not anticipated that even Jiangxia, a prisoner, would disdain the gold he intended to present to the Lord of the Celestials. Realizing this, he discreetly gestured for the soldiers to take the golden chests away. Remaining were more chests, and upon King Zhou's command, they were opened to reveal bundles of bamboo slips. These are the writings of our ancient sages, crafted by our human ancestors. Their wisdom is profound, and few can comprehend them. It is said they contain the secrets to sanctity. Today, I present them to the Lord of the Celestials, hoping he will graciously accept them. This time, Jiangxia's eyes widened in disbelief, nearly popping from their sockets. He exclaimed, "Good heavens, are you mad? The handwritten insights of ancient sages. This is the most precious treasure of your kind, and you are willing to offer it freely?" King Zhou, embracing the slender waist of Daji, smiled slightly, exuding an air of ambition and greatness. With the fall of the 3 saints of Huayun Cave, there are no longer figures among our people who can compare to the sages. These works, collecting dust in the treasury, are better bestowed upon one who is worthy. Jiangxia stared incredulously at King Zhou, his gaze frequently darting towards the bamboo slips, revealing a glimmer of greed in his eyes. He licked his lips and inquired, "Do you comprehend the value of these slips? For those who pursue the path of enlightenment, they contain the reflections and insights of the human saints. To grasp their true essence is akin to retracing the footsteps of the sages themselves. Although our pursuit is the path of the celestial sage, the insights and reflections left by the sages of humanity remain invaluable references, thus holding immense worth. Each bundle of bamboo slips within this chest. Even if one were to offer magical artifacts, celestial fruits, or divine elixirs in exchange, would incite countless cultivators to vie for possession. Yet, you now inform me of your intention to bestow them generously upon others, solely to curry favor with a group of horned disciples of the teachings?" Chapter 192. The arrogance of Jiangxia. Upon hearing Jiangxia's words, the celestial beings of the Jie faction furrowed their brows, for it was evident that he regarded them with disdain, showing no signs of a captive submission. Immediately, several disciples of Jie were poised to reprimand him. At that moment, Feipeng, with a faint smile gracing his lips, raised a hand to halt their advance. The would-be reprimanders promptly fell silent and withdrew respectfully. Jiangxia, undeterred by the presence of the Jie disciples, fixed his gaze intently upon King Zhou, seemingly searching for something deeper within his countenance. King Zhou erupted in hearty laughter, exuding an undeniable air of grandeur, embodying a spirit of camaraderie. Though he was the sovereign of humanity, he had always held the deities of the celestial realm in high esteem. Now, with the arrival of so many divine beings at the behest of his esteemed teacher, the splendor of his Chaoga city was magnified. This assistance was invaluable to him. Whatever treasures he bestowed upon the deities, if they pleased them, would serve merely as tokens of friendship. What harm could there be? Observing the seemingly sincere expression on King Zhou's face, Feipeng discreetly nodded in acknowledgement. He had long heard of King Zhou's exceptional intellect and prowess, and witnessing it firsthand confirmed his extraordinary nature. The mere act of presenting the ancient sage's manuscripts demonstrated a magnanimity that few could rival. Do not mistake King Zhou's simplicity for naivety. He merely understood the art of investment. When Feipeng first led the myriad celestial beings of Jie to Chaoga City, King Zhou had greeted them with unparalleled enthusiasm. Yet, there lingered a hint of skepticism regarding the strength of the Jie disciples. If he truly trusted them, why had he not presented these sage manuscripts for their perusal earlier? Instead, he chose to unveil them only after Feipeng had captured Jiangxia, thereby proving his strength and winning the disciples' allegiance. This was a calculated maneuver. In King Zhou's eyes, the ability to elevate someone as dull-witted as Wen Zhong to the level of a great Luo golden immortal, while simultaneously capturing the vanguard General Neza and the commander Jiang Zia, indicated a power capable of contending with the teachings of Yuan Shi Tianzuan. With reddened eyes, Jiang Zia, filled with fervor, grasped King Zhou's arm and proclaimed loudly, "You hand over these manuscripts to me, and I shall present them to our Jie. In return, I will certainly plead your case before my master, and perhaps secure a more favorable position for you on the divine ranking. What say you?" King Zhou chuckled in disbelief. "Oh, Jiang Zia, you are but a captive now. All that you possess belongs to the celestial king, including your place on the divine ranking. What right do you have to promise others a divine position?" In response to his words, Jiang Zia scoffed, stroking his beard with an air of pride. "Even if you have captured me, what of it? I am the one chosen by the Saint Yuan Shi Tianzuan, sent to earth to oversee the divine ordination. You Jie disciples, disregarding the sacred laws of the sages, have descended from the mountains without permission. This is your first transgression, disrupting the divine ordination, causing calamity to befall the myriad beings of the wilderness. This is your second transgression. You, mere mortals clad in fur and adorned with horns, should have actively embraced your fate and filled the ranks of the divine list. Yet, you choose to defy the heavens and stubbornly persist in your folly. This is your third sin. Now, burdened by heavy transgressions and entangled in karmic retribution, even if you were to seize me, what could you possibly accomplish? Ultimately, you would still have to return me to my rightful place. Therefore, O King Zhou, if you possess any wisdom, you ought to surrender these sacred writings to me, which I shall then present to the Jie Sect. In doing so, you might preserve a trace of your Shang lineage amidst the impending calamity." Upon hearing this, King Zhou's thick brows furrowed, and a fierce, lion-like rage surfaced upon his countenance. "Are you threatening me?" he exclaimed. With a swift motion, he struck Jiang Zia across the face. Jiang Zia was thrown to the ground, blood spilling from a broken tooth as he emitted a piercing scream. "How dare you strike me? I am a disciple of the sages. Do you not fear that my Jie Sect will obliterate your entire Shang dynasty?" With fierce eyes ablaze, King Zhou retorted, "As the sovereign of humanity, I stand equal to the sages. Even your master, the primordial supreme being, would address me as an equal. What are you, to act so arrogantly before me?" With that, he delivered another resounding slap to Jiang Zia's other cheek. The marks of his hand blossomed a vivid red on both sides of Jiang Zia's face, who clutched his stinging visage, his expression darkening with indignation. "This is outrageous. This is outrageous. You, an earthly emperor, dare to show disrespect towards the divine? Do you not realize your demise is imminent? Your end is near." Observing Jiang Zia's continued lack of awareness regarding his predicament, Feipeng let out a derisive chuckle, intrigued by the unfolding scene. "Jiang Zia, do you understand why we have brought you here? Do you believe this is all about you?" Jiang Zia, momentarily taken aback, raised an eyebrow in response. "Is it not? While your actions are indeed foolish, do you not wish to capture me, Jiang Zia, for your own purposes? What use is a fleeting sense of righteousness when, in the end, you cannot escape your own fate?" Suddenly, Feipeng broke into applause. "Ah, it seems you have been thoroughly indoctrinated by the primordial supreme being, boasting daily of your heavenly mandate and the righteousness of your deeds. Over time, even a deceiver begins to believe their own fabrications. Your master must have spun many tales of destiny to persuade you to descend and claim divinity, has he not?" A dark pallor crossed Jiang Zia's face, as he seemed reluctant to engage in further debate. Feipeng, unfazed, lifted a cup of fragrant tea to his lips, savoring a sip before inquiring, "Did your master not inform you that Tongtian strictly forbids our Chan disciples from descending to the mortal realm? Thus, you believe you can send a few disciples to run rampant, harvesting the fortunes of humanity at will?" Chapter 193. The teachings of the Chan sect are unworthy of the divine list. Upon hearing these words, Jiang Zia's expression immediately changed dramatically. He turned to Feipeng, his face revealing a look of astonishment, his eyes wide with horror, as if questioning, "How do you know? Did your master inform you that all it takes is to force each disciple of our sect down the mountain, and we shall be sent one by one to the divine list? Even if those disciples of the Chan sect who descend accidentally meet their demise, there is no need for concern, for the Primordial Lord will resurrect you endlessly. However, once a disciple of our Chan sect dies, you will swiftly send them to the divine list with your god-slaying whip, and our master, the Heavenly Lord, will be unable to revive us in time. Am I right?" As soon as Feipeng finished speaking, astonishment reappeared on Jiang Zia's face. He stared intently at Feipeng, seemingly searching for answers to certain enigmas. Did your master tell you that the outcome of the divine calamity has long been predetermined, that your Chan sect will undoubtedly emerge as the ultimate victors, while our Chan sect is destined to become mere sacrifices? After the conclusion of the divine list, you, Jiang Zia, will bask in earthly riches and glory, correct? By the time Feipeng uttered his final words, Jiang Zia's face had turned pale, his eyes filled with trepidation. He gazed at Feipeng in shock, utterly unable to fathom how Feipeng knew all of this. The surrounding disciples of the Chan sect also looked at Feipeng with astonished expressions. They could hardly believe that the Primordial Lord, their esteemed elder, was so utterly indifferent to his ties with the Heavenly Lord, and had been plotting the ascent of their disciples to the divine list. The treachery was truly insidious and malevolent. Fortunately, their elder brother had exposed the truth in time. Had they been caught unawares, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Then, as Jiang Zia looked on in disbelief, Feipeng's voice suddenly rose in intensity. I shall declare today that our Chan sect will never ascend to the divine list. The ones who truly belong there are you. As for your so-called fate, it ultimately boils down to who possesses the mightiest fist. Cast aside your naivety, for I am about to shatter your first dream. Seated majestically upon his throne, Feipeng extended his hand toward Jiang Zia, and in an instant, countless items flew forth from him. With a gentle wave of his hand, he swept aside the inconsequential objects. Ultimately, above Jiang Zia's head, only 3 items remained: the apricot yellow flag, the god-slaying whip, and the divine list. As Jiang Zia watched these 3 items soar toward Feipeng, he leaped forward, his voice strained and desperate as he shouted, "No, you cannot take them. Without the divine list, my master will kill me. No, without the divine list, my fate is one of utter despair. It would be a challenge even to wish for death." Swish, swish, swish. The palm-sized apricot yellow flag flew directly into Feipeng's sleeve. Subsequently, Feipeng held the god-slaying whip in his left hand and the divine list in his right, a victorious smile gracing his face as he looked down upon Jiang Zia. Who told you that the destined ones are fixed? The destined individual can be you, or it can be another. Whosoever wields the divine list and the god-slaying whip is indeed the destined one. Hearing these words, Jiang Zia suddenly collapsed onto the ground, his face reflecting a profound despondency, and his breath instantaneously dwindled. It's over. Without the list of deities and the staff of divine punishment, how can my Chan sect seize the initiative amidst the calamity? With the loss of our advantage, the unfolding of destiny will inevitably transform. Jiang Zia, engulfed in despair, let his disheveled hair fall around him, gripping his withered white locks tightly, embodying a visage of utter collapse. The disciples of the Jie sect erupted in deafening cheers upon witnessing the list of deities and the staff of divine punishment fall into the hands of their eldest brother. Zhao Gongming, the 3 heavenly maidens, and the Holy Mother of No Thought were particularly moved to tears, acutely aware of the significance of this event. The list of deities and the staff of divine punishment, which even their master could not secure at the Purple Cloud Palace, are key artifacts capable of determining the fate of the calamity. Now, they had unexpectedly come into their possession. This heralded a potential shift in the original course of the calamity. At last, the Jie sect had glimpsed a sliver of hope. All of this was attributed to the efforts of their eldest brother. Had he not led the myriad disciples of the Jie sect down the mountain at a critical moment, seizing the opportunity before the Chan sect could dispatch more formidable protectors for Jiang Zia, how could such a reversal of fortunes have been achieved? In that instant, everyone was swept with exhilaration, their hearts racing with fervor. Who would have thought the Jie sect would harbor such a remarkable individual? I, Jiang Zia, concede defeat wholeheartedly. You dare to seize the list of deities and the staff of divine punishment. It seems you would not hesitate to slay me as well. Now that I have been captured, it appears I, Jiang Zia, am destined to become the first to ascend the list of deities. Truly, fate is a capricious mistress. How absurd. Jiang Zia sighed, shaking his head, exuding an air of enlightenment, as if he had transcended worldly attachments and viewed life and death with indifference. Come, let me, Jiang Zia, become the inaugural immortal inscribed upon the list of deities. With that, Jiang Zia closed his eyes, extending his arms toward Feipeng, wearing an expression that suggested he was on the brink of liberation. Unexpectedly, Feipeng raised his hand and retracted the list of deities and the staff of divine punishment. With a scoff, he remarked, "Who said anything about killing you to place you on the list of deities?" The venerable Taoist Hongjun made it abundantly clear. The divine positions on this list, at the very least, confer an immortal rank, permitting one to partake in the incense offerings of the mortal realm and regularly receive the celestial salary. The list of deities is not a privilege for just anyone. Only those of exceptional merit and virtue may ascend. As he spoke, Feipeng scrutinized Jiang Zia with the discerning gaze of an elderly subway rider, adopting a tone of derision. By any measure, you, Zia, are hardly qualified, are you? Do you truly believe you deserve a place on the list of deities? That would merely squander a position. I have already contemplated the allocation of the list of deities. It will be reserved entirely for the disciples of my Jie Sect, and Yuchan Sect shall receive none. Astonishment enveloped Jiang Zia. The myriad disciples of the Jie Sect were equally bewildered. King Zhou and the civil and military officials of the Shang dynasty were left in a state of utter disbelief. Subsequently, everyone was shocked to the core. Gasp! As the meaning of Feipeng's words registered in their minds, all present inhaled sharply, overwhelmed by the revelation. Madness. The outcome of the calamity of the list of deities entails three possibilities. The first outcome is survival, without ascending to the divine list, which is indeed the most favorable conclusion. The second outcome is death, with the soul returning to the divine list. The third outcome entails death, yet lacking even the qualification to ascend to the divine list, resulting in a futile demise. Clearly, Feipeng conveys that the mere 300 positions on the divine list should be entirely reserved for the unfortunate disciples of the who perished during the calamity. As for him, Jiang Zia, along with all disciples of they are unworthy of even qualifying for the divine list. Chapter 194, The World in Shock. The master brother of the dares to defy. The world is astounded. The master brother of exhibits audacity beyond measure. When he strikes, it is an unparalleled assault. The two supreme treasures capable of influencing the fate of the gods, the god-slaying whip and the god-conferring list. These have now changed hands, falling into the possession of Feipeng. Upon hearing that he would have no opportunity to ascend the god-conferring list, Jiang Zia was instantly consumed by rage. How reckless! Such arrogance is unprecedented. Not even the primordial heavenly venerable has displayed such hubris as Feipeng. No matter how shameless or excessive they may be, they never imagined that they would deny the disciples of the chance to ascend the god-conferring list. As a disciple of a sage, being listed on the god-conferring list was inherently a losing venture. Only those scattered immortals or fallen cultivators would take pride in being included. Yet now, with the god-conferring list in Feipeng's hands, the disciples of Yunxiao Palace find themselves utterly unqualified to ascend. One can only imagine that from this day forth, the primordial heavenly venerable will be enraged. This incident will undoubtedly shake the six realms and herald an unprecedented upheaval in ancient history. The name of Feipeng shall resonate throughout the wilderness overnight. Meanwhile, Jiang Zia shall be relegated to the role of a mere footnote in Feipeng's rise to fame. In the future, whenever beings of the wilderness mention Feipeng, they will casually reference Jiang Zia, but merely as a stepping stone. Though this may be seen as a gain through Feipeng's fortune, it is a disgraceful notoriety. As these thoughts consumed him, Jiang Zia felt an intense surge of spiritual energy within, manifesting as a furious vapor. You all should not revel in your triumph. The god-conferring list bears the imprints left by my master and ancestors. Even if you seize it, you cannot wield it truly. If you are wise, return the god-conferring list and the god-slaying whip to me, and perhaps I may still beseech my master for your forgiveness. Upon uttering these words, the expressions of those present shifted dramatically once more. Zhao Gongming, the three heavens, and many other disciples have turned pale with dread. They could hardly fathom that the primordial heavenly venerable and the honored ancestor Hanjun had taken such extensive precautions against them. Not only had they bestowed the god-conferring list and the god-slaying whip to the primordial heavenly venerable, but they had also left their imprints upon them. The imprint of the primordial heavenly venerable could be resolved with the intervention of the celestial teacher, but the imprint of the honored ancestor Hanjun posed a far greater challenge. The current power of the celestial teacher is insufficient to erase the imprint of the honored ancestor. Without the ability to do so, the god-conferring list cannot be utilized. In such a scenario, without a primordial spirit to ascend the god-conferring list means occupying a privy without relieving oneself. Given the honored ancestor Hongjuan's inclination towards he would undoubtedly demand the celestial teacher return the god-conferring list and the god-slaying whip. In light of this outcome, the myriad immortals have gritted their teeth in frustration. Master brother, what shall we do? Indeed, as long as the imprint remains, we cannot utilize the god-conferring list. I assert that we cannot return the god-conferring list to them. Even if we cannot use it ourselves, we shall not relinquish it to they. Precisely. We have earned these treasures through our own merit. Why should we return them? Moreover, the god-conferring list and the god-slaying whip are not possessions of both are treasures born from the primordial essence of the universe. Originally, it was an object without an owner, merely forged into a magical artifact to confront the impending calamity of the divine decree. Thus, my esteemed senior brother, we must resolutely refuse to return the list of deities and the rod of God to him. The disciples of the all rallied together, calling out to Feipeng. Feipeng slowly raised a hand, pressing it downwards, and the hall fell into an immediate silence. There is no need for concern. Those mere 2 seals can be effortlessly erased with a flick of my hand. What was once a tranquil atmosphere erupted into chaos. As the crowd expressed their bewilderment at Feipeng's seemingly illogical assertion, Jiang Zia, upon hearing these words, burst into uproarious laughter. Ha! This is the most amusing jest I have heard since descending to the mortal realm. How could a mere quasi-saint like you erase the marks of my revered master and ancestor? Have the youth of today become so brazen? The celestial beings of the surrounding him felt a wave of embarrassment at Jiang Zia's scathing remark, stirring a commotion among them. Meanwhile, King Zhou and the ministers of the Shang dynasty displayed expressions of uncertainty, evidently skeptical of Feipeng's claims. King Zhou even pondered whether Feipeng's youth had led him to utter such words out of a desire for face-saving. Nevertheless, the pressing matter at hand was that regardless of pride, one must find a way to resolve this situation. Seizing the list of deities and the rod of God was no trivial affair. If they could be appropriated and utilized without issue, it would be well and good. However, if one were to exert immense effort to seize them only to find them unusable, ultimately having to return them, it would indeed become a farce. With the rod of God in his left hand and the list of deities in his right, Feipeng's face bore a contemplative expression. In truth, Feipeng's primordial spirit had long since entered the system space within his mind. Gazing at the system interface before him, Feipeng began to summon the system's intelligence. System, come forth. Ding. The sacred ascension system is online. How may I assist you? Can the seals of the primordial heavenly lord and the old ancestor Hongjun be erased? Feipeng asked directly. Ding. Are you referring to the seals within the list of deities and the rod of God? Yes. Please conduct an assessment and inform me of the results. Understood. Please hold on while I perform the scan. Scanning of the list of deities and the rod of God is complete. Analyzing the results. The report indicates that both seals can indeed be erased. Is that true? Feipeng's face lit up with ecstatic joy as he eagerly inquired. Ding. Affirmative. Chapter 195. The seizure of the list of deities, Yuan Shi's fury. According to the system's diagnostic results, the imprint left by the primordial lord was merely of D grade, while the imprint left by ancestor Hongjun stood at C grade, equivalent to the ranks of the saints of merit and the saints of the heavenly Tao in the standards of the primordial realm. Erase it immediately, Feipeng exclaimed with excitement. Beep. The erasure of the imprint requires B-grade energy. The system's intervention will consume energy, and you must provide the energy source. The suggested solution is to shatter some of the treasures you previously acquired. Do you agree? Agreed. A resolute gleam flickered in Feipeng's eyes. Those treasures were equipment obtained by the disciples of the during their comprehension of the play. Losing some now could be compensated in the future. However, as long as the imprints within the list of deities and the god-slaying whip remained, unforeseen complications could arise. In that case, the primordial lord might summon ancestor Hongjun, claiming that they of the could not utilize the list of deities and retrieve the god-slaying whip and the list. Wouldn't that incite his wrath? Beep. Understood. I have extracted 23,000 treasures from your system space. The shattering operation begins in 3, 2, 1. Shattering complete. Energy compressed and transformed. After the system's refinement, you have acquired a strand of primordial qi. Simply infuse this strand into the 2 treasures to effortlessly erase their imprints. Excellent. I shall give it a try. Feipeng received the strand of primordial qi, a thread-like, translucent gas resting in his palm. Subsequently, Feipeng's primordial spirit exited the system space, and the external Feipeng donned a gentle smile. Watch me erase the imprint. The primordial qi surged from Feipeng's palm, swiftly infusing into the list of deities, which instantly transformed into a transparent hue. Within it lay 2 shark-like imprints, one small, one large. The smaller was white, while the larger bore a golden shade. As the primordial qi brushed over the 2 imprints, they gradually faded into nothingness, and moments later, the 2 imprints astonishingly vanished. However, the strand of primordial qi dissipated along with it. This spectacle unfolded clearly before the eyes of the onlookers. In the next instant, all gazes widened in disbelief. Petrified by astonishment, a chill coursed through their spines, their minds momentarily blank. Shock and incredulity etched across their faces. They were beset by a trifecta of emotions: doubt, amazement, and terror, rendering their expressions profoundly vivid. Jiang Zia, overwhelmed, even thrust his hand into his mouth, appearing utterly deranged. Ah, this is impossible. Absolutely impossible. This must be a trick. It must be a trick. Ah, mother, someone has deceived me. Jiang Ziya's gaze began to lose focus, slipping into madness. His demeanor was comically absurd, yet neither the of the nor King Zhou could muster a laugh. Their faces were etched with an ineffable shock. It felt as though they were witnessing a momentous historical event. Within each heart surged a tumultuous tide, for they understood that from this moment forth, the primordial realm was destined for transformation. Draped in resplendent white garments, Feipeng suddenly rose to his feet, exuding a refined elegance that, at this moment, radiated an aura of formidable authority without the need for anger. This commanding presence rendered him akin to a celestial sovereign, transcendent and imperious. Gazing down upon the world with disdain, the golden divine list floated before him, suddenly erupting in a cascade of radiant golden light, which enveloped his white attire and propelled his invincible aura to its zenith. This striking tableau would be eternally etched in the minds of all witnesses, an indelible memory that would linger for a lifetime. Simultaneously, at the Jade Void Palace on Kunlun Mountain, the primordial heavenly venerable, who was imparting wisdom to the disciples of the Changjiao, experienced a sudden and dramatic shift in expression. His brow furrowed deeply, and his visage darkened to an extreme. As the lotus platform beneath him erupted, his Taoist robe billowed, and a fierce aura erupted forth. The disciples of Changjiao, terror-stricken, prostrated themselves on the ground, trembling in fear, their spirits quaking. They had never witnessed the primordial heavenly venerable in such a state of fury. Countless questions swirled in their minds. What could have transpired to so unsettle the usually unflappable primordial heavenly venerable? With wide, astonished eyes, the primordial heavenly venerable bellowed to the heavens. Who is it? Who dares? Through his senses, he realized that the imprint he had left on the divine list had been obliterated, signifying that it had indeed been seized. Yet, he remained unaware that the imprint of the old ancestor Han Jun had also been erased. The expression on the primordial heavenly venerable's face twisted into one of ferocity. Could it be Tongtian? Only he possesses the ability to erase my imprint. Suddenly, in a fit of rage that turned to a chilling smile, he remarked coldly, "But what of that? The imprint of my master cannot be erased. Even if you possess the divine list, you cannot confer divinity. Once I summon my master, you will have no choice but to return it to me. And at that moment, your humiliation will only deepen." Descending from the heights, the primordial heavenly venerable gestured with his thumb, evidently engaged in further calculations. After a brief pause, he tilted his head, his eyes widening in confusion. The secrets of fate are shrouded in chaos. I cannot fathom. How is this possible? Upon landing, the surrounding disciples of Changjiao gathered around him. The lamp-lighting Taoist and the Southern Polar Immortal both clasped their hands in greeting. A glimmer of curiosity flickered in the eyes of the Southern Polar Immortal as he inquired, "Master, what has transpired?" With this question, the lamp-lighting Taoist and the other disciples turned their gazes towards the primordial heavenly venerable, eager for answers. The primordial heavenly venerable's countenance darkened, and in a hoarse voice, he replied, "The imprint I left on the divine list has been erased." Gasps of shock rippled through the assembly. The divine list has been seized? Chapter 196. Yang Jian's resurrection and his vow for redemption. How could this be possible? Even if the treasure was taken, how could the mark left by my master on the Fengshen Bang be erased? My master possesses the strength of a sage. One can only imagine the formidable power of those capable of obliterating my master's imprint. Who would dare to act so audaciously against our sect? The lamp-lighting Taoist bowed slightly and inquired respectfully. The primordial celestial venerable's expression darkened once more, and in a tone of frustration, he replied, "I do not know. I have attempted to divine the matter, but to no avail." Bang! The South Pole elder struck his staff against the ground with an air of indignation and declared, "The Fengshen Bang is in the hands of junior brother Jiang. Since it has been seized, a disturbance must have occurred on his side. We should send a disciple to investigate the situation first. Once we understand what has transpired, we can strategize to reclaim the Fengshen Bang." The primordial celestial venerable nodded slowly. "The South Pole elder speaks wisely. Who do you propose we send?" The South Pole elder stroked his beard thoughtfully, his eyes glimmering with wisdom. After a moment's contemplation, he responded, "I recommend a disciple to you, a third-generation member of our sect by the name of Yang Jian. He possesses excellent potential and profound fortune, making him a promising candidate for cultivation. Although he is still young and lacks experience, this presents an excellent opportunity for him to hone his skills. He can first ascertain the situation, and we can then act accordingly, maintaining our dignity." Upon hearing this, the lamp-lighting Taoist also clasped his hands in agreement. The South Pole elder's reasoning is sound. I too believe this is the right course of action. A flicker of light flashed in the primordial celestial venerable's eyes as he nodded, Very well. You may go to the back mountain to seek out Yang Jian. Ever since I resurrected him, he has been in my time-stopping formation for a millennium. I trust he has made significant progress. The South Pole elder promptly bowed and expressed, "Thank you, Master. On behalf of Yang Jian, I extend my gratitude. Remember, upon meeting Jiang Zia, bring him to see me. The loss of the Fengshen Bang must be met with punishment. Furthermore, the seizure of the Fengshen Bang is a profound disgrace to our sect. You must wash away this shame with the blood of our enemies. Do you understand?" As he spoke the last words, the primordial celestial venerable's eyes revealed a raw killing intent. The South Pole elder and the others fully comprehended. This was a command to take lives. Yes, yes. Please rest assured, Master, no one related to this matter will escape. The primordial celestial venerable then slightly nodded and waved his hand. This matter may involve your uncle Tongtian. Do not be careless. Humph. I think the same. Apart from Jie, who would dare oppose us? Please be assured, if they are indeed responsible, I will ensure they face a bloodbath, so they understand the consequences of provoking our sect. The South Pole elder spoke with a chilling tone. The primordial celestial venerable waved his hand dismissively and turned back toward the inner hall of Yunxiao Palace. Left behind, the South Pole elder and the other disciples remained, filled with righteous indignation. Uncle, we will accompany you to find Brother Yang Jian. Indeed, I wonder what realm Brother Yang Jian has cultivated to now. Is that even a question? Brother Yang Jian, endowed with extraordinary talent, has fortuitously turned adversity into opportunity. Rescued by his master, he was subsequently placed within the confines of a temporal array for seclusion and cultivation. This array allows time to flow at a leisurely pace, where a millennium within equates to merely a day outside. By this calculation, Brother Yang Jian has cultivated for at least 10 millennia. The elder of the South Pole nodded with a smile. If that is the case, let us all accompany me in search of our nephew Yang Jian. On the Chilan cliff of Kunlun Mountain, a strikingly handsome man sat cross-legged at the precipice. His body hovered 3 inches above the rocky surface, as gentle rain fell upon his resolute visage and a soft breeze danced through his flowing hair. Yet, he remained as immovable as a mountain. Should anyone be present, they would undoubtedly be astounded, for the man had achieved the ability to merge with the void. An endless aura of Tao circling around him, placing him in a state that was both present and elusive. This transcendent state, beyond the 3 realms and detached from the 5 elements, epitomizes a profound realm of existence. In the next moment, the surrounding spiritual energy trembled violently, and a colossal vortex of spiritual essence materialized above the man's head. The abundant celestial energy from Chilan Cliff surged into the vortex like a mighty river. Yet, the man acted as an insatiable abyss, consuming the energy without ever reaching saturation. After a brief while, the influx of spiritual energy slowed, and the vortex gradually dissipated. Suddenly, the man's body trembled as he successfully broke through to the realm of the great Luo Golden Immortal. At that moment, he seemed to sense something, as his eyelids quivered, and he swiftly opened his eyes. A gaze imbued with chaotic energy shattered the void, projecting a dark abyss ahead, a sight both terrifying and magnificent. Springing to his feet, the moisture on his garments instantly dried, and pieces of battle armor flew from the void, assembling themselves into a magnificent golden suit of armor around him. "Come forth," he commanded, his voice resonating like the celestial tones of the universe, reverberating throughout the chasm. As a sound of shattering air echoed from the depths below, the 3-pronged, double-edged halberd, aglow with golden light, transformed into a streak of radiance, landing in Yang Jian's hand. Feeling the weapon's tremor, a flicker of excitement finally graced his otherwise icy countenance. "You too share my exhilaration, do you not? After such a long silence, you yearn for a resounding battle, just as I do." Yang Jian turned his gaze toward the cliff below, where the elder of the South Pole, accompanied by a throng of disciples, advanced up the mountain with great vigor. With an imposing stride, Yang Jian's resonant voice echoed across the landscape. "Let us go? Our opportunity for redemption has arrived." Chapter 197. A declaration of war against the Jie Sect. The forces of Shiqi have suffered consecutive losses of their vanguard General Neza and their commander Jiang Zia. In the absence of leadership, the morale of the troops has dramatically waned. Ultimately, the Grand Tutor of the Shang dynasty, Wen Zhong, seized the opportunity to launch a formidable assault, and the Shiqi army, devoid of any will to resist, was swiftly routed, resulting in the Qinglong Pass falling back into the hands of the Shang forces. Following this, Wen Zhong led his troops in a relentless pursuit, leaving the Zhou dynasty with only a handful of mortal generals who were utterly incapable of mounting any defense. In merely one day, they lost 10 strategic passes, retreating their front lines by tens of thousands of miles. The human race stands as the protagonist in the current primordial world, and the battlefield of mortals naturally draws the attention of various factions in the primordial realm. The sudden collapse of the Zhou army has sparked the interest of these factions. Upon learning that the Zhou forces faltered due to the capture of Neza and Jiangxia by the Shang army, a tempest of astonishment swept through the primordial powers, leaving their leaders in shock. The news of the seizure of the Fengshen list soon followed, leaving all in a state of disbelief. They understood the implications of this event. The Fengshen list, bestowed by the venerable Hongjun Laozu to the Yunxiao Tianzuan, belongs to the Jie Sect, and no one in the vast primordial realm dared to covet it. Now, with Jiangxia captured and the Fengshen list taken, it signifies that someone is openly declaring war against the Jie Sect. A tumult of emotions surged within everyone's hearts. Who could possess such audacity to challenge even the Jie Sect under the protection of saints? Soon, they uncovered the truth. The aggressor was none other than the Jie Sect. Questions arose amongst them. The Jie Sect? Although it too is presided over by the Saint Tongtian, it was reported that during discussions regarding the Fengshen list at the Yunxiao Palace, the Tongtian was targeted by 4 saints. Despite his obstinate refusal to sign the list, the Jie Sect found itself in an unfavorable position. Now that the Fengshen calamity has officially commenced, why would the disciples of Bo Palace dare to venture out from their secluded cultivation? Without further contemplation, they soon discovered additional information. It turned out that a secular disciple of the Jie Sect, named Wenzhong, who had previously possessed minimal strength, recently experienced an inexplicable surge in power. He cunningly feigned weakness, luring Neza and Jiangxia into a trap, capturing them in the process. Consequently, the Fengshen list was seized. Upon hearing this revelation, everyone felt a wave of relief. It was merely a secular disciple of the Jie Sect who had acted, rather than the entire sect itself. It was reported that this disciple was originally the grand tutor of the Shang dynasty, making his actions against the Jie Sect rather unsurprising. As for the sudden increase in his prowess, it was likely a consequence of Tongtian's lingering resentment after suffering a significant loss at the Yunxiao Palace. He must have discreetly sought ways to elevate Wenzhong's strength, utilizing him as a means of venting his frustrations. Without a doubt, the Fengshen list bears the imprints of the Yunxiao Tianzuan, and there is even a possibility that it carries the mark of Hongjun Laozu. Even if Tongtian were to obtain the Fengshen list, he would likely be unable to use it, and in the end, he would have to return it. The primordial supreme being of the Chan school, revered as a formidable force of the primordial chaos, has indeed cultivated a select few disciples, though their numbers are modest. Each possesses extraordinary talents and rare lineage, making them prodigies of cultivation seldom seen in a millennium. In contrast, the Jie school indiscriminately welcomes all, resulting in a chaotic mix of abilities. However, one cannot entirely blame Tongtian, for the doctrine he established was intended to provide every sentient being in the primordial realm an opportunity to pursue the great Tao and seize a glimmer of hope. While his ideals are indeed noble, he overlooks a crucial truth. The universe does not regard all beings as mere fodder. The laws governing heaven and earth are devoid of emotion, ever upholding the ruthless principle of the survival of the fittest. His Jie school disciples, when compared to the 12 golden immortals of the Chan school, appear as mere lambs awaiting slaughter, posing no threat whatsoever. Leaders of various factions engaged in fervent discussion, their words laced with derision and disdain, expressing a lack of faith in the Jie school. In the Nuwa Palace, the goddess Nuwa, adorned in an exquisite gown of pale yellow, reclines gracefully upon a bed, radiating an air of regal elegance. Her long lashes flutter gently, and her eyes are embellished with delicate pearls, enhancing her enchanting beauty. At this moment, she is flanked by the 9 heavens mystical maiden and the 9 nether pure maiden. The 9 heavens mystical maiden, clad in white, wields the Xiantian spear, exuding a charming and refined demeanor. The 9 nether pure maiden, dressed in black, holds the pure maideness Qin, embodying a cold and commanding presence. Both serve as Nuwa's attendants, managing the myriad affairs of the Nuwa Palace and acting as her capable aides, often handling external matters on her behalf. In their quest to establish the human race within the primordial chaos, the 2 maidens once descended to the mortal realm, transforming into celestial and earthly empresses. And together they served one husband, the Yellow Emperor. They each took on distinct roles, imparting knowledge of sericulture and weaving, weapon crafting, and hunting to humanity. They also taught music and dance, facilitating the advancement of human civilization. Ultimately, they assisted the emperor in vanquishing the malevolent deity Qiyu, aiding him in unifying the tribes of the Central Plains. Due to their significant contributions to humanity, they garnered a measure of fortune and protection from the human race, as well as accruing substantial merit from the heavenly Tao. Coupled with their extensive years of cultivation, both have now attained the initial stages of quasi-sainthood. Recently, under Nuwa's orders, they descended again, taking on the personas of the White Immortal and the Gray Immortal. They incited the treacherous minister Fei Zhong to lead King Zhou to compose blasphemous verses against Nuwa's statue, commanding the three demons of Xianyuan's tomb to infiltrate Chaoga City and manipulate King Zhou. Su Daji successfully became the most favored consort of King Zhou, allowing Nuwa to seize the opportunity to commence the investiture of the gods, placing King Zhou and others on the divine list, thus fulfilling a preliminary requirement set by Hongjun. However, just as everything seemed to unfold smoothly along its destined path, news of a devastating defeat for the Zhou army suddenly emerged. Nuwa, taken aback, found herself unable to foresee any outcomes despite her calculations. Consequently, she summoned the 9 Heavens Mystical Maiden and the 9 Nether Pure Maiden, instructing them to investigate the matter further. Chapter 198. My lady, shall we take action? As the revered mother of humanity, Nuwa swiftly received the news regarding the conflict between the Zhou and Shang armies, both of which belong to the human race. With a graceful lift of her exquisite phoenix eyes, she murmured in surprise, Wen Zhong? Is he not a disciple of the Golden Spirit Saint Mother? A mere third-generation disciple of the has managed to capture both Neza and Jiangxia. This certainly hints at some deeper intricacies. Though her master did not explicitly state it, the act of entrusting the god-slaying whip and the list of deities to the Jie Sect, while allowing the Western teachings to remain exempt from calamities, clearly indicates an intention for the disciples to fill the list of deities. Yet now, with the having seized the list, this incident has undoubtedly stirred a multitude of unforeseen complications. Nuwa's eyes shimmered with contemplation as she weighed the implications of these developments. The 9 Heavens Xian Nu and the 9 Yu Su Nu bowed respectfully before her and inquired, My lady, shall we take action? A pensive expression crossed Nuwa's face as she considered their question. After a moment's reflection, she gently waved her hand in response. The task bestowed upon me by my master was merely to initiate the divine calamity, a task I have now fulfilled. During the deliberations regarding the list of deities among the 6 sages, I pledged to remain neutral and not interfere in the struggles between the Chan and, should I rashly violate this promise, I risk incurring the ire of both factions. Thus, it would be prudent for us to observe the situation for now. However, given the gravity of this matter, it is imperative that we grasp the specifics. Therefore, I require you to descend once more to the mortal realm and thoroughly investigate the origins and developments of this situation, returning to report to me thereafter. Additionally, make a point to visit Daji. The 3 demons of the Xianyuan grave must not escape our control. They must remain firmly as our pawns, utilized for our purposes. Yes, we shall descend at once. The 9 Heavens Xian Nu and the 9 Yu Su Nu bowed deeply, their heads lowered as they slowly retreated. Nuwa reclined upon her bed, yet her gaze wandered far beyond, her thoughts adrift. Her master's intention was clear, to allow the disciples of the 3 teachings to undergo calamities. Though I have not established the human teachings, the fate of humanity is intrinsically linked to my own. As the Zhou and Shang clash, the fires of war ravage the mortal realm, leading to the demise of countless humans, which in turn influences my own fortune. Yet, once the calamity concludes, the Zhou dynasty will emerge victorious, and humanity's fortunes should gradually restore. Nonetheless, a sense of unease lingers within me, and I cannot discern the reason. In the Western teachings, the 2 saints are seated in quiet meditation, imparting wisdom to thousands of disciples below. The cultivation methods of the Western teachings differ significantly. They rely heavily on the power of faith and incense. Consequently, they are favored by the heavenly order. As the spiritual energy of heaven and earth diminishes, the primordial world becomes increasingly burdened, leading to successive calamities intended to alleviate this pressure. The Western teachings, due to their unique approach, enjoy greater favor from the heavenly order and have thus remained unharmed during both the witch demon calamity and the divine calamity. The impending journey to the West calamity is specifically initiated to promote the Buddhist faith, aiming to transition more practitioners into the Buddhist cultivation system. At this moment, the Zhuanti Taoist and the Jain Taoist are quietly listening to reports from their subordinates. Upon hearing the news, the 2 individuals widened their eyes in astonishment. What? Neza and Jiangxia, disciples of the Chan school, have been captured alive by a 3rd-generation disciple of the Fengshen Bang has also been lost. How peculiar. When did the strength of the disciples become so formidable? At this moment, an atmosphere of the uncanny pervaded. We had been anticipating recruiting from the to enrich our Western teachings. If they had not been driven to a desperate state, how could those disciples possibly wish to defect and seek cultivation in our Western teachings? This matter pertains to the future of our sect, We cannot afford to remain indifferent. In my humble opinion, it is imperative to dispatch a few adept individuals to investigate the situation and formulate further strategies. The Taoist Kunti nodded in agreement. Your reasoning is sound. Zen Master Zi and Jiojia, you two shall immediately proceed to the mortal realm to ascertain the circumstances and, if necessary, assist the Chan school in dealing with the— Yes, Master. The two disciples of the Western sect promptly clasped their hands in acknowledgement. Both revealed bare shoulders, draped in yellow linen garments resembling the kasayas of later times. Each held a staff crafted from superior spiritual wood, both being low-grade, innate spiritual treasures that radiated a soft yellow light. They had amassed considerable faith power in the West, and with the absorption of spiritual energy, they had attained the pinnacle of the Tai golden immortal realm. With a flash of escape light beneath their feet, they soared into the distance, vanishing from sight in an instant. Alas, the spiritual energy in our Western continent is scarce, and those with enlightened roots are exceedingly rare. To swiftly advance our Western teachings, we must borrow talent from the— In truth, compared to the disciples adorned with fur and horns from the two saints of the West preferred the disciples of the Primordial Supreme. However, they understood the wisdom of choosing the softest fruit to squeeze. The Primordial Supreme was not to be trifled with. This individual is duplicitous and cunning, ruthless to the core, having even turned against his own brother, Tongtian, and received the favoritism of Hongjun Laozu. Naturally, the two saints of the West dared not act against the disciples of the Chan school. Thus, they must begrudgingly turn to Tongtian, for he has a multitude of disciples. Even borrowing 1,000 or so would not be a significant issue, would it? The two saints of the West closed their eyes, resuming their contemplation of the Tao, while the disciples below also entered a state of cultivation. In the heavenly court, the Emperor Haoyan and the Queen Mother sat in the Yunxiao palace, gazing down at the few deities present below. A sense of desolation made their skin crawl with embarrassment. During the calamity between the witches and the demons, both the witch and demon clans faced mutual destruction. The once prosperous demon court established by the Eastern Emperor Tai boasted countless de Luo golden immortals. The heavenly army had numbered in the millions. Even the weakest celestial soldier was required to possess true immortal cultivation. Under the command of Eastern Emperor Tai, there were over a dozen demon generals at the quasi-saint level, and the array they had jointly established, the Zhoutian Star Array, was powerful enough to make even saints tremble. Had the witch clan not also possessed the 12 capital heavenly god-killing array, they would have been unable to fend off the advances of the demon court. But now, what remains? Chapter 199. I am celestial, and with such a disciple, I truly hold my head high. The celestial emperor was in a constant state of distress, for he was now little more than a solitary figure, with only a handful of subordinates at his command. The heavenly court was in dire need of personnel. In his desperation, he sought the counsel of his master, Hongjun Laozu, lamenting his plight. Hongjun, unable to endure his incessant complaints, reluctantly promised to assist in gathering the celestial officials required by the heavenly court in the near future. Coincidentally, the way of heaven mandated another calamity, prompting Hongjun, as its representative, to devise a plan that would appease both the celestial order and the celestial emperor. This plan involved the creation of a divine ranking list, from which qualified individuals among the fallen cultivators could be selected to fill the vacancies in the heavenly court. Since Hongjun's assurance to the celestial emperor, the latter's worries transformed into anticipation as he and the Queen Mother of the West eagerly awaited the arrival of the talents listed on the divine ranking. However, they soon received disheartening news. The originally dominant Chan sect had suffered a surprising defeat in their initial confrontation. Just as they dispatched Jiang Zia and Neza, both were unfortunately captured, and the opposing sect seized the divine ranking list. The celestial emperor's expression darkened, and he struck his armrest in fury, exclaiming, "Incompetence! Absolute incompetence! Is there no one left in the Chan sect? They send forth merely these two inept individuals, akin to delivering vegetables." A trembling celestial soldier reported from below. According to our intelligence, Jiang Zia and Neza were indeed capable of defeating the Shang army. However, for reasons unknown, Wen Zhong suddenly exhibited a surge in strength and captured Neza while he was caught off guard. In a desperate attempt to rescue Neza, Jiang Zia ended up sacrificing himself as well. With a thunderous crash, the celestial emperor shattered his throne with a single blow, his eyes ablaze with wrath. The claims of the primordial supreme being of the Chan sect had been grandiose, yet their execution proved unreliable. Just previously, they boasted of their ability to effortlessly secure the ranking for their sect, only to be met with a swift rebuke. The celestial emperor and the Queen Mother of the West were originally disciples under Hongjun Laozu, enjoying a close relationship with him. Thus, Following the calamity of the witch and demon, Hongjun appointed them as nominal rulers of the three realms, primarily to aid in the governance of the vast world. Consequently, despite the Celestial Emperor not attaining the status of a sage, he commanded a certain respect from those who encountered him. As his thoughts spiraled into further discontent, he ultimately resolved to dismiss them altogether. Humph, it matters not, whether from the Chan sect or the Jie sect, as long as they can ascend the divine ranking. My heavenly court welcomes them all. On Kunlun Mountain, the Supreme Old One was seated on a mat, engaged in meditation. His practice revolved around the principle of non-action. Although he established the teachings of humanity, his sole aim was to attain sagehood, and throughout his existence, he had taken but one disciple. At that moment, he slightly opened his eyes, only to close them again moments later, returning to his contemplative state. If Feipeng were present at this moment, he would undoubtedly exclaim, "To hell with your so-called path of non-action. This is nothing but the epitome of laziness, yet you dare to claim it is refreshing and unconventional." On Golden Tortoise Island, within the ethereal confines of Bo Palace, the celestial master of the way sat regally upon a black lotus seat. A disciple of the, stationed at Bo Palace, was reporting the latest news from the mortal realm. Upon hearing that Neza and Jiangxia had been captured, the celestial master could not help but laugh heartily, his expression radiating unbridled joy. When he learned that the Fengshen Bang and the Dashan Whip had fallen into the hands of the, he laughed even more boisterously, all traces of his previous gloom vanishing without a trace. Well done, well done. Truly, you are my most esteemed disciple. This is splendid work. He exclaimed. Oh, master, are you not partial to your elder disciple, Yuanshi? Did you ever consider that the Dashan Whip and Fengshen Bang you entrusted to him might one day be lost by his own disciples? Huh. The treasures you were reluctant to bestow upon me have ultimately found their way into my disciples' hands. What a marvelous conclusion. However, the celestial master furrowed his brows slightly, his countenance growing serious. Do not worry, master, a respectful disciple interjected. Our elder brother has already sent word. In his letter, he informed us that he has erased all the marks from the Fengshen Bang, which now wholly belongs to our. Whenever we wish, we can inscribe the fallen disciples of the Chan sect upon the Fengshen Bang. At this revelation, the celestial master's eyes sparkled, and he could not suppress a hearty laugh. Splendid. My disciple never ceases to surprise me. Though I am unaware of how he accomplished this, I have faith in him. Even if the entire world were to deceive me, my dear disciple Feipeng would never betray my trust. I, Tongtian, am truly honored to have such a disciple. Chapter 200, Dodgy Schemes at the Shang Army Camp. Since when Zhong regained his youthful vigor, he has been brimming with enthusiasm, daily challenging the opposing Zhou army, who suffer greatly yet dare not engage in battle, resorting instead to evasion and delay, awaiting reinforcements from above to take command of the situation. Observing the stability of the battlefield, King Zhou and Daji returned to Chaoga City. Meanwhile, Feipeng led the myriad immortals of the Jie Sect. Concealed within the Shang army camp, their movements shrouded in the utmost secrecy, unbeknownst to outsiders. In Chaoga City, Daji spent her days by King Zhou's side, gradually gaining his trust through her beauty. Yet, she remained acutely aware of the mission imparted to her by Nuwa, to ensnare the ambitious and capable King Zhou in the throes of passion, leading him to neglect state affairs. However, Empress Jiang repeatedly urged King Zhou to distance himself from Daji and redirect his focus to governance. This displeased Daji greatly. One day, after frolicking with King Zhou in the palace, she was caught by Empress Jiang, who pointedly chastised her, branding her a vixen and accusing her of being the harbinger of ruin for the Shang dynasty. Daji, though simmering with resentment, could only suppress her fury in front of the empress, harboring a deep-seated animosity towards her. Upon returning to her quarters, Daji was enveloped in gloom. Once a guardian at Xuanyuan's tomb, her cultivation had been interrupted by Nuwa's decree, compelling her presence at King Zhou's side. With the talisman of summoning demons in her possession, Nuwa commanded the allegiance of the demon race, threatening annihilation for disobedience. Moreover, Nuwa promised that upon the completion of Daji's task to beguile King Zhou, the Shang dynasty would fall, and she would be accepted as Nuwa's personal disciple. A rare honor, as Nuwa had never taken a disciple before. This would elevate Daji to the rank of the foremost disciple of a sage. Since the fall of Dong Huang Tai Yi, the demon race had been leaderless and demoralized. Nuwa, as a sage, refused to acknowledge herself as part of the demon race. Embodying a paradox, she neither recognized humanity nor offered solace during their tribulations, leaving them to struggle for survival amidst the primal chaos. Conversely, she also disavowed her connection to the demons, who suffered even greater misfortune than humans after the calamity of the Wu and Yao. Yet, paradoxically, both humans and demons revered Nuwa as their maternal figure, holding the talisman of summoning demons. Nuwa commanded the allegiance of the demon race, while simultaneously enjoying the fortune and merit derived from the human race's existence. However, it is evident that neither race has ever received any assistance from her. The dire state of both humans and demons in the primordial era attests to Nuwa's cold-heartedness. Yet, at this moment, Daji remained oblivious to Nuwa's true nature, genuinely believing that Nuwa had come to salvage the faltering demon race. With a sultry charm, Daji placed her delicate hand upon her chest, her long lashes fluttering. Her cherry lips parted slightly as she sat before the mirror, murmuring softly, "If Lady Nuwa were to accept me as her disciple, it must be her desire for me to lead the demon race towards revival. Our race is on the precipice of a glorious resurgence." In contemporary times, King Zhou increasingly succumbed to his own arrogance, his heroic spirit gradually diminishing. Yet, amid this apparent tranquility, the detestable Empress Jiang repeatedly emerged to cause disruption. A glint of ruthlessness flickered in Daji's eyes. That wretched woman constantly sabotages my endeavors. If she remains, how can the revival of the demon clan not be thwarted by her? With this thought, Daji beckoned to a nearby maid. "Huar, summon Fei Zhong to me." "Yes," the maid replied, not daring to inquire further, bowing her head as she retreated. Moments later, the treacherous minister Fei Zhong hurriedly arrived, parting the curtain with a wicked grin, inquiring furtively, "Your Highness, what brings me here at such a late hour?" Daji rose gracefully from her vanity, her form enchanting, her smile radiant as she sauntered towards him, each step imbued with a seductive charm that nearly rendered Fei Zhong weak in the knees. Straining to maintain his composure, he offered Daji a flirtatious smile. Seeing Fei Zhong so easily swayed by temptation, Daji covered her crimson lips with her hand and giggled, her laughter reminiscent of delicate wind chimes, evoking visions of vast grasslands and a sense of boundless ease. The sultry timbre of her voice enveloped the space, akin to ants crawling upon one's bones, inciting an unbearable itch within Fei Zhong, a tumult of illicit desires surging within him. In truth, it is merely that the Empress Jiang is quite an eyesore. Could you possibly assist me in eliminating her? Daji's delicate finger teasingly traced Fei Zhong's cheek as she breathed softly, like fragrant orchids. Fei Zhong's face displayed hesitation, revealing his internal conflict. After all, the Empress was the mother of the nation, bearing 2 princes and holding a revered status. Moreover, her virtuous character and benevolent demeanor had earned her immense respect, both in the court and among the populace, as she often urged King Zhou to attend to the suffering of the common people. Thus, to act against her would be no trivial matter. "Your Highness, it is not that I am unwilling, but the Empress Jiang is exceedingly formidable." Upon hearing this, an overwhelming fury surged in Daji's eyes. In an instant, she struck out, her hand like a vice gripping Fei Zhong's throat, leaving him gasping for breath. "Please, Your Highness, spare me." The menace in Daji's voice enveloped Fei Zhong in a chilling dread, causing him to tremble uncontrollably. "Do you dare refuse me? It is either her death or yours. Choose." Abruptly releasing him, Fei Zhong collapsed to the ground, disregarding the pain as he crawled to Daji's feet, bowing repeatedly. "Let her die. Let her die? Rest assured, my lady, I have a plan." Daji flicked her vibrant red skirt, tilting her head with a huff. "That is acceptable. Ensure it is executed thoroughly, leaving no trace behind." Afterward, the treacherous minister Fei Zhong returned to his residence and secretly summoned his loyal subordinate, Jiang Huan. In the dimly lit chamber, Fei Zhong's sinister visage flickered in the candlelight, reminiscent of the Grim Reaper. Jiang Huan knelt on the ground, adopting a posture even more abject than that of a dog. "On the morrow, you shall await the opportune moment to infiltrate the palace and feign the assassination of King Zhou. However, you must not truly kill him. It must only be a pretense. When apprehended, you will falsely claim that you were instructed by Empress Jiang. Do you comprehend?" Jiang Huan's expression was complex, yet he ultimately said nothing, merely bowing deeply in acknowledgement. Indeed, Fei Zhong turned away, gesturing dismissively at the kneeling Jiang Huan. He exited the secret chamber, while Jiang Huan departed through a concealed passage. A cruel smile crept across Fei Zhong's face. Jiang Huan was a retainer he had nurtured since childhood, and his family was firmly under his control. Jiang Huan, being a man of deep loyalty, would never betray him. The following dawn, King Zhou ascended the throne as scheduled, with the civil and military officials entering the Grand Hall in succession. Prior to entering, all officials were subjected to a thorough search to ensure no weapons were brought into the court. In an effort to evade detection, Jiang Huan concealed a specially crafted miniature dagger within his person. During the search, The inspectors indeed failed to discover the dagger, allowing Jiang Huan to successfully blend into the Grand Hall. Chapter 201. I was truly terrified just now within the Grand Hall. King Zhou sat majestically upon the dragon throne, with Daji seated beside him. As per usual protocol, the civil and military officials began to present their matters in sequence. When it was the turn of the military general, Jiang Huan stepped forth from the ranks, clasping his hands in reverence as he addressed the king. Your Majesty, I have critical military intelligence to report. Although the conflict with the Zhou army was currently progressing favorably, reports from the front lines continued to arrive, ensuring that the king and the court remained informed of the battle circumstances. Upon hearing Jiang Huan's words, King Zhou harbored no doubts. Oh, could it be that another victory has been achieved? Speak quickly, I can hardly wait. This matter pertains to military secrets, and I can only divulge it to your Majesty alone. I beseech you to allow me to approach, so that I may report privately. Jiang Huan stated with an expressionless demeanor. Presumptuous. When the sovereign and ministers convene, a distance of 10 paces must be maintained. How dare you request to draw near to the king? What is your intention? Bygone reprimanded, his beard bristling with indignation. Chancellor Shang Rong also knelt and advised the king, for the sake of your Majesty's safety, this request must not be granted. Standing tall, Jiang Huan coldly smiled. Though I am a warrior, I am currently unarmed. How could I possibly harm your Majesty? After countering Bygone and Shang Rong, Jiang Huan turned back and bowed once more to the king. I only fear the leakage of military information, hence this request. I implore your Majesty not to harbor suspicions. As Bygone and Shang Rong prepared to voice their objections again, King Zhou waved his hand dismissively, exuding the demeanor of a formidable ruler. My dear ministers, do not fret. I place my trust in Jiang Huan. Step forward and relay the situation at the front lines to me. With the king's words, Bygone and Shang Rong could only retreat in discontent. Jiang Huan's heart swelled with joy, though his face remained inscrutable. He stepped closer to the king, and when he was merely 3 paces away, he suddenly lifted his robe, producing a gleaming dagger from his waist. Leaping towards the king's dragon throne with the intent to strike, King Zhou, caught off guard, hastily overturned the dragon table to deflect the blow and swiftly rose to evade. An assassin! An assassin! Quick, protect the king! The ministers cried out in alarm, and the guards on either side of the hall rushed forward. Jiang Huan, having missed his strike, found his opportunity vanished. As guards pressed their blades to his throat, he was compelled to surrender. Furious, King Zhou stamped his foot and pointed at Jiang Huan, berating him. I have treated you well, why would you attempt to assassinate me? Unfazed, Jiang Huan coldly laughed. A tyrant without virtue, despised by all. I long to see you torn to pieces. Infuriating, King Zhou kicked over the dragon table, his rage boiling over. Seizing a sword from a nearby guard, he swung it toward Jiang Huan's shoulder. Thud! Blood spurted forth as Jiang Huan let out a piercing scream. His expression contorted in agony as he clutched his severed arm, his face paling to an ashen hue. At that moment, the treacherous minister Fei Zhong, disregarding the danger, rushed forward, arms outstretched to shield the king. With indignation, he pointed at Jiang Huan, demanding, Your Majesty has treated you well, yet you commit such beastly acts. Even if you were to be sliced 1,000 times, it would not absolve your sins. Speak. Who has instigated you? Jiang Huan suddenly fell silent, turning to gaze deeply at Fei Zhong, his expression morphing into one of profound sorrow. I come on the orders of the Empress Jiang to assassinate you, this foolish monarch, he remarked, a strange smile curling at the corners of his mouth. What? King Zhou exclaimed, disbelief etched across his face. The Empress Jiang has always been virtuous. How could she possibly send someone to assassinate me? At that moment, Daji burst into tears, throwing herself into King Zhou's embrace. Oh, my king, are you unharmed? I was terrified just now. I thought you. Alas, how could the Empress Jiang be so ruthless as to send someone to kill you? Surely she is envious of your affection for me. If she wishes to harm someone, let it be me alone. Why must you be involved? As she spoke, Daji wept upon King Zhou's chest once more. King Zhou, already furious, was further provoked by Daji's display, and thus his doubts regarding Jiang Huan's assassination were dispelled. He comforted Daji while commanding, seize that wicked woman and confine her in the dungeon. Conduct a thorough interrogation to uncover any accomplices. Yes, a squad of guards immediately set out, heading straight for the Empress Jiang's quarters. Bygone and Prime Minister Shang Rong exchanged worried glances, both sensing something amiss. If the assassin had claimed to be acting on someone else's orders, they might have entertained the notion. However, the mere suggestion of the Empress Jiang being involved was utterly inconceivable. Setting aside her good character, for the safety of her 2 young princes, the Empress Jiang would never commit such a foolish act. Thus, Bai Gan and Shang Rong shared a silent understanding, and Shang Rong stepped forward to advise, "My king, I sense treachery at work. Given the Empress Jiang's affection for you, she would never resort to such an act of assassination. I implore you to investigate thoroughly before issuing any commands." Upon hearing Shang Rong's words, King Zhou's brow furrowed, a wave of nausea rising from within him. The more he considered his relationship with the Empress Jiang, the more resolute he became in his belief that she had orchestrated this deed. That old woman had viewed him as an enemy ever since he favored younger concubines. They had lived apart for many years, scarcely exchanging a word, and it was only natural that she harbored resentment, ultimately leading to murderous intent. The more he pondered, the angrier he became, directing all his wrath toward Shang Rong. "The Empress Jiang has sent an assassin against me, and you, as my prime minister, drawing a salary from me, not only fail to speak on my behalf, but now wish to plead for that wicked woman? My king, I harbor no such intention." Shang Rong's countenance paled as he hastily protested. "Seize the prime minister and confine him in the dungeon, awaiting my orders." King Zhou seethed, his expression darkening to an extreme. Bai Gan endeavored to step forward to counsel him, but was swiftly halted by Shang Rong's pleading gaze. Bai Gan thought to himself, "The king is in a furious state, unlikely to heed any advice. If I too am imprisoned, who will advocate for Shang Rong and the Empress Jiang?" Upon reflecting on this, Bai Gan hesitated and resolved to clandestinely uncover the truth before beseeching King Zhou for her release. As King Zhou strode away, a subtle smile crept across Daji's lips, and she gracefully followed in his wake, leaving the civil and military officials to scatter like startled birds. Only Bai Gan remained, agitated as a grasshopper on a hot skillet, hastily exiting the palace and making his way towards Empress Jiang's chamber. However, en route, he was met with the chilling sound of screams. The guards, under orders to apprehend the Empress, ruthlessly cut down several palace maids who attempted to intervene. "Do not harm the innocent. I will go with you," Empress Jiang declared fiercely, her gaze ablaze, radiating the commanding presence of her high station, a stark contrast to her usual gentle demeanor. "I demand to see the king," she asserted with unwavering determination. Yet, the guards assigned to her capture remained unresponsive, their faces devoid of emotion, resembling cold automatons. After shackling her wrists with restraints, they proceeded to escort her directly to the dungeon. Chapter 202. It seems necessary to capture Daji in a hurried rush. Bai Gan happened upon a distressing scene. He slammed his thigh in frustration, his brows furrowing deeply as he exclaimed, "Alas, I have arrived too late." At this moment, the only one capable of rescuing Empress Jiang was the esteemed Masterwan. With a swift gesture, Bai Gan summoned his subordinates, instructing them to dispatch a messenger to the front lines to inform Master One of the dire situation, urging him to return and save Empress Jiang. "Ensure it is the swiftest steed." "Understood," his subordinate replied, promptly departing. Bai Gan gazed upwards, a look of anxiety etched across his face. He believed that when Zhong, as a trusted minister and armed with the golden whip bestowed by the late emperor, commanded such respect that even King Zhou would hesitate to oppose him. Thus, if when Zhong were to plead for Empress Jiang, King Zhou might be inclined to listen. Alas, I wonder if it will be in time. Is it truly the fate of Empress Jiang to endure this calamity? At the Sisui Pass, within the grand encampment of the Shang army, a golden tent housed Feipeng, who was interrogating Neza and Jiang Zia. However, Jiang Zia had succumbed to madness, rendering the interrogation focused primarily on Neza. Feipeng sought intelligence regarding the Chan sect from Neza, realizing that his arrival had seemingly triggered a butterfly effect, resulting in numerous events diverging significantly from the narrative inscribed in the Fengshen Bang. Thus, he recognized the necessity of re-evaluating the Chan sect. Knowing both himself and his adversaries would be crucial for victory in battle, his challenges extended beyond the 12 golden immortals of the Chan sect. He also faced the unpredictable prowess of figures such as the Lantern Master, the Antarctic Immortal, and the enigmatic Luya. Most daunting of all were the four saints, Yuan Shi, Taishang, Zhuan Ti, and Jie, alongside the subtly biased Hanjun Laozu towards the Chan sect. Despite possessing an extraordinary system that elevated the strength of the Jie Sect disciples far beyond that of his past life, Feipeng understood that merely this advantage was insufficient to alter the dismal fate of the Jie Sect. As Feipeng contemplated, a sudden pang of unease gripped his heart. A celestial tome stirred within his mind, its pages flipping rapidly until halting at a scripture titled The Hacker's Art of Primordial Chaos. This tome manifested from the cultivation Method 1 formula of the primordial chaos, which Feipeng practiced. Each page could encapsulate a distinct technique or divine power, rendering him unafraid of conflicts arising from varying powers, a method tailored uniquely for him. With a mere thought, the hacker's art of primordial chaos activated, conjuring a spatial chessboard before him, where countless orbs of white and black light arranged themselves into pieces, engaging in intricate calculations. Moments later, the chessboard dissipated, revealing an image of a swift steed racing toward the Sisui Pass. Feipeng suddenly comprehended, murmuring softly, "I see now. This messenger is en route to our encampment," establishing a causal connection with me, thus allowing the hacker's art of primordial chaos to sense and predict this outcome. The unparalleled Holy Mother promptly activated her techniques to analyze the situation. The messenger arrived from the direction of Chaoga City. I observed the urgency etched upon his face. Something significant must have transpired in Chaoga City, compelling him to seek our assistance. Yet, what precisely did they desire our help with? Feipeng, with his prominent nose and slightly furrowed brows, also fell into contemplation. What monumental event could have unfolded in Chaoga City at this hour? Suddenly, a light bulb flickered to life in Feipeng's mind. I realized the truth. It is Daji who is about to initiate her nefarious schemes. That woman, now unrestrained in the palace, has begun to exploit King Zhou's favor, stirring chaos within the court. At this juncture, if my intuition serves me right, Daji must have framed Empress Jiang, inciting an assassin to attempt the murder of King Zhou, which led to her capture. Thus, the messenger seeks Wen Zhong's aid. However, at this pace, by the time he reaches the military camp, Empress Jiang may very well be beyond rescue. Feipeng furrowed his brow once more. Saving Empress Jiang wouldn't be overly complex. If memory serves, Daji's malevolence extends beyond just her. There are also Empress Jiang's two princes, Huang Feihu's wife, Yabigan, Prime Minister Shang Rong, and many other ministers. In short, Daji continues to sow discord, her aim to render the Shang dynasty chaotic, depleting its talents and ultimately leading to its ruin. This cannot stand. To assist in vanquishing thee, I must aid the Shang forces in their campaign against the Zhou army. For the army to engage effectively in battle, stable logistical support must be ensured. If the court is in disarray, how can it possibly attend to the logistical needs of the front line? Feipeng stroked his chin, his eyes reflecting a tumultuous sea of stars, with the myriad worlds collapsing and rejuvenating. To repel external threats, internal stability must first be secured. It appears I must return and deal with Daji. Seeing Feipeng lost in thought, the unparalleled Holy Mother mistakenly assumed he was troubled by the messenger's origins. Thus, she gently called out, Senior brother, Senior brother. It need not be so complicated. With our speed, we can reach the messenger's identity in mere minutes, and simply inquire directly." Feipeng's reverie was interrupted. He returned to the present and offered a slight smile to the Holy Mother. "Sister, you misunderstand. I am not preoccupied with the messenger. I have come to grasp some other matters. So it is, my apologies for my folly, Senior brother. Please do not take offense." Feipeng graciously waved his hand, saying, "No worries. Please summon Wen Zhong, Shiji, and Duobao." Chapter 203. Do not underestimate the woman Nuwa. The Holy Mother nodded and turned to leave. Moments later, Wen Zhong, Shiji, and Duobao arrived. Wen Zhong greeted the Grand Master, while Shiji and Duobao followed suit. Feipeng gestured for them to take a seat. During their brief absence, Feipeng had already summoned a messenger, whom he indicated to narrate the affairs concerning Empress Jiang. Upon hearing the messenger's account, Wen Zhong was taken aback. Empress Jiang? How could she possibly send someone to assassinate the king? This must be a slander. Have you discovered who is responsible for defaming Empress Jiang? With a sigh, the messenger replied, Alas. The incident occurred so abruptly that my master had not yet commenced an investigation before Empress Jiang was apprehended. Just as Wen Zhong was about to inquire further, Feipeng interrupted with a wave of his hand. I am already aware of the entire sequence of events. Wen Zhong promptly bowed respectfully to Feipeng, Master. Your insight is unparalleled. What shall we do next? Feipeng smiled gently. Have you ceased to call me Lord Immortal? Wen Zhong, feeling a bit shy, scratched the back of his head and responded, To address you thus would seem too distant. Since you have acknowledged my identity as your disciple, it is only fitting that I call you Master. Feipeng nodded solemnly before returning to the matter at hand. Shiji, this entire affair has been orchestrated by your disciple, Daji. Shiji appeared perplexed. Daji? What has become of her? While Daji was indeed her disciple, she was not cultivating on Jinao Island, but rather at Xinyuan Tomb, where she was tending to her younger sisters. They had not been in contact for some time. The last time Shiji saw Daji was during the descent to the palace alongside the Grand Master, but fearing to disturb him, she had refrained from speaking to Daji, and thereafter had not received another opportunity before being summoned to the front lines. To be honest, although Shiji was puzzled to see Daji as a consort to King Zhou, she held no objections. Perhaps Daji simply favored mortals? Moreover, King Zhou was no ordinary man. As an emperor, Jie had indeed made a commendable match. In response to Ji's inquiry, Feipeng sighed. It was she who set this trap for Jiang. She covertly instructed Fei Zhong to have Jiang Huan assassinate King Zhou with the intention of framing Empress Jiang. What? This ungrateful disciple. I never anticipated her to be so malicious. Rest assured, Master, I shall return immediately to rectify this situation, Ji declared, her expression darkening. Feipeng waved his hand dismissively. There is no need. Your disciple's nature is not inherently wicked. She has been diligently cultivating at Xianyuan Tomb and has never committed any heinous acts. This time, she was merely incited by Nuwa, which led her to commit such a grave misdeed. Nuwa, the assembly was further confounded. Feipeng chuckled lightly and explained, do not underestimate Nuwa, her cunning runs deep. The 3 demons from Xianyuan Tomb were summoned by her order to the palace to ensnare King Zhou, with the ultimate aim of causing the downfall of the Shang dynasty. The revelation left everyone in attendance utterly astonished. They had never anticipated that the truth of the matter was such. Then, what shall we do? Ji asked in a state of panic. This matter, since it involved a sage, was beyond her authority to decide. To speak candidly, after receiving the decree from Nuwa, Daji now essentially belonged to Nuwa. Even if Ji were to return, Daji would likely no longer heed her words. Moreover, she did not dare to offend Nuwa. Feipeng's expression turned solemn. The fortunes of the Shang dynasty were now intricately intertwined with our Jie. We rise and fall together. Thus, we cannot afford to remain idle. The threat posed by Daji must be eliminated. I intend to return personally, to make Daji realize that she has been deceived by Nuwa, to unveil Nuwa's true nature, and to persuade her to switch allegiances to our side. Coincidentally, the disciple of Yuanshi Tianzuan, Shengongbao, is also expected to approach King Zhou to stir trouble. He is a close accomplice of Daji. Feipeng plans to sway Shengongbao as well. Although on the surface, Shengongbao appears to be opposing Chan Jiao, Feipeng knows that he is, in fact, a crucial pawn arranged by Yuanshi Tianzuan to advance the canonization of deities. A single phrase, my friend, please stay, has led to the demise of countless Jie disciples. It can be said that without Shengongbao, the canonization would not have progressed so smoothly. His contributions are undeniable in filling the list of deities so swiftly. However, Shengongbao is equally being manipulated by Yuanshi Tianzuan. As the saying goes, when the cunning rabbit dies, the hunting dog is cooked. Such individuals rarely meet a favorable end. Therefore, Feipeng resolved that if he could sway them, he would. If not, these two must be eliminated. He did not wish to face Chan Jiao while constantly worrying about threats from behind. As of now, Chan Jiao remains unaware that our Jie disciples have emerged and arrived here. Thus, Wen Zhou must remain, allowing the outside world to believe it is he who is acting. Duobao, you will stay with the other disciples to assist Wen Zhou. Ji, San Shao, you shall accompany me to the palace, firstly to rescue Empress Jiang, and secondly, to converse with Daji and ensure she becomes wholly aligned with us. Understood. Everyone nodded in agreement. In that case, we shall depart immediately. If we delay, that little vixen Daji may very well end Empress Jiang's life. Feipeng remarked with a shrug. Does she dare? Ji's dissatisfaction with Daji grew. Were it not for Feipeng's assurance that she could guide Daji back to the right path, she would have already sought to cleanse their ranks.